Chapter 1. Unleashing a tenfold cultivation talent. On the Dragon Shadow continent, within the boundaries of Shaotian Prefecture, in the city of Lianyun. Who am I? Where am I? What is this fool crying about? Yuan Ching opened his eyes to behold a bewildered servant weeping over him. Woo, young master, I will certainly find you a splendid tomb, so you can depart in peace. Yuan Ching. Get lost, you old fool. I'm not dead yet. Upon hearing the voice, the servant leaped in fright. Ah, a zombie. Cough, cough, I'm still alive, Yuan Ching replied. In mere seconds, Yuan Ching absorbed all the memories of the original owner of this body. He had traversed realms. This world bore a striking resemblance to Earth. However, here, martial prowess had revived, and everyone was a warrior. In this realm, martial skill was held in the highest esteem. At present, he was the ineffectual heir of a martial arts family in Feiyan City, known as Yuan Ching. A notorious gambler, he had ultimately met his demise due to overwhelming debts owed to a gambling den. How could I, Yuan Ching, the king of mercenaries, find myself in the body of such a fool? Yuan Ching nearly spat blood in frustration. Dying on the battlefield would have been preferable. Nevertheless, he soon reconciled with his new identity and physique, continuously digesting the information flooding his mind. Young master, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. The servant, named Yuan Si, had served Yuan Ching since childhood, and judging by his earlier behavior, he was indeed a loyal attendant. Yuan Si, where is the 100 refinements body forging technique that my father left for me? Yuan Ching inquired. Yuan Si was instantly filled with excitement. Was the young master finally inclined to practice martial arts? Previously, the young master had been ensnared by indulgence and vice. Yuan Si hurriedly procured the 100 refinements body forging technique. The ancient tome felt inexplicably familiar in Yuan Ching's hands. In this world where martial prowess ruled, cultivators needed to refine their bodies, open the 9 orifices, and temper their bones, while the strong could ascend to the realm of riding clouds, soaring through the mist. The 100 refinements body forging technique was the most fundamental of practices, the very foundation of all martial arts. The technique comprised 9 realms, and when perfected, one could attain the martial body, unlocking the extraordinary meridians, becoming invincible in the world. The martial body existed only in legends, and even the most gifted cultivators typically grasped only 3 or 4 realms before losing their way. He opened the book and swiftly perused its contents. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep, system activated, tenfold system initiated. Successfully studied the 100 refinements body forging technique, determining proficiency points. Assessing theoretical knowledge. Proficiency successful. This study session yields a mastery coefficient of 9,999 times. Golden opportunities may arrive late, but they never fail to present themselves. A torrent of knowledge regarding the 100 refinements body forging technique surged into Yuan Ching's consciousness. Each piece of information struck at the heart of the matter, comprehensive and enlightening. Yuan Ching felt as though the entire world had become transparent to him. Ah, so that is how it works. With the augmentation of 100-fold, 1,000-fold talent, he began to grasp the profundities of the 100 refinements body forging technique. The body tempering technique, forged through 100 trials, strengthened to steel, honed through myriad experiences, and ultimately refined into the Tao. An hour later, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Successfully activated the body tempering technique, currently assessing the roll points. Evaluating personal cultivation realm. Assessing personal physique. Determining comprehension level of the body tempering technique. Roll point successful. This cultivation session has a coefficient of 1252 times. The essence of 1,000 refinements surged from the Dantian, exploding throughout his body. Yuan Ching sensed an unprecedented transformation in his very foundation. His originally fair skin gradually darkened to a deep hue, eventually transforming to a bronze tone before reverting to its initial whiteness. The first realm of the body tempering technique, the copper skin realm. A crack resounded, the sound of bones fracturing and reforming. The second realm, the iron bone realm. Another snap echoed, the sound of meridians stretching taut. The third realm, the steel frame realm. Achieving 3 realms in a single trial is a feat most individuals could scarcely attain in a lifetime. Yuan Ching accomplished it in but 1 session. What set him apart was that this single session equated to the effect of 1252 repetitions of the body tempering technique. Such an amount is akin to the training frequency of an ordinary person over 3 years. What a formidable technique! Merely progressing through the 4th refinement of body cultivation has brought me to half the strength I possessed in my previous life. Yuan Ching marveled inwardly in his past existence. He could lift 1,000 pounds without breaking a sweat, and now his strength had nearly reached that threshold once more. Outside the room, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted. "You cannot enter, this is my young master's chamber." "Step aside, what master? He is merely a corpse." "Ha ha, you loyal servant. But alas, your master is likely beginning to rot." A glint of cold light flickered in the corner of Yuan Ching's eye. Were these individuals from the Yuan family? So eager? Perfect, they would serve as my training dummies. I, Yuan Ching, am not a meek lamb to be slaughtered. Boom! The door burst open. Yuan Si could not hold them back, and the Yuan family servants rushed inside. In that instant, as the door swung open, several Yuan family servants were met with an overwhelming chill. Upon raising their heads, they were astonished to find a young man standing tall before them. Was this not the deceased Yuan Ching? Ah, it's a ghost. He has risen from the dead. Yuan Ching has come back to life. Who is this? In that moment, the Yuan family servants were thrown into chaos. They had just witnessed Yuan Ching's demise. It was no wonder they were terrified beyond belief. 3 servants, upon attempting to flee, found themselves outpaced by a pair of fists. Boom, boom. With 2 powerful strikes, those who had sought to escape were sent reeling, their balance shattered by the force. "Young Master Yuan, spare us. We were only following orders. Your death has nothing to do with us." The remaining Yuan family servants began to plead for mercy. Yuan Ching, listening intently, furrowed his brow. Was there more to his death than met the eye? With a slight raise of his eyebrow, Yuan Si burst in from outside. "Young master, are you all right?" He had just been obstructed by a servant of a Yuan family, but as the servant dispersed in a commotion, he finally managed to slip away. "It's nothing of concern." Yuan Ching shook his head, recalling the servant's earlier words, and inquired, "You have always been by my side. Yet this morning, why did you depart?" Yuan Si pouted in grievance and replied, "Young master, it was not my desire to leave. This morning, Master Yuan sent someone to inform me that your 3-month training quota could be transferred to you, which is why I left claim it. However, when I went to retrieve the training quota, I was met with all manner of difficulties from the steward and ultimately returned empty-handed, only to discover that you had been carried back by the gaming house's men." Yuan Ching understood Yuan. His second uncle indeed seemed highly suspicious. "So, you mean to say that I still have 3 months' worth of training quota unclaimed within the family?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Si's face grew even more troubled. "The steward responsible for distributing the quotas is completely unyielding. I am no match for him." Yuan Ching raised an eyebrow, a plan forming in his mind. Now that he had completed his training, he was in need of spiritual herbs to aid his cultivation. What was rightfully his, he must retrieve himself. "Come, Yuan Si, I shall take you to gather the herbs." "Ah, young master, perhaps we should reconsider." Yuan Si hastily shook his head. "That steward is a martial artist of the 5th tier in body refinement. I am no match for him. Just lead the way, you need not intervene. I shall handle him myself." Yuan Si hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing Yuan Ching's remarkable confidence, coupled with his earlier display of prowess in repelling 3 vile servants, he felt an inexplicable surge of confidence himself. "I shall lead the way for you, young master." Yuan Ching's courtyard was located in the western wing, while the location for distributing training quotas resided in the eastern wing. The Yuan family estate was expansive, requiring a considerable amount of time to traverse, and many members of the Yuan family spotted Yuan Ching along the way. This fellow dares to show his face? Just a waste of space, consumed by gambling. His existence only brings shame to the family. It would be better if he were dead. Look, he's actually gone to the distribution room. That's the place for receiving training resources. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Upon seeing Yuan Ching's destination, many idle youths immediately began to jeer. Who didn't know that Yuan Ching was nothing more than a waste? His visit to the distribution room would likely lead to humiliation, and they were all too eager to witness the spectacle. Upon arriving at the distribution room, many present wore mocking expressions upon seeing Yuan Qing. This fellow dares to come here? A waste, merely inviting his own disgrace. Yuan Qing stood at the entrance, directly ignoring these jeers as he strode confidently to the counter of the distribution room. Ah, if it isn't young Master Yuan Qing, here to borrow gambling funds again? Steward Liu, in charge of the distribution room, greeted him with unabashed sarcasm, eliciting a wave of laughter from those around. I have come to claim the 3 months' worth of training resources I have stored here, Yuan Qing stated nonchalantly. In that moment, the entire room fell silent, followed by uproarious laughter. Is a worthless person even qualified to cultivate? This is the most amusing joke I have heard this year. Trash does not deserve the privilege of cultivation. Elder Liu laughed heartily, adding, young Master Yuan Qing, you have heard it too, the worthless are unworthy of cultivation, so you might as well return. With a smile on his face, Yuan Qing offered no response and slowly approached the counter. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that struck Elder Liu squarely on the nose. The laughter in the room came to an abrupt halt. No one anticipated Yuan Qing would act so suddenly. With that blow, blood gushed from Elder Liu's face, and his nose was crushed significantly. Defiance against authority must be punished. Yuan Qing was unaware of any clan rules regarding this matter, but to him, this was simply the way of things. You little brat, are you seeking death? Elder Liu was instantly consumed by rage, having enjoyed a life of luxury in the affairs room for many years. He had never endured such humiliation. His anger clouded his judgment, and he retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Yuan Qing's face, discarding any thoughts of Yuan Qing's identity as the young master of the Yuan family. Loose lips warrant punishment. Yuan Qing remained steadfast in his position, meeting Elder Liu's fist with one of his own. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided. It's over. Elder Liu is a fifth-tier body refining warrior. Yuan Qing is finished. Yuan Qing thinks he's impressive for landing a sneak attack after this blow. His hand might be shattered. As they witnessed the clash of fists, many shook their heads, foreseeing the grim outcome of this confrontation. Chapter 2. A punch that shatters crack. The sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the air. A piercing scream engulfed the entire room. Yet it was not from Yuan Qing, but from the Steward Liu. After exchanging a punch with Yuan Qing, Steward Liu collapsed onto the ground, clutching his arm that was gushing blood, the bone within having been shattered. My hand. You have broken my hand. How dare you? Liu cried out in terror, unable to comprehend the reality before him as he clutched his fractured limb. Slap him. Upon hearing Yuan Qing's command, Yuan Si seized the opportunity, advancing several steps to deliver a series of resounding slaps to Liu's face. With each blow, Liu's visage transformed into that of a pig, his mouth begging for mercy. Spare me, young master. I shall never dare again. Ha, you have met your match today. Witnessing the Steward Liu, who once bullied him, in agony brought an indescribable satisfaction to Yuan Si. Quickly bring forth my young master's training quota, or else you shall face dire consequences. In excruciating pain and devoid of any power to resist, Liu trembled at the sight of Yuan Qing's indifferent countenance. Someone hastened to deliver 3 months' worth of training resources to young Master Yuan Qing. Observing Liu's pitiful state, the nearby servants dared not hesitate, swiftly retrieving 3 vials of medicine with all due speed. Wait. Just as the servant extended the vials to Yuan Si, a long, commanding voice suddenly echoed from behind the crowd. Yuan Qing turned to see a handsome young man clad in a brown robe, holding twin blades, who was observing him with keen interest. It is young Master Yuan Mu. I did not anticipate his arrival. Steward Liu is indeed close to him, and Yuan Qing's actions against Liu will likely not go unpunished. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Liu, like a child seeking his parents' aid, hurriedly rushed to Yuan Mu's side. Young master, you must stand up for me. Yuan Qing has gone too far. However, Yuan Mu delivered a kick to Liu, casting him a disdainful glance. Worthless fool, you cannot even handle a dead man. Having uttered this, he disregarded the wailing Liu on the ground and instead cast a mocking gaze at Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing, I did not anticipate your survival. It appears you are quite resilient. But do you, a mere waste, dare to claim this 3-month training quota? Yuan Qing frowned slightly, and Yuan Si, seemingly struck by a realization, hurried to Yuan Qing's side, whispering urgently, "Young master, according to clan regulations, any disciple who receives a quota must participate in the monthly assessments and the annual comprehensive examination. Failure to pass consecutively 3 times will result in the forfeiture of assets and expulsion from the Yuan family." "Ha Yuan Ching. It seems not all your companions are worthless." Yuan Mu laughed heartily, gazing scornfully at Yuan Ching. "Once you have received this 3-month quota, it signifies that you have missed 2 monthly examinations. Therefore, tomorrow's monthly test is your final opportunity. If you choose not to participate, you will be expelled from the Yuan family. Should you decide to attend, I shall render you incapacitated before casting you out. How about it, you worthless fool?" Yuan Ching sneered repeatedly, bemused by the notion that this fool might have some cunning scheme in mind. Under the gaze of the onlookers and Yuan Mu, Yuan Ching boldly accepted the 3 vials of body-enhancing liquid from Yuan C's hands and declared loudly before Yuan Mu, "I will not only attend tomorrow's exam, but I will also ensure you are left crippled." With that, Yuan Ching retracted the vials and left the allocation room without a backward glance. Considering every additional second spent there a waste of time. "A dying wastrel dares to provoke me?" The sound of Yuan Mu's furious roar echoed within the allocation room. On the way, Yuan C felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Yuan Mu's voice. "Young master, we should not provoke young master Yuan Mu." Yuan Ching remained silent, gazing at Yuan C, awaiting his explanation. "Young master Yuan Mu has already achieved the 8th level of body refinement this past half-year. You, after all, have only recently begun your training. The disparity between you two is rather vast." Yuan C was filled with trepidation. "I have my own considerations." At that moment, a graceful young lady stood at the entrance of the courtyard. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with cascading black hair, an exquisite visage, and a poised stature. Clad in a fitted green dress, she looked imperiously at Yuan Ching and Yuan C. "Young master, it is Miss Ching Yu. She has come to see you." Upon recognizing the lady, Yuan C could not contain his excitement and eagerly introduced her to Yuan Ching. Yuan Ching caught sight of her, and memories began to stir. This girl, of similar age, was named Yuan Ching Yu, the daughter of Elder 7, and his cousin as well as childhood companion. "I heard you were participating in the monthly examination?" Yuan Ching Yu spoke in a tone that was indistinguishable between concern and inquiry. "Indeed," he replied. "Return the body-enhancing liquid. You cannot go." Her words were simple and direct, akin to a command. Why? Faced with someone from his past who had treated him well, Yuan Ching exhibited a modicum of patience. "You are too weak. Weakness is one thing, but to dare provoke Yuan Mu, given his temperament, you will surely be left in ruins tomorrow." Yuan Ching Yu shook her head, unable to comprehend where Yuan Ching's audacity to challenge someone as formidable as Yuan Mu stemmed from. "So, is it fair to say that cousin Ching Yu is concerned for my well-being?" Yuan Ching inquired with intrigue. "Concerned? You think you deserve such regard?" After saying this, Yuan Ching Yu seemed to recall something, and a hint of disdain flickered across her features as she regarded Yuan Ching. "Very well, in that case, I shall decline your proposal." Chapter 3. The monthly examination begins. "What did you say? You refuse me? How dare you refuse me?" Yuan Ching Yu gazed incredulously at Yuan Ching. "It seems you are not only ignorant, but also unrepentant. If you insist on seeking your own demise, I am indifferent to your foolish existence. It is hard to believe that my esteemed uncle could produce such a worthless offspring." With that, seemingly relieved of a burden, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance, as if remaining even a moment longer would be an affront to her dignity. "Young master, I have never witnessed Miss Ching Yu in such a fury," Yuan C remarked, trembling slightly at the side. "She is merely throwing a tantrum," Yuan Ching replied, shaking his head. "She is merely upset because I rejected her. How could she be so incensed?" "Guard the entrance. I wish to cultivate," he commanded. "Yes, young master," Yuan C nodded. Though perplexed, he dared not inquire further. Returning to his quarters, Yuan Ching retrieved the body-refining liquid from his embrace, inhaling its rich, fragrant aroma. At that moment, a stream of information gradually materialized before his eyes. After perusing the system's introduction, Yuan Ching felt a wave of reassurance wash over him and promptly downed the entire bottle of refining liquid. The elixir was sweet and soothing, instantly banishing his fatigue and rejuvenating his spiritual essence. Without delay, he commenced his practice of the 100 Refinements body technique, filling the courtyard with sounds reminiscent of festive firecrackers. Success in shaking points. This cultivation session has a coefficient of 1299 times. Success in shaking points. This cultivation session has a coefficient of 1305 times. The following morning, as the last echoes of firecrackers faded, Yuan Ching completed the final set of the 100 refinements body technique. The 3 bottles of refining liquid had been entirely consumed. Success in shaking points. This cultivation session has a coefficient of 1354 times. A night of diligent effort, 3 cycles of body refinement, was equivalent to a decade of arduous training for others. Not only had his cultivation progressed from the 4th refinement to the 6th refinement, but the 100 refinements body technique had also ascended to its 4th realm, the boiling blood realm. As its name implies, the boiling blood realm made Yuan Ching feel as if his very blood were perpetually simmering. His agility and technique surpassed those who had yet to attain this state, rendering him significantly more formidable. With a mere punch, he could exert a force of 1,000 pounds, uprooting willow trees and effortlessly resisting the might of the azure cauldron. A ray of sunlight illuminated Yuan Ching, casting him in a golden glow. The time had come. It was time to partake in the monthly examination. Outside the courtyard, Yuan Si had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Yuan Ching emerge, he stepped forward, indignantly stating, "Young master, I have just received word that many disciples close to 18 years of age from the Yuan family have come to participate in the monthly examination. The Yuan family's examination only assesses those under 18. The closer one is to 18, the greater the advantage. Clearly, this Yuan heir has made prior arrangements. However, it is only natural, for I revealed a glimpse of my capabilities when I faced Elder Liu yesterday. They are not fools, and they will surely approach this with caution. No matter. They are merely a group of insignificant individuals." However, Yuan Ching remains utterly unconcerned. What occupies his thoughts now is something entirely different: the rewards of the monthly examination. Yuan Ching is more than willing to participate in the monthly assessment, for those who excel are bestowed with a coveted martial arts manual as a prize. This is among the items Yuan Ching desperately seeks. It is well known that in this world, martial arts manuals are regarded as treasures, rarely shared openly. Thus, this monthly examination represents a significant opportunity for Yuan Ching. At the Yuan family training grounds, Yuan Ching arrived early. The other members of the Yuan family had already heard of his provocation toward Yuan Mu and were eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Upon spotting Yuan Ching, they stifled their laughter, thinking him extraordinarily bold and shameless. They anticipated that he would soon face a crushing defeat at the hands of young master Yuan Mu. Alas, how unfortunate for the elder to have such a son. "Yuan Ching, your timing is impeccable. Someone has called you out for a challenge at Arena 7. Just as Yuan Ching was about to stroll toward the arena, a voice from a Yuan family steward interrupted him. "Challenging me? Who else could it be? If you're afraid to fight, you might as well leave the training grounds now." This steward, familiar with Yuan Ching, spoke with evident disdain. Yuan Ching merely shook his head and took several strides to the front of Arena 7. Upon the platform, a stranger brandishing a large sword fixed his gaze upon him. "You must be Yuan Ching. I've heard you foolishly intend to challenge young master Yuan Mu. You are nothing but a mere waste, a first level of body refinement. No need for young master Yuan Mu to intervene. I, Yuan Geta, shall teach you a lesson today." The sight of Yuan Ching ignited excitement within the young man, for he envisioned the accolades he would receive from young master Yuan Mu after defeating him. "Ah, a dog of Yuan Mu," Yuan Ching replied with a calm smile. Leaping onto the arena, the duel commenced. Yuan Geta roared, unleashing the full force of his 5th level of body refinement as he swung his large blade toward Yuan Ching. Unflinching, Yuan Ching charged forward, delivering a powerful punch in Geta's direction. Boom! The once imposing Yuan Geta was sent flying by the impact of a single strike. In one move, the challenger, Yuan Geta, was vanquished by Yuan Ching's punch. Even the steward overseeing the arena stood in astonishment, exclaiming, "Yuan Ching wins." The spectators below were equally bewildered, as this outcome diverged greatly from their expectations. How is this possible? Yuan Geta is a 5th level body refinement warrior. How could he lose? Wasn't it said that Yuan Ching was merely at the 1st level? A chorus of incredulous voices arose. "Fools! Yuan Ching is not a 1st level. He is a 6th level body refinement warrior." Yuan Ching waved his hand dismissively, having never claimed to be at the first level. Just as he prepared to exit the arena, another challenger suddenly leapt onto the platform. Yuan Ching, you despicable scoundrel, concealing your true strength. I, Yuan Hu, demand to challenge you. Yuan Ching could only smile wryly. Is this my fault? The referee cast a glance at Yuan Hu and addressed Yuan Ching with a tone of indifference. Yuan Ching, Yuan Hu is 17 years old, 1 year your senior. You have the option to decline his challenge. Are you also a dog of Yuan Mu? Yuan Ching remained silent, turning to Yuan Hu instead. Young Master Yuan Mu is my idol. You are not even worthy to carry his shoes, Yuan Hu retorted with a cold snort. Very well, I accept your challenge. As soon as Yuan Ching spoke, the referee, choosing not to linger, stepped down from the platform. Haha, Yuan Ching, you have brought this upon yourself. My cultivation has already broken through to the 7th stage of body refinement last month. I will crush you piece by piece, Yuan Hu laughed heartily. Slowly advancing towards Yuan Ching, his fists clenched tightly. You, a worthless fool. Do not even realize that having reached the 7th stage of body refinement means I have entered the later stages. My physical strength surpassing that of the 6th stage by more than double. Thus, prepare to meet your demise. Yuan Hu wielded no weapon. Yet the aura he emanated was exponentially more potent than that of Yuan Geddon wielding a great blade. Yuan Ching could distinctly sense that should Yuan Hu face Yuan Geddon, the outcome would likely be a singular strike. Nevertheless, Yuan Ching remained unperturbed, fists at the ready, positioning himself for the confrontation. You dare not evade? Seeking your own death. Yuan Hu exclaimed with delight, relishing the prospect of a direct clash. The moment their fists collided, a sound akin to a temple bell reverberated through the air. Yuan Hu's eyes widened in fury as his fists turned a shade of pale bronze, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Look at Yuan Hu's fists. They are like bronze skin. He has reached the copper skin realm. It was said that one needed to cultivate the body refinement technique hundreds of times to attain this primary realm. The 7th stage of body refinement, the copper skin realm, possessed strength of at least several thousand pounds. How could Yuan Ching possibly withstand it? Many spectators displayed expressions of confusion, for Yuan Ching's skin had not changed in color, and his cultivation was still at the 6th stage. However, only Yuan Hu, standing closest, discerned the truth. Yuan Ching had not merely remained unchanged, rather, the portion that made contact had transformed in hue, showcasing an exceptional mastery of power control, exhibiting not pale bronze, but a more profound ancient bronze shade. Had his mastery of the body refinement technique surpassed mine to such an extent? In the next moment, Yuan Ching's strength surged dramatically, shifting the balance of power between the two combatants. Yuan Ching adopted an aggressive stance, his fists striking like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, relentlessly pummeling Yuan Hu. This shift transpired with astonishing rapidity. Before Yuan Hu could react, Yuan Ching had unleashed 5 or 6 punches. Each blow bore a force more fearsome than Yuan Hu's own strongest strike, leaving him utterly defenseless. Even with his attainment in the copper skin realm, Yuan Hu found himself battered and bruised, marked by Yuan Ching's relentless onslaught. Stop! I surrender. I surrender. Unable to endure the pain, Yuan Hu could only shout his concession. Thus, Yuan Ching emerged victorious. The referee swiftly ascended the platform to separate the two, simultaneously announcing the outcome. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. Yuan Hu was no ordinary individual like Yuan Geda. He was a formidable warrior, a 7th refinement practitioner of the copper skin realm, and held a prominent position among the younger generation of the Yuan family. Yet, before Yuan Ching, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. Just how formidable is this Yuan Ching? Chapter 4. The Challenge to Yuan Mu. What? Yuan Ching has achieved 2 consecutive victories? Useless, utterly useless. A group of inept individuals who cannot even manage such a trivial matter. If he secures a 3rd victory, he will undoubtedly be permitted to participate in the ranking battle at Feiyin City 3 days hence. No, I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. I must personally deal with this incompetent Yuan Ching. Beneath the grand arena, Yuan Mu, who had just swiftly completed his 2 victories, roared upon hearing about Yuan Ching's triumphs. Yuan Ching, I challenge you. Just as Yuan Ching descended from platform number 7, he was met with the distant roar. The onlookers turned their gaze toward him, initially viewing Yuan Ching's challenge as a mere jest. Now, it appeared that the confrontation was indeed forthcoming. The 8th refinement of the body. Allow me to engage with you. Yuan Qing smiled calmly as he made his way toward platform number 1. Yuan Qing, I did not anticipate you had such prowess. On platform number 1, Yuan Mu's eyes glinted with icy determination as he observed the approaching Yuan Qing. Earlier, he had received reports from his subordinates detailing Yuan Qing's combat capabilities and had gleaned an understanding of his general strength. But today, facing me, you shall surely meet defeat. Yuan Mu's imposing aura radiated fiercely, and the dual blades in his hands were already unsheathed, emitting a resonant clamor. Such excessive banter, Yuan Qing retorted. Remaining unarmed and without any weaponry, the referee leaped onto the platform, casting a glance at the two competitors before sighing, Yuan Qing, Yuan Mu. Both of you have achieved 2 consecutive victories. Regardless of who prevails, the victor shall secure a position in the grand ranking competition at Feiyun City. The defeated shall see their streak interrupted and must begin anew. Noticing the two remained unresponsive, the referee reluctantly exited the stage. Prepare to meet your end, Yuan Qing. With the referee's departure, Yuan Mu could no longer contain himself. His dual blades whirled like a tempest as he charged toward Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing's expression remained unchanged, his gaze intensely focused on Yuan Mu's blades, while his footwork transformed with an almost supernatural grace. Although Yuan Qing had only attained the 6th refinement of the body, he had reached the 4th realm of blood boiling, rendering his agility superior to that of Yuan Mu, who was at the 8th refinement. As the blades, akin to the wind, descended upon him, Yuan Qing adeptly evaded each strike, always a step ahead, never allowing even the fabric of his clothing to be grazed. Yuan Qing, if you possess the courage, confront me directly instead of skirting around like a timid mouse. Yuan Mu bellowed. Yet he found himself utterly unable to contend with the elusive Yuan Qing. As you wish. After a minute of evasion, Yuan Qing suddenly halted, launching an offensive punch toward Yuan Mu. Elated, Yuan Mu, unafraid of engaging in combat, welcomed the confrontation as he swiftly adjusted his blades to strike at Yuan Qing. However, the next moment, Yuan Mu's expression shifted dramatically. As his dual blades approached Yuan Qing, they were deftly sidestepped at an uncanny angle, precisely exploiting the gaps in his defenses. This encounter was markedly different from their previous skirmishes. Amidst the fierce exchange, Yuan Qing adeptly evaded his assault, while Yuan Mu found himself on the receiving end of a direct strike to his chest. With a thunderous impact, Yuan Mu instantly felt a searing pain, as though a powerful bull had charged into him. In that fleeting moment, the fabric of his chest burst open, revealing his golden-hued skin beneath. I am no weakling like Yuan Qing. I have long since perfected my bronze skin technique to its utmost pinnacle. Gazing at his gleaming chest, Yuan Mu could not help but laugh heartily. Not only have I mastered the bronze skin, but I have also attained the 2nd realm of the body refinement technique, the iron bone stage. My body is as resilient as bronze and iron. No one shall harm me with mere fists or palms. Is that so? Yuan Qing retorted with a cold sneer, his fists suddenly surging with power. Bang! It's futile. You are nothing but a waste. Before he could finish his taunt, a mouthful of blood erupted from Yuan Mu's lips. His chest felt as though it had been impaled by a steel rod. The iron bones and bronze skin he prided himself on were effortlessly pierced by Yuan Qing's fist. How is this possible? How could you breach my defenses? Yuan Mu stumbled back several steps, retreating to the edge of the arena. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the massive imprint left by the punch on his chest. Had Yuan Mu truly been defeated? What transpired? I could scarcely comprehend how Yuan Mu, who was supposed to be an 8th-level body refiner, could sustain such grievous injury from Yuan Qing, a mere 6th-level practitioner. It had only been mere seconds since Yuan Qing ceased his evasion and engaged in combat, and yet Yuan Mu was already vanquished. Silencing the murmurs of disbelief, Yuan Mu bellowed defiantly, I have not yet lost. He grasped his twin blades anew and charged at Yuan Qing. This time, Yuan Qing did not retreat, but instead met him head-on, his fists colliding with Yuan Mu's blades like the wind. The previous evasion had merely been a strategy to discern Yuan Mu's swordplay. Now, Yuan Mu had little left in terms of tactics against Yuan Qing. As an 8th-level body refiner, Yuan Mu possessed a slight edge in both strength and stamina, and their clash became fiercely contested. Yet, with each exchange, Yuan Qing grew increasingly exhilarated, for this opponent barely met the criteria of a worthy adversary since his arrival in this realm. Engrossed in the thrill of battle, Yuan Qing neglected his defense, allowing Yuan Mu to slice several gashes into his garments. Upon witnessing Yuan Qing's injury, Yuan Mu's expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. This bronze hue. How can it be? The pinnacle of the bronze skin technique, the ancient bronze color. Yuan Mu shook his head repeatedly, refusing to accept the reality before him. Such a hue could only be achieved after a decade of rigorous training. How could you have reached such a level? The sparrow cannot fathom the vastness of the sky. Yuan Qing scoffed, suddenly abandoning his fists and opting for a kick instead. This unexpected transition caught Yuan Mu off guard. Preoccupied with defending against Yuan Qing's punches, he had neglected to guard against his legs and found himself unable to evade in time. Crack! Yuan Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that his calf had been brutally shattered by Yuan Qing's kick. The shock was palpable. How could Yuan Qing, merely a practitioner of the sixth refinement of the body, possess such formidable strength? Was he already at the third stage, steel tendons? In that instant, everything became clear to Yuan Mu. The first two stages of the 100 refinements body technique, copper skin and iron bone, were meant to augment one's physical power. But upon reaching the third stage, steel tendons, one could unleash an explosive force far surpassing their inherent capabilities. Yuan Qing must have shattered his defenses with such overwhelming might. You dare! Yuan Qing exclaimed, launching another kick toward Yuan Mu's other leg. A thunderous roar reverberated from a distance, causing those in the audience to cover their ears. Some even staggering back in fear. It was the arrival of the second elder, a master of the Enlightened realm, who had once effortlessly felled a ninth refinement martial artist with a single roar of the lion's roar technique. Standing at the epicenter of power, Yuan Qing felt the force of his kick veer off course under the weight of that furious bellow, missing its target. The lion's roar? Yuan Qing thought in astonishment, recognizing that such a distance could be influenced solely by a shout. Yet, it was of little consequence. Blood boiling. In an instant, Yuan Qing's blood surged to a boil, akin to water reaching its boiling point. The previously diverted attack, fueled by his immense energy, reversed course and struck Yuan Mu's other calf with unerring precision. Crack! The sound echoed as bones shattered, and Yuan Mu fell to the ground, howling in agony. You little bastard, you seek death. A furious figure emerged from the distance, unleashing a gust of power directed at Yuan Qing. A sense of impending danger enveloped Yuan Qing. There was no time to evade the fierce attack. In a split second, he summoned all his strength, his copper skin and iron bone technique igniting his blood, rendering him as radiant as a bronze statue. With a violent clash, blood erupted from Yuan Qing's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward by the force of the attack, completely defenseless against the onslaught. The assailant sought to strike again, but the referee leaped in front of Yuan Qing. Second elder, cease this at once. Chapter 5. Escape from the Yuan family. Enough. This ruthless individual has harmed my son in the arena. I shall break his legs. The second elder, Yuan Lin, snorted coldly as he produced a pill and placed it in Yuan Mu's mouth. In the arena, defeat is simply defeat. There is no room for cruelty, the judge remarked, shaking his head. Do you wish to protect him? I merely uphold the rules of the Yuan family. Yuan Lin's expression soured. The judge's words had left him in a precarious position. Observing the surrounding members of the Yuan family, he feared that any further action would render him a target of universal scorn. Faced with this reality, Yuan Lin had no choice but to relent, cradling Yuan Mu as he leapt down from the arena. As he departed, the judge let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Yuan Qing, who had just regained consciousness. Yuan Qing, having achieved 3 consecutive victories, qualified for the ranking battle in Feiyun City, earning a manual on body refinement as a reward. However, instead of admiration, those around him regarded him with a hint of pity. The second elder currently held great power within the Yuan family. Offending him would spell disaster for anyone hoping to thrive in the family. The judge assisted Yuan Qing to his feet, channeling a breath of true energy into him. Thank you, Yuan Qing replied, feeling slightly rejuvenated. The disparity in strength between him and the second elder was immense. The latter could extinguish his life with but a word. Rest well. If you wish to leave the Yuan family, the ranking battle in 3 days will present your best opportunity, the judge whispered in Yuan Qing's ear, revealing a manual that seemed to have been prepared in advance. Yuan Qing accepted the manual, imprinting the judge's appearance in his memory. Today's grievances shall be repaid tenfold in the future. As he descended from the arena, all members of the Yuan family, except for Yuan Si, instinctively distanced themselves from Yuan Ching, fearing that the second elder would misconstrue any association with him. Though Yuan Ching had demonstrated the talent of a genius, in the eyes of the Yuan family, the second elder was the true embodiment of their legacy. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yuan Ching found that his injuries had mostly healed, yet he pondered his next course of action. What he lacked most at present was training resources. If he had ample resources, he was confident he could achieve enlightenment within 3 days, but under the current circumstances, reaching the 7th stage of body refinement would be his utmost limit. The only place abundant in resources and spiritual energy seemed to be the Wanyao mountain range. Located to the north of Feiyun City, the mountains were surrounded by countless creatures, resembling a veritable hell for practitioners at the body refinement stage. It was said that deep within the mountains resided demon kings comparable to those of the Jade Bone realm. However, with the second elder present, not venturing forth would also lead to certain doom. Yuan Si, once I depart, you must hide away. Should I not return, do not venture out. I understand, young master. Yuan Si replied, his eyes brimming with tears. While Yuan Ching was prepared to risk his life in the Wanyao mountain range, he could only choose to conceal himself, ensuring he did not complicate matters for Yuan Ching. By midday, Yuan Lin received word that Yuan Ching was heading towards the Wanyao mountain range. Did they think that breaking my son's leg would allow them to escape unscathed by fleeing to the Myriad Beasts mountain range? I shall dispatch a master of the Enlightened realm to eliminate him in that very place. Meanwhile, Yuan Ching has already ventured deep into the Myriad Beasts mountain range. As a top-tier mercenary, Yuan Ching's survival skills in the jungle are unparalleled globally. He navigates the outskirts of the Myriad Beasts mountain range with remarkable ease. The Myriad Beasts mountain range, renowned as a gathering place of spiritual energy, allows my spiritual essence to recover at more than double the speed compared to my home, even at its periphery. However, this is still insufficient. After traversing for an hour, Yuan Ching finally discovered a rather satisfactory location. It was a small pool of water, typically a watering hole for wild beasts. Yuan Ching's targets were precisely those beasts. After skillfully setting several traps, he patiently awaited the arrival of his prey. Before long, a magnificent creature adorned with tiger stripes and crowned with horns approached cautiously. It was the horned tiger beast, a predator of the outskirts of the Myriad Beasts mountain range, possessing strength comparable to that of a 9th refinement body. Yuan Ching held his breath, astonished that he had hooked such a formidable catch right off the bat. As the horned tiger beast neared the pool, ready to quench its thirst, it suddenly sensed a hint of danger. A massive boulder plummeted from above, crashing towards it. Subsequently, a series of colossal stones rained down, leaving the horned tiger beast severely injured. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Ching leaped from the tree, landing directly behind the horned tiger beast, and struck decisively at its vital point. With a single blow, the gravely wounded horned tiger beast was dispatched, and a demon beast's inner core was extracted from within its body. Finally, he could restore his spiritual essence and commence his cultivation. An inner core comparable to that of a 9th refinement body beast surpasses the efficacy of 5 bottles of body refining liquid. Moreover, the carcass of the horned tiger beast, when consumed, would yield effects equivalent to a bottle of body refining liquid. It had been a long time since he savored the taste of roasted tiger meat. Yuan Ching set up a grill and began studying the newly acquired techniques. The 100 refinements body refinement technique was merely an auxiliary skill. It could only be cultivated, not employed in combat. This technique would serve as his primary focus at this stage. Previously, due to insufficient spiritual essence, Yuan Ching had refrained from cultivating, but now that concern had dissipated. Successfully studied Calming Chi Fist, currently assessing proficiency points. Evaluating theoretical knowledge. Proficiency point assessment successful. Current study proficiency multiplier is 7,983 times. In mere moments, Yuan Ching grasped all the routines and principles of the Calming Chi Fist, mastering them thoroughly. Just as the tiger meat was perfectly roasted, he could now practice his fist techniques while enjoying a delectable meal. With a bite of tiger meat, Yuan Ching swiftly began to execute the Calming Chi Fist, successfully cultivated the Ding Chi Fist technique. Currently assessing the shaking points, evaluating one's own realm, assessing personal physique, determining comprehension of Ding Chi Fist technique. Shaking point successful. This cultivation's coefficient is 1093 times. Congratulations. You have reached the entry-level realm of Dingqi Fist. Congratulations. You have attained the minor achievement realm of Dingqi Fist. Congratulations. You have achieved the major accomplishment realm of Dingqi Fist. Congratulations. Your cultivation has surpassed the 7th refinement of body tempering, with a series of notifications. Yuan Ching was astonished to find that the Dingqi Fist had directly reached the pinnacle state. It is noteworthy that many practitioners at the 9th refinement of body tempering have yet to achieve mastery in the Dingqi Fist. The unexpected breakthrough to the 7th refinement of body tempering was indeed a delightful surprise. At that moment, a sound of astonishment suddenly echoed from the nearby thicket, and 2 figures leaped forth from the underbrush. Ha ha, truly, one need not search far for what is elusive. It appears your misfortune has found you today, Yuan Ching. There is no escape for you now. Yuan Ching squinted, recognizing that both individuals were clad in the family attire of the Yuan clan, evidently servants of the family, and he was taken aback by their pursuit to this location. Will you surrender willingly, or shall we break your limbs and take you back? The burly Yuan clan guard scoffed, advancing to encircle Yuan Ching. How about I break your legs instead, so you may learn that my grandfather is not to be trifled with? Yuan Ching retorted coldly. You, a mere 6th refinement of body tempering, dare to act so arrogantly in front of my brothers? You are courting death. Chapter 6. The counterattack. Yuan Ching, I acknowledge your commendable talent. Yet it is but a mere fade. Surely, you have only practiced the 100 refinements body technique, have you not? Sneered a servant from the Yuan family. Though the 100 refinements body technique possesses its merits, it remains merely an auxiliary skill. Without a primary cultivation method, you can only unleash half of your true potential. How could you possibly stand a chance against my brother? I beg your pardon for disappointing you, but I have already mastered the Tranquil Fist, Yuan Ching replied nonchalantly. The Tranquil Fist? Did you acquire it just this morning? The 2 exchanged glances, first filled with confusion, then erupted into laughter. Huh, you are quite amusing. Only a few hours have passed, and you think you have mastered it? Humph. My brother and I have been practicing the Tranquil Fist for over 3 years, achieving a minor success in our mastery. Today, allow us to demonstrate our prowess. Prepare to meet your end, Yuan Ching. With that, several shadows of fists shot forth from their hands, hurtling towards Yuan Ching. The Tranquil Fist, you say? I too am familiar with it. Yuan Ching retorted with a cold laugh, standing firm and launching his own counterattack. The brothers exchanged delighted glances, astonished that Yuan Ching would dare to confront them head-on. Boom! The clash of fists reverberated, shaking the surrounding trees and producing a thunderous roar. In the next moment, the Yuan brothers let out a scream as they were simultaneously sent flying. How could this be? Are you not at the 6th refinement of body cultivation? Have you broken through? Their expressions shifted dramatically, for both were at the 8th refinement of body cultivation, and they never expected to lose to Yuan Ching in a direct confrontation. How can your Tranquil Fist be superior to our cultivation level? You have only had it for a mere few hours. It is impossible for you to have mastered it. Have you been concealing your true strength all along? The realization dawned upon them. Yuan Ching's earlier nonchalance was not due to foolishness, but rather a testament to his formidable strength, strong enough to withstand both of them simultaneously. After a brief exchange of glances, the brothers knelt before him. Young Master Yuan, please spare us. We were merely following orders. For questions, how many are pursuing me? How do you communicate? How strong is the strongest among them? What is the cultivation level of the 2nd elder? There are about a dozen in total. We have agreed to fire a signal flare upon locating you, they replied hastily. The strongest among us is our captain, an adept in the aperture realm, yet he has not opened all 9 apertures, one of them quickly added. As for the 2nd elder's strength, we are unaware. We only know he has opened at least 3 apertures. The aperture realm differs from the body refinement realm. One must open all 9 apertures to attain greater strength. If that is the case, what use are you to me? Yuan Ching scoffed, unleashing 2 fists that aimed directly at their vital points. Yuan Ching, you are not keeping your word. The brothers exclaimed in horror, but they were far too late to resist. If you kill me, you will not escape either, Yuan Ching. One of them attempted to ignite the flare, but Yuan Ching swiftly subdued him, seizing the signal flare from his grasp. Observing the 2 lifeless bodies, Yuan Ching executed a brief handling before swiftly departing from the scene. Jungle warfare? It is my utmost favorite. If you wish to engage in a game of cat and mouse, I shall show you who the cat truly is and who the mouse is. Yuan Ching gazed at the firework in his hand as a plan began to unfurl in his mind. 2 hours later, Yuan Ching arrived once more at the edge of a tranquil pool. Finding a water source within the jungle was indeed one of Yuan Ching's remarkable skills. Just as he intended to take a moment to recuperate, he sensed something peculiar emanating from the pool. This water? There is something amiss. Confirming that there was no imminent danger, Yuan Ching leapt into the depths, descending along the water's current. The deeper he ventured, the colder the water became, eventually plunging to a frigid 0 degrees. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Ching held his breath and propelled himself towards the bottom of the pool. At last, upon reaching the depths, he discovered an extraordinary cavern, a new entrance that he unhesitatingly entered. Inside, he found an expansive area brimming with abundant spiritual energy, at least 3 times that of the Yuan family. In other words, this place allowed for thrice the training in a single day. What is this? Not far off stood a stone door accompanied by a stone tablet. The tablet bore the inscription, "Only unparalleled geniuses may enter. Certain death awaits." Unparalleled genius, you say? Perhaps not. A wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Ultimately, Yuan Ching shook his head, acknowledging that he likely was not such a genius. Opting to avoid the risk, the ample spiritual energy here, however, made it an exceptional place for cultivation. First, let me advance the 100 refinements body forging technique to the 5th realm. After swallowing the inner core of the previous demon beast, Yuan Ching immersed himself in fervent training. Success in rolling. This training session's coefficient is 1,357 times. Success in rolling. This training session's coefficient is 1,480 times. Congratulations. The 100 refinements body forging technique has reached the 5th realm, the Golden Bone realm. Congratulations. Your cultivation has broken through to the 9th forging of the body. Unexpectedly, the 5th realm of the 100 refinements body forging technique and the 8th forging of the body broke through simultaneously. Radiating golden light, Yuan Ching illuminated the entire cavern as if a divine presence had manifested. Finally, he attained the 5th realm of the 100 refinements body forging technique. Now he possessed the confidence to settle accounts with those from the Yuan family. The 100 refinements body forging technique, the higher the realm, the more formidable the transformations it brings. The 5th realm, the Golden Bone realm, even allows for the regeneration of broken bones. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, as long as the foundation remains intact, rapid recovery is assured. Practitioners who reach this realm are akin to indestructible cockroaches. However, those who achieve this level in the martial world are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the higher one ascends in the 100 refinements body forging technique, the more challenging the cultivation becomes. Many find themselves stagnant at the 3rd realm of the body forging stage, unable to advance even to the Jade Bone realm. Suppressing his excitement, Yuan Ching began his training in another boxing technique, the Calming Fist. Though he had achieved mastery of the Chi Fist, there lingered a sense of incompleteness, a feeling that something was still amiss. Now, he sought merely to recapture that elusive sensation. Successful roll. This training coefficient is 1,180 times. Successful roll. This training coefficient is 1,210 times. Successful roll. This training coefficient is 1,231 times. After consecutive training sessions, he remained at the pinnacle of his realm. Although his fist techniques had indeed become more formidable, there was no qualitative transformation. As for the higher realm of enlightenment, he found himself entirely at a loss. Yuan Ching understood that these 2 manuals pertained solely to the body refinement stage. Relying on them, he could not possibly transcend to the enlightenment stage. With that, his spiritual essence was utterly depleted, leaving him to await its natural restoration. It was time to venture forth and meet with the members of the Yuan family. Now, with his significantly enhanced strength, he felt a renewed confidence in his forthcoming plans. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Ching returned to the Wan Yao mountain range. He retrieved the fireworks he had previously seized, relieved that they were waterproof. Bang! A dazzling firework erupted in the sky above the Wan Yao mountain range, startling numerous beasts and capturing the attention of many onlookers. Not far from the explosion, 2 Yuan family servants displayed expressions of excitement. After searching for nearly a day, they had finally cornered the little mouse. Let us hasten to provide support. If we delay, we may not receive our due credit. The two rushed swiftly toward the location of the fireworks. After all, it was merely a junior at the 6th level of body refinement, and they believed it would be an effortless task to subdue him personally. Chapter 7. Confrontation with a Master of Enlightenment. Damn it. Has it already been 3 fireworks? Where on earth is he? Yuan Sheng's expression darkened. They had been dispatched to hunt down Yuan Ching, only to find themselves outmatched at every turn. Boss, look. Another one of our fireworks. Let us capture Yuan Ching. I shall flay him alive and make him wish for death. Yuan Sheng roared, feeling like a mere puppet being toyed with. 9. Yuan Ching stated flatly as he stood atop the bodies beneath him. In a short span, he had summoned the Yuan family servants through the fireworks, and these high-tier body refiners were no match for him. One by one, they fell victim to his cunning. Those who dared to pursue Yuan Ching ought to be prepared for their own demise. After each kill, Yuan Ching would change his position to prevent the Yuan family from regrouping. Soon, he activated another firework. The response was swift, even as the firework erupted. A figure leapt forth. Just as Yuan Ching prepared to strike, he realized that his visitor was a young girl. She possessed a graceful figure and a celestial beauty, appearing slightly older than Yuan Ching. Yet, her development was notably pronounced, and her tattered purple attire left her looking somewhat disheveled. A body refiner? Upon seeing Yuan Ching, the girl shook her head in disappointment. She had expected that someone bold enough to ignite fireworks in the perilous Wanyao Mountains would at least be a master of enlightenment. But Yuan Ching clearly was not. My friend, the Wanyao Mountains are fraught with danger. Your reckless display of fireworks may attract formidable beasts. I advise you to leave at once. If a beast comes, I shall slay it myself, Yuan Ching replied. The girl, disheartened, realized he was merely a reckless fool. Without further words, she fled in a particular direction. Baffling, Yuan Ching paid her no mind. He had pressing matters at hand. At that moment, a powerful aura surged toward him from afar, distinctly different from the previous high-tier body refiners, both in speed and presence. At last, they have arrived. A flicker of excitement crossed Yuan Ching's face. He had lain in wait for so long, continuously ambushing the Yuan family, all for this moment, to encounter a master of enlightenment. A master of enlightenment, lacking in enlightenment acupoint, was merely a body refiner with a slight increase in true energy. Yuan Ching, you cannot escape. The voice preceded the figure. And soon, Yuan Sheng, accompanied by several Yuan family servants, arrived at Yuan Ching's location. You haven't fled? Yuan Sheng perched atop a tree, gazing at Yuan Ching with a hint of surprise. Flee? Why would I? Yuan Ching replied coolly. Haha, I hold a great admiration for you, Yuan Ching. Yuan Sheng suddenly burst into laughter, finding Yuan Ching's demeanor even more exhilarating. You have slain so many of my subordinates, and yet here you stand before me, seemingly unperturbed. Should I commend your bravery or lament your ignorance? Yuan Sheng approached Yuan Ching step by step, his men swiftly encircling Yuan Ching to obstruct any escape routes. You need not concern yourself with my actions. I shall not flee, Yuan Ching remarked with a sudden smile as he observed their movements. For I intend to slay you all. Overestimating yourself. Yuan Sheng leaped forward, propelling himself several meters away, closing the distance between himself and Yuan Ching to less than 10 meters. You arrive at the perfect moment. Yuan Ching transformed his palm into a fist, his hands moving like phantoms as he charged toward Yuan Sheng. A mere practitioner of body refinement daring to confront a practitioner of enlightenment head-on was tantamount to courting death. Yuan Sheng scoffed, unleashing a devastating punch. Rushing fist. Numerous shadowy fists erupted from Yuan Sheng's form, hurtling toward Yuan Ching at supersonic speed. Yuan Ching remained composed, releasing the full force of his perfected chi-settling fist to clash against Yuan Sheng. Bang! Bang! In the span of a single second, the two exchanged a flurry of blows. Yuan Sheng remained unscathed while Yuan Ching staggered backward, having absorbed multiple punches. Is this your confidence, like an ant shaking a tree? Come again, Yuan Ching roared. A brilliant golden light suddenly radiating from his body, amplifying the power of his chi-settling fist. Bronze skin and iron bones. Merely trifling skills, Yuan Sheng retorted, shaking his head as the bronze light on his body flickered, fully activating his own bronze skin and iron bones. And what of this? Blood boiling. In an instant, the golden light enveloping Yuan Ching surged, revitalizing his previously disadvantaged chi-settling fist, and allowing him to momentarily gain the upper hand against Yuan Sheng. The fourth realm of the body refinement technique. No wonder you possess such confidence, relying on your ninth level of body refinement to dare to engage me. The ease on Yuan Sheng's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. However, this is still insufficient. Allow me to demonstrate the true strength of the Enlightenment realm. Bang! A surge of true energy erupted from Yuan Sheng, propelling forward with his punch toward Yuan Ching. In an instant, the previously disadvantaged rushing fist multiplied in power, not only suppressing Yuan Qing's chi-settling fist, but also sending residual force crashing toward Yuan Ching himself. Under the lock of true energy, Yuan Ching had no means of evading and could only brace himself to take Yuan Sheng's punch head-on. With one blow, Yuan Ching was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Cough! A stream of blood erupted from Yuan Ching's mouth. One punch had severely injured him. Is this the power of the Enlightenment realm? It seems the true difference lies within that essence of true energy. I believe I am beginning to understand. With that, Yuan Ching began to cough violently, displaying the signs of grave injury. This illustrates the dire consequences of overreaching. The chasm between the enlightened realm and the body refinement realm is not easily traversed. A typical practitioner at the ninth stage of body refinement would undoubtedly suffer shattered bones from my strike. Yet you have forged your body like steel. Your meridians may endure, but your bones must surely shatter. Yuan Sheng stepped forward, preparing to subdue Yuan Ching. Overreaching? Who is the mantis, and who is the chariot? To everyone's astonishment, Yuan Ching, who should have been gravely injured, suddenly rose to his feet, a cacophony of cracking sounds emanating from within him. How could this be? You're unscathed? Yuan Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. This was his most formidable strike, infused with a powerful essence. And it was impossible for anyone in the body refinement realm to withstand such an attack. Absolutely impossible. I have but one question for you. Do you still possess the essence to endure my blow? Yuan Ching sprang forth with explosive force, closing the distance between them to mere meters. This was originally the range Yuan Sheng intended to capture Yuan Ching, but now it had become a perilous proximity. Impossible. How can you still strike? You should be lying on the ground, gravely wounded. The response came in the form of Yuan Ching's fist. This punch encapsulated all the strength within Yuan Ching, even the power of his golden bones. Had Yuan Sheng retained any essence, he might have withstood this blow, but he had already exhausted all his reserves. Bang! Yuan Sheng's chest was obliterated by the punch, flesh and blood reduced to a gruesome mess. Dark blood oozed from his mouth as he attempted to speak, but no words emerged. How could this be? He was merely a fledgling at the sixth stage of body refinement, lacking any profound techniques. In just a day's absence, how could the disparity in power be so vast? Yuan Ching, how deeply he must have concealed his capabilities. The leader is dead, flee. The remaining servants of the Yuan family, witnessing Yuan Sheng's demise, dared not linger and immediately retreated towards the outskirts of the Wanyao Mountains. Yuan Ching paid them no heed, instead beginning to scavenge his spoils. They were merely messengers in this affair. Let them inform Yuan Lin. He shall return. In an invincible manner. The Luo Sheng fist manual? Alas, I have shattered half of it. Yuan Ching gazed at the manual, his heart heavy with sorrow. After much effort to acquire a formidable technique, it turns out to be incomplete. This is true incompleteness. Just as Yuan Ching intended to delve deeper, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming presence drawing near. Roar! A thunderous cry resonated from behind, flattening swathes of towering trees in its wake. A beast with a singular horn atop its head, bearing a tiger's visage and armored scales, greedily fixated on Yuan Sheng's corpse. Indeed, the woman's words proved prophetic. No, it is the flesh and blood of Yuan Sheng that has attracted a formidable demon. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Maiden. I must leave at once. The realm of great demons bears a striking resemblance to the human enlightenment stage. Yet, this formidable beast clearly surpasses Yuan Sheng, a mere novice in the enlightenment realm, by a considerable margin. If I struggle against Yuan Sheng, how could I possibly contend with this demon? In an instant, Yuan Ching fled the scene, hoping desperately that this great demon would find Yuan Sheng's flesh more appealing than his own. After fleeing for over 1,000 meters, he glanced back and was relieved to see that the demon was not pursuing him. Little did he know, The demon had already memorized his scent and was now indulging in the feast of enlightenment it had long desired. Indeed, the Wanyushan Mountains are not a hospitable place. I should seek refuge below the cold pond to cultivate. Yuan Qing felt somewhat drained. Should a more powerful demon appear, it could very well spell his end in these treacherous mountains. While he possessed courage, he was no fool. After concealing his aura, Yuan Qing made his way toward the cold pond he had previously marked. Along the way, he conveniently hunted down a couple of high-level body-refining beasts to aid his forthcoming cultivation. However, just half an hour later, as he neared the cold pond, Yuan Qing suddenly halted, for a violet figure had barred his path. Is that the body-refining brat? The heavens truly conspire against me. Is there not a single expert in the Enlightenment realm nearby? The maiden lamented within her heart. Yuan Qing's arrival extinguished the last flicker of hope within her, and the breath that had sustained her vanished, causing her to collapse limply onto the ground. At last, she has fallen. We have finally captured her. After chasing down who knows how many brothers, this wretched girl has caused the demise of so many of our comrades. Before we take her back, my brother and I must indulge ourselves a little. From behind the maiden, two men leaped forth, their eyes greedily fixated on her exquisite form. Clad in identical blue robes, they bore a lightning bolt and a white cloud embroidered upon their chests. Liu, there's another person. The shorter man alerted, eyeing Yuan Qing warily. Is that even worth mentioning? Just a body-refining fellow. Eliminate him. We cannot afford to incur the wrath of that esteemed figure if he learns of this. The taller man waved dismissively, showing no concern for Yuan Qing. Boy, you tread where angels fear to go. Today, encountering a member of the Yunlei sect is your lucky day. I can ensure you a complete corpse. The shorter man brandished his longsword and began to approach Yuan Qing menacingly. Is that so? Then I shall express my gratitude, Yuan Qing replied with an air of resignation. As a mercenary, he typically refrained from meddling in others' affairs, yet these two dared to threaten him? You should be grateful. Yunlei sword technique. The shorter man's expression hardened as he brandished his long sword, which began to dance like lightning, hurtling toward Yuan Qing. As the man approached Yuan Qing, a sudden brilliance enveloped him, and an unstoppable force surged forth, striking the man's face with astonishing speed. The blow was so swift and unexpected that the man had no time to react, resulting in a devastating impact that left his cheek shattered. With a soft thud, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. This scene startled Liu, who had intended to pursue the frivolous girl, casting a gaze filled with astonishment towards Yuan Qing. Enlightenment realm? No, the radiance was too brilliant. It was the 9th refinement of the body tempering technique, having reached its 4th stage. Liu quickly grasped the situation, unsheathing his sword with determination. He had encountered the 4th stage of body tempering a few times, always witnessing it in the ranks of the top disciples within the sect. But Yuan Qing was the first outside the sect. Yet, he knew that such individuals were invariably geniuses, possessing formidable combat prowess. Fortunately, having reached enlightenment last month, he had a protective aura of true energy. Even if you are a 4th stage master of the body tempering technique, you are merely at the 9th refinement. The outcome of this encounter remains uncertain. Liu felt an unprecedented tension, as this was his first battle against a 4th stage expert, compelling him to summon all his strength. Enlightenment disciples from the sect? Very well, let me demonstrate my new boxing technique. Yuan Qing surged forward, a gust of wind following his advance, launching an assault on Liu. Liu, too, began to weave his sword dance. Though the 4th stage genius was formidable, he had achieved the 3rd stage and was in the Enlightenment realm, placing him a full realm above his opponent. Take this. Cloud Thunder Sword Technique. In the air, a flash of lightning seemed to streak by, striking Yuan Qing's arm with a tingling sensation that diminished his full strength by 2 levels. What is this? Lightning attribute? Yuan Qing's mind raced, yet his movements remained unimpeded. With a slight tremor in his arms, the electric charge that had momentarily encircled him vanished, replaced by an intangible energy. Calming fist, enlightenment style. A golden fist erupted forth, shattering the thunderclouds formed by Liu's Cloud Thunder Sword technique, barreling directly towards Liu's chest. How could this be? You are merely a body tempering practitioner. How could you breach my true energy? Liu's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that the true energy, which was usually invincible before body tempering warriors, had failed him at this moment. Not only failing but being pierced through. In that instant, It felt as if they had exchanged realms. As if he were the body-tempering warrior and Yuan Ching the enlightened one. Boom. The tremendous force propelled Liu backward, scattering much of his true energy. This is true energy? Impossible. You are merely a body-tempering practitioner. How could you possess true energy? Liu's expression changed profoundly as he recognized the punch Yuan Ching had unleashed. It was indeed true energy exclusive to enlightened realm warriors. Of course, I do not possess true energy. This is merely borrowed. Yuan Ching let out a cold smile as the power in the air began to resonate with a sharp sound. This was the profound understanding he had just grasped, the ability to transform the surrounding spiritual energy into true energy through the use of the steady Qi fist. The principle was akin to the Qi transformation stage, wherein spiritual energy is refined into true energy. However, Yuan Ching could not store it, only unleashing it immediately. Boom. With two powerful punches, senior brother Liu fell to the ground, unable to believe until his last breath that he had been vanquished by a disciple of the body refinement stage wielding the techniques of the Qi transformation stage. Congratulations. Your steady Qi fist has attained the initial stage of perfection. The notification echoed, revealing that the steady Qi fist could indeed be advanced. No wonder he had felt this way during previous training sessions. Yet, now was not the time for contemplation. Having taken the girl under his wing, Yuan Ching, true to his character, would never abandon her. What a troublesome situation. As a mercenary, he had never engaged in unprofitable ventures. After dealing with the two from the Yunlei sect, Yuan Ching swiftly lifted the girl and departed from the scene. Shortly after their exit, a group of individuals clad in similar attire emblazoned with the Yunlei insignia hurriedly arrived. Damn it, this girl still has some fight left in her. And senior brother Liu has fallen. A sinister man at the forefront smirked coldly. Chapter 9. I am a mercenary within the vast expanse of the Wanyao mountain range. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the forest floor, illuminating the serene figure of a young girl who lay as still as a sleeping beauty. Beside her, Yuan Ching grasped her wrist, his fingers deftly probing her pulse, gauging her physical condition. Fortune smiled upon them, for her injuries were merely superficial, though her vital energy had been compromised, rendering her unable to unleash her full potential. As Yuan Ching contemplated this, he meticulously examined her wounds. Several, while not fatal, still bled profusely. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore a strip from his own clothing and applied a makeshift bandage to her injuries, staunching the flow of blood. Just as he finished dressing her wounds and prepared to search for any additional injuries, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the stillness. You scoundrel! How dare you! Dongfang Nishang, having just regained consciousness, found herself confronted by a disheveled man who was audaciously inspecting her body. Although she had steeled herself for the worst before losing consciousness, she could not accept such a disgraceful indignity. Awake? Now that you're conscious, feel free to examine yourself. My services do not come cheaply, Yuan Ching replied nonchalantly, gradually distancing himself from the girl to avoid any sudden outburst of violence. Yet, Dongfang Nishang remained vigilant, scrutinizing Yuan Ching while assessing her own condition. When she discerned that her intimate garments bore no signs of being tampered with, she felt a slight sense of relief. Additionally, she noticed that various strips of cloth adorned her form, and their colors and patterns indicated they belonged to the very man before her. Who are you? She inquired. Curiosity piqued regarding Yuan Ching's identity. I am a mercenary, Yuan Ching declared without hesitation, revealing his true profession. A mercenary? Were you the one who repelled the two from the Yunlei sect? You possess the cultivation level of a 9th refinement body? Dongfang Nishang asked in disbelief. For one of the assailants from the Yunlei sect was a master of the open aperture realm, and it seemed implausible that this young man could have bested them. It was indeed a challenge, but fortunately, I managed to break through at a critical moment, Yuan Ching responded candidly. Break through? You reached the open aperture realm? Not quite, Yuan Ching admitted, noticing a flicker of disappointment cross her face. It appeared he had not achieved the open aperture after all. What then did he mean by breakthrough? Before Dongfang Nishang could press further, a commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by a flurry of birds taking flight. A large group of people was approaching rapidly. You are a mercenary? Then I hereby employ you to protect me, Dongfang Nishang exclaimed urgently, realizing her options were dwindling. My fees are rather steep, Yuan Ching teased. Within the entirety of Shaodian Prefecture, there is no price I cannot afford. If you escort me back to the nearby Feiyan city, I will reward you with the Jadebone Realm cultivation method. Dongfang Nishang wore an air of pride, as her lineage and promises were the only assets she could presently offer. After a series of fierce battles, her body was utterly weakened, and she had exhausted all her elixirs. Now, her reliance lay solely upon the man before her. The Jadebone Realm technique? A deal struck. Yuan Qing felt a surge of joy. The Jadebone Realm's techniques seemed non-existent within the Yuan family, marking a pivotal step on his martial journey. Furthermore, the boldness of this young lady, pursued by numerous enlightened realm experts, suggested her origins were far from ordinary. I am Dongfang Nishang. Let us depart first, she declared. Yuan Qing, could you elaborate on the identities of those pursuing you, as well as their respective strengths? Yuan Qing inquired, supporting Dongfang Nishang as they made their way towards Feiyan City. A faint, alluring fragrance emanated from her, stirring something within Yuan Qing. They are members of the Yunlei sect. My guards have all been slain by them. But fear not, their strongest elder is occupied with my attendant. The ones pursuing me are merely Yunlei disciples, Dongfang Nishang explained. Disciples? What is their strongest level of prowess? They are not formidable, only at the 3-aperture realm. 3-aperture realm? I have only reached the 9th refinement of the body. The strongest I can contend with is an ordinary enlightened realm practitioner. Moreover, what gives you the confidence to claim that the 3-aperture realm is weak? Very well, enough said. We must flee. Confrontation is not an option. They had scarcely advanced when the sounds behind them grew alarmingly closer, nearly upon them. This won't do. You are injured. If we continue like this, we will undoubtedly be caught, Yuan Qing said, his expression grave as he contemplated their escape. What shall we do then? I can carry you. This way. I can exert my full speed. Yuan Qing, as a practitioner of the 9th refinement of the body, possessed strength in the thousands of pounds, and carrying a woman would not significantly impede him. However, propriety dictated that men and women should maintain a distance. If I wished to be frivolous, I would have acted long ago, Yuan Qing replied, bewildered by her thoughts. Were they not fleeing for their lives, after all? Forgive me. Dongfang Nishang's face flushed crimson as she nodded, recalling that even during her unconscious state, Yuan Qing had not acted inappropriately. It was she who had overthought the matter. With her consent, Yuan Qing wasted no time and swiftly lifted Dongfang Nishang into his arms, dashing towards Feiyan City. This was Dongfang Nishang's first experience being carried by a man while fully conscious, particularly one 2 years her junior, and a wave of shyness washed over her, causing her to squirm in his embrace. At that moment, Yuan Qing sensed an unusual shift. Previously, while carrying the unconscious Dongfang Nishang, he felt nothing amiss, but now, as she fidgeted in his arms, he could feel her softness brushing against him. Fortunately, being experienced, Yuan Qing maintained his composure, though his face betrayed a flush of embarrassment. Why is your face red? Is it due to your injury? With a hint of concern, Dongfang Nishang inquired, is everything all right? There's nothing to worry about. It's just a bit of overexertion. Hold on tight, for I shall accelerate now. Yuan Qing swiftly redirected the conversation. Dongfang Nishang obediently nodded, encircling her arms around Yuan Qing, which eliminated any lingering barriers of comfort between them. Dongfang Nishang, I can sense your presence. There is no escaping now. Just as Yuan Qing was sprinting at full speed, a haunting voice echoed from behind. It was Zhang Qing. He had actually caught up. Dongfang Nishang's expression shifted dramatically. Who? The martial artist of the 3 apertures. Yuan Qing's countenance also altered slightly. Had it not been agreed that the distance was still considerable? Why did it feel as if the adversary was closing in for the kill? Suddenly, Yuan Qing's speed surged once more, yet the ominous voice continued to draw nearer. This is not right. If this continues, we will be pursued before even exiting the 10,000 demon mountains. Yuan Qing pondered, simultaneously altering his course, his mind racing with strategies to counter the threat. Dongfang Nishang appeared tense, yet she could only place her trust in Yuan Qing. Haha, changing direction? Do you think that will allow you to escape? Dongfang Nishang, you underestimate me, Zhang Qing. Wait, there seems to be another presence, so weak. Nishang, you dared to enlist a useless protector? The voice behind them grew increasingly oppressive, amplifying Yuan Qing's anxiety. Fleeing was futile, yet there was a possibility to confront Zhang Qing of the 3 apertures in a decisive location. Chapter 10. Driven into the cold pool, the little mouse has changed direction once again. Futile. I shall catch up with you in no time. Yuan Ching raced forward, paying no heed to the perverse individual trailing behind. Once he encountered that formidable demon, it would be his turn to suffer. As for the prospect of facing that demon alongside Zhang Qing, Yuan Ching did not entertain such thoughts. After all, one does not fret over an abundance of debts. Being pursued by a master at the third aperture realm was hardly different from being hunted by both a master and a great demon. Before long, familiar scenery re-emerged before Yuan Qing. We have arrived, just ahead. So soon at Feiyan City? Dongfang Nishang was taken aback, gazing curiously ahead. Upon her glance, she beheld a large demon with black scales reclining in a clearing, its tail swaying rhythmically, clearly immersed in delightful dreams. A third-level demon, the Black Flame Beast. Dongfang Nishang's expression changed drastically. How could Yuan Qing have brought her here? Yuan Qing, emboldened by his skills, approached the demon boldly, holding Dongfang Nishang close. The once sleeping Black Flame Beast suddenly sensed something amiss and awoke, its gaze locking onto Yuan Qing. Startled, the beast had planned to seek out this human delicacy after waking. But it was unexpected that the fellow would deliver himself uninvited. Fear not, dear brother Black Flame Beast. I feared you had not eaten well earlier, so I have brought you a more exquisite ingredient this time. Yuan Qing quickly explained as he noticed the beast salivating at the sight of him. At this level of demon, a degree of intelligence had already developed. While not astute, it could grasp the essence of the situation. The Black Flame Beast looked at Yuan Qing with curiosity. Had this fellow truly brought it a meal? Could it be this woman in his grasp? Dongfang Nishang paled at the beast's gaze. Even at her peak, she was no match for this demon, let alone in her current weakened state. Boom. Just then, a peculiar sound echoed from behind, and Zhang Qing leaped out from the woods. Ha ha, Nishang, I have arrived. Why hasn't he, your little mouse, carried you away? Then, Zhang Qing paused, for the massive Black Flame Beast was now observing him with keen interest. Brother, it is this fellow, a third aperture human. If you consume him, you might even break through to a higher realm. Yuan Qing exclaimed, pointing emphatically at Zhang Qing. The Black Flame Beast regarded Zhang Qing, indeed displaying a glimmer of interest. Yuan Qing was correct. Consuming humans of higher cultivation levels offered it a chance for advancement. As for Yuan Qing himself, he was merely an appetizing appetizer. The two were not of the same echelon. A third-level demon, the Black Flame Beast? A mere beast dares to gaze at me so insolently. Upon realizing the beast was drooling at him, Zhang Qing felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How dare this lowly creature act so brazenly? Roar. Zhang Qing's words instantly infuriated the Black Flame Beast. How dare this human be so arrogant? This was a provocation to the beast. Without hesitation, it charged forward, intent on devouring him. You foolish creature, seeking death. As the Black Flame Beast rushed towards him, Zhang Qing erupted in fury, his sword technique radiating with flashes of lightning, clearly intending to engage the beast in a fierce battle. In an instant, thunder roared and flames crackled, leaving a charred wasteland within a radius of several dozen meters. Good heavens, a warrior of the three apertures realm is astonishingly powerful. This is beyond human comprehension. Yuan Qing's expression changed dramatically. Thankfully, he had not confronted the beast. Otherwise, he would have met a charred fate. A warrior of the three apertures realm had opened three apertures, possessing an immense reservoir of true qi. And coupled with Zhang Qing's mastery of the thunder technique learned from the Yunlei sect, his strength was formidable indeed. Dongfang Nishang sighed in relief. Fortunate that the elder of the seven apertures realm was being held back by her subordinate. Otherwise, she and Yuan Qing would have had no chance of escape. Goodbye, brother. I leave that delectable morsel to you. Yuan Qing shouted as he prepared to flee deeper with Dongfang Nishang, when suddenly, several figures leapt out from behind Zhang Qing. It's the seventh senior brother. He is entangled with the Black Flame Beast. Everyone, hurry to assist. Several disciples of the Yunlei sect, witnessing the battle between Zhang Qing and the beast, were eager to join the fray. However, Zhang Qing, filled with indignation, pointed an angry finger at Yuan Qing and shouted, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Once I slay this beast, continue pursuing Dongfang Nishang. If you let her escape, do not return to the sect." Only then did the disciples realize that Yuan Qing had already taken Dongfang Nishang and was fleeing deeper into the woods. Understood, seventh senior brother. The five of them simultaneously acknowledged, and pursued Yuan Qing's direction. After the King of Hell, several little ghosts arrive. Yuan Qing's expression darkened at the sight of the 5 pursuers. Speed was not his forte, and the disciples of the Yunlei sect were all remarkably swift. If this continued, he would soon be caught. If I cannot defeat the King of Hell, can I not handle these little ghosts? In a flash, Yuan Qing made a decisive resolution, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his face. Since they dared to pursue him, they must be prepared for death. Ah, the cold pool. The cold pool was not far from here and could obscure their presence, making it an ideal ambush spot. Minutes later, Yuan Qing returned to the location of the cold pool. Let us go, jump in. Dongfang Nishang frowned, pondering if he intended to end his life by leaping into the pool. There's a hidden passage below. You go down and hide for a while, and we will lie in wait here for them, Yuan Qing quickly explained. Dongfang Nishang looked at him in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. Did Yuan Qing, while being pursued, truly intend to ambush his attackers? Zhang Qing may not have come, but among the 5, 3 were at the 9th refinement of body, 1 at the aperture realm, and another at the 1 aperture realm. Are you certain you want to ambush them? The man, merely a 9th-tier body-refining martial artist, dared to utter such words about ambushing a practitioner at the 1st level of enlightenment. Why should he not? A martial artist thrives on courage. If I am willing to fight, I shall prevail. As Yuan Qing spoke, he forcefully pushed Dongfang Nishang towards the icy depths of the cold pond. You must be exceedingly cautious. A flicker of concern crossed Dongfang Nishang's face, yet she complied with Yuan Qing's command and leaped into the frigid waters. Subsequently, Yuan Qing took a deep breath and plunged into the cold pond as well. Half a minute later, 5 members of the Yunlei sect arrived above the cold pond. Brother Lin, the aura dissipates here, one of the Qi opening disciples inquired, puzzled. Brother Lin, the martial artist at the 1st level of enlightenment, swiftly surveyed the surroundings, almost instinctively suspecting the cold pond. Apart from this body of water, they had no other recourse. You all remain here. I shall descend and retrieve those 2 wretched individuals. Brother Lin quickly resolved. Allow me to accompany you. One of the Qi opening disciples of the Yunlei sect immediately volunteered. He was not foolish. It was highly likely that the path below led to a dead end, and should that be the case, all the credit would go to Brother Lin, leaving him with mere scraps. Conversely, if they descended together, he might still secure a share of the spoils. Very well, you jump first, and I shall follow shortly. Brother Lin furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately consented. Excellent, Brother Lin, do hurry. The Qi opening disciple's expression brightened. He had already discerned that Yuan Qing was merely a 9th-tier body-refining martial artist, and Dongfang Nishang was gravely injured. He was almost certain that he would achieve merit this time. With that thought, he swiftly leaped into the cold pond. Chapter 11. My heart turns to Buddha. Is there truly a hidden realm within? At the bottom of the cold pool, Dongfang Nishang had arrived at the location where Yuan Qing once practiced, meticulously observing her surroundings. While she scrutinized the environment, Yuan Qing's gaze was fixated upon her. Having emerged from the icy waters, Dongfang Nishang was completely drenched, her ample bosom and fair skin now semi-transparent, revealing all before Yuan Qing. Such a sight. Even a man of remarkable experience like Yuan Qing could not help but linger his gaze. For the physique of a martial artist surpassed any he had encountered in his previous life. Yuan Qing, look at this. Dongfang Nishang had noticed the extraordinary stone tablet, turning to speak, only to find Yuan Qing staring at her intently, igniting a mix of anger and embarrassment within her. I knew it, you scoundrel. Yuan Qing, startled, maintained his composure, his eyes keenly locked onto her chest, while his hands came together in prayer. Amitabha, may the Buddha bless us to overcome this tribulation. Dongfang Nishang was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze to glimpse the greenish-blue Buddha pendant resting between her breasts, a gift from her father that had been concealed beneath her garments. She hadn't anticipated that upon entering the water, Yuan Qing would catch sight of her pendant. Perhaps he was indeed a believer. It seemed she had misjudged him. Thus, Dongfang Nishang retrieved the pendant, allowing Yuan Qing a clearer view. Ahem. Let me dry your clothes first. The disciples of Yunlei sect will be upon us shortly. Yuan Qing, who did not adhere to Buddhism, activated his chi-settling fist technique, extracting true energy from the air. Within mere moments, Dongfang Nishang's attire was dried. How curious. Your technique clearly can mobilize true energy. Why have you not broken through to the Enlightenment realm? Dongfang Nishang, witnessing Yuan Qing's execution of the technique for the first time, expressed her confusion. True energy was the hallmark of the Enlightenment realm, and Yuan Qing had evidently crossed that threshold. Ah, indeed. I can use the Qi-settling fist to break through to the Enlightenment realm. Yuan Qing exclaimed with delight, a revelation awakening him from his reverie. Since achieving the initial perfection of the Qi-settling fist, he could generate true energy, transforming it from a foundational technique into one capable of enlightenment. He could indeed leverage the Qi-settling fist for his breakthrough. Just then, Yuan Qing sensed a subtle disturbance. The disciples of Yunlei sect had arrived. Time was too short for a breakthrough. A figure suddenly leaped from the water, a disciple clad in the attire of Yunlei sect. Plunging in with fervor. To think there was a secret passage here. Yet, now that I am here, how will you escape? The approaching disciple, already in the Enlightenment realm, quickly surveyed the surroundings, a look of joy spreading across his face. Escape? I'll show you. Yet, the reception awaiting this Yunlei sect disciple was none other than Yuan Qing's mightiest strike, the Qi-settling fist. In an instant, the entire dark passage was illuminated by a brilliant golden light, transforming the previously dim corridor into a dazzling spectacle. Thunder rumbled. How is this possible? Are you not at the 9th refinement of body cultivation? How could you possess genuine energy? The disciple of the Yunlei sect's expression changed drastically, unable to fathom the sharpness of Yuan Qing's attack. He found himself unable to evade, resorting instead to a direct clash with Yuan Qing, relying solely on his own energy. In a moment of desperation, the disciple of the Yunlei sect could not muster all of his internal energy, and as he engaged Yuan Qing, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. A mouthful of blood erupted from the disciple's lips. Yuan Qing, relentless, seized the opportunity to attack the Yunlei disciple again, each punch becoming increasingly fierce and powerful. Boom, boom, boom. After a flurry of strikes, the Yunlei disciple was severely injured and collapsed to the ground. Lu Shixiang was killed by you. At that moment, the disciple of the Yunlei sect seemed to grasp the situation, recalling Lu Shixiang's appearance, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Lin Shixiang, why hasn't he descended yet? Contemplating this last question, the Yunlei disciple was forcefully knocked to the ground by Yuan Qing, struck down. Lin Shixiang? If this fellow dares to call someone Shixiang, he must be that one aperture warrior. As he rummaged through the fallen disciple's belongings, Yuan Qing pondered his next course of action. The Yunlei disciple was quite poor, possessing little more than a broken sword. With no choice, Yuan Qing returned to his ambush position, contemplating how to utilize the steady fist technique to break through to the aperture opening realm. You? Are you truly a 9th refinement body cultivator? At this moment, Dongfang Nikhang could no longer contain her curiosity. What's wrong? My cultivation is as genuine as it gets. Yuan Qing replied nonchalantly. Dongfang Nikhang felt that the world had become utterly absurd. How could a 9th refinement body cultivator suppress a warrior of the aperture opening realm and even kill him? She had witnessed many talented warriors, but they could only defeat their opponents, unlike Yuan Qing, who could effortlessly slay his foes. By the way, that golden light, what stage have you reached in the 100 refinements body forging technique? Seemingly recalling something, Dongfang Nikhang suddenly inquired. The 4th stage, Yuan Qing responded, though he did not disclose his true level. You've actually reached the 4th stage? You're only 16 this year. How on earth have you cultivated so quickly? Her own brother, at 20, had barely reached the 4th stage, and here was this young man, for years her brother's junior. The more she learned about Yuan Qing, the more formidable he appeared to her. No wonder he had the audacity to speak of ambushing a one-aperture warrior. It was not arrogance, but rather genuine confidence in his own strength. Perhaps it's simply due to my exceptional talent. Yuan Qing let out a sigh, unburdened by guilt, and began to practice the stillness fist he had previously contemplated. It seemed that Brother Lin would not be descending anytime soon, so it would be wise for him to seize this moment to diligently cultivate his skills. Are you preparing to break through to the Enlightenment realm? Indeed, otherwise. Once Zhang Qing escapes, we shall find ourselves in a similarly precarious situation. Yuan Qing nodded in agreement. It is truly lamentable. Your stillness fist technique appears to be merely an ordinary practice of the Enlightenment realm. Such a prodigy as yourself should not be confined to such commonplace methods. It is indeed a waste, sighed Dongfang Nishang. Why not provide me with a top-tier enlightenment technique? Yuan Qing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Aside from my family's ancestral techniques, I possess no other methods, and I cannot share the ancestral ones with you. Dongfang Nishang gently shook her head in refusal. By the way, I was supposed to reach enlightenment at the age of 16, but regrettably, I have been unable to grasp the key to our ancestral secret for all these years, lingering in the enlightenment realm for 2 years now. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. She had once been a renowned genius, and it was disheartening to find herself in such a predicament today. Unfazed, Yuan Qing continued to circulate his stillness fist technique, thinking that seeking a superior enlightenment technique could wait until he had survived the day. Just as he began to feel a stir from the stillness fist, a commotion arose once more from the nearby puddle. Had the Yunlei sect returned? Chapter 12. Awakening Disciple. I have come to lend you a hand. With a graceful leap from the water pit, senior brother Lin called out softly. He had deliberately delayed his entrance, hoping to let his opponent endure some hardship before he intervened, thereby securing both a rescue and a measure of glory, an endeavor that would serve him well in 2 ways. However, upon his arrival, he was met not by his junior disciple, but by Yuan Qing and a lifeless body. You have slain a member of the Yunlei sect? Senior brother Lin's face turned ashen. His junior, a master of the awakening realm. How could he have perished so easily? It must have been some vile scoundrel. With your mere 9th level body refinement, how could you have possibly killed my disciple? Huh. Today I shall use you to hone my skills and assist me in entering the awakening realm, Yuan Qing replied nonchalantly, unleashing the full force of the steady breath fist technique, while simultaneously contemplating the mysteries of the awakening realm as he advanced towards senior brother Lin. Such a rudimentary technique of the awakening realm? You dare to embarrass yourself? Senior brother Lin scoffed, his long sword dancing through the air like a bolt of lightning as it surged toward Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing's expression shifted slightly. Such a true Qi maneuver was indeed a hallmark of the awakening realm warriors, and this fellow had the audacity to employ it right from the outset. Huh. The difference between the 9th level of body refinement and the awakening realm is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. At my level, the true Qi stored within my acupoints is beyond your comprehension as a mere body refinement practitioner, senior brother Lin sneered. The disparity in true Qi was an insurmountable barrier, even for the most exceptional talents. After a brief exchange of blows, Yuan Qing found himself retreating under the relentless assault, his body aglow with golden light as he maximized the potential of the steady breath fist technique. What is this? The 4th level of the 100 refinements body technique. The boiling blood stage? Senior brother Lin's expression changed, astonished to discover that his opponent had attained the 4th level at such a young age, barely 16 years old. At 25, he had only reached the 3rd level. This talent cannot be allowed to live, he thought, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. If such a genius were not eliminated now, he would undoubtedly pose a grave threat in the future. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted dramatically as an overwhelming surge of true Qi erupted from senior brother Lin's being. He no longer intended to toy with Yuan Qing, but was resolved to end him with a single strike. Yuan Qing's countenance paled. This was his first encounter with a warrior of the awakening realm, and he had not anticipated the ceaseless flow of true Qi or the explosive power that could be unleashed at a critical moment. For a fleeting moment, he found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught, his fists battered and bloodied, revealing the bone beneath. How foolishly overconfident you are! To reach the 4th level of the 100 refinements body technique at such a tender age, you must surely be a prodigious talent of your clan. Alas, you have encountered a force beyond your reckoning. Today marks your demise. As brother Lin spoke, a surge of lightning attribute true energy erupted violently, targeting Yuan Qing's chest directly. In an instant, Yuan Qing's torso was a gruesome sight, with several ribs starkly visible, exposed from the carnage. Yuan Qing. Seeing the mangled form of Yuan Qing, Dongfang Nishang cried out desperately. Brother Lin smirked, poised to step over Yuan Qing, only to be taken aback by the realization that Yuan Qing was still moving. He is still alive? Lin was astonished. The tenacity of this individual's life was truly remarkable. Dongfang Nishang's expression brightened. As long as he was not dead, there was hope. Yuan Qing, breakthrough. Within Yuan Qing, profound changes were occurring. The lightning true energy was relentlessly ravaging his body. Die? I refuse to perish. Even the king of hell cannot claim me. Calm Chi Fist. In a split second, the lightning true energy that had been assaulting Yuan Qing suddenly turned and launched an attack towards Brother Lin. Simultaneously, a resplendent golden light enveloped Yuan Qing, concealing the golden bones within him that were rapidly mending his flesh. You seek death. Boom, boom, boom. Brother Lin brandished his long sword, the electricity crackling ominously, as he clashed with Yuan Qing once more. Yet in the next moment, Brother Lin felt something on the blade's edge and was astonished to see a bloodied, mangled hand gripping his sword. Taken aback, he thought, is this fool seeking his own demise? This is your own doing. In an instant, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from Brother Lin, releasing a significant portion of his true energy, which surged explosively towards Yuan Qing. I've been waiting for your true energy. Yuan Qing chuckled coldly, allowing the lightning true energy to ravage him while he began to operate the Calm Chi Fist technique, continuously absorbing the lightning true energy. The difference between the ninth refinement of the body and the opening of the aperture realm lies in that single breath of true energy. As long as Yuan Qing could capture a breath and store it within himself, he would successfully break through to the next realm. Remarkably, Yuan Qing was capturing Brother Lin's lightning true energy. Madman, you are utterly insane. It is crucial to understand that capturing another's true energy invites ferocious counterattacks, with the ensuing pain being nearly identical to that of being attacked directly. Yet, Yuan Qing bore this agony while absorbing the lightning true energy. This is nothing compared to the suffering I endured in my youth. Yuan Qing laughed heartily. Despite appearing bloodied and in excruciating pain due to the 100 refinements body forging technique, the agony was genuine, but his injuries were not as severe. Moreover, the golden bones were continually repairing his form, preventing him from succumbing abruptly. Wait, stop. My true energy. You're going to drain my true energy completely. Brother Lin's complexion changed drastically. He had become entirely ensnared by Yuan Qing. Not only was he unable to retreat, but his opponent was also incessantly siphoning his vital energy. What was even more critical was that this adversary resembled an indomitable cockroach. No matter how fiercely he attacked, Yuan Qing remained unfazed, even when bloodied and battered. Confronted with such madness, Lin's initial murderous intent gradually transformed into sheer terror. Nothing instills greater fear than a lunatic who cannot be vanquished. Wait, I'm almost there. I'll soon have enough. Yuan Qing exclaimed with a maniacal laugh. His chi-controlling fist technique was not an esoteric skill, requiring minimal vital energy. Yet that was sufficient to compel Brother Lin to pay a heavy price. My vital energy. I beg you spare me. As he witnessed his energy dwindling, Brother Lin could no longer muster the courage to continue fighting. Without his vital energy, his fate would likely be no better than that of his junior disciple. Spare you? Very well, I shall grant you mercy. Yuan Qing replied coldly, suddenly releasing his grip on Brother Lin's sword tip, ceasing the extraction of his vital energy. Freed from restraint, Brother Lin's expression hardened, and he once again lunged at Yuan Qing with his long sword. Die, you madman. Haha, without vital energy, do you truly believe you can threaten me? Yuan Qing laughed heartily, a tempestuous and potent surge of vital energy emanating from his fists, hurtling toward Brother Lin. This is my vital energy? Brother Lin's expression shifted as he recognized the lightning attribute of his own energy. Indeed, thank you for your vitality. It allows me to comprehend the mysteries of the Enlightenment realm in a short span. Chapter 13. Zhang Qing returns. You actually utilized my true energy to break through to the Enlightenment stage? How is that even possible? I refuse to believe it. Lin, the senior brother, exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Forcing a breakthrough using another's true energy is far more arduous than achieving it naturally. This individual is nothing short of a madman. Disbelief. Yuan Qing scoffed, as countless bolts of lightning-infused true energy erupted from his fists, crackling and swirling around his arms. Steadying fist, thunder. In an instant, his fist, imbued with a brilliant white lightning, surged toward Lin, the senior brother. The true energy of the Enlightenment stage emanates from within one's own body, while the blood-boiling stage can amplify this energy several-fold. This is precisely why the Yunlei sect held such trepidation towards the fourth-tier blood-boiling stage warriors. Thus, even though Yuan Qing had just stepped into the Enlightenment stage, the might of his punch surpassed that of a typical Enlightenment stage warrior. Boom, boom, boom. As the force of the punch swept through, Lin's chest erupted like a blossoming flower, flesh flying in all directions beneath the onslaught of lightning. A warrior of the Enlightenment stage has perished. Watching Lin slowly descend, Yuan Qing finally exhaled in relief. That last punch had nearly drained him of half his strength, leaving him feeling somewhat weakened. Yuan Qing, are you all right? Dongfang Nishang rushed over, her concern palpable as she assessed his condition. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Let me recover for a moment, and then we shall prepare to retreat, Yuan Qing replied, checking his state. Aside from feeling fatigued, he suffered no significant injuries. Yuan Qing couldn't help but marvel at the formidable resilience of the Golden Bone stage. Despite sustaining such grievous wounds previously, he now felt as though he had emerged unscathed. Coupled with his recent breakthrough to the Enlightenment stage, his strength had increased tenfold, if not more. You should rest properly. Your forced breakthrough using his true energy has placed an excessive burden on your body, Dongfang Nishang advised with genuine concern, simultaneously astonished in her heart. The method of borrowing another's true energy to break through, if it indeed existed, typically involved a junior utilizing the true energy of an elder practicing the same cultivation technique. To forcibly absorb another's true energy for one's own advancement was truly astonishing. Regrettably, the steadying fist was of too low a tier. If Yuan Qing wished to achieve greatness in the future, he must seek a technique of at least the pinnacle Jade Bone stage to suffice. Yuan Qing nodded in agreement. He had noticed a subtle transformation in the steadying fist during the encounter. Originally a technique devoid of attributes and of moderate power, its might had surged tremendously upon the infusion of lightning true energy. As a martial arts master, Yuan Qing understood that even the most extraordinary techniques are rooted in foundational practices. The steadying fist, being attributeless and of lower tier, possessed remarkable potential for transformation. Shaking his head, he mused that no matter how malleable its potential, it remained merely a nascent technique of the Enlightenment stage, inferior to directly cultivating a Jade Bone stage technique. Setting aside these thoughts, Yuan Qing began practicing the 100 Refinements body forging technique, swiftly recovering his injuries and replenishing his true energy. 10 minutes later, Yuan Qing and Dongfang Nishang once again leaped into the water pit. Above the cold pool, 3 disciples from the Yunlei sect remained ever vigilant regarding the situation within. Suddenly, the previously tranquil waters began to boil, infused with a hint of electric energy. It was the essence of thunder. Lin and his companions must have emerged. The disciples of Yunlei sect rejoiced, knowing that capturing Dongfang Nishang would earn them at least some merit. In the next moment, a figure surged forth from the icy depths, charging towards the trio with lethal intent. Boom, boom, boom. With his mastery in the opening realm, Yuan Qing swiftly dispatched the 3 practitioners of the 9th refinement of the body, their demise nearly instantaneous. The sensation of overwhelming superiority in cultivation was truly exhilarating. Yuan Qing's expression spoke of satisfaction. The pursuit by these individuals had been thrilling, yet now, dealing with them required but a single strike. The disparity between the opening realm and the body refinement realm was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Not everyone possesses your capabilities, he thought. Dongfang Nishang cast a disapproving glance at Yuan Qing. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to Lianyun City, he replied with a soft chuckle, leading her toward their destination. Dongfang Nishang nodded, her heart swelling with joy at the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that a practitioner of the 9th refinement of the body could so effortlessly handle the relentless pursuit of the Yunlei sect? Indeed, though he has now reached the opening realm. Come, let me carry you. Dongfang Nishang's cheeks flushed, yet she made no move to resist Yuan Qing's advance. Suddenly, calamity struck. Boom. Just as Yuan Qing's hand made contact with Dongfang Nishang, a streak of lightning surged from the distance. Fortunately, Yuan Qing, having also cultivated thunder essence, possessed an acute sensitivity to it, swiftly pulling Dongfang Nishang backward. As the lightning flashed, the ground was instantly scorched, and a swath of land spanning several meters was enveloped in electric energy. Flee. Do you think you can escape? A familiar voice rang out, Zhang Qing. Presently, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his garments tattered, yet his complexion remained rosy, indicating that the recent battle had not harmed him. You are unscathed? Yuan Qing observed him, realizing that the dark flame beast had likely faltered. Do you think a mere 3rd-tier demon could stop me, Zhang Qing? You underestimate my capabilities. Zhang Qing's sword glimmered as he summoned several bolts of lightning from all directions, hurtling them toward Yuan Qing. Thunder essence, is it? I can wield that too. Yuan Qing unleashed his formidable striking technique, the thunderous fist, imbued with copious amounts of lightning energy, intertwining with Zhang Qing's incoming strikes. The forest erupted in a cacophony of thunder and lightning, as though 5 thunders had struck simultaneously. Particularly around Yuan Qing, aside from the protected Dongfang Nishang, there was not a living creature within several dozen meters. Impossible. He actually withstood it? Zhang Qing was taken aback. His lightning technique had been neutralized. No wonder. Yuan Qing had broken through to the opening realm and possessed thunder essence as well. What now? Fearful are we? Now I am no longer intimidated by you, Yuan Qing declared with unwavering confidence. Sharing the same mastery of lightning techniques, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to the fluctuations in Zhang Qing's prowess, which enabled him to withstand the ferocious onslaught of lightning due to his formidable physique. Withstand? How could a mere practitioner of the Aperture Realm comprehend the might of a warrior in the 3 Aperture Realm? Zhang Qing retorted with a cold laugh, as several arcs of lightning began to coalesce around him, radiating an even more terrifying aura than before. And Aichong, retreat to the cold pool below. Yuan Qing instructed softly to Dongfang and Aichong, his eyes fixed on the surging Zhang Qing. The cold pool. Isn't that a path to certain doom? Dongfang and Aichong responded in astonishment. Without entering, escape is impossible, and within, there lies another route we can take. That legendary genius's cave? Dongfang and Aichong exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed a gamble. Yet, could Yuan Qing truly be that extraordinary talent? What are those 2 little mice chattering about? First, take my strike, Zhang Qing announced, as several white lightning orbs crackled wildly beside him, infused with a tempestuous energy. Only a fool would accept that. Without hesitation, he seized Dongfang and Aichong and leapt into the cold pool. Chapter 14. The 9 True Mysteries Boom. The power of 5 bolts of thunder erupted above the cold pond, transforming the once vibrant surroundings into a fine powder. However, the tremendous force, capable of shattering stone and earth, left the cold pond and the land beside it utterly unchanged. This pond harbors mysteries, Zhang Qing thought, astonished. No wonder Yuan Qing had jumped in without hesitation. There must be other secrets beneath the surface. Regardless of the magnitude of these secrets, they belong to me, Zhang Qing. Dongfang Nishang, you cannot escape. After summoning a protective aura of thunderous energy, Zhang Qing leaped into the depths of the cold pond. Before long, he resurfaced from a hidden passage. Indeed, there is a secret passage. Dongfang Nishang, where will you flee now? Zhang Qing's eyes caught sight of Yuan Qing leading Dongfang Nishang into a cave, marked as a sanctuary for exceptional talents. In the blink of an eye, the entrance closed, plunging the entire passage into silence once more. Inside the cave lay a spacious chamber, nearly 100 meters wide, adorned with numerous training dummies. Yuan Qing, look! Exclaimed Dongfang Nishang suddenly. Turning around, Yuan Qing discovered heaps of withered bones. Judging by the scale, it appeared that at least 100 individuals, who fancied themselves as unparalleled geniuses, had met their demise in this cave. It seems that countless self-proclaimed prodigies have perished in this chamber, Yuan Qing remarked with a tinge of melancholy. I wonder if the predecessors left behind anything valuable. Though he spoke these words, he refrained from approaching the pile of bones, opting instead to survey the chamber. So many had inexplicably lain in one spot. Perhaps a mechanism lay hidden there. Soon, Yuan Qing discerned that rather than a mere chamber, this was a training room. The cave was nearly devoid of escape routes. It seemed they had only the original grand door as their means of exit. Moreover, the ground here appears to be fortified with a special formation. Even a 9th Aperture Realm warrior would struggle to break through, Dongfang Nishang observed as she examined the surroundings. Since the outside bears such inscriptions, there must be a way to decipher it, Yuan Qing asserted decisively. Their situation was precarious, with Zhang Qing guarding outside, leaving them only the option to seek a breakthrough within. Suddenly, Yuan Qing noticed something peculiar near the bones, a densely inscribed technique etched into the wall nearby. Nishang, come quickly and look at this, Yuan Qing called out eagerly. One must attain the 3rd realm of the 9 true mysteries before the stone door can be opened. The 9 true mysteries? It is indeed the legendary 9 true mysteries. Dongfang Nishang gasped in astonishment. Is this 9 true mysteries truly formidable? What realm does it pertain to? Yuan Qing rifled through his memories, seemingly lacking any introduction to this remarkable technique. It is no longer a matter of prowess. The existence of this profound technique is akin to an enhanced version of the 100 Refinements body forging method. However, while the 100 Refinements body forging method cultivates physical strength, the 9 True Profound technique focuses on the refinement of true qi. Dongfang Nishang was overwhelmed with astonishment and began to elucidate, much like the 100 Refinements body forging method. The 9 True Profound technique is said to encompass 9 grand realms. Achieving the 9th realm, known as the 9 True 9 Profound, would render one invincible throughout the world. Yet, within my family's records, only the first 3 realms are chronicled: the realm of abundant qi, the realm of dominance, and the realm of 5 truths. It is rumored that upon reaching the realm of 5 truths, the true qi within one's body can freely transform into the 5 elemental attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, with its density rivaling that of an ordinary warrior's 5-fold strength. Upon concluding her words, Dongfang Nishang inhaled sharply. Should one attain the 3rd realm, even an ordinary warrior at the 1st level could contend against a 3rd-level warrior. However, as she spoke, despair began to envelop her. The requirement to reach the 3rd realm in this secret chamber was tantamount to a death sentence. So, the key lies here, to reach the 3rd realm. Is it? Then we must hasten. Yuan Qing exclaimed with palpable excitement. The moment you mentioned cultivation, I became invigorated. In his previous life, Yuan Qing was a martial arts enthusiast, scouring the world for martial techniques, with his mercenary work merely a means to earn a living. Yet, Dongfang Nishang regarded Yuan Qing as though he were mad, her own excitement having completely dissipated. Do you understand why my family only records the first 3 realms? She queried. Why is that? Yuan Qing responded, perplexed as he studied the 9 True Profound technique. Because for hundreds of years, within the entire Shaotian prefecture and its neighboring major territories, only a handful of individuals have reached the 3rd realm, and not a single person has yet attained the 4th realm. This rarity is also tied to the 9 True Profound technique's scarcity, unlike the 100 Refinements body forging method, which has become a widely practiced technique accessible to all. That sounds rather challenging. It appears I must dedicate myself even more fervently to my training. Yuan Qing nodded, gaining a new perspective on the 9 True Profound technique. Yuan Qing, do you not grasp my meaning? The 9 True Profound technique is exceedingly arduous to cultivate. Even an extraordinary genius would struggle to reach the 3rd realm without decades of arduous effort. Yet, we are presently trapped within this secret chamber. Even with true qi shielding us, without sustenance, we shall perish within 20 days at most. Dongfang Nishang shook her head, wondering if Yuan Qing was truly listening. This is the 9 True Profound technique, not the 100 Refinements body forging method. Even with the latter, one cannot attain the 3rd realm in 20 days. What do you imply then? Yuan Qing inquired, casting a glance at Dongfang Nishang's enchanting figure, followed by a mischievous grin. Shall we indulge in the moment? You truly are a lecher, Dongfang Nishang exclaimed, a blend of embarrassment and anger coloring her cheeks. At such a critical juncture, Yuan Qing dared to jest. Or perhaps, he was not jesting at all. As death has become an undeniable certainty, Yuan Qing appears rather appealing. Not only is he a good person, but he is also quite handsome. Aside from his family background, he meets all my expectations. Looking at my own figure, which I consider perfect, it is the envy of many men. The more I ponder this, the more flushed my complexion becomes. Having been a distinguished young lady for 18 years, perhaps I can indulge a little at this final juncture. Yuan Qing, do you have a girlfriend? Sister, I am only 16, Yuan Qing replied, distractedly gazing at the stone wall, clearly absorbed in the 9 true mystical arts, offering a rather perfunctory response. What do you think about what I said? If possible, Dongfang Nishang stammered. Though she had already resolved in her heart, it was still somewhat awkward for her to voice it as a girl. I see. The 9 true mystical arts, the Tao lies here. Before Dongfang Nishang could finish her sentence, Yuan Qing suddenly exclaimed joyfully. Successfully studied the 9 true mystical arts, currently undergoing judgment of comprehension. Assessing theoretical knowledge. Judgment successful. Proficiency multiplier for this study session is 5,435 times. Congratulations on mastering the mental techniques of the first 5 realms of the 9 true mystical arts. Observing Yuan Qing's excitement, Dongfang Nishang was somewhat perplexed, unaware that he had completely grasped the 9 true mystical arts from the wall. By the way, what were you about to say? It seems you didn't finish. At this moment, Yuan Qing turned his head to inquire. Chapter 15, Mastery of the Divine Art. Why were you suddenly calling out just now? Dongfang Nishang's face flushed crimson. The carefully cultivated emotions she had just gathered were utterly shattered by Yuan Qing. He chuckled. I have completely comprehended the 9 true mystic arts inscribed on the wall. The only regret is that this place lacks the complete heart methods for all 9 realms, offering only the first 5. Yuan Qing spoke with a hint of disappointment. What? You have already grasped it? But with the speed you just displayed, you could only have glanced at it. Dongfang Nishang exclaimed in astonishment. This was not the rudimentary 100 refinements body forging technique. This was the pinnacle of martial arts. The 9 true mystic arts. Ordinary individuals might not even comprehend it at a glance. And even prodigies would require months of study and contemplation to grasp the principles of its heart methods. However, Dongfang Nishang soon lowered her head in dismay and sighed, alas. Even if you are an unparalleled genius capable of swiftly understanding all the content of this technique, cultivating to the 3rd realm still demands immense effort and dedication. This is something that cannot be compensated for by mere talent. It requires abundant time. She looked at Yuan Qing, who was genuinely extraordinary. If such a prodigy existed within her Nishang guard, how could she possibly find herself in such a dire predicament? Not to worry. My greatest virtue is my remarkable speed in cultivation, Yuan Qing replied with a grin. Earlier, he had already noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy in this training room was tenfold that of the outside. With the recovery rate of spiritual essence also magnified by 10, it appeared the room's designer had already considered the issue of spiritual essence. Fast. How fast can you be? We have only 20 days. In that time, not only can we not reach the 3rd realm of the 9 true mystic arts, but even the 3rd realm of the 100 refinements body forging technique is beyond our grasp. Dongfang Nishang shook her head. 20 days? When I practiced the 100 refinements body forging technique, it took me a full year. Yuan Qing thought to mention a shorter time frame, but reconsidered, knowing she would hardly believe it. What? A full cycle of the sun, 365 days? Dongfang Nishang retorted. More or less, Yuan Qing replied vaguely, choosing not to elaborate further. The heart method of the 9 true mystic arts began to flow into his mind, and his hands instinctively began to move. To cultivate the 100 refinements body forging technique to the 3rd realm in a year, you truly are a genius, Dongfang Nishang mused. Starting martial arts at 14, reaching the 3rd realm at 15, and the 4th realm at 16, such unparalleled talent is rarely seen. As she gazed at Yuan Qing, he was already fully immersed in his practice of the 9 true mystic arts. Hey, this stubborn fool, since he won't even reach the 3rd realm. What's the point of practicing it now? Watching Yuan Qing's earnest demeanor, Dongfang Nishang felt a surge of frustration. In this solitary space, a striking beauty found herself amidst the fervor of martial arts, while the sole focus of her companion seemed to be the pursuit of power. Was he truly resolved to perish in his relentless training during this final stretch? If this continued, he would soon lack even the strength for basic exertion. Reluctantly, Dongfang Nishang began to delve into the mystical 9 true profound arts inscribed upon the wall, reasoning that if Yuan Qing could grasp it in a brief span, she ought to master it swiftly as well. Half a day later, Dongfang Nishang gazed at the first segment of the mental cultivation method, still bewildered. She had yet to fully comprehend the foundational principles of the 1st realm of the 9 true profound arts. How could this be? Why did it elude her understanding? Even in the initial stage, she found herself utterly incapable of grasping its essence. Disappointment washed over her. Had her innate talent been stripped away? At her current pace, it would likely take her at least 3 more days to completely fathom the content of the 1st realm. And this was merely the beginning. Yuan Qing had mentioned that the wall contained teachings for up to 5 realms. Could it be that he was deceiving her? As she observed Yuan Qing, who was still entranced by the 9 true profound arts in the distance, she fell into deep contemplation. Yet, she soon noticed an unusual phenomenon. It appeared that his true energy was leaking. Countless strands of lightning attribute true energy spilled forth from Yuan Qing's being, radiating outward but remaining clustered around him. Dongfang Nishang was taken aback. Yuan Qing was merely at the awakening stage. The totality of his true energy combined was likely less than what was currently emanating from him. Where did this energy originate? It was abundant and ceaseless. This was the essence of the 9 true profound arts. The first realm, the overflowing energy realm, a singular possibility surged into her mind, for there was only one explanation for Yuan Qing's current state. Boom. Before she could inquire further, a formidable surge of true energy erupted from Yuan Qing, permeating the entire training chamber. Dongfang Nishang felt as though she were enveloped by this energy, which, imbued with strength and dominance, catalyzed a qualitative transformation in Yuan Qing's lightning attribute true energy. The second realm of the 9 true profound arts, the dominant true energy. Dongfang Nishang's mouth fell agape. That fleeting sensation mirrored precisely what was described in texts regarding the second realm of the 9 true profound arts. Yet, how could this be? It had been scarcely half a day since they entered the training chamber, and Yuan Qing had already ascended to the second realm? It was known that the entirety of Shaotian Prefecture had conjectured the third realm, with records including prodigious masters who had surpassed the Jade Bone realm. And here was Yuan Qing, a mere 16-year-old youth who had only just awakened. What right did he have to stand alongside those legendary figures? Perhaps he truly was the unparalleled genius inscribed upon the stone tablet. A glimmer of hope ignited within Dongfang Nishang's heart, as what she once deemed impossible was effortlessly achieved by Yuan Qing. Now, they might truly have a chance to emerge victorious. Reflecting on her thoughts, Dongfang Nishang ceased to intrude upon Yuan Qing and instead resumed her study of the 9 true profound arts inscribed upon the wall. A day later, within the confines of the training chamber, as she immersed herself in the essence of the 9 true profound arts, she was suddenly enveloped by a wave of intense heat. Fiery attribute true energy? How could such energy manifest here? Dongfang Nishang paused, on the verge of enlightenment, when the atmosphere shifted dramatically, morphing into a dense earth attribute true energy. Subsequently, the tempestuous lightning attribute, the gentle water attribute, and the urgent wind attribute surged forth. In an instant, the 5 elemental energies permeated the entire training room, all stemming from the nearby Yuan Qing, who was engrossed in his cultivation. The third realm of the 9 true profound arts? The realm of the 5 true elements. Dongfang Nishang was utterly astounded. This was no mere prodigy, but rather a divine being descended to earth, who could possibly achieve mastery of the 9 true profound arts in merely a day and a half. While others had taken centuries to maintain their records, Yuan Qing had effortlessly matched them in just this brief period. Successfully activated the 9 true profound arts, third realm. Currently undergoing evaluation, assessing personal cultivation level, evaluating physical constitution, determining comprehension of the 9 true profound arts. Evaluation successful. This cultivation session's coefficient is 5,432 times. Congratulations. You have successfully cultivated the 9 true profound arts to the third realm, the realm of the 5 true elements. As the notification concluded, Yuan Qing emerged from his meditative state, realizing he had finally attained the third realm of cultivation, thus fulfilling the requisite conditions for departure. Chapter 16. The Duel with Zhang Qing. Have you reached the third realm? As Yuan Qing opened his eyes, Dongfang Nishang stepped forward, her impatience evident in her voice. Fortunately, yes, I should be able to return before the ranking battle in Lianyun City, Yuan Qing replied, as the true energy in his hands oscillated between the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. The ranking battle in Lianyun City? Dongfang Nishang was taken aback. Is it really that significant? It seemed that this time, her visit to Lianyun City necessitated a newfound interest in matters she had previously overlooked. By the way, what realm are you currently at? I'm still at the Enlightenment realm. My primary technique remains the steady chi fist, and I currently have no insights regarding the opening of the 9 orifices. Yuan Qing shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. Both the body refinement technique and the 9 true mysteries were merely supplementary methods. True cultivation required a principal technique. The Enlightenment realm? That's a gap of 3 minor realms from Zhang Qing. Dongfang Nishang expressed her concern. Boom. Suddenly, Yuan Qing crushed the true energy in his hand, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Zhang Qing. I could eliminate him as effortlessly as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. It was rumored that those who comprehended the third realm could only bridge 2 minor realms in combat. Could it be that the family records were mistaken? Dongfang Nishang wore a look of mild skepticism, but her doubts were directed at the family accounts, not Yuan Qing. That's not the case. It's simply because I am stronger. Yuan Qing denied with a shake of his head. After comprehending the 5 true realms, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of his own strength. If he had been a drop of water before, then Zhang Qing was a basin of water, while he himself was now a barrel of water. Come, let us first discover how to exit this place. Dongfang Nishang nodded, acknowledging that their foremost issue was still the matter of egress. The two approached the stone door, and Yuan Qing began to probe it cautiously before quickly grasping the situation. I see. This stone door requires 5 distinct attributes of the same origin true energy to open. No wonder it demands the 9 true mysteries to reach the third realm. As he prepared to unlock the stone door, he turned to Dongfang Nishang and suggested, since the 9 true mysteries is so precious, why not transcribe that technique? It could be taken with us. That's not feasible. This technique must be fully comprehended before it can be copied. Mere transcription would fail to capture its essence. Dongfang Nishang shook her head. Yet her gaze fell upon Yuan Qing. Having grasped the heart techniques of the first 3 realms, he possessed an invaluable treasure. By the way, there are still over 100 skeletal remains. Perhaps there are lost treasures among them. Yuan Qing suddenly recalled, returning from the stone door to the wall. Upon reaching the pile of bones, he indeed discovered a collection of miscellaneous items nestled within. Clearly, the previous occupant had harbored thoughts akin to his own, though regrettably, they had not managed to escape, merely amassing wealth within. Yuan Qing performed a quick inventory and found 7 hand-copied techniques of the Enlightenment realm, 15 of the body refinement realm, and the remainder consisted of various inconsequential personal belongings. However, this is sufficient. With these items alone, Yuan Qing could amass a considerable fortune. As for Dongfang Nishang, she harbored no interest in such trifles. Let us depart for now. Within the dark passage, Zhang Qing had been stationed for a day and a half. During this time, he meticulously explored the entirety of the passage, confirming that Yuan Qing and others were undoubtedly within the secret chamber, leaving them no chance of escape. Truly, 2 fools. Even if they were to retreat into the chamber, they would still be ensnared in my grasp. I need only wait until the 30th day, and then they shall find themselves with no path but death. Zhang Qing chuckled coldly. Boom. Suddenly, the previously immovable door began to shift, slowly creaking open. So soon to emerge. Does this little mouse think I have departed? Zhang Qing scoffed, gripping his sword as the tempestuous power of lightning surged within him. As the stone door swung wide, the figures of Yuan Qing and Dongfang Nishang gradually came into view. Haha, Dongfang Nishang, I thought you would hide inside forever. I never imagined you would dare to venture out to meet your demise. Zhang Qing laughed heartily, nonchalantly approaching, for there was but one exit here. And as long as he remained, Yuan Qing and the others would find no escape. Zhang Qing, once I return, your Yunlei sect will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Dongfang Nishang spat through gritted teeth. Return? Dongfang Nishang, rest assured, you shall never return. Zhang Qing replied with a chilling laugh. And this little mouse, who has repeatedly obstructed me, today I shall slay you. Rumble. The overwhelming force of thunder erupted instantaneously, 2 spheres of lightning hurtling toward Yuan Qing with remarkable speed, reaching his side in the blink of an eye. Dominant true qi. Boom. The explosive sounds resonated around Yuan Qing as a thick shield of earth attribute true qi unfolded before him. The 2 lightning spheres merely exploded, creating 2 small holes in the protective barrier, which quickly mended itself. Earth attribute true qi. Did you not cultivate lightning attribute true qi? Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Earth attribute true qi was renowned for its formidable defense. Did this fellow encounter some fortuitous event within? Who told you this is earth attribute? Yuan Qing retorted with a cold smile, his form suddenly shifting, and in an instant, he stood directly before Zhang Qing. Lightning attribute. Zhang Qing's expression changed drastically. Such explosive speed could only belong to the lightning attribute. A dual attribute martial artist. The terrifying notion spread rapidly through Zhang Qing's mind. Few dared to cultivate dual attributes, for it demanded immense energy and innate talent. Yet, once mastery was achieved, a martial artist would not only possess the explosive power and offensive capability of the lightning attribute, but would also enjoy the unparalleled defensive strength of the earth attribute, rendering them nearly invincible at the same level. Rumble. This time, Yuan Ching unleashed his lightning technique without any finesse, merely releasing the raw power of lightning attribute true energy, which erupted violently around Zhang Qing. Overestimating himself, Zhang Qing reacted swiftly. After all, he was a master of the three apertures realm, possessing profound understanding beyond his level. This power barely reaches the three apertures realm. It is simply insufficient to contend with me. Sensing the might of the lightning technique, Zhang Qing suddenly smiled with reassurance. Young man, daring to emerge without adequate strength, prepare to experience my Cloud Thunder Sword technique. Until now, Zhang Qing had solely employed true energy to attack Yuan Qing, as he deemed Yuan Qing unworthy of drawing his sword. However, at this moment, Yuan Qing had indeed earned that right. Boom. Within the secret passage, the clouds of thunder danced as Zhang Qing's sword technique appeared to summon stormy clouds into the darkness. Yuan Qing, be cautious. The Cloud Thunder Sword technique is reputed for its ability to summon lightning, unpredictable and overwhelming. Dongfang Nishang cautiously warned from a short distance away. I shall slay you first. Zhang Qing's expression darkened as he brandished his sword towards Dongfang Nishang. You think too highly of yourself. Yuan Qing's figure swayed, instantly appearing before Zhang Qing, while his fists began to surge with energy, launching numerous shadowy punches towards Zhang Qing. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Qing's face lit up with joy. It was precisely to lure Yuan Qing that he had aggressively targeted Dongfang Nishang, and he was pleasantly surprised that Yuan Qing had indeed taken the bait. In the next moment, Zhang Qing unleashed the Cloud Thunder Sword technique with no reservations, directly striking towards Yuan Qing. At that instant, thunder and lightning began to crackle around Yuan Qing. Lightning techniques are not employed in this manner. Yuan Qing smiled indifferently, and an inexplicable force erupted from within him, causing all the lightning attribute true energy around him to appear uncontrollable at that moment. In the next instant, as this true energy approached Yuan Qing, it exhibited a peculiar resistance, gradually attempting to break free from Zhang Qing's control. Lightning technique. Overbearing true energy. Boom. A bolt of lightning erupted from Yuan Qing's body, severing the connection between the storm clouds that were initially poised to attack him and Zhang Qing. Chapter 17. Unexpected gains. My thundercloud. What have you done? A flicker of terror crossed Zhang Qing's eyes as he lost connection with the thundercloud he had summoned, a situation he had never encountered before. The unknown instilled a deeper fear within him. I have warned you, you lack understanding of the thunder method. Lightning crackled around Yuan Qing, a dazzling display of electric energy shimmering incessantly, as if the thunder god himself had descended. Curse it, you are but a lowly commoner. What right do you have? Zhang Qing brandished his sword, the thunderclouds above it flickering and roaring in tandem, yet they dared not approach Yuan Qing even an inch. Calm fist, thunderstorm. A torrent of dense lightning converged upon Yuan Qing's fist, coalescing into multiple fist strikes composed of thunderous true energy, hurtling towards Zhang Qing with devastating force. Boom. In an instant, the entire dark passageway reverberated with thunderous roars. Golden light mingled with blue-white lightning, erupting with a thunderous clamor. An initial awakening technique? No, its power rivals that of the third awakening. Zhang Qing gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the existence of such a technique. While it seemed merely a nascent awakening, its might felt as formidable as that of the third awakening. I refuse to believe it. You are merely at the initial awakening stage. How could you possibly defeat me? Zhang Qing bellowed, wielding the Cloud Thunder Sword technique, forcibly gathering a massive amount of thundercloud energy upon his long sword, aimed directly at Yuan Qing. Boom. The two streams of blue-white lightning clashed violently, illuminating the dark passage as if it were day. In a heartbeat, Zhang Qing's thunderclouds faltered like hens startled by a rooster, retreating in defeat, while his sword emitted a mournful cry. Countless fist shadows surged past the blue-white lightning, crashing directly into Zhang Qing's form. The overwhelming lightning detonated upon him, leaving him charred and motionless, as if he were a piece of burnt coal. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Qing advanced, delivering a decisive punch to Zhang Qing's vital point. Boom. The once arrogant Zhang Qing was now left with a shattered chest, his lifeless body sprawled upon the ground like decaying flesh. Is Zhang Qing dead? Dongfang Nishang was taken aback. Had the third awakening practitioner, who had pursued her relentlessly, truly perished so easily? Indeed, he is dead. Thoroughly so. Yuan Qing panted. His energy nearly depleted as he gazed at the lifeless body. Dongfang Nishang remained in a daze, incredulous. Is this even conceivable? This was a formidable practitioner of the Third Awakening, a direct disciple of the Cloud Thunder sect, one of the finest in Lianyan City. How could it end with merely exhausting your true energy? The 9 true mysteries, indeed a legendary technique, possesses such terrifying power, she couldn't help but exclaim. The chasm between each realm of martial artists is nearly insurmountable. Otherwise, what purpose would the realms serve? Yet, the 9 true mysteries is precisely the method designed to shatter the vast disparities between realms. Regrettably, the cultivation of the 9 true profound techniques is fraught with difficulty. She has yet to fully comprehend the first realm's heart method. Thus, it can only be mastered by those with unparalleled talent capable of defying high-level warriors. This impoverished individual possesses nothing save for this sword. After thoroughly searching, Yuan Qing expressed his profound dissatisfaction. These individuals had embarked on a secretive mission. Hence, they naturally carried no possessions. Dongfang Nishang understood the reason behind this. Let us depart. We have delayed long enough, and it is time to return to Lianyan City. Considering the passage of time, Yuan Qing noted that he had spent 3 days in the Wanyao mountain range, and soon the ranking battle in Lianyan City would commence. With that thought, Yuan Qing lifted Dongfang Nishang into his arms and strode toward the exit. Instantly, her complexion flushed a deep crimson. Yet she offered no resistance to Yuan Qing. Who could possibly refuse a man who embodies both excellence and charm? As they leaped from the cold pool, a formidable aura surged from their surroundings. Roar. Well, if it isn't my dear brother. Outside the cold pool, 2 black flame beasts stood on high alert, one of which bore scorch marks, clearly having suffered considerable defeat in its encounter with Zhang Qing. The injured black flame beast let out a furious roar, as if chastising Yuan Qing for being a fraud, claiming that the provisions he provided were so formidable that they had injured it, necessitating the summoning of its brethren. Fear not. I, Yuan Qing, am a man of my word. When I say I will deliver, I shall indeed deliver, without hesitation. With that, Yuan Qing returned to the cold pool, retrieving the corpses of Zhang Qing and his companions, which he unceremoniously tossed to the black flame beasts. There you have it. I have spoken the truth. Focus on your training, and should fortune smile upon you in the future, I shall return. I am renowned for my reliability as a mercenary. The 2 black flame beasts exchanged glances and let out a low growl, their attitude toward Yuan Qing transforming instantly upon recognizing Zhang Qing, a warrior of the 3 Apertures realm. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to in the city. Roar. Just as Yuan Qing finished speaking, a deep growl resonated, and one of the black flame beasts made a motion to depart. Were they expecting some form of compensation? At this moment, Dongfang Nishang could no longer contain herself. Yuan Qing was indeed engaging in a transaction with the beasts. To be precise, Yuan Qing was merely making effective use of resources, yet the black flame beasts appeared quite satisfied with his approach. Truly, my dear brother, let us take a closer look. Yuan Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated the black flame beasts to be so loyal. The 2 beasts and the 2 humans swiftly traversed the mountains. Soon arriving at a hidden cave, the black flame beasts gestured toward the entrance of the cave, indicating that Yuan Qing should proceed alone. This object seems remarkably familiar. Yuan Qing gazed ahead and beheld several deep blue fruits outside the cave, resembling meteorite craters. It is the 100 tempering fruit, the primary ingredient for crafting body refinement elixirs. Dongfang Nishang elucidated, though in comparison to the black flame beast's generous offering, the 100 tempering fruit seemed rather mundane. It may not hold much value, but since it is a gift from my esteemed brother, how could I possibly refuse it? Should you wish to restudy a primary cultivation method, the Baikuiguo proves to be exceedingly beneficial. For warriors at the Enlightenment stage, direct consumption can significantly restore their spiritual resonance value. Nevertheless, the age of the fruit is of paramount importance. Dongfang Nishang shook her head, pondering that Yuan Qing, a mere martial artist, required her assistance in gathering. Fortune smiled upon them, as all 7 fruits turned out to be Qian Tsuegua. The Baikuiguo matures once every 100 days, the Qian Tsuegua after 1,000 days, and the Wan Tsuegua after 10,000 days. theoretically capable of infinite growth. However, the demand for such fruits is immense. Generally, 100 days suffices, as any further time spent would be a waste. Only the high-end beast possesses the capability to safeguard the growth of such fruits beyond 1,000 days. Thank you, my good brother. Next time I visit, I shall surely bring you a gift, Yuan Ching exclaimed joyfully, considering this an unexpected boon. The high-end beast let out a low growl, seemingly more eager for Yuan Ching's offering. This anticipation was primarily due to the beast's acute senses, which detected that Yuan Ching's aura had grown 100-fold more formidable since their last encounter. Otherwise, it would not have engaged in trade with him. After securing the Baiquiguo, Yuan Ching once again carried Dongfang Nishang and proceeded towards Lianyan City. With no obstacles in their path, Yuan Ching's speed surged significantly, and within just a few hours, they returned to the outskirts of Lianyan City. Second Elder, I, Yuan Ching, have returned. Chapter 18. Who dares to move against me? Yuan Ching, I am truly grateful for your assistance along this journey. You may set me down now. The gentle voice of Dongfang Nishang resonated. How is your injury? You had mentioned Lianyan City repeatedly. Do you require my company to return home? Yuan Ching inquired with a hint of concern as he carefully lowered Dongfang Nishang. To be honest, I have already regained my enlightenment while in the secret chamber, Dongfang Nishang replied, her cheeks flushed. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Carrying you along this path has been quite exhausting, Yuan Ching stated bluntly. You insufferable brat. Never mind. Aren't you supposed to participate in the ranking battle? Off you go, Dongfang Nishang retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation, internally berating Yuan Ching for his immaturity. What about my reward? The Yugu Jing cultivation method, Yuan Ching exclaimed, growing anxious. After all, he had exerted himself throughout this journey solely for that purpose. The cultivation method? I do not have it on me at the moment. How about this? Once you finish the ranking battle in Lianyan City, I shall retrieve it for you when I return home. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Dongfang Nishang assured him. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Ching leaned in closer, their bodies nearly touching, the distance between their cheeks barely a finger's breadth, creating an atmosphere charged with intimacy. What are you doing? Dongfang Nishang's heart raced. She feared Yuan Ching might suddenly kiss her at this moment. I shall remember you. If you fail to deliver, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth, Yuan Ching replied with a mischievous smile, gradually creating space between them. Without further delay, he hastened towards Lianyan City. Watching Yuan Ching's retreating figure, Dongfang Nishang found herself momentarily speechless. Forget it. Why am I engaging in a contest of wills with a mere child? With that thought, she too turned away, heading towards the city lord's mansion. What? It is to be held tomorrow? Yuan Ching was perplexed. He had rushed back only to be informed by the arena guard that the event would take place the following day. It was said that a significant figure from Shaodian Fu would be arriving, hence the postponement, allowing everyone to prepare adequately. Moreover, those ranked highly in this competition would not only gain entry into the city lord's mansion, but also have the opportunity to join Shaodian Fu. The arena guard spoke with a hint of longing. Significant figure? Yuan Ching chose not to delve into that matter, realizing that an extra day provided him with the perfect opportunity to address another pressing issue. The first order of business was concerning his primary cultivation method. Currently, he was employing the Dingqi fist, which was evidently insufficient. A change was imperative. During his time in the secret chamber, Yuan Ching had discovered 7 cultivation methods suitable for the Kaikong realm, which were now poised to be of great use. From these 7, he had selected 3 that particularly appealed to him. Hu Xiao Shanlin, a sound wave-based technique, harnessing thunder attribute true energy, primarily focusing on the cultivation of mouth orifices, capable of reaching up to the 7 orifices. Upon mastering the technique, one could summon the roar of the mountains and forests, commanding the allegiance of wild beasts. The Heavenly Cloud 9 Swords is a swordsmanship technique characterized by wind attribute true energy, allowing for the harmonious cultivation of the 9 apertures. Each aperture unlocked enables the practitioner to learn a sword technique, and when all 9 swords are unleashed, they can rival the prowess of the Jade Bone. The latter Cloud Ascension is a supportive martial art, demonstrating optimal effects with the wind attribute, and is cultivated through the strength of the 9 apertures, encompassing 4 major realms. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this art, one can traverse the winds with ease. These 3 methods have been meticulously selected by Yuan Ching. with Heavenly Cloud 9 swords being the most suitable primary cultivation technique at present. Previously, he had obtained 3 swords from the Yunlei sect, which he could wield as his own weapons. Moreover, Zhang Qing's long sword appeared exceptionally formidable. Flying sword, grade, inferior quality weapon, effect. Increases the user's true energy strength by approximately 5 and swordsmanship strength by about 10. Crucially, among the 7 techniques, Heavenly Cloud 9 sword stands out as the most formidable, boldly claiming to contend with the Jade Bone, suggesting it possesses significant merit. In contrast, Ladder Cloud Ascension is purely a supportive technique, incapable of advancement or generating true energy, serving solely as a means of mobility at the aperture opening realm. Having made his decision, Yuan Qing wasted no time. He consumed a Qianxiu fruit and commenced his study of the principles of Heavenly Cloud 9 swords and Ladder Cloud Ascension. Successfully studied Heavenly Cloud 9 swords, currently undergoing evaluation of proficiency. Assessing theoretical knowledge. Evaluation successful. This study session's proficiency multiplier is 2,533 times. Successfully practiced Heavenly Cloud 9 swords, currently undergoing evaluation of proficiency. Assessing cultivation level. Assessing physical constitution. Assessing comprehension of Heavenly Cloud 9 swords. Evaluation successful. This training session's multiplier is 1,153 times. Congratulations, you have attained the great perfection realm of Heavenly Cloud 9 swords. Evaluation successful. This training session's multiplier is 1,208 times. Congratulations, Heavenly Cloud 9 swords has reached the full circle realm. In the instant Yuan Qing stepped into the full circle realm of Heavenly Cloud 9 swords, he felt the true energy within him swell to more than double its previous strength, with its potency increasing several-fold. The previously dominant thunder attribute true energy was entirely supplanted by the wind attribute. It was then that Yuan Qing truly comprehended why Dongfang Nishang held the fixed chi fist in such disdain. The disparity was indeed vast. Those practicing Heavenly Cloud 9 swords could easily best those training in the fixed chi fist, despite being at the same realm. This was merely a technique of the 9 apertures. Were it a Jade Bone technique, its true energy's power and intensity would ascend to yet another echelon. No wonder everyone aspired to cultivate divine arts. They were indeed extraordinary from a young age. More importantly, Yuan Qing was clear-minded about the next steps towards the aperture opening realm. Knowing precisely how to cultivate, in stark contrast to the fixed chi fist, which lacked any clear direction. According to the records of Heavenly Cloud 9 swords, the process of opening the 9 apertures refers to unlocking the 9 energy points within the human body. The initial 7 apertures consist of the mouth, the dual eyes, the dual ears, and the dual nostrils, each individual sequence and condition of activation being entirely unique. For instance, the tiger's roar in the mountain forest begins with the opening of the mouth aperture, whereas the 9 swords of Heavenly Clouds commences with the ears. Upon grasping this knowledge, Yuan Qing immersed himself fervently into a rigorous training regimen. He expended all 7 essence-infused fruits within a single night, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his cultivation. By dawn, Yuan Qing successfully opened his ear apertures using the 9 swords of Heavenly Clouds, rendering him acutely aware of any sound within a kilometer radius. With the ear apertures now unblocked, his cultivation level surged to that of a dual aperture warrior. Furthermore, his movement technique, Little Cloud Leaping, advanced to its 3rd stage, allowing him to leap 100 meters. As the first light of day broke, it marked the time for his subsequent endeavor. Yuan Qing, having practiced Little Cloud Leaping, moved with a speed several times greater than before, especially now that he had attained the dual aperture realm. Moments later, he arrived at a familiar location within Lianyun City, the gambling den. This place was etched in his memory, for the previous owner of this body was a compulsive gambler, visiting the den daily and suffering greatly if a day passed without playing, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of debt collectors. Yuan Qing's purpose for visiting today, however, was not to settle debts, but rather to uncover who had sought to bring about his demise. Soon, a drunken man staggered out of the gambling den, flanked by 2 dancing girls, while loudly boasting. Behind him, several guards from the gambling den surrounded him protectively. "Stand down, my guards. In all of Lianyun City, who dares to lay a hand on me? Hu Lao-san." Chapter 19. The Revelation with a Resounding Crash, Hu Laosan was sent sprawling across the floor. Someone's causing a ruckus at the gambling den. Brothers, grab your weapons. There are intruders. In an instant, chaos erupted within the establishment. It had been years since anyone had dared to create such a disturbance in the gambling house. Do you remember me? Yuan Ching ignored the commotion around him, fixating his gaze on Hu Laosan. Who are you? Hu Laosan squinted, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stammered, Yuan. Yuan Ching. It's you? The very figure before him was none other than their frequent patron, Yuan Ching, whom he had nearly beaten to death just days prior. Remember well. Now I pose you a question. If you answer truthfully, you may yet preserve your life. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, and a dozen guards surged from within the gambling den, encircling Yuan Ching. A burly man, his expression dark and foreboding, emerged behind the guards. Who dares to disrupt my Hu family's gambling house? He remarked nonchalantly. Upon seeing the guards, Hu Laosan regained his confidence. Yuan Ching, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? You were dead, and now that you're alive, you owe me 3,000 taels of silver, plus interest. Make it 5,000. So it is the useless Yuan Ching from the Yuan family. How bold of you to return to our gambling den. If your family does not pay up today, you shall not leave here alive. The captain of the guards gestured, and they tightened their circle around Yuan Ching. Why waste words? Seize him. Let us torment him for 3 days and nights. Hu Laosan commanded impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Kill him. Grab him. The guards, obeying the order, unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks toward Yuan Ching. With a resolute stance, Yuan Ching remained unmoved. In an explosive display, waves of formidable energy erupted from his being, radiating outward in all directions. The guards, who had charged at him, were sent reeling back, their limbs rendered useless, hurtling through the air for dozens of meters. A vacuum formed around Yuan Ching, rendering him untouched. Is he at the Qi awakening stage? No, wait. 1 aperture, 2 apertures. At least 3 apertures of strength. Such formidable energy cannot be unleashed by any lesser cultivator. The captain of the guards gaped in disbelief at the sight before him. Over a dozen high-ranking guards had been repelled by Yuan Ching. Quickly, notify the clan elders. A Qi awakening expert is attacking the gambling house. Hu Laosan shrieked, realizing that this power was beyond their capacity to handle. Friend, this gambling den is owned by the Hu family. Any demands can be negotiated. The head guard, feigning authority to buy time, eventually inquired with a hint of unease. Are you truly Yuan Ching? The image of Yuan Ching, an inveterate gambler lost in the throes of chance, seemed utterly incongruous with the domineering youth before him. Indeed, it is I, Yuan Ching. There is no need to summon anyone. I come not to disrupt your establishment, but merely to pose a few inquiries. Should my satisfaction be attained, I shall depart. Yuan Ching replied. May I audaciously inquire, what is your current level of cultivation, young master? The head guard pondered. Killing you would be as effortless as slaying a chicken. A formidable aura surged forth, compelling the head guard to retreat several paces. This was no mere practitioner of the 3 apertures. Rather, it was at least a 4 apertures warrior, for such power could not be wielded by lesser beings. Should the young master have questions, we shall answer truthfully. The head guard hastily assured. Hu Laosan, who incited you to act with such malice against me? Yuan Ching advanced a decisive step, confronting Hu Laosan directly. Faced with this harbinger of death, cold sweat poured from Hu Laosan's brow as his mind raced frantically. Young master, spare me. It was all due to my momentary lapse. I inadvertently harmed you. Every fault lies with me. If you could forgive the 3,000 taels owed to our gambling house, I, Hu Laosan, will present 3,000 taels as an apology. Crack. Hu Laosan's left leg shattered. Young master, Hu Laosan is a vital figure of the Hu family. The head guard was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuan Ching's ruthlessness. Your response has left me decidedly unsatisfied. Should you err again, I shall truly accidentally end your life. Yuan Ching disregarded the head guard and maintained his unwavering gaze upon Hu Laosan. Hu Laosan, clutching his mangled leg, wished to scream but found himself silenced by fear. I will speak. It was Yuan Lin who paid me 5,000 taels to inflict grievous harm upon you. We did not intend to kill you, merely to incapacitate you. Crack. This time, it was the right leg. I share a deep bond with my second uncle. How dare you slander him? Young master, every word I utter is the absolute truth. Should I speak falsely, May the heavens strike me down and render me incapable of standing for eternity. Hua Laosan, now desperate, resorted to fervent oaths. It must be understood that in this martial world, oaths often bear the weight of reality. To claim one would never stand again is to seal one's fate in tears. Excellent. Your performance has been commendable. Next time you speak, remember not to collude. Yuan Ching nodded, for he had long harbored suspicions about Yuan Lin. This encounter merely served to confirm his suspicions. Now, the only uncertainty that lingered was Yuan Lin's motive for wanting him dead. By the way, there is no need to absolve my gambling debts. I am not one who resorts to coercion. In any case, I shall not repay. Hurry, bring me bandages and medicine, and summon the finest doctor in the city. After Yuan Ching departed, Hua Laosan finally erupted in a furious roar. As Yuan Ching stepped outside the gambling house, an overwhelming force emanated from the heavens above. Who dares to cause a disturbance in my Hu family's gambling den? The aura of true energy emanating from Yuan Ching's side resonated with a force reminiscent of Yuan Lin's thunderous shout, indicating yet another martial artist who had unlocked their energy channels. Many onlookers, initially drawn by curiosity, found themselves similarly affected. It was the third elder of the Hu family, known for his volatile temper and inability to discern right from wrong in moments of crisis, which explained our collective misfortune. Rumor had it that the third elder had ascended to the realm of the three energy channels at the beginning of the year, and it seemed Yuan Ching was in for a severe trial. At that moment, the captain of the guards rushed out, silently lamenting the arrival of the irascible third elder. Is it you, the young scion of the Yuan family? The third elder's gaze locked onto Yuan Ching, who swaggered out of the gambling house, unaffected by the elder's energy. Yuan Ching raised his head, squinting at the third elder from a distance, recognizing him to be significantly weaker than Zhang Qing. Third elder, this matter has come to an end. The misunderstanding between us and young Master Yuan has been resolved. The captain of the guards interjected hastily, considering Yuan Qing's prowess. Humph. A misunderstanding? You've disrupted my Hu family's establishment. There is no misunderstanding here. Prepare to meet your demise, young Yuan. The third elder cackled, dismissing Yuan Qing entirely, and unleashed his full might in an assault against him. Unbridled arrogance. Yuan Qing scoffed, retaliating with a mighty palm strike, clashing directly with the third elder in midair. Boom. In an instant, the energies collided, and the third elder, unable to withstand the force, spewed a mouthful of blood, plummeting to the ground. The captain of the guards, witnessing this, turned pale and rushed forward to shield the severely injured third elder. Who are you truly? Such strength indicates at least the realm of 4 energy channels. The Yuan scion cannot possibly possess such power. The recovering third elder was filled with incredulity, for this young man was utterly terrifying. Haha, how many are the talents of this world? Who but I can claim the title? Yuan Qing laughed heartily, dismissing the third elder and his companions. I take my leave. I must attend the ranking battle in Lianyun City. His final words echoed outside the gambling den. The ranking battle in Lianyun City? The one open only to those under 18? Could he truly be the Yuan Qing? The crowd, intrigued by the earlier display of power, surged towards the arena, exchanging glances. The captain of the guards and the third elder could only share a profound sense of bitterness, sighing in resignation. The Yuan family was poised for a resurgence. Chapter 20. I, Yuan Qing, challenge you all. The venue for the ranking battle in Lianyun City was established at the heart of the city, where a grand arena was erected in the most bustling area. At this moment, the spectators' platform was filled with members from the 4 prominent families, each eagerly preparing to showcase their prowess today. The second elder reported, after thorough investigation, it has been confirmed that Yuan Qing indeed entered the city yesterday, but he vanished without a trace by nightfall. On the Yuan family's podium, a servant conveyed this information to Yuan Lin. That useless Yuan Sheng. After pursuing him for 3 days and nights, he still managed to escape. When he returns, I shall ensure he is punished, Yuan Lin said with a hint of fury. Yuan Qing likely had not anticipated that the few individuals he deliberately allowed to escape had not returned to the Yuan family. Father, you must avenge me. If it weren't for Yuan Qing, we wouldn't have expended such great resources to mend my legs, Yuan Mu implored. Humph, were it not for your incompetence. Unable to handle the 8th level of body refinement, how could such a predicament have arisen? Yuan Lin snorted coldly, evidently displeased with Yuan Mu's performance. Remember, today is your final opportunity. Should you perform well, and gain admission to the Shaodian mansion, you shall have the chance to trample Yuan Qing beneath your feet forever. Even the inheritance left by his father pales in comparison to the significance of today's battle. Understood, father. Yuan Mu nodded solemnly. Both father and son had invested heavily for this day. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding drums echoed through Lianyun City, capturing the attention of all. The 4 drum beats signified the official commencement of the ranking battle. Esteemed heads of families, we are all aware of the situation today. If we continue to dawdle, it is likely that no one will be able to endure the wait, declared the leader of the Hu family, Hu Laoda, in a booming voice. Oh, what is the intention of the Hu family head? Quite simple. The so-called ranking battle is merely a means to select the top few geniuses. Who truly cares about those ranked lower? Hu Laoda continued. In light of this, let us each present our family's talents to engage in combat on the arena, allowing the esteemed individual above to select those who meet her satisfaction. Hu Laoda's proposal sparked fervent discussions among the crowd. They had come to witness a spectacle and were naturally more inclined to enjoy a contest of geniuses. Hu Laoda is indeed shrewd. Who does not know that his young master recently entered the Enlightenment realm? In terms of cultivation, he is likely unmatched, some remarked. Not necessarily. The Wu brothers have diligently trained for years, and the Zhang family has maintained a low profile, their true strength undisclosed. The Yuan family also harbors hidden cards. It is uncertain whether the Hu family can dominate all others countered. If the other families truly agree, it will indeed be a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. Agreed. The head of the Zhang family was the first to concur. The Wu family has no objections, nor does the Yuan family. Thus, the 4 prominent families swiftly determined the format for this ranking battle. Well, since there are no objections, let the Hu family commence. As soon as the words of the esteemed Hu patriarch fell, a figure leaped from the arena and landed gracefully upon the stage. Hu Sanyi of the Hu family seeks guidance from the 3 prominent clans. Hold on. Before the other families could respond, an impatient voice emerged from the crowd. The members of the 4 great families cast disapproving glances toward the onlookers, irritated by the audacity of one individual to interject at such a moment. I have an objection. Yuan Qing's voice resonated through the throng, drawing all eyes toward him. Yuan Qing, how dare you show your face? Yuan Lin's veins bulged in disbelief at Yuan Qing's unexpected appearance. You are from the Yuan family? Amir Jr. has no place to speak here. Hu Patriarch remarked with a frown. Yuan Lin, your family has grown increasingly brazen. Do you not regard your position as the leader? The head of the Zhang family scoffed. Boy, this is not a venue for your opinions. Out of respect for Yuan Lin, I shall spare you today. Be gone. The Wu family patriarch spoke coldly. Huh, do you not wish to hear my perspective? As Yuan Qing spoke, he advanced toward the stage. Insolence. How dare you act so recklessly? The 4 great families were incensed. For aside from the lord of Lianyun City, none had ever dared to disregard them in such a manner. Why the haste, my esteemed colleagues? I merely believe that your actions are a sheer waste of time and will not yield a true victor. Yuan Qing had traversed the crowd and stood upon the arena. Boy, you possess an audacity most extraordinary. What do you think you are, to presume to point fingers here? Yuan Lin, if you cannot discipline your kin, do not blame us for our mercilessness. Hu Sanyi, eliminate him. The Hu family patriarch issued the command decisively. Understood, patriarch. Hu Sanyi licked his lips. The blade in his hand began to hum with anticipation, signaling his rising excitement. Prepare to meet your end. A surge of blade energy erupted, hurtling toward Yuan Qing. Yet, Yuan Qing remained utterly unmoved, showing no intent to evade, as he continued his steady approach toward the stage, truly oblivious to the peril. Observing Yuan Qing's lack of evasion, Hu Sanyi snorted coldly, sheathing his blade, having already condemned Yuan Qing to death in his mind. Boom. In the next instant, the lethal blade energy that should have cleaved Yuan Qing in 2 was suddenly thwarted, exploding just a meter from him. How is this possible? How could my blade energy be blocked? Hu Sanyi's face was etched with disbelief. His previously confident strike had been effortlessly countered. It is Earth attribute true energy. The Hu Patriarch suddenly explained, as if offering a reminder to Hu Sanyi. The Earth attribute's true energy boasts formidable defensive capabilities, capable of constructing a powerful protective barrier that is not easily breached. Cursed be my carelessness. However, this time you shall not evade. Hu Sanyi, feeling utterly humiliated, realized that should Yuan Qing ascend the stage again, he would have no face left to continue participating in the ranking battles. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full strength, charging towards Yuan Qing with his long blade drawn. No one shall obstruct my strike. Perish. On the arena, the glint of blades illuminated the air as numerous slashes converged towards Yuan Qing. How exasperating. Yuan Qing waved his hand dismissively and then unleashed a palm strike. Bang! Like a stone shattering an egg, the fully unleashed Husanyi was sent flying by Yuan Qing's single blow. What? How is this possible? Just what kind of power does this Yuan Qing possess? In that moment, members of the four great families rose to their feet, gazing at the arena in disbelief at the spectacle that had just unfolded. I propose, dear friends, that the myriad of challenges is quite bothersome. Allow me to assist you. I shall challenge you all. Yuan Qing suddenly grinned widely. You represent the Yuan family? Husanyi retorted coldly. No, I represent myself. I am Yuan Qing. I challenge all the talented disciples of the four great families of Lianyun City. Chapter 21. The Lord of the City takes action. What audacity! What arrogant scoundrel dares to challenge us? It seems you are courting your own demise. Roars of fury echoed from all directions as the four prominent families faced unprecedented humiliation. I cannot believe it. Was Yuan Qing not merely the gambling heir of the Yuan family? How has he become so formidable? Just moments ago, there were whispers that he had repelled the third elder of the Hu family with a single strike at the gambling den. Perhaps there is truth to it. Is he not of the Yuan family? Why then does he include them among his adversaries? The citizens of Lianyun City were equally astounded. It was the first time anyone dared to challenge the members of the four prominent families. Yuan Qing, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Your actions amount to a solitary challenge against Lianyun City itself, Hu Lauda declared, gazing down at Yuan Qing from the high platform with a cold demeanor. Lianyun City? Do you believe you have the right to represent Lianyun City? Yuan Qing scoffed, a laugh escaping his lips. When you claim to represent Lianyun City, did you ever consult the city lordess residents? Did you seek the opinions of the 300,000 residents of Lianyun City? Do you think the four prominent families can speak for everyone? We naturally look to the city lord for guidance, Hu Lauda interjected hastily, casting a wary glance at the highest tier, fearing any signs of disturbance. Enough with the trivialities. I have heard that the victor of this ranking battle shall earn an opportunity to enter the Shaotian mansion. Today, I, Yuan Qing, shall claim that victor's title. With a thunderous roar, Yuan Qing unleashed his true energy, sending Husanyi, who still stood on the arena, crashing down to the ground. In that moment, the arena bore witness to the singular presence of Yuan Qing. I seek but a battle, an audacious challenger. I, Zhang Qianshan of the Zhang family, shall test your mettle. A figure leapt from a distance, vaulting onto the arena. Rest assured, my son has recently opened a meridian. His strength has surged dramatically. He initially intended to abstain from this competition, yet he cannot resist the urge to teach this arrogant Yuan Qing a lesson. The head of the Zhang family chuckled softly, stroking his beard. You jest, Zhang family head. Should Zhang Qianshan compete, he would undoubtedly secure first place with ease. Zhang Qianshan's future is boundless. The other family heads chimed in, while Hu Lauda felt a surge of astonishment. He had thought his own son strong enough, only to discover that the Zhang family harbored such formidable strength. One, that is hardly sufficient for me. Yuan Qing remained steadfast, launching a punch towards Zhang Qianshan, unleashing a devastating explosion of lightning energy. With a crackle, a flash of lightning surged forth, hurling the newly arrived Zhang Qianshan off the arena with a single blow. How could this be? I have clearly broken through to the meridian stage. Zhang Qianshan fell to the ground, spitting blood, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed up at the arena, unable to withstand even a single strike from Yuan Qing. Qianshan, are you all right? The head of the Zhang family also exhibited an unusual demeanor as he hurriedly approached Zhang Qianshan. Fortunately, after a brief examination, it was determined that he had not sustained serious injuries. However, his pallor had worsened. At that moment, two figures leaped onto the arena, Wu Shan and Wu Shui from the Wu family. Ladies and gentlemen, at this critical juncture, my brothers from the Wu family are prepared to rise to the occasion. Although their individual strength may pale in comparison to Zhang Qianshan, united in purpose, even practitioners of the two aperture realm can triumph in battle, the head of the Wu family confidently proclaimed. Master Wu, let them fight with all their might. remarked members from other prominent families, who no longer felt the need to elaborate. As long as Yuan Qing remained on the arena, their dignity would not be restored for a single moment. Hey, are you all deaf? I asked for all of you to join forces, yet here you are? One by one, like characters from a children's tale. Yuan Qing scoffed at Wu Shan and Wu Shui before him. You arrogant brat. Wu Shan, Wu Shui, seize him. We shall resume the ranking battle afterward. The head of the Wu family retorted, his face dark with fury. Understood. Yuan Qing, in our combined strength. Even a practitioner of the three-aperture realm is not beyond our reach. I advise you to temper your arrogance, the two brothers declared as they advanced, one favoring his left fist and the other his right, creating a crisscross formation as they charged at Yuan Qing. Mountain Water Fist, dominating true Qi. In the same position, neither side struck, and suddenly, the arena erupted with the brilliance of lightning. The once confident Wu Shan and Wu Shui were sent flying by the overwhelming electrical force emanating from Yuan Qing. Thud, thud, they fell to the ground in defeat. Wu Shan, Wu Shui, the head of the Wu family, rushed forward, concerned for these two exceptionally talented individuals of his generation. However, he soon calmed himself. Yuan Qing's strikes, though seemingly fierce, had merely knocked them off the arena without inflicting severe harm. Is there anyone else? Stop hesitating and come at me together. The figure on the arena remained steadfast, casting a provocative gaze toward the four great families. Hu Sanyi, Zhang Qianshan, Wu Shan, and Wu Shui had all been vanquished, and not a single member of the Yuan family dared to engage. Who would still dare to challenge Yuan Qing? Yuan Qing, you have brought this upon yourself. Hu family members, to the arena. Wu family members, to the arena. Zhang family members, to the arena. The three families surged forth. Nearly 100 individuals from the crowd rushed toward the arena in a fervent wave. At the Yuan family's position, many members looked on in confusion, witnessing Yuan Qing's fervor yet uncertain of their course of action. Yuan family members, to the arena. In the midst of their struggle, Yuan Lin suddenly called out, "Wait! Members of the Yuan family cannot enter the arena." A deep and resonant voice suddenly interjected. The members of the Yuan family turned towards the sound, discovering that it was Elder 7, accompanied by his daughter, Yuan Qingyu. Elder 7 has returned. What shall we do? Both Elder 2 and Elder 7 have spoken. Should we proceed or refrain? After all, Yuan Qing is one of our own. Alas, the arena is already overcrowded. The disciples of the Yuan family struggled, yet none chose to step onto the stage. As the disciples remarked, with over 100 individuals crowding the platform, it became a veritable throng, each person nearly touching the next as they surrounded Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing, let us see just how arrogant you can be, regardless of your formidable strength. The combined might of the 100 disciples from the three great families is sufficient to exhaust your vital energy. My friends, we must not allow Yuan Qing to escape unscathed. He must be made to experience the consequences of his provocation. The members of the several families seethed with indignation. Today, it was only Yuan Qing who had humiliated them all. Boom. In an instant, the arena erupted with thunderous energy, centered around Yuan Qing, as if a storm cloud had descended, with swathes of disciples being hurled from the stage. How could this be? Does his vital energy know no bounds? With such a method of utilization, even a warrior of the fourth aperture realm would have depleted their energy by now. How can he continue to unleash such formidable lightning techniques? The members of the four great families were astonished. They had initially intended to overwhelm Yuan Qing with sheer numbers, but it was clear that this plan was futile. This individual resembles a mobile source of vital energy. No matter how many come, it is of no avail. Enough. Let this farce come to an end. A commanding voice echoed, causing all to pause. It was the voice of the most powerful being in Lianyun City, the supreme ruler, the Lord of Lianyun City. Chapter 22. Confrontation with Yuan Lin. My lord, we are far from finished, Hu Laodao exclaimed, his voice brimming with indignation. Boom. A surge of true energy suddenly descended from above, striking Hu Laodao with tremendous force. He let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Hu Laodao managed to swallow the bitter taste of blood and cupped his hands in respect towards the source of the attack. The other clan leaders were equally astonished. The strength of the city lord was indeed formidable. Even from nearly 100 meters away, a single strike rendered Hu Laodao, who was at the fourth aperture realm, utterly defenseless. On the arena, an inexplicable and overwhelming force suddenly pressed down, separating all members of the three major families, leaving only Yuan Ching standing alone. Yuan Ching, is it? Your performance has been commendable. For this ranking battle in Lianyun City, the first position is awarded to you, a voice announced, declaring Yuan Qing's rank. The others were placed as follows: Zhang Qinshan second, the Wu brothers third, Hu Sanyi fifth, while the rest were deemed irrelevant. We shall heed the Lord's command. The clan leaders responded in unison, momentarily stunned before acquiescing. Everyone understood that the ranking battle was orchestrated by the city lord, and his word was absolute. My lord, it is said that the one who claims the first position in the ranking battle possesses the authority to allocate Lianyun City's resources. Is that true? Yuan Qing suddenly called out from the arena. Indeed, it is so, came the reply. If I were to secure first place, may I manage the resource allocation for the Yuan family? Yuan Qing pressed on. Yuan Qing, what are you doing? This is outrageous. Yuan Lin's face paled, his dissatisfaction evident. The allocation authority lies with your Yuan family. I shall not interfere in your affairs. The city lord's voice resounded once more. Hearing this, Yuan Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was the second elder, and Yuan Qing was unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Qing bowed respectfully, then fixed his gaze upon Yuan Lin. Yuan Qing, a direct descendant of the Yuan family, now challenges the second elder, Yuan Lin. Regardless of victory or defeat, this shall be a battle for life and death. In an instant, the square fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment at Yuan Qing's audacity. A mere 16-year-old dared to challenge the contemporary elder of the family. How brazen. Yuan Qing, retract your words at once. Our Yuan family has no such custom, protested the seventh elder, Yuan Shan, his expression alarmed. Yuan Qing, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yuan Yu scolded, equally taken aback. Even Yuan Lin was initially caught off guard, but soon broke into laughter. Huh. Yuan Qing, you choose the path to heaven yet refuse to walk it. And now you barge into hell. This battle is of your own choosing. As he laughed, Yuan Lin leaped down from his elevated position onto the arena, standing opposite Yuan Qing. Father, kill him. Yuan Qing is insulting us. Yuan Mu shouted in excitement. Yuan Lin, how can you take the words of the younger generation seriously? Hurry back. Yuan Shan grew anxious. If a confrontation were to ensue, the city lord present would undoubtedly prevent any outside interference. Huh. It seems that Yuan Qing has become overly arrogant, daring to challenge Yuan Lin. Perhaps we should just grant him his wish. Old Hu chuckled coldly from the side. While it may be unjust to bully the weak, Yuan Qing's audacity warrants someone to teach him a lesson. The other clan leaders were equally entertained by the spectacle. However, beneath the arena, a chorus of jeers directed at Yuan Lin erupted. This Yuan Lin is utterly shameless, truly intending to wield his power against the young. TSK. He has squandered the 20 years of life he has lived, yet now seeks to strike down a junior. Humph. It seems that Yuan Qing is merely courting his own demise. He seeks death on his own accord, not forced into this challenge by anyone else. Many disciples of the Yuan family bowed their heads in silence, bewildered by how events had escalated to such a degree. Yuan Qing, I ask you one last time, do you truly wish to challenge me? A battle of life and death? Yuan Lin inquired, feigning the demeanor of an elder. What a farce. Have you not always desired to kill me? The opportunity lies before you now, a fair fight between us. Yuan Qing retorted with a cold smirk. When have I ever wished to kill you? What happened at the gambling house was merely an accident. Yuan Lin pretended ignorance. Oh, you still wish to play innocent? This morning, Old Hu mentioned buying half my life for 5,000 taels of silver, only for you to deal with me in the shadows. Such audacity. Yuan Qing articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. And just a few days ago, in the Wanyao Mountains, you dispatched Yuan Sheng to hunt me down. A mere body tempering 6th stage. Was that also an accident? Yuan Lin was taken aback, astonished that Yuan Qing was fully aware of these matters. But so what? My goodness, the Yuan family is in disarray, with kin attempting to assassinate one another. Yuan Qing is indeed a prodigy. Had he not clashed with Yuan Lin, the Yuan family might have achieved great dominance. Fortunately, Yuan Lin is a fool, pursuing the talent of his own clan. Many spectators reveled in this chaos. The rivalries of prominent families often provided them with immense enjoyment. Yuan Lin, Is what Yuan Qing said true? Yuan Shan suddenly bellowed, shocked that Yuan Lin would harm his own nephew. Mere baseless accusations. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Yuan Lin denied outright. The truth of the matter can be revealed by Old Hu and Yuan Shan. As Yuan Shan spoke, he turned his gaze toward Old Hu. Humph, indeed. Someone intruded upon our gambling house, breaking Old Hu's legs and inquiring about certain matters. However, Old Hu is severely injured at home and cannot come. Old Hu, while entertained by the unfolding drama, preferred to distance himself from the affairs of the Hu family. It would be best if Yuan Lin were to eliminate such a vigorous Yuan Qing. Yuan Shan realized he could do nothing regarding the Hu family and thus directed his attention back to Yuan Lin. A few days ago, Yuan Sheng embarked on a mission. My family, the Yuan family, has never been one to harbor idlers. Yuan Lin responded with a calm demeanor. Huh, a mission? Yuan Sheng has already met his demise at my hands. Yuan Qing interjected. What? Yuan Lin's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly rationalized it. After all, Yuan Sheng had merely attained the initial stages of awakening and could not possibly contend with Yuan Qing's current prowess. What puzzled Yuan Lin was the astonishing rapidity with which Yuan Qing's strength had escalated. Just a few days prior, he had only reached the 6th level of physical refinement. And now, in such a short time, he had approached the threshold of the 3rd level of awakening. Indeed, you are next. Yuan Lin, do you dare to accept my challenge? Yuan Qing suddenly drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Yuan Lin. Humph, a mere junior dares to be so arrogant. Today, let me, as your elder, teach you a proper lesson, Yuan Lin scoffed, having awaited this confrontation for a considerable time. Yuan Qing, do not act rashly. There is still room for negotiation, Yuan Shan admonished loudly, fearful that Yuan Qing might engage in battle with Yuan Lin, leaving no path for retreat. The true strength of Yuan Lin was far beyond what it appeared, and he was certainly not a mere practitioner of the 4th level of awakening. Haha, Yuan Qing, you still have time to turn back. Considering the significant contribution you've made to our Yuan family, I could let you go. Yuan Lin laughed heartily, not concealing his intentions in the slightest. In an instant, a halo emanated from Yuan Lin's eyes, mouth, and ears simultaneously. 5 awakenings. A true practitioner of the 5th level. One last question. Yuan Qing lowered himself, suddenly closing the distance between them, and in a voice only the two could hear, he asked, I am curious. Why do you wish to kill me so persistently? Chapter 23. The 9 Swords of Heavenly Clouds. Are you unaware? This time, it was Yuan Lin's turn to be astonished. He had always believed that Yuan Qing should be privy to the reasons behind the matter, yet he was taken aback by such a question. Did your father leave you with no words of wisdom before his departure? My adoptive father? The one rumored to be the strongest of the Yuan family in this generation, who later left the clan for some extraordinary reason. I am indeed curious about that, but wasn't I once a hopeless gambler, with my mind consumed solely by the pursuit of games of chance? Your father's cultivation was unparalleled. During his time, even the city lord was rendered breathless in his presence. All talents being equal, why should he be afforded such privilege? Is it not because he possessed a formidable technique? As he spoke, Yuan Lin grew increasingly animated. If you were to grant me the jade bone technique your father left for you, I assure you, you would remain the esteemed young master of the Yuan family, with access to cultivation resources beyond measure. Once I ascend to the jade bone realm, this entire Lingyun city will surely belong to the Yuan family. So it is for the jade bone technique, Yuan Qing mused, as a flood of thoughts surged forth in that moment. In their eyes, possessing the jade bone technique would guarantee their ascension to become formidable jade bone warriors. Conversely, without such a technique, no matter how extraordinary one's talent, relying solely on the awakening realm techniques would confine one to that state for life, rendering it impossible to forge a jade bone golden body. What? Are you truly unaware? Yuan Lin scrutinized Yuan Qing, sensing in his tone an utter lack of knowledge regarding the existence of the jade bone technique. Yuan Lin, for the sake of a technique, you would harm your own kin. You deserve to meet your end. In an instant, the true energy upon the stage surged violently, as the forces of lightning descended from all directions, while a dark cloud began to coalesce in the sky. Yuan Qing, you are courting death. Yuan Lin was furious. He had not anticipated that after revealing his cultivation and extending goodwill, Yuan Qing would dare to retaliate, demonstrating utter ingratitude. Young man, Do not presume that a modicum of ability grants you the freedom to act without restraint. In this world, there exists but one truth, the supremacy of cultivation. Let us see how long you can withstand my might. A thunderous roar erupted from Yuan Lin's lips, instantly stirring the true energy on the stage. The lightning, which had begun to take shape, was violently torn asunder at that moment. Indeed, you have mastered the art of roaring in cultivation, Yuan Ching observed, his expression unwavering. His earlier suspicions were now laid bare. Watch as I shatter your lightning technique. Yuan Lin, relentless in his pursuit, unleashed a barrage of sound waves that surged toward Yuan Ching, their velocity surpassing ordinary sound by several folds. Such speed made it exceedingly difficult for even Yuan Lin, a practitioner of the five-portal realm, to evade, let alone the encircled Yuan Ching. In the next instant, Yuan Ching, who had been standing still, vanished from his position, only to reappear behind Yuan Lin. With a swift motion, he raised his longsword and struck toward Yuan Lin. How can he move so swiftly? Yuan Lin, a martial artist of the fifth aperture realm, remained acutely aware of the battlefield's shifts. Whoosh! Yuan Ching's blade sliced through the air, missing its target. Undeterred, he launched another strike, his sword dancing gracefully in his grip, thrusting toward Yuan Lin from all angles. Such trivial techniques. Yuan Lin retaliated, his fists moving to clash directly against Yuan Ching's blade. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed through the arena. Boom! Yuan Lin's sleeve exploded, revealing a series of metallic iron rings within, accompanied by a cacophony of sharp sounds. Yuan Ching, you indeed possess some skill, compelling me to use the diamond rings. This is a low-grade weapon forged at my request by the city lord, capable of severing iron with ease. Yuan Ching's brow arched. A low-grade weapon? Isn't that akin to the sword in Zhang Qing's possession? Observing the significance of this artifact, it appeared rather formidable. Clang, clang, clang. After several consecutive exchanges, Yuan Lin's full-force strikes showcased his overwhelming prowess, leaving Yuan Ching gasping for breath. Ha, Junior, it seems you have only just opened 2 apertures. To hold your ground against me at such a realm, do you dare claim you have not cultivated the jade bone techniques left by your father? Yuan Lin's assault intensified, becoming increasingly ferocious. This is dire. Yuan Ching is utterly outmatched by Yuan Lin. I must intervene to prevent this outcome. Outside the arena, Yuan Shan felt a surge of anxiety, but just as he prepared to act, an invisible force pressed against his chest. The city lord? Yuan Shan glanced upwards. Only the city lord possessed such power. Within the entirety of Lianyun City, nothing could succeed if the city lord sought to intervene. A deep sense of helplessness welled up within Yuan Shan. It appears the city lord stands with Yuan Lin. Yuan Ching is finished now. Beside him, Old Hu laughed heartily, having sensed the same force. Humph! Yuan Ching's arrogance, attempting to confront the entirety of Lianyun City alone, will inevitably lead to his isolation. The Zhang family patriarch snorted in agreement. Yet, atop the highest tier of the arena, the city lord of Lianyun wore a bitter smile. Princess, if this continues, the young man you favor may not last much longer. You underestimate him too much. Rest assured, as long as you rescue him before he breathes his last, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. The princess shook her head. After all, when Yuan Ching fought fiercely in the dark passage, he emerged unscathed. This is merely the beginning. At this moment, Yuan Ching bore numerous bruises upon his body, and his internal condition was even more dire, with several ribs fractured and his organs sustaining some damage. A formidable opponent at the fifth aperture realm was indeed extraordinary. Had it been a typical battle, he would likely have been slain by now. As Yuan Ching gasped for breath, his skin began to flush a deep crimson, and remarkably, the bruises that once marred his form began to fade away. While others would be gravely injured in such circumstances, he was able to recover with astonishing swiftness. You rascal! There is certainly something amiss with you. To what level have you cultivated the body tempering technique? Yuan Lin furrowed his brow deeply, nursing a few wounds of his own, though none were severe. However, his vital energy was steadily depleting, and his injuries were accumulating, while his opponent appeared completely unfazed, a situation that was truly intolerable. Guess what? Yuan Ching teased, flicking his wrist to unleash a flurry of sword flowers, the sound of his flying sword resonating with an eager thirst for battle. I wager you shall meet your demise today. Yuan Lin bellowed, a surge of turbulent vital energy erupting from his fists as he charged toward Yuan Qing. Without flinching or retreating, Yuan Qing thrust his long sword forward, and in an instant, a brilliant light emanated from his left ear. Sky Cloud's 9 Swords, First Sword. Chapter 24. Eradication. How is this possible? What kind of swordplay is this? The sword in Yuan Qing's hand danced like ethereal clouds, eluding Yuan Lin's attempts to lock onto it, rendering any notion of defense utterly futile. In an instant, Yuan Qing's blade had penetrated Yuan Lin's defenses, aimed directly at his chest. Damn it, I will take your life. Realizing the futility of defense, Yuan Lin, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a powerful punch toward Yuan Qing. Boom! Yuan Qing, undeterred, met Yuan Lin's assault head-on, absorbing the full force of the blow. In that moment, a spray of blood erupted from Yuan Lin's chest as the sword pierced half a meter into his body. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing, having taken the punch, felt his flesh begin to blur, his ribs fracturing into several pieces. Haha. Yuan Qing, a disparity remains a disparity. I am a practitioner of the 5 Apertures realm. Despite sustaining your blade, I can still fight on. Yet you, having taken my punch, can you still consider yourself worthy of combat? Yuan Lin laughed heartily, noting that while Yuan Qing was gravely injured, he had merely received a single sword strike. Yuan Qing's ribs might heal, but could they truly be reassembled after splintering into fragments? Heh, can you still fight on after such an impact? Yuan Qing grinned, his sword once again poised to strike, this time targeting Yuan Lin's other arm. Heavenly Cloud's 9th Sword, Second Sword. Swish! The sound of the long sword slicing through flesh echoed in the arena as an arm flew off the stage. Ah, I will kill you. You dared to sever my hand. Yuan Lin howled in agony, caught off guard by Yuan Qing's sudden and decisive strike. Old fool, realize who holds the upper hand now. Yuan Qing's sword pointed menacingly as his gaze turned icy towards Yuan Lin. Before Yuan Lin's eyes, Yuan Qing's shattered ribs began to visibly mend, the gruesome injury to his chest seemingly causing him no distress. How is this possible? It cannot be. You are not human, are you? No one can do this. Rebirth from broken bones should not occur in such a manner. Yuan Lin's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. I understand now. It is the 100 Refinements body forging technique. You have cultivated to such a supreme level. When did this happen? Why did I not notice during our last encounter? 1,000 questions flooded Yuan Lin's mind, as it had only been 4 or 5 days since he had personally dealt with Yuan Qing. How could the disparity between them have grown so vast? Parting for 3 days feels like 3 autumns. Yet he felt as if the Yuan Qing before him had undergone a transformation equivalent to 300 autumns. Congratulations, you are correct. Thus, I shall reward you with a swift and orderly demise. Swift and orderly? Yuan Lin had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation when Yuan Qing's sword light danced menacingly towards him, this time aiming for his neck. A swift strike to seal the throat. Without the slightest embellishment, the long sword pierced through Yuan Lin's throat, passing cleanly through. The second elder of the Yuan family, a formidable expert at the 5 Apertures realm, Yuan Lin, lay dead. Yuan Lin is dead? Just like that, so simply. How could this be possible? Yuan Lin was a distinguished figure, one of the top 5 in Lianyun City, and yet he perished in such a manner? Boss Hu gaped in disbelief. He was merely at the 4 Apertures realm himself. In other words, if he ever incurred Yuan Qing's displeasure, he might very well meet the same fate. The thought sent a shiver down Boss Hu's spine. Fortunately, he had not expressed his stance earlier. Had he supported Yuan Lin, he would have been doomed. However, it was not too late. Quickly, send someone to fetch Hu Lao San immediately. Boss Hu decisively commanded. But, Master, Hu San is currently recuperating in bed. Damn it. I commanded you to go, so go. Even if you must carry him, bring Hu Lao San here with utmost speed. Boss Hu delivered a swift kick, showing no mercy. Yes, understood. At that very moment, Yuan Qing was not idle either. He leapt and charged towards another direction. The heads of the prominent families on the stage were taken aback. What was this little madman planning? Was he seeking vengeance? Yuan Xiaoxiao, the previous incident was a misunderstanding. I have promptly dispatched someone to summon Hu Lao San as a witness. Boss Hu was the first to speak, a grin plastered across his face. How shameless. Indeed, Boss Hu was adept at bending and stretching as needed. The surrounding family heads remained indifferent, for previously, the Hu family had ties to Yuan Lin. but they had no significant connection with him. "Oh, how about you assist me with one more task, Hu family head?" Yuan Qing suddenly said with a cryptic smile. "Yuan Xiaoxia, please give your orders. Your matters are my matters." Hu Murin's duty, boss Hu proclaimed, patting his chest with an air of righteousness. To eradicate the roots of the problem is to prevent its resurgence. With that, Yuan Qing's gaze shifted towards Yuan Mu. "Understood, rest assured, Yuan Xiaoxia. I detest such treacherous kin more than anyone," boss Hu replied with a subtle smile, leaping to Yuan Mu's side. "Yuan Qing." Yuan Shan attempted to persuade Yuan Qing to show mercy, but the words died in his throat. After all, Yuan Lin and his son had brought this upon themselves. Yuan Mu, witnessing the unfolding events, was struck with horror, still reeling from the loss of his father, when the specter of death loomed over him. "Yuan Qing, I am your kin," he pleaded. "How can you be so ruthless? Humph, do you even deserve to call yourself kin to Yuan Xiaoxia?" Boss Hu sneered, unleashing his true qi, which instantly claimed Yuan Mu's life atop the spectator's stand. Not even a scream escaped his lips as Yuan Mu collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Young Master Yuan, there is no need for remorse. I have already instructed someone to bring Hu Laosen here, who will undoubtedly elucidate the entire sequence of events, thus sparing you from any unjust accusations," declared Hu Laoda, thumping his chest confidently. Yuan Qing cast a glance at him, noting the man's exuberance. "Yuan Qing, this is not the moment for relaxation. The city lord has yet to speak," Yuan Shan interjected, now realizing that the city lord's earlier intervention likely favored Yuan Lin. "Ha, Hu Laoda, it seems you might be on the verge of a blunder. This Linyun city is ultimately governed by the city lord," chuckled the Zhang family head. "Should anything befall Yuan Qing, his son, Zhang Qianshan, would ascend to the top in the ranking battles. Humph, even if Yuan Lin were to be killed, he is but a dog in the eyes of the city lord. If Yuan Qing rashly eliminates Yuan Lin, I am curious to see how he will explain himself before the city lord," remarked Wu family head coldly. With Yuan Qing in jeopardy, both the Wu and Zhang families, as beneficiaries, would certainly not extend their goodwill toward him. Hu Laosan's expression shifted. He initially aimed to cultivate an alliance with the talented young Yuan Qing. Yet the situation appeared increasingly precarious. If the city lord were to be dissatisfied with Yuan Qing, would he not also be caught in the ensuing turmoil? Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. In such circumstances, one could only take a gamble. "Yuan Qing, please step forward." Indeed, amidst the crowd's uncertainty, the city lord's voice resonated once more, commanding Yuan Qing to approach, devoid of any discernible tone. Chapter 25, Joining the Neon Guard. "I am Yuan Qing, and I have come to pay my respects to the city lord." Upon the elevated platform, Yuan Qing bowed slightly, finding himself in solitude. Save for a solitary chair turned away from him, what could the city lord possibly want to summon me for? "Yuan Qing, you possess an audacity most profound. Daring to slay the esteemed elder of my Linyun city right beneath my gaze, and even inciting others to extinguish his son, a son who is also your own kin. Such treachery demands punishment." The thunderous voice echoed from all directions, starkly contrasting the previously gentle demeanor of the city lord. A wave of terror washed over Yuan Qing. Could it be that the city lord was indeed in league with Yuan Lin? It appeared he had unwittingly stepped into a den of peril. "I, Yuan Qing, conduct my affairs with integrity and spontaneity. Since Yuan Lin harbors intentions to take my life, he ought to have anticipated this outcome. Should the city lord seek vengeance for Yuan Lin, I, Yuan Qing, shall meet him head-on." With a sword in hand, Yuan Qing summoned his utmost vigor, his spirit coalescing into a formidable force, prepared to unleash his full potential at any moment. Though the city lord of Lianyun was powerful, what did Yuan Qing have to fear? Ha. Indeed, the youth is spirited, harboring his own ideals and exuding tremendous confidence. The city lord chuckled heartily, yet refrained from striking, his tone softening somewhat. "You have secured first place in this ranking battle, granting you the opportunity to enter the city lord's residence for further cultivation. However, another opportunity now presents itself before you." The city lord's words shifted, resembling a concerned elder addressing a younger generation. "Please, city lord, speak plainly." Yuan Qing exhaled in relief, realizing he had merely been subjected to intimidation. "Heavenly Guard." "Heavenly Guard?" Indeed, the Heavenly Guard represents the pinnacle of strength within the Shaotian prefecture. under the auspices of its lord, a congregation of geniuses and formidable warriors. In comparison, other sects such as the Yunlei sect and Tianyu Gate are but mere players on the periphery. The city lord shook his head, his disdain for these two major sects evident in his words. Even in my youth, I was merely a member of the Xian Guard within the four guardians of heaven and earth. Yuan Qing felt an inexplicable astonishment. It was well known that the Yunlei sect boasted disciples of the three apertures realm, with elders rumored to possess mastery beyond the seven apertures. If such entities were considered trivial, then surely within the heavenly guard, seven apertures would be as common as dirt, with exceptional talents aplenty. The city lord's implication was clear. Could I truly join directly? Yuan Qing, in pursuit of the highest martial arts, found the prospect of the heavenly guard to be perfectly aligned with his aspirations. The standards of the heavenly guard are exceedingly high. You do not yet qualify. The city lord shook his head slightly. However, beneath the heavenly guard, there exist three divisions: the Neon Guard, the Night Guard, and the Hong Guard. You may currently choose to join the Neon Guard, and in the future, it may not be impossible to ascend to the heavenly guard itself. Likewise, upon joining, they will cultivate you, shaping you into a formidable warrior. The Neon Guard? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Yuan Qing pondered over the two characters, feeling an uncanny sense of recognition. Upon joining the Neishan Guard, theoretically, I shall no longer have any authority over you. Whatever actions you undertake within the Yuan family will be guaranteed by the Neishan Guard. Ponder this, should you wish to proceed. I can escort you to meet the master of the Neishan Guard at this very moment, the city lord of Lianyun continued. This sounds rather appealing. Becoming a member of the Neishan Guard not only grants one a formidable backing, but, with the support of the Tianwei, one would also have no scarcity of martial resources. It indeed serves as a splendid stepping stone. City Lord, I choose to join the Neishan Guard. Excellent, a wise choice. Once you pledge your oath of loyalty, vowing never to betray us, you shall be welcomed into the Neishan Guard, the city lord declared, producing a meticulously prepared contract from his robes. Yuan Qing was taken aback. This document seemed as though it had been prepared long in advance. No, as a mercenary, there is no such thing as forever. My loyalty is time-bound. After glancing at the terms of the contract, Yuan Qing resolutely shook his head in refusal. You must understand, once you join the Neishan Guard, you may later ascend to the Tianwei, ensuring a worry-free life thereafter. No eternities, Yuan Qing asserted firmly. Very well, if that is the case, let us amend the terms. You shall not betray us until you reach the pinnacle of the Jade Bone realm. The pinnacle of the Jade Bone realm? That is virtually unattainable. How many prodigies have perished at the threshold of forging their jade bones? Thus, this condition is tantamount to a lifetime of loyalty. Agreed. Yet I propose a modification. It should not be based on the Jade Bone realm itself, but rather on possessing the combat prowess of the Jade Bone realm. Yuan Qing revised decisively. No issue, let us proceed with the contract, the city lord remarked, unfazed by the detail. What difference could there be between the combat capabilities of the Jade Bone realm and the realm itself? Yuan Qing nodded. After all, he was temporarily aligning himself with the mightiest forces of Shaodian Fu, which coincided with his purpose for participating in the ranking battles of Lianyun City. Simply imprint your vital essence into it. It will automatically recognize your aura, the city lord elaborated, holding the scroll. Yuan Qing nodded, channeling a stream of vital essence from within, slowly infusing it into the contract. In an inexplicable moment, Yuan Qing felt an uncanny sensation, as if his fate had become entwined with that of another. Should he recklessly betray the contents of this contract, he would inevitably pay a grievous price. This bond of servitude is indeed formidable, yet given his cultivation prowess, he anticipated that he would soon be liberated from its constraints. Well, the contract has been successfully signed. You are now a member of the Neishan Guard. Now, I can take you to meet the master of the Neishan Guard. The city lord appeared elated, having successfully persuaded Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing lifted his gaze, only to behold a figure clad in a flowing purple garment before him. The owner of the dress gazing at him with a satisfied expression. Dongfang Nishang. Yuan Qing was taken aback. No wonder he found her so familiar. It turned out that the Neishan Guard was, indeed, under the aegis of Dongfang Nishang. Indeed, Yuan Qing, I never anticipated that you would ultimately fall into my grasp. Dongfang Nishang chuckled softly, her satisfaction evident as she regarded Yuan Qing. So, you are the esteemed Princess Nishang. Yuan Qing suddenly grasped the situation. Having suspected that this young lady was far from ordinary, yet he was astonished to discover the magnitude of her background, as it directly connected him to the illustrious Shengtian mansion. Naturally, I am indeed the princess. I have taken a keen interest in your performance within the Wanyao Mountains. Hence I have instructed my people to bring you under my command, Nishang declared with a playful laugh. But, my princess, is that truly necessary? Did I not inform you earlier that I am merely a mercenary? As long as the price is right, I am open to undertaking any task. Yuan Qing replied with a wry smile, showing no particular resistance. As a mercenary, he typically refrained from selecting employers, especially when they were as generous as this one. No, it is different. From this moment forth, you belong to me, the princess stated with a hint of pride. Yes, my lady, Yuan Qing responded, speechless, feeling that this young woman was merely a child. This was not the impression he had formed when he first met her. Haha. Now I hereby issue you your first command as you enter the Nishang Guard. Rebuild the Nishang Guard and restore its former glory. Dongfang Nishang declared with utmost seriousness. Rebuild? Yuan Qing suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, sensing that he had not boarded a grand vessel, but rather a dilapidated pirate ship. Indeed, during the last battle in the Wanyao Mountains, the Nishang Guard suffered catastrophic losses. Otherwise, the enemies you face would not be so few. Now, it is just you and the left and right guards. You are now the commander of the Nishang Guard. Dongfang Nishang said with a touch of helplessness. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? Yuan Qing thought wildly, feeling as though he had inadvertently become the highest-ranking leader without any subordinates, merely hoping to cling to a powerful ally. Upon becoming the commander, all finances of the Nishang Guard will be your responsibility, including cultivation resources, techniques, weapons, and so forth. You will have full authority over them. Dongfang Nishang suddenly exclaimed loudly. Understood, my lady. I shall ensure that I train an unparalleled army for you, Yuan Qing said, his expression becoming serious. The moment the topic of full authority was raised, his spirits were lifted. May I ask, how much funding do we currently possess? Chapter 26. The golden scales are not mere pool creatures at present. We still possess 500,000 taels of silver, Oriental Nishang pondered. How splendid. That is ample. More than sufficient. Such wealth is enough for my indulgence, Yuan Qing exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. However, it is in the negative, Oriental Nishang added. What do you mean? How can it possibly be negative? Yuan Qing was taken aback, realizing that their situation had deteriorated to such an extent that they had not merely run out of provisions, but had even resorted to selling their pots. Following the battle at Wanyao Mountain, I had promised each fallen comrade a compensation, Oriental Nishang lamented, her voice heavy with sorrow upon reflecting on the numerous brothers lost. Yuan Qing fell silent. The notion of death benefits, once paramount to him, now resonated deeply, for it instilled a sense of valor in the soldiers. It seemed that this young lady possessed a commendable character after all. Moreover, we have lost nearly all our weapons. Yet the foundation of the Nishang Guard remains intact, along with a considerable number of martial arts techniques, Oriental Nishang concluded softly. I comprehend, Yuan Qing nodded, finally sensing a glimmer of hope. However, those techniques belong to the Shaotian prefecture. We may only cultivate them, not sell them. Understood. So, we are essentially left with nothing but a debt of 500,000. How very fitting. By the way, I will still provide you with the Jade Bone Realm techniques I promised, but we must first venture to Shaotian Prefecture City. As Yuan Qing exited the viewing platform, a heavy heart accompanied him. His willingness to take on this burdensome task stemmed not only from the allure of the Jade Bone Realm techniques, but also from a desire for a broader stage. Lianyan City felt stiflingly small, to the point where Yuan Qing had begun to feel invincible, a deviation from his true aspirations. He yearned for more potent martial arts and the strength to reach the pinnacle of the world, rather than being confined to this mere city. The Shaotian Prefecture represented a vast expanse. There, perhaps, he could truly uncover the mysteries of existence. Look, Yuan Qing has emerged, someone shouted, causing members of various prominent families to turn their gazes toward him. Regardless of circumstances, Yuan Qing's woeful expression instantly lifted the spirits of many. Just look at Yuan Qing. He must have been severely punished by the city lord. Truly, those who are too arrogant seldom meet a favorable end. The Zhang family patriarch laughed heartily. Yuan Qing dared to single-handedly challenge Lianyan City. He ought to have anticipated such consequences. Some individuals simply chose the wrong side. The Wu family patriarch scoffed. Nearby, Hu Laoda's expression shifted, realizing the implication of choosing the wrong side was directed at him. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately remained silent. At this juncture, he had no path of retreat. Why must we indulge in mockery before the outcome is determined? Yuan Shan interjected solemnly. Must we await the result? Just look at Yuan Qing's countenance. He is clearly troubled. Can there possibly be a favorable outcome? Many erupted into laughter, for it seemed the conclusion was already set. At this moment, Yuan Qing descended from above, his gaze sweeping over the laughter-filled crowd, his expression instantly turning icy. Whoever is here, return whence you came. Do not congregate here. You, Yuan Qing, do not be too arrogant. This is still under the authority of the city lord, exclaimed the head of the Zhang family, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Damn it, I have found you displeasing for quite some time. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning surged forth as Yuan Qing unexpectedly launched an attack on the head of the Zhang family. Yuan Qing, how dare you? The head of the Zhang family gasped in shock, unable to anticipate Yuan Qing's audacity at such a moment. Before he could defend himself, the strike left him scorched, his body reduced to a charred husk. Yuan Qing, you possess great audacity to strike publicly, the head of the Wu family shouted, filled with trepidation. I beseech the city lord to take action against this despicable Yuan Qing. The head of the Zhang family, still bearing the marks of his charred form, bowed towards the highest seat. It was you who provoked first. May the city lord see through this, Yuan Shan declared loudly. Boom. Indeed, the city lord made his move. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the target of the attack was neither Yuan Qing nor the Zhang family head, but rather the heads of the Zhang and Wu families. Uffed. Both men spat blood, for the city lord's strike was far more severe than his previous encounter with Old Hu. This is a warning for your insubordination. The city lord's authoritative voice resonated. City lord, have we ever offended you? Wu and Zhang exchanged bewildered glances, yet dared not speak further. Brother Yuan Qing, should you find yourself free in the future, you are always welcome to visit Lianyun City. We may discuss our insights into martial arts. Came the voice of the city lord, dispelling the doubts that lingered in the crowd. Brother Yuan Qing. These 4 words bore immense weight, rendering all the clan leaders hesitant to even breathe heavily in Yuan Qing's presence. It must be understood that the city lord treated them almost as servants. His demeanor could shift from mild to merciless in an instant. City lord, you jest. In the future, the Yuan family of Lianyun City will require your continued support. Yuan Qing responded with a smile. That is only natural, the city lord replied with equal courtesy. Young hero Yuan, you are truly formidable. You are destined for boundless prospects. Old Hu seized the opportunity, rushing to Yuan Qing's side and proclaiming loudly. Yuan Qing regarded Old Hu with narrowed eyes. You are quite commendable, discerning in your ways. I am a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance. We have neither enmity nor vendetta. Old Hu's matter was merely transactional. Speaking of which, I still owe your gambling house 3,000 taels of silver. That is impossible. Young hero Yuan, your gambling skills are unparalleled. How could you possibly incur a loss? I previously reconciled with the gambling house, where it still shows you have won 30,000 taels yet to be claimed. I shall send someone to deliver it to you immediately. With a commanding tone, Hu Laoda summoned his subordinates, who immediately produced the prepared banknotes. Oh, so it was this way. It seems I had remembered incorrectly. Yuan Qing, satisfied, tucked the notes into his bosom. This old fellow truly knows how to flatter. Humph. Merely a sycophant. What advantages could Yuan Qing possibly offer him? Observing Hu Laoda's antics, Zhang and Wu couldn't help but scoff, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. I have an opportunity here. There is a vacancy in the niche of the heavenly guards beneath the Shengtian mansion. I believe Hu Sanyi possesses commendable talent and might barely qualify to join, Yuan Qing proposed. Heavenly guards? Niche? Unaware of the intricacies, Yuan Qing was oblivious to the significance that Hu Laoda understood all too well. To put it plainly, even the lowest-ranking yellow guard within the heavenly guards far surpassed him in strength, let alone the more formidable Xian guards, earth guards, and even the heavenly guards themselves. As for the niche, Yuan Qing was aware that while its status and power might not rival that of the heavenly guards, the opportunities and resources available were nearly on par. This was a remarkable opportunity to ascend to greatness. Young Master Yuan, is this true? Hu Laoda gasped, his excitement palpable. Indeed, I am actually the heir of the niche, now overseeing its affairs. This matter is quite simple, Yuan Ching replied nonchalantly. Zhang and Wu exchanged glances. Overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, a monumental opportunity lay before them, and they had let it slip away. Had they known they could join the niche, they would have gladly offered their assets, even groveling before Yuan Ching. Yet now, they could only watch, fearing Yuan Ching would not extend them another chance. Yuan Ching, can you truly facilitate entry into the niche? Yuan Shan finally interjected, unable to contain himself. The niche represented an extraordinary opportunity. Of course, Uncle Qi, rest assured. As long as Cousin Qing Yu is willing, he can come directly to my niche. However, from now on, the affairs of the Yuan family will depend on your diligence. Should any challenges arise, you may seek the city lord's assistance. He will be of help, Yuan Ching assured him. Yuan Ching, would this not trouble the city lord too much? Overstepping bounds may strain relations, Yuan Shan expressed his concern. Do not worry, I shall repay the favor. Alternatively, you may contact me directly, and I will respond promptly, Yuan Ching nodded. Yuan Ching, it appears you have truly matured. Your father would be immensely proud. Yuan Shan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In truth, your father did not leave without reason. He sought a divine herb to enhance your cultivation aptitude and physique. As he was concerned about your slow progress, Yuan Ching was taken aback, realizing that his father had embarked on this quest. If you achieve success in your cultivation, you might inquire about the 9 mysterious spiritual herb. Perhaps it will lead you to your father. The 9 mysterious spiritual herb, you say? I understand. Yuan Ching replied with a nod. Moreover, I must commend you for your efforts regarding Qingyu. Yuan Shan wore a look of deep satisfaction. With only one daughter, it was imperative to secure her a place of distinction. Beside him, Yuan Qingyu's face flushed with emotion. Previously, she had harbored disdain for Yuan Ching, considering him a debauched wastrel. Yet now, he revealed himself to possess extraordinary capabilities. Forging connections with the city lord and securing her position in the illustrious Enlightened Way of Shaotian Prefecture. Had he been feigning all along? As Yuan Qingyu gazed at her childhood companion, a wave of melancholy washed over her. It dawned upon her that she had never truly understood her cousin. At such a tender age, he had achieved remarkable success. It seemed that while he outwardly indulged in revelry, he was, in truth, diligently honing his skills and quietly enhancing his strength. Had it not been for Yuan Lin's coercion, Yuan Ching might never have revealed his true potential. Now, he demonstrated an innate ability to safeguard himself, embodying the ancient adage, a golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters a tempest, it transforms into a dragon. Chapter 27. Cultivation. Outside of Lianyan City, a group of riders departed under the cloak of night. At the forefront rode a tall figure on a sleek black steed, exuding an air of dignity. Flanking him on either side were a man and a woman, safeguarding the carriage positioned centrally. Ahead of the carriage, a young boy led the horses with reins in hand. Lord Commander, why must I be the only one walking? Husseini queried, casting an uneasy glance at the mounted entourage. There was an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Your cultivation level is too low, and your disposition leaves much to be desired. It is precisely the time for you to undergo tempering, Yuan Ching replied without turning back. But Commander, it's one thing for Miss Qingyu, yet Yuan Si, with merely a 4th tier of body refinement, is also allowed to ride. Why am I being singled out? Husseini felt a sense of unfairness. Ah, therein lies your flawed disposition. You tend to compare yourself with those weaker than you. As warriors, we must forge ahead bravely. Comparisons should be made with the stronger. If your prowess were to surpass mine, would you still concern yourself with the matter of walking or riding? Yuan Ching responded calmly. I understand now, Lord Commander. I will strive harder. Husseini felt a surge of determination, realizing that his true goal was Yuan Ching, not to be measured against someone as feeble as Yuan Si. Beside him, Yuan Si gazed at his master with admiration, while Yuan Qingyu's presence further solidified their resolve. Alas, yet another who has been misled, came a voice from within the carriage, where Dongfang Nishang shook her head in dismay. The realization that this motley crew formed her Nishang guard filled her with a sense of despair. Aside from Yuan Ching, the rest seemed woefully inadequate. Everyone, prepare to enter the Wanyao mountain range. We must quicken our pace. Yuan Ching called out, tightening the reins and accelerating. Yuan Si and Yuan Qingyu swiftly followed suit, while Hu Sanyi raced behind the carriage, urging it forward with fervor. The group charged into the Wanyao mountain range, unabashedly revealing their trajectory. Earlier, Yuan Qing had learned from the Nishan Guard that the Yunlei sect had fully retreated, rendering the Wanyao mountain range temporarily safe. However, once Dongfang Nishang departed Lianyan City, there was no guarantee that the enemy would refrain from launching another assault. Hence, prior to their departure, Yuan Qing had expended all his funds on a single item, the Qianxu fruit. With 30,000 taels of silver, he acquired 30 Qianxu fruits. This time, he intended to cultivate with fervor. 2 hours later, Yuan Qing slowed his pace, finally arriving at his intended destination, the Han Pond. "Commander, have we arrived?" Hu Sanyi panted heavily, feeling utterly drained. Leading the horses had proven more exhausting than he anticipated. Already complaining after just 2 hours? "Sanyi, you have yet to grasp the essence of your father's skills," Yuan Qing remarked slowly. Hu Sanyi paused, puzzled. What prowess could his father possess? Wasn't he merely the notorious flatterer within Lianyan City? Wait a moment. In that fleeting moment, Hu Sanyi seemed to grasp a profound truth. Could it be that the essence of his existence lies in this? When he turned his gaze towards Yuan Qing, he noticed the latter smiling at him, a smile that was both subtle and enigmatic. From this moment forth, he would meditate in the cold pool for several days. Shortly, I, along with the esteemed Princess Nishang and Yuan Qingyu, shall leap into the depths. A quarter of an hour later, you shall follow suit. As you command. Hu Sanyi and the others replied promptly. Only Dongfang Nishang's face flushed slightly, recalling the awkwardness of her previous plunge, while Yuan Qing had audaciously suggested that both girls leap alongside him. Do not misunderstand. This is for the sake of safety, Yuan Qing stated earnestly. Observing the faint blush on Dongfang Nishang's cheeks, she did not refuse. Rather, she took the initiative to leap into the water, possessing unwavering trust in Yuan Qing. As they traversed the dark passage, Dongfang Nishang and Yuan Qingyu sprang forth, breaking the surface of the water. Yuan Qingyu, upon witnessing her proud form in contrast to his own modest appearance, felt an odd sense of discomfort wash over him. I am still young. I have yet to fully develop. He repeatedly reassured himself in silence. With a splash, Yuan Qing also leapt from the water's surface. After casting a fleeting glance at Yuan Qingyu, he quickly shifted his focus to Dongfang Nishang. I am relieved to see you unharmed. This passage is quite lengthy. I feared you might struggle for breath, he stated with utmost seriousness, skillfully channeling his vital energy to dispel the moisture enveloping her. This time, Yuan Qing approached the task with meticulous care, methodically clearing the dampness from their bodies, taking a full quarter of an hour to complete the process. Dongfang Nishang sensed something amiss. Had it not taken only half a minute last time? All done, princess. You may rest to the side now. We may remain here for some time, Yuan Qing announced, as 2 additional figures emerged from the water. Hu Sanyi and Hu Sanyi had arrived. What are you planning to do? Dongfang Nishang inquired curiously, sensing that Yuan Qing had something significant in mind. Of course, I am ready to shoulder the responsibilities of a commander and prepare to impart knowledge, Yuan Qing replied with solemnity. Dongfang Nishang was taken aback. Are you certain you can teach others about cultivation? You, a mere 16-year-old boy, despite your prodigious talents, may not be able to convey your insights effectively. A formidable practitioner does not necessarily make for a good teacher, as the nuances of cultivation often elude clear expression. Why not? Yuan Qing chuckled. Setting aside other considerations, he was now a theoretical master of the 100 refinements body forging technique, possessing a theoretical understanding that surpassed even his practical training. Yuan Qing, it is not that I harbor doubts about you. While cultivation and theory may appear interconnected, in truth, they are fundamentally distinct, and each individual's circumstances vary. Unless one is a martial arts master, it is virtually impossible to attain comprehensive understanding. Dongfang Nishang shook her head. She believed she had encountered numerous martial arts masters, yet only a scant few were capable of imparting their wisdom. Although Yuan Qing is undoubtedly gifted, he seems far removed from the realm of true masters. Why not give it a try? Testing at 1T lead to any dire consequences, Yuan Qing remarked nonchalantly. Hu Sanyi and Yuan Si were both eager to participate, but Yuan Qingyu's face flushed slightly. Forget it. I shan't concern myself with you any longer. Dongfang Nishang ceased her attempts at persuasion, as these individuals were all under her command. Ignoring her, Yuan Qing turned his attention to the trio of Yuan Qingyu. The disparity in their cultivation levels was stark. The strongest, Hu Sanyi, was a practitioner at the Enlightenment stage, while Yuan Qingyu had only reached the 8th refinement of body training, and the weakest, Yuan Si, had merely achieved the 4th refinement. Today, I shall expound upon one technique, the 100 refinements body forging method. Upon concluding his statement, Yuan Qing directed his gaze towards Yuan Si. Yuan Si, you shall demonstrate a set of the 100 refinements body forging method. Yes, young master, Yuan Si replied, still accustomed to addressing him as such. Chapter 28. Remarkable progress. Moments later, Yuan Si completed his movements and looked at Yuan Qing with excitement. However, not only Yuan Qing, but even Yuan Qingyu and Hu Sanyi frowned. Although both of them possessed considerable talent, Yuan Si was still significantly behind in comparison. Nevertheless, the issues at hand were not insurmountable. First and foremost, your physical condition is lacking, Yuan Qing elaborated. Therefore, during the 3rd and 5th movements, you need to slightly reduce the amplitude. Yuan Qing spoke eloquently, without a hint of hesitation, while simultaneously tailoring a set of movements that best suited Yuan Si. As a theoretical master of the 100 refinements body forging technique, Yuan Qing's mind was brimming with countless strategies. Moreover, Yuan Si was not a talentless individual. He simply lacked guidance prior to this moment. Under Yuan Qing's tutelage, Yuan Si resumed his practice of the 100 refinements body forging technique. The spiritual energy within the cave was exceedingly rich, allowing Yuan Si to recover a significant portion of his spiritual resonance in no time. After completing a series of movements, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within Yuan Si. I have advanced. I have truly advanced, he exclaimed, nearly shouting in elation as he felt the changes within his body. Dongfang Nishang was left dumbfounded. Was it really that simple to achieve advancement? Had he truly only practiced once? What extraordinary luck! Hu Sanyi and Yuan Qingyu were even more exhilarated, realizing that Yuan Qing's guidance was indeed effective. It was hardly surprising, given Yuan Si's solid foundation. Discovering a suitable method made breakthroughs considerably easier. Continue your practice. I shall guide you further on another day, Yuan Qing instructed, shifting his gaze to Yuan Qingyu. The two proceeded to practice the 100 refinements body forging technique in the same manner. This time, Yuan Qing spoke less, but with even greater precision. Yuan Qingyu, already possessing exceptional talent, understood the concepts well on her own. Yet, after undergoing Yuan Qing's revised 100 refinements body forging technique, she too experienced the exhilarating sensation of advancement. I can't believe I have also broken through, Yuan Qingyu exclaimed with immense joy. The leap from the 8th to the 9th refinement was far more challenging than the transition from the 4th to the 5th, yet Yuan Qing had demonstrated such remarkable skill. At this moment, Dongfang Nishang was rendered speechless. Could this be mere luck? Could two breakthroughs truly be coincidental? Commander, can I also achieve a breakthrough? Hu Sanyi eagerly inquired, as he was currently at the Enlightenment stage, and a breakthrough would signify a substantial transformation. What are you thinking? I only taught the 100 refinements body forging technique. Once you reach the Enlightenment stage, this technique no longer enhances your cultivation, Yuan Qing replied, somewhat exasperated. Hu Sanyi felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his spirits. Perhaps the next opportunity would involve techniques suitable for the Enlightenment stage. After a brief period, Hu Sanyi finished his instruction with Yuan Qing. As initially anticipated, he did not achieve a breakthrough. However, an unusual sensation began to stir within his heart. I believe I have discovered the way to ignite my fervor. In earlier times, Hu Sanyi had cultivated to the 3rd realm of steel muscles, yet he found himself unable to break through to the 4th realm of boiling blood. Unexpectedly, after receiving guidance from Yuan Qing, he experienced a moment of profound clarity. It turned out he had been practicing incorrectly all along. Very well. Everyone should return to their training. Yuan Qing waved his hand, eager to demonstrate the prowess of the military leader. As anticipated, the gazes of the 3 individuals shifted towards Yuan Qing, transforming from admiration to nearly boundless reverence. How did you accomplish this? Dongfang Nishang inquired curiously. Yuan Qing, still youthful, had remarkably grasped the essence of the 100 refinements body technique. Quite simply, it is innate, Yuan Qing replied with a chuckle. Dongfang Nishang bit her lip, ultimately letting out a cold snort. Do you wish for me to guide you as well? Not necessary. She resolutely shook her head. Her circumstances were distinct from those of the others. She had not even practiced the 100 refinements body technique. Yuan Ching waved his hand, not pressing the matter further, and commenced his own training. Successfully operated once 100 refinements body technique. Currently assessing shaking points, assessing self-cultivation realm, assessing physical constitution, assessing comprehension of 100 refinements body technique. Shaking point successful. This training coefficient is 1,539 times. Successfully operated once Tianyun 9 swords. Currently assessing shaking points. Successfully operated once Tiger roars in the forest. Currently assessing shaking points. Successfully operated once small ladder cloud leaping. Currently assessing shaking points. Successfully operated once 9 true mysterious arts. Currently assessing shaking points. In just 3 days, Yuan Ching had lavishly consumed 30,000 quenching fruits, valued at 30,000 taels of silver. However, the gains were immeasurable. After days of immersion in the 100 refinements body technique, he finally broke through to the 6th realm, the Jade Marrow realm. At the moment of his breakthrough, Yuan Ching's bone marrow transformed into a substance akin to warm jade, and his weight increased by over 100 jin. The Tianyun 9 swords also advanced, granting Yuan Ching a more formidable level of the 4-aperture realm. Now, with all 4 apertures of his ears and eyes opened, he fought with clarity and agility, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Regrettably, the small ladder cloud leaping failed to ascend to the highest 4th realm, remaining stagnant at the 3rd realm, leaping 100 meters. The 9 true mysterious arts faced a similar fate, with the 4th realm of Yin-Yang seeming to remain a distant prospect. Only the tiger roars in the forest provided Yuan Ching with a pleasant surprise, successfully breaking through to a single aperture. Initially, Yuan Ching had hoped this would propel him into the 5-aperture realm, only to discover that the true energy of the 5 apertures did not interconnect. Although the quantity of true energy increased, its quality showed no signs of enhancement. Soon, Yuan Ching came to a realization. One's cultivation realm could merely be regarded as a single technique, while anything beyond that could only be considered as the reserve of true energy. Although Yuan Ching had opened 5 acupoints, he could only be deemed a pseudo 5 acupoint practitioner, not genuinely in the 5 acupoint realm. Commander, I have broken through to the 4th realm, the boiling blood realm. At that moment, Hu Sanyi suddenly shouted, overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, quite impressive, Yuan Ching replied with a calm nod, a glimmer of golden light flickering about him. The 5th realm, Golden Bone. Hu Sanyi instantly grasped the significance. No wonder Yuan Ching was able to guide them. At the mere age of 16, he achieved the Golden Bone realm, a feat unparalleled in history. On another front, Yuan Qingyu and Yuan Si also joyfully reported their advancements. Yuan Qingyu had stabilized at the 9th refinement of body, and it would not be long before he sought the technique to open his acupoints. However, upon witnessing Yuan Ching's simultaneous opening of 4 acupoints, they felt utterly deflated. It was astonishing how rapidly Yuan Ching progressed. They were simply unable to keep pace. In just 3 days, he had broken through 2 acupoints, becoming a formidable 4 acupoint practitioner. Dongfang Nikhang was even rendered speechless. Yuan Ching had consistently brought about miracles, and this was not the first or second time. Let us depart. It is time to head to the Xiaotian capital. Once again, Yuan Ching and his companions set off first, while Yuan Si and the others held the rear. However, the moment Yuan Ching leaped out of the cold pool, a dark figure had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Chapter 29. Entering the valley of the Black Flame Beasts, before them stood the formidable Tier 3 demon, the Black Flame Beast. Yuan Qingyu, drawing his sword, approached with vigilance. No need to be anxious. This is an old acquaintance of mine, he reassured, gesturing dismissively as he stepped closer to the creature. Compared to the tension and unease he had felt just days prior, Yuan Qingyu now exuded a sense of calm and confidence, unperturbed by the presence of the Tier 3 demon. Isn't this my good brother? You seem a bit worse for wear after our brief separation, he remarked. The Black Flame Beast let out a deep, mournful roar, as if seeking assistance. It's asking for your help, exclaimed Dongfang Nishang, her voice tinged with alarm. You can understand beast language? Yuan Qingyu was taken aback. It appeared that Dongfang Nishang was quite the versatile talent. A little bit. You can directly inquire about its intentions. As a 4-aperture realm warrior, it can sense your thoughts, she explained. Once a warrior opens their apertures, A flow of true energy allows for a form of communication that transcends words, enabling them to grasp the essence of each other's intentions. Does this mean my good brother is in trouble? Yuan Yu pondered aloud. A series of low growls echoed once more, prompting Yuan Yu to turn his gaze towards Dongfang Nishang. The situation is quite dire. It wishes for you to assist in rescuing its brother, who is trapped not far from here, in the mountains of the Black Flame Beast Pack, she quickly discerned. It seems he and his brother are the sons of the pack leader, but their uncle has usurped the leader's position, driving them out of the herd. Yesterday, the brother advanced to become a Tier 4 demon, intending to challenge their uncle, but unbeknownst to him, the uncle has since ascended to Tier 6. He was defeated and suppressed. If you can rescue his brother, he knows of many Qianxiu fruits within the pack, the very ones you acquired last time. Many Qianxiu fruits, you say? Yuan Yu mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. After achieving the 4-aperture realm, the effects of the Qianxiu fruit had diminished for him. However, if the quantity were substantial, they could still prove useful. More importantly, he would soon assume command of the Nishang Guard. And these 100,000 Qianxiu fruits could bring about a transformative change for them. A Tier 6 demon, accompanied by a throng of lesser black flame beasts, with the reward being a wealth of Qianxiu fruits. Indeed, I shall accept this task. The black flame beast let out an excited roar, expressing its gratitude. Let us proceed. It will be a fine opportunity for the Nishang Guard to engage in a formidable battle and broaden their horizons. Yuan Yu waved his hand, finding Dongfang Nishang's convoluted explanation quite understandable. The new Beast King had ousted the son of the old Beast King. In my opinion, they were far too lenient. Mere expulsion was insufficient. Elimination was the only solution to prevent such occurrences. Before long, Yuan Si and Hu Sanyi emerged, still bewildered by the unfolding events, as Yuan Yu led them toward the distant Black Flame Beast Pack. If a confrontation arises later, Yuan Si and Ching, you two should remain in a secure location and refrain from engaging in battle. Hu Sanyi seized the opportunity to eliminate a particularly lively first-level demon. On the way, Yuan Qing quietly instructed, Commander, but I am merely at the Enlightenment stage. I fear I may not be a match for a first-level demon. Hu Sanyi replied somewhat hesitantly. When I was at your level, I had already slain a third-level warrior. Hu Sanyi was left speechless, his heart filled with astonishment. Their commander seemed rather formidable, indeed. To have slain a third-level opponent at the Enlightenment stage, a fifth level at the second stage, and now at the fourth stage, might he not be able to contend with the city lord? Roar. With the Black Flame Beast leading the way, Yuan Qing and his group moved almost unimpeded. In the outer regions of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, the Black Flame Beast was virtually invincible, with no other competitors in sight. An hour later, the leading Black Flame Beast gradually came to a halt, fixing its gaze ahead. Following its line of sight, Yuan Qing beheld the opening of a valley where several small black flame beasts were frolicking playfully. Wow, they're rather adorable. The small black flame beasts resembled tiny black tigers, their scales not yet fully hardened, appearing almost furry. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the valley, causing the entire forest to tremble slightly beneath its reverberation. A sixth-level demon. It seems this creature has noticed our presence. Yuan Qing squinted. He had no intention of outsmarting this one while attempting to rescue a giant black flame beast. Roar. Tiger's roar shakes the forest. Yuan Qing responded with a roar of his own. The howling forest, as a technique of the Enlightenment stage, was said to mimic a tiger demon of the royal demon level from ages past, its might transcending that of mere great demons. Indeed, after Yuan Qing's roar, the entire valley fell into a profound silence, save for the unwilling growl of the Black Flame Beast King. Let us proceed inside and take a look. Yuan Qing, bold and skilled, leaped onto the back of the Black Flame Beast, leading his companions toward the valley. The Black Flame Beast, being of a singular mind, felt no fear. For if Yuan Qing was unafraid to venture into the valley, as the son of the previous Black Flame Beast King, it too had no qualms. Soon, the Black Flame Beast traversed the outer valley and officially entered the inner sanctum. Yuan Qing glanced around and immediately realized that the Black Flame Beast had an eye for a good location. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, spacious in terrain, and even boasted numerous spiritual herbs that Yuan Qing deemed quite valuable. This valley is truly a treasure trove. If it were used for cultivating medicinal herbs, its worth could multiply tenfold or even 100-fold, remarked Dongfang and I Chong with a touch of awe. Cultivating medicinal herbs? Yuan Qing's thoughts stirred. If he possessed a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, he would have soared to great heights long ago. Moreover, this group of black flame beasts seems to be exceptionally protective of their medicinal herbs, as the entire valley is unscathed by their presence. Hey, my good fellow, shall we strike a deal? I shall assist you in seizing the position of Beast King, and in return, you will help me cultivate herbs, Yuan Qing suddenly suggested, patting the black flame beast beneath him. Roar. All it desires is to rescue its brother. It cares not for anything else, translated Dongfang Nishang. TSK, lacking ambition, but his brother should be willing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned at level 4 to confront his level 6 uncle, Yuan Qing pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, a chorus of roars echoed around them, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. An overwhelming number of black flame beasts surged in from all directions, encircling Yuan Qing and his companions. From the front emerged a colossal black flame beast, its scales now an inky black, cautiously observing Yuan Qing and the others. Roar. Upon seeing this dark-hued creature, the black flame beast beneath Yuan Qing began to emit a deep growl. In comparison to this beast, mine appears juvenile. Yuan Qing scrutinized the two, noting that the Beast King was easily twice his size. Roar. Black Flame Beast King, why have you summoned us? Dongfang Nishang suddenly inquired. Summon us? How intriguing. Does this black flame beast possess such intelligence? Yuan Qing replied, astonished. It is not a matter of intelligence. It is a tradition among the black flame beasts. In their eyes, humans are considered a type of demon beast. Furthermore, your earlier roar, in a sense, acknowledged your identity as a demon beast. Dongfang Nishang elucidated once more. The old helper has some wit. Tell it to relinquish the position of Black Flame Beast King peacefully, or else I shall lead the Nishang Guard to raise its Black Flame Valley, Yuan Qing declared with spirited confidence. Beside him, Dongfang Nishang was momentarily taken aback, and Yuan Qing's companions looked at him in astonishment. The Nishang Guard? To flatten the valley? Could such words truly be spoken? The Black Flame Beast King let out a thunderous roar. Never before had anyone dared to utter such threats within their valley. Aside from the Demon King. Roar, roar. Two furious roars reverberated outward, inciting the surrounding black flame beasts into a frenzy, their gazes towards Yuan Qing growing increasingly bloodthirsty. At a mere command from the Beast King, they would pounce and rip apart Yuan Qing and his companions. Old bones. Are you certain you wish to send your kin to their doom? Chapter 30. Beast King Yuan Qing's figure leapt forth, directly landing before the black flame beast, momentarily suspended in the air. In that fleeting instant, his sword was drawn, unleashing a fierce sword aura that surged outward like a celestial torrent. Countless blades of wind sliced through the atmosphere, cleaving the air and silently embedding themselves into the body of the black flame beast, leaving behind faint trails of blood. If I so desire, I could eliminate every last one of you black flame beasts in the blink of an eye. The Black Flame Beast King roared in fury. This accursed human not only intruded upon its territory, but dared to threaten it, a transgression it could not tolerate. What? Do you doubt me? Yuan Qing pointed his sword, and in the distance, lightning flickered, giving birth to a myriad of wind blades that surged forth. In an instant, the black flame beasts in that area were felled as if caught in a tempest. The pack of black flame beasts erupted in chaos, charging at Yuan Qing. Yet, it was futile. Wherever Yuan Qing directed his sword, the power of wind and thunder followed, and the formidable energy that descended upon any black flame beast was sufficient to claim its life. In that moment, within a 100-meter radius of Yuan Qing, every spot touched by his energy became his dominion. Indeed, the 9 true mystical arts were fearsome. Yuan Qing, merely at the 4th aperture realm, wielded such overwhelming energy, continuously manifesting its might. Such a powerful technique, and he had mastered it in just a day. Dongfang Nishang couldn't help but exclaim, the technique is monstrous. But the person is even more so. The Black Flame Beast King could endure no more. This was utterly absurd. How could it fight? To charge forth would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. What now? Will you graciously concede, or shall I slay you? Yuan Qing's eyes glinted with malice. His murderous intent had never waned. The beast demanded a duel. No problem. I haven't had a good stretch in a while, Yuan Ching replied coldly, a smile creeping upon his face. A duel? He had risen to prominence through such encounters. In the valley, man and beast stood at the very center of the expanse. The black flame beasts, alongside Dongfang Nishang and her companions, encircled the area, though they dared not approach Yuan Ching, fearful that the terrifying power might suddenly sweep them away. A fierce wind swept through as the black flame beast king unleashed a furious roar, charging toward Yuan Ching. Suddenly, a sword's chant resonated, and Yuan Ching, light as a swallow, shifted to a different direction in the blink of an eye. The black flame beast king appeared unfazed. Its body merely shifted slightly as countless flames erupted from its scales, converging upon Yuan Ching. This was the innate ability of the black flame beast. Legends spoke of their scales being transformed by innate flames, a force far superior to ordinary fire attribute energy. Dongfang Nishang cried out a warning. In the next moment, the devastating power of the black flame beast king was unmistakably revealed. The water wall conjured by Yuan Ching was utterly incapable of withstanding the inferno unleashed by the black flame beast king, which pierced through it effortlessly. An old hand indeed possesses formidable skills. Yuan Ching's expression remained unchanged as his figure began to flicker, his sword dancing in a flurry of motion, channeling the forces of wind and thunder towards the flames. If water cannot extinguish your fire, then let us confront it head-on. Boom! The intertwining energies of wind, thunder, and fire erupted, transforming the surrounding area within 100 meters into a scorched wasteland. The sweeping forces of wind and thunder carved dozens of deep craters into the ground. At this moment, Dongfang Nishang and the others had already retreated hastily, fearing to remain close to the fierce battle. Yuan Ching was exceptionally powerful, with his 4-aperture cultivation level. He was holding his own against the 6th-level demonic beast, the Black Flame Beast King. His mastery of Qi likely surpassed that of an average 6-aperture warrior. As Dongfang Nishang marveled, the flames of the Black Flame Beast King were no trifling matter. They could overwhelm even a 7-aperture warrior. Yet Yuan Ching managed to withstand them single-handedly. Can Yuan Ching truly emerge victorious? Yuan Qingyu inquired with concern. This is merely the beginning. Yuan Qing's true limits have yet to be tested, Dongfang Nishang replied, shaking her head. He appears remarkably composed, not at all resembling someone on the brink of exhaustion. Rather, he seems to be honing his skills. Within the Black Flame Valley, a vast expanse of scorched earth smoldered, with flames dancing and wind and thunder swirling around. Yuan Ching stood amidst the charred ground, patches of black flames still flickering around him, with wind in his left hand and thunder in his right. His flying sword long forgotten. What a delightful sensation. The feeling of fully unleashing my qi is exhilarating. The Black Flame Beast King looked on in terror at Yuan Ching, bewildered by this monstrous figure who seemed to grow more exhilarated with each clash. Yet, it was crucial to note that Yuan Ching was not unscathed. His injuries, if borne by an ordinary person, would have led to their demise multiple times over. However, Yuan Ching appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, Yuan Ching shattered the wind and thunder qi in his grasp, having fully mastered this extraordinary power. It was time to conclude this, old hand. In a heartbeat, a sword manifested in each of his hands. Though these blades were not as sharp as Zhang Qing's weapon, they sufficed. The 9 swords of heavenly clouds. In an instant, the Black Flame Beast King's expression shifted to one of horror. As a creature of instinct, it possessed an acute sensitivity to peril. Earlier, when Yuan Qing's wind and thunder qi surged, it was akin to the descent of a thunder god, and the beast had felt no significant threat then. Yet, at this moment, with Yuan Ching wielding his swords and locking onto it with his aura, the Black Flame Beast King sensed a deadly crisis. Soon, Yuan Qing's figure seemed to dissolve into the mist. The Black Flame Beast King could no longer pinpoint his location. Losing even the sense of his aura, it was doomed. This was the first instinct of the Black Flame Beast King. The man before him was extraordinarily formidable. Once he became earnest, the beast realized it had no means to retaliate. Even though their earlier confrontation appeared evenly matched, it now felt as though it were merely a plaything in the hands of its opponent. Suddenly, a sword plunged into its chest. There was no sensation, no warning. Like a blade that had materialized out of nowhere, it impaled his heart directly. Then came a second sword, followed by a third and a fourth. For wounds appeared as silently as whispers, gradually eroding its body and annihilating its strength. Roaring, the Black Flame Beast King sought to unleash a cry, yet found itself utterly voiceless, helplessly witnessing the deterioration of its wounds and the slow exsanguination of its lifeblood before collapsing onto the ground. A sixth-level demon. The Black Flame Beast King lay lifeless. Its massive form fell straight to the earth, devoid of any semblance of life. A mournful wail erupted from the surrounding black flame beasts, soon followed by a second, a third, and a relentless chorus of lamentations. The pack was bidding farewell to their fallen king. However, upon seeing Yuan Ching, there was no trace of resentment or bitterness among them, only fear and reverence. In the realm of beasts, the strong reigned supreme, and in that moment, Yuan Ching stood as the paramount force among them. "Where can I find my brother?" Yuan Ching inquired as he returned to Dongfang Nishang's side, choosing not to interrupt the Black Flame Beast's mourning, allowing them to honor their king. "No need. When you vanquished the Black Flame Beast King, someone released him," replied Dongfang Nishang. Not far away, an injured Black Flame Beast slowly made its way through the throng, advancing toward Yuan Ching. The beast beneath him leaped with excitement. This Black Flame Beast was none other than his brother. Yet, the elder brother did not immediately acknowledge his sibling, instead approaching Yuan Ching and kneeling on its forelegs. It declared its allegiance to the stronger being. Consequently, the entire pack of Black Flame Beasts mirrored this gesture, all kneeling in submission before Yuan Ching, until even the beast beside him followed suit. "What does this mean? Have I become the Beast King?" Yuan Ching pondered, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 31. Abundant harvest that cannot be. It resembles more the Supreme King. Oriental Nishang furrowed her brow. "The Supreme King? Indeed, you have vanquished the previous generation of the Black Flame Beast King. The brother of the Black Flame Beast we brought forth has ascended the throne. Yet he pledges his allegiance to you. Is this not akin to being the Supreme King?" Yuan Ching pondered thoughtfully. Initially, he had contemplated cultivating spiritual herbs within this Black Flame Valley, but it now appeared that this was not an insurmountable challenge. "My esteemed ministers, rise," Yuan Ching proclaimed loudly. Although the assembly of Black Flame Beasts was perplexed, they somewhat grasped the essence of Yuan Ching's words and rose accordingly. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us procure the Chinkoan fruit." Yuan Ching had fought this battle not for the loyalty of these beasts, but for his own tangible benefits. The newly appointed Black Flame Beast King understood this sentiment as well. He was aware of Yuan Ching's preferences. With a low growl, he beckoned Yuan Ching to follow him. The Black Flame Valley was vast. The location of Yuan Ching's earlier confrontation merely occupied a small fragment of the valley and had not caused any environmental damage. Riding atop the Black Flame Beast King, Yuan Ching galloped freely through the valley and soon reached the other side. Here, the spiritual energy was even more abundant than on the opposite side of the valley. Yuan Ching even spotted numerous Black Flame Beast cubs, still in their infancy. "It seems he has truly submitted to you, bringing you to the very place of breeding the Black Flame Beast cubs without concealment," Oriental Nishang remarked. "I am not a bloodthirsty and brutal person. Moreover, these little ones are rather adorable," Yuan Ching replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. However, this indeed represents a formidable power. As the commander of the Nishang Guard, Yuan Ching was naturally concerned not only for himself. The Black Flame Beasts possessed excellent innate abilities, maturing from birth to adulthood in merely 2 years. Once matured, they possessed strength equivalent to that of a quasi-great demon, comparable to a human in the Enlightenment realm. Some gifted Black Flame Beasts had boundless potential, with the possibility of evolving into 9th-level great demons. Currently, within the Black Flame Valley, there were several hundred mature Black Flame Beasts, and nearly 100 cubs as well. Perhaps a formidable army of Black Flame Beasts could be assembled. Nishang, communicate with them, informing them that I require their might to charge into battle for me. The benefits, of course, shall be plentiful. You may paint a rosy picture for them. Yuan Ching had yet to conceive of what could aid the growth of the Black Flame Beasts, but he was certain that suitable provisions would emerge in due time. First and foremost, I do not speak the beast tongue. Secondly, creatures of the caliber of the Black Flame Beast King can indeed comprehend your words, Oriental Nishang said with a frown, feeling as though Yuan Ching had relegated her to the role of translator. Roar. Indeed. The Black Flame Beast beneath Yuan Ching emitted a low growl. It seemed to agree, willing to dispatch the strongest warriors of its clan to fight for him. and its brother could accompany him as well. Let us first select 10 exceptionally gifted individuals. Once my team is expanded, I shall return to request the beasts. Rest assured, I shall treat them with utmost kindness, Yuan Ching declared cheerfully. Roar! The voice of the Black Flame Beast King echoed with excitement beneath Yuan Ching. Shortly thereafter, the Black Flame Beast King came to a halt, revealing before Yuan Ching a vast expanse of medicinal herbs. From a distance, one could see an area brimming with various rare and exotic plants. Just the 1,000 refinement fruits alone numbered in the hundreds. In the center of this area, there were even fruits larger than the 1,000 refinement fruits. Goodness, could that be the 10,000 refinement fruit? It takes 10,000 days to mature. And a martial artist at the body refinement stage who consumes it can directly break through a level. Even for Yuan Ching, consuming it would rapidly restore his spiritual essence. Roar! The Black Flame Beast King indicated that you may take half of what lies here, as it is necessary to leave half for the tribe. Half. That is more than sufficient. Yuan Ching was not a greedy person, especially since he had no use for such an abundance of 1,000 refinement fruits. The task of harvesting was undertaken by Yuan Ching and Dongfang Nishang, and true to his word, Yuan Ching took half, effectively removing an entire portion of the herb garden. In the end, Yuan Ching's satchel could not contain all the 1,000 refinement fruits, necessitating the assistance of a black flame beast to carry them. Yuan Ching did not count the exact number, but there were thousands of 100 refinement fruits and a substantial 500,000 refinement fruits, while the 10,000 refinement fruits were a meager 12. Wealth has come, genuine wealth. Indeed, 500,000 refinement fruits are just enough to repay my external debt of 500,000 taels. Dongfang Nishang exclaimed with excitement. What are you pondering? The funds for the team are entirely under my control. Will the casualty compensation not be dispersed? Dongfang Nishang countered. Of course, it will be dispersed, but not in such a straightforward manner. Once we reach the Xie Ocean Prefecture, I must devise a means of generating income from these 100 and 1,000 refinement fruits. Yuan Ching replied, not being the type to withhold casualty compensation. A means of making money? Do you have one? Dongfang Nishang inquired curiously. In truth, the team does not lack for funds. This situation is an anomaly, as they can typically secure substantial sums from the Heavenly Guard. It is worth noting that as the strongest force of the Xie Ocean Prefecture, the Heavenly Guard will always possess funds as long as the prefecture exists. Not at the moment. But once we reach the Xie Ocean Prefecture, it will be easy. It is a large city, after all, and generating money is not a challenge. Yuan Ching shook his head, mounted another black flame beast, and called for the others to similarly mount their beasts as they began their journey toward the Xie Ocean Prefecture. Since you are following me, I shall bestow upon you a name. Let us call you Little Black, simple and easy to remember. Yuan Ching gently patted the head of the black flame beast beneath him. Roar! Little Black responded with a deep sound, seemingly quite pleased with his new name. Giddy up! With a light command, Yuan Ching and his 5 companions emerged from the Black Flame Valley. The capital of Shaotian Prefecture lies merely beyond the Wan Yao mountain range from Lianyun City. Yet, it is precisely this mountain range that has severed the majority of exchanges, rendering a city that should be in close proximity to the capital nearly as isolated as a remote town. As Yuan Ching galloped through the Wan Yao mountain range atop his black flame beast, the creature's formidable presence deterred any beast from daring to approach their party. After half a day's journey, they finally emerged from the mountain range, finding it surprisingly uneventful. Yuan Ching, patting the head of his steed, felt a surge of satisfaction with his mount. They had traversed only the outskirts of the mountain range, never even brushing against its inner edges. With the black flame beast's aura instilling fear, the powerful beasts remained at bay. Dongfang Nishang, observing Yuan Ching's brashness, remarked in disbelief at his audacity. Perhaps next time we should venture deeper into the inner regions and see if we can exude enough regal presence to compel those beast kings to submit willingly. Yuan Ching mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Let us proceed. The capital lies just ahead. Dongfang Nishang interjected, her excitement palpable. Though only 10 days had passed since her departure from the capital, she had been filled with ambition then, eager to carve out her own reputation. Yet now, a decade later, aside from Yuan Ching, she found herself with nothing to show for her endeavors. Yuan Ching nodded, sharing a glimmer of anticipation. He was curious about the might of the most powerful techniques within the capital. However, No sooner had they taken a few steps forward than a commanding shout echoed from behind them. Halt! A squadron of black-clad cavalry surged rapidly towards Yuan Qing's direction. This is the territory of Shoutian Prefecture. Any large troop must display their insignia. Entry is strictly prohibited without it. The newcomers, clad entirely in black and mounted on 9th-level demonic steeds, included one soldier bearing a black meteor banner. They are the Black Guards, one of the 3 divisions under the Heavenly Guards, now tasked with the defense and patrol near the capital, Dongfang Nishang explained, her expression shifting to one of concern upon recognizing them. Ah, colleagues, we are from the Nishang Guard, just returning from battle, and we intend to rest before setting out again to confront the Beast Kings. Yuan Qing replied heartily. Nishang Guard? Huh, where did these pretenders come from? Daring to impersonate such a lowly group? The Black Cavalry, initially taken aback, erupted into raucous laughter. Dongfang Nishang's expression darkened, while Yuan Qing and Hu Sanyi exchanged glances, their faces shadowed with confusion. What could this mean? Was there something amiss with the Nishang Guard? Chapter 32, Yuan Qing? Guilty. From your demeanor, it is evident that you are mere novices, inexperienced, and naive. The Night Watch Legion of the Shiqian Prefecture was annihilated 3 days ago, the leader coldly declared. Moreover, the Legion is merely a band of women led by a trivial commander, a mere jest within the vast Shiqian Prefecture, much like your current predicament. Swish. No sooner had the leader of the Night Watch spoken than a flash of sword light soared through the air, and his head was severed cleanly from his body. Thud, thud. The head struck the ground, emitting 2 crisp sounds. To insult the commander of the Legion, such an offense demands retribution. Yuan Qing slowly retracted his flying sword, his gaze frigid as he spoke. He had slain the commander. He had avenged the fallen. Charge forth. Do not let them escape. After a moment of stunned silence, the Night Watch was immediately consumed by rage and hatred. Dozens of Night Watch warriors broke away from their ranks, surrounding Yuan Qing and his companions. The Legion of Women, under orders, vowed to avenge their commander and eradicate the Night Watch, restoring the honor of the Legion. Upon Yuan Qing's command, the flying sword was drawn once more, and countless blades of wind swept in from all directions, enveloping the area around him. Kill! Hu Sanyi shouted, drawing his long blade, ready to engage. Yuan Qing and Hu Sanyi both assumed their stances, preparing for the impending battle. The Night Watch's strength was formidable. The slain leader was a practitioner of the 2-portal realm, accompanied by several others of the opening portals, and 10 from the 9th level of body refinement. Yuan Qing unleashed another strike, and several practitioners of the opening portals were instantly dispatched. Seizing the moment, Hu Sanyi advanced toward the last practitioner of the opening portal. Crimson arcs of blood splattered forth, and in that instant, the remaining Night Watch warriors comprehended the gravity of their situation. They had encountered a formidable opponent, one far beyond their capabilities. Run. Quickly flee. These individuals are far too powerful. The remaining body refinement practitioners, trembling in fear, dared not continue their encirclement of Yuan Qing and hastily retreated on their steeds. However, Yuan Qing would not afford them such mercy. Within a radius of several dozen meters, his vital energy enveloped all. In a mere heartbeat, several practitioners of the 9th level of body refinement fell lifeless to the ground. Before even entering the capital, Yuan Qing had already obliterated an entire squad of the Night Watch. I am sorry, I did not realize the plight of the Legion of Women had deteriorated so severely. Dongfang Nishang's complexion paled. She had not anticipated this calamity when she departed. At the very least, they had all presented themselves as the 3 great legions under the Tianwei Gate. Yet the news of their complete destruction had spread with alarming swiftness. It matters not. The Legion may have fallen, but it can be rebuilt. Now that I am here, the future Legion of Women shall command respect and instill fear in all. Yuan Qing's expression turned slightly pale. In his past life, he had formed a mercenary organization that instilled dread on an international scale. Now, embarking on the revival of the Legion of Women was but a trivial endeavor. Hu Sanyi, raise the banner and hang the head of the Night Watch's leader upon it. We shall enter the city, and I want everyone to know that the Legion of Women has returned. Hu Sanyi nodded vigorously, retrieving the banner of the Legion left behind by the Guardian from his belongings. Dongfang Nishang gritted her teeth, yet an indescribable feeling churned within her. The banner of the Nishang Guard bore the image of a phoenix engulfed in fierce flames, and particularly after the battle. The tattered flag exuded an aura of rebirth akin to the phoenix's resurrection. Raise your heads, hoist the banner high. Yuan Ching and his companions regrouped and set forth once more, this time with the intention of making a grand entrance into the capital. As they journeyed, many passers-by cast curious glances at the phoenix flag, their apprehension intensifying upon noticing the severed head dangling from it. Is that the Nishang Guard? Could it be that they have returned? And they ride the black flame beasts. Wasn't it said that they were annihilated in the 10,000 demon mountains? How is it that they now appear unscathed? Hush, did you not see the head above? Be wary of your words. Numerous onlookers grew increasingly intrigued as they approached the capital, the throngs of people swelling in number. Today, the night guards were tasked with the city's defense. And as they observed the gathering crowd at the city gate, orders began to echo, prompting several night guards to converge towards the entrance. Soon, Yuan Ching and his party arrived at the city gate. Halt! Identify yourselves and state your insignia. According to the regulations of the Shengtian Prefecture, those bearing banners must comply with the guards for verification. Zhang, open your eyes and take a good look. Do you not recognize the Nishang Guard's flag? Hu Sanyi stepped forward, beginning to ascertain his position. What nonsense about the Nishang Guard? I only know that they were obliterated days ago. And I have no idea where you found that tattered flag, sneered the city gate guard. Boom. A flash of lightning surged forth, striking the gate guard directly, instantly singeing him into charred remains. To insult the Nishang Guard is to face punishment. Yuan Ching's voice thundered, resonating with the fierce winds of the mountains, swiftly spreading throughout the entire city gate area. How domineering the Nishang Guard is, they dare to act with such aggression. Are these truly the Nishang Guard? Their audacity is astounding, to confront the night guards outside the capital. Look, the night guards are coming. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. From all directions, countless dark figures converged upon the gate, drawn by the earlier lightning strike. How bold these thieves are, daring to engage in combat outside the capital. Those who have harmed my night guard shall not leave the city alive today. On the gate tower, roars of authority echoed one after another. The night guards, responsible for the city's defense, had never encountered anyone who dared to challenge their authority so brazenly. Look, that appears to be the head of Knight 29. These ruffians have killed Knight 29 and even hung his head as a trophy. This is a direct provocation to our night guard's authority. Quickly, inform the commander. With this reminder, the crowd finally realized that it was indeed the head of Knight 29. The hierarchy among the Night Watch is rigid. Until one ascends to the rank of commander, they are merely identified by numbers. Knight 29, representing the 29th individual beneath the commander. Yuan Ching, having claimed the title of Knight 29, has, in theory, entered into an irrevocable conflict with the Night Watch. Is Yuan Ching being a tad excessive? Inquired Dongfang Nishang. Her concern evident. Excessive? Nishang, you must comprehend that the Nishang Guard cannot be affronted, and the princess is the very linchpin of the Nishang Guard. This individual deserves his fate, Yuan Ching declared, his voice deliberately raised for all to hear. The princess? The Nishang princess has returned. Several individuals, having previously encountered her at the royal manor, were astonished to realize that the veiled maiden standing behind Yuan Ching was none other than Princess Dongfang Nishang. At that moment, a stir rippled through the ranks of the Night Watch, who were equally taken aback by the presence of Princess Nishang. Suddenly, the once closed city gates swung open wide. A man clad in black armor, accompanied by a contingent of dark riders, emerged slowly from within. Commander of the Night Watch, Black Wolf, extends a warm welcome to Princess Nishang upon her return. Black Wolf proclaimed with fervor as his men parted to create a passage, seemingly to allow Dongfang Nishang to enter. Princess Nishang remained unmoved, her curiosity piqued by Yuan Ching's intrigue regarding Black Wolf's intentions. Esteemed princess, please return to the manor. Otherwise, should any harm befall you during the execution of the traitors, I would not be able to bear the consequences, Black Wolf asserted once more, his voice elevated. Traitors? Black Wolf, where do you see any traitors here? Dongfang Nishang retorted. The Night Watch protects the capital. Attacking the Night Watch equates to assaulting the capital itself. According to the laws of Shaodian Fu, such an act is tantamount to rebellion. You all shall be punished, Black Wolf pronounced, swiftly condemning Yuan Ching and his companions. Chapter 33. The Overbearing Celestial Guardian Night Watch? Huh. What a mere jest to consider the night watch capable of safeguarding the capital. Yuan Qing laughed heartily as he rode forth on his black flame beast, stepping out from the ranks. A subtle smirk curled at the corner of the black wolf's mouth. He chose not to respond, instead raising his hand lightly, encircling Yuan Qing and his companions with dozens of night watchmen. To defy authority and show such disrespect to the Princess of Nishang warrants immediate execution. Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Knight 29? Yuan Qing chuckled softly, brandishing his sword with disdain, regarding the surrounding night watchmen as nothing more than insignificant pests. Princess Nishang, are you truly intent on associating with these miscreants? The black wolf disregarded Yuan Qing entirely, directing his gaze at the enchanting Dongfang Nishang behind him. If he could sever ties with Dongfang Nishang, what harm would it be to eliminate Yuan Qing and his company? Presumptuous, Yuan Qing bellowed, unleashing a fierce bolt of lightning that surged toward the black wolf. How dare you flaunt such trivial skills? The black wolf scoffed, erupting with searing flames from within, which collided with Yuan Qing's lightning in a spectacular clash. Boom! In an instant, the gates of the city were illuminated with fiery brilliance as lightning and fire intertwined, threatening to spread chaos in all directions. At that moment, a peculiar shimmer radiated from the city walls, swiftly quelling the impending explosion of energy. It was the capital's protective array. Once activated, it would surely alert the celestial guardians of the impending threat. The night watchmen atop the city gate were thrown into disarray. The activation of the array signified an attack on the capital, implying their dereliction of duty. You seek death. The black wolf seethed with anger, taken aback by Yuan Qing's audacity to strike at the city gates. Reacting instinctively, he had not anticipated the dire consequences of his actions. Now, he had to subdue Yuan Qing swiftly before the celestial guardians arrived, in hopes of redeeming himself. 7 halos ignited around the black wolf as an unceasing flow of energy began to surge into his being. Yuan Qing, be cautious. The black wolf is a practitioner of the 7 apertures realm. Dongfang Nishang's complexion paled as she grasped the gravity of the situation. A practitioner at the aperture realm accumulates energy from the 1st to the 6th apertures, with minimal enhancement. However, upon reaching the 7th aperture, the energy coalesces into a singular force, resulting in a qualitative transformation of power. The Lord of Lianyun City is also a master of the 7 apertures realm, easily overpowering the heads of the other 4 or 5 apertures. Humph, insects like you dare challenge the night watch. Today, Black Wolf shall claim your life. In the blink of an eye, the black wolf became engulfed in raging flames, transforming into a fiery figure, as countless flames intertwined to form a colossal, ravenous wolf. The eyes of the flaming wolf glimmered with a hint of sentience, and in that moment, it locked onto Yuan Qing's energy. It is the Black Wolf Commander's signature technique, the fiery, gluttonous wolf. It is said that this formidable technique has severely injured many practitioners of the 7 apertures realm. It seems the commander is genuinely incensed. The sweltering heat in the air caused many of the night guards to feel a tightening in their hearts. With the flame wolf locked onto him, Yuan Qing's fate appeared all but sealed. A howl pierced the night, and the flame wolf surged forth at an astonishing speed, reaching Yuan Qing in the blink of an eye. Yuan Qing, Dongfang Nishang cried out in desperation. The power of the flame wolf was formidable, yet Yuan Qing stood his ground, refusing to dodge or evade. Suddenly, a gentle green light radiated from within him. In that moment, amidst the confusion, Yuan Qing unleashed a precise strike with his sword. The flame wolf in the sky seemed to lose its target, momentarily frozen in place. At the city gate, the black wolf's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the information relayed to him by the flame wolf. This was a power capable of contending with a practitioner of the 7 apertures realm. The black wolf found it hard to believe, as the person before him should merely be an insignificant ant of the 4 apertures realm. How could he possibly withstand his flame wolf? Boom! The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, and the once mighty flame wolf disintegrated before their eyes. The entire area surrounding Yuan Qing was engulfed in flames. The flame wolf had exploded. How could this be? That was the personal ultimate technique of the commanding leader, a powerful skill capable of severely wounding a practitioner of the 7 apertures realm. Without a full-powered strike from the 7 apertures realm, it was impossible to shatter the flame wolf, and yet this individual, merely at the 4 apertures realm, had done just that. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What they had anticipated to be an overwhelming attack had been thwarted by Yuan Ching. Who exactly was this person? A flicker of doubt crossed each mind. Soon, the flames in the sky began to dissipate, and Yuan Ching's figure gradually re-emerged in the same location. Standing at the center of the flames, he had borne the brunt of the impact, his clothes charred and his skin marred with scorch marks. At that moment, Yuan Ching was gasping for breath, drawing in the surrounding air and the abundant spiritual energy flooding into his body. That last strike had drained much of his internal strength, and the power deep within his marrow began to wane. This was the realm of Jade Marrow. After the gentle green light, Yuan Ching could temporarily unleash a strength several times his own, enabling him to cleave the flame wolf in the sky. However, the flying sword in his hand bore the scars of that overwhelming force, now marred with cracks. Yuan Ching, are you all right? Dongfang Nishang and the others approached with concern. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. That wolf commander is surprisingly strong, Yuan Ching replied honestly as he descended from the sky. Yet, to the black wolf's ears, this sounded like an endless mockery. His strongest attack had been shattered, and now this wretch claimed to be struggling? Was he insinuating that he himself was even stronger? I'll end you. With a fierce roar, the black wolf was once again engulfed in flames, determined to personally eliminate the audacious figure before him. However, as he made his move, his form suddenly froze, rendered immobile. Cease your actions, Black Wolf. A silver figure, adorned with 7 characters, gracefully descended from the city tower, landing directly between Yuan Ching and the Black Wolf, Lord 7th of the Earth. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Black Wolf hastily knelt, beads of sweat streaming down his face. I pay my respects to Lord Earth Guardian. The surrounding night guards swiftly reacted, kneeling as well, with nearby bystanders following suit. Too fearful to raise their heads. The power of the celestial guards was deeply entrenched throughout the Shotn prefecture, and within the celestial guards. The ranks of the earth, heaven, and mysterious were distinctly defined. With the celestial guards absent, the earth guards held dominion. Thus, the presence of the 7th-ranking figure among them was sufficient to instill fear in the lesser beings. Little 7th, I pay my respects to Princess Nizhang. The 7th did not acknowledge the crowd, but instead bowed courteously to the side, addressing Dongfang Nizhang. 7th, I did not expect it to be you. Dongfang Nizhang sighed softly, realizing that with the 7th's presence, no one would dare to stir up trouble. The city gate formation has been activated. I had no choice but to come. The 7th replied slowly, his tone distinctly tinged with dissatisfaction. Lord 7th, which fool provoked? The Black Wolf hastily attempted to explain. Black Wolf, do you comprehend your transgressions? However, before the Black Wolf could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the 7th. I recognize my fault, the Black Wolf replied. His face ashen, he understood that the decisions of the Earth Guards were beyond their influence. Princess Nizhang, may I inquire about the identity of that individual? The 7th then turned his gaze to Dongfang Nizhang, not sparing a glance at Yuan Ching. Yuan Ching is the current commander of the Nizhang Guards. Dongfang Nizhang took a deep breath and stated, Oh, the commander of the Nizhang Guards? The 7th regarded Yuan Ching with surprise, noting his 4-portal realm. He was certain he was not mistaken. However, the ability to withstand a strike from the greedy wolf indicated considerable skill, and he appeared quite youthful. Since he is the commander under Princess Nizhang, he shall be spared from death. The 7th's words were delivered lightly, yet those around him were visibly shaken. Such was the tyrannical nature of the celestial guards. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have met their demise. Dongfang Nizhang heaved a sigh of relief. Despite being a princess, the celestial guards were not obliged to show her any favor. Issue the order. Today, the city night guards have neglected their duties. Each will be fined 3 months' salary and receive 50 lashes. The 7th commanded once more. The night guards, acknowledge the command. The Black Wolf could only accept this with reluctance. By decree, Night Guard Commander Black Wolf and Nizhang Guard Commander Yuan Ching, for violating the laws of the Shotn prefecture, shall be sentenced to 3 years in the Demon Suppression Inferno. Chapter 34, The Demon Suppression Hell, Level B. Earth 7. Yuan Ching is my military leader. Dongfang Nishang was agitated. The military leader she had just brought back was unexpectedly imprisoned in the hellish confinement. The Nishang Guard's military leader is also a citizen of Shotn Prefecture. Anyone from Shotn Prefecture who dares to defy orders shall be executed. Earth 7 declared with unwavering authority. Yuan Qing's expression shifted slightly. 3 years of imprisonment would render him utterly destitute. Perhaps fleeing would be a better option. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt an invisible force locking onto him, as if any movement on his part would result in immediate suppression. Even if he unleashed all his strength, he sensed no possibility of escape. Such formidable power. Was this the might of Earth 7? Observing the trembling black wolf kneeling beside him, it seemed clear that Earth 7 would indeed act upon their words. If the county lord has objections, they may report to the prefect. Earth 7 stated with precision. No objections. Dongfang Nishang gritted her teeth. Reporting to the prefect would only lead to a more tragic fate. Then, she whispered to Yuan Qing. You still have a chance in the demon suppression hell. I will do my utmost to assist you from the outside. Understood, my lady. Yuan Qing shook his head. Circumstances were beyond his control. Since there are no objections, I shall take these two away. Upon concluding, Earth 7 casually reached out, lifting the kneeling black wolf. And Yuan Qing followed suit. Then, Earth 7 leapt into the air, re-entering the capital. We bid farewell to Lord Earthguard. As they watched Earth 7 depart, the night guards called out once more. My lady, what shall we do now? Yuan Qing and others exchanged glances, their eyes wide with uncertainty. Yuan Qing was not only their military leader but their pillar of support. Without him, they felt utterly lost. Let us return to the county lord's residence and deliberate further. Dongfang Nishang sighed, shaking her head. Without Yuan Qing, all her thoughts were abruptly severed. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing felt himself enveloped in a surge of vital energy, able to perceive everything around him, yet unable to sense the external changes. He observed as he was swiftly transported by the city lord, soon crossing vast stretches of building clusters to a corner of the city. He then descended gently from the air. As the vital energy dissipated, Yuan Qing again sensed the alterations surrounding him. This place seemed to remain within the capital, yet it was devoid of any vitality, instead imbued with a heavy, lifeless atmosphere. Surrounded by bizarre black structures, before him loomed a massive black wooden door, inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Demon Suppression Hell. Behind the Demon Suppression Hell stood a towering black spire, emanating an unsettling aura. Go on, enter by yourself, the voice of Earth 7 echoed. The black wolf shivered, leading the way, with Yuan Qing closely following. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the Demon Suppression Hell, 4 figures clad in mysterious white appeared around them. We are here to serve Lord Earth 7. Upon witnessing the presence of the 7th Earth, the 4 individuals bowed in unison, confining these 2 into the Bing prison. With a sentence of 3 years, the 7th Earth proclaimed slowly, As you command. The 4 Su-En guards swiftly took charge of escorting Hailing and Yuan Qing, remaining by their side without any means of restraint. Observing these 4, Yuan Qing was inwardly astonished. These guards were of the same caliber as the Lord of Lianyun City, all adept Su-En level heavenly guards. After handing over Yuan Qing and his companion, the 7th Earth turned to depart. As the 7th Earth left, Hailing, who had been tense with anxiety, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brothers, for your hard work. I am Hailing, the Night Guard leader, and I hope for your kind assistance, he said, producing 4 silver notes from his pocket and placing them in the hands of the Su-En guards. According to the rules of the Demon Suppression Prison, no body searches were conducted. One was left as they were upon capture, and no items could be delivered from the outside, rendering it a veritable isolation. The leader of Hailing is excessively courteous. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. As long as they do not contravene the rules of this prison, we brothers shall lend a hand, the guards replied. Their demeanor towards Hailing noticeably softened upon receiving the silver notes. I dare not impose, but I hope that my companion and I can be placed in adjacent rooms. Allowing us to converse, Hailing continued. That is quite simple. Rooms 36 and 37 in the Bing sector have recently become available due to consecutive failures and trials, one of the guards assured. Then I must trouble you, brothers, Hailing replied with a smile. Yuan Qing looked at Hailing with some confusion. Was this man offering gifts simply to share a cell with him? Moreover, what did the guards mean by trials? It seemed there were deeper mysteries within this demon suppression prison. Suddenly, a series of roars erupted from ahead. It was the voice of a great demon. Is this the roar of a Fulua? Are the guards now Fulua? Hailing inquired anxiously. 2 months prior, 2 individuals successfully broke through, much to the dissatisfaction of the higher-ups. Coincidentally, a four-armed Falloa was wreaking havoc within the estate. So they captured it to serve as the new guardian, one of the Su-in guards explained. Hailing's expression shifted between shades of fear and uncertainty. The calm demeanor he had previously maintained evaporating entirely. In silence, the group arrived before an immense steel gate. Through the gate, Yuan Qing glimpsed a terrifying creature seated within a vast arena. Towering at 5 meters, its black-green armored body was adorned with a dragon's head, a human torso, and a lizard's tail. Most alarmingly, it possessed 4 arms, one of which was nonchalantly gnawing on a half-eaten human corpse. Indeed, it was a 4-armed Falloa, albeit a youthful one, at the level of a 7th-tier great demon. Upon sighting the 4-armed Falloa, Hailing exhaled slightly in relief. Leader Hailing, a friendly reminder. Due to the recent failures and trials, this creature has consumed many warriors and is likely on the verge of advancing to an 8th-tier great demon. One of the Su-in guards suddenly interjected. What? An 8th-tier great demon? The countenance of the Black Wolf shifted dramatically, the despair in his expression more pronounced than before. Indeed, according to the established rules, any demon beast that advances during its watch will not be easily replaced. This 4-armed Fu Luo will likely remain here for quite some time. Perhaps it was the allure of wealth that prompted the Xianwei to speak at length. Well then, room 36 is ready. Commander Black Wolf, you may proceed inside. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to instruct your comrades. Xianwei indicated a room ahead. He then directed his gesture towards another chamber, addressing Yuan Qing. The other room is right next to room 37. You may go there yourself. Yuan Qing paused, taken aback by the casualness of the arrangement. Yet, it made sense. Within this demon suppression inferno, even an 8th-tier great demon could be easily contained, let alone a mere warrior who had merely opened a few meridians. Yuan Qing certainly would not be foolish enough to engage in any reckless actions here. Upon entering room 37, he found it to be a far cry from the dank prisons he had imagined. It boasted a bed, a desk, and an expansive space, all enveloped in an extraordinarily refined ambience, devoid of the straw and rotten mats. Not a single dead mouse in sight. This is indeed a rather pleasant place for cultivation. Yuan Qing could not help but muse. Yuan Qing, it appears you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation, came the cold and mocking voice of the Black Wolf from nearby. Oh, if Commander Black Wolf does not mind, I would be most eager to listen attentively. Yuan Qing admitted, genuinely perplexed by the circumstances, particularly regarding the earlier mention of challenges. Very well. Even if I were to enlighten you, it would not be amiss. The essence of this demon suppression inferno is not to imprison humans, but to subdue demons. Anyone who enters may advance through challenges to secure an early release. And the guardian demon beasts corresponding to the 4 categories, A, B, C, and D, are each distinct. Naturally, the current C category guardian demon beast is the 7th-tier great demon, the 4-armed Fu Luo you just encountered. Chapter 35. The marvelous 1,000 refinement fruit. It seemed as though a response was elicited by the words of the Black Wolf commander, as a thunderous roar emanated from Gate 37 towards the arena. Before long, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth from the Iron Gate, recklessly permeating the entirety of Prison B. Subsequently, a cacophony of lamentation and ire echoed throughout the confines of B Prison. Oh, now we are faced with the formidable 8-level demon, the 4-armed Fu Luo. The Black Wolf remarked with a sardonic tone. Indeed, confronting such a being presents quite the challenge. Yuan Qing discreetly reached into his bosom, feeling the 12 essence fruits still nestled there, along with a considerable number of 1,000 refinement fruits. He was not overly concerned. You are but a mere 4-aperture realm cultivator. No matter how fierce your combat prowess may be, you stand no chance against the most battle-hardened Fu Luo. The Black Wolf sneered. His earlier intention of remaining close to Yuan Qing was to allow him to experience the despair of watching him depart. However, it appeared that this vision had been thoroughly shattered by the arrival of the 4-armed Fu Luo. Perhaps you are unaware, but in 4 days, the time for the 3 major warriors duel will arrive. Should the Ni Chong Guard fail to achieve any noteworthy results, they will be disbanded, and the Ni Chong Princess shall forfeit her right to inherit the position of the estate lord. Yuan Qing was taken aback. How could such a predicament exist? As the military leader of the Ni Chong Guard, if the guard were to be dissolved, Where would he seek means to acquire wealth and cultivation techniques? Would he not be losing his youthful prospects? Moreover, having offended the Night Guard, when would he have the opportunity to ally with such a powerful figure again? Feeling despondent, are we? The princess you remain loyal to is merely the weakest among the Lord's 3 offspring. In mere days, she shall lose everything she possesses, while you can only languish in your cell, consumed by anxiety. The Black Wolf continued his mockery, reveling in the worth of his investment. The arrogance Yuan Ching had previously exhibited seemed to have been replaced with a sense of powerlessness. Fool! Yuan Ching chose to ignore him, extracting the essence fruits from his robe to begin his cultivation. In the otherwise tumultuous atmosphere of Bee Prison, the moment the essence fruits were revealed, a rich fragrance of medicinal essence wafted through the air. How can you possess such a treasure as the 100 refinement fruit? The Black Wolf was the first to react, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. What? The 100 refinement fruit? Young brother, do you truly have this fruit? Simpleton, this aroma is not merely that of the 100 refinement fruit. Based on my senses, it must be at least the 1,000 refinement, if not the 10,000 refinement. Young brother, no. Elder brother, will you part with your fruit? I am willing to offer double the market price. I will offer triple the market price. You lot of paupers, I am willing to pay 10 times the market price. Brother, how many do you possess? I want them all. The atmosphere within Bee Prison became lively, with everyone clamoring to bid for the essence fruits. The Shin Guard, however, did not intervene, seemingly endorsing this fervor. Are 1,000 refinement fruits truly so valuable? Yuan Ching was astonished, reaching into his bosom once more to discover he still possessed around 50 of them. Dear brother, you have no idea how dire the situation is here in this place. For years, we have languished without sustenance, receiving only meager scraps when starvation looms perilously close. An elderly voice suddenly interjected. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the air has been thrown into disarray by those monstrous beasts, causing our cultivation progress to languish at least tenfold compared to the outside world. For us, the enlightened martial artists, remaining here is akin to a slow and torturous demise amidst a foul refuse heap. As the elder's discourse reached its zenith, his voice quivered with emotion. Dear brother, I do not seek 1,000 refinement fruit. Could you perhaps spare me a single 100 refinement fruit to alleviate my suffering? Yuan Ching's heart trembled. Was life here truly so unbearable? It seemed imperative to cherish his 1,000 refinement fruits. Old Zhang, what charade are you putting on? Each time newcomers arrive, you feign wretchedness. Does it amuse you? Another voice interjected. Brother, do not be deceived. This old coot is quite cunning, and his life here is undoubtedly more comfortable than ours. Old fool, you prattle too much. Now, none of us shall feast, Old Zhang retorted through gritted teeth. Yuan Ching paused, relieved that his compassion was not overly strong, or he might have been ensnared by the elder's ruse. However, given the recent uproar, it seemed that Old Zhang's assertions were indeed grounded in truth. 1,000 refinement fruit was indeed a treasure. Considering the formidable four-armed beast, Yuan Ching reflected, I must advance to 6 apertures. No, 7 would be much safer. Yet, reaching 7 apertures may require more fruits than I possess. I also wish to sell a few. He mused, counting the 1,000 refinement fruits nestled in his grasp. What? You aspire to cultivate? Huh. The fruits you carry can only elevate you to the pinnacle of 5 apertures at best. The voice of the Black Wolf echoed again, seemingly attuned to Yuan Ching's thoughts. Dear brother, you wish to cultivate? You should have mentioned it sooner. I possess 100 spirit pills. Those below the 7 aperture realm can consume them to fully restore their spiritual resonance. They are far superior to 1,000 refinement fruits. How about a trade of 2 for 1? Old Zhang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Do not heed him. I offer 100 spirit pill in exchange for a single 1,000 refinement fruit. Another voice clamored, I'll give you 2. I beg you, I need 1,000 refinement fruit. The cacophony of offers rose once more, as nearly all present were formidable beings above the 5 aperture realm, each likely possessing a few treasures of their own. In this realm, the least valuable items were those that restored spiritual resonance. After all, time was abundant here, while what was truly scarce were the rare materials imbued with pure spiritual energy. These were the treasures coveted by martial artists across the various chambers. Esteemed seniors, I happen to have a few 1,000 refinement fruits available for trade for 100 spirit pills, though I am uncertain how to conduct this transaction, Yuan Ching ventured. That is simple. The guards will facilitate our exchanges. We merely need to offer them a small favor in return. Then why does the guard not engage in this trade? Because such is the rule of this purgatory. Here, the rules cannot be transgressed, one individual explained. Understood, esteemed seniors. The supply of Qian Shui fruit is limited. Whoever restores the spiritual essence with the Bai Ling Dan shall claim it at a premium. To ensure fairness, we shall proceed with an auction. Having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Yuan Ching began to formulate his strategy. I bid 2 Bai Ling Dan. 4. Please, esteemed guests, raise your bids. I have not inhaled the sweet spiritual energy for a year. Silence ensued, not out of being moved, but due to the exorbitant prices. To put it in perspective, 3 Qian Shui fruits are valued only as much as 1 Bai Ling Dan outside. Very well, it is settled. The first one belongs to this esteemed elder. The man sighed in relief, for it was already a substantial price. Others too felt a sense of relief, knowing that the first sale signaled the likelihood of more to follow. Before long, Xianwei entered, initiating the transaction between Yuan Qing and another individual. While Xianwei pocketed 1,000 taels as a service fee, merely for a few steps of work. Now, for the second Bai Ling Dan, esteemed elders, please place your bids. 3. 4. The final price settled at 4, without further escalation. At that moment, another Xianwei entered, excitedly beginning the next transaction. Soon, the third and fourth Bai Ling Dan were sold, as Yuan Qing's supply of Qian Shui fruits seemed inexhaustible, leaving the individuals from the B category feeling duped. In contrast, the Xianwei members were overjoyed. Who would have thought this newcomer would have such a bounty? Who carries so many Qian Shui fruits with them? One of the Xianwei chuckled. Now, brothers, we stand to profit immensely. Each of us should net at least 3,000 taels. The majority of the Xianwei possessed strength at the 6th or 7th realm, and an additional 3,000 taels brought them much joy. Esteemed colleagues, we have all benefited. Let us ensure we look after this newcomer, so he does not perceive us Xianwei as mere profiteers. One Xianwei suddenly remarked. Understood, leader, rest assured. We are all aware of the rules of the inferno. Amidst the laughter, the transactions of the B category slowed. Yuan Qing beamed at the 50 or so Bai Ling Dan in his possession. By the end, prices had plummeted to a 2-for-1 exchange, leaving Yuan Qing with nearly all of their stock. Esteemed seniors, we shall conclude today's transactions here. This junior must now focus on cultivation. Young brother, do you still have goods? I possess other treasures for exchange. My friend, you certainly have Yuan Shui fruits, do you not? I desire that Yuan Shui fruit and can offer my weapon in return. Chapter 36. System upgrade within the realm of the B grade. Chaos reigned as 20 mere thousand essence fruits seemed to vanish like stones sinking into the ocean. Naturally, those fortunate enough to possess the 1,000 essence fruits were blissfully absorbing pure spiritual energy, an experience that was unparalleled for martial practitioners. Yet, Yuan Qing paid no heed to the cacophony around him. After all, finding tranquility amidst the bustling market was his forte. He took a moment to reflect on the martial arts techniques he currently mastered, with the Heavenly Cloud 9 swords being of utmost importance, as it constituted his primary technique. Successfully activated Heavenly Cloud 9 swords once, currently assessing the shaking points, evaluating personal cultivation level, assessing physical constitution, determining comprehension level of Heavenly Cloud 9 swords, shaking point successful. This cultivation session's coefficient is 1,872 times. As the technique concluded its cycle, Yuan Qing's internal energy surged to the brink of a breakthrough, accompanied by a notification echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The number of times the technique has been activated has reached 100. The system has successfully transitioned to the next stage. What is this? A system upgrade. Yuan Qing's heart soared with joy. It was no jest that the system was already formidable without an upgrade. How powerful would it become afterward? At that moment, a new screen appeared before Yuan Qing, detailing all the techniques he had currently mastered. Body forging technique. Comprehension level. 6th realm jade liquid realm. 7th realm blood dripping realm progress. 2142-200000 legendary realm unlock conditions. 9 true mystical arts. Comprehension level. 3rd realm 5 true realm. 4th realm yin yang realm progress. 15392-50000 legendary realm unlock conditions. Heavenly Cloud 9 swords. Comprehension level. Perfect. Cultivation level. For Aperture's realm. Progress to 5th aperture. 9978 10,000 Legendary Realm Unlock Conditions. 1. Cultivation reaches 9 apertures. Realm 2. Use Heavenly Cloud 9 swords to slay a Jade Bone Realm martial artist with a cultivation level below Jade Bone Realm. Tiger roars in the mountains. Comprehension level, perfect. Cultivation level, 1 aperture. Realm. Progress to 2nd aperture. 3054 3500 Legendary Realm Unlock Conditions. 1. Cultivation reaches 7 apertures. Realm 2. Witness a roar from a demon king level tiger. Calming Fist. Comprehension level, perfect. Cultivation level, aperture opening realm. Progress to 1st aperture. 2414 10,000 Legendary Realm Unlock Conditions. 1. Achieve perfect comprehension, completed. 2. Cultivation exceeds aperture opening realm, completed. Legendary realm has been unlocked. The Calming Fist legendary quest can be accepted. Minor Cloud Leaping. Comprehension level. 3rd realm 1 leap of 100 meters. 4th realm 1 leap of 1,000 meters. Progress. 2305 460,000 Legendary Realm Unlock Conditions. 1. Cultivation reaches 9 apertures. Realm 2. Practice Minor Cloud Leaping over 100,000 times. A series of data dazzled Yuan Qing's eyes. Compared to the previous simplicity, 2 additional functions had now been added. Firstly, the progress bar is of paramount importance. With its presence, Yuan Qing can now have a focused direction in his cultivation. For instance, the 7th realm of the body refinement technique, the blood drip realm, can be temporarily set aside. At this juncture, devoting all his efforts to the 4th realm of the 9 true Xiangong, the Yin-Yang realm, stands as the optimal solution. Secondly, there is the newly emerged legendary realm, perfectly coinciding with the completion of the requirements for the Steady Breath Fist. Perhaps it is worth investigating. Successfully accepted the Steady Breath Fist legendary realm task. Task description. It is said that the Steady Breath Fist was created by a century-old enlightened master. Yet he spent his entire life unable to discover a suitable fist energy, leaving his technique stagnant at the highest enlightened realm. Task requirements. Seek out a suitable fist energy and integrate it into the Steady Breath Fist. This will lead to a qualitative transformation of the technique. Upon approaching, the extraction method will be automatically presented. Information retrieval. 1. Some powerful demonic beasts may possess the energy you seek. 2. Countless types of natural energies exist in the world. You might attempt to capture a fragment. 3. Some extreme individuals or entities might harbor the energy you desire. The notion of the righteous spirit immediately sprang to Yuan Qing's mind upon reviewing the information. As for the powerful demonic beasts, he likely does not measure up. He has never even heard of natural energies. Only the last option sparks some contemplation. Unfortunately, his own illustrious charm seems inadequate. What a pity it is to have such a handsome face, rendered utterly useless. Charm aside, this matter must be set aside for now. Once he ventures outside, he can ask Enai Chong to assist him in the search. Casting his gaze once more over all the techniques, he quickly fixates on the Tianyun 9 swords and 9 true Xiangong. Successfully activated Tianyun 9 swords, currently undergoing judgment of the shaking points. Shaking point successful. This cultivation session's coefficient is 1,680 times. The current cultivation coefficient has not reached its maximum value. Would you like to view the missing conditions? Another new element. This certainly warrants further examination. Tianyun 9 swords cultivation talent requirements. Technique talent requirement value, 160. Current personal talent value, 56. Coefficient, 0, 35. Swordsmanship talent requirement value, 240. Current personal swordsmanship talent, 48. Coefficient, 0, 2. Comprehension level requirement for Tianyun 9 swords, 100. Current personal comprehension level, 120. Coefficient, 1, 2. Technique requirement realm, Enlightened realm. Current personal realm, for Aperture realm, coefficient, 2. What does this mean? Judging by the requirements of this technique, it appears as though my talents are woefully inadequate. System, could you provide an explanation? Is the talent requirement for this technique excessively demanding? According to current data from the vast world, the average talent value has been set at 100. Please make an effort, host. I have been diligently leveling up these past few days, thinking of myself as a genius. Is this how you affect my mindset? In truth, Yuan Qing was overthinking it. Had his previous incarnation possessed sufficient talent, His father would not have ventured out in search of the 9 Qian spirit grass. Very well, I concede. Yet, you must provide me with a direction for improvement. Yuan Qing, cannot possibly remain perpetually below the average. Information retrieval. 1. Powerful celestial treasures can enhance the host's innate talent. 2. Certain mysterious techniques can alter the host's innate constitution. 3. Please initiate the next phase of the system. 9 Xianlingji. In an instant, Yuan Qing thought of this and realized he needed to prioritize seeking his father. Had he known, he would not have bothered with these wretched conditions. After staring at them for so long, he gained nothing but the knowledge of his low talent. Please strive, host. Yuan Qing was taken aback. How could leveling up grant one consciousness? Never mind. He would continue his cultivation. So what if his talent was low? He would still crush those so-called geniuses. Successful roll. This cultivation session's coefficient is 1,680 times. Successful roll. This cultivation session's coefficient is 1,680 times. For 2 consecutive days, Yuan Qing devoted himself to his training in his room, completely ignoring anything beyond the B tier. Hey, brothers, do you think the guy in room 37 has any Qian Shui fruits left? I only had one last time, and now I'm itching for more. Definitely. And there are also Yuan Shui fruits. I certainly didn't miss here last time. Damn, the aroma is back. Did that guy eat another Qian Shui fruit? What is he doing? I'm going insane. Each Qian Shui fruit consumed means one less for the next newcomers. I can't stand a year absorbing this low-grade spiritual energy mixed with demonic aura any longer. One person shouted frantically, wait, this isn't a Qian Shui fruit. It's a Yuan Shui fruit. That guy has broken through, recovering his true qi with the Yuan Shui fruit. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy here, he wouldn't recover for at least half a month, Elder Zhang suddenly exclaimed. Breakthrough? Huh. What good is cultivation? With the 8-level Great Demon, the 4-armed Fulua guarding. Even if one breaks through to the 8 Apertures realm and opens the Dantian Aperture, they would still be no match for that creature. The B tier fell silent. The newly arrived 4-armed Fulua pressed down on the entire B tier like a suffocating weight. Such a top-tier beast's combat prowess far exceeded that of humans of the same rank. Within the B tier, the Black Wolves awaited the rescue of their master, while nearly everyone else had given up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to purchasing the Baitsue fruits at exorbitant prices. Only the newcomer in room 37 was madly cultivating. What a pity, in the B tier. Cultivation was utterly futile. The 4-armed Fulua was a mountain that would forever loom over them. Regardless of how joyfully the newcomer in room 37 trained now, he would soon find himself in the same predicament as the rest. By then, he would likely pay an even higher price for the Baitsue fruits. Elder Zhang spoke with indifference, as he had seen too many newcomers like Yuan Qing. Room 37? He may not be an unexpected variable. In the B tier, guarded by the 4-armed Fulua, all that awaited was merely corpses. Chapter 37. The Mid-Grade Weapon. Cleansing Rain Sword. Congratulations. You have broken through to the 7 Aperture realm. At last, I have achieved this breakthrough, though it proved far more challenging than I had anticipated. As the final halo emanated from the left nostril of Yuan Qing, his 7 apertures were finally completed. With the formation of the 7 apertures, the true energy within Yuan Qing's body ceased to resemble the stagnant, lifeless energy of before. Instead, it began to circulate autonomously. The true energy flowed in a harmonious cycle, interlocking seamlessly, layer upon layer, subtly enhancing both its quality and continuity to a distinctly superior level. Transitioning from the 6 apertures to the 7 is a significant qualitative transformation. If a practitioner at the 6 aperture realm could contend with 2 or 3 at the 5 aperture realm, then one at the 7 aperture realm could easily subdue 7 or 8 at the 6 aperture realm. This highlights the vast disparity in strength. With my current power, confronting that Black Wolf should require no more than a single strike. Yuan Qing, feeling the surge of his newfound strength, brimmed with confidence. Regrettably, Yuan Qing had initially intended to cultivate the 9 true mystical techniques to the 4th level within 4 days. However, the time spent on mastering the 7 apertures had far exceeded his expectations. It was time to venture out. He felt the 9 Yuan Shui fruits and 30 Qian Shui fruits remaining in his possession. This was an opportunity for considerable fortune. Senior, are you still there? Yuan Qing's voice resonated in the quiet room, inciting a flurry of commotion. Little brother, you've finally completed your training. What realm have you reached? I've missed you dearly. Brother, please, I beg you, I need a Qian Shui fruit. I still have 400 spirit pills. I'm desperate to make an exchange. These individuals, having endured the darkness, could not help but yearn for the pure spiritual energy that the Qian Shui fruit provided. Esteemed seniors, I have had occasional breakthroughs these past few days, and I am preparing to challenge the four-armed Fu Luo brother. Don't act impulsively. The four-armed Fu Luo is far from simple. Many were taken aback upon hearing the name of the foe. Indeed, little brother, you possess so much. We are merely eager to meet a new friend and have much to discuss. Little brother, no, I mean, my dear brother, please don't undertake this challenge. Upon hearing that Yuan Ching intended to go, many were even more excited than if they were to face the challenge themselves. Everyone, please remain calm. Before I challenge, I will leave behind all my Qian Shui fruits and 100 Shui fruits. Yuan Ching quickly clarified. Oh, then it's all right. No, little brother. Please don't misunderstand. It's not about the Qian Shui fruits. We are simply concerned for your well-being. A sense of relief washed over the room. As long as the Qian Shui fruits were left behind, everything would be manageable. Esteemed seniors, as per tradition, the highest bidder shall prevail. This time, there will be no restrictions on 100 spirit pills. Any valuable item may participate in the auction. Number 37. Will it be another Qian Shui fruit? Old Zhang suddenly spoke up. No? This time it is the Yuan Shui fruit. Within room 37, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. The fragrance of the Yuan Shui fruit permeating the entire space. Roar. In the arena behind, the four-armed beast also began to roar, seemingly stimulated by the same enticing scent. Indeed, there was no mistake. This fragrance was 10 times more potent than that of the Qian Shui fruit. Old Zhang inhaled deeply, relishing the delightful aroma. I bid 30,000 taels of silver. Room 37, it's mine. 50,000 taels. No one dare compete with me. The Yuan Shui fruit belongs to me. 55,000 taels. I am truly stretching my limits this time. The atmosphere in the space turned frenzied as the aromatic allure of the Yuan Shui fruit reached even those who had not previously experienced its scent. It was akin to a blind person suddenly perceiving light. No one could resist such temptation. A mid-grade weapon. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area. Old Yu, are you certain you wish to part with your mid-grade weapon? I recall it took you years and hundreds of thousands of silver to forge it successfully, Old Zhang remarked. Somewhat astonished, the Yuan Shui fruit is not worth such a price. Unexpectedly, it was Old Yu. None anticipated his presence among them, having not heard him speak earlier. A murmur of surprise rippled through the gathering, for Old Yu was no ordinary figure. He had once been a prominent individual in the southern Heaven City, a master craftsman capable of forging near-supreme weapons, revered by many experts in the Jade Bone realm. I heard that a few years ago, several villages in the south were slaughtered overnight, and then Old Yu vanished. Could it be that he was responsible for that incident, which led to his capture? Indeed, I was sentenced to 25 years of imprisonment. I have scarcely served half of that term. This sword is of no use to me now. It is better to enjoy its value before I depart, Old Yu replied with resignation. However, room 37, a single Yuan Shui fruit cannot exchange for my Qing Yu sword. You must offer something more. Yuan Qing contemplated quietly. The materials of the world were precious, and the art of forging was notoriously difficult to master, making fine weapons exceedingly valuable. Typically, in the market, even ordinary low-grade weapons were worth over 50,000 taels of silver, while mid-grade weapons started at a minimum of 200,000 taels. The Yuan Shui fruit, in contrast, was valued at approximately 15,000 taels. Even if sold at an exorbitant price in this venue, it would not exceed 100,000 taels. Very well, senior, I can offer 2 Yuan Shui fruits. Yuan Xing replied slowly. Not sufficient. You must add at least 5 Qian Shui fruits. Old Yu's voice rang out once more. 2 Yuan Shui fruits along with 2 Qian Shui fruits. Very well. The Qing Yu sword serves no purpose in my possession. I would rather bestow it upon a young person like you. A sigh from Old Yu echoed through the space, and the transaction was smoothly completed. Though the Qing Yu sword remains unfinished, it represents one of my greatest lifelong endeavors. I trust you will not tarnish its potential, the old man reminded as he handed over the sword. Rest assured, once it is in my possession, its reputation shall ascend to even greater heights. Yuan Qing replied with a light laugh. Upon receiving the Qing Yu sword, a flash of brilliance crossed his mind. A melodic hum resonated, revealing all the sword's attributes. Qing Yu sword, Grade. Medium-grade weapon, upgradable. Effects. Enhances the user's true energy strength by approximately 12 and swordsmanship strength by about 20, with a pronounced suppressive effect on medium-grade weapons and below. What an exceptional sword. What remarkable attributes. The Qingyu sword appears no different from an ordinary long sword. However, its blade is only partially sharpened, yet already radiates an extraordinary brilliance, concealing within it a profound sword essence. Even among medium-grade weapons, the Qingyu sword stands out as top tier. More importantly, this exquisite sword can be upgraded, potentially transforming into a high-grade weapon in the future. Meanwhile, upon receiving the Wansue fruit, the old man could hardly contain his eagerness and quickly consumed one, having endured his discomfort for far too long. Bliss. It feels utterly exhilarating. After swallowing the Wansue fruit, the old man felt as though all the suffering he had endured in the abyss over the years had vanished, leaving only a sense of boundless euphoria. Suddenly, a melodic hum reached his ears. This young man has discerned the extraordinary nature of my Qingyu sword at a glance. What an intriguing fellow. The others from Team B, upon hearing the old man's voice, were filled with envy. The Wansue fruit was precisely the pure essence of spiritual energy they sought. Suddenly, the old man's voice rang out. Number 37. Shall we consider another trade? After consuming the Wansue fruit, the old man spoke with renewed vigor. Oh, does the esteemed elder possess another medium-grade weapon? Of course not. Who would carry such an array of weapons without purpose? Most of those apprehended from Team B were captured on-site, carrying primarily personal belongings, predominantly silver notes and elixirs. It is my renowned forging technique, the Earth-Fire Forging Art. Chapter 38. Today's Demon Slaying Old Monster You. You must contemplate this carefully. This Earth-Fire Forging technique is your most treasured skill. Were it not for this, given your irritable temperament and mere cultivation at the Three Apertures realm, you would have perished countless times already, Zhang the Elder remarked with astonishment. Heh, what use is a treasured skill if one is no longer alive? Old monster, you chuckled. Regrettably, I have devoted my life, yet failed to discover the earth vein fire recorded in the texts, thus never attaining the highest realm of mastery. I have merely relied on fire attribute true Qi to barely forge a subpar artifact, ultimately straying down a misguided path. Youngster, if you desire it, 3 Yuan Shui fruits will be yours, he sighed in resignation. Such a pity. Both forging and alchemy are rare auxiliary arts, especially of high quality. In the past, someone offered 1,000,000 taels of silver for it, yet you refused to part with it. Now, you would relinquish it for merely 3 Yuan Shui fruits. Zhang the Elder lamented, wishing he had 3 Yuan Shui fruits to forge for himself. I do as I please. What concern is it of yours? Youngster, I shall ask you one last time. Do you want it? Old monster, you disregarded Zhang the Elder, merely awaiting Yuan Qing's response. Yes, of course. Yuan Qing suppressed his elation, astonished to encounter such a treasure. The rarity of forging and alchemy masters is evident even in Lianyun City. Amidst a population of 100,000, there is not a single entry-level forger or alchemist. The cultivation of such artisans requires immense resources, but more critically, forging techniques are elusive. Those who possess them treat them as family heirlooms, seldom passing them on, and even when passed down, one may not necessarily master them. To acquire the earth-fire forging technique at a price that is nearly akin to theft is a tremendous windfall for this trip of mine. Soon, Xianwei delivered a tattered manual to Yuan Qing's room number 37. It was indeed the earth-fire forging technique. Earth-fire forging technique, special auxiliary technique. Requirements: aperture opening realm cultivation, fire attribute true Qi. Effect: after cultivation, one can learn the methods to forge mundane weapons and superior artifacts, comprising 10 levels. Utilizing fire attribute true Qi, one can forge subpar superior artifacts. With earth fire, one can forge inferior spiritual artifacts at most. Upon reading the introduction, Yuan Qing was instantly astonished. Old monster, you seem to have completely overlooked the essence of this technique. Even without earth fire, one could forge superior artifacts. It is known that within the entire Shaotian prefecture, there are only 2 rumored superior artifacts, one held by the prefect and the other by a solitary warrior. As for spiritual artifacts, they are mere whispers in the wind. Among the subpar superior artifacts, there are only 5, each in the possession of formidable Jade Bone Realm experts. The remainder of the Jade Bone Realm cultivators wield, at best, upper-grade artifacts, while some impoverished ones still use subpar superior artifacts. This is under the premise of the enduring peace in Shaotian Prefecture. Otherwise, the esteem of forging masters would ascend to even greater heights. If it were not for the annihilated village or the ancestral home of a certain formidable being, it is likely that the old monster you would still be reveling in the outside world. Ahem, brother number 37, do you still possess any Yuan Shui fruits? Perhaps due to use excessive trading or the growing impatience of the crowd, the response came swiftly. Yes, indeed. Let the auction continue. Everyone, please place your bids. Yuan Ching, momentarily shaken from his joy, realized that he must digest the gains from the B grade before proceeding. 125,000 taels of silver. That is my utmost limit. The man who had just spoken urgently called out. Silence enveloped the B grade. This bid was indeed a dead end. Although the B grade silver notes held little value, they were not entirely worthless. No one is willing to raise the price. Then it is settled. The transaction shall proceed. Furthermore, apart from Yuan Shui fruits, everyone may also bid for Qian Shui fruits. As Yuan Qing announced the results, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, comforting themselves that there were still items available. I bid 20 Qianling pills for the Yuan Shui fruit. I bid 7,000 taels of silver for the Qian Shui fruit. Within the B grade, the sounds of trading echoed, though this time they were merely for common items and no longer for treasures like the earth fire forging technique. Nonetheless, even so, Yuan Qing profited immensely from the markup. Ultimately, for Yuan Shui fruits, 30 Qian Shui fruits sold for a total of 300,000 taels of silver, along with 35 Qianling pills for martial artists above the 7 apertures realm and an assortment of other healing elixirs. However, even the cumulative value of these items paled in comparison to the earth fire forging technique, which would become Yuan Qing's future source of wealth. Now, he could eagerly seek out the four-armed Führer, preparing for his release from confinement. Humph, Yuan Qing, do you truly believe you have struck it rich this time? Suddenly, the previously silent Black Wolf spoke up. Oh, Commander Black Wolf, why did we not see you bidding earlier? What a pity. If you lacked funds, you could have simply stated so. I still recognize your Black Wolf-esque token, Yuan Qing replied with a grin. Number 37, you seem rather confident about your impending release, remarked the elderly Zhang beside him. Not too shabby, I suppose. I shall go see what the four-armed Führer is truly capable of, Yuan Qing mused, stroking his chin. Confidence? That is something I have never lacked. Heh, youth certainly brings with it an indomitable spirit. The four-armed Führer may lack monstrous talent, yet it maximizes both strength and speed, coupled with its exceptionally formidable scales, making it more daunting than the average 9th-grade demon, Zhang lamented. I wonder if a medium-grade weapon could breach its defenses, Yuan Qing pondered, clutching the Qingyu sword. A weapon is merely a means. A child, even if bestowed with a divine weapon, would struggle to unleash its full potential, thus only increasing their peril, Zhang continued. Yuan Qing, however, remained obstinate. Why should the elder impart such wisdom when he is clearly undeterred? Does Yuan Qing truly dare to proceed? The voice of the Black Wolf resonated once more, steeped in a palpable sense of provocation. Yuan Qing found himself at a loss for words, pondering what this foolish creature was contemplating. Little wolf cub, today you shall discover the true disparity between genius and mediocrity. Having spoken, Yuan Qing chose not to engage further with the two, realizing that the likes of Black Wolf were confined to their limited perspectives. A thunderous sound echoed as the heavy iron gate began to creak open. The four-armed Fuloa was poised to confront its new challenger after a 4-day wait. Alas, what a pity, sighed the elder Zhang, such potential squandered. How could one so young be so reckless? Hey, Elder Zhang, you mustn't speak ill of my disciple. I have faith that he will triumph over the four-armed Fuloa. The long-silent elder Yu interjected unexpectedly. Your disciple, indeed. With your forging techniques, he truly is your successor. Elder Zhang conceded. Meanwhile, Black Wolf's mind was racing. The earth fire forging technique was renowned, and if the young prince were to acquire it, it would significantly bolster their confidence in contending against the elder prince. With this thought, Black Wolf approached the iron gate, peering into the arena. Now, they merely needed to wait for Yuan Qing to be vanquished by the four-armed Fuloa, allowing Xin Wei to obtain the earth fire forging technique. Within the arena, Yuan Qing once again beheld the formidable creature that had once sent shivers down his spine. Now, the two adversaries stood a mere 20 meters apart, scrutinizing one another. With a dragon's head, scaled armor, a human form, and a dragon's tail, the four-armed flaw was a sight to behold. As the Ching Yu sword was drawn, an intense aura of sword energy surged through the arena. Today, I, Yuan Ching, shall cleave you, four-armed flaw. Chapter 39. The Great Battle Against the Four-Armed Furo Roar. The four-armed Furo sensed Yuan Ching's murderous intent and let out a thunderous roar. Its four arms transformed into powerful fists, charging towards Yuan Ching like a small mountain. How dare a mere human with 7 apertures challenge the dignity of the four-armed Furo? Yuan Ching pointed his longsword, and an array of sword chi instantly found its mark, surging towards the four-armed Furo. Clang, clang. The sharp sword chi struck with a sound akin to metal clashing, producing a series of crisp echoes. Each individual strike was formidable enough to pose a lethal threat to a 6-aperture warrior, yet at this moment, they failed to breach the defenses of the four-armed Furo. Futile. The Furo's scales were impenetrable, rendering attacks of the same realm utterly ineffective against its defenses. Old Zhang shook his head, deeming Yuan Ching excessively naive. The Black Wolf sneered repeatedly. Even 9-aperture experts dared not confront the four-armed Furo in a one-on-one engagement. So what was Yuan Ching worth? Boom, boom. It was as if small mountains were crashing to the ground, with the four-armed Furo relentlessly pounding towards Yuan Ching's position. In that instant, Yuan Ching's agility was pushed to its limits. Each time he narrowly dodged the Furo's assault, it seemed as if he were barely evading annihilation. This creature's speed is astonishingly swift. With every evasion, the Furo closed in with alarming speed, delivering potentially fatal blows to Yuan Ching. Boom, boom, boom. Within mere seconds, the arena, spanning 100 feet, was riddled with craters, each marked by the Furo's fists. Where did this audacity stem from? Daring to challenge the four-armed Furo with just 7 apertures? From above, the guards observed the arena with clarity. Even those who cannot surpass the Furo's speed are merely fodder. It has been 3 or 4 days since the last feeding. Oh, this fellow seems not to have dodged. He actually took a blow from the four-armed Furo. Suddenly, one of the guards exclaimed in surprise. Within the arena, Yuan Ching held the Ching Yu sword, striking against the Furo's palm, barely managing to block the attack. However, in the next instant, another fist came barreling from a different direction, sending Yuan Ching flying. He crashed against the edge of the arena's wall before finally coming to a halt. The sheer speed and power of the four-armed Furo were indeed astonishing. Wiping the blood from his lips, Yuan Ching acknowledged that speed had never been his forte. Throughout numerous battles, he had consistently relied on the tempered body technique and the 9 true mystical arts to gain an overwhelming advantage, and this occasion was no different. Once more, a gentle green light shimmered from within Yuan Ching, and wielding his sword, he charged at the four-armed Furo. Upon seeing Yuan Ching approach, the Furo suddenly broke into a smile. This little insect possesses some intrigue. In the next moment, 3 punches were unleashed simultaneously, hurtling towards Yuan Ching. Yuan Ching's response was equally swift, as he countered with 3 sword strikes directed at the fists of the four-armed flaw. The sound of the sword's chant emanated from the Ching Yu's sword, unleashing a formidable essence of swordsmanship. In an instant, blood began to seep from the Fula's arm, as Yuan Ching's 3 strikes cleaved through the scales upon his palm, leaving distinct marks atop the 3 imprints of the punches. Simultaneously, the sudden 4th punch crashed into Yuan Ching once more. A roar of fury escaped the Fula, the pain radiating from his palm inciting his rage. How could this insignificant insect inflict harm upon him? Not far away, Yuan Ching emerged from the wall, his expression growing grave. His earlier 3 strikes, capable of easily breaching the defenses of ordinary 9th-tier demons and inflicting severe wounds, had merely resulted in a light injury against the four-armed flaw. It appeared he had underestimated this creature's might. This was dire. Yuan Ching had unwittingly provoked the flaw. Elder Zhang shook his head, suddenly reluctant to witness the unfolding scene. He had not anticipated that his Ching Yu sword could barely pierce the scales of the four-armed flaw. Old Monster Yu stood frozen, feeling a pang of disappointment towards the sword he had crafted. Yuan Ching, you are indeed still too inexperienced. Did you think that breaching the Fula's defenses would be the end of it? The battle had only just begun. Black Wolf sneered. Yuan Ching's strength was formidable, but that was the extent of it. High above, the Xianwei shook their heads, having observed several battles involving the four-armed flaw. Those who had dared to challenge it were all individuals brimming with confidence in their abilities, yet they all met with failure. The weaker adversaries were swiftly crushed within mere moves, while those slightly stronger managed to breach the Fulua scale defenses. However, once that barrier was broken, the true terror began. In the arena, the four-armed Fulua roared mightily, and to Yuan Qing's astonishment, the wounds inflicted by his strikes began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yuan Qing was taken aback. Could it be that you possess some form of extraordinary regeneration? How can I possibly continue this fight if the wounds I inflict heal faster than I can deal them? I refuse to believe that no injury can withstand your recovery. With resolve, lightning-infused true energy enveloped the Qingyu sword, and Yuan Qing vanished in a flash, charging once more at the four-armed Fulua. A thunderous roar echoed through the arena. This time, the clash was no mere collision. The power of lightning surged throughout half of the arena, and a formidable, terrifying current of true energy coiled around the Fulua's palm. In the next moment, this energy erupted upon the Fulua's body, leaving a multitude of charred wounds in its wake. The four-armed Fu Luo let out another resounding roar, and then the charred skin began to peel away, revealing a layer of dark green scales beneath. In an instant, Yuan Qing, caught off guard, was once again sent flying by the four-armed Fu Luo. Not afraid of lightning? Then let it burn. Once more, Yuan Qing charged forward, transforming his entire being into a blazing inferno of crimson flames. The waves of heat enveloped the four-armed Fu Luo, and the searing pain caused it to scream wildly, while its four fists relentlessly struck towards Yuan Qing. Although Yuan Qing's swordsmanship was swift, he ultimately found it difficult to contend against four fists with his two hands, especially while also focusing on manipulating his fire attribute, True Qi. It took less than half a minute before he was defeated. With Yuan Qing's control lost, the flames on the four-armed Fu Luo diminished, reverting it back to its green-black scaled armor. What the hell? Still useless. Water. Yuan Qing was once again blasted away. Earth. Wind. Roar. It seemed that Yuan Qing had begun to irritate the creature. This little insect, though not particularly strong in attack, had an array of diverse tactics that left it feeling quite uncomfortable. Yuan Qing, too, was panting heavily, his body riddled with wounds and his clothing tattered. Yet his Qingyu sword remained as brilliant as ever. Almost all means of attack had proven ineffective, leaving only one final move. The 9 Swords of Heavenly Clouds. Yuan Qing understood that the 9 Swords of Heavenly Clouds excelled not in direct offense, but in cunning and stratagem. In the past, the opponents he had defeated with these swords could have easily been cleaved to death. It was merely challenging to land a hit. However, this monster could indeed be struck. Yet the blows seemed to have no effect, which was incredibly frustrating. There was no choice but to give it a try. In an instant, Yuan Qing vanished from his location, the Qingyu sword emitting a melodious hum as it thrummed with excitement. The four-armed Fu Luo also moved, its 4 arms closing in on Yuan Qing from various directions, intent on crushing this little insect into fragments. The 9 Swords of Heavenly Clouds activated in an instant, and Yuan Qing's figure leaped out from the encirclement of the four-armed Fu Luo. The first sword thrust forward, striking accurately at the creature's left shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. Following this, the second sword pierced its chest, the third struck its head, the fourth hit its right shoulder. The fifth found its heart, the sixth slashed at its lower limbs, and the seventh cut into its abdomen. 7 swords struck simultaneously, adding 7 wounds to the four-armed Fu Luo's body, with 7 sprays of blood erupting forth. Yet before Yuan Qing could revel in his success, the 7 wounds astonishingly began to heal on their own, quickly forming scars that gradually melded back into the black-green scales. Damn it, I'm done for. What a waste of effort. My strongest move merely tattooed it, and now it stood before me as a complete four-armed Fu Luo once more. Who could withstand this? If Dongfang Nishang were here, she would surely empathize, understanding now the feelings of that Yunlei sect disciple in the dark passageway. Roar. What is the matter? Why are you constantly losing your composure? Yuan Qing, feeling helpless, was once again sent flying after a few exchanges. Chapter 40. Slaying the Four-Armed Fulua. Conquering the demon-subduing inferno in the arena, the four-armed Fulua seethed with fury. Before it stood a mere insect, seemingly lacking in strength. Yet it had managed to inflict repeated injuries upon the beast. What was more infuriating was that the adversary appeared impervious to defeat. Indeed, the Fulua had discerned a troubling anomaly. Typically, such insignificant creatures would be reduced to mere pulp after a few strikes. Yet, Yuan Qing, after sustaining several blows, remained unscathed, bouncing around as if nothing had transpired, an utter affront to its might. This simply could not stand. The creature felt compelled to eliminate this pest. Within the confines of the arena, a fierce exchange unfolded between man and beast, their 6 hands engaged in a frenetic battle. In a brief span, the four-armed Fulua bore numerous wounds, while Yuan Qing was sent hurtling through the air by a series of powerful punches, only to swiftly rise again. Observers within Zone B fell into a contemplative silence. The trajectory of this confrontation seemed decidedly amiss. Who was this enigmatic figure, numbered 37? How could he endure such punishment? Was it possible that he possessed the bloodline of the Fulua? The ongoing struggle resembled a brutal clash between 2 titans of the same lineage. Initially, spectators had anticipated Yuan Qing's imminent defeat, yet the tide of perception shifted dramatically. It seemed Yuan Qing was not merely surviving, but thriving. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, the Xianwei were equally astounded. How many times had Yuan Qing been sent flying? At least 10, by their reckoning. What was his corporeal constitution made of? Any ordinary individual at the 7th Aperture Realm would have succumbed to fatal injuries by now, yet he continued to fight. Whispers circulated about his status as the new commander of the Nishang Guard. If he were to emerge victorious, the leaders of the Night Guard would find themselves outmatched. For without their Grand Commander's return, none could hope to restrain him. Suddenly, one individual exclaimed, "Look! The wounds on the Fulua are no longer healing as swiftly." A Xianwei cried out, prompting the crowd to turn in unison, discovering that indeed, the four-armed Fulua's injuries had begun to manifest and were not recovering as promptly as before. A collective astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Could it be that Yuan Qing was overpowering the Fulua in terms of resilience? This was a creature renowned among demon beasts for maximizing its physical potential. In the arena, Yuan Qing fought with reckless abandon, wielding his Qingyu sword with relentless ferocity against the four-armed Fulua, all the while enduring excruciating pain. While the Fulua sustained only minor wounds, Yuan Qing's injuries had escalated to the point of visible bone and torn flesh. Yet, after being hurled away by the Fulua's might, he displayed an uncanny ability to recuperate swiftly, rejoining the fray with renewed vigor. The body refinement technique was executed with unparalleled precision, unlocking the full potential of his physique. As the radiance of golden bones illuminated him, continuously restoring his form. Once more, again, he roared, "Today, I shall surely fell you." Each time Yuan Qing was sent flying, he would swiftly return to the fray, akin to an indefatigable war machine. The four-armed Fu Luo was utterly taken aback. It had encountered reckless fighters before, yet none as unyielding as this. "I can see your ribs. Might you consider halting?" An entire hour had passed since the battle commenced, during which both sides engaged in relentless combat without a moment's respite. Gradually, even a fierce beast like the four-armed Fu Luo began to gasp for breath, its wounds expanding with each passing moment. Yuan Qing's attacks were not aimless. Each strike was deliberately aimed at the same vulnerable spots to maximize damage. With another downward slash, the wound on Fu Luo's abdomen deepened, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The beast now displayed a hint of trepidation, having never encountered a lunatic capable of exchanging injuries on such a scale. Remarkably, this opponent seemed to fight on despite grievous wounds, and if this continued, Fu Luo realized it was staring down the barrel of death. Though it had never feared death, the notion of being slowly and painfully dismantled in the same manner it had inflicted harm upon others unnerved it. It was afraid. What is happening? Why does the battle feel off? Yuan Qing, drenched in blood yet puzzled, sensed something amiss. The four-armed Fu Luo, gazing at the blood-soaked Yuan Qing, actually took several steps back. Thinking of fleeing? Where could you possibly go, brother? Yuan Qing advanced, his sword aimed once more at Fu Luo's wound. That gash, already nearly half its body, now bled profusely. Fu Luo could distinctly feel its strength ebbing away with each loss of blood. It was not invincible, its power was finite, and never before had anyone brought it to such a state. Thud, accompanied by a significant depletion of its strength, the towering Fu Luo, now 5 meters high, slowly collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Breathing heavily, Yuan Qing checked with his bloodied hands to confirm that this formidable creature was indeed dead. Only after sensing the absence of any vital signs did he finally exhale in relief. "Hey, I won. Can I leave now?" Yuan Qing called out, surveying his surroundings. Yet, within the arena and beyond, silence reigned. All were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. The once invincible four-armed Fu Luo had perished, killed by Yuan Qing in a brutal hour-long battle. Whether it be the Xianwei or the Binghao individuals, none had ever witnessed such a phenomenon before, let alone in the current instance where Yuan Qing appeared as a bloodied figure. Yuan Qing, designated as number 37, successfully breached the trials and could now depart from the demon suppression inferno. After a considerable pause, a voice from atop the platform echoed. Upon witnessing the four-armed Fu Luo struggle to rise, they were unequivocally convinced that Yuan Qing had indeed triumphed. He had literally beaten the four-armed Fu Luo to death. Within the arena, a grand gate slowly creaked open, revealing the path beyond the inferno. "I am utterly exhausted. It is time for a bath. Farewell, esteemed seniors of the Binghao," Yuan Qing remarked as he gathered his belongings and waved goodbye to the Binghao before making his exit. Has he truly left? Indeed. It is number 37. He has astonishingly vanquished the four-armed Fu Luo. This is utterly inconceivable. Can it be true? I spent 12,000 taels on the Wan Shui fruit, and this lad has profited immensely. This is disastrous. Having defeated the four-armed Fu Luo so swiftly, surely they will replace him with an even more formidable beast to guard. We are truly at a loss now. Many lamented, believing Yuan Qing would linger within, expecting to reap rewards such as silver notes. Little did they anticipate that he would simply turn and depart, soaring to newfound heights. Clearly, unexpected events will forever unfold in the Binghao ranks. The potential of the youth is indeed boundless. Old Zhang sat despondently upon the ground, his perception wavering in this moment. If even the 8th-tier demon, the four-armed Fu Luo, could be felled by a mere young man of the Seven Apertures realm, what marvels might this world still hold? Ah, splendid that he has emerged. I always knew this lad had it in him. Old Yu chuckled heartily, stroking the Wan Shui and Qian Shui fruits nestled in his embrace, feeling rather content. The Black Wolf's eyes gleamed with distress, at a loss for how to report the situation to the young prince. With the four-armed Fu Luo, an 8th-tier demon, slain by Yuan Qing, there were scant few within the Night Watch capable of restraining him. This is troubling. Today marks the day of the great competition among the three guards. Should Yuan Qing have exited, he might still participate in the contest. Both the Night Watch and the Hong Guard remain oblivious to his true strength. Alas, the Black Wolf's thoughts spiraled, yet he found himself powerless. For this was the demon suppression inferno. Unless the young prince came personally, no message could be relayed. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Yuan Qing departed. In this moment, he was filled with regret. Had he not provoked Yuan Qing initially, none of this would have transpired, and now he had inadvertently stirred a formidable adversary. Chapter 41. The three great warriors compete outside the demon suppression abyss. Yuan Qing found himself lost in contemplation. Where am I? What should I do? Prior to entering the city, he had been apprehended by the celestial guards and taken to the demon suppression abyss. Now that he had emerged, he was utterly unaware of the whereabouts of Princess Enai Chang. Regardless, his immediate priority was to find a place to bathe and then inquire about the princess's location. With a firm resolve, Yuan Qing made his way towards the heart of the city. Along the way, he was met with astonished gazes from nearly everyone, and a few women even let out startled cries. Had they never witnessed the demon slayer return drenched in blood? At that moment, a squad of night guards swiftly surrounded him, their vigilance palpable as they scrutinized Yuan Qing. Halt! This is the capital of the celestial guards. Declare your identity. Taken aback, Yuan Qing quickly retrieved the command token bestowed upon him by Princess Enai Chang. The interrogating guard paused in surprise, then, after scanning the token with his vital energy, confirmed its authenticity. Did you find this token? The Enai Chang guards should all be in the arena competing. How could their commander be out here? The arena? Take me there. Yuan Qing responded swiftly, a formidable pressure emanating and bearing down upon the night guards. A practitioner of the Seven Apertures realm? The night guards were startled. Such individuals held commanding positions among their ranks. Yes, my lord, I shall escort you immediately. In the capital's arena, Princess Dongfang Enai Chang sat beneath the fiery phoenix banner, her expression clouded with concern as she observed the ongoing battles. Directly before her, Husanyi was locked in combat with a practitioner of the Three Apertures realm. Despite Husanyi's advancement to the Boiling Blood stage, the significant disparity in their realms left him retreating under relentless assault. Not far off, beneath a banner of dark night meteors, a man with an air of otherworldliness chuckled at Dongfang and Ichang. Sister, you truly have a heart of stone. With only a handful of kittens, you send them to the stage to face death. This man was Dongfang Yi, the master of the night guards and the second brother of Dongfang and Ichang. And Ichang, at this juncture, do you still refuse to concede? Nearby, under a banner of ferocious tigers, a scholarly figure with a pale complexion spoke softly. He was Dongfang Hong, the elder brother of Dongfang and Ichang. Humph, had Yuan Qing been present, I would not have lost this time. Dongfang and Ichang gritted her teeth. Boom. In the arena, Husanyi was struck down, blood spurting from his mouth. Quick to react, Yuan Si swiftly administered a pill to Husanyi, instantly alleviating his injuries. Haha, Yuan Qing. Your new commander is that lad who was cast into the demon suppression abyss? Currently, the abyss is guarded by the four-armed Furo, and let me tell you, even I could hardly escape. Dongfang Yi laughed heartily. And Ichang, heed my advice, concede. After all, we are siblings. Even if I do not ascend to the position of the Lord, I can still ensure your life is filled with peace and prosperity, remarked Dongfang Hong gently. Peace and prosperity? Such notions sound enchanting, yet ultimately, one's life hangs by a thread in their hands. Dongfang Nishang felt a surge of defiance. As the daughter of the Lord of the Lesser Heaven, why should she retreat? You shall not succeed. Humph, incorrigible. Your Nishang guard has already suffered 8 defeats. Should there be one more, they will inevitably be eliminated. At that point, even if you do not concede, you will have no choice but to surrender. Dongfang Yi interjected with a disdainful huff. If that is the case, Nishang, do not blame me for being ungracious. Hong Qi, prepare for battle. Dongfang Hong shook his head, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. As you wish, Your Highness. From behind Dongfang Hong, a man leaped forth, ascending to the arena, where 6 luminous halos gradually emerged, signifying the 6th Aperture Realm. Dongfang Nishang's expression changed dramatically. Her previous opponent had only reached the 3rd Aperture Realm, yet this time, Dongfang Hong had summoned a master of the 6th Aperture Realm. Together with Yuan Qing, their side barely reached the 4th Aperture Realm. I am Hong Qi, challenging the Nishang guard. Dongfang Nishang's face darkened, her eyes blazing with fury. Brother, do you truly intend to eradicate us? In the martial examination of the 3 major guards, each possesses 5 rights to challenge. Upon reaching 9 defeats, they will be utterly disbanded. Previously, although the Nishang guard was weak, they managed to secure 2 victories amidst the onslaught. Yet now, hope was utterly extinguished. Nishang, prepare for combat, came Dongfang Hong's cold voice. Sister. If you call me brother, I shall fight on your behalf today. The night guard will assist you, Dongfang Yi said with a mocking tone. Yuan Qingyu bit her lip and approached Dongfang Nishang, whispering, My lady, perhaps I should take this fight. No, you have only reached the 9th refinement of the body. Dongfang Nishang shook her head firmly. She could never allow Yuan Qingyu to risk herself. My lady, I can still fight. Husanyi coughed twice. In recent days, the lady had treated them exceptionally well, and they were not ungrateful wretches. Beside them, Yuan Si remained silent. He could not risk his life, for he awaited the young master's return. Enough of this. I shall personally take the stage. I, Dongfang Nishang, am also a member of the Nishang Guard. Ultimately, Dongfang Nishang rose resolutely. She could not falter, nor would she withdraw. Even if she were to perish in battle, it would be upon the arena. Nishang, you must consider this carefully. Once you enter the arena, even as a princess, you must abide by the rules, Dongfang Hong warned solemnly. Haha, my brother enjoys speaking in riddles. Let me be clearer, Dongfang Nishang. Should you dare to step onto that arena today, you shall not leave alive. Dongfang Yi chuckled softly, eagerly anticipating Dongfang Nishang's response. I, Dongfang Nishang, fear nothing. She had long since prepared herself for the inevitability of death. Today, even if she were to perish in battle, she would not endure further humiliation. The only regret lingered in her heart. She would never witness Yuan Qing revitalizing the Nichang Guard. With a resolute spirit, Dongfang and Nichang resolutely set forth toward the training grounds. Yuan Qingyu, Husanyi, and the others wore expressions of sorrow, powerless to prevent this moment from unfolding. Dongfang Hong furrowed his brow slightly. He merely wished for Dongfang and I Chang to retreat gracefully, yet the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Only Dongfang Yi displayed an expression of excitement. Devoid of Dongfang and I Chang's interference, he now only needed to concentrate on dealing with Dongfang Hong alone. 3 paces, 2 paces. Just as Dongfang and I Chang was about to take her final step onto the training grounds, a crimson figure suddenly drifted into view, positioning itself squarely in the center. And I Chang guard, prepare for battle. Yuan Qing gripped his 3-foot Qingyu sword, his bloodstains cleansed by true energy, though the blood on his clothing remained, rendering him a striking shade of crimson. Yuan Qing, leave the rest to me, he declared without turning back, offering Dongfang and I Chang a reassuring silhouette. As she gazed at this figure, tears welled in her eyes. He was the man who had saved her countless times. And at this crucial moment, he had appeared once more. Now, Yuan Qing stood upon the arena, exuding unparalleled grace and formidable intensity. Why is there still someone fighting? Shouldn't the Ni Chang guard be devoid of members? Dongfang Yi bellowed, then recalled the name Dongfang Ni Chang had shouted moments before. He is Yuan Qing? Wasn't he trapped in the demon suppression inferno? How could he possibly be here? Yuan Qing, the new commander of the Ni Chang guard? Dongfang Hong also turned his gaze toward Yuan Qing on the inner stage, his expression sharpening in an instant. A commander? Merely a jest. A mere practitioner of the 4 Apertures realm has become the commander of the Ni Chang guard? Such a Ni Chang guard is nothing but a farce. Dongfang Yi chuckled lightly, dismissing Yuan Qing entirely. He was perplexed about how Yuan Qing had escaped the demon suppression inferno, where a 4-armed flaw was said to stand guard. The thought that Yuan Qing could have slain the 4-armed flaw to gain his freedom had never crossed his mind. What nonsense! That is a 4-armed flaw. Without a Jade Bone realm expert, no one could contend with it. A practitioner of the 4 Apertures realm? Dongfang Hong mulled over Dongfang Ye's words, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Hong Qi, eliminate him. As you command, Your Highness, Hong Qi responded, nodding toward Dongfang Hong before casting a fierce gaze toward Yuan Qing. You are quite intriguing, a man clad entirely in red. Hong Qi observed Yuan Qing, refraining from immediate attack, instead scrutinizing him from head to toe. Soon, you shall understand why my attire is so vividly crimson. Chapter 42, The Continuous Defeat of the Arrogant. With a thunderous shout, Hong Qi drew his twin blades from their sheath, striking towards Yuan Qing with ferocity. Dominant true Qi. Lightning. Yuan Qing remained steadfast, yet the air around him crackled with an unsettling energy. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning-infused true Qi emerged, launching themselves like electric spears towards Hong Qi. The unparalleled speed left Hong Qi no time to react. The lightning energies enveloped him completely. Boom! The thunderous force erupted, detonating upon Hong Qi's body. In that fleeting moment, the once mighty Hong Qi was rendered motionless, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Yuan Qing. Remarkable! Dongfang Ni Chang exclaimed, filled with confidence in Yuan Qing since his entrance. What transpired? How could Hong Qi fail to withstand a single attack? Dongfang Hong furrowed his brow. A celestial guard in silver robes descended from the heavens, landing beside Hong Qi. Yuan Qing glanced over, noticing the insignia of 3 embroidered on the robe, indicating a rank superior to that of the previous day's Earth 7. Is he dead? After a brief examination, D-San regarded Yuan Qing with astonishment. Yuan Qing had not even engaged directly. Merely manipulating the true Qi with his mind had sufficed to slay a 6 Aperture realm warrior. D-San, what did you say? Repeat that. Dongfang Yi stood up, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the arena. This battle belongs to the Ni Chang guards. D-San merely cast a fleeting glance at Dongfang Yi before swiftly departing the arena. As a celestial guard, he was obliged to maintain a respectful demeanor towards Dongfang Yi, but he saw no need to engage with such a tone of inquiry. Victory for Commander Wan Sheng. Upon hearing the outcome, Hussein Yi erupted in joyful exclamations. I knew that as long as the young master is present, nothing is insurmountable. Yuan Si echoed the sentiment, equally exhilarated. Dongfang Ni Chang was overwhelmed with joy. The humiliation of previous defeats vanished entirely with Yuan Qing's appearance. How can this be? It shouldn't be possible. While Yuan Qing is undoubtedly strong, He should not possess the ability to overpower a 6-aperture realm warrior with mere true qi. Dongfang Yi's brows knitted tightly, still struggling to accept the result. Dongfang Hong fell into contemplation, unaware of the specifics regarding Yuan Qing's true capability. However, Dongfang Yi had previously stated that Yuan Qing was only of the 4-aperture realm. Now it appeared he had been deceived. Yuan Qing's true realm is indeed the 7-aperture realm. Dongfang Yi, Hong Chi's fate rests upon your shoulders, Dongfang Hong remarked coldly. Dongfang Hong, do you think I fear you? Dongfang Yi scoffed, dismissing the threat. Excuse me, gentlemen, isn't it my turn to challenge? Yuan Qing suddenly lifted his head to inquire. Certainly, the Ni Chong guards may utilize their first challenge qualification. Please select your target. Decent interjected once more. I wish to challenge the night guards. Yuan Qing's gaze swept over Dongfang Hong before settling on Dongfang Yi. Overestimating oneself. Yuan Qing, is it? Black Tiger, go and eliminate him. After issuing the command, Dongfang Yi turned to a night watchman beside him and instructed. Understood, Your Highness. Black Tiger nodded, leaping down. Like Black Wolf, Black Tiger was also a leader among the night watchmen, yet his formidable physique resembled that of a small mountain. Wielding a massive hammer, he had reached the terrifying 8th aperture realm. Yuan Qing immediately noticed the 8 auras surrounding him, besides the 7 apertures in his head. The 8th was situated above his abdomen, known as the Dantian aperture. Although the Dantian aperture did not manifest the immense transformation of the 7 apertures, it continuously generated true energy, allowing him to overpower ordinary 7-aperture martial artists. I heard you were captured alongside Black Wolf and brought into the demon suppression prison. Why do I not see him? Black Tiger gazed at Yuan Qing, seemingly curious rather than aggressive. You may enter and inquire yourself. With a flick of his Qingyu sword, the surrounding sword energy began to gather and coalesce toward Black Tiger. Sword energy? Or perhaps wind attribute true energy. Black Tiger sensed the shift around him and scoffed. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am Black Tiger, after all, of the 8th aperture realm. With that, Black Tiger swung his great hammer downwards, unleashing a torrent of true energy that enveloped him, forming a formidable true energy domain. For Yuan Qing's wind attribute, sword energy to approach, it would have to contend with Black Tiger's true energy. This was the true strength of an 8th aperture realm expert, with an inexhaustible supply of true energy. They could crush 7-aperture practitioners to oblivion. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Yuan Qing today, just a mere 8th aperture. In an instant, the 9 true Xian skill activated, revealing the might of the Ying and Ba energies once more. Yuan Qing, too, unleashed an unending stream of true energy to clash against Black Tiger, creating a surprising equilibrium. How is this possible? You are merely at the 7-aperture realm. How can your true energy be so dense? Black Tiger's expression changed drastically. The advantage of the 8th aperture realm lay in the density of true energy, and if Yuan Qing's true energy was comparable to his, what advantage did he possess? Not just dense, my dear brother. Yuan Qing sneered, the power of his true energy surging dramatically, instantly forming a crushing force that penetrated Black Tiger's true energy. Boom. Without any extravagant techniques, Yuan Qing's overwhelming true energy shattered Black Tiger's body once more. Victory for the Nishang guards. This time, there was no need for the third to come down and check. Black Tiger had been reduced to a mere pulp. Wonderful. Yuan Qing, I knew you could do it. Dongfang Nishang cheered with excitement. The 8th aperture realm expert had proven utterly feeble before Yuan Qing. She was certain she had made the right choice. Yuan Qing, you and the others were equally exhilarated, the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered before now dissipating entirely. How could this happen? Dongfang Yi shouted in disbelief. The confidence he once held now vanished. The Black Tiger, a formidable warrior of the 8th aperture realm, could not possibly be so thoroughly overwhelmed by Yu Qing, a mere 7th aperture realm practitioner. There must be some underlying issue. It is the 9 true mysteries, suddenly spoke Dongfang Hong, who had remained silent until now. Dongfang Yi had never paid heed to such matters, but Dongfang Hong was renowned for his extensive knowledge. He immediately discerned that Yu Qing's advantage stemmed from the formidable power of the first 2 realms of the 9 true mysteries. This Yu Qing likely harbored concealed strength. He was certainly not to be underestimated. The 9 true mysteries? How could this be? Wasn't this technique thought to be lost to time? How could a mere impoverished youth from a small place possess such an extraordinary skill? Dongfang Yi frowned repeatedly, having heard of the illustrious name of the 9 true mysteries. Fool, Dongfang Hong dismissed Dongfang Yi, for Yu Qing had just pointed directly at him. The Rainbow Garment Guard challenges the Hong Guard. A sense of foreboding washed over Dongfang Hong. Yu Qing's strength was even more formidable than it appeared. Sending anyone down would likely lead to their demise. Hong Yu, you shall go. Ultimately, Dongfang Hong turned to a middle-aged man with squinted eyes standing behind him. Oh, do I truly need to make an appearance? The man named Hong Yu was taken aback, having initially thought this childish game would not require his involvement. This person is somewhat troublesome. Do not show any mercy. Dongfang Hong reiterated. Since it is the prince's command, I shall exert my utmost effort, Hong Yu replied, instantly invigorated. He may disdain his opponent, but he could not afford to disrespect the prince. Upon the training grounds, Hong Yu descended gracefully, appearing no different from an ordinary middle-aged man. You actually let Hong Yu take action. Are you afraid? Dongfang Yi jested, clearly familiar with Hong Yu. Against an unknown adversary, one must indeed give their all. Dongfang Hong replied calmly, without perceiving any impropriety. At the edge of the training grounds, upon recognizing the newcomer, Dongfang Nishang's confidence in Yu Qing faltered. Yu Qing, be cautious. This individual claimed to have reached the pinnacle of the 9th aperture a year ago. His current strength is likely even more formidable than it was back then. Chapter 43. The first completion of the 9 apertures. Yuan Qing gazed at the ordinary middle-aged man before him. No wonder there had been no discernible fluctuations of true energy upon his descent. It was evident that he had already sealed the 9 apertures, achieving a state of completion. The completion of the 9 apertures represents a realm beyond the 9 aperture stage, surpassing the 7 aperture stage in prowess. His true energy, meticulously contained within, would not leak out in the slightest. Those who attain the completion of the 9 apertures possess an almost insurmountable advantage over practitioners beneath this threshold. They can effortlessly deal with any martial artist in the 7 aperture realm, having reached a level of qualitative dominance that renders additional numbers irrelevant. The 7 aperture realm? How intriguing. His Highness has tasked me with confronting a practitioner of this level. Hong Yu regarded Yuan Qing with curiosity, eager to discern what set him apart. What level do you hold within the Hong Guard? Yuan Qing inquired, equally curious. Regrettably, within the Hong Guard, I rank below the Grand Commander and the military leader, placing me a distant third, Hong Yu replied as he gradually approached Yuan Qing. The air around them shimmered with Yuan Qing's wind-attributed true energy. Yet it was palpably difficult for him to draw near Hong Yu. Do not waste your efforts. A practitioner of the completed 9 apertures has reached the pinnacle of true energy mastery. To defeat me with mere true energy, one must be a formidable presence in the Jade Bone realm, Hong Yu remarked with a knowing smile. Yuan Qing was taken aback to learn of such a notion. However, your strength is indeed formidable. With the move you just demonstrated, you could nearly rival an ordinary practitioner of the 9 apertures. Yet, I am different. With a sudden step forward, Hong Yu unleashed a punch, and a colossal fist formed entirely of gathered true energy surged in his direction. With this strike, no one beneath the 9 apertures can withstand it. Hong Yu declared confidently, a master of the completed 9 apertures, his energy-infused fist was undeniably powerful. Yuan Qing, undeterred, swiftly distanced himself, covering 100 meters in an instant. It's futile, you cannot evade it. Hong Yu scoffed, asserting that if Yuan Qing could so easily escape, it would hardly warrant his exertion. Fist technique, mountain collapse. Boom. The massive fist of true energy hurtled toward Yuan Qing. As he moved to the left, the fist followed suit, accelerating as he retreated. What sort of fist technique is this? It appears slow, yet is impossible to evade. Fist techniques need not be swift. They merely need to connect. Unless you self-destruct your true energy, you cannot hope to dodge my strikes, Hong Yu remarked, shaking his head slightly, deeming Yuan Qing still too inexperienced in comparison. Then let us see how you fare against this. A blade of clear rain shot forth, and Yuan Qing's figure began to waver, becoming ethereal. The 9 heavenly swords were unleashed in an instant. Yet this time, Yuan Qing's target was not Hong Yu, but rather the very essence of the true Qi fist itself. In an instant, that colossal fist seemed to lose its purpose, beginning to wander aimlessly upon the training grounds. How could this be? Have you concealed your aura? Hong Yu was taken aback, It was the first time he had encountered such a method to evade his strike. Yuan Qing offered no reply, his figure flickering like a phantom as he moved with remarkable swiftness. He employed the Tianyun 9 swords against the true Qi giant fist, but instead of attacking the fist, he directed his assault towards Hong Yu. Hong Yu's expression shifted, sensing a dangerous aura approaching. In a heartbeat, the Qingyu sword appeared before him, aiming directly for his chest. Hong Yu was alarmed. He had never witnessed such a peculiar sword technique, one that could not only deceive his crumbling mountain fist, but also manifest so silently before him. This is bad. Yet, it was already too late. By the time he realized what was happening, Yuan Qing's Qingyu sword had already pierced through his chest. Hong Yu stared blankly at the sword that had suddenly appeared before him, as it seemed to drain the very life from him. No, please. I cannot die yet. I aspire to become a formidable warrior of the Jade Bone realm. I must survive. As he felt the vitality slipping away, Hong Yu let out a desperate wail. A year prior, he had achieved the completion of the 9 orifices and was hailed as the most promising guard to enter the Jade Bone realm. Now, he was slain by a mere warrior of the 7 orifices. Hong Yu. On the high platform, Dongfang Hong was taken aback. How dare you kill Hong Yu? And I Chong Wei, Yuan Qing, you shall pay dearly for this. Hong Yu was no insignificant character like Hong Qi. He was a crucial member of the Jade Bone realm's preparatory forces, a future pillar of strength. Now, he had perished so quietly on the training grounds. Brother, the outcome of battles on the training grounds is beyond life and death. Do you intend to break the rules? Dongfang Ni Chong remarked with great displeasure. Humph. Hong Yu's life is now on your hands, Yuan Qing. I shall reclaim it sooner or later. Dongfang Hong snorted coldly. With Hong Yu's death, he needed to make a statement, or else no strong warriors would follow him in the future. The Crown Prince is jesting. It was merely an oversight. However, if you wish to hold me accountable, I, Yuan Qing, shall accept it. Yuan Qing smiled nonchalantly. Dongfang Hong coldly snorted, dismissing the notion of engaging in a war of words with Yuan Qing. This Yuan Qing possesses such formidable strength. Beside him, Dongfang Yi also displayed a hint of trepidation. He was also a warrior of the 9 orifices, believing himself invincible among those opening their orifices. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of a monster like Yuan Qing. Fortunately, Dongfang Hong had already incurred great costs to probe into Yuan Qing's true strength. Otherwise, he would surely have suffered greatly in the future. Hey, it's time for the Night Guard's turn. On the training grounds, Yuan Qing withdrew the long sword embedded in Hong Yu's body, his gaze calmly shifting from Dongfang Hong to Dongfang Yi. Yuan Qing, are you truly determined to engage in this relentless struggle with me? You are still young. Such a course of action is not worth your while. The Nishan Guard does not merit your allegiance. Join my Night Guard, and I shall grant you the position of first commander without hesitation. Dongfang Yi unabashedly enticed. Unlike Dongfang Hong, he was unconcerned with the intricacies of loyalty. As long as he offered ample benefits to his subordinates, the matter of their hearts was of no consequence. First commander, that sounds delightful. Alas, I am the general of the Nishan Guard. Yuan Qing scoffed, his sword unwavering. Yuan Qing, do not be so arrogant. Today, neither the Grand Commander of the Night Guard nor the General is present. Should they return, do you truly believe you can maintain such bravado? Dongfang Ye's expression darkened. He loathed rejection above all else. The other prominent leaders of the Night Guard kept their heads down, wary of Yuan Qing's formidable strength, not wishing to draw attention to themselves. Let us wait for their return to discuss this further. For now, find someone to send to their doom. Yuan Qing continued nonchalantly. Dongfang Ye's expression soured, and he cast a frigid glance at the assembled Night Guards. In an instant, alarm spread among them. To be chosen to confront this demon meant certain death. Night 32, you shall go. Ultimately, Dongfang Yi selected the weakest among them, Night 32. Yes, Your Highness. Night 32 replied, his heart sinking. His lack of strength and potential rendered him an obvious choice to be sacrificed. The thought of resistance never crossed his mind. To defy Dongfang Yi would mean death not only for himself, but also for his family. Night 32, representing the Night Guard, shall engage. On the training grounds, Night 32, fully aware of his impending demise, had no choice but to prepare for battle. Boom. Yuan Qing wasted no time, delivering a punch that sent Night 32 flying. The Nishan Guard emerged victorious. The third match commenced, as the fallen Night 32 was assessed. He was not dead, Yuan Ching had shown mercy. A mere insignificant pawn. I cannot be bothered to expend effort on him, Yuan Ching remarked. Next, it is time for the Hong Guard. Dongfang Hong's expression darkened. Did this man truly intend to persist in this confrontation? It seems the two of you are in quite a predicament. I propose you surrender voluntarily. I, the Nishang Guard, would graciously settle for a minor victory. Let us call it 5 matches, Dongfang Hong pondered. Suddenly, Yuan Ching interjected. Do you wish for the Nishang Guard to claim first place? Dongfang Hong retorted, what? Do you believe you possess the ability to thwart us? Yuan Ching indeed aspired for first place. The rewards of numerous techniques and training resources would ultimately benefit the Nishang Guard, thus serving his interests as well. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity with the Hong Guard. I hope you can endure the weight of this first place. Dongfang Hong seemed to have realized something, and without hesitation, he chose to concede. Yi Wei also surrendered. Beside them, Dongfang Yi let out a cold laugh and similarly admitted defeat. The martial competition concluded with the elegant way of Nisha emerging victorious with 6 wins. Upon witnessing both individuals concede, the third official promptly announced the results of the martial contest. Dongfang Hong and his companion exchanged knowing smirks, devoid of any sense of loss, for they lacked no resources. However, to claim the title of first was not an easy feat. Chapter 44. Post-war matters. Yuan Ching, thank you. As Yuan Ching stepped out of the training grounds, Dongfang Nishang spoke with a hint of delight. This man had appeared like a comet, not only rescuing her, but also saving the entire Nishang Guard. You're welcome. By the way, when will the rewards for this competition be distributed? Yuan Ching smiled, choosing to inquire about a pivotal matter. According to the usual practice, they will be issued the following day. That's good. I have 2 requests that require your assistance. Yuan Ching nodded and swiftly articulated his thoughts regarding the demon suppression purgatory. First, the Nishang Guard needs to recruit individuals, and we require many. Please post a notice inviting those with pure hearts and exceptional talents to join us. Second, I need you to help me locate the most righteous or the most wicked individuals or objects in the city. Dongfang Nishang nodded thoughtfully before casting a puzzled look at Yuan Ching. I will certainly handle the recruitment, but what do you need these righteous individuals for? I am the military commander. You need only follow my orders, Yuan Ching replied, opting not to elaborate. He intended to contemplate the matter of the Qianquan fist alone for now, without divulging it to anyone. Hey, Yuan Ching, do you not acknowledge my status as a princess? Dongfang Nishang exclaimed, exasperated, feeling that Yuan Ching had grown increasingly audacious. Of course I recognize your status, Yuan Ching replied naturally. However, upon witnessing the fierce look in Dongfang Nishang's eyes, he quickly added, my esteemed Princess Nishang, you are indeed cherished in my heart. Merely seeing you is not sufficient. Yuan Ching's words instantly brightened Dongfang Nishang's mood. That's more like it. Now, my good prince, go attend to your duties. I have many matters to attend to as well. Just as Yuan Ching was about to usher the princess away, he suddenly sensed something amiss. By the way, where will we be residing? Of course, at the princess's residence. The princess's residence was centrally located in the capital, grand and imposing, exuding opulence, with 2 majestic lion statues flanking the entrance, bestowing an air of authority. It could accommodate up to 1,000 residents, second only to the Lord's manor. Yet now, the once impressive residence felt somewhat desolate. Aside from maids and a few errand boys, there were hardly any guards present. The Nishang Guard has perished in battle. All that remains are you. Dongfang Nishang sighed, gazing at her lonely residence. Do not worry. Tomorrow we will recruit 1,000 or 800 people, and soon it will be bustling with activity. Yuan Ching replied nonchalantly, for this world was not lacking in people. However, what about salaries? The Nishang Guard is still owed 500,000 taels of silver. Dongfang Nishang suddenly raised her hands in exasperation. Who was responsible for the previous disbursements? I heard you had quite a number of people before, did you not? It is my private repository, yet I have exhausted its contents. Dongfang Nishang said with a hint of grievance. Being destitute implies that without funds, one cannot even recruit personnel. Yuan Ching stroked his chin, pondering carefully. Indeed, he had come here to work without remuneration, while the other 3 were merely dreaming of possibilities, having never broached the subject of wages. What about Hongwei and Yewei? Their scale seems considerable. Surely they cannot rely solely on a personal treasury? Yewei controls the capital, publicly collecting taxes and tributes from various merchants. While covertly engaging in dealings within the black market, Hongwei oversees the entirety of Shaotian Prefecture, with shops in nearly every major city. And caravans entering and exiting the prefecture must pay them a security fee. They also possess their own caravans. Dongfang Nishang was nearly well-versed in the circumstances of these two guards. Such information is not difficult to uncover. Knowing all this, have you not engaged in similar pursuits? Yuan Ching furrowed his brow. This young lady does not seem foolish, so how could she have been so severely taken advantage of? Unable to compete, unable to fight back. Thus, I previously led a hunting expedition against the monstrous beasts, as you are already aware. Dongfang Nishang sighed with resignation. The caravans, taxes, and black market dealings must be seized through strength. Therefore, you shall recruit personnel first. Recently, Nishanghai has garnered some prominence, so try to attract some individuals. But remember, we can only afford to sustain the elite. We cannot support the inept. Yuan Qing's mind raced. After hearing Dongfang Nishang's few words, he had begun to formulate a profitable strategy. However, I lack funds, Dongfang Nishang lamented. Who says it is imperative to have money? Who receives their salary in the first month of work? Simply entice them with grand promises, no matter how extravagant. The aim is to attract those talented individuals. Proclaim high wages and benefits, offer guidance and cultivation, ensure retirement security, and convey that they will rapidly advance to greatness, rallying them with a compelling slogan. We still have a month. By then, regardless of how grand the promises, I will ensure they are fulfilled. Yuan Qing brimmed with confidence. As long as his plan was viable, he would undoubtedly reap abundant rewards, and funds for recruitment would not be a concern. Very well, I shall instruct others to proceed. And I will also have them keep an eye out for the person you mentioned who embodies both righteousness and malevolence. Dongfang Nishang nodded her little head, her large eyes brimming with confidence towards Yuan Qing. Excellent. May everything unfold smoothly. As Dongfang Nishang hurriedly departed, the remaining few exchanged wide-eyed glances with Yuan Qing. Commander, what shall we do now? Is this not obvious? Of course, we shall cultivate. Otherwise, what else could you possibly do? Yuan Qing replied, slightly exasperated. Why the lack of self-awareness? Understood, Commander. Previously, Yuan Qing had imparted guidance to several of them, so while they cultivated, they had gained considerable insights. Naturally, this excluded Husanyi, who had already awakened. As Yuan Qing gazed upon the group, a flurry of thoughts surged through his mind once more. Husanyi had recently experienced a breakthrough, yet due to the restrictive nature of his cultivation technique, Yuan Qing was unable to provide guidance. It would be rather ungracious to impart the 9 true mysteries to him. Furthermore, should the Neisheng Guard expand its ranks, this issue would undoubtedly exacerbate. It seems I must meticulously select several cultivation techniques belonging to the Neisheng Guard from the rewards to be given tomorrow, Yuan Qing pondered while stroking his chin. At that point, if the entire Neisheng Guard were to practice solely these few techniques, he would be able to offer comprehensive guidance across the board. There was no need for overwhelming strength. It sufficed to elevate everyone's cultivation levels. As for the notion of formidable battle prowess or transcending levels in combat, such claims were mere folly. It was sufficient to avoid defeat in advancement. There was no necessity to pursue the ideal of battling beyond one's level. Having resolved this matter, Yuan Qing ceased to worry and instead proceeded towards the princess's residence. Bring me to the place where weapons are forged, he commanded. He recalled that Dongfang Nishang had previously mentioned that the princess's residence was fully equipped, including an area for crafting weapons, albeit little used. Yuan Qing's intention was straightforward, to refine the earth-fire forging technique to its utmost limit before all else. Chapter 45. The Art of Forging. Successfully studying the art of earth-fire forging, currently assessing judgment points, evaluating personal theoretical knowledge, judgment successful. Proficiency coefficient for this study is 7,299 times. Current cultivation coefficient has not reached maximum value. Would you like to view missing conditions? 7,299 times. Such extraordinary talent on the first study? It is no wonder that this tome feels both fluid and familiar. My aptitude for blacksmithing is indeed commendable. At this moment, all the techniques and knowledge of earth-fire forging flooded into Yuan Qing's mind. Presently, weapons can be categorized into 3 tiers: the mundane weapons used by ordinary people and those in the body refinement realm, the superior weapons wielded by those in the Enlightened and Jade Bone realms, and the most formidable spiritual weapons. Mundane weapons require nothing more than ordinary iron ore for their crafting, while some exceptional mundane weapons can slice through iron like mud. The superior weapons, however, present a different challenge. They demand not only exquisite materials, but also a forger's mastery of fire attribute true energy. Nevertheless, superior weapons are immensely powerful, where slicing through iron is merely a fundamental capability, even enhancing a warrior's true energy strength and thereby elevating their prowess. As for the most powerful spiritual weapons, they possess a hint of spiritual resonance, said to synchronize with their wielders in battle. Those of the same realm wielding spiritual weapons can easily contend against two foes. I see, but I wonder what materials are available within the Duke's residence. Reflecting on this, Yuan Ching made his way to the forge. Although the forge within the Duke's residence had long been vacant, several resident craftsmen remained. While these individuals could not forge superior weapons, they were adept at repairs. Young master, I am Chang Quan, in charge of the forge. I pay my respects to the military lord. As Yuan Ching stepped into the forge, a robust man with a dark complexion hurried over, bowing his head in greeting. Oh, you recognize me? Yuan Ching glanced around. There were 3 individuals in the forge, 1 in charge and 2 who appeared to be apprentices. Recently, the Duke transmitted your likeness, and I have kept it in my heart. Chang Quan quickly replied, his mind astonished that Yuan Ching appeared even younger than in the portrait, likely not yet 18. Such youth, yet holding such stature, becoming the left and right arms of the Duke. Chang Quan felt a sense of admiration and knew he must tread carefully. Very well. What is your forging level? I once assisted a forger in crafting a low-grade superior weapon, and I have personally forged a quasi-low-grade superior weapon. I hope the military lord finds it amusing. Although Chang Quan spoke modestly, he held his chest high, quite pleased with his accomplishments. Just a quasi-low-grade? Yuan Ching inquired, perplexed that the head of the Duke's forge possessed such capabilities. The military lord jested. Forging superior weapons is profoundly challenging, requiring not only the alignment of mental techniques, but also elusive skills. To forge even low-grade superior weapons is already the mark of a master forger, a figure renowned in the capital. The implication in Chang Quan's words suggested that he was merely a breath away from becoming a master blacksmith. Indeed, he was on the cusp of greatness. It dawned on me that I possess considerable insight into the art of forging. Thus, I have come today to test my skills and see if I can create a formidable weapon. Yuan Ching nodded and proceeded into the forge. My lord, the labor of forging and maintaining weapons is best left to the likes of me. There is no need for you to involve yourself, Chang Quan promptly replied. The forge often hosted notable figures, albeit only for a fleeting moment. He feared that if Yuan Ching were to experience failure, he might unjustly direct his ire towards him, leaving him in a predicament with no recourse. How many materials remain in the storeroom? Yuan Ching inquired, ignoring Chang Quan's attempts to dissuade him. His fingers grazed the various hammers upon the forging table, evoking a sense of nostalgia. This was the advantage of a strong theoretical foundation, even without practical experience. One could feel intimately acquainted with the craft. Reporting to my lord, there are 35 pounds of mysterious iron, 13 pounds of refined copper, 5,000 pounds of iron ingots, and several other materials. Why so little? Yuan Ching frowned slightly. Both the mysterious iron and refined copper were essential for crafting superior weapons, while the iron ingots served as the primary material for ordinary arms. As the forge of the Duke's mansion, such a meager stock was unacceptable. My lord jest. But since the establishment of the forge, materials have consistently been in short supply, and we lack the funds to procure more, Chang Quan said with a forced smile. From what you say, it seems the forge is a losing venture, Yuan Ching observed with confusion. Strictly speaking, the forge was indeed a financial drain. Ordinary weapons offered little profit, and the success rate for crafting subpar weapons was barely 30%. When factoring in material waste, it was nearly unprofitable. Yuan Ching's brow furrowed. Is the success rate for subpar weapons so low? My lord may be unaware, but within the forging industry, a 30% success rate is considered standard. Achieving 40% is the mark of a skilled artisan, while anything above 50% indicates a master craftsman, Chang Quan explained quickly, noticing Yuan Ching's apparent dissatisfaction. Do you know of the old master Yu? What is his standing? The forging prodigy, old master Yu? Chang Quan was taken aback, surprised that the lord, who seemed oblivious to the forging trade, was aware of this figure. Old master Yu was indeed a top-tier master, His forging skills were exceptional, boasting an 80% success rate for crafting middle-grade weapons, and even above 50% for subpar weapons. Everyone awaited the moment he successfully forged a superior weapon. Yet he mysteriously vanished. As Chang Quan spoke, a spark of hope ignited within him. If the Lord could enlist old Master Yu, our Nisha Guard's strength would undoubtedly surge. Yuan Ching shook his head, understanding that those confined within the confines of the C category were not so easily persuaded. He was also aware that old Master Yu had likely only mastered the earth-fire forging technique to the 6th level to achieve such prowess. The elusive Master Yu could not be summoned, but I have successfully invited the God of Wealth. Chang Quan, still perplexed by the unfolding events, watched as Yuan Ching produced a stack of silver notes from his bosom. In an instant, Chang Quan's eyes sparkled. It had been ages since he had laid eyes on such a substantial sum. Is this truly the God of Wealth? Here lies 100,000 taels of silver, intended for the procurement of ample low-grade materials. 100,000? Commander, with such an abundance of materials, I would scarcely be able to utilize them all, especially since they are of lower quality. Chang Quan stuttered in shock. Low-grade materials are the primary components for forging inferior weapons, and 100,000 taels could purchase at least 10 sets of materials. Should they aim to forge quasi-low-grade weapons, it would suffice for 20 sets. Simply execute the task. The remainder shall be left to me. Yuan Ching waved his hand, refraining from further elaboration. Understood. Though brimming with confusion, Chang Quan could only retreat, attributing it to the peculiar idiosyncrasies of this enigmatic commander. After all, it was not his wealth being squandered. Retrieve all the materials from the warehouse. Understood, Commander. As the two began to gather the materials, Yuan Ching commenced preparations for practicing the earth-fire forging technique. For ordinary soldiers, mere mundane fire suffices for forging, but at the weaponry level, one must channel true fire attribute energy into the materials. The essence of the earth-fire forging technique lies in that very fire. Rather than merely a forging technique, it resembles a mastery of fire control. Moreover, it not only governs fire but, when cultivated to the highest degree, can enhance the potency of fire attribute energy, thereby augmenting one's own strength. According to the descriptions within the earth-fire forging technique, upon reaching the 7th tier, one could sweep through adversaries of the same rank, with each ascent in tier significantly amplifying its power. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a vibrant flame began to flicker before Yuan Ching, gradually intensifying from the size of a fist to that of a basin. Bring forth the materials. Moments later, Yuan Ching abruptly opened his eyes, just in time to witness two servants transporting all the materials. He then directed the flames onto the forging platform, swiftly infusing the materials. Embarking on his inaugural forging endeavor, the earth-fire forging technique, after all, differs from other practices. It cannot be cultivated in isolation. It must be practiced in conjunction with the forging process. In that moment, the long silent forging chamber erupted once more with the rhythmic sounds of hammers and the flickering of flames. Chapter 46. The shock of the forging room. Successfully cultivated the earth-fire forging technique once. Currently undergoing assessment. Assessing the current forging grade. Assessing forging proficiency. Assessing the comprehension of earth-fire forging technique. Success in the shake point. This cultivation's coefficient is 3,257 times. Congratulations, the earth-fire forging technique has successfully advanced to the 3rd tier. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a mid-grade mortal weapon. A series of prompt sounds echoed, revealing several pieces of information before Yuan Ching. In his grasp lay a resplendent longsword, vibrant in hue. Observing the weapon in his hand, a flicker of excitement danced across Yuan Ching's visage. This was a mortal weapon, albeit merely a mid-grade one. Incapable of slicing through iron like mud, yet it marked the first weapon he had ever forged. Having meticulously refined the entire process in his mind to perfection, the forging proceeded without a hitch. Unfortunately, constrained by the quality of materials and his own skill, he could only produce a mortal weapon. The two servants nearby were momentarily stunned. Had this young military leader truly succeeded? Congratulations, Commander. You have successfully forged a remarkable weapon. The two attendants promptly knelt, adeptly beginning to flatter him. As servants in the forging room, they recognized at a glance that this was merely a mid-grade mortal weapon. However, it was a mid-grade mortal weapon forged by the commander himself. Though it lacked practical use, it held profound significance. Remarkable weapon? Yuan Ching paid little mind to such trivialities, for his mind was now enriched with a plethora of new forging knowledge, particularly concerning inferior-grade weapons. Casually tossing the mortal weapon aside, he commenced preparations for his second forging. "Commander, perhaps you should take a brief respite," one servant interjected swiftly. "No need. Let us strike while the iron is hot." "But, Commander, the piece of mysterious iron in your hand is intended for forging inferior-grade weapons. Even in modest quantities, it is meant for crafting inferior-grade weapons, not mortal ones." Clearly, they believed that Yuan Ching's ability to forge a mid-grade mortal weapon was already extraordinary. After all, he was such a young military leader. With accomplishments in cultivation that were already commendable, it was unreasonable to expect mastery in every aspect. "I understand. You may withdraw." Yuan Ching waved his hand dismissively, casually tossing the mysterious iron into the forging furnace. Subsequently, invisible streams of true energy transformed into flames, directed into the furnace. Witnessing this scene, the two attendants' faces briefly reflected a pained expression. This was not the iron ingot from earlier, but rather the inferior-grade material, mysterious iron. A single piece valued at over 1,000 taels of silver. Now, it seemed poised to be squandered. However, they resigned themselves to the fact that he was the commander. If he chose to waste it, so be it. Yuan Qing's expression began to solidify with determination, his gaze fixated upon the forging furnace. The process of crafting an inferior-grade weapon proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Yuan Qing meticulously introduced the mysterious iron and refined copper, pouring in iron ingots as if they were of no cost, which quickly melted down to leave only a portion of their essence. Time elapsed swiftly, 1/4 of an hour, then 2, before an entire hour had passed. Yuan Qing was deeply engrossed in his forging, while the two attendants observed with rapt attention. Successfully practiced earth-fire forging technique. Currently undergoing evaluation, assessing current forging grade, evaluating forging expertise, determining comprehension of earth-fire forging technique. Successful roll. This training coefficient is 3,157 times. Congratulations. Earth-fire forging technique has successfully ascended to the 4th tier. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a low-grade weapon. A resounding explosion erupted from within the forge. The sound of vital energy bursting forth. A melodic sword cry suddenly resonated throughout the entire forging chamber, lingering in the air. The two attendants widened their eyes. Incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld the spectacle before them. A low-grade weapon had actually been successfully forged. "My lord, is this truly a low-grade weapon?" they exclaimed. Based on the sound, the quality, and the explosive power just unleashed, it was undeniably a low-grade weapon. Yet, it seemed rather extravagant. Was this military lord not only capable of forging mundane weaponry? They felt a twinge of shame, recalling their earlier thoughts about the waste of materials. Realizing that this military lord was indeed beyond their ordinary comprehension. "It is just average, merely a standard low-grade weapon," Yuan Qing mused, stroking his second weapon, which felt comparable in quality to the flying sword he had crafted previously, merely at the level of an ordinary low-grade weapon. "Ordinary? My lord, do not jest. Forging weapons is a skill possessed only by renowned masters within the capital. There is nothing ordinary about it. Your ability to forge a low-grade weapon grants you a significant standing in the capital," the two attendants remarked with profound admiration. Who has forged a low-grade weapon?" Just then, Chang Quan rushed in from outside, curiosity evident in his voice. He had hurriedly gathered materials, fearing that something might have gone awry in the forge, and had made it back in less than 2 hours. "It is my lord," one attendant promptly replied. "My lord? Such claims cannot be made lightly. Although my lord possesses exceptional talent, primarily in martial arts, forging is an entirely different realm." Chang Quan shook his head in disbelief, convinced that if Yuan Qing truly had the ability to forge a low-grade weapon, he would not have asked those earlier questions. As he finished speaking, he caught sight of the brand-new low-grade weapon in Yuan Qing's hand. In an instant, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had indeed participated in the forging process of a low-grade weapon. On that day, the master blacksmith, though not widely renowned, was certainly skilled. Under his guidance, the two spent a full half-day forging a low-grade weapon. The arduousness of the process could only be truly appreciated by those, like him, who had participated personally. Indeed, this was a genuine low-grade weapon. Chang Quan stepped forward, reverently caressing the newly forged blade as if he were a devoted acolyte. It was freshly crafted, and the forger's expertise was evident. Only a seasoned artisan with thousands of forging experiences could achieve such quality. "Commander, is this sword truly your creation?" Chang Quan inquired, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Despite his mediocre talent, he had tirelessly pursued the art of forging, yet had seen little progress. He never anticipated that a master would stand beside him today. "Of course, what about the materials I asked you to procure?" Yuan Ching replied with a nod, seemingly unperturbed. "Commander, I am Chang Quan. I previously failed to recognize your profound mastery in forging, and I humbly seek your forgiveness." Yuan Ching furrowed his brow, pondering the young man's intentions. "I have a modest request. I wish to become your apprentice. Although I am acutely aware of my lack of aptitude and do not expect to be formally accepted as your disciple, I would be grateful for any guidance you could offer. From this day forth, I would serve as your loyal hound, unflinchingly facing any peril." Chang Quan's excitement was palpable as he yearned for an opportunity to learn the craft. "Facing peril?" Yuan Ching stroked his chin, bemused by Chang Quan's enthusiasm. "Yes, I would willingly offer my heart to you, Commander," Chang Quan declared, pounding his chest with his right fist in fervor. "Very well, as the commander of the Nisha Guard, it is indeed my duty to impart knowledge. Thus, share your forging techniques with me, and I shall assess your skills." Yuan Ching spoke softly, deliberately omitting any mention of accepting him as a disciple. It was ludicrous to consider taking a dark-faced man as an apprentice. "Yes, Commander," Chang Quan replied excitedly, hastily presenting the treasured tome he had long revered as a rare gem. "True fire forging technique. Why is there only a fragment?" Yuan Ching glanced at it before quickly appraising its contents using the system. "True fire forging technique. Fragment. Requirements. Fire elemental true chi. Effect. After practicing, one can learn the methods to forge mundane weapons and low-grade weapons, comprising 7 layers. This fragment contains portions of the first, second, and fourth layers. Reaching the second layer allows for the forging of quasi-low-grade weapons. Current technique is incomplete. Conditions must be met to attempt to restore the content. Conditions to complete the third layer. 1. Forging skill must exceed that of quasi-medium grade weapons. Completed. 2. Cultivation must surpass the 7 apertures realm. Completed. 3. Full comprehension of the first 2 layers content. Not completed. Chang Quan could only smile awkwardly. This is a fragment obtained by a fortunate twist of fate. The acquisition of this manuscript is indeed a stroke of luck for Chang Quan. Yuan Ching nodded, acknowledging that the art of forging is precious. Although this text is a tier below the earth fire forging technique, it is not something accessible to just anyone. Chang Quan is indeed fortunate in this regard. "Very well. Observe my forging technique for now. In a few days, I shall provide you with guidance." The restoration of the third layer of this manuscript is relatively straightforward, and Yuan Ching plans to teach Chang Quan the third layer directly after its restoration, envisioning the cultivation of a master forger. "Thank you, Commander, thank you," Chang Quan exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, having elevated Yuan Ching's status in his mind to an unparalleled height. Shortly thereafter, Chang Quan returned with fresh materials, and Yuan Ching commenced the next phase of his practice. Chapter 47. Apologies, 100,000 taels of silver have disappeared. The dice rolled successfully, and the current cultivation coefficient reached 253 times. Congratulations, you have successfully forged a low-grade weapon. The dice rolled successfully again, and the cultivation coefficient was 143 times. Congratulations, you have forged another low-grade weapon. Once more, the dice rolled successfully, with a cultivation coefficient of 85 times. Congratulations. Your earth fire forging technique has successfully advanced to the 5th tier. Congratulations, you have forged yet another low-grade weapon. After a full day, Yuan Ching had exhausted all his materials. It was only with the final low-grade weapon that he managed to break through to the 5th tier of the earth fire forging technique. Particularly as he progressed, the experience gained from forging low-grade weapons became pitifully scant. Yuan Ching suspected that if he continued to forge low-grade weapons, the experience gained would be negligible. However, it was only natural. A master capable of forging high-grade weapons would find little insight in practicing with low-grade ones. At this moment, Chang Quan regarded Yuan Ching with utmost reverence. Yuan Ching had completely overturned his understanding of forging, having demonstrated that low-grade weapons could indeed be forged in succession, a feat never accomplished by anyone else before him. This, however, served to illustrate that Yuan Qing's forging skills had reached a truly pinnacle level, especially since his success rate in forging low-grade weapons was an astonishing 100%, a level that many mid-grade forging masters could only dream of. Commander, a grave situation has arisen. Just as Yuan Qing settled down to rest and explained some forging techniques to Chang Quan, an urgent voice called from outside. Commander, the princess is in trouble. Isn't she recruiting soldiers? Who would dare cause her trouble in the capital? Yuan Qing furrowed his brow once more. It appeared that there were issues concerning the recruitment, with someone intervening. Interesting, lead the way, he commanded, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chang Quan, carry these 12 low-grade weapons I forged and follow closely behind me. Understood, Commander. Outside the princess's residence, a dense crowd had gathered, and a cacophony of doubts echoed from within. The princess, seated at the entrance, glared at the throng, her face a stormy shade of anger, yet unable to utter a word. Look, brothers, the princess of neon garb has lost her voice. I told you, the princess's residence is bankrupt. They can't even produce a single tael of silver. Joining the Neon Guard now would only subject you to oppression from the Night Guard and the Hong Guard. Not only is there no future, but it would also lead to a swift demise. Such voices resonated throughout the crowd, articulating the fears of many. Everyone, please be quiet. As long as you join my Neon Guard, you will have access to martial arts, silver, and even guidance from powerful experts. Do you think I, the esteemed princess, would deceive you? Dongfang Nishang felt quite disheartened. Initially, everything seemed promising, everyone was captivated, and some even began to sign up. However, unexpectedly, certain individuals emerged, stirring up dissent, which spiraled out of control. This left her, a dignified princess, in a rather passive position. Your Highness, spare us the deception. The princess's mansion has long since fallen into disarray. Otherwise, there would be no need for your personal involvement. I am here personally because I regard this recruitment for the Nishang Guard with utmost seriousness. In truth, it was due to that scoundrel Yuan Qing, who had thrust this task upon her. Naturally, she desired to prove herself, but she never anticipated the situation would devolve to this extent. What seriousness are you speaking of, Your Highness? You don't even have a single warrior of the Seven Apertures realm by your side. The absence of even a basic weapon signifies numerous issues. Indeed, if that is the case, why not join the Night Guard or the Hong Guard, where there are far more resources and advantages? Please, remove my name from this list. I refuse to join such deceitful schemes. In an instant, the crowd began to exhibit disarray. Those who had previously considered joining the Nishang Guard now hesitated, and even those who had signed up before were eager to withdraw their names. Dongfang Nishang's expression darkened. After all, the capital was not a small town like Lianyan City, and there were countless options available. The Nishang Guard was not the only enticing choice. If this continued, it seemed their recruitment efforts would indeed falter. Who claims the Nishang Guard lacks warriors of the Seven Apertures realm? At that critical moment, a resonant voice reverberated from within the princess's residence. A formidable aura left the crowd momentarily breathless. It was Yuan Qing, emerging with the might of a tiger roaring through the mountains. Warriors of the Seven Apertures realm? Indeed. That aura just now could only belong to someone above that realm. The crowd, initially ready to disperse, suddenly halted, gazing curiously at Yuan Qing as he stepped forward. Behold, I am Yuan Qing, a practitioner of the Seven Apertures realm. As for that so-called Night Guard or Hong Guard you mentioned, let them come forth and see who dares challenge me. They are nothing but a bunch of trash. Yuan Qing's demeanor was one of arrogance, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, observing the subtle shifts in expressions. As he uttered the word trash, several faces within the crowd subtly changed. Yuan Qing took note of a few individuals, but chose not to act immediately. So what? You stand alone, and besides, the leaders of the Night Guard and Hong Guard have yet to return. Exactly, what use is your prowess to us? We do not join the Nishang Guard merely to witness your strength. You don't even possess a single inferior grade weapon. A few voices of dissent echoed in response. An inferior grade weapon? Chang Quan, present it. Yuan Qing clapped his hands, and Chang Quan, who had been preparing nearby, immediately rushed out. Cradling a collection of inferior weapons in his arms, he casually tossed them before Yuan Qing, remarking, "Is this the heap of scrap metal you referred to? I discovered these while clearing the warehouse and originally intended to melt them down, but it seems there are those who actually covet them." In an instant, Yuan Qing donned a theatrical air, feigning indifference as if to say, I hardly desire these, yet you all seem quite eager. To his astonishment, they were all weapons of considerable merit, 12 fine blades casually discarded before him. Was this not an exaggeration? Such weapons were indeed scarce even among practitioners at the Enlightenment realm. Many in the crowd exhibited expressions of envy. With the current manpower shortage in the Nizhang Guard, it was possible that one might acquire an inferior weapon if they acted swiftly. Why is it so warm today? Yuan Ching mused, seemingly nonchalant, loosening his garments. Suddenly, a cascade of silver notes amounting to a staggering 100,000 taels fluttered down around him. Oh dear, what is this? Why has more than half of last month's wages fallen out? He exclaimed, addressing the crowd. My apologies, it seems I've been issued too much pay, and I simply have no place to store it. Is this? So many silver notes. The crowd gasped, stunned by the sheer volume. At least 100,000 taels lay before them. The rumors of the Nizhang Guard's financial struggles began to crumble in the face of such wealth. Yuan Ching waved his hand, preparing to bend down to collect the notes. Yet, in that very moment, dozens of Qian Shui fruits tumbled from his bag. What is happening? Even snacks are falling out. As he bent again to retrieve the Qian Shui fruits, several medicinal vials tumbled forth, revealing dozens of Qian Ling pills within. My apologies, everyone. The Nizhang Guard provides such ample benefits that I can hardly contain these items. I'm embarrassed. Yuan Ching feigned humility while slowly gathering his possessions back into his embrace. However, the crowd had become utterly numb to the spectacle. Was this what it meant to be impoverished? Was this the Nizhang Guard devoid of resources? What had just unfolded before their eyes was a dazzling display of wealth. Money, resources, weapons, all in abundance. Anyone who dared to claim the Nizhang Guard was lacking henceforth would surely face their ire. By the way, who was it that spoke of withdrawing from the Nizhang Guard? Chapter 48. The Conspiracy of the Night Guards. Will we also receive such benefits upon joining the Radiant Guard? A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, articulating the question on everyone's mind. Yuan Ching indeed appeared affluent. However, it was crucial that they had the opportunity to obtain such rewards. Absolutely. From this moment forth, the first 50 individuals who meet the criteria to join the Radiant Guard will each receive 1,000 refined fruit. Moreover, the top 5 in strength will be rewarded with a low-grade weapon. Registration concludes today, and rewards will be exchanged on the spot. Yuan Qing's declaration immediately stirred a significant uproar. It was no jest. The 1,000 refined fruit was valued at 1,000 taels, and a low-grade weapon was worth tens of thousands. While others might offer a few 100,000 taels without flinching, how could they possibly lack funds? I wish to register. I want to join the Radiant Guard. I registered earlier, so I should be among the first. Step aside, I am a 5-aperture realm warrior, and I demand a low-grade weapon. In an instant, the crowd surged towards the registration area, their excitement palpable. Joining the Radiant Guard required only advanced physical refinement. And for them, the 1,000 refined fruit was already a treasure. The prospect of additional benefits from joining the Radiant Guard was even more enticing. Observing the throng, Yuan Ching wore a calm smile. Fools, you think you can outsmart me? I have seen all kinds of tricks. At that moment, he swiftly blended into the crowd, targeting those who were instigating the frenzy. With a swift motion, Yuan Ching darted through the masses, capturing a few individuals and rendering them unconscious, leaving them at the entrance of the princess's estate. Secure them, commanded Husanyi and his companions, who promptly restrained the 3. Meanwhile, the crowd remained preoccupied with registration, oblivious to the commotion. Upon Yuan Qing's return, Dongfang Nishang gazed at him with admiration. Yuan Qing, how did you conceive such a strategy? It is truly remarkable that you managed to lure them into registering. What do you mean by lure? The rewards I offer are genuine. Those 5 low-grade weapons and 50,000 refined fruits are all authentic. Yuan Qing replied with a serious demeanor. I knew you were exceptional, Dongfang Nishang remarked, her thoughts momentarily distracted by Yuan Qing's impressive display. For now, let us admit them, and later we shall sift through the candidates. We must not waste our resources. Yuan Qing understood that at this juncture, it was merely about bringing these individuals in. Retaining them would depend on future developments. If the Radiant Guard appeared weak, they would inevitably disperse. Let it be as it is. After all, I will be the one training them. Yuan Qing shook his head, leading the captured trio into the princess's estate, hoping to extract valuable information from them. All right, no need for pretense. You may awaken now. Within the hall, 3 individuals were tightly bound, their terrified gazes darting around the room. My lord, I recognize them, suddenly spoke Chong Quan, who stood nearby after scrutinizing the trio. These individuals are from the black market, merely insignificant figures who must have been commissioned by someone higher up. Insignificant figures? In other words, they are of no value. Let us eliminate them, replied the Lord, causing the three, still dazed, to panic instantly. Please spare us, my lord. We know nothing. We are innocent. One pleaded. My lord, I am of use. I possess information that they do not know, another insisted. Yuan Ching disregarded the cries for mercy, focusing instead on the useful man. Oh, do enlighten me. Let us see if this secret is sufficient to spare your life. The man quickly understood, eager to present his knowledge. They do not know who sent us, but I do. It was the night watch. They have found our leader. I happened to awaken during the night and overheard them plotting quietly. It seems they intend to release a formidable beast, which appears to be connected to your esteemed Neon Guard. A formidable beast? Yuan Ching mused, having suspected the involvement of either the Night Watch or the Hong Guard. Yet he had not anticipated this unexpected revelation. Indeed, a very powerful creature. It seems that the leaders of both factions are out because of it. The man nodded vigorously. Yuan Ching shook his head, realizing the clues were too scant to ascertain the true significance of this beast. Perhaps Dongfang Nishang might know something more. As Yuan Ching exited the room, the trio immediately began to plead for their lives once more. My lord, what shall we do with these three? Lock them up for now, and we shall assess the situation later. With that, he ignored their pleas and made his way toward where Dongfang Nishang was situated. At this moment, the recruitment had reached its final stages, and most were basking in the joy of their recent enlistment, while some who had registered late harbored feelings of regret. Nishang, there is something of great importance I must discuss with you. Dongfang Nishang observed Yuan Ching, noting the seriousness etched upon his face, a rarity for him. When will you provide me with the Jade Bone Realm technique you promised? Yuan Ching expressed his frustration, realizing that he had become so preoccupied in recent days that he almost forgot the purpose of his visit. Oh well. Yuan Ching, you are aware of the circumstances surrounding the Neon Guard. Dongfang Nishang stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Surely not. Lady Princess. Am I not the commander of the Neon Guard? Do you even intend to draw my rations? Yuan Ching was taken aback. How unreasonable could the princess be? Based on his observations over the past few days, there were certainly no shortage of Jade Bone Realm experts in the capital, nor would they be lacking a single volume of the Jade Bone Realm technique. The truth is, I originally intended to ask my father for a copy of the Jade Bone Realm technique, but he has been absent these past few days. Thus, I have been unable to provide you with what you seek. Rest assured, I shall not deceive you when my father returns. I will be the first to deliver it to you. Dongfang Nishang nodded resolutely, offering Yuan Ching a reassuring glance. Very well. There is a minor concern. It appears that your two elder brothers are preparing to engage with a formidable demon beast. Are you aware of the situation? My brothers and a demon beast? Dongfang Nishang pondered these words. Could it be related to the reason for the first-place victory in this grand competition? According to the rules of the Celestial Guards, the squad that secures first place must promptly address the crises arising from the lesser heavenly mansion, which includes the threat of a demon beast ravaging villages. Dongfang Nishang's complexion turned pale. If her brothers indeed summoned a powerful demon beast, then given the current strength of the Nishang Guards, the outlook would be dire. Yet, as the saying goes, one must confront challenges as they arise. Considering their capabilities, it is unlikely they could summon a particularly formidable demon beast. I shall personally handle it if the need arises, Yuan Ching mused thoughtfully. By the way, have the rewards arrived? Once I assimilate this batch of cultivation resources, my strength can be further enhanced. Finally, the moment of division, which Yuan Ching favored most, had arrived. It came this morning. It is now in the treasury, but Dongfang Nishang's words trailed off, seemingly unsatisfied with the rewards. Come, take me to see. Yuan Ching frowned. Can the offerings from the Celestial Guards truly be disappointing? Chapter 49. Secluded Cultivation in the Princess's Treasury. In the past, it had been merely a facade, but today it has been substantially enriched. 200 spirit pills, 20,000 spirit pills, 500 refined essence pills, and 30,000 refined essence pills. Gazing at the list of cultivation resources in his hand, Yuan Ching could only utter two words, too stingy. With such a meager offering, I could exhaust it all in a single day, leaving no room for greed. Next came the weapons. A total of 100 superior ordinary weapons, and a single inferior sharp weapon. Well, from the very beginning, Yuan Ching held no expectations of sustaining himself on the weapons provided. Even more infuriating were the martial arts techniques. The Heavenly Guard had issued a total of 5 martial arts manuals, 4 of which were of the 5 aperture realm, with only 1 manual of the 7 aperture realm being somewhat commendable. As for other mobility and auxiliary techniques, there was not a single one to be found. I wonder, has the Shou Tian mansion always been this impoverished? In truth, this was the first time the Rainbow Guard achieved first place. The previous circumstances had never been mentioned by my elder brothers. Dongfang Nishang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted that the Rainbow Guard had always lingered at the bottom. Yuan Ching stroked his chin, contemplating that if they had consistently held the first position, the accumulation of martial arts and weapons might not have been so dismal. Clearly, it was imperative to prioritize earning money. By the way, are there any manuals for the Jade Bone realm available for purchase? Dongfang Nishang, lowering her head and pondering for a moment, shook her head. None. The manuals of the Jade Bone realm are regarded as treasures by various factions. And to those powerful in the Jade Bone realm, money is merely a numerical value, unless one can offer something of equivalent worth in exchange. Yuan Ching fell silent, once again abandoning the notion of going solo at this moment. For now, he must first fulfill the Rainbow Guard's contract, prioritizing the acquisition of a Jade Bone realm manual. Earning money, consolidating the strength of the Rainbow Guard, and enhancing his forging skills were all essential, as his own cultivation still had room for improvement. These myriad concerns stirred within him, reminiscent of his days as a mercenary in a past life. However, the greatest difference in this world was that Yuan Ching possessed a remarkably clear and unambiguous goal. Strength is the foundation of everything. Only with sufficient power can one sustain their existence and progress. I shall prepare for seclusion. Yuan Ching promptly took all the 1,000 spirit pills and 1,000 refined essence pills, for these were the essence of his strength enhancement. Seclusion? But what about the Rainbow Guard? Dongfang Nishang was momentarily stunned, as Yuan Ching chose to enter seclusion at the busiest time. Whatever, you can use the previous methods to help them adapt to being part of the Rainbow Guard, and select some talented and obedient individuals. When I emerge from seclusion, they shall respect me as if I were a deity. During this period of seclusion, aside from enhancing his cultivation, Yuan Ching also planned to select from the 5 manuals, intending to establish them as the primary techniques for the future Rainbow Guard. Additionally, Hu Sanyi and Yuan Qingyu were also preparing to choose a new manual for opening the apertures. Very well, I shall have the Guardian handle these matters. Dongfang nodded in agreement to Yuan Qing's request. Furthermore, aside from the previously mentioned tasks, there were several other matters that required your attention. Dispatch someone to gather intelligence on major cities within Shaotian Prefecture. Additionally, inquire about the pricing of fine weapons and the issues concerning inferior materials. Fine weapons? Where did you acquire those weapons from earlier? Dongfang Nishang inquired with the curiosity of a child, her head nodding in fascination. I possess a certain aptitude for forging. Those were all crafted by myself, Yuan Ching replied, not uttering a falsehood, for his talent in forging indeed surpassed all others. To think you have such a skill? Are you, by any chance, the 16-year-old prodigy disguised as a 60-year-old old monster? Dongfang Nishang speculated, convinced that Yuan Ching must have been exposed to forging from a young age to attain such remarkable skill. However, even if that were the case, it was something she had never encountered before. It transcended mere talent and verged on the extraordinary. You've caught me. That is indeed the truth, Yuan Ching boldly confessed, considering that in total he had likely reached the age of 60 across both his past and present lives. Following that, he provided a few more details before heading directly to the secluded location within the princess's residence. Yuan Si returned to Yuan Qing's side, resuming his silent vigil as before. This time, however, there was another presence alongside Yuan Si. The burly man, Chang Quan, also stood there. Within the secluded chamber, Yuan Ching surveyed the 2 most vital texts he currently possessed. He had a total of 55,000 spirit pills, which meant he could cultivate for an impressive 55 times in a short span. Prioritizing cultivation, he resolved to elevate the Tianyun 9 swords to its utmost pinnacle. Successfully activated the Tianyun 9 swords, currently assessing the cultivation multiplier. Multiplier successful. This cultivation session yields a factor of 1,333 times. 2 days later, a surge of power erupted within Yuan Ching. During this period, he had fervently practiced the Tianyuan 9 swords and finally opened the 8th acupoint in his abdomen, the Dantian acupoint. What was peculiar, however, was that Yuan Qing's Dantian acupoint contained 5 distinct points, each corresponding to the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. This was yet another formidable aspect of the 9 true mysteries. Upon reaching the 8th acupoint realm, the internal energy storage was 5 times greater than usual. 3 days later, amidst a resounding clap of thunder, Yuan Qing successfully opened the final acupoint, the Tongtian acupoint. Thus, all 9 acupoints converged, significantly enhancing the power and intensity of the internal energy within him. Today, Yuan Qing's prowess has surpassed that of 5 days prior by an astonishing tenfold. However, he soon discovered that he had reached the pinnacle of the 9 apertures, rendering him incapable of cultivating to the once grand realm of complete 9 apertures, where his vital energy could coalesce into a singular entity. Is the limit of the Tianyuan 9 swords found here? The cultivation progress has revealed itself, indicating the incomplete aspects of the technique. Now, the path to awakening the legendary realm remains. A formidable expert of the Jade Bone realm, one wonders just how powerful such a being truly is. After 5 consecutive days of rigorous practice, Yuan Qing has consumed a staggering 40 Qianling pills, far more swiftly than indulging in mere candies. 15 remain. Fortunately, his compatibility with the 9 true Xian skill is exceptionally high, yielding a substantial cultivation coefficient of 5,000 per session. A mere 30,000 experience points more to go, truly a trivial matter. 3 days hence, he ingested another 7 Qianling pills. Congratulations, the 9 true Xian skill has ascended to the 4th realm of Yin and Yang. The 9 true Xian skill now presents an additional upgrade condition. Observing the information regarding the 9 true Xian skill, Yuan Qing felt a twinge of astonishment. Previously, regardless of the technique, vigorous practice would easily lead to breakthroughs. Yet now, an additional prerequisite of comprehension has emerged. It is no wonder that Dongfang Nishang mentioned that the Shadian mansion only recorded geniuses who reached the 4th realm, with no records of the 5th realm. Yuan Qing had assumed it was a matter of lacking techniques for the 5th realm, but it now appears that no one has been able to fully grasp the essence of the Yin-Yang realm. Suddenly, Yuan Qing raised his left hand, gathering an abundance of Yang attribute vital energy. This is a unique form of vital energy, which he perceives as the most formidable and unyielding essence. Even more extreme than the thunderfire vital energy, yet it seems to lack something vital. Unable to discern what it is, he simply shook his head. Since the Yin-Yang realm can independently constitute the 4th realm, surpassing the 5 truths, it must possess its own unique characteristics. Perhaps, with further familiarity, he will be able to comprehend it. Gazing upon the last 8 Qianling pills in his possession, the next steps involve the 10 techniques for opening the apertures and a tome of forging. 5 of these are obtained from martial examinations, while the other 5 are those Yuan Qing has scavenged from the secret passage. These will be crucial for the future of the Nishang Guard. Ultimately, Yuan Qing selected 5 techniques. The fire attribute fist technique of the 5 apertures, Li F Ing Chu N F. The wind attribute leg technique of the 5 apertures, Zhu F Ing Tu. The thunder attribute spear technique of the 5 apertures, W L I Chi N G F. The water attribute sword technique of the 5 apertures, Wine Shu G N F. And the mightiest earth attribute blade technique of the 7 apertures, TNBD of. These 5 volumes of cultivation techniques shall henceforth serve as the established practices for the Feathered Garb Guard. As for the remaining 5, they will be sold at an opportune moment. Having made this decision, Yuan Qing once again immersed himself in a state of rigorous study and cultivation. Chapter 50. The Timorous Lord Commander. A grave situation has arisen. While immersed in his studies, Yuan Qing was suddenly interrupted by a frantic series of knocks at his door, accompanied by the voice of Husanyi from outside. What is it? Yuan Qing inquired calmly, having made considerable progress in his research. There is an urgent military matter concerning Tianlin City. A formidable demon is wreaking havoc in the vicinity, and we request assistance from Shaodian Mansion. Yuan Qing smirked. So the night watch had finally taken action. Gather the Nizhang guards. Prepare to depart. Understood. Husanyi nodded and promptly retreated. Shortly thereafter, the Nizhang guards, who had been idly waiting within the princess's residence, swiftly assembled. Yuan Qing surveyed the gathered ranks of the Nizhang guards. The past 10 days had merely acquainted them with their identities. Previously, The Nizhang Guards had recruited a total of 207 members, including 197 advanced body refiners. 7 in the Qi Awakening realm, 2 in the 1 Aperture realm, and 1 in the 5 Apertures realm. Esteemed comrades, we face an urgent military crisis in Tianlin City, with a monstrous beast on the prowl. As the foremost guard under the auspices of Xiaotian Mansion, it is our solemn duty to rescue the Duan. The members of the Nizhang Guards exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the audacity of being labeled the greatest guard in the world. However, panic swiftly engulfed the entire assembly. They had only recently joined the Nizhang Guards and were now being thrust into a confrontation with a formidable beast. Was this a death sentence? I offer you one final opportunity. Withdraw from the Nizhang Guards now, and this matter shall have no bearing on you. Once we embark, those who obey may survive. Any who dare defy my orders shall face immediate execution. In an instant, the square was enveloped in silence, with each individual casting furtive glances at one another. Having just joined the Nizhang Guards, they felt no sense of belonging. Most had enlisted merely for the allure of benefits. Then, do we need to return the 1,000 tempering fruits we received? A member of the Nizhang Guards suddenly inquired loudly. Not at all. Consider the 1,000 tempering fruits a gift to you, as they are hardly rare commodities. However, any inferior grade weapons must be returned. Yuan Ching replied nonchalantly, aware that he had no time to train them thoroughly. Instead, he preferred to streamline the ranks. He would eliminate those who were cowardly and lacked ambition, leaving behind those with potential for cultivation. I withdraw. I too withdraw. Lord, it is not that we are unwilling, but our strength is insufficient to confront a demon. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing that they need not return the 1,000 tempering fruits, dozens of individuals immediately expressed their desire to withdraw. Yuan Qing did not impede them and acquiesced to their departures. After this upheaval, the once formidable assembly of over 200 Nizhang Guards was reduced to precisely 100. Notably, none of the warriors above the Qi Awakening realm chose to leave. Commander, I have but one question. If you can answer it, my 2 brothers and I will undoubtedly pledge our loyalty to the Enlightened Guard. At that moment, the previously silent master of the 5 apertures, Zhang Bing, suddenly spoke up. Please, do not hesitate. My brothers and I have come here in pursuit of higher realms. All we require is your promise, a commitment that we may, at the very least, attain the 9 apertures. Zhang Bing's gaze was earnest. As a martial artist from a humble background, he had experienced his own fortuitous encounters to reach his current level. Yet, without the support of a formidable power, he was acutely aware that advancing further in his lifetime might be a daunting challenge. Thus, he sought hope within the Enlightened Guard. I am 16 years old. Yuan Qing did not respond directly, but slowly extended his palm, and an overwhelming surge of true energy instantly enveloped the entire square. Initially perplexed, Zhang Bing's expression shifted dramatically, and he fell to his knees. Elder brother, what has happened to you? The 2-1 aperture martial artists beside him immediately knelt beside Zhang Bing, expressing their concern. 9 apertures. You are a 9 aperture martial artist? A 9 aperture martial artist at 16. Zhang Bing disregarded the 2, utterly astonished as he gazed at Yuan Qing. He considered himself a genius, having reached the 5 apertures by the age of 30 through numerous fortuitous events, yet compared to the youth before him, he felt insignificant. Is this commitment enough? Upon hearing Yuan Qing's words, Zhang Bing half knelt before him and solemnly declared, as long as the commander does not betray us, my brothers and I shall never turn against you. Excellent. Given your superior cultivation, you shall temporarily serve as the leader of the Enlightened Guard. I hereby issue your first command. Organize the Enlightened Guard and prepare to depart the city to support Tianlin City. Yuan Qing proclaimed boldly. Zhang Bing, I accept the command. Zhang Bing responded with a hint of excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuan Qing's words indicated his regard for him. Furthermore, those who remain from this moment onward shall be members of the Enlightened Guard. Each of you will receive a Qian Shui fruit and a high-grade mundane weapon. Those of aperture opening and above shall be equipped with a low-grade weapon. Chang Quan, you are responsible for the distribution. As Yuan Qing's orders were announced, the previously somber atmosphere of the Enlightened Guard dissipated, replaced by palpable joy. Thank you, Commander. The Commander is mighty. Let us depart. Destination, Tianlin City. The first battle of the Enlightened Guard was officially underway. Tianlin City, a small settlement located south of Xiaotian Prefecture, was a mere half-day ride from the capital. The city boasted a population of around 100,000, and its lord was merely a martial artist of the five apertures. Last night, several beasts had emerged from the Wanyao Mountains, wreaking havoc nearby. The lord of Tianlin City, fearing for his safety, immediately sent a plea for assistance to the capital. By now, several villages and towns near Tianlin City have already sent up smoke signals for help. However, the timid lord of Tianlin City has remained holed up since the discovery of the great demon, failing to dispatch even a single strong warrior for rescue. Why has aid not yet arrived? Wasn't someone sent to the capital last night? Lord Zhang Tian paced back and forth in the government office, anxiously listening for news from the city gates. According to the fastest calculations, they should have arrived by now. My lord, please be patient a little longer. A nearby servant hastily explained. Report. Urgent news from the eastern city gate. From the direction of the capital? Speak quickly. Is it the Tianwei coming to our aid? Zhang Tian exclaimed with delight, quickly inquiring. Report, my lord. No, from the eastern city gate, a great demon has been spotted approaching Tianlin City, the messenger clarified. Upon hearing the term great demon, Zhang Tian sank into his chair in shock. This is it. The demon beasts are about to attack the city. Perhaps it's best to flee now. How can Tianlin City withstand such ferocious beasts? My lord, it might just be a first-level great demon, the strategist beside him cautiously suggested. If you slay this first-level demon, you could even demand some rewards from the Tianwei. Zhang Tian's eyes brightened as he slapped his forehead. That makes sense. Someone, bring me my mid-grade weapon. Today, I shall slay the demon. Seeing Zhang Tian undeterred by fear, the strategist breathed a sigh of relief. If the lord were to flee, Tianlin City would truly be doomed. Zhang Tian, being a martial artist of the five apertures, soon made his way to the city wall. From a distance, he spotted a massive tiger demon, towering several tens of meters, leisurely approaching, merely 10 kilometers from Tianlin City. What a magnificent creature! It would make a splendid mount. Zhang Tian remarked greedily, drawing odd looks from the soldiers nearby. My lord, it is a 7th-level great demon, the strategist said, his expression grim. A 7th-level demon attacking the city. None among them could withstand such a foe. A 7th-level demon? A Liang, fetch the fastest Xuanma. Zhang Tian's expression shifted. While he could manage against a 1st or 2nd-level demon, a 7th level was beyond reckoning. But my lord, what about the 100,000 citizens of Tianlin City? The soldiers defending the city wore troubled expressions, lamenting that their lord only thought of fleeing in times of danger, questioning how he even became lord in the first place. Not my concern, we shall flee. If I can escape back to Yanyan Prefecture, what can the Tianwei do to me? Zhang Tian shook his head dismissively. My lord. The city guards wished to persuade him, but suddenly, they noticed a group of banners approaching from afar, coming from the direction of the capital. My lord, there's no need to leave. The reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 51. A Sword of Radiance. Reinforcements. Could it be the Celestial Guards? Zhang Tian's expression brightened with joy as he hurriedly turned to gaze in the direction indicated by the strategist. The banner of the phoenix rising from the ashes? I've never seen it before. Is it from the Night Guards or the Grand Guards? Zhang Tian inquired with confusion. It seems that neither, for it is the banner of Princess Nisha's Nisha Guards. Upon discerning the flag, the strategist displayed a hint of concern. What are the people of the Shoutian Prefecture doing? Even if the Celestial Guards are absent, the Night Guards or Grand Guards would suffice. But the arrival of the Nisha Guards can only be seen as a march towards death. A look of disappointment crossed Zhang Tian's face. Can the Nisha Guards truly slay demons? What a farcical notion. Aliang, hasten and prepare the swiftest Xian horse. Yes, my lord. The strategist lowered his head, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed he too must arrange for his family to flee post-haste. Meanwhile, the city guards wore expressions of dread. Many began to make preparations for flight. Tianlin City, it appears, is on the brink of annihilation. Oh no, the tiger demon is approaching. With a shout from the city guard, Zhang Tian immediately descended from the city wall with the strategist. Those who fear death may remain here. Look, there are figures approaching from the Nisha Guards. The crowd turned towards the sound, witnessing a man sprinting towards them with astonishing speed beneath the Nisha Guard's banner. Even swifter than the level 7 tiger demon. Roar. A tiger's roar resonated from a distance, and now the tiger demon was merely a few hundred meters away from Tianlin City. The piercing cry caused the city guards atop the walls to tremble, for the strength of a level 7 demon could slay the weak from afar. Flee. If we do not escape now, we shall have no chance. Tianlin City is doomed. There is no one who can withstand a level 7 demon. All the city guards were despondent, many of whom were residents of Tianlin City. Now faced with a formidable foe, they found themselves utterly powerless. Suddenly, a radiant light flashed from afar. What is this? Such a brilliant light. Is it the sun? But should not the sun be setting? No, it is not light. It is a sword aura. In that moment, all eyes turned towards the distance, where a dazzling sword light soared majestically across the sky. This sword light shone as brightly as the sun, illuminating the entirety of Tianlin City, its speed astonishing as it surged towards the tiger demon. Swish! The resplendent sword light ultimately struck the tiger demon, erupting in an even more magnificent brilliance. Roar! A mournful wail escaped the tiger demon's lips, and with its last ounce of strength, it took one final step before collapsing beneath the walls of Tianlin City. The tiger demon has fallen. With merely a stroke of sword light, a strike from afar, the tiger demon that had instilled fear in the lord of Tianlin City was vanquished. Victory for all. Tianlin City is fortunate. Triumph to the Nisha guards. Upon the city walls, an eruption of fervent shouts akin to a tsunami suddenly resounded. All the city guards knelt partially, their gazes fixated on the distant banner of the phoenix rising from the flames, roaring with unrestrained fervor. No one had anticipated that such formidable experts could emerge from the seemingly inconspicuous Nishian guards. Could this truly be Tianlin City? Yuan Ching leapt up from below the city tower, casting a sweeping glance over the walls. Pray tell, who is this esteemed individual? A city guard officer promptly inquired. The Nishian guards have come to eradicate the nearby great demons of Tianlin City, Yuan Ching declared boldly. Ah, so it is an esteemed member of the Nishian guards. Tianlin City has long awaited your arrival. A man rushed forward from afar, responding with enthusiasm. I am Zhang Tian, the city lord. May I ask how to address you? Yuan Ching, and you are the city lord? Yuan Ching scrutinized Zhang Tian, sensing an oddity about him. Indeed, I am. I have long anticipated the arrival of the heavenly army. Please, allow the heavenly army to enter the city. A welcoming feast has already been prepared, Zhang Tian fawned, while continuously assessing Yuan Ching, who appeared no older than 16 or 17, yet could unleash such terrifying sword light. A welcoming feast? There is no need to rush. First, elucidate the situation surrounding Tianlin City. How many great demons are there, and what are their respective realms? Yuan Ching furrowed his brow, recalling that Tianlin City was plagued by more than just a single great demon. Do not worry, my lord. Those great demons are merely in the countryside for now and do not pose an immediate threat to the safety of Tianlin City. Moreover, with your illustrious prowess, any beast that dares approach would meet its demise, Zhang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Yuan Ching's frown deepened. Were such words befitting a city lord? How vastly different he was from the impression of the lord of Lianyan City. Sensing Yuan Ching's subtle shift in demeanor, Zhang Tian promptly commanded, "Bring forth the commander of the city guards to brief this esteemed member of the Nishian guards on the situation surrounding Tianlin City." Yuan Ching remained silent, and shortly after, a man clad in armor hurriedly approached. "I am the commander of the Tianlin City guards, at your service. Speak plainly. How many great demons are present in Tianlin City?" Yuan Ching gestured dismissively. "My lord, the issue in Tianlin City does not lie solely with these great demons, but rather with the looming threat of the Wanyao mountain range," the commander explained, eager to clarify. "After a day of observation, I have discerned that these great demons seem reluctant to emerge. Apart from those inherently savage in nature, the others seldom slaughter villages. If we can resolve the issues within the Wanyao mountain range, I believe these great demons will return to where they belong." "Oh, are you certain?" Yuan Ching stroked his chin, considering that if this were indeed true, the commander might prove to be a significant figure. "I cannot say with certainty. This is merely my personal conjecture." The commander of the city guards shook his head. He dared not easily consent to such matters. "I shall grant you one more day to verify this conjecture. Additionally, report to me all information regarding the major demons within the borders of Tianlin City. Since they have emerged from the Wanyao mountain range, they must not return," Yuan Ching declared resolutely, for this venture was solely to vanquish demons. "Understood, my lord." The commander of the city guards promptly nodded in agreement. Despite Yuan Ching's youthful appearance, he could not afford to underestimate a man who had severed a 7th-level demon with a single sword stroke. "Beware. The black flame beasts are attacking the city. Suddenly, a commotion erupted atop the city walls. The guards, who had previously relaxed, grew tense once more. Yuan Qing glanced over and saw Zhang Bing and his companions riding the black flame beasts, breaking away from their formation and approaching. Do not panic. They are my personnel from the Rainbow Guard. Everyone, prepare to welcome the Rainbow Guard into the city. The commander of the city guards quickly responded, instructing his subordinates to open the gates for the Rainbow Guard. As Zhang Bing and the others drew near, Zhang Tian and the others finally discerned that each of the 3-level black flame beasts was ridden by a soldier from the Rainbow Guard. Commander, these are all 3rd-level demons. It appears the Rainbow Guard is not as feeble as rumored, Zhang Tian remarked in astonishment. When did the Rainbow Guard become so formidable, capable of acquiring such numerous 3rd-level demons as mounts? He himself barely reached the 5th realm, and there were hardly any above the 3rd realm within Tianlin City. Yuan Qing had amassed such a multitude of steeds. Yuan Qing paid them no heed, instead waiting for Zhang Bing and the others to arrive before issuing commands. Have the black flame beasts devour this giant tiger swiftly. Prepare to launch an assault on all nearby beasts in Tianlin City thereafter. Having promised benefits when he first brought forth the black flame beasts, Yuan Qing was not one to withhold rewards now. Understood. As the black flame beasts began to feast upon the tiger demon, the main force of the Rainbow Guard finally approached, nearly 100 high-ranking body refining warriors. After a while, the commander of the city guards reported all the information regarding the major demons. There were a total of 6 major demons near Tianlin City, 2 of which were above the 7th level. Yuan Qing, understanding the situation, instructed the commander to continue the investigation and immediately convened all members of the Rainbow Guard. Rainbow Guard Advance. Chapter 52. Discovery of suspicion in a vast wilderness. A formidable beast resembling a gigantic lizard was rampaging through the surroundings with reckless abandon. This creature, a giant lizard, although merely a 1st-tier demon, was unmatched in this remote area. Suddenly, dozens of arrows descended from the sky, raining down upon the giant lizard. The arrows grazed its body, leaving numerous marks but failing to penetrate its tough exterior. Soon after, a company of red-armored cavalry swiftly approached. Leading the charge were 3 warriors at the Enlightenment stage, accompanied by a contingent of high-tier martial artists. The Nisha Guard was preparing to launch an attack. The leader, a warrior of the Enlightenment stage, wore a tense expression. Their mission was to cooperate in the extermination of this 1st-tier demon. However, their unit consisted of over 100 members, predominantly high-tier body refiners, with only 3 at the Enlightenment stage, all of whom were inferior to the giant lizard. Not far away, Yuan Qing stood atop a black flame beast, silently observing the newly formed Nisha Guard as they engaged the 1st-tier giant lizard. Commander, these individuals are novices who have never learned the formation techniques. Is it wise to send them against a 1st-tier demon so recklessly? Zhang Bing inquired with a hint of concern. Fear not. True knowledge is forged in the crucible of battle. Only through bloodshed and combat can a unit be genuinely tested. Yuan Qing replied, waving his hand dismissively. His former mercenaries had emerged from seas of corpses, each seasoned by countless battles. Besides, they were merely tasked with subduing a 1st-tier demon, and with Yuan Qing's presence ensuring their safety, there was no cause for alarm. In the wilderness, the Nisha Guard fought without any semblance of strategy. They relied solely on brute strength to confront the 1st-tier giant lizard, and it was not long before several were grievously injured by its might. Fortunately, the adage that many ants can take down an elephant proved true. Despite their lack of experience, nearly 100 members of the Nisha Guard managed to slay the 1st-tier giant lizard. Without dwelling on the outcome, they hastily tended to the injured while allowing the black flame beast to indulge in its feast. Thanks to Yuan Qing's protective aura, only a little over 10 were wounded, and miraculously, none lost their lives. After addressing the immediate needs, Yuan Qing promptly advanced toward the next target. The second target for extermination was a 2nd-tier demon. This time, Yuan Qing permitted Zhang Bing's 2 younger brothers to join the fray. The group struggled, yet ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the demon, though over 20 sustained injuries. Nevertheless, their coordination and mutual understanding had undoubtedly improved. Next came a 4th-tier demon, with Zhang Bing engaging in the battle. Following that, they faced a 5th-tier demon, where Zhang Bing bore a significant portion of the combat burden. Amidst such intense confrontations, The Nisha Guard's synergy and combat prowess were undergoing a rapid and remarkable enhancement. Astonishingly, despite the severe injuries sustained by half of the individuals involved, not a single life was lost, which only served to heighten the excitement among the celestial attendants, allowing them to engage in battle with even greater abandon. Upon transitioning to the next location, they encountered a formidable 7th-level demon. At this tier, the celestial attendants found themselves almost entirely unable to partake in the skirmish. In this encounter, Yuan Qing refrained from intervening directly, instead allowing Zhang Bing to take the forefront, while the remaining Black Flame beasts joined forces with her to besiege the 7th-level demon. However, the demon had undergone a qualitative transformation. In terms of both strength and combat prowess, Zhang Bing and the Black Flame beasts found themselves outmatched. It was not long before they were all defeated, with Zhang Bing sustaining significant injuries as well. The 7th-level demon, on the other hand, suffered only minor inconveniences in return. Clearly, this was a matter of cultivation level. Yuan Qing decided against a direct assault from his companions and personally took action to eliminate the 7th-level demon. With his intervention, the battle concluded swiftly. The Black Flame beasts resumed their fervent consumption of these high-tier demons. Roars echoed through the air as the Black Flame beasts, having feasted multiple times, underwent another evolution. Now, several of them had successfully ascended to the rank of 4th-level demons, with Little Black growing even larger in size. Next up was the final adversary, the most powerful of them all, a 9th-level demon. Yuan Qing instructed the celestial attendants to withdraw and recuperate, while he, accompanied by the Black Flame beasts and Zhang Bing, set out to confront this 9th-level demon. Commander, is this a form of training? It was only at this moment that Zhang Bing realized Yuan Qing had been employing this extreme method to train the celestial attendants. In a sense, Yuan Qing nodded, acknowledging that this training had yielded substantial benefits. Not only had the coordination and combat effectiveness of the celestial attendants improved significantly, but he had also identified several promising talents among them. Among the 100 or so celestial attendants, many displayed talents comparable to Husseini, exhibiting a fierce style of combat that aligned with Yuan Qing's preferences. The commander's training methods were indeed unique. Under such intense conditions, remarkably, no lives had been lost. Zhang Bing's admiration for Yuan Qing was soaring. Not one to be foolish, he had naturally noticed that during the battles, a certain vital energy had been binding the demon beasts, safeguarding the celestial attendants. It was clear that this was the result of Yuan Qing's own vital energy. Yet, what level of terrifying power must his vital energy possess to protect nearly 100 celestial attendant warriors while engaging with demon beasts? Surely, even a perfected martial artist would struggle to achieve such a feat. I have practiced the 9 true mysterious techniques. Accomplishing this is well within my capabilities. Yuan Qing easily perceived Zhang Bing's curiosity and openly provided an explanation. The legendary 9 true mysterious techniques. Zhang Bing's expression turned to one of astonishment. Despite his extensive experience, he had heard tales of such formidable divine abilities. If you perform well, I shall impart the 9 true mysteries to you. I am not a miser, Yuan Qing remarked nonchalantly. I am willing to serve the esteemed military leader. Zhang Bing immediately straightened his demeanor, an eager longing evident upon his countenance. Let us proceed to vanquish that 9th-tier demon first. 9th-tier demon? The 4-armed flaw he had encountered previously was rumored to be even more formidable than a 9th-tier demon. He pondered what level of exertion would be required of him, given his current strength, to confront a 9th-tier foe. Within Yuan Qing's body, 2 forces, yin and yang, were continuously interweaving. During this period, he had been contemplating the power of the yin-yang mirror, diligently studying its intricacies. While he had not achieved any significant revelations, he had ascended to a new level of mastery over it. Moreover, Yuan Qing had discerned a noteworthy phenomenon. When yin and yang energies were harnessed to their utmost potential, they surpassed the power of releasing lightning or fire energies independently. The duality of yin and yang exhibited distinct characteristics. For instance, when utilizing the combined form of his most potent technique, the 9 Swords of Tianyun, if he unleashed it with yin energy, it could achieve a ghostly stealth that might elude even a Jade Bone Realm practitioner. Conversely, while the ghostly nature diminished when employing yang energy, its sheer might was elevated to a new tier, compensating for the primary weakness of the Tianyun 9 Swords. In essence, Yuan Ching was fervently seeking a formidable opponent, one who was nearly at the Jade Bone realm, to test his burgeoning capabilities. As he advanced along the clues, Yuan Ching swiftly arrived at his destination, only to discover that the 9th-tier demon was not present. "Has it fled?" he exclaimed. A low growl emanated from beneath him. The black flame beast conveyed a sense of unease. After several days of companionship, Yuan Ching had learned to communicate effectively with the creature. "You sense a stifling atmosphere here. You wish to leave?" Yuan Ching furrowed his brow, questioning whether this was the work of the Night Watch. Were they employing such tactics to drive away the mighty demons? Chapter 53, Celestial Guard? Night Watch? It appears that the formidable 9th-tier demon has departed from this place. "Xiaohei, can you sense where your heart yearns to go?" Yuan Ching gently patted the small black beast beneath him. Being a creature of the same kind, Xiaohei should possess a clearer awareness of the 9th-tier demon's movements. Roar. Uncertain, yet that oppressive sensation is shifting? It must be the Night Watch. They are likely still in the vicinity. Xiaohei, hasten and pursue that feeling. Roar. Though most reluctant, Xiaohei nonetheless maximized its speed, racing toward the source of the suffocating pressure. "My lord, where are we headed?" Along the way, Zhang Bing could no longer contain his curiosity. "We are going to catch a big fish. You must act prudently to ensure your survival." Understood. A chill ran through Zhang Bing's heart. Being a 5th-tier martial artist, he wondered if the enemy they faced was a formidable opponent of the Jade Bone realm. The black flame beast charged ahead, emitting low growls that escalated into wild roars, its running becoming increasingly frenzied. Sensing the change beneath him, Yuan Ching's heart stirred. Could this method provoke a frenzy in the demon beasts? Roar. Suddenly, one of the black flame beasts succumbed to its transformation, unleashing a furious bellow, soon spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. Zhang Bing, restrain it. Do not inflict excessive harm. Understood. Zhang Bing nodded and swiftly advanced. This was a 3rd-tier black flame beast, while the remaining 4th-tier beasts could still barely endure. Xiaohei, can you gauge how far the source of oppression is? Roar. Only a rough direction? Indeed. It lies within the myriad demon mountains. Yuan Ching gazed toward the direction indicated by Xiaohei, where the outlines of the myriad demon mountains began to emerge. If such a presence were to infiltrate the myriad demon mountains, it would no longer be merely a matter of a powerful demon. It would summon a tidal wave of beasts. "My lord, what shall we do now?" After resolving the issue with the black flame beast, Zhang Bing looked at Yuan Ching with concern. The black flame beast could advance no further, and without its guidance, they would struggle to find leads within the myriad demon mountains. "You take the black flame beast back to Tianlin City. But my lord, what about you?" "I shall return shortly." Having discerned that the root of the problem lay within the myriad demon mountains, Yuan Ching saw no reason for a fruitless journey. After imparting some instructions to Zhang Bing, he swiftly made his way toward the myriad demon mountains. As he proceeded, Yuan Ching encountered not a single ordinary demon beast. The entire expanse of the myriad demon mountains had taken on an eerily tranquil atmosphere. If the Night Watch's objective was to drive the demon beasts out of the myriad demon mountains, they should be venturing deeper into its heart. However, based on the current intelligence, there are only formidable demons near Tianlin City, devoid of a multitude of ordinary beasts, which is utterly illogical. Perhaps I should seek out a few members of the Night Watch for inquiries. The technique known as Tiger Roar is, in essence, an imitation of the roar of a tiger demon. Hence Yuan Ching could employ it to mimic the tiger demoness roar, in hopes of luring a few shadowy figures. Roar. The thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated through the air, stirring the surrounding woods into a frenzy. After a series of roars echoed, silence ensued. Not far away, 2 men clad in black halted abruptly upon hearing the roar. "What is happening? Hasn't this area already been cleared? Why is there still the sound of a beast? It must be a 1st-tier demon that was overlooked. We shall eliminate it on the spot." Without further contemplation, the 2 men surged toward the source of the roar. On the other side, after unleashing his power, Yuan Ching utilized his shadowy energy to completely conceal himself. Indeed, has someone approached? In the realm beyond the 9 apertures, the human body's apertures are nearly all unblocked. Yuan Ching could hear the commotion of the 2 men several kilometers away. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures arrived at the location where Yuan Ching had just roared. "What is the matter? Where has that tiger demon gone?" One inquired, puzzled. "Wait, there's no trace of demon energy." The other, realizing the situation, was suddenly struck by a wave of sword energy from afar. Boom. Even though the two reacted with utmost speed, they were still injured by the sword energy. Damn it, it's a trap. One of them wore a grim expression, warily scanning the surroundings. Who are you? As representatives of the Tianwei office. From the shadows, Yuan Qing furrowed his brow slightly. These two are members of the Tianwei? This deviates from my expectations. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Qing donned a prepared mask and stepped out from the shadows. Ah, it's merely the Tianwei, a misunderstanding. I assure you, I am but a mercenary. I thought I had attracted some beasts. A mercenary? The two scrutinized Yuan Qing, unable to discern his appearance and thereby ascertain his identity. However, judging by that sword strike, he was at least a powerful figure of the 8 Apertures realm. While they were merely at the 7 Apertures realm, in a true confrontation, they might not stand a chance against him. Indeed, there was chaos in Tianlin City, and I came to hunt a few beasts, but unfortunately, I was preempted by the Enlightened guard. As a mercenary, I have no habit of returning empty-handed. Hence I prepared to hunt in the Wanyao Mountains. Yuan Qing elaborated. Regrettably, it seems the beasts in the Wanyao Mountains have vanished. Might you enlighten me as to what transpired? The two exchanged glances, unable to discern Yuan Qing's intent, and could only sternly command, the Wanyao Mountains are sealed. The Tianwei now oversees this area. Uninvited individuals, please leave at once. Yuan Qing promptly shook his head. It is unacceptable. I have no desire to become an airman, for it is illogical to return empty-handed. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame us for our lack of civility. Offending the heavenly guards in the lesser heaven manner will undoubtedly hinder your future endeavors. The two continued their threats. Today, I shall indeed risk offending you. Yuan Qing let out a cold chuckle, releasing a low-grade weapon that sliced through the air, sending forth several piercing sword energies toward the 2 heavenly guards. Cursed mercenaries. We are no match for him. Retreat swiftly. Their expressions changed drastically, taken aback that anyone would dare to strike against the heavenly guards within the confines of the lesser heaven manor, leaving them momentarily bewildered. However, Yuan Qing's sword energies were not to be trifled with. Bolstered by the 9 true mysteries, their potency far exceeded that of the ordinary 9 Aperture realm. Boom. In an instant, both heavenly guards were struck by Yuan Qing's sword energies, grievously wounded and collapsing to the ground. Are you truly the heavenly guards of the lesser heaven manor? Yuan Qing approached them, his tone icy. Who are you? The two gazed at Yuan Qing, utterly astonished by his overwhelming strength, as mere 7 Aperture realm warriors had been so easily subdued. Mercenaries, as I previously stated, replied Yuan Qing. Moreover, I am only concerned with one inquiry. Where have the beasts of the myriad demon mountains gone? Exchanging glances tinged with bitterness, the two realized that remaining tight-lipped would likely lead to their demise. We are merely responsible for patrolling the periphery, ensuring that no beasts have escaped. We know nothing further. And the beasts? Where have they fled? To the inner perimeter, within the myriad demon mountains. Friend, I advise you to curb your curiosity. Although you possess great strength, before the heavenly guards, you remain but an ant. Departing from this place is the wisest choice you can make. Yuan Qing furrowed his brows. Could these two truly be heavenly guards? Yet it seemed inconceivable. If you were tasked with cleansing this area, why then has a formidable demon infiltrated the borders of Tianlin City? The two merely exchanged glances before shaking their heads. We do not know. We only arrived today. And prior to this, others were responsible for this region. One of them explained. The night guards? Or is there another group? Yuan Qing had long sought the night guards, but had yet to catch a glimpse of them. Where are they now? They have ventured into the inner perimeter of the myriad demon mountains. The inner perimeter? It seems I must venture there myself. Chapter 54. The core of the formation. Has he departed? One individual, glancing at the trembling branches in the distance, spoke with a hint of trepidation. He must have left. There is no trace of his presence around us. Another replied after sensing the surrounding energy, his voice tinged with relief. If my assumptions are correct, this person is most likely Yuan Qing. I never anticipated his strength to be so formidable. The pressure he exerts is nearly indistinguishable from that of the Grand Commander. Fortunately, he is affiliated with the Celestial Guards. Had he been a member of the Night Watch, we might have faced dire consequences, the other remarked, also exhaling in relief. Nevertheless, we must swiftly inform the Grand Commander. This brat is now heading towards the inner region, and he may disrupt the Grand Commander's plans. Just as the other nodded in agreement, a streak of sword light suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through his left arm, severing it entirely. Who is it? Seems you two were not truthful after all. Yuan Qing's figure descended slowly, having concealed himself nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. You are Yuan Qing. You must be Yuan Qing, the other exclaimed, nearly shouting in disbelief. Two paths lie before you, the torment of suffering or a swift demise. Yuan Qing, do you think we will submit? One of them grimaced, clutching his arm. I advise you to contemplate the price of loyalty. As a mercenary, I possess countless methods to inflict torment upon you. Yuan Qing replied with an air of indifference, as if torture were mere routine. Simultaneously, multiple streams of sinister energy began to infiltrate their bodies, an icy dread enveloping them completely. I say, the Grand Commander's plan entails the extermination of all the Celestial Guards, including you. Once you perish, the Princess of Celestial Garb will be left defenseless. Extermination? You are certain I will walk into this trap? Yuan Qing retorted. Well, we are unaware of the specifics. Only that someone will guide the entire Celestial Guards in. When the time comes, the entire Myriad Demons Mountain will erupt, and you will perish amidst the chaos of the beasts. Yuan Qing quickly grasped the situation, and in an instant, two sword energies sliced through the air, extinguishing their lives. No wonder the Night Watch has been so quiet lately. It appears they have been orchestrating this grand scheme. It seems I must pay a visit to the Grand Commander. At this moment, the Grand Commander's plan began to crystallize in Yuan Qing's mind. Since they intended to take his life, he must prepare for death. Moreover, according to intel from the Eastern Celestial Garb, the Grand Commander of the Night Watch was not a being of the Jade Bone Realm. Without the strength of the Jade Bone Realm, Yuan Qing felt no fear. 3 hours later, as he advanced at full speed, Yuan Qing gradually approached the inner region of Myriad Demons Mountain. Throughout his journey, he encountered no beasts. It seems there are others nearby. Suddenly, a silver figure materialized before Yuan Qing. It was the Earth Guard. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the Earth Guard Yuan Qing had encountered at the city gate. Yet the insignia on their attire was not the number 7, but rather 13. What was an Earth Guard doing here? Filled with perplexity, Yuan Qing was relieved that, under the full activation of his shadow attributes, he remained undetected. With a tinge of curiosity, he stealthily followed the Earth Guard numbered 13. Intrigued by their purpose in this place, the Earth Guard, in front, dashed forward with determined haste, possessing a clear direction unlike Yuan Qing's aimless pursuit. After half an hour of relentless sprinting, the Earth Guard abruptly halted. They had located it, the Demon Exorcism Array. The Earth Guard was quite vexed. Tasked with investigating the anomalies of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, they discovered that someone dared to activate a Demon Exorcism Array in the vicinity. What was a Demon Exorcism Array? It was a formation designed to repel demon beasts, a contraption that incited the fury of the great demon kings. To deploy such an array in the heart of the 10,000 Demon Mountains was tantamount to courting death. This array could at best disperse a major demon. But if detected by a demon king, the perpetrator would likely be torn to shreds in a fit of rage. A Demon Exorcism Array? A formation? Yuan Qing observed from a distance, quietly watching the Earth Guard. Whether it was due to the 9 true mystical arts or some other reason, Yuan Qing perceived an intricate web of true energy lines densely surrounding the Earth Guard, connecting with the environment and forming a self-contained cycle. At that moment, the Earth Guard was meticulously unraveling this network. Currently studying the Demon Exorcism Array, beginning analysis, Yuan Qing was captivated, as a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Who dares to disrupt my formation? Suddenly, a fierce voice resounded from deep within the mountains, and a figure swiftly approached. The Earth Guard reacted promptly, immediately vacating the core area of the Demon Exorcism Array. Heavenly Guard in action, who approaches? The Earth Guard felt a twinge of uncertainty. Anyone capable of wielding such a formidable array was unlikely to be weak. At that moment, a wave of regret washed over him. He had merely come to investigate, and now he found himself entangled in a situation that required resolution. Heavenly Guard? The newcomer paused for a moment, then, upon recognizing the attire, let out a cold laugh. A mere Earth Guard, and the 13th one at that. How audacious. It was then that Yuan Qing and the Earth Guard discerned the visitor was clad in a black robe, their face concealed behind a starry mask, standing atop the treetops. Yuan Qing's instinctive assessment was that this individual was at least a fully realized practitioner of the 9 apertures. Who are you? I am the Supreme Commander of the Night Guard. Di Shursan's complexion was notably pale. He had not anticipated encountering the Grand Commander of the Night Watch in this desolate place. Were it in the capital, he might have held the upper hand, but here, within the boundless expanse of the Wanyao mountain range, the situation was drastically different. More critically, the demon-suppressing formation he had intended to dismantle was, astonishingly, set by the very individual before him. Matters were taking a dire turn. "You have recognized me, esteemed Lord Di Shisan. It appears you do not intend to leave here alive," came the chilling laughter from beneath the mask of the Grand Commander. Di Shisan's expression shifted dramatically, yet he endeavored to maintain an air of composure. "Commander, the placement of the demon-suppressing formation within the Wanyao mountain range is but a trivial matter. Should you retract it, we can consider this incident as having never occurred." "Huh. After going to such lengths to establish the formation, do you truly believe that nothing will arise?" Di Shisan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, managing only a forced chuckle before continuing. "The commander may wait until the task is completed before dispelling the demon-suppressing formation. I assure you, the Celestial Guard will not investigate this matter. Once the formation is lifted, the expelled demon beasts will undoubtedly erupt in chaos. At that moment, how can a mere Di Shisan hope to withstand it?" The Grand Commander snorted with derision, a palpable force gathering in his palm. "You might as well perish. Only the dead can keep secrets." A powerful surge of true energy cascaded downwards, causing the surrounding trees to collapse instantaneously. Fortunately, Di Shisan had been prepared. In that very moment, he fled from his previous position, racing towards the periphery of the Wanyao mountain range without a backward glance. "Trying to escape? Do you truly believe you can, Di Shisan?" The Grand Commander scoffed, his figure vanishing from sight. "Are you Night Watchmen planning a rebellion?" Di Shisan shouted defiantly, his speed unwavering. "Die?" The Grand Commander pursued relentlessly, and soon the two vanished from the vicinity of the core of the demon-suppressing formation. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared beside the core of the formation. The demon-suppressing formation? Is this the source of the oppressive feeling I sensed? Xiaohe pondered. The formation was indeed formidable. It was situated hundreds of kilometers from where the black flame beast had gone berserk. However, Yuan Qing quickly grasped the situation. The core of this formation was a gemstone imbued with power comparable to that of a jade bone realm expert. The formation's might could radiate this core's energy, exerting its terrifying pressure even hundreds of kilometers away. Previously, those from the Night Watch had mentioned using demon beasts to slaughter the Enlightened Guard, presumably intending to withdraw the demon-suppressing formation once they entered, inciting a revolt among the beasts. In an instant, many thoughts crystallized. If the core of the formation could be destroyed, all problems would be resolved. "You audacious thief! What are you doing?" Chapter 55. The strength of the Supreme Commander. Before Yuan Qing could make a move, several thunderous shouts echoed from the surroundings. Numerous individuals clad in dark, meteor-like attire approached Yuan Qing from all directions. "Night Watchmen?" They arrived rather swiftly. Yuan Qing scoffed, quickening his actions as he began to strike at the demon-repelling array. "Bolt! How dare you!" Boom! A deafening explosion resonated from the heart of the demon-repelling array, causing the surrounding area to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the mountains echoed with the roars of countless demonic beasts. Nearby, the Supreme Commander, who was pursuing the 13th Earth, suddenly changed his expression. "Haha, did you not anticipate this? I had long since arranged for my people to cut off your escape route." Seeing this, the 13th Earth burst into triumphant laughter, unabashedly taunting him. The Supreme Commander snorted coldly, ceasing the chase after the 13th Earth, and quickly heading toward the core of the array for support. Watching the Supreme Commander gradually retreat, the 13th Earth displayed a flicker of struggle. "Forget it, I shall go all out. Regardless of the outcome, I will lend him a hand today." With that, the 13th Earth did not withdraw, but instead dashed toward the direction of the Supreme Commander. Quickly, "He does not understand the array, stop him." Around the core of the array, the Night Watchman suddenly grasped the situation. Yuan Qing was utterly clueless about the array. Had he understood it, his previous strike would have surely shattered the core. Yuan Qing was also taken aback. He had only briefly studied the array and was still only partially comprehending it. He had initially thought that such a blow would destroy the demon-repelling array, but unexpectedly, the task was mismanaged, and the array remained intact. At that moment, several streams of true energy surged toward Yuan Qing, as the Night Watchman members unleashed their full force in attack. Yuan Qing reacted swiftly, immediately distancing himself from the core of the demon-repelling array. Boom! As several streams of true energy struck, The original location of the array's core transformed into a massive pit, filled with remnants of true energy. Yet, even so, the core of the array remained unscathed and unwavering. Humph. The demon-repelling array is powered by the strength of Jade Bone Realm experts. Without their might, how could the core be harmed in the slightest? The Night Watchman sneered and advanced toward Yuan Qing. His brow furrowed slightly. No, it could not be so. The previous Earth Watchman was clearly attempting to unravel the core of the array, employing the gentlest of methods. This indicated that the array was not invincible against their realm. As long as he could find a flaw, he could surely break the array. Boom. More streams of true energy surged toward Yuan Qing. However, this time, he did not evade or retreat. Instead, he swung his Qingyu sword fiercely, directly meeting the oncoming true energy with defiance. The sound of explosions echoed through the mountains as several Night Watchmen's attacks were effortlessly thwarted by Yuan Qing. How could this be? This individual possesses remarkable strength. Could he be akin to the Grand Commander, a half-step into the Jade Bone realm? As their attacks were blocked, the Night Watchmen were struck with astonishment. They were all formidable practitioners of the Nine Apertures realm. Those who obstruct me shall die? Yuan Qing bellowed, and in an instant, he appeared 100 meters away, closing the distance to just 1 meter from another Night Watchman. He then swung his sword, aiming directly for the vital point of that Night Watchman. Boom. In the blink of an eye, one of the Nine Apertures Night Watchmen fell lifelessly. The remaining Night Watchmen, witnessing this scene, were instantly filled with dread. This fellow is incredibly strong. Quickly disperse. Do not let him get too close. Call for reinforcements. Summon our brothers. The Night Watchmen swiftly scattered, continuously widening the gap between themselves and Yuan Qing, fearful that he would target them next. One Night Watchman suddenly shouted towards the sky, using a special sound wave technique that instantly conveyed the situation to the surrounding Night Watchmen. Yuan Qing's expression remained unchanged. He believed that the multitude could not overpower the elephant, as he was inexhaustibly fueled by his true energy. He redirected his gaze back to the core of the demon-driving array. Once the array's power dissipated, the beasts within the 10,000 demon mountains would go berserk, likely resulting in heavy casualties among the Night Watchmen. Therefore, Yuan Qing disregarded the Night Watchmen and moved directly toward the core of the formation. Upon witnessing Yuan Qing's actions, the other Night Watchmen began to panic. Quick, stop him. He aims to destroy the core of the formation. One Night Watchman shouted. Despite knowing that only a practitioner of the Jade Bone realm could breach the core, they still feared that Yuan Qing might discover its vulnerabilities. Are you going? Several Night Watchmen exchanged glances. Although they were of the Nine Apertures realm, the individual before them possessed the power to eliminate them in seconds. A bunch of useless fools. Why aren't you all charging in? Just then, the voice of the Grand Commander boomed. He had just returned from pursuing the 13th and found his subordinates paralyzed with fear. Feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. The Grand Commander is back. Brothers, charge. With the Grand Commander backing them, the Night Watchmen's courage surged. Although they were also wary of the Commander, and they all rushed toward Yuan Qing. At that moment, Yuan Qing, focused on the core of the formation, felt an intense rage ignite within him as he noticed the approaching figures. The clear rain sword was swiftly brandished, and in an instant, hundreds of sword lights enveloped the area, surging towards the Night Watchmen. Before they could react, an even more formidable force descended upon them. Boom. In this moment, the surrounding area, spanning hundreds of meters, was engulfed in a cataclysm of explosive energy, where the windswept sword aura intertwined with the power of the earth. Within mere seconds, the vicinity was transformed into a barren plain. Who are you, young man? The Grand Commander emerged from behind the crowd. His curiosity piqued as he gazed upon Yuan Qing. Are you the Night Watch Grand Commander? Yuan Qing assessed the individual before him, judging from the formidable power exhibited moments ago. It was evident he possessed strength surpassing the pinnacle of the Nine Apertures, far exceeding the grandeur of that day. Indeed, if you are wise, you shall leave this place at once. You know well the consequences of offending the Night Watch within Shafshan Manor, the Grand Commander stated coldly. Ah, very well. I shall not offend you. Please step aside. I wish to exit. Yuan Qing nodded, seemingly intimidated by his opponent. Commander, this is Yuan Qing. The sword he wields is the very one he used that day, a Night Watch member suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the Grand Commander was jolted to attention, scrutinizing Yuan Qing. Aside from the mask, The rest of his appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuan Qing. Haha, Yuan Qing, you have chosen the path of defiance, entering the gates of hell when there was a road to paradise. Since you have come, you shall remain here for good. The Grand Commander laughed heartily. For this demon-slaying formation was designed to eradicate the Rainbow Guards. Yet, in truth, only Yuan Qing held any value among them. The rest were mere trivialities. With Yuan Qing presenting himself, the Grand Commander was more than pleased. You have mistaken me. I am not Yuan Qing, merely a mercenary, Yuan Qing protested. Even as a mercenary, you shall meet your demise here today, the Grand Commander retorted sharply, as the Earth attribute energy coalesced around him, affecting the entire area. I am quite curious, what realm do you inhabit? Half-step Jade Bone. Yuan Qing's windstorm sword danced with fervor, his battle spirit ignited. Recognizing that the Grand Commander possessed strength beyond mere 9 apertures. Half-step? Huh, I am a full step. Chapter 56. The Shattering of the Formation 1 Step? What is this? You are a powerful being of the Jade Bone realm. Yuan Qing was taken aback. The strength of this individual was formidable beyond measure. He had initially thought him to be merely a half-step Jade Bone expert, but it was evident that he was mistaken. Yuan Qing, it is too late to realize this now. Escape is not an option. From the moment you offended our night watch, your fate was sealed for today. The commander exuded a radiant glow, a manifestation of power emanating from within, a force drawn forth from his very bones. Is this Jade Marrow? A familiar sensation arose. It was indistinguishable from the Jade Marrow realm he once knew. Youngster, you have no comprehension of the true might of a Jade Bone expert. The commander scoffed, propelling himself into the air, hurtling toward Yuan Qing with lethal intent. With each swing of his fist, the surrounding air seemed to freeze momentarily, and the ground beneath him buckled several inches, as though he were a colossal beast in human form. Indeed, he is powerful. I wonder if my Jade Marrow can withstand this. Yuan Qing remained unperturbed, swiftly wielding his Qingyu sword, enveloped in a dense aura of earth attribute true qi, significantly enhancing its potency. Boom! The clash of fist and sword resonated, causing the ground in the vicinity to plummet suddenly, sending tremors rippling through the earth. How could this be? The commander regarded Yuan Qing with astonishment. Though he had just entered the Jade Bone realm, it was inconceivable that he could be evenly matched with this mere 9th aperture realm individual. Not bad. It nearly aligns with my expectations. Yuan Qing exhaled softly, now fully unleashing his Jade Marrow realm powers and activating the 9 true profound art. He could barely hold his ground against the commander. Youngster, do not be so arrogant. The power of the Jade Bone realm is beyond your comprehension. The commander's face flushed with indignation. A dignified Jade Bone expert being evenly matched by a 9th aperture realm opponent was nothing short of an affront. Boom, boom. The forces exchanged blows relentlessly, creating successive craters upon the ground. This overwhelming power left even the nearby 9th aperture realm Night Watch in stunned disbelief. They had only heard rumors of Yuan Qing's youthful prowess in slaying 9th aperture full circle experts, but were unaware of his true capabilities. Now, witnessing him contend equally with their commander, they immediately grasped the terrifying potential of this leader of the Neon Garment Army. At this moment, more Night Watch members rushed over, their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the fierce battle between Yuan Qing and the commander not far away. Boom, boom. What is this new surge of Jade Bone realm power? Are there more powerful beings? The enthralled Night Watch felt an unsettling shift. Aside from the commander's direction, there were indeed other fluctuations of power. Di Shisan, you wretched rat, dare you return? The commander engaged in battle with Yuan Qing sensed an unusual disturbance. Turning back, he discovered that Di Shisan was stealthily sabotaging the core of the formation. How embarrassing, I was caught off guard. Di Shisan sheepishly shook his head, but then his expression hardened. A surge of formidable power materialized in his hands. Since subtlety had failed, he would resort to brute force. Boom. Unlike Yuan Qing's strike, Di Shisan possessed a profound understanding of formations. His punch landed with devastating impact, causing numerous fissures to appear in the previously stable network of the formation. Deep within the Wanyao Mountains, many demonic beasts seemed to sense this change, immediately erupting into a cacophony of excited roars. A bunch of worthless fools. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and stop him. The commander felt an overwhelming frustration boiling within him. In such dire circumstances, his subordinates remained on the periphery, oblivious. I am a celestial guardian. Attacking me is tantamount to betraying the Shurao Tian mansion. Are you all preparing to rebel? Di Shursan barked at the crowd. Yet his hands did not falter as he continued striking at the core of the formation. The group of Night Sentinels, undeterred by Di Shursan's wrath, surged towards him with renewed vigor. They were core members of the Night Sentinels, with no path of retreat remaining. Boom. Another punch landed, and the cracks in the formation's core widened alarmingly, threatening to shatter it completely with just one more blow. At that moment, the Night Sentinels had already reached Di Shursan's side, their powerful true energy attacks aimed directly at him. However, in an instant, Di Shursan unleashed his fists, effortlessly dispersing their formidable energy. The assault from several experts at the Ninth Aperture Realm was surprisingly neutralized with ease. Humph, attempting to incite a rebellion? You ought to consider your own capabilities first, Di Shursan scoffed, continuing his assault on the formation's core. Half-step into the Jade Bone Realm. You've broken through? The commander's face turned ashen. With the Ninth Aperture Realm perfected and stepping into the half-step Jade Bone Realm, each advancement represented a monumental leap in power. His subordinates were merely practitioners of the Ninth Aperture Realm, thus they were utterly suppressed by Di Shursan. Pure luck. If I hadn't broken through, would I dare to wade into this murky water? Di Shursan squinted and smiled, delivering one final crushing blow. The Celestial Guardians were undergoing a significant upheaval, and with this great achievement, he would undoubtedly be rewarded upon his return. You are courting death, Di Shursan. The commander erupted in fury, unable to fathom that someone was dismantling his meticulously prepared grand formation right under his nose. To think that while battling me, he could still afford to be distracted. What a blatant disrespect. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Ching unleashed the Tian Yun 9 swords, his figure becoming elusive and erratic. Damn it. You really are Yuan Ching. Only you would wield such an enigmatic sword technique. The Supreme Commander's expression subtly shifted. As a formidable being of the Jade Bone Realm, he surprisingly could not pinpoint Yuan Ching's location. In an instant, an enigmatic long sword materialized, piercing into the commander's chest, embedding itself 5 centimeters deep. Yet, the previously frowning commander suddenly smiled mysteriously, his right hand grasping Yuan Ching's Qingyu sword. So it appears this technique is not truly invincible, is it? Yuan Ching was taken aback. What did this fellow mean? He had indeed thrust it in with earnest intent. Was he unharmed? Youth is indeed youthful. Do you not understand that the true power of the Jade Bone Realm lies in the elevation of life itself? You think a mere sword can wound me? Seizing Yuan Ching's Qingyu sword and locking onto his direction, the commander unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Yuan Ching. The force of this blow was akin to splitting mountains and stones, sending Yuan Ching hurtling through the air, his chest wound involuntarily tearing further apart. Yuan Ching. You are indeed strong. Your power has reached the standards of the Jade Bone Realm, yet you remain a mere mortal. While I am the epitome of the Jade Bone Realm, the commander laughed heartily, radiating a warm jade light. Astonishingly, the wound Yuan Ching inflicted upon his chest began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Yuan Ching's eyes widened. Could this fellow be another four-armed Furo? No, the being before him was far more terrifying. The four-armed Furo would likely be shattered by a single punch. This individual had already evolved beyond the life level and was vastly different from ordinary warriors. The Jade Bone Realm. Perhaps this is the true beginning for martial artists. Gazing at the wound on his chest, Yuan Ching realized that the injury inflicted by the commander was adversely affecting his own healing abilities, causing his recovery to be exceedingly slow. Just as the commander prepared to advance further and conclude Yuan Ching's life, a sudden explosive sound erupted nearby. Following that, an even more potent force surged forth, flattening the surrounding area for several kilometers in an instant. Both the commander and Yuan Ching were caught in the shockwave, sent flying, struggling to maintain their footing. Damn it, D13. How dare you destroy my formation? You, Yuan Ching, none of you shall escape today. The commander erupted in fury. His meticulously prepared demon-repelling formation had been shattered. Perhaps the commander should contemplate how to deal with the wrathful Demon King instead. With that, D13 swiftly retreated towards the periphery. Meanwhile, deep within the Wanyao Mountains, the roars of countless demon beasts echoed, eager to break free now that the influence of the demon-repelling formation had dissipated. Chapter 57. Yin and Yang Yu shall delay Di Shursan. Wait until I have dispatched Yuan Qing before I claim the life of Di Shisan. In the midst of chaos, the commander swiftly reached a decision. First, he would eliminate Yuan Qing to fulfill his task, and then he would deal with Di Shisan. Commander, it is all a misunderstanding. I am willing to surrender. Yuan Qing exclaimed, desperately attempting to distance himself from the commander. He had previously underestimated the power of a Jade Bone Realm expert, leaving the wound on his chest still unhealed. More critically, he found himself incapable of breaching the defense of his opponent. The Jade Bone Realm was simply too formidable. The deficiencies of the Heavenly Cloud 9 swords became all too apparent. It was an instrument that preyed upon the weak, rendering its offensive capabilities ineffective against even moderately strong foes. Yuan Qing silently vowed that upon his return, even without the Jade Bone Realm techniques, he would acquire a method of extreme offensive power from the Nine Apertures realm. Very well, Yuan Qing. You shall halt. I will not take your life, the commander barked, as a formidable force began to coalesce in his hands, swiftly propelling him in pursuit of Yuan Qing. Commander, let us speak civilly. Please do not chase me. Yuan Qing pleaded. If you do not run, I shall certainly remain still. The commander seethed with frustration. Yuan Qing was far too adept at evasion. Particularly vexing was Yuan Qing's qi. Despite being merely at the Nine Apertures realm, it felt as though he possessed more qi than the commander, his movements consuming energy as if it were inexhaustible. Silver-tongued rogue, Yuan Qing. When I capture you, I shall ensure your demise is excruciating. The commander was growing increasingly agitated. Ah, you grow impatient. Commander, Yuan Qing scoffed, leaping 100 meters in a single bound while continuing to call out behind him, Di Shisan. I have detained the Night Watch commander. I trust you will eliminate those treacherous night watchmen. Huh. Thank you, brother Yuan Qing. Watch as I cleanse this rabble of traitors, came Di Shisan's enthusiastic reply, eager to collaborate with Yuan Qing. Before long, anguished cries of the night watchmen echoed from behind, a testament to Di Shisan's remarkable efficiency. Damn you two scoundrels. Yuan Qing, I will surely slay you today. The commander roared, witnessing his subordinates being slaughtered, yet feeling utterly powerless. In his fury, he resolved to take down Yuan Qing to vent his wrath. Do not speak too boldly. My good brother is on his way, Yuan Qing retorted with a cold laugh, sensing an overwhelming force drawing near. Good brother? You. The commander's face was initially one of confusion, but in the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated from deep within the mountains, and he suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Boom. Like a thunderstorm descending from the heavens, the area within 1,000 meters erupted with flashes of lightning. Countless colossal trees collapsed under the oppressive force, an overwhelming presence that could be felt even dozens of kilometers away. The commander's complexion shifted dramatically. This aura was too terrifying. Even he, a Jade Bone Realm expert, found it difficult to breathe under its weight. Boom. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder descended upon the grove between Yuan Qing and the commander, turning the ground within several hundred meters into charred earth. At that moment, a figure stood atop the scorched terrain. It was a blue bull, crackling with electricity, its horns flashing with lightning and radiating flames, while sparks danced from its hooves, and its enormous eyes shone with the brilliance of a tempest. The Thunderbolt Blue Bull Beast. Upon recognizing the visitor, the commander's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively took several steps back. How could this be? The 7th-level demon, the Thunderbolt Blue Bull Beast, was supposed to be within the innermost circle. How could it appear at the intersection of the inner and outer realms? Brother, I bear witness, it was him. That grand formation was his doing. Yuan Qing pointed at the commander, disregarding everything else. With a whoosh, the Thunderbolt Blue Bull Beast exhaled a cloud of foul air, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and causing the very air to hum. Then, it slightly shifted its foreleg, and several bolts of lightning surged across the ground towards the commander. Before Yuan Qing could revel in his moment of triumph, the beast's other foreleg also moved, sending a streak of lightning hurtling toward him. Wherever the lightning passed, the earth caved in 3 yards, the scorched ground rolling and trees reduced to ashes. The commander, now stripped of his earlier bravado, fled as if in a desperate escape, hastening to distance himself from the Thunderbolt Blue Bull. 7 bolts of lightning converged from different directions, and even with his cultivation at the Jade Bone realm, such an onslaught could very well spell his end. On the other side, Yuan Qing found himself in a similarly dire predicament. Though only 1 bolt of lightning pursued him, It bore the might of a 7th-level demon. Even a mere brush would reduce him to dust. In that moment, Yuan Qing's cloud-leaping technique was pushed to its utmost limits, nearly reaching half the speed of sound as he fled. Yet, despite his rapid pace, the bolt of lightning moved even faster. By heavens, this is overwhelming. 9 swords of the celestial cloud. Yuan Qing invoked his technique against the lightning, hoping to elude its lock. However, in the next instant, he realized he could not evade the oncoming bolt. The disparity between them was insurmountable. His efforts appeared laughable, akin to a child performing a magic trick. Dominant true Qi. An earth attribute barrier was swiftly erected. Boom. Yet, the barrier Yuan Qing constructed with all his might crumbled before the lightning like mere paper. Wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth once again took turns. But their impact on the lightning was negligible. Surely, enduring this would mean death. Yuan Qing's expression shifted drastically as he sensed the terrifying force within the lightning. A power capable of effortlessly crushing him. Sun, 9 swords of the celestial cloud. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Qing had no choice but to grasp at straws. Under the influence of the yang attribute, 9 beams of sword light were swiftly unleashed towards the direction of the thunder, with the fervent hope of obstructing it even slightly. A thunderous roar erupted as the 9 beams collided with the lightning, sending shockwaves that reverberated for hundreds of meters, igniting the area in a chaotic display of thunder and fire. Was there hope? At least it wasn't a complete obliteration. After the collision, the thunder seemed to stall momentarily. Yang. With the evident effect, Yuan Qing did not hesitate to release dozens more beams of sword light, striving to create more time for his escape. However, after several successive releases, Yuan Qing began to sense something amiss. Though the yang attribute was formidable, it always fell just short when compared to the 5 true attributes. It felt as though it lacked a central pillar, a sense of instability akin to the days when Yuan Qing practiced the 100 refinements body forging technique. The technique was indeed powerful, yet when facing others, its effectiveness paled in comparison to the sheer might of the Qi condensation fist. Could it be that these 2 energies, Yin and Yang, were merely auxiliary powers? In an instant, Yuan Qing seemed to grasp a revelation. The heavenly Cloud 9 swords began to take shape once more. But this time, it was not through the Yang attribute, rather through the most primal Wind attribute energy. Just as the 9 beams of sword light were on the verge of completion, Yuan Qing halted, channeling the 9 true mystical art to infuse the Yang energy within. Boom. In that moment, the originally sharp and enigmatic heavenly Cloud 9 swords underwent a dramatic transformation, their sword intent growing increasingly fierce, while the Wind attribute surged with ferocity. Yuan Qing felt his hands becoming somewhat uncontrollable. This was an immensely powerful force, and he sensed that it could explode uncontrollably at any moment. Congratulations. The comprehension progress of the 4th realm of 9 true mystical art, Yin and Yang, has reached 1-3. Haha, indeed. Let us give this a try? Sensing the change, Yuan Qing no longer hesitated, and hurled this potent energy towards the thunder, which was now only a mere 10 meters away. Boom. This time, the explosive force was magnified tenfold, devastating the surrounding area for hundreds of meters with the combined might of wind and thunder. Yuan Qing stood at the epicenter of the explosion, yet was shielded by the wind attribute power, sustaining only minor injuries. Likewise, he observed clearly that this time, the thunder had dissipated. Chapter 58, Slaying the Supreme Commander, the Celestial Winds, and the 9 swords of Yunyan wield an astonishing might. Even Yuan Qing himself is taken aback. This force undeniably embodies the prowess of a true Jadebone realm expert, far surpassing the mere claims previously made by the Supreme Commander. Gazing at the Qingyu sword in his hand, Yuan Qing feels as though he has stumbled upon a new world. Although he has yet to fully master this power, utilizing it against the Supreme Commander is likely to transcend mere defense breaches. Indeed, the 9 true mystical arts are formidable, and the yin-yang mirror is nothing short of extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a cacophony of thunderous explosions resonates from a distance. It appears that the Supreme Commander has also taken action. A Jadebone realm expert is just what I need to unlock a legendary realm. With his newfound strength, Yuan Qing's audacity surges, and he once again sets his sights on the Supreme Commander. However, that formidable celestial bull is quite the beast. It felt as if, with a mere stomp, It had left both him and the Supreme Commander in utter disarray. It's likely it hadn't even unleashed its full power, merely delivering a few ordinary strikes. The lingering might of the Thunderbolt leaves Yuan Ching with a sense of trepidation, yet he quickly resolves to confront the challenge ahead. Slaying a Jade Bone Realm expert will undoubtedly require a bold endeavor. With determination in his heart, the Yin attribute true energy envelopes his entire being, concealing his presence as he strides toward the source of the recent thunderstorm. As long as the Thunderbolt is not nearby, he is resolute in delivering a formidable lesson to the Supreme Commander. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander lies on the ground, his body charred from the electric onslaught, gasping for breath. Casting a glance deeper into the Wanyao Mountains, he feels a wave of relief that the bull has not pursued him. Otherwise, he would surely face doom. In his effort to counter the 7 bolts of lightning, he has drained all his strength, leaving him merely a shell of a Jade Bone Realm warrior. The violent thunderstorm he just endured was undoubtedly the result of Yuan Qing's encounter with the lightning. The Supreme Commander casts his gaze toward Yuan Qing, a smirk crossing his lips. Humph, that little rascal Yuan Qing is quite sprightly, though it is regrettable that evading the Thunderbolt's lightning is no simple feat. Without a Jade Bone Realm physique, his demise is nearly assured this time. Contemplating this, the Supreme Commander feels a sense of ease. Should Yuan Qing perish, his mission would be nearly accomplished. All that remains is to seal off the 13th passage. With the grand formation now shattered, he is confident that if the opponent possesses any intelligence, they would be amenable to a trade. Supreme Commander, where are you? I have come to seek refuge. Suddenly, Yuan Qing's voice calls out from not far away, and the Supreme Commander is astonished to see Yuan Qing standing there, completely unharmed. So, the Supreme Commander is here. He survived. That is a relief. As Yuan Qing approaches, he continues, that old bull was far too ferocious, nearly bringing me to my end, but fortunately, my innate talent is exceptional, allowing me to break through at a critical moment. The Supreme Leader gazed at Yuan Qing with fury. He was astonished that he had not perished. Had it not been for his body, fortified by the Jade Bone Realm, he would have been obliterated by the first flash of lightning. Yet, Yuan Qing now appeared entirely unfazed, an impossibility in itself. Yuan Qing, let us cease this conflict. We serve our own masters. There is no need for it to come to a life-or-death struggle between us. From this moment forth, let us remain undisturbed by one another. Moreover, you cannot kill me. With a sigh, the Supreme Leader reluctantly rose to his feet, ultimately choosing to yield. How disappointing. The Supreme Leader lacks resolve. Having previously been unwilling to ally with you, Yuan Qing remarked, his movements unhurried, as the clear rain sword lunged straight at the Supreme Leader. With a sharp sound, the clear rain sword embedded itself 5 centimeters into the Supreme Leader's body, yet it could advance no further. Yuan Qing felt as though he had pierced solid diamond. Futile effort, Yuan Qing, a master of the Jade Bone Realm, has ascended to a new level, forming a Jade Bone golden body. You cannot damage my Jade Bones, and thus you will never slay me. The Supreme Leader gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes betraying his pain. Do not worry, I merely toy with you. I possess other means. Yuan Qing withdrew the clear rain sword, beginning to comprehend the veracity of the Supreme Leader's words. The Supreme Leader furrowed his brow, perplexed by the boy's intent. However, in the next moment, the Supreme Leader's expression transformed dramatically, akin to witnessing a heavenly thunder beast. For atop Yuan Qing's clear rain sword, a terrifying power began to coalesce. This force instilled within him a sense of impending doom. He could also discern that Yuan Qing was unable to fully command this power. Yet, that very power could spell his demise. Yuan Qing, I concede that I was hasty before. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. There remains room for negotiation. Jade Bone Realm techniques. Superior weapons. 1,000,000 taels of silver. 10 pairs of beautiful songstresses. Everything that Dongfang Nishan can offer, I can provide, and I can double it. The Supreme Leader panicked. He had countless ambitions yet to realize, and he had not yet aided Dongfang Yi in unifying Shao Tianfu. He could not simply succumb to death. Indeed, it was quite tempting. Yuan Qing's movements faltered for a moment, but just as the Supreme Leader began to feel reassured, that power intensified further. What a pity. I have already accepted Nishan's commission. Sun Wind, 9 swords of heavenly clouds. The explosive aura surged into the Supreme Leader's entire being, a force capable of annihilating him, the true power of the Jade Bone Realm. No, I cannot die. A roar of defiance erupted from the supreme leader. He was engulfed in regret, profound and complete. Why had the Night Watch provoked a monster like Yuan Ching? Why was Dongfang Yi so obstinately determined to kill him, only to bring about his own demise? Yet, there was no turning back. In this world, no remedy for regret existed. He could only watch as Yuan Ching's clear-range sword pierced through his body, gradually devouring the vitality within him. Congratulations. You have successfully fulfilled the conditions to unlock the legendary realm of the 9 Swords of Tianyun, now activated. New Comprehension Realm added, Spirit Motion Realm. New Martial Arts content added, Jade Bone Forging Chapter, Wind Attribute Jade Bone Forging Chapter, locked, 10th Sword, 11th Sword, locked, 12th Sword, locked. The 9 Swords of Tianyun, Comprehension Realm, Perfection, Cultivation Realm, 9 Orifices Realm, 9 Orifices Completion Progress, 12054, 50000. Legendary Realm, Spirit Motion, not yet comprehended. Jade Bone Forging Chapter, not yet comprehended. 10th Sword, not yet comprehended. It seemed to differ from the Steady Breath Fist, as it directly unlocked the legendary realm. Yuan Ching gazed in astonishment at the description of the 9 Swords of Tianyun, sensing an impression of having reached the pinnacle of potential. Nevertheless, this was rather suitable. The new realm was precisely the Jade Bone chapter he was eager to pursue. Excellent. After the battle, he would see if the commander possessed any treasures. After a thorough search, Yuan Ching was utterly disappointed. This old fellow seemed to have been on a mission. Aside from a few silver notes, he had nothing of value. Suddenly, Yuan Ching perceived a slight movement nearby. You actually killed the Night Watch commander? Chapter 59. Return to Tianlin City. Di Shursen stood atop a nearby treetop, gazing at Yuan Ching with a hint of surprise. Do not worry, we are friends. I am merely curious how you, lacking even the 9 apertures completion, possessed the strength to slay the Night Watch commander. Descending from the treetop, Di Shursen revealed a trace of goodwill. Did you eliminate the other Night Watchers? Yuan Ching retorted with a question of his own. A band of traitors, their demise holds no sorrow, Di Shursen replied nonchalantly, displaying no psychological burden over the act. We encountered the heavenly Thunder Blue Ox, which severely injured him. Fortunately, I emerged unscathed and found him in a dying state. Thus I naturally assisted him on his way. The heavenly Thunder Blue Ox? Di Shursen gasped inwardly. That ancient beast was among the most formidable demon kings in the realms of Sheixianfu and Wanyao Mountains. While Yuan Ching spoke of it lightly, Di Shursen could envision the peril he faced at that moment. Yuan Ching's prowess must be extraordinary, likely not inferior to that of the commander. Brother Yuan Ching, you are quite impressive. We could forge a friendship. Upon my return, I shall report the events to the Heavenly Guard. The appearance of the Heavenly Thunder Blue Ox can either be included or omitted. Yuan Ching narrowed his eyes, understanding Di Shursen's intentions. The Night Watchers had all been classified as rebels, and as the one who had slain the commander, Di Shursen was prepared to grant him a favor. Should the Heavenly Thunder Blue Ox's appearance be noted, it would suggest Yuan Ching's fortunate killing of the commander, thereby concealing his true strength and diminishing his merit. Conversely, if the ox did not appear, it would depict Yuan Ching as having fought valiantly against the commander to ultimately vanquish the traitor, thus enhancing his accolades, albeit requiring corresponding strength. I kindly ask you, Brother Di Shursen, to report truthfully. Yuan Ching spoke softly, for he did not wish to be labeled as the sole slayer of a formidable opponent, and he was aware that he might not truly be capable of such a feat. I understand, Brother Yuan. You need only await news in Tianlin City. You should receive a message from the Heavenly Guard in a few days. Di Shursen nodded in agreement with Yuan Ching's decision. Furthermore, with the dispelling of the demon suppression formation, the Wanyao Mountains may experience a brief upheaval, yet it was unlikely that any powerful demons would emerge. At that time, the defenses of Tianlin City would require the utmost diligence from both you and your Nisha guards. I shall exert every effort, Yuan Ching affirmed. For training troops was indeed his favored pursuit. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways once again, with Di Shursen retrieving the insignia of the Night Watch commander as evidence. Is Di Shursen attempting to cultivate my allegiance? Yuan Ching pondered. Within the Heavenly Guard, there likely existed factions. He chose not to delve further. If others sought his favor, it was undoubtedly due to his formidable strength. Instead of overthinking, it would be wiser to elevate his realm to the 9 apertures completion at the earliest opportunity. Regrettably, The miraculous chi-refining pill has been entirely consumed, and under normal circumstances, one can only cultivate once a day. It would take nearly a month to fully complete the progress bar, even with a 1,000-fold enhancement. One can only wonder how long an ordinary person would need, perhaps a century of relentless effort? Ultimately, the innate talent of this body is exceedingly poor. I cannot imagine how dismal the cultivation speed will be upon reaching the Jade Bone realm. Suddenly, I find myself pondering my rather unremarkable father, and I wonder if he has found the 9 profound spirit herb. After 4 hours, Yuan Ching returned once more to the city of Tianlin. The unprecedented battle occurring within the Wan Yao mountain range seemed to have no repercussions here. Both the city defenses and the Rainbow Guard were engaged in their usual training. Upon seeing Yuan Ching's return, Zhang Bing rushed out immediately. "Welcome back, Commander. Did your journey yield any rewards?" "Not too bad. Gather the Rainbow Guard, and also summon the commander of Tianlin City for me." "Understood." Zhang Bing responded with a respectful bow. Yuan Ching harbored suspicions that this commander was likely affiliated with the Night Watch, possibly intending to frame him regarding the pivotal matter of the Wan Yao mountain range. However, the Night Watch underestimated him, for he was a reckless individual who charged in alone. Of course, in the Night Watch's estimation, such an act was akin to courting death, especially considering the overwhelming strength of the Grand Commander. Before long, the commander of Tianlin City hurried over, appearing quite flustered. "Hearing of your urgency, I dared not delay. I have good news. We have identified the cause of the great demon upheaval." Yuan Ching gazed intently at the commander and noted a subtle shift in his expression. Indeed, the Grand Commander possesses great authority. The second piece of news is that the Grand Commander of the Night Watch has been slain by my hand. The city defense commander was taken aback, his countenance instantly turning blank, and he promptly fell to his knees. "My lord, I was coerced. I had no choice." Upon hearing Yuan Ching's declaration, he realized he was likely exposed. In the presence of a formidable opponent, arguing would only provoke further ire. "I now grant you an opportunity. In a few days, the Heavenly Guard may send someone to investigate the treachery of the Night Watch's Grand Commander. You understand what you must say, do you not?" Yuan Ching spoke with significant implication. "I comprehend, my lord." The Grand Commander of the Night Watch spread falsehoods, seeking to control the Wan Yao mountain range and disrupt the entire Xinjiang prefecture. Thankfully, with your divine intervention, the nefarious schemes were unveiled, and by bravely confronting the traitor alone, you safeguarded Tianlin City and ensured the safety of Xinjiang prefecture. The city defense commander immediately extolled praises. "Indeed, though it may be somewhat exaggerated, add in some details later to enhance its credibility. For now, ponder how to articulate this over the next few days." Yuan Ching waved dismissively, thoroughly pleased with the commander's response. "Then I shall take my leave." The city defense commander continually wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death itself. However, he still harbored some doubts regarding Yuan Ching's words. After all, the Night Watch commander was a formidable expert of the Jade Bone realm. Yet, as he contemplated the terrifying aura emanating from Yuan Ching, he felt that this was a matter beyond his concern. His focus should solely be on how to report to the Celestial Guard in a few days. After the City Guard commander departed, the Rainbow Guard had already assembled at the designated location as per Yuan Ching's instructions. Following the fierce battle with the beasts the previous day, the Rainbow Guard now exuded an imposing presence, with over 100 members radiating a fearsome killing intent. "Salute the commander." Upon seeing Yuan Ching approach, the entire Rainbow Guard erupted into a thunderous roar. "Excellent. Full of spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you joined the Rainbow Guard not merely out of fervor, but in pursuit of a grand destiny. Today, I, Yuan Ching, shall present you with that destiny." Yuan Ching's words left the entire Rainbow Guard momentarily speechless, all eagerly awaiting the fate he spoke of, which was indeed the very purpose for their joining. "Tang Lian, step forward." Yuan Ching called out a name, and from the ranks, a man of the Enlightened realm slowly emerged. "Yes. Demonstrate all that you have learned, including the 100 refinements body technique, at the fastest speed possible." "Understood." Tang Lian accepted the command, and without hesitation, he swiftly performed all the techniques he had mastered, taking a full incense stick's time to complete the demonstration. "Please, Commander, offer your guidance." Once finished, Tang Lian stood respectfully to the side. "Tang Lian, during your recent training, have you felt periods of stagnation, where days pass without progress, yet there are times when one day feels like several? Yuan Qing spoke calmly. His observation was not mere conjecture. After his elevation in realm and extensive study of numerous manuals, Yuan Qing's perspective and judgment had reached a new level. He could discern which techniques suited which individuals. Indeed, upon hearing this, Tang Lian was taken aback. The situation Yuan Qing described mirrored his own experiences almost perfectly. I humbly request your guidance, Commander. Without hesitation, Tang Lian knelt partially on the ground, willing to offer any sacrifice to advance his cultivation. The fundamental reason for this predicament is that the techniques you are practicing do not align with your innate qualities. Your body leans towards water, making you more suited for water-attributed techniques. As Yuan Qing spoke, he handed Tang Lian a prepared handwritten copy of the Cloud Water Sword technique. This is a technique of the 5 Apertures realm. Although merely a handwritten version, under my guidance, you can achieve rapid advancement. Are you willing to reconsider your Enlightened realm technique? I am willing. I shall gladly accept. Tang Lian exclaimed, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. His primary technique was only at the 2 Apertures realm, but this 5 Apertures technique was far more suitable for him. Only a fool would refuse it. Go and contemplate it for a while. In a couple of days, I will return to guide you in discovering the method most suited to your cultivation. From this moment forth, I vow to serve as a loyal commander, dedicating my very life and soul to this cause, Tang Lian proclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of devotion. In this world, one's cultivation and strength are the very foundation of existence. The methods of practice and cultivation are akin to one's very life and fortune. For Tang Lian, Yuan Qing's actions were nothing short of a rebirth of his parents. Yuan Qing nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the potential in the youth. He then shifted his gaze back to the ranks. Next, Zhang Huan. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Celestial Guards for several consecutive days. Yuan Qing diligently instructed the members of the Rainbow Guard, encompassing guidance on the cultivation of the 100 Refinements body forging technique, while also selecting suitable martial arts practices tailored to the elemental attributes of each practitioner at the Aperture realm. Furthermore, he facilitated a change in the primary cultivation methods for 2 practitioners at the 1 Aperture realm and meticulously chose appropriate techniques for nearly 100 advanced body refinement warriors, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their future practices in advance. Among his trusted confidants, Yuan Qingyu, Husanyi, and Yuan Si, Yuan Qing personalized their cultivation techniques and devised the most suitable training methods for them. During this period, the strength of the entire Rainbow Guard surged remarkably. More than half of the advanced body refinement warriors progressed to the next level, with the least experienced among them reaching the 8th stage of body refinement. Several warriors who had struggled at the 9th stage of body refinement and faced barriers to entering the Aperture realm found their breakthrough during these few days, successfully advancing to the Aperture realm. Additionally, those who had altered their cultivation techniques in the Aperture realm also experienced renewed openings. The only notable decline in strength was observed in Zhang Bing's 2 brothers, whose choice to switch techniques led to a drop from the 1 Aperture realm to the Aperture realm. Nevertheless, despite this setback, they were filled with excitement, having discovered a profound resonance with the new techniques, enabling them to cultivate at an astonishing pace. Although not every individual achieved perfection, Yuan Qing had maximized his efforts in selecting the most suitable techniques for them. At this moment, Yuan Qing suddenly recognized the immense advantages of the great powers. True supremacy lies in the ability to select from an extensive array of all-encompassing attributes and weapon techniques. This is the genuine essence of a formidable force. In contrast, the Rainbow Guard, aside from being a platform, possessed little in terms of foundational depth. Moreover, Yuan Qing experienced a personal gain. His proficiency in the 100 Refinements body forging technique surged by tens of thousands during these days. While this figure paled in comparison to the hundreds of thousands on the progress bar, it nonetheless demonstrated a significant point. Guiding others in their cultivation undoubtedly contributes to enhancing one's own proficiency. Now, within the entirety of the Rainbow Guard, with the exception of Zhang Bing, everyone else brimmed with happiness and fulfillment. One evening at dusk, after once again instructing a member of the Rainbow Guard, Yuan Qing observed Zhang Bing's despondent demeanor nearby, resembling a wronged little wife. Zhang Bing, do you harbor any grievances? Commander, I also wish for you to guide me on my cultivation issues. Zhang Bing lamented. feeling stifled as he watched his brothers advance rapidly, while Yuan Ching had yet to seek him out, leaving him in a state of frustration. It is not that I wish to neglect you. Rather, I find myself at a loss to provide guidance, Yuan Ching replied, shaking his head. You, a 5-aperture individual. What can I possibly instruct you on? Not so, Commander. Perhaps you could give it a try. I am quite easy to guide, Zhang Bing quickly refuted, believing he, as the most talented among the brothers, deserved the opportunity for instruction. Zhang Bing, have you not realized that while I may appear capable of guiding countless troops in their cultivation, in truth, I possess only a handful of techniques? This is precisely why I allowed your brother to abandon his previous cultivation and start anew. As Yuan Ching spoke, the energy in his hands shifted continuously, showcasing the fiery fist technique, the wind-chasing leg, the cloud water sword technique, the 5 thunder spear technique, and the sky-dominating blade technique, each exuding a formidable aura. Zhang Bing watched in astonishment. The mere glimpse of those 5 energies led him to believe that any one of them could easily overpower him. Could it be that the commander possesses all of these techniques? And at just 16 years of age? This seems more fitting for a 160-year-old grandmaster. Perhaps I should also consider starting anew. Amidst his shock, Zhang Bing inadvertently uttered, "Are you an idiot?" Aside from the sky-dominating blade technique, the others are merely at the 5-orifice realm. What are you aiming for? Yuan Ching shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Well, the sky-dominating blade technique is what I'm after. Besides, I also practice with blades, so my progress would be swift." Without hesitation, Zhang Bing declared, "Then it shall be the sky-dominating blade technique." "Are you certain? Your unparalleled blade technique is at the 9-orifice realm. Do you truly wish to sever your own future by switching to the 7-orifice sky-dominating blade technique?" Yuan Ching's words caused Zhang Bing to waver once more. The unparalleled blade technique was a fortuitous gain for him, one of his greatest assets, and it would be unwise to change it carelessly. "Very well," Zhang Bing murmured, bowing his head, realizing that immense power could also be a burden. "In truth, your performance over the past few days has been commendable. Your brothers are all making progress, and you should not remain idle." Zhang Bing lifted his gaze to see Yuan Ching presenting him with a handwritten copy of a technique. "Commander, this is the 9 true mysteries," Zhang Bing nearly exclaimed, feeling as if his heart might leap from his throat. Yuan Ching had actually given him the 9 true mysteries, a technique rumored to be mastered only by extraordinary talents. It was not only difficult to cultivate, but also exceedingly rare, often existing in the market as a priceless treasure. There were whispers in the outside world that Yuan Ching's formidable strength stemmed from his mastery of the 9 true mysteries. Indeed, this was the truth. It was a privilege of the highest order for Yuan Ching to entrust such a treasure to him, signifying immense trust and honor. "Commander, I cannot accept this." After much inner turmoil, Zhang Bing ultimately decided to decline. He had yet to establish any accomplishments. Accepting it rashly would likely lead to adverse consequences. There is no need for such reservations. This is merely the first layer of the 9 true mysteries heart method. Moreover, the cultivation of the 9 true mysteries is arduous, and even with my guidance, you may not succeed. Besides, as the strength of the rainbow attire guards increases, I hope to have someone with greater capability to assist me. Yuan Ching's words were light, yet their weight was significant, essentially indicating that Zhang Bing would be entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future. "Zhang Bing, I accept the mission." Yuan Ching has spoken thus. Should Zhang Bing continue to refuse, it would indeed be an act of folly. Upon receiving the 9 true mystical arts, Zhang Bing's hands began to tremble slightly. This supreme skill, the very essence that delineates the chasm between genius and the ordinary, lay within the tome he now held. Subsequently, it seemed that Zhang Bing had resolved to make a significant decision, presenting the handwritten manual of his primary cultivation technique, the unmatched blade technique, to Yuan Ching. "Commander," he stated earnestly, "this is the true essence I inherited on that fateful day, meticulously compiled into this manuscript. Initially, I intended it for my brethren, but your arrangements appear to be far more judicious than my crude understanding." He paused momentarily, reflecting on the commander's earlier words, that one could only offer guidance on techniques they had mastered. Thus, Zhang Bing, driven by ambition, hoped that Yuan Ching might impart some wisdom upon him as well. "Very well, I shall guide you in due course," Yuan Ching replied with a nod. "The techniques of the 9-aperture realm are indeed precious. worth no less than several tens of thousands of taels of silver. Yet, they pale in comparison to the 9 true mystical arts. Zhang Bing respectfully handed over the manual, regarding Yuan Qing's words as mere pleasantries. After all, he had dedicated years to cultivating his craft. Regardless of Yuan Qing's praises, it seemed implausible that he could surpass him so easily. Go and contemplate the 9 true mystical arts for now. Focus on cultivating this for the next few days. Once you achieve proficiency in the first layer, your strength will surely experience a remarkable surge. Understood. Zhang Bing nodded eagerly, his anticipation to practice the 9 true mystical arts palpable. Days passed, and the entire Enlightened Guard reveled in the joy of cultivation. During this period, several minor beast tides erupted, yet without any major threats. They were swiftly subdued by the Enlightened Guard. By the 8th day of their stay in Tianlin City, news finally arrived from the long-silent Tian Wei. A figure clad in silver robes, adorned with the character 3, accompanied by several Xian guards, approached the Enlightened Guard's encampment. Is Commander Yuan Qing of the Enlightened Guard present? Chapter 61. The complications of entering the city. Commander Yuan, it is delightful to see you well. As Yuan Qing emerged from the room, Di-san immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Mr. Di-san, I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation, Yuan Qing remarked, discreetly assessing his counterpart. Di-Shi, the younger brother, was already a half-step into the realm of Jade Bones. It was clear that Di-san surpassed even the Night Watch's supreme commander in prowess. There is no need for formalities, Commander Yuan. I am somewhat aware of your circumstances. Di-san stated directly. Yuan Qing was taken aback. The realization that his brother had investigated and reported on him was astonishing. Was this the work of the Celestial Guard? How intriguing. So, you are the elder brother of Di-Shi. I shall shamelessly address you as Sengu, though I am curious about the news you bring. Yuan Qing, with his brazen demeanor, paid little heed to the title of brother, for in his view, the term Sengu held a certain understanding. You need not be so modest. Yuan, after much investigation, the Celestial Guard has largely clarified the events surrounding the myriad Demon Mountain. The Night Watch's Supreme Commander took it upon himself to unilaterally activate the Demon Control Array, thereby violating the pact with Shao Tianfu and Myriad Demon Mountain, essentially committing treason. Thankfully, you and Di-Shi discovered this in advance and joined forces to eliminate the threat, sparing Shao Tianfu from calamity. Consequently, His Highness is indeed quite enraged, and wishes to convey his gratitude to you. Di-san's implication was unmistakable. Yuan Qing had thoroughly provoked Dongfang Yi and should exercise caution. I appreciate His Highness's concern. Yuan Qing replied with a cold smirk. Dongfang Yi, he shall not escape unscathed. Do not let your guard down, brother Yuan. The commander of the Night Watch has returned, and his strength surpasses that of the Supreme Commander. Di-san cautioned, with the protection of the Celestial Guard, he may inevitably seek trouble with you. Thank you for the warning, Sengu. Yuan Qing nodded. The commander? He must be at the helm of the Night Watch then. Rest assured, brother Yuan. This time you have achieved remarkable merit. The Celestial Guard is quite generous. You are to be rewarded with 1,000 Ling Dan and 1,000 Bai Chui Dan, along with 50 Qian Ling Dan and Qian Chui Dan. Additionally, you will receive various cultivation techniques, several ordinary soldiers, and 5 inferior-grade weapons, along with a special grant to cultivate within the Demon Suppression Tower. Cultivating in the Demon Suppression Tower? Yuan Qing mused. Is that not a facility for imprisoning offenders? You may not have been here long, brother Yuan, and thus may be unaware that while the Demon Suppression Tower serves to suppress myriad demons, it is, in fact, a semi-spiritual artifact. Due to the perpetual confinement of demons within, the aura of demonic energy is 100-fold more intense than outside. Yet the protection of the tower transforms it into a sacred ground for cultivating the body and true energy. Di-san paused before continuing. This tower has stood for ages, aiding countless individuals in achieving the pinnacle of the 9 apertures. Many have advanced their body refinement techniques, and it is recorded that extraordinary talents have further enhanced their true energy within, leading to explosive growth and strength. Further enhancement? Yuan Qing inquired, puzzled. Indeed. The essence of the world is encapsulated in the 5 elemental forces, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, as they represent the most ubiquitous forms of true energy. However, there exist extraordinary talents, distinct from the ordinary, who possess the ability to comprehend energies beyond these 5. One such individual from years past was a rare genius who grasped the essence of Earth, specifically the unique energy of rock, resulting in a remarkable surge in combat prowess, allowing him to effortlessly engage foes of higher rank. Subsequently, he attracted the attention of a powerful figure from the frosty firmament continent, who took him as a disciple, propelling him to great heights. At this juncture, Deason shook his head, acknowledging the rarity of such occurrences. These phenomena are indeed serendipitous and unattainable by mere aspiration. They necessitate an exceptionally high degree of talent and insight, coupled with fortuitous encounters and favorable circumstances. Brother Yuan need not dwell on such matters. He should focus on his own cultivation and the refinement of his true energy. It is no wonder that Deason harbored doubts, as the historical records of the Shaotian mansion over several centuries reveal that those who have cultivated energies beyond the five are exceedingly few. Grateful for his brother's counsel, Yuan Ching nodded in acceptance of Deason's goodwill. There is no need for formality among kin. Now that the mission has concluded, I wonder when Brother Yuan intends to return to the capital? Deason inquired with a smile. Naturally, it would be best to return immediately. Yuan Ching, puzzled, asked if there was an issue at hand. While that may be the case, I must caution you, Brother Yuan, that the current situation in the capital is notably more complex than in times past. I am eager to hear more. Presently, the capital has seen an increase in formidable warriors of the Jadebone realm, including the commander of the Night Watch, the supreme leader of the Hong Guard, and the two from the Heavenly Guard, Tian San and Tian Qi. These individuals have returned from the frosty firmament continent, bringing with them news that may not be particularly favorable for you and the Ni Chong Guard. Deason smiled mysteriously and continued. The Lord of the Mansion may not return from the frosty firmament continent for some time, and thus intends to select one of the three princes to serve as the temporary lord of the Shaotian Mansion, overseeing its affairs for a period of 3 months. Ultimately, the decision will rest with Tian San and Tian Qi, and the Lord merely needs to give his approval. A sense of unease gripped Yuan Ching. How would this affect his agreement with Dongfang and I Chong regarding the Jadebone realm cultivation method? He was on the verge of achieving the Jadebone realm through the Tian Yun 9 swords, and now it seemed he would be laboring in vain for Dongfang and I Chong. Observing Yuan Ching's expression, Deason presumed he was apprehensive about something, so he added, therefore, until you possess sufficient confidence to confront the Night Watch commander, it would be wise to refrain from returning for the time being. If you are absent, they will not dare to act against Princess Ni Chong. No need for that. Yuan Ching resolutely shook his head. I shall set off for the capital today. Upon arrival, I will enter the Demon Suppression Tower, and once I emerge, I shall slay the commander of the Night Watch. Following that, I will seek out that troublesome lord. It is time for my remuneration. Your confidence is indeed commendable, Brother Yuan. I shall take care of a few matters, and then depart alongside you shortly. Deason's eyes brightened. He did not believe Yuan Ching was boasting, for he was the one who had escaped unscathed from the clutches of the thunderous Blue Bull. Few in the entire Shaotian mansion possessed such prowess. Very well, once I gather the Rainbow Guard, we shall set forth. Half a day later, the banners of Yuan Ching and the Rainbow Guard once again appeared on the roads outside the capital. Prior to their departure, the Rainbow Guard had been a fledgling squadron, but now they brimmed with a fierce aura, full of vitality and fighting spirit. On the city walls, the Night Watchmen swiftly received word of Yuan Ching and the Rainbow Guard's return, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Within the residence of Dongfang Yi, upon hearing the news, he bellowed in anger, shattering the teacup in his hand. Your Highness, do not be alarmed. Last time, he entered the city and brought disgrace upon us. This time, I shall certainly reclaim our honor, the commander of the Night Watch reassured him softly. That Deason actually returned alongside Yuan Ching. The two clearly have something up their sleeves, Dongfang Yi scoffed. No matter. Deason and Shi will eventually be dealt with, but not at this moment. The primary concern now is that insufferable brat, Yuan Ching. Oh, does Uncle Tung have a way to handle him? Dongfang Yi's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The commander of the Night Watch, whom he referred to as Uncle Tung, was not only formidable, but also exceedingly cunning. Rest assured, Your Highness, we control the capital now. Dealing with a mere Rainbow Guard will be a trivial matter. Just await the good news, Tung Guang sneered. Yuan Ching's return was not a cause for concern, since he dared to return. He must be prepared to face the wrath of the Night Watch. Meanwhile, Yuan Ching's Rainbow Guard had reached the gates of the capital. Suddenly, The once open gates slammed shut. Another trick? Who do you think you're fooling? Do you think this is my first visit? Yuan Ching laughed. Di-san is right beside me. Even if you sent Di-Chi, it would be futile. Di-san, intrigued, observed the scene. He had anticipated this occurrence with the night watch in control of the capital. Who goes there? State your banner, a guard called out. Just as Zhang Bing was about to respond, Yuan Ching interrupted, bellowing, I am your father. Chapter 62. The Capture of the City Bold Thieves, Impersonating My Father. On the city tower, Yuan Ching's retort caused the night watchman, who had been prepared, to turn crimson with embarrassment. Enough, Yuan Ching, do not flaunt your verbal prowess. On the other side, the Black Wolf interjected, rebuking Yuan Ching. Oh, isn't this the little wolf cub? You have ventured out. What is this? Realizing your father has returned, you come to open the gate for me. A wave of laughter echoed from the crowd. The capital was already bustling, and with the night watchman closing the city gates, it was easy to gather many passers-by. Have the night watchmen become so timid? You see, these individuals are from the Nizhang Guard, who recently triumphed in the martial competition, naturally looking to overshadow the night watchman. The Nizhang Guard? Is that the guard of the little princess of Nizhang? Unbeknownst to many, the reputation of the Nizhang Guard had once again resonated throughout the entire Shoutian prefecture. Upon the tower, the Black Wolf felt deeply insulted but soon sneered. A new decree in the capital of Shoutian prefecture, to prevent chaos caused by demonic beasts, states that no beasts, apart from Xuanma, are allowed within the city. Yuan Qing's face turned cold as he surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the black flame beasts he had brought with him, nearly all other martial artists were mounted on Xuanma. It was evident that the night watchmen were specifically targeting him. Yuan Qing, if you can slay the 10 black flame beasts under you on the spot, you would naturally not be affected. The voice of the Black Wolf resonated once more from the tower. Roar. The little black and the other beasts understood the Black Wolf's words and emitted a low growl. Humph. Daring to be so audacious upon entering the capital of Shoutian prefecture. Yuan Qing, if you cannot manage your demonic beasts, do not blame me for slaying them all outside the tower. The Black Wolf snorted dismissively, disregarding the provocation from Little Black. Yuan Qing remained silent, merely calming Little Black before turning his attention to Di-san beside him. Third brother, is there such a rule in the capital of Shoutian prefecture? Di-san pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There is no such stipulation in the regulations of the Tianwei. However, since the night watchmen currently control the capital, if they wish to impose such a rule, they certainly can. Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow. So, it seems these night watchmen have indeed found an opportunity. I never expected that controlling the capital would yield such benefits. If our Nizhang Guard were to take control and charge an entrance fee to the city, would that not be a tremendous profit? Third brother, who holds the authority over the night watchmen's control of the capital? Or rather, how did they initially obtain such power? Since the Nizhang Guard is ostensibly on the same level as the night watchmen, what they can do, there is no reason the Nizhang Guard cannot do as well. You do not know? Di-san was taken aback. Yuan Qing, as the commander of the Nizhang Guard, surprisingly did not comprehend the most fundamental rules. Among the 3 major guards, there exists no overt regulation. All rules are merely unspoken. Much like the control of the capital and the patrol of the entire Shoutian prefecture, the night guards, the Hong guards, and the Enlightened guards all possess equal authority. However, in previous times, the Enlightened guards were relatively weak, leading to an unspoken understanding between the night guards and the Hong guards, with one overseeing the capital and the other managing the patrols of the entire prefecture. Suddenly, the tone of the third speaker grew gravely serious. The conflicts among the 3 major guards are permissible, provided they do not disrupt the fundamental order of the capital and the prefecture or infringe upon the rules of the Tian guards. In such cases, the Tian guards would remain uninvolved. Is this truly how it operates? Upon reflection, it seems rather fitting. To the Tian guards, the 3 major guards are indistinguishable. They are merely laborers serving the same master. What difference does it make who oversees which territory? Ultimately, they all answer to the Tian guards. Enlightened guards respond. Yuan Qing raised his Ching Yu sword high, his voice resonating throughout the outer regions of the capital. Enlightened guards, present. Zhang Bing led the fervent shout, and the collective roar of over 100 Enlightened guards reverberated through the air. On the city tower, the night guards, including Black Wolf, wore expressions of confusion. What was Yuan Qing attempting? The night guards had been ineffective, their patrols plagued by accidents, and instead of reflecting upon their failures, they had unjustly sealed off the capital, causing congestion at the gates. From this day forth, the Enlightened guards will replace the night guards and take over the capital. Yuan Ching, are you declaring an all-out war against my night guards? Black Wolf's face turned pale with shock. Under the protection of the Tian guards, he had assumed Yuan Ching would not dare breach the city, yet he never anticipated such a bold move. Should the Enlightened guards engage in battle with the night guards, the Tian guards would likely refrain from intervening. The natural allies that the night guards had enjoyed through their patrols were now rendered obsolete by Yuan Ching's actions. Enlightened guards, seize the city. Yuan Ching's actions answered Black Wolf's question. Seize the city. Seize the city. The battle spirit of the Enlightened guards soared. Their strength had surged recently, and they craved a vigorous fight. Zhang Bing, leading the charge, stepped forward from the ranks of the Enlightened guards and leapt towards the city tower. Following suit, over 100 Enlightened guards coordinated their assault on the tower. Yuan Ching, you are audacious beyond measure to dare initiate battle. You shall come to regret this. Black Wolf's expression twisted as he watched the Enlightened guards advance, unable to activate any defensive formations. Many night guards, witnessing the charging Enlightened guards, felt trepidation. After days of guarding the capital, they had never encountered an assault of such magnitude. Do not panic. If the Enlightened guards dare to fight, we shall engage. Black Wolf maintained a facade of calm, keeping a close watch on Yuan Ching's movements. The man capable of a bloody battle against the four-armed Fu Luo would surely flee at the slightest hint of danger. At that moment, Zhang Bing, wielding a long knife, was the first to charge forward. Black Wolf, I've come to find you, the leader of the Enlightened guards proclaimed. The expression on the Black Wolf's face subtly shifted. He had never anticipated that the situation would escalate to such a degree. With a resounding clash, the long blade met the Black Wolf's fiery wrath, leaving him steadfast in place while Zhang Bing was forcefully pushed back. 5 Apertures Realm. The Black Wolf was taken aback. Was the leader of the Rainbow Guards merely at the 5 Apertures Realm? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the majority of the charging Rainbow Guards were simply high-level body refiners, with scarcely a few having opened their apertures. Previously, their overwhelming momentum had stunned him, preventing a meticulous observation of his adversaries. It turns out they were merely posturing. Night Watchmen, advance and eliminate these oblivious Rainbow Guards without mercy. Upon grasping the situation, the Black Wolf's confidence surged. Such meager strength was hardly worthy of concern. Brother Yuan, it seems the odds are stacked against you. The Rainbow Guards number but a mere 100, with even fewer above the Aperture Realm. Relying on them, they barely possess a fraction of the Night Watchman's strength. Observing the unpredictable turn of events atop the city wall, the third could not help but shake his head. Yuan Ching had acted too impulsively. Who said I must depend on them? I, Yuan Ching, have fought my way here through my own efforts. With a serene smile, Yuan Ching raised the Qingyu sword high. What? Such profound, true energy. The heart of the third was filled with astonishment. Yuan Ching had enveloped the area within hundreds of meters with his true energy. The scant numbers of the Rainbow Guards ensured that each individual remained within Yuan Ching's radiant influence. This very fact allowed the relatively weaker Rainbow Guards to withstand the counterattack from the Night Watchmen and even gradually gain the upper hand. In other words, it was not the Rainbow Guards who were fighting, but Yuan Ching himself, with the Rainbow Guards merely reaping the rewards. What a magnificent power, single-handedly turning the tide of nearly the entire battlefield. On the city wall, the Black Wolf grew increasingly fatigued while Zhang Bing, in contrast, became emboldened, completely dominating the skirmish. Looking around, he realized that the Rainbow Guards had occupied more than half of the city wall. Despite the Night Watchman's fierce resistance, it proved utterly ineffective. How could this be? Yuan Ching had yet to make a move. Was the Night Watchman on the brink of collapse? Unmatched blade technique. Before the Black Wolf could ponder further, Zhang Bing unleashed his blade technique, sending the Black Wolf hurtling out of the city wall. Then, atop the tower, the banner representing the Night Watchman, the Night Meteor flag, was severed by Zhang Bing's strike, replaced instead by the Phoenix of the Rainbow Guards. In the next moment, the once closed city gates swung wide open. The Night Watchman had been defeated. The Rainbow Guards advanced into the city. Yuan Ching shouted triumphantly, riding Little Black as he strode purposefully into the capital. Chapter 63. A moment's conversation. Yuan Ching, You possess remarkable audacity. No sooner had Yuan Qing set foot in the capital than a thunderous roar echoed from within its confines. A formidable aura bore down upon Yuan Qing, causing the massive form of Xiao He to tremble under its weight. Yuan Qing's countenance turned frigid, and a force equal to the one he faced erupted forth from him. The surrounding structures, unable to withstand this surge of power, splintered and shattered under the pressure. Old Feng, this is the capital of Shao Tianfu. Not a place for you to run rampant. As the oppressive authority began to spread, Di San's expression darkened, and he joined the fray. With Di San's assistance, Yuan Qing, who had previously been at a disadvantage, swiftly regained the upper hand, reclaiming the dominant position in the confrontation. At this moment, Yuan Qing finally felt the might characteristic of a Yugu realm expert. Di San was likely not a novice in the Yugu realm, his strength surpassing even that of the former Night Watch commander. Humph! A cold snort suddenly resonated from afar. Realizing he was losing ground, Feng Guang retracted his imposing aura and descended before Yuan Qing. Old Feng, your impudence knows no bounds. The losses incurred by the surrounding businesses today will be borne by you. Di San, observing Feng Guang's approach, displayed unmistakable dissatisfaction. You lot. Go to the Night Watch later to claim your compensation. Feng Guang smirked dismissively, addressing the shopkeepers nearby. Yes, thank you, Lord Night Watch. The merchants around them sighed in relief, grateful that this confrontation was taking place in the capital. Otherwise, they would have been left to their misfortunes in the face of a clash between powerful adversaries. You are the commander of the Ni Chong Wei army, Yuan Qing? Just a mere child. At this moment, Feng Guang redirected his attention to Yuan Qing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Which rebellious commander from the Wan Yao mountain range are you? Yuan Qing retorted without hesitation. Right and wrong, I shall discern for myself. Di San, Di Shi San. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Feng Guang's face darkened. Yuan Qing had indeed struck a nerve. Happy to oblige. Di San chuckled, clearly unfazed by Feng Guang's demeanor. Feng Guang, uninterested in engaging with Di San, fixed his gaze once more on Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing, have you considered the consequences of declaring war on my Night Watch today? Whatever the consequences may be, I, Yuan Qing, will accept them all. What formidable prowess could your Night Watch possibly possess? Yuan Qing smiled nonchalantly, noting that the commander had already been vanquished, wondering how Feng Guang would retaliate. Very well. It is refreshing to hear a young man speak with such confidence. Youngsters like you are far more entertaining to deal with. Feng Guang grinned, licking his lips unconsciously as he regarded Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing frowned inwardly, pondering whether this man might be deranged. Yuan Qing, since you have declared war against the Night Watch, according to the rules, as a fellow commander, I challenge you. You cannot refuse. Upon finishing his words, Tung Guang produced a scroll he had prepared in advance, suspending it in the air with his true energy. Today, I, Tung Guang, commander of the Night Watch, hereby initiate a life and death battle against you, the commander of the Rainbow Guard. This battle shall not be measured by victory or defeat, but solely by survival. Beside them, Di San's expression changed drastically. Tung Guang was clearly well prepared. From the moment they approached the city gates, he had already devised this scheme. Once Yuan Qing entered the city, he would have no other recourse but to engage in battle with the Night Watch. After the declaration of war, Yuan Qing would no longer have the option to refuse Tung Guang. Yuan Qing, as the challenge party, you may select the time and place. Di San promptly reminded Yuan Qing, as a member of the Celestial Guard, he had no choice but to act as the mediator for this challenge. He chuckled, stating that the time frame must be within 15 days and the location must be within the realm of Shao Tianfu. Yuan Qing, the opportunity has been granted to you. Tung Guang, unconcerned, remarked that a mere 15 days would hardly allow Yuan Qing to turn the tide. After 15 days, prepare your neck outside the capital of Shao Tianfu. Tung Guang ceased speaking, only letting out a few maniacal laughs before swiftly vanishing before Yuan Qing. Harsh words seem ineffectual in the face of strength. Brother Yuan, the situation is rather dire. Had I known it would come to this, I should have advised you earlier upon entering the city, thus avoiding such a predicament. Di San said, a hint of guilt arising within him as he regarded the challenge letter in his hand. There is no need for such concern, third brother. I will inevitably confront those Night Watch fellows one day, Yuan Qing replied, shaking his head. offering reassurance to Di San as he began to delegate the responsibilities of securing the city tower and managing the entry into the city to the Rainbow Guard. Though he spoke with such calmness, "But Brother Yuan, you are still so young. Tung Guang is already an old hand, having lived over 100 years, and he only knows how to bully juniors like you." Di San held a disdainful view of Tung Guang. When he was still in the body refinement realm, Tung Guang was already a formidable figure in the Jade Bone realm. Now that he had reached the Jade Bone realm himself, Tung Guang still remained at that level. Anyone in his position would feel contempt. However, the unfortunate truth remains that Tung Guang is a powerful figure in the Jade Bone realm, and within the capital, he stands at the pinnacle. What level of strength does Tung Guang truly possess? What is his combat prowess? Yuan Qing dared not take this lightly. Should he find himself outmatched, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. Preserving one's life is paramount. Let Dongfang Nikhang deal with the Rainbow Guard. The old fellow is deeply concealed. Last year he revealed his strength at the third refinement of the Jade Bone realm. Based on my understanding of him, after a year, he likely hasn't made any significant progress. Di San pondered for a moment before confirming. Third refinement of the Jade Bone realm? Yuan Qing nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. Upon reaching the stage of bone refinement, a martial artist must continuously temper their bones. With each refinement, their prowess will significantly escalate. After successfully refining a single bone, and prior to completing the refinement of the entire body, one exists in a state akin to a half-step bone master. Much like the esteemed Di Shursan, only upon refining every bone in the body does one attain the true pinnacle of bone mastery. Naturally, the strength of the forged bones correlates with the difficulty of the refinement process. However, the resultant enhancement in power is proportionately greater. Yuan Qing's Tianyun 9 Swords chronicles two methodologies for the forging and refinement of bones. One is the most common and straightforward type of ordinary bone, while the other embodies a formidable wind attribute known as wind bone, which possesses combat capabilities surpassing that of ordinary bones. However, since Di San did not mention this, it can be inferred that Tung Guang's bone is likely an ordinary one. Currently, Yuan Qing is merely engaged in a contest against a practitioner at the first level of bone refinement. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of 9 apertures, it is doubtful that one could barely resist a practitioner at the second level of bone refinement, let alone contend with those at the third level, which seems exceedingly formidable. Now, only 15 days remain to enhance one's strength. The avenues for elevation are limited to 2. The advancement of one's own cultivation and techniques, or the acquisition of powerful weaponry. The 55,000 spirit pills from the last endeavor were exhausted in less than 10 days, and the current supply of 1,000 spirit pills appears insufficient. Brother San, may I have a word with you? Chapter 64. The Demon Suppression Tower. Brother Yuan. There is no need for formality. I share responsibility for this battle. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Di San was genuinely intent on fostering a bond with Yuan Qing, and coupled with a hint of guilt, he was exceedingly generous. In truth, it was not a difficult request. He merely sought to borrow a few items from Sangu. I wonder, Sangu, do you possess any exquisite long swords or inner armor of superior quality? Yuan Qing inquired with a hint of anticipation. Brother Yuan, you jest. There is but one master craftsman of superior grade in the entire Shaotian prefecture, and that individual is a distinguished guest of the governor. All I have is a quasi-superior grade weapon, a Tianya knife. If you require it, I can lend it to you. Then I shall not take what you cherish. Sangu, I kindly ask for your assistance in procuring a significant amount of medium-grade materials and a portion of superior-grade materials, in addition to borrowing 50 Qiling Dan. Superior-grade materials? 50 Qiling Dan. Di San was taken aback, questioning what Yuan Qing thought he was, some kind of grandmaster? He was merely a D-Wei, and a Di San at that. Is that acceptable, Sangu? Yuan Qing had previously sent someone to inquire. Medium-grade materials were manageable with financial resources, but superior-grade materials were indeed challenging to obtain, hence relying on the formidable strength of the Heaven Guards of Shaotian Prefecture was essential. I shall make an effort. The 50 Qiling Dan can be ready for you in 3 days, and the medium-grade materials pose no issue. As for the superior-grade materials, I cannot guarantee anything. I can only promise to do my utmost. Thank you, Sangu. During my absence in the coming days, I trust you will take good care of the Ni Chong guards. Yuan Qing clasped his fists in gratitude, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. Regarding the matter of superior-grade materials, Duan wisely refrained from probing further, adhering to his principle of not inquiring into the whereabouts of tasks he undertook for others. Yuan Ching had also clarified matters concerning the Demon Suppression Tower. After arranging affairs related to the Enlightened guards and collecting the rewards from Duan, he did not even cast a glance at Dongfang and Ichang. Instead, he proceeded directly to the Demon Suppression Tower, preparing for his upcoming seclusion. The Demon Suppression Tower could be regarded as a sacred ground for cultivation within the Shaotian Prefecture. Furthermore, the practice within its confines was not measured by time, but by the number of sessions. The aura of demons within the tower was potent, while it bore benefits. Ordinary individuals could not endure prolonged exposure, for even with the tower's protection, their minds could fracture. A martial artist who failed to maintain clarity within the tower and became lost therein would not be of concern to the Shaotian Prefecture. Demon Suppression Tower? During my last visit to the city, I believe I came here first. It seems I have a peculiar affinity for this place. As Baizi was also in proximity to the tower, this marked Yuan Qing's second visit. Who goes there? Before Yuan Qing could approach the Demon Suppression Tower, a man clad in silver robes leaped down from the air, blocking his path. This was an elder adorned in a silver robe, embroidered with a simple character representing one. Mr. D.E. I am Yuan Qing, here to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. He was a D-Wei of the first rank, a figure of equal standing to the Heaven Guards, stationed near the Demon Suppression Tower for an extended period. Some claim he is the closest confidant of the Master of the Estate, while others assert that he is the Master's mentor. Yet, for decades, no one has managed to shake his esteemed position, which speaks volumes. The commander of the new Astral Guard? D.E. was taken aback and scrutinized Yuan Qing once more. That girl, Enai Chang, has truly become increasingly reckless, selecting someone younger than herself as her commander. Well, it is no longer my concern. You may proceed. With a dismissive gesture and a yawn, D.E. concluded, Enter now, enter. At such a tender age, your cultivation must have its remarkable aspects. However, the essence of being human lies in self-awareness. One must ascertain the appropriate level of cultivation for oneself. Do not allow the malevolent aura within the Demon Suppression Tower to cloud your mind, for that would lead to your own undoing. By the end of his words, D.E. was yawning profusely and had inadvertently fallen asleep beneath a nearby tree. Elder D.E., sweet dreams, Yuan Qing remarked, clasping his hands in respect. This old man surely suffers from chronic sleep deprivation. As Yuan Qing approached the entrance of the Demon Suppression Tower, its massive doors swung open with a thunderous boom, as if they had been anticipating his arrival. Without hesitation, Yuan Qing stepped into the tower. Ah, how youthful he is, even younger than Dongfang in his prime. I wonder how far he can go. Strangely, although D.E. appeared to be in a deep slumber, he seemed to be mumbling incoherently in his dreams. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing had now entered the inner sanctum of the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon entry, the previously pure spiritual energy vanished, replaced by a chaotic amalgamation of malevolent aura and spiritual essence. An overwhelming sensation assailed him. The intensity here was likely double that of the C-grade environment. Shaking his head, he mused that if those at the C-grade were to enter, they would likely succumb to despair in no time. First, let us test the effects of cultivation. The primary purpose of the Demon Suppression Tower is to hone oneself through the infusion of malevolent aura. Under optimal conditions, the cultivation process accelerates significantly. Moreover, due to the refining nature of the malevolent aura, one can more easily uncover the remarkable subtleties of true energy, leading to unique insights. Yuan Qing had just received a reward, and with an abundance of spiritual energy at his disposal, he was determined to treat himself generously. After consuming 100 refinements pill, the heavenly Cloud 9 swords began to resonate within him. Successfully cultivated once in Heavenly Cloud 9 swords. Evaluation in progress. Success multiplier achieved. This cultivation session's coefficient is 1,357 times. Detecting unique environmental conditions, calibrating cultivation effects. Calibration complete, re-evaluating. Correction successful. The cultivation coefficient is now re-evaluated at 2,714 times. The powerful effects instantly enveloped Yuan Qing, filling him with elation. To his astonishment, the cultivation effects within the tower were nearly double that of the outside world. This truly was a treasure trove for him. Had he known the tower possessed such capabilities, Yuan Qing would have entered long ago instead of lingering outside. Moreover, it appears that due to the existence of the system, the so-called phenomenon of being misled by demonic energy during cultivation has been automatically corrected by the system, leaving no impact on oneself whatsoever. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. When did I, the initiator of this cultivation system, allow others to meddle in my training? Here, merely at the first level, I am already experiencing double the effects. And with the system's protection, there is no need to be timid at this initial stage. Let us ascend and explore. With the system providing a safety net, Yuan Qing's courage grew bolder, and he boldly strode towards the second level of the demon suppression tower. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the sleeping earth murmured once more. Young people are indeed impatient, hastening to the second level so soon. The demon suppression tower is not so easily ascended. Haste makes waste. Chapter 65. Within the demon suppression tower, upon stepping into the second floor of the demon suppression tower, Yuan Qing was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. The intensity of this aura was at least double that of the first floor. Compared to the first level, the second floor appeared markedly simpler. Apart from a few rudimentary windows and columns, there were scarcely any additional features to be seen. One might wonder why there were no demonic beasts within the tower. It seemed as absurd as a wallet devoid of money. Yuan Qing did not dwell on this thought, instead swiftly activating the Heavenly Cloud 9 swords to commence his training. Successfully trained once in Heavenly Cloud 9 swords, assessment in progress. Roll success. This training coefficient is 1,365 times. Detected a unique environment. Adjusting training effects. Adjustment complete. Reassessing. Correction successful. The training coefficient is reevaluated to 4,545 times. Detected a slight interference related to training. Effects have been corrected. Correction successful. Results indicate proficiency in 9 Truths Mysterious Art has increased by 1254. And proficiency in 100 Refinements Body Forging Technique has increased by 12,045. Upon seeing the results of the adjustments, Yuan Qing rejoiced. It appeared that starting from the second floor, the effects of the demon suppression tower underwent a subtle transformation. Were an ordinary martial artist to enter, they would likely succumb to the influence of this will, yet he, shielded by the system, had once again evaded calamity. Onward to the third floor. Having confirmed that the second level posed no threat, Yuan Qing boldly ventured towards the third floor. Remarkably, he encountered no difficulties. This lad possesses some interesting qualities. I wonder if he can surpass the fifth level. Mused the spirit of the tower below. After a while, a notification echoed within the tower once more. The fourth floor? This young man is progressing too swiftly. Even that lad from the east did not advance this rapidly. A scoff followed. Arrogant youth, having breezed through the first 4 levels. He shall surely face trials on the 5th. Ultimately, the spirit shook his head. Each level of the tower contained profound mysteries, and swift passage did not equate to true skill, but rather to mere recklessness. The real test would commence after surpassing the 5th level. A moment later, on the 5th floor of the demon suppression tower, Yuan Qing stepped forward into a chamber that was merely half the size of the previous levels, with a diameter of several zhang. As he arrived, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. Unlike before, he felt a slight haze of drowsiness beginning to envelop him. The 5th floor seemed to possess distinct characteristics. It appeared to interfere not only with his true energy. Yuan Qing pondered this, as it was a sensation he had never encountered before. In times of uncertainty, he relied on the system, believing that after training, all questions would naturally resolve themselves. Successfully cultivated the Tianyun 9 swords once, currently under evaluation. Success and shaking points. This cultivation's coefficient is 1,385 times. Detected a unique environment. Calibrating the cultivation effects. Calibration complete. Re-evaluating. Correction successful. The cultivation coefficient is reassessed to 6,531 times. Detected a hint of cultivation-related interference. Correction applied. Correction successful. Results show an increase of 5,147 in the proficiency of the 9 true mystical arts, and an increase of 56,242 in the proficiency of the 100 refinements body forging technique. Detected a special ability of mental interference. Currently assessing. This interference is unrelated to cultivation. The system will no longer provide exemptions. Ah, what is this? Does my elder brother intend to abandon himself? Yuan Qing sensed a subtle change in his mental strength. Although the impact was minimal, it was indeed a problem. However, this is merely the 5th level. To advance further, the influence would likely be more significant. It seems that for now, I can only cultivate at the 5th level. Wait, is there something amiss? Yuan Qing, who was originally extremely sensitive to true energy, suddenly detected a slight issue under meticulous observation. The true energy at the 5th level appears to have some problems. The mental interference here does not seem to directly affect him, but rather enters his body through the true energy. Upon this realization, Yuan Qing was instantly filled with joy. Mental interference was something Yuan Qing had no means to counter. Yet, as long as he elevated his cultivation to the realm of 9 orifices perfection and formed a self-sustaining true energy, this issue would cease to exist. After the previous layers of cultivation, he was now merely a step away from achieving 9 orifices perfection. The Tianyuan 9 swords began to operate once more. He would not exit until he reached perfection. With the high coefficient boost at the 5th level, the attainment of 9 orifices perfection was as effortless as a breeze. Congratulations! Your cultivation has broken through to the realm of 9 orifices perfection. Tianyuan 9 swords. Comprehension conditions for the realm of spiritual motion are now unlocked. Conditions for the comprehension of the Jade Bone Forging chapter are now unlocked. Conditions for the comprehension of the 10th sword are now unlocked. Tianyuan 9 swords. Comprehension realm. Perfection. Cultivation realm. 9 orifices perfection. Legendary realm. Spiritual motion. Comprehension conditions. 1. Cultivation progress. 241 200,000. 2. Comprehend the power of the Jade Bone realm at least 3 times. 1-3. Jade Bone Forging chapter. Comprehension conditions. 1. Comprehension realm reaches spiritual motion. 2. Blood bone strength reaches the golden bone level. Completed. 3. True energy strength reaches the 9 orifices perfection level. Double 9 orifices perfection strength. Completed. 10th sword. Comprehension conditions. 1. Comprehension realm reaches spiritual motion. 2. Use the Tianyuan 9 swords to slay 3 elite Jade Bone realm warriors. 1-3. In an instant, a multitude of information surged into Yuan Qing's mind, and the principles following the attainment of 9 orifices perfection became vividly clear. No wonder it is said that the strong in the realm of Jade Bones are exceedingly rare. It appears that the path to one's future was determined from the very beginning by the 100 refinements body tempering technique. Yuan Qing has journeyed through his cultivation up to this point, having only heard tales of others reaching the fiery blood realm. Yet he has encountered not a single individual in the golden bone realm. However, it is worth noting that the requirements for strength are merely a guideline, and one need not strictly adhere to the 100 refinements body tempering technique. In truth, after achieving the perfection of the 9 apertures, martial artists have various means to enhance the strength of their blood bones. Besides rare treasures of heaven and earth, there exists a more arduous method, which involves incessantly nurturing oneself with true qi. This path, though the most trodden, is slow and yields varying results. Only a handful of inherently formidable individuals can successfully ascend to the Jade Bone realm, thereby extending their lifespan by a century. Individuals like Yuan Qing, who possess extraordinary talent from the outset, are indeed a rarity. Nevertheless, according to the conditions set forth by the 9 swords of Tianyuan, it is unlikely that he will break through to the Jade Bone realm within the span of 15 days. Yuan Qing shook his head, realizing he must seek alternative methods. The mental interference seems to have dissipated. After breaking through to the perfection of the 9 apertures, Yuan Qing's mastery over true qi has reached its zenith. He can now seal off the 9 apertures at will, effectively severing the connection between the external world and himself. The previous mental disturbances caused by true qi have entirely vanished. It is time to ascend further. The 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower is imbued with demonic energy and mental interference at an even higher echelon. Yet, as the methods of mental interference remain fundamentally unchanged, they pose no threat to Yuan Qing. After an hour, he had ascended to the 8th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Outside the tower, the guardian De, who had been blissfully sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes wide. The 8th level? Who has reached the 8th level? Initially startled, De quickly pieced together the situation. It was that young lad. He was not supposed to be trapped on the 5th level. How did he reach the 8th level? Having guarded the Demon Suppression Tower for many years, De was well acquainted with all its internal dynamics and swiftly deduced the reason. Has he broken through to the perfection of the 9 apertures? The lad is indeed fortunate, managing to utilize the demon suppression tower to advance in just one short day, though it remains uncertain how long he can endure on the 9th level. Years ago, a certain young man from the east came perilously close to succeeding. At this moment, De chose not to return to slumber, but instead leaped back atop the demon suppression tower. Over the years, whenever someone at the perfection of the 9 apertures approached the tower, he would always ascend to guard every flicker of hope. Inside the tower, Yuan Ching stood on the 8th level, gazing towards the staircase leading to the 9th level. The 9th level appeared to be entirely different from the preceding 8. Yuan Ching narrowed his eyes. Since achieving the perfection of the 9 apertures, his perceptive acuity has elevated several tiers, enhancing his judgment of the unknown. In the martial world, 9 represents the ultimate, and Yuan Ching sensed that this final level likely does not offer the same enhancement and cultivation effects as the previous ones. After all, at the 8th level, the effects had already multiplied by 9 compared to the outside world. Reluctantly, I have decided that it would be prudent to master all the cultivations on the 8th level before proceeding further. Presently, there are 5 techniques available to enhance my prowess through Yuan Ching. The primary cultivation technique is the Heavenly Cloud 9 Swords, supplemented by the 100 Refinements Body Forging technique, the 9 True Mystical Arts, the Minor Ladder Cloud Leaping, and, of course, the Unparalleled Blade Technique bestowed upon me by Zhongbing. This Unparalleled Blade Technique, acquired through a fortuitous encounter, meticulously delineates the cultivation process to achieve the perfection of the 9 apertures, surpassing even the Heavenly Cloud 9 Swords in potency. Moreover, the Unparalleled Blade Technique emphasizes sheer power, making it decidedly more suitable for combat situations that require one to transcend their limits than the more intricate Heavenly Cloud 9 Swords. Thus, Yuan Ching resolved to first cultivate the Minor Ladder Cloud Leaping. Practicing evasion before engagement is a wise strategy. Should the need arise to flee, retreating would pose no challenge. As the mind technique of the Minor Ladder Cloud Leaping commenced, bolstered by a 9-fold enhancement in training efficiency, the notification chime resonated once more. Congratulations! The Minor Ladder Cloud Leaping has reached the 4th realm, a leap of 1,000 meters. Conditions for Legendary Realm achieved. You may now review the requirements. Legendary Realm description. According to legend, the Minor Ladder Cloud Leaping was crafted by a supreme being based on the lightness techniques of a sect from his dream world. Yet he could never grasp its essence. He asserted that one must practice 1,000,000 times to attain its quintessence. Advancement condition for Minor Ladder Cloud Leaping. Proficiency 214,800,000. Goodness, isn't this the very lightness technique of Wudong? How could one dream of such a thing? The advancement requirement is rather outrageous. Practicing once on the 8th level yields merely over 10,000 in proficiency. At this rate, it would take 80 attempts, and surely 15 days would be consumed in no time. However, during the 3rd realm, my speed was sufficient to utterly suppress those who had perfected their 9 apertures. Now, having ascended to the 4th realm, I should be adequately equipped to contend with the formidable practitioners of the Jade Bone realm. Enough said. The next technique to practice is the 100 Refinements Body Forging technique. Chapter 66. The Shock of the 3rd Realm, the Progress of the Body Refinement Technique. Comprehension Realm. 6th Realm of Jade Marrow. 7th Realm of Blood Droplet Progress. 252,142, 800,000. Legend Realm Unlocking Condition. To my astonishment, wasn't the progress bar previously set at 800,000? At this moment, an ancient phrase surged into Yuan Ching's mind. The body refinement technique accelerates cultivation at lower levels, while higher levels yield diminishing returns. Fortunately, Yuan Ching possessed an exceptionally high comprehension of the technique, and with the enhancement of 8 layers of 9-fold amplification, he could attain tens of thousands of proficiency points in one go, which was quite acceptable. Successfully activated the body refinement technique. This cultivation coefficient is 65231. Congratulations! The body refinement technique has successfully ascended to the 7th realm of Blood Droplet. In that instant, Yuan Ching felt an intense writhing within his flesh and blood. His entire being underwent a seismic transformation, from skin to internal organs, from blood to cells, and from cells to bone marrow. It was as though every layer of his life essence was evolving. Yuan Xing could distinctly perceive that each drop of blood within him brimmed with vitality, containing a power at least tenfold greater than before. Simultaneously, the true energy that had previously resided in Yuan Xing's meridians and acupoints suddenly began to disperse throughout his body, infusing every drop of blood. The once abundant true energy rapidly diminished. Reacting swiftly, Yuan Xing consumed several thousand refinement pills to replenish his internal true energy. However, the true energy from the pills was soon exhausted, necessitating the consumption of additional ones. It wasn't until several minutes later that Yuan Xing's body ceased its absorption of true energy and entered a state of saturation once more. After the true energy entered his body, both his strength and physical resilience ascended to a new echelon. Now, a mere casual punch held the equivalent force of a full-powered strike previously reliant on his entire true energy. True energy stored within the body. It seemed as if this true energy continued to bolster his physical form. Presently, Yuan Xing's raw physical strength was comparable to that of an ordinary practitioner at the 9th aperture completion. If true energy were to erupt, he could likely contend with a half-step Jadebone realm expert. More importantly, this phenomenon perpetually reinforced Yuan Xing's corporeal form, continually enhancing his physical prowess. If this trend persisted, even a few years without cultivation would likely render his physical strength indistinguishable from that of a Jadebone realm expert. Moreover, the blood droplet realm harbored a more terrifying aspect. As long as there existed true energy, Yuan Xing could regenerate from any severed limb at any moment, provided he did not face total annihilation. Indeed, the body refinement technique proved formidable. Having reached the 7th realm, it positioned him in an invincible stance. Should he cultivate to the legendary martial Dao physique, one could only imagine the extraordinary vistas that awaited. Now, Yuan Xing stands on the brink of the 9th realm of martial arts, poised to transcend to the final stage, the 8th realm of the undying. Body refinement technique. Comprehension level, 7th realm blood droplet, 8th realm undying progress. 1. 52,142 3, 000,000. To cultivate a body of superior quality jade bones. Legendary realm activation conditions. Superior quality jade bones. The undying realm sounds quite formidable, yet the challenge it presents is exceedingly high. Yuan Xing has scarcely encountered individuals of the Jadebone realm, let alone those of medium or superior quality. Such tales are scarcely whispered. Alas, let us proceed to the next 9 truths mystical technique. Upon reaching the 5th realm of the 9 truths, there are 2 paramount conditions, and currently, one may fulfill the cultivation requirements. Yuan Xing possesses a remarkable affinity for the 9 truths mystical technique, yet it demands an inordinate amount of time to practice. In a single day, he can manage but 2 or 3 sessions. Nonetheless, with a training progression of 100,000 for Yuan Xing at the 8th layer, it is merely a trifling day's endeavor. A day later, Yuan Xing gazes at the dual energies of yin and yang in his hands. According to the system's exposition, the influence of yin and yang on the 5 truths encompasses 3 distinct levels. I have preliminarily grasped that the yang attribute enhances potency, while the yin attribute augments peculiarities. What, then, are the remaining 2 levels? Perhaps it is due to his profound insights within the demon suppression tower that Yuan Xing's comprehension of yin and yang runs deeply. In his left hand, the energies of yin and yang swirl, while in his right hand, the energies of the 5 truths commence their own flow. Yin and yang, the 5 truths. What would transpire if they were to merge entirely? As Yuan Xing muses, the energies of the 5 truths and yin and yang begin to meld together slowly in his hands. Prior to the incorporation of yin and yang, the energy of the 5 truths had already reached a self-operating stage. However, upon the introduction of yin and yang, the 5 truths became tumultuous. The lightning attribute surged with ferocity, while the water attribute softened to the point of near invisibility. At this moment, yin and yang acted akin to amplifiers, continuously magnifying the characteristics of the 5 truths. Wait, amplifying characteristics? It is not merely an enhancement. In that instant, Yuan Xing seemed to grasp a revelation. One hand separated the lightning attribute energy, while the other hand wielded the yin attribute energy. Following that peculiar sensation, Yuan Xing began to gently overlay the yin attribute energy upon the lightning attribute energy. Had it been before, The infusion of Yin attribute energy would have undoubtedly resulted in a significant increase in the lightning attribute's power, enabling Yuan Qing to contend with those of the Jade Bone realm. Yet now, the lightning attribute not only experienced a surge in power, but also transformed into a surprisingly gentle force, losing its previous wild and extreme tendencies. Yuan Qing then detached the Yin attribute energy, and the lightning attribute returned to its original state. Next, he endeavored to apply the Yang attribute energy, resulting in an even more formidable lightning attribute energy. So it is. The attributes of Yin and Yang encompass more than mere amplification of power. They can fundamentally alter the essence of true energy, enhancing the lightning attribute to become even more electrifying. Congratulations! Your understanding of the influence of Yin and Yang on the 5 elements has progressed. 2-3. Regrettably, this enhancement does not pertain to an increase in power, but rather signifies a mere elevation in realm. Unless under exceptional circumstances, its forthcoming assistance is rather limited. Shaking his head, Yuan Qing initially intended to continue his comprehension of the next stage. Unfortunately, for the 3rd stage, he found himself at a loss, unable to glean any insights, watching helplessly as time slipped away. It took me 3 days. When Yuan Qing regained his senses, he was astounded to realize how time-consuming the comprehension of the changes in Yin and Yang truly was. It is no wonder that rumors abound of martial artists who can seclude themselves for years, even decades. Time indeed flies during such introspective periods. Having reached the limits of the 9 true profound techniques, as well as the body refinement technique and the ascending cloud technique, he found himself at a bottleneck. The heavenly Cloud 9 swords would not undergo any new transformations until he grasped the power of the Jade Bone realm. Now, only the path of the unmatched blade technique remained. Atop the Demon Suppression Tower, D.E. was observing the situation within its confines, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It has been 5 days, little one. When will you ascend to the 9th level? Just then, a figure clad in silver robes suddenly appeared before D.E. D-san. I pay my respects to Mr. D.E. Is there something you require? D.E. did not even glance at D-san, merely responding without lifting his head. I had previously promised a friend within the Demon Suppression Tower to deliver him 1,000 spirit pill, and I am somewhat overdue. Hence my visit to trouble you, Mr. D.E. D-san spoke cautiously. The old man before him was one whom even the celestial guards dared not speak loudly around, and he, as a mere D-san, was insignificant in comparison. Yuan Qing? Only then did D.E. raise his head, eyeing the vial in D-san's hand. Indeed, Mr. D knows him? D-san felt a surge of delight. It seemed Yuan Qing had made an admirable impression to attract D.E.'s attention. Hand it over. D.E. extended his hand, and D-san promptly and respectfully presented the item. Furthermore, I kindly request Mr. D.E. to convey a message. There is little hope for high-quality materials in the short term. D.E. furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly nodded in agreement. Very well. As D-san took a few steps away, he suddenly paused, his curiosity piqued. May I inquire, Mr. D.E., to which level has Yuan Qing ascended? D-san mused that Yuan Qing had only recently been at the 9 Apertures realm. He likely remained at the 5th level, close to a breakthrough, which would explain D.E.'s keen interest. The 8th level? What? The 8th level? He just arrived, didn't he? D-san was taken aback. This was unexpected. Yuan Qing had advanced remarkably quickly. He entered 4 days ago, stayed for a brief period, and I am currently awaiting his entry into the 9th level. This time, D.E. exhibited no trace of impatience. 4 days ago? Does that imply that as soon as he entered the Demon Suppression Tower, he achieved the pinnacle of the 9 Apertures? D-san was astounded. Could Yuan Qing truly be a prodigy? Furthermore, he had the capacity to contend with those of the Jade Bone level while still in the 9 Aperture realm. The transition from the 9 Apertures to the consummate 9 Apertures signifies a monumental transformation, and it is likely that an ordinary Jade Bone practitioner would find themselves utterly incapable of contending with Yuan Qing. Mr. D.E., I take my leave, D-san declared. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace significantly. He needed to expedite the matter of procuring high-quality materials. No, he must personally oversee this task. It was imperative that Yuan Qing accepted his dominion over this gathering. The impetuous youth, observing D-san's departure, D.E. could only shake his head slightly, reminiscing about the time when he held high hopes for D-san as well. Chapter 67. Master of Formation, the 8th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. 3 days have elapsed since Yuan Ching commenced his training in the unmatched blade technique. Over these 3 days, with a 9-fold cultivation speed and the advantage of his own realm, Yuan Ching successfully advanced the unmatched blade technique to the realm of 9 apertures perfection. The pace of mastering a technique is heavily influenced by one's realm. Otherwise, those who modify their cultivation methods would not do so with such resolute determination. Upon completing his training, Yuan Ching realized that while the unmatched blade technique possesses formidable power, its execution is rather grand and sweeping. This technique is more suited for formations and group battles. In one-on-one encounters, although still powerful, it lacks the precision to easily lock onto a target as the Heavenly Cloud 9 Swords would. In the context of the impending battle a few days hence, it is of little consolation. Casting another glance at the conditions for unlocking the legendary realm, Yuan Ching resolutely dismissed any thoughts of further training. Unmatched blade technique, comprehension realm, perfection, cultivation realm, 9 apertures perfection. Conditions for unlocking the legendary realm. 1. Cultivation reaches 9 apertures perfection, completed. 2. Comprehend over 10 blade techniques to the realm of perfection, 210. 3. Possess a superior grade weapon as your armament. Given my current strength, I can at most contend with that Tung Guang, but to defeat or even slay him seems nearly impossible. Yuan Ching assessed his capabilities and ultimately shook his head. The disparity between the 9 apertures realm and the Jadebone realm is simply too vast. With the 4th realm of the 9 true profound art, I can face a first refined Jadebone adversary, and should I further break through the 100 refinements body forging technique, I might withstand a second refined Jadebone opponent. However, that is the limit. Collectively, the other techniques do not compare to the efficacy of the 9 true profound art. Perhaps it is time to explore the 9th level. If there are no changes there, I might have to consider pursuing a superior grade weapon outside. As Yuan Ching took his first step, he noticed a vial of elixir had appeared beside him. The chilling pill? Yuan Ching, this is a gift from D-san, who also conveyed a message. The prospect of acquiring superior materials is bleak. The voice of D.E. echoed within the Demon Suppression Tower. Thank you, Mr. D. Yuan Ching promptly expressed his gratitude, feeling a tinge of disappointment. D-san was rather inadequate. Suddenly, a flicker of curiosity emerged within him. Mr. D. May I inquire what distinguishes the 9th level? You'll find out once you go there. D.E.'s voice resonated, withholding any further details. Will I still be able to enter the Demon Suppression Tower for training in the future? This is a matter of great significance. If I can come frequently, my cultivation will ascend to new heights. There are 2 scenarios. First, if you make significant contributions to the Shaotian Mansion, the Heavenly Guardians will naturally provide you with opportunities. Second, my consent is sufficient. Yuan Ching was taken aback. As he recalled Di's demeanor, his expression shifted considerably. The first condition is understandable, as that is how I gained entry. But the second implies that D.E. possesses complete dominion over the Demon Suppression Tower. Is this truly the first layer? Is it not merely a new faade of one's own creation? Does it not surpass the empty promises of the Eastern Siren? Mr. D.E., may I inquire upon reaching the 9th layer? The answers shall reveal themselves. Before Yuan Ching could voice his question, D.E.'s voice resonated once more. Very well. I comprehend. All answers lie within the 9th layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Outside the Demon Suppression Tower, observing Yuan Ching as he steadily entered the 9th layer, D.E.'s expression grew unusually solemn. This young man, having crafted a low-grade weapon at such a tender age, surely possesses greater potential than that Eastern lad. As the guardian of the Demon Suppression Tower, D.E. was well acquainted with all that transpired within the capital. Within the tower, Yuan Ching had now arrived at the 9th layer. Unlike the preceding 8 layers, the 9th layer was exceedingly confined, with a diameter of merely 10 feet. The demonic energy here was more potent, accompanied by an overwhelming mental disturbance. Even someone as accomplished as Yuan Ching, who had reached the 9th aperture, found his mind affected. However, Yuan Ching paid little heed to this. His gaze was fixed upon a diminutive wooden model of the Demon Suppression Tower at the very center of the 9th layer. It resembled a small table, oriented towards the 8 cardinal directions, each representing a specific aspect. Above the model was a structure crafted from true energy, forming a representation of the Demon Suppression Tower, the core of the formation. Yuan Ching's expression steadied. He had encountered a formation core once before in the 10,000 Demons mountain range, and the sensation was strikingly similar. As he took another step forward, the surrounding demonic and spiritual energies began to fluctuate, and from 8 directions, 8 chains emerged, sealing off all paths available to him. Detection indicates presence within a formation. Analyzing current formation, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, though its efficacy appeared limited. Previously, when observing the 13th layer's method to dismantle the demon-repelling formation, there was a prompt, but nothing followed. This seemed to be the sole unreliable aspect of the system. Yuan Ching attempted to take another step, but as he moved, the chains tightened their grip even further. He found himself unable to move at all. Di's words reverberated in his mind, gradually instilling a sense of calm within him. The answers reside in the 9th layer, and with only the model of the demon suppression tower present, it implied that he must approach the model itself. Yet, the chains surrounding him were proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. The formation. If the central piece is indeed the core of the formation, then it must be protected by the formation itself. Yuan Xing's eyes began to perceive the surroundings differently. The intricate pathways of the formation emerged clearly within his vision. So, this is the realm of formations. How enlightening. With the ability to analyze the formation, Yuan Xing's view of the world became increasingly lucid. After thorough analysis, Yuan Xing's proficiency in formations increased by 1032, enhancing his current expertise by 2301. Congratulations, you have advanced to the rank of Intermediate Formation Master. Congratulations on comprehending the entry-level Demon Suppression Spirit Formation. Several hours later, a wealth of knowledge regarding formations converged within Yuan Xing's mind, propelling him from a novice to an Intermediate Formation Master in an instant. Much like blacksmiths, Formation Masters are categorized into tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier masters. An intermediate formation master is capable of deploying formations that rival the strength of a 9-aperture realm expert. At this moment, with the understanding of his new status, Yuan Xing could finally move slightly beneath the chains that bound him. At least, his position had become somewhat more comfortable. Thus, he resolved to continue his study. An hour passed, then 2. Time flowed like a swift river, and Yuan Xing's insights into formations surged exponentially. Initially immobilized, he was able to take steps after just 1 day. 2 days later, he drew even closer to the core. 3 days, 5 days. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Xing had spent a full 5 days on the 9th level. Chapter 68. The Light Within the City. Congratulations. Your mastery of formations has transcended to the realm of Advanced Formation Master. Congratulations, you have comprehended the initial stage of the Demon Suppression Spirit Formation. Having spent 5 days on the 9th level, Yuan Xing now understood that the Demon Suppression Formation was the principal array of the Demon Suppression Tower. It was composed of a singular spirit array, along with hundreds of top-tier and thousands of high-tier formations, reputed to possess the power to suppress entities beyond the Demon King. However, it was evident that no such formidable being was currently contained beneath. At most, it merely held a few lower-tier Demon Kings at bay. Moreover, Yuan Xing could distinctly sense that this formation harbored certain flaws. It was not a truly complete spirit array. Whether the architect's skill was lacking or it was intentionally designed this way remained uncertain, yet it undeniably resembled a defective artifact. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even a flawed creation was still a remnant of a spirit array, and within the confines of the Xiaodian mansion, it was an invincible entity. Throughout the entirety of the Xiaodian mansion, the mere possession of a top-tier formation would grant one the ability to stride with confidence. At this moment, Yuan Xing gracefully waved his hand, and the iron chains that had once bound him began to retract. Astonishingly, as he moved, they seemed to approach him in a manner both affectionate and eager to please. The entity known as Di gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene before him. The Demon Suppression Tower possessed sentience, and this array represented the manifestation of its intelligence. The actions before Yuan Xing signified that the tower had indeed acknowledged him. Could it truly be? A youth so remarkably young, barely past his teenage years. He suddenly found himself in a daze, grappling with the reality that the person he had awaited so long had now materialized, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. This individual had ventured perilously close to the core. He was momentarily stunned. If Yuan Xing were to unravel the secret of the Demon Suppression Tower's core, it would become his personal possession. He had safeguarded the tower for many years, witnessing countless prodigies of formation, yet none had matched Yuan Qing's efficiency. Most of those talented individuals had spent far too little time, and unless a spirit array master appeared, there was scarcely anyone capable of discerning the true essence of a formation in such a brief span. At this moment, Yuan Qing stood before the core, somewhat entranced. What a magnificent core it was! He marveled at its beauty. Within this formation's core resided the essence of the Demon Suppression Tower's spirit array, alongside the imprints of hundreds of top-tier formations and thousands of high-tier formations. The sight of this core struck Yuan Qing with the same awe as an adventurer beholding the Milky Way for the first time. Unconsciously, he found himself absorbed into the realm of formations, as visions of array analyses flooded his mind, elevating his comprehension of the Demon Suppression Spirit Formation to unprecedented heights. Upon witnessing this scene atop the Demon Suppression Tower, he made an instantaneous decision. From this day forth, the Demon Suppression Tower shall be sealed. 15 days have swiftly passed since Yuan Qing entered the tower. Now, the entire capital has descended into a state of disarray. After losing the support of Yuan Qing, the Nisha Guard abandoned the city walls almost immediately, retreating back to the residence of the Nisha Guard princess. The humiliation from that battle has ignited a fierce determination within the Nisha Guard, with Zhang Bing even advancing to the 6th Aperture Realm. Princess, have there been any updates from within the Demon Suppression Tower? Zhang Bing inquired anxiously of Dongfang Nisha within the princess's residence. The tower has been entirely sealed off since 2 days ago. Not even Tianqi can acquire any news, Dongfang Nisha sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Today marks the day of the battle between Yuan Qing and Teng Guang, yet there has been not a whisper from Yuan Qing within the confines of the tower. Report. Princess, the Night Watch has sent a challenge letter. A member of the Nisha Guard hastily relayed the news of the conflict. As all eyes in the capital turned towards the Nisha Guard, let us go. Even in the absence of Yuan Qing, we of the Nisha Guard shall not falter. Dongfang Nisha declared resolutely, gritting her teeth. We are willing to follow the princess. The members of the Nisha Guard exclaimed, kneeling in unison. Through the past half-month of camaraderie, they have come to understand the princess's character. If Yuan Qing is a sharp sword to them, then the princess is the finest balm for their wounds. Now that the Nisha Guard is in peril, they will not retreat. Outside the gates of the Shou Tianfu capital, the area was already teeming with people. Days prior, news of the impending clash between the Nisha Guard commander and the Night Watch commander had spread throughout the capital, drawing countless spectators. It is said that the Night Watch commander is over 160 years old, while the Nisha Guard commander is merely 16. This battle promises to be a spectacle. Martial prowess knows no age. It was Yuan Qing who sought his own demise by challenging the Night Watch, one observer remarked. I foresee little suspense in this battle. The Teng commander has a history of eliminating prodigies every few years. This time will be no different. I hear that Yuan Qing is only at the 9th Aperture Realm. If he falls, the Nisha Guard will truly be finished. Shoo! Speak no more. The Nisha Guard is here. Outside the crowd, a regiment donned in resplendent phoenix armor emerged from the city. Leading the formation were Dongfang Nisha and Zhang Bing, with no sign of Yuan Qing in sight. Oh no, brother Yuan Qing is still within the Demon Suppression Tower. Could he have lost track of time? Sin murmured anxiously as he observed the Nisha Guard. Do not worry, brother. I believe Yuan Qing is a person capable of creating miracles. Waiting a little longer will not hurt, Air reassured him. Beside them, Shursen spoke with an air of calmness, seemingly brimming with confidence in Yuan Qing. In another direction outside the city gate, a dark mass of guards stood silently. At the forefront, Teng Guang glanced at the actions of the Nishawai, merely raising an eyelid before losing interest, as his target had yet to appear. My dear sister, do you intend to confront Yuan Qing? Dongfang took the initiative to address, unreservedly. The time has not yet come, Dongfang Yi. Why the haste? Dongfang Nishang retorted defiantly. Merely a turtle retreating into its shell. I shall see how long he intends to hide. Dongfang Yi scoffed, his expression suddenly darkening as he solemnly declared. If the time arrives and Yuan Qing still does not emerge, the battleground will expand to encompass the Night Guards and the entire Nishawai. By then, all of Nishawai, except you, shall perish. Death! Death! As Dongfang Yi's words echoed, the Night Guards immediately responded with fervor, their battle cries crashing like ocean waves. Fight! Fight! The members of Nishawai, tempered by life and death trials under Yuan Qing, were nearly all valiant warriors. Even when faced with adversaries outnumbering them tenfold and possessing far superior cultivation, the current Nishawai showed no signs of fear. Many gazed at the Nishawai with expressions of astonishment, for they seemed entirely transformed from their previous selves. Was this truly the Nishawai? Hadn't it been said that all had perished? Moreover, they had previously been considered a weak contingent. This Nishawai was reportedly newly recruited by Commander Yuan Qing, and it was unexpected to witness such formidable results after mere days of training. Alas, it was regrettable that they had not yet fully matured. Having provoked the night guards, they likely could not endure for long. Many shook their heads, feeling a profound sense of pity for the rising Nishawai. Such potential, yet today, they would likely struggle to survive this calamity. Decent similarly shook his head in lament. Time passed, the sun gradually descending from its lofty heights toward the horizon. With only a final quarter of an hour remaining, if Yuan Qing did not appear, the night guards would be left with no choice but to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Nishawai. Dongfang Yi gazed at the sky, a cold smile gracing his lips. Brother Yuan, what has transpired? Decent looked toward the direction of the demon suppression tower, worry etched across his face. Among the Nishawai, unease began to ripple through the ranks. The commander was a figure they revered, yet he had yet to make his appearance. Where was the commander? Why had he not shown himself? All members of Nishawai expressed their curiosity, yet no one could answer this pressing question. As the night guards drew closer to the Nishawai, Dongfang Nishang, who had always resolved issues from behind Yuan Qing, could no longer hold her composure, her eyes welling with tears. Your Yuan Qing will not come. The time has arrived. Night guards, slaughter the Nishawai. As Dongfang Yi gazed into the distance at the setting sun, he erupted with exhilaration. For today he would finally exact his revenge. Dongfang Nishang, consumed by utter despair, grasped her sword, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. Decent looked upon the Nishang guards and shook his head in disappointment. It seemed this was the end. The residents of Fu silently withdrew, keeping their distance from the Nishang guards. Yuan Qing, where are you? In that moment, Dongfang Nishang cried out in anguish. Suddenly, within the capital of Fu, a radiant light illuminated the heavens and the earth as if it were midday. As the sun dipped below the horizon, this brilliance transformed into a new sun. Chapter 69. A surge of power. The light emanating from the demon-suppressing tower was extraordinary. The tower was undergoing a transformation. Amidst the crowd, two figures swiftly leaped forward, racing towards the tower. The demon-suppressing tower was of paramount importance to the lesser heaven mansion, even with the demise of the Rainbow Guards. Nothing could go awry at the tower. However, before the two could advance far, a figure emerged from the dazzling light. It was Yuan Qing. The voice of Tian Qi resonated with astonishment. Having seen Yuan Qing's true energy portrait, he was intimately familiar with the appearance and aura of this significant individual. Yuan Qing turned to the person before him, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, upon which a colossal character 7 was inscribed. The Celestial Guard? This was indeed a true Celestial Guard, one of the 12 elite beings in the entire Lesser Heaven Mansion. Yuan Qing, what transpired within the demon-suppressing tower? Why has such a brilliant light erupted? And why have you emerged from within? Tian Qi directly interrogated. As for that question, there is no need to rush. I have pressing matters to attend to, Yuan Qing replied, gliding past the Celestial Guard, having heard someone calling for him, sensing that the situation was becoming urgent. Do not leave. Tian Qi's expression darkened, a surge of power crashing towards Yuan Qing. Yet, at the moment he struck, a figure interposed itself before him. Tian Qi's formidable force was instantly neutralized. Master Di. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Tian Qi's countenance turned pale. Di. He was actually intervening for Yuan Qing? Di remained silent, merely observing Yuan Qing's departing silhouette, his stance unmistakably clear. Yuan Qing, I knew you would come. The moment she caught sight of Yuan Qing, Dongfang Nishang immediately halted her tears and rushed towards him, disregarding the surrounding gazes. The commander has returned. He has not abandoned us. The Rainbow Guards erupted in a chorus of cheers, the earlier gloom cast by Yuan Qing's absence swiftly dissipating. Yuan Qing gently patted the hair of the rushing Dongfang Nishang and softly reassured her, do not worry, I am here. Those words instantly alleviated all the pressure weighing upon Dongfang Nishang, and tears began to flow unabated. Yuan Qing, how dare you show your face? From a distance, Dongfang Ye's furious voice echoed. I have heard that your night guards intend to launch a full-scale life and death battle against the Rainbow Guards. Having calmed Dongfang Nishang, Yuan Qing stood resolutely before the Rainbow Guards, shielding her and the others behind him, drawing his Qing Yu sword. What's this? Are you feeling fearful now? Dongfang Yi scoffed, while the surrounding night guards began to stir, encircling the entire Rainbow Guards. Fearful? No, no, no. I am merely contemplating. If all the night guards were to perish, who would continue to safeguard your neck? Yuan Qing stood resolutely before the night watch, his every word punctuated with intent. As an immense wall of formless true energy materialized before him, obstructing the advance of the night watch. Such a domineering display of true energy. Even a powerful figure of the Jade Bone realm would hesitate to wield it so brazenly, would they not? Not far away, Decen gasped in astonishment, recognizing the significant elevation in Yuan Qing's strength. Dongfang Yi's expression darkened, realizing that Yuan Qing had managed to single-handedly halt the entire night watch. Uncle Tung, please eliminate Yuan Qing. From within the ranks of the night watch, Tung Guang emerged slowly. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly shattered the formidable wall of true energy that had previously intercepted them. The youth is indeed youthful, relying on his mastery of the 9 true profound techniques. Disregarding the essence of true energy, squandering it so recklessly, unaware of his own inability to truly command it. As Tung Guang spoke, a tremendous force surged forth, bearing down upon Yuan Qing with overwhelming pressure. Dust swirled chaotically around Yuan Qing, the ground beneath him collapsing by several inches, as Ting Guang's formidable presence became palpably apparent. Yuan Qing's expression hardened as he sensed the peak of the Jade Bone third refinement. This old fellow, Tung Guang, had indeed lived over a century in vain. A sigh echoed from a distance, drawing curious glances from many, who would dare provoke Tung Guang at such a moment. Only Tung Guang's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning towards the source of the voice atop the city wall, his eyes growing complex. Mr. D.E., you have actually left the Demon Suppression Tower. I never claimed that I could not venture beyond the vicinity of the tower, D.E. replied calmly. Tung Guang opened his mouth, but ultimately chose not to retort. Within the entirety of Shao Tianfu's capital, D.E. was the most formidable figure after the Lord. Even Tian-E would not dare to act too recklessly in his presence, let alone the insignificant Tung Guang. Mr. D.E., this matter pertains to my Nisha guards and the night watch. I hope you will refrain from intervening. Dongfang Yi began to panic. If D.E. were to involve himself, their prior efforts would be rendered futile. I am merely an onlooker, an old man enjoying the spectacle. Do you really believe you have secured victory? D.E. chuckled, yet everyone understood his implication. He was favoring Yuan Qing. At that moment, the gazes of D. San and others, as well as Tian Qi and Tian San, shifted toward Yuan Qing, now infused with a different significance. In the past, D.E. had played a pivotal role in the rise of the Dongfang Lord, and now, with D.E. siding with Yuan Qing, the dynamics of the battlefield became intriguingly ambiguous. Dongfang Yi, too, began to feel a sense of unease. Uncle Tung, do not hold back. If D.E. continues to interfere, it will be detrimental to us. Tung Guang scoffed, a mere 9th aperture completion. What trouble could he possibly stir? With that, Tung Guang's figure surged forth, charging violently towards Yuan Qing. This time, it was not merely a matter of overwhelming force. Tung Guang directly bore down upon him. The extraordinary nature of the Jade Bone third refinement was evident, yet I am not one to be trifled with. Yuan Qing bellowed, a formidable aura erupting from within him. At that moment, the tempestuous energy of the wind attribute was unleashed in its entirety, enveloping the surroundings in a torrent of wind-infused true qi. Brother Yuan's strength had risen perilously close to the Jade Bone realm, yet it still fell significantly short. Decen furrowed his brow, but soon his mouth fell agape. For around Yuan Qing, that aura surged once more. The formidable essence of the 9 true mysteries continued to augment the wind attribute true qi, allowing Yuan Qing's energy to ascend, crossing the threshold of the Jade Bone realm and reaching the level of the first refinement. However, he did not cease there. Another surge of true qi joined the fray. The energy of the yang attribute merged into the mix. Yuan Qing's true qi began to ascend once more, this time breaking through all limits and drawing ever closer to the third refinement of the Jade Bone realm. Observing this scene, the expressions of Tian Qi and his companions shifted subtly. The fourth stage of the nine true mysteries, Yin and Yang. Tian San and Tian Qi exchanged glances, seemingly beginning to comprehend why Di had allied himself with Yuan Qing. Even Teng Guang's demeanor grew grave. As an ancient veteran, his wealth of experience was one of his greatest assets. He had also encountered the yin-yang mirror. To wield a true qi level that neared the Jade Bone third refinement at merely the ninth aperture completion was undeniably impressive. Yuan Qing, your talent is formidable, placing you among the elite of the Shaotian mansion. Yet, Teng Guang shook his head. However close you may come, the might of the Jade Bone third refinement is beyond your comprehension. Yuan Qing, today you shall perish. With that, Teng Guang hesitated no longer. The full force of the Jade Bone third refinement erupted forth, aimed directly at Yuan Qing. Chapter 70. The Great Battle of Vine Light Boom. On the battlefield, two figures intertwined. The energies of wind and earth began to intertwine violently. This is bad, retreat. Gusan's expression changed as he hurriedly led Di San to withdraw. Meanwhile, Tian San and Tian Qi from the Nisha Guard simultaneously took action, urging Dongfang Nisha and the rest to retreat swiftly. On the other side, Dongfang Yi and his companions did not dare to linger, hastily fleeing beyond 1,000 meters. The shockwaves from the clash between Yuan Qing and Vine Light had already spread over 1,000 meters in mere moments. At the center of the battlefield, Vine Light looked at Yuan Qing in disbelief. Initially, he had estimated that, with his formidable strength at the third refinement of Jade Bones, defeating Yuan Qing would be a trivial matter. Yet, it had devolved into merely a matter of suppression. It was only in the heat of battle that he realized Yuan Qing exhibited the energy of the second refinement of Jade Bones. But the actual combat revealed a prowess at the third refinement level. How can your physical strength be so formidable? Have you begun to temper your body? The strength of a Jade Bone realm cultivator's energy stems from the enhancement of their essence during the crafting of their Jade Bones. Similarly, it is the robust physique that sustains a more potent and fierce energy. Yuan Qing's situation, where his energy appeared stronger than it outwardly seemed, could only be explained by the extraordinary strength of his physical body, allowing his energy to unleash greater power. Old man, if you surrender, I might spare your life. Yuan Qing declared relentlessly, yet deep within, he understood that Vine Light was immensely powerful, and this battle would be arduous. Humph, you audacious brat. Even if you possess the energy of the third refinement of Jade Bones, it matters not. The true strength of a Jade Bone cultivator lies beyond mere energy. Vine Light scoffed, unleashing a radiant aura, a powerful essence emanating from his form, a manifestation of Jade Bone strength. In an instant, the previously suppressive Vine Light unleashed a force that sent Yuan Qing flying. Boom. The city wall was left with a massive crater from Yuan Qing's impact. The force bore down upon him, causing his flesh to tear, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath. Yuan Qing, Dongfang Nisha cried out in alarm. The disparity was too great. Vine Light had exerted his strength, and Yuan Qing could not withstand it. Gusan shook his head repeatedly, recognizing that the gap between their realms was nearly insurmountable. Observing this scene, Vine Light sneered even more. Just then, an explosion of golden light erupted from Yuan Qing's position, and the once splintered skin miraculously healed, returning to its pristine state. The fifth realm of the 100 refinements body forging technique, Golden Bone Realm. Tian Qi was momentarily stunned. Yuan Qing had once again astonished him. With the 9 true mysteries, yin-yang mirror, and the 100 refinements body forging technique at the Golden Bone Realm, this fellow was undoubtedly a confirmed cultivator of the Jade Bone Realm, and he should not be engaging in this battle. Tian Qi shook his head. Yuan Qing was indeed too impulsive, failing to fully transform his innate talent into formidable strength. Teng Guang's expression began to darken as well. Yuan Qing was undeniably brilliant. Yuan Qing, it seems I have underestimated you, he remarked. Now, we shall see if you can endure. With that, Teng Guang leaped into the air, unleashing the full force of the Jade Bone Realm, a warm, jade-like light shimmering around him. Yuan Qing also sprang into action, choosing to confront Teng Guang head-on rather than evade. This time, however, he did not merely rely on his true energy. He summoned the Qing Yu sword. 9 sword blossoms surged from various directions, all aimed at Teng Guang's form. Petty tricks, Teng Guang scoffed, showing no intention to evade. Instead, bracing himself to absorb Yuan Qing's Tianyun 9 swords. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 forces struck him, causing only a slight spray of blood. Under the nurturing power of the Jade Bone realm, those wounds healed almost instantaneously. Yuan Qing, it appears you still do not comprehend. The strength of a Jade Bone realm warrior lies in their physical form, not in ephemeral forces. Until you reach that level, you shall never grasp the true might of the Jade Bone realm. Having withstood Yuan Qing's Tianyun 9 swords, Teng Guang grew even more arrogant. Knowing that this was Yuan Qing's primary technique, he relied heavily on it to vanquish foes. With the Tianyun 9 swords rendered ineffective, Yuan Qing's defeat seemed inevitable. Indeed, as they clashed once more, Yuan Qing was once again sent flying. This time, the outcome was even more tragic, his injuries more severe. Again, Wushuang blade technique. Recovering swiftly, Yuan Qing charged at Teng Guang once more, only to be struck down again. Again, each time, he resembled a relentless machine, swiftly recovering from his wounds and re-engaging Teng Guang. Yet, it was futile, the gap was too vast. Even trading injuries would not lead to victory for Yuan Qing. Deason shook his head. No matter how formidable the 9 orifices recovery ability, it could not rival that of a Jade Bone realm expert. Haha, Yuan Qing. Today you are destined to perish. Within the Night Guard, Dongfang Yi began to laugh heartily. He observed that Yuan Qing's recovery was no longer as swift as at the outset. He was nearing his limit. At this moment, the Black Wolf reminisced about Yuan Qing's fierce battle against the 4-armed Fu Luo, but this time was different. Teng Guang had yet to sustain any injuries. Tian Qi and the others furrowed their brows, glancing at De, contemplating whether to intervene. However, seeing De's calm demeanor, they suppressed their curiosity. Boom. Once more, Yuan Qing was struck by Teng Guang. His arm shattered, and he began to lose consciousness. Yuan Qing, stop. We concede, we surrender. At this sight, Dongfang Nishang could no longer contain herself and immediately rushed out, shouting loudly. The appearance of Dongfang Nishang surprised Teng Guang, though it was merely a fleeting surprise. Your Highness, this battle is a fight to the death. It will not conclude until life and death are determined. Teng Guang sneered, swiftly bypassing Dongfang Nishang and charging towards Yuan Qing. Dongfang Yi, we have surrendered. Quickly, tell Teng Guang to cease. Realizing her attempts to intervene were futile, Dongfang Nishang called out to Dongfang Yi in the distance. Huh. It's futile. In a life and death battle, there is only life or death, not victory or defeat. Nishang, you are still too naive. Once Yuan Qing is dead, the existence of your Nishang guards will no longer hold any significance. Dongfang Yi laughed heartily, having long desired to kill Yuan Qing after the tragic demise of his commander. He finally saw his opportunity. I will give you anything you want, just make him stop. At this moment, Dongfang Nishang had completely surrendered, willing to pay any price to save Yuan Qing. Give me? What a joke. I only desire Yuan Qing's life. Dongfang Yi replied coldly, his heart clouded by hatred, fixated solely on Yuan Qing's demise. Commander, I am willing to protect you. Zhang Bing shouted fervently as he rushed to Yuan Qing's side, followed by hundreds of Nishang guards, all standing resolutely in front of Yuan Qing. However, against a formidable opponent of the Jade Bone realm, their strength was woefully inadequate. They were effortlessly brushed aside by Teng Guang, who was now only a few dozen paces away from Yuan Qing, a mere few seconds for a being of such caliber. At this moment, Yuan Qing's body showed no signs of rapid recovery. It seemed as though he had truly lost all capacity for resistance. Deason closed his eyes, lamenting the imminent fall of an extraordinary talent. It is over. Di's voice suddenly resonated, causing Tian Qi and Tian San to look at him in astonishment. Was he preparing to intervene? Yet, as Teng Guang drew closer to Yuan Qing, Di remained motionless. Mr. Di, do you require our assistance? Tian Qi could no longer contain his curiosity. No, he is but a trifling Teng Guang. Chapter 71. The Decapitation of Tengu Light Parish. Before Yuan Qing, Tengu Light amassed all the power within his being, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yet, at that moment, a blinding radiance suddenly erupted, momentarily halting Tengu Light in his tracks. It is almost time. I have a fair understanding of my own capabilities now. Your worth ends here, Yuan Qing sighed softly, and to his astonishment, his shattered hands began to mend. Tengu Light's expression turned to one of horror. Had this man been feigning weakness? Regardless, he still had to die. Just as he prepared to strike, he found himself utterly immobilized. Neither could he summon his vital energy nor move his body. He was completely suppressed. How could this be? I am a formidable figure of the third refinement of the Jade Bone realm, who possesses the power to subdue me. Tengu Light was aghast, but soon his gaze fixated on De. It was him, De. While everyone knew of De's formidable prowess in the capital, few comprehended the depths of his strength. Only those who had lived long enough, like Tengu Light, were aware. Years ago, a fourth refinement cultivator of the Jade Bone realm betrayed the Lord, intending to ambush his children in the Lord's absence as a threat. However, De discovered this treachery in advance, suppressing the traitor in place, rendering him immobile. The rebel was obliterated almost as soon as he attempted to act. In the entire capital, only De possessed such power. Mr. De, I have entered into a life-and-death contest with Yuan Qing. You cannot interfere without cause. Tengu Light panicked. If he remained suppressed, Yuan Qing could easily whittle away at him until death. I have not intervened. I have stated before that I am merely an observer, De replied with a smile, disregarding Tengu Light's frantic cries. The two beside him, Tianqi and another, swiftly comprehended the situation. It is the Demon Suppression Tower. De could harness a portion of its power, which was a significant source of his strength. The tower, as a spiritual artifact, could easily subdue a third refinement cultivator as simply as one might eat or drink. De was covertly channeling the power of the Demon Suppression Tower to aid Yuan Qing. Tengu Light raged incoherently, but he was utterly powerless. De's status was transcendental, and even if he acted openly, he could be thwarted. Moreover, he possessed no evidence to support his claims. The third refinement of the Jade Bone realm was indeed an appropriate match. Before Tengu Light, Yuan Qing brandished the clear rain sword, its blade glowing with a fierce radiance. The light emanating from it was akin to that of the Demon Suppression Tower, sharp and lethal. In that instant, Tengu Light comprehended the truth. You are controlling. Before he could complete his thought, Yuan Qing's clear rain sword sliced downwards. The Tianyun 9 swords were not merely manifestations of Yuan Qing's strength this time. They were imbued with the power of the Demon Suppression Tower. In the last 2 days, Yuan Qing, within the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower, had begun to comprehend aspects of the core powers of the formations, enabling him to unleash a portion of the tower's capabilities. This was the primary reason for Yuan Qing's decision to emerge from the tower and face the challenge at the final moment. Now, these two formidable forces intertwined, and even the formidable Teng Guang, who had reached the third refinement of the Bone Realm, was utterly dismantled. It was only in his final moments that Teng Guang realized Yuan Qing could indeed control the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower, a spiritual artifact, had not met a fate unworthy of its significance. The Night Watch's leader, the powerful Teng Guang of the third refinement, had fallen. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Dongfang Yi, who had previously been shouting, found his voice rendered hoarse, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. The Night Watch fell into silence as well. Their most powerful being, the creator of the Night Watch, Teng Guang of the Bone Realm's third refinement, had perished just like that. In a mere few seconds, the previously dominant Teng Guang had met a sudden demise. Aside from a handful of individuals, no one had any inkling of what had transpired. General Wansheng, Zhang Bing was the first to respond, exclaiming with a hint of excitement, "General Wansheng, the Wansheng of the Rainbow Guard." Following this, the entire Rainbow Guard descended into a frenzy. Their general was immensely powerful. Even if the enemy was a formidable foe of the third refinement, he had still been slain by Yuan Qing. Brother Yuan? D-San, coming to his senses, reflected on the bizarre moment when Teng Guang had been unexpectedly countered. He must have acted. That is the only explanation. Brother, my judgment was not misplaced. Yuan Qing's future is promising, D13 suddenly boasted. D-San chuckled softly, recognizing that there was no need to wait for the future. After this battle, Yuan Qing had already become a pivotal figure in the lesser heavenly mansion. No, this is impossible. It cannot be. Dongfang Yi roared in frustration. Teng Guang was a distinguished powerhouse of the Bone Realm's third refinement. He could not have lost. There must be some mistake. The outcome should not have unfolded this way. Dongfang Yi was on the verge of madness. Teng Guang was the last formidable ally he had, and without him, his night watch counted for nothing before Yuan Qing. D.E. You intervened, did you not? At this moment, Dongfang Yi recalled Teng Guang's final words and fixed his gaze upon D.E. Boom. A surge of true energy erupted, and Dongfang Yi was struck down to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth instantly. How dare you question me? D.E. retorted coldly. The others looked at D.E. with newfound respect. He was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. The second prince of the lesser heavenly mansion. He acted without hesitation and without a trace of concern. By this standard, even those of the heavenly guard might not match his decisiveness. This realization left Tianqi and the others enviously contemplating his prowess. The moment the attack commenced, it was a lesson imposed by the elders upon the younger generation. Should they strike, it would be deemed an act of profound disrespect. In an instant, Dongfang Yi regained his composure, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. From this day forth, the night guard shall no longer govern the capital, he declared, each word deliberate and weighted. His night guards had been vanquished, utterly defeated by the singular prowess of Yuan Qing. Without Teng Guang, the night guards lacked the formidable support of a Jade-Bone realm expert. Even if the Nishan guards refrained from intervening, the Han guards would surely seize such an exquisite opportunity to take control of the capital. It seemed that from this moment onward, the night guards would be confined to his estate, much like the Nishan guards had been just days prior. From today, the Nishan guards will take command of the capital, Yuan Qing proclaimed, sword in hand, echoing Dongfang Yi's sentiments with fervor. Victory to the Nishan guards. Victory to the Nishan guards. A chorus of their supporters erupted, realizing that should they officially assume control of the capital, not only would their prestige soar, but their coffers would also swell abundantly. Dongfang Nishan gazed at the sword-wielding Yuan Qing, feeling as though the entire scenario was a mere illusion, akin to a dream. Just moments ago, Yuan Qing had been in a state of dire peril. How could it be that the Nishan guards were now poised to seize the entire capital? Yuan Qing, are you truly well? She queried, scrutinizing him up and down, recalling that his hands had been severed only moments earlier. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. You should prepare adequately and recruit more people. 100 individuals cannot oversee the capital, Yuan Qing advised earnestly. For the capital boasted a population of over 1 million. Could the Nishan guards truly manage one for every 10,000? But just moments ago, how could you? Dongfang Nishan was still grappling with the absurdity of it all, her thoughts consumed by concern for Yuan Qing alone. I am a martial artist. Losing a hand is but a trivial matter, he chuckled, concealing the fact that he had attained the 7th realm of the body refinement technique, the blood-dripping stage, rendering him fearless of death henceforth. Yet, brother Yuan, congratulations. Dongfang Nishan began to voice her thoughts when D-San approached with a beaming smile. With the Nishan guards' rising momentum, they would undoubtedly flourish upon taking control of the capital, and brother Yuan would soon ascend to the Jade-Bone realm, becoming a formidable force. I must express my gratitude to you, brother D-San, for your generous provision of pills. This kindness shall not go unreciprocated, Yuan Qing replied warmly, holding D-San in high regard, especially considering the significant risk involved in lending him items that could easily become irretrievable. Oh, it is but a trifling matter, brother Yuan. As for the high-quality materials, I have already made the necessary inquiries and shall deliver them to your estate shortly, D-San said cheerfully, completely disregarding any talk of repayment. Confident that Yuan Qing would not falter in his obligations. Yuan Qing, your performance in this battle still leaves something to be desired. Chapter 72. After the Great War. The struggle for interest. Mr. D Yi's voice resonated in Yuan Qing's ears, while D-San dutifully stepped back. Mr. D Yi spoke the truth. The young man still had much to learn. Yuan Qing, displaying utmost humility, acknowledged this. In reality, had it not been for the Demon Suppression Tower, Yuan Qing would not have triumphed over Teng Guang. Do remember to visit the Demon Suppression Tower often. I shall refrain from further rambling today, Mr. D E remarked as he prepared to leave. Safe travels, Mr. D, Yuan Qing replied with respect. However, Mr. D Yi's words detonated in the hearts of the onlookers like an underwater explosion. The Demon Suppression Tower was the very heart of the Shoutian mansion. Typically, anyone lacking a bloodline achievement would not be permitted entry. Now, with Mr. D E inviting Yuan Qing to visit frequently, It implied that the tower had effectively become Yuan Qing's private garden. Mr. D was a formidable ally for Yuan Qing, and suddenly, the thoughts of those present began to crystallize. One could hardly overlook that even the two celestial guards who had previously confronted Yuan Qing had now vanished without a trace. The surrounding individuals, including D San and others, gazed at Yuan Qing with envy. Indeed, within the Shoutian mansion, Mr. D was the most influential figure after the mansion lord. With Mr. D's support, Yuan Qing felt liberated from any concerns within the mansion. Shortly thereafter, after exchanging a few pleasantries, D San took his leave, tasked with expediting the procurement of high-grade materials. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing began to reorganize the Rainbow Guard, preparing to assume control of the capital, a matter of utmost significance for him. Firstly, the Rainbow Guard still owed a staggering 50,000 in external debts, and Yuan Qing himself was burdened with substantial debts. He urgently needed to secure a lucrative opportunity. Upon returning to the capital, Yuan Qing's first order of business was recruitment. Building upon the original 100 members, the Rainbow Guard would expand directly to 1,000. Yuan Qing's battle against Teng Guang had catapulted both his and the Rainbow Guard's reputations to new heights, particularly the astonishing feat of slaying a 3-refined jade bone expert with consummate skill. Consequently, the number of applicants surged dramatically, no longer reliant on persuasion to entice individuals to join. Just the mere mention of Yuan Qing's illustrious name drew thousands of applicants. Moreover, it was not solely high-tier body refinement practitioners who expressed interest. A significant number of awakened experts also sought to enlist. Notably, an 8-portal rogue cultivator even joined the Rainbow Guard. To this end, Yuan Qing personally welcomed the new recruits. Having long heard of the illustrious Commander Yuan, witnessing him today truly affirms the youth's formidable prowess, Zhang Hu exuberantly proclaimed upon seeing Yuan Qing. Let us be frank. What is it that you desire? Yuan Qing, not one to beat around the bush, understood that attracting an 8-portal expert to their ranks was no trivial matter. Commander Yuan is indeed forthright, Zhang Hu continued. I am prepared to serve you loyally, but you must teach me the art of slaying Jadebone Realm experts. Zhang Hu's voice boomed with exuberance, echoing the aspirations of all present who wished to join the exquisite warriors of the Rainbow Guard. The influx of awakened elites was primarily inspired by Yuan Qing's remarkable feat of severing the jade bones with 9 apertures, inciting envy among these solitary cultivators. Zhang Bing, come here, Yuan Qing called, and the industrious Zhang Bing quickly approached. What are your thoughts on this individual? Zhang Hu assessed Zhang Bing with a discerning gaze, noting the brilliance of his true energy, and ultimately nodded in commendation. Impressively talented, with a cultivation level of 6 apertures, far surpassing my own prowess at his age. Do you believe you can triumph over him? Yuan Qing inquired once more. Could it be that Commander Yuan is jesting? Zhang Hu replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. Though I am of humble standing, my cultivation at 8 apertures should easily suppress his 2 apertures of difference. It would be unreasonable to assume that everyone possesses the prowess of Commander Yuan. Zhang Hu scoffed, asserting, if everyone could transcend their ranks, then battling across tiers would lose its novelty. Zhang Bing, unleash your full potential and engage him in combat. Understood. Zhang Bing nodded, drawing forth a long blade as his aura surged forth. Then I shall not hold back, Zhang Hu declared, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to showcase his own abilities. Boom, boom. The two swiftly engaged in the courtyard, exchanging blows in a matter of moments. To everyone's astonishment, the 8-aperture Zhang Hu found himself evenly matched, embroiled in a fierce contest with Zhang Bing. In that instant, the onlookers' gazes towards Yuan Qing shifted perceptibly. The fact that a mere 6-aperture Zhang Bing could contend so fiercely with Zhang Hu indicated something profound. Yuan Qing possessed a dragon-slaying technique worthy of imparting to others. Boom. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Bing and Zhang Hu separated, neither able to claim victory. Your strength is formidable, Zhang Bing. I, Zhang Hu, pledge my loyalty to you, Commander. Zhang Hu, a man of discernment, knelt half-heartedly before Yuan Qing, affirming his allegiance. With no ulterior motives, he was merely eager to learn from Zhang Bing's capabilities, rendering his loyalty a trivial matter. We are willing to pledge our fealty to you, Commander. The newly inducted members of the Rainbow Guard echoed, mimicking the gesture of half-kneeling to swear their oaths. Rest assured, as long as you perform well and remain loyal, I shall not withhold from you any resources or techniques. Those who excel will receive personal guidance in their martial path. The next transcendent genius could very well be you." His words ignited a fervor within all present. The notion of genius was one they had all dreamed of, yet reality often proved to be far more unforgiving. Now, with Yuan Ching offering them an opportunity, they felt invigorated, their anticipation for the future soaring. Yuan Ching nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the response he sought. The forthcoming plan for profit necessitates individuals willing to risk their lives and shed their blood. At present, the entire Duke's residence can hardly be described as anything less than a gathering of talents. With these individuals in place, Yuan Ching's subsequent management of affairs in the capital has become markedly smoother. After all, the three major guard units serve merely as laborers. The true deterrent against petty criminals relies on the Celestial Guard, thus the transition poses little difficulty. However, upon assuming control, Yuan Ching soon discerned a pressing issue. The Night Guard had previously collected taxes due for 9 months ahead, leaving the merchants of the capital devoid of further resources to exploit. Of course, with the newly appointed Celestial Guard, the merchants did manage to contribute a modest sum, amounting to a total of 100,000 taels of silver. Yet, this sum is trivially insufficient. No one anticipated that the once mighty Night Guard would suddenly vanish. Particularly, the taxes collected by the Night Guard would have also benefited the Celestial Guard, leaving Yuan Ching to suffer in silence. Fortunately, aside from the regular tax revenue, the Night Guard also possessed another lucrative avenue, the black market. The existence of the black market serves to accommodate any goods of dubious origin, inherently laden with substantial profits. Unlike taxes, this realm operates in secrecy. With the Night Guard's absence, the black market operators must urgently seek a new protector. Otherwise, they risk being swept away on a whim. However, as Yuan Ching prepared to delve into the black market dealings, another individual swiftly seized the opportunity. Yuan Junju, how have you been? Within the Duke's residence, Yuan Ching now gazed at the scholar-like figure before him, not Dongfang Hong, but rather the commander of his subordinate, the Hongwei Guard. In contrast to Dongfang Hong's vibrant charisma, this commander exuded a cunning typical of a learned man. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Commander Qi Binbai of the Hongwei Guard. Both masters in the realm of Jade Bone's third refinement, Qi Binbai was still under 50, significantly more formidable than Teng Guang. I am unworthy of such praise. What is the significance of Jade Bone's third refinement in the presence of Yuan Junju? Qi Binbai shook his head repeatedly, aware that only recently had another of his level, Teng Guang, met his demise, leaving him wary of Yuan Qing's capabilities. Speak, what brings you to me? Yuan Ching remained silent. Within the capital, he indeed held no fear of these individuals. Yet, beyond the demon suppression tower, the situation was altogether different. Thus, if Yuan Ching wished to advance further, in addition to comprehending the fifth realm of the 9 true mysterious arts, he required substantial resources to procure 1,000 spirit pills for continued cultivation. It is nothing of great significance, merely the black market. Our Hongwei seeks to claim it. Chapter 73. News from the Yunlei sect. The black market? Does Commander Qi remain oblivious to the fact that this reward was earned through my blood and toil? Slaying the formidable Teng Guang of the Jade Bone 3 refinements? Yuan Ching, tapping his fingers, cast a curious glance at Qi Binbai. I am well aware of that. And I would not wish to place Commander Yuan in a difficult position. We can offer a larger sum. A larger sum? That depends on how much Commander Qi can augment it. Yuan Ching silently began to assess the black market's worth. In comparison to a long-term stable income, Yuan Ching favored a more exploitative approach. After all, in Yuan Qing's grand design, Xiao Tianfu would not linger for long. When the black market was under the Night Guard, it could yield an income of 130,000 monthly. However, if Commander Yuan is willing to pledge non-interference in black market affairs, we are prepared to offer him a one-time payment of 1,500,000 taels of silver. Yuan Ching narrowed his eyes. The prospect of a year's income from the black market sounded quite enticing. Yet, it was clear that Hongwei was calculating shrewdly. Not enough. Of course, I am aware it is insufficient, which is why I have included a substantial piece of intelligence regarding the Night Guard and the Yunlei sect. I wonder if Commander Yuan finds this of interest? Qi Binbai, having anticipated Yuan Qing's reluctance, presented his prepared justification. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the Yunlei sect, Yuan Qing's expression hardened. This was the very sect that had once pursued Dongfang Nishang. Although Yuan Qing had not yet found the opportunity to deal with them, it certainly did not imply that he had forgotten. 3 million taels. In addition to this intelligence, moving forward, the black market shall be divided equally between Hong Wei and Nishang Wei. Qi Binbai's demeanor remained unchanged as he mentally calculated whether this transaction was worthwhile. We can offer you a maximum of 2 million taels. After a lengthy silence, Qi Binbai slowly spoke. Deal. Yuan Qing was resolute. 2 million taels would suffice for his indulgences, or rather, for the operational needs of Nishang Wei for some time. Moreover, the black market had not been entirely relinquished. Once he eliminated Hong Wei, he could reclaim the black market for himself. Shortly thereafter, Qi Binbai departed from the princess's residence with a smile, leaving Yuan Qing alone in the room, his expression grave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dongfang Nishang found herself in a predicament. Her cultivation had stagnated for 2 years. Her current level of enlightenment was of no help in the face of the challenges confronting Nishang Wei. Perhaps it is time for me to seek Yuan Qing's guidance? Dongfang Nishang pondered, uncertain of her next move. During this period, she had frequently heard that under Yuan Qing's mentorship, Nishang Wei had made remarkable progress. With each member's strength soaring, Yuan Qing seemed akin to a deity, capable of imparting wisdom on any technique. If only he were to guide her, perhaps she could advance further as well. Knock, knock. Just as Dongfang Nishang was lost in thought, a series of knocks echoed at the door. It was Yuan Qing. Were you thinking of me? He remarked, noticing the blush upon Dongfang Nishang's face. No, don't say such nonsense. Dongfang Nishang vigorously shook her head. Indeed, she had been contemplating, but she could not possibly admit it. I have come to seek your counsel regarding a matter of great significance. Do you recall the Yunlei sect? Are they on their way? At the mention of the Yunlei sect, Dongfang Nishang's countenance grew heavy, for it was this very sect that had annihilated the previous Nishang guards. Do you know? Yuan Qing pondered, perplexed that such crucial news had not been disclosed earlier by Dongfang Nishang. The mother of Dongfang Yi is the daughter of the Yunlei sect's leader. When my father ascended to the position of lord, the Yunlei sect rendered considerable assistance. Sometimes, even if one is aware, it proves futile. Dongfang Nishang sighed deeply, articulating her words with deliberate clarity. So it is Dongfang Ye's maternal family, then. What of your own family? Having fallen to such depths, surely they ought to intervene, right? Yuan Qing mused, nodding thoughtfully. My mother was merely a maid in the household. She passed away long ago, when I was still a child. Dongfang Nishang spoke softly, her memories of her mother reduced to fragments of dreams. Fear not. For as long as I am here, no one shall bully you. Yuan Qing was taken aback, gently caressing Dongfang Nishang's silky hair as a form of comfort. Yuan Qing, will you protect me for a lifetime? Dongfang Nishang suddenly lifted her head, gazing into Yuan Qing's eyes, her crystalline orbs brimming with hope. I am a mercenary. It will require additional payment. A chuckle escaped her lips. Dongfang Nishang smiled, though there was a hint of resignation in her expression. Now, the Nishang guards are under your command, and I am left with nothing but myself. Observing Dongfang Nishang's bowed head, the once formidable young lady appeared considerably more fragile in Yuan Qing's eyes, igniting within him a sudden urge to protect her. Fear not. It can be used to offset debts. Dongfang Nishang was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing like molten iron as she lowered her head, fidgeting nervously with the hem of her skirt, her breathing growing increasingly rapid. Ahem, we shall discuss the matter of debts later. Presently, there is another situation. Your father, the lord of Shaodian Mansion, may not return for some time. Thus, the return of Tianqi and Tianzan serves another purpose, to select a temporary deputy lord to oversee the affairs of Shaodian Mansion. What? Yuan Qing stated this with seriousness. Yet the girl's thoughts were elsewhere. In other words, the Jade Bone Realm technique you promised me is now null and void, unless you can become the deputy lord. Should that be the case, the treasury of Shaodian Mansion will be fully accessible to you, and I shall also be able to select a suitable Jade Bone Realm technique. The martial path is the only avenue to success, a truth that Yuan Qing understood well. Although the Tianyun 9 swords can also cultivate to the Jade Bone Realm, they can at best achieve a medium-grade Jade Bone, specifically a wind attribute Jade Bone. However, having experienced this world, a medium-grade Jade Bone is far from sufficient. Let alone the legendary Supreme Grade, at the very least, one must forge a high-grade jade bone to justify the journey. In the present day, within the realm of the Shaitan Mansion, it is likely that only the treasury of the mansion's lord holds more profound techniques of the jade bone realm. What of the young mansion lord? Dongfang Nishang's face was a canvas of confusion. Even at this juncture, she remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Soon, Tianxi would arrive to elucidate the details, and all she needed to do was prepare herself. Yuan Qing, in a state of exasperation, noted that the young lady was utterly infatuated and absorbed in her fantasies, rendering her incapable of absorbing any information. Furthermore, given the significant losses sustained by the night guards, it was almost inevitable that Yunlei's sect, as the maternal family, would dispatch individuals to uphold Dongfang Ye's status. However, their arrival was fortuitous. Yuan Qing had long been eager to settle accounts with Yunlei's sect, and now that they had come, there was no escape for them. Before addressing this matter, Yuan Qing had several pressing tasks to attend to. Firstly, he intended to withdraw 500,000 taels from the 3 million taels of silver designated for the Hongwei to distribute the long-overdue compensation to the Nishang guards. As a former mercenary leader, Yuan Qing had an aversion to delaying the disbursement of such funds. Subsequently, he sought out Chang Quan once more. Having already mastered the true fire forging technique to the 4th tier, Yuan Qing was now capable of forging quasi-mid-grade weapons. Upon hearing Yuan Qing's explanations, Chang Quan, who had devoted many years to the study of this technique, felt as though he had stumbled upon an oasis after years of wandering in a desert. He swiftly grasped the 3rd tier and learned to forge low-grade weapons, while also gaining insights into the 4th tier. Consequently, Yuan Qing could equip the entire Nishang guards with sufficient low-grade weaponry, alleviating the need for him to forge them himself. While mentoring Chang Quan, Deason once again visited Yuan Qing, this time bringing with him an abundance of high-quality materials, demonstrating ample sincerity. Coupled with the substantial quantity of mid-grade materials previously provided by San, Yuan Qing was finally poised to execute the next phase of his plan. Prior to that, however, he needed to dispatch someone to the nearby Yenyun Mansion to prepare for the forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 74. Re-entering the Demon Suppression Tower. Successful shake. This training coefficient is 1,589 times. Congratulations, you have successfully forged a medium-grade weapon. Gazing at the notification interface before him and the medium-grade weapon in his hand, Yuan Qing finally confirmed that the earth-fire forging technique indeed required the forging of higher-grade weapons to enhance experience. Currently, his earth-fire forging technique stood at the 5th level, still 2 levels short of Yuan Qing's ambition. Judging by the materials at hand, they were likely insufficient to elevate his forging technique by 2 levels. He pondered whether practicing the forging technique within the Demon Suppression Tower would yield results akin to those of cultivating martial arts. Resolute in his decision, Yuan Qing first exchanged for a substantial quantity of 1,000 spirit pills before making his way once more to the exterior of the Demon Suppression Tower. Outside the tower, De sensed Yuan Qing's arrival from afar. "You have finally come. I thought you had forgotten about me." In truth, only a few days had elapsed, making De's words seem somewhat eager. Having greeted Mr. De, Yuan Qing expressed that he was there to cultivate within the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon noticing the array of equipment following Yuan Qing, De remarked, "Goodness, have you brought an entire forge with you? Are you planning to forge weapons within the Demon Suppression Tower?" De's keen eyes quickly discerned that among the materials Yuan Qing carried, there were even superior-grade materials. It made sense. Having gained the tower's recognition, forging superior-grade weapons within it would indeed be significantly easier. As the conversation progressed, De's tone shifted abruptly. "However, you must not neglect the main matter. How much have you comprehended regarding the core of the Demon Suppression Formation?" Yuan Qing contemplated for a moment and replied thoughtfully, "Currently, I have merely reached the pinnacle of the 9 apertures, and the extent of my comprehension has already reached its limit. The Demon Suppression Great Formation is, after all, a spiritual formation, and without reaching the Jade Bone realm, I fear it would be difficult to fully grasp it." This was Yuan Qing's genuine sentiment. Having briefly experienced the Demon Suppression spiritual formation, his insufficient strength made comprehension nearly impossible. "So, you find yourself stuck at the pinnacle of the 9 apertures," De mused. "No, it's not just that. You possess the Golden Bone realm coupled with the Yin-Yang mirror. For others, reaching the Jade Bone realm is akin to climbing a mountain. But for you, it should not pose much of a challenge." Suddenly, De appeared to recall something, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. Could it be a Jade Bone Realm technique? Mr. De, may I inquire about the Jade Bone Realm technique of the Mansion Lord? Yuan Ching seized the opportunity to pose his question. If the Mansion Lord's techniques were lacking, then he would have to seek alternatives. That young man from the east obtained a superior grade Jade Bone Realm technique in the Yinyan Mansion, which is incredibly formidable. The Yinyan Mansion? Yuan Ching was taken aback. Even someone as powerful as the Mansion Lord had acquired techniques from the Yinyan Mansion. Indeed, Shaodian Mansion is, in essence, a small place. The capital is relatively decent, but the rest hardly holds any merit. However, the Yinyan Mansion is undoubtedly a formidable stronghold, boasting a population in the millions and housing hundreds of warriors in the Jade Bone Realm. In this place, the techniques of the Jade Bone Realm are more widely disseminated. Nevertheless, Yinyan Mansion is martial in nature and perpetually experiences a shortage of fine weapons. If one possesses the skill to forge such weapons, they could amass considerable wealth within Yinyan Mansion, perhaps even acquiring a heart technique to their satisfaction. Yuan Ching nodded, recognizing that this indeed did not conflict with his plans. He expressed his gratitude to Mr. De for the guidance. With that, De ceased further conversation, opening the grand door of the Demon Suppression Tower and ushering Yuan Ching and his forging platform inside. This time, Yuan Ching was well prepared and made his way directly to the 8th floor. His previous conjecture proved correct. The 9th floor contained the core of the array, and the cultivation effects did not enhance beyond the established 9-fold limit of the tower. Once prepared, the interior of the Demon Suppression Tower began to resonate with a cacophony of sounds. Success and shaking points. This cultivation session's coefficient is 13,524 times. Congratulations. Your Earth-Fire forging technique has successfully advanced to the 6th level. Congratulations, you have successfully forged a medium-grade weapon. Detected the uniqueness of the surrounding environment. Calibrating the forging results. Calibration successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a near top-grade weapon. Upon receiving these notifications, Yuan Ching was overjoyed. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, not only had he achieved his goals, but he had also experienced unexpected gains. Indeed, forging was a process of cultivating the Earth-Fire forging technique, which was further enhanced within the confines of the tower. Moreover, Yuan Ching gazed at the newly crafted near top-grade weapon in his hand. The sword, composed of ordinary medium-grade materials, had been transformed by the tower's array, which had imparted several unique formations upon it. Thanks to the enhancement of these formations, this medium-grade weapon had ascended to the status of a near top-grade weapon. It is important to note that the superiority of top-grade and exceptional-grade weapons over medium and low-grade weapons lies in their intricate internal formations. A master of top-grade forging often possesses profound knowledge of formations as well. Now, having just advanced his Earth-Fire forging technique to the 6th level, Yuan Ching's comprehension of forging arrays was still in its nascent stages. Yet, he could already recognize the formidable nature of the near top-grade weapon in his grasp. With this thought, a fiery determination sparked in Yuan Ching's eyes. He pondered whether the high-grade materials he possessed could forge a near-exceptional-grade weapon. It is noteworthy that within the entirety of the Shaodian Mansion, there existed only 5 near-exceptional-grade weapons. Should he manage to forge one, his status would surely elevate beyond his current standing. After all, the commander of the Nizhang Guard is nominally ranked after the 12 Celestial Guards and the top 3 Earth Guards. However, a master forger of near-exceptional grade within the Shaodian Mansion holds a position genuinely one beneath the heavens, yet above all others. With newfound motivation, Yuan Ching felt an exhilarating excitement coursing through him. The attempt was successful. The cultivation coefficient for this session is 8,524 times. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a medium-grade weapon. Calibration successful. Congratulations on obtaining a medium-grade weapon. The attempt was successful. The cultivation coefficient for this session is 7,524 times. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a medium-grade weapon. Calibration failed. Congratulations on obtaining a near-medium-grade weapon. Congratulations, your Earth-Fire forging technique has successfully advanced to the 7th level. Congratulations, due to the advancement of your Earth-Fire forging technique to the 7th level. The intensity of your fire attribute, true energy, has significantly increased. After a series of 10 forging attempts, Yuan Ching finally heard the words he longed for. The Earth Fire Forging Technique, 7th level. As expected, this 7th level is a monumental threshold. It not only allows for the forging of superior-grade weapons, but also finally translates the power of the technique into tangible strength. Yet, it remains uncertain what level the intensity of the fire attribute True Energy has reached. A flame of true energy appeared above Yuan Qing's left hand. He savored it intently, noting that its intensity was slightly weaker than that of true energy infused with the yang attribute. However, this was merely the 7th level. What wonders awaited at the 8th and 9th levels? Could it not lead to another form of the 9 true profound art? At this moment, even Yuan Qing found himself in a solemn state. In a certain sense, the Earth Fire Forging Technique may surpass the 9 true profound art in its might. After all, this technique can be enhanced through the accumulation of forging resources, while the 9 true profound art cannot be obtained so easily. Regrettably, the enhancement of the fire attribute True Energy does not align with Yuan Qing's usual preference for wind and lightning. As his thoughts returned to focus, Yuan Qing discovered another issue. The enhancement of the demon suppressing tower was indeed irregular. With good fortune, one might ascend a level. With misfortune, one might even descend a level. The top quality materials provided by D-San amounted to only 3 pieces. Logically, this should yield a near superior grade weapon, a superior grade weapon, and additionally, a near epic weapon. While contemplating this, Yuan Qing suddenly felt it prudent to ascend to the 9th level. The essence of a superior grade weapon lies in the materials and formations, and the 9th level is where the core of the formations resides. It may indeed be the most suitable place for forging. In the next moment, Yuan Qing, along with his forging platform, once again ascended to the 9th level. Upon arrival, several chains wrapped around him in a familiar manner. Compared to before, the current formation chains seemed to have recognized their master, displaying a newfound affection towards Yuan Qing. Formation chains? Yuan Qing gazed at these chains, contemplating deeply. These chains are a manifestation of the formation, with the highest tier formations representing the pinnacle of the craft. A near-epic weapon typically bears only superior-grade formations, while truly epic weapons are adorned with top-tier formations. If these formation chains could work in tandem, there might be a chance for success. Brothers in chains, your moment to shine has arrived. This time, Yuan Qing was determined to devote himself entirely to the forging process. Chapter 75. Exceptional weapon on the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. A brilliant blaze illuminated the surroundings. Yuan Qing continuously fed superior materials into the forging platform. While nearby, the array chains danced about like inquisitive children, intrigued by the spectacle. This individual is truly a prodigious talent. Not only a high-ranking array master, but also a high-ranking forging master. It is astonishing that such a genius could emerge from the small realm of Shoutian Prefecture. Outside the Demon Suppression Tower, the first elder could not help but sigh in admiration. Achieving the titles of high-ranking array master and high-ranking forging master at the tender age of 16 is far more dazzling than simply attaining the 9th level of the 9 apertures. Not only in Shoutian Prefecture, but even in the more powerful Yanyan Prefecture, or throughout the entirety of the Tianshuang continent, talents like Yuan Qing are exceedingly rare. Boom. Within the 9th level, the cacophony of noise echoed as the forging of superior weapons proved to be a formidable challenge, seemingly overwhelming Yuan Qing. Did he fail in his efforts? It appeared to be his first encounter with such a setback. Yet even so, he remains unrivaled within Shoutian Prefecture. The previous high-ranking forging masters had not produced superior weapons for years. Yuan Qing is destined to become the new generation's master. Suddenly, the first elder's expression shifted. 4 Yuan Qing's series of maneuvers caused the surrounding array chains to inch ever closer to his forging platform. Yuan Qing appeared to be utilizing the array chains as catalysts. Consequently, the pinnacle-level arrays within those chains were being absorbed by the exceptional weapons Yuan Qing was forging. A melodious sword chant resonated from the 9th level, causing the entire Demon Suppression Tower to join in the chorus. Even the capital could hear the sound of this sword song. A divine weapon is emerging. An exceptional weapon has appeared within the Demon Suppression Tower. Qi Bin Bai gazed towards the direction of the tower and promptly made his way there without hesitation. Likewise, Tian San, Tian Qi, Di San, and others hurried towards the Demon Suppression Tower. What a jest! There are only 2 exceptional weapons in all of Shoutian Prefecture, and now a third is emerging right before their eyes. They could not let this opportunity slip by. Outside the Demon Suppression Tower, the first elder let out a slight sigh, acknowledging the trouble Yuan Ching was inviting upon himself. Tianqi, being the closest, was the first to arrive outside the tower. Mr. De, I have come in response to the sword's chant, he stated directly. Return, De replied coldly. Mr. De, we merely seek an explanation. Tian San chimed in, having also arrived. Mr. De, we respect you, but if it pertains to the opportunities of the Demon Suppression Tower, we wish to take our chances as well. It is not your personal possession, Qi Binbai insisted, having also arrived, drawn by the overwhelming allure of the exceptional weapon. Deason stood nearby, eager to participate but remained silent, aware that his own strength was the weakest, and thus chose to adopt a more subdued demeanor. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, a dear friend of mine is engaged in the forging of exquisite weapons. Should any of you require such a marvel, I shall gladly introduce you in the future. Mr. D. may firmly refuse, yet for the sake of a supreme weapon, these individuals will undoubtedly remain persistent. A master of pinnacle forging? Mr. D. do you truly speak with conviction? Qi Binbai's expression shifted. Could it be that such a figure exists in the Shoutian mansion? D. offered no response, merely casting a cold glance in his direction. Qi Binbai, suddenly subdued, lowered his head, chastened by his earlier impulsiveness that questioned De. He certainly did not wish to endure a reprimand akin to that of Dongfang Yi. The others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that such a master might indeed exist. Mr. De, if possible, I would like to meet this master, Tianqi said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Should he possess an exquisite weapon, his strength would ascend to new heights. The others similarly displayed expressions of longing, their desire for supreme weaponry palpable. Enough, I understand. He is currently in seclusion, but in due time, I shall facilitate an introduction, De replied, waving his hand with impatience. Then we shall rely on you, Mr. De. Tianqi and the others discerned De's vexation and dared not linger, departing with haste. Alas, yet another troublesome matter has arisen. Observing the crowd's departure, De shook his head and returned to the summit of the Demon Suppression Tower. At that moment, Yuan Qing was nearing the completion of his work. Upon glancing over, De noticed that the four chains of the formation had noticeably weakened, evidently having been exploited by Yuan Qing. Turning his gaze to the long sword being forged by Yuan Qing, he noted its enhancement by a top-tier formation, though it appeared to consist of merely fine materials, barely qualifying as a supreme weapon. De let out a faint sigh. The most crucial aspect of an exquisite weapon lies in its top-tier formation, followed closely by the quality of materials. Yuan Qing's creation, enhanced by an elite formation yet composed of only fine materials, was indeed a rarity, albeit at the lowest tier of supreme weaponry. On the 9th level, Yuan Qing, seemingly dissatisfied, commenced forging once more. However, this time, the formation chains were no longer deceived, and Yuan Qing failed to extract any further advantage from them. Soon, all three batches of materials were successfully forged. Success in shaking points. This training coefficient is 14,325 times. Congratulations. The earth-fire forging technique has successfully advanced to the 8th layer. The earth-fire forging technique has reached a bottleneck. Please seek the earth-fire promptly. Congratulations. The formation has broken through to the pinnacle formation master level. Congratulations, you have successfully forged a fine weapon. Detecting the uniqueness of the surrounding environment. Calibrating the forging outcome. Calibration successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a near-supreme weapon. Congratulations. With the enhancement of the earth-fire forging technique, your fire attribute true energy strength has once again ascended. However, a rather perplexing situation has arisen. The materials have been depleted. Yet the earth-fire forging technique has reached the 8th tier. Furthermore, given that the forger is also a master of formations, Yuan Qing's proficiency in formations has concurrently advanced to the level of a top-tier formation master. Now that he has attained the 8th tier, Yuan Qing no longer requires the Demon Suppression Tower to forge quasi-legendary weapons. If he were to utilize the Demon Suppression Tower, could he not forge legendary weapons? Such matters will likely only be revealed through future experimentation. Presently, he possesses 2 quasi-legendary weapons and 1 legendary weapon, which serve as his assets for the upcoming journey to the Yin Yun Mansion. This expedition has long been a part of Yuan Qing's meticulous planning. Initially, he intended to rely on superior weapons to establish a market. However, with the acquisition of legendary weapons, who would still concern themselves with the quality of superior weapons. This time, Yuan Xing's objective is not merely to open up a market, but to procure a satisfactory Jade Bone Realm technique from the Yin Mansion. Once he attains the Jade Bone Realm, he must resolve the pressing issues concerning the Shaotian Mansion. Currently, within the Demon Suppression Tower, Yuan Xing has 2 tasks to complete: mastering the Tianyun 9 swords and the Little Cloud Leaping technique, which together total exactly 1 million. 5 days later, upon completing the final practice of the Little Cloud Leaping technique, the 80,000 legendary requirement has finally been fulfilled. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced the Little Cloud Leaping technique to the Cloud Leaping technique. After a brief moment, Yuan Xing found himself questioning, is this truly the end? With a sense of curiosity, he activated the Cloud Leaping technique. After a single breath, Yuan Xing stepped out of the Demon Suppression Tower, thoroughly satisfied. The Cloud Leaping technique had indeed exceeded his expectations, with a speed that has more than doubled. If Yuan Xing were to flee now, even Feng Guang and the others would be unable to keep pace. Ah, what a remarkable harvest! As Yuan Xing emerged, D.E. greeted him with a cheerful inquiry. Thank you, Mr. D.E., for your care, Yuan Xing replied respectfully. It is no trouble at all. However, I will keep your ability to forge legendary weapons a secret for now. Whenever you wish to share, just let me know. Thank you, Mr. D.E. However, I do have another matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Yuan Xing turned to D.E., recalling the need to comprehend the power of the Jade Bone level within the Tianyun 9 swords. Previously, he had grasped the essence of the 3rd Earth level and the Demon Suppression Tower once each. I wish to gain insight into the Jade Bone level's power, Mr. D.E., Yuan Xing said with utmost respect. Oh, are you seeking to challenge me? Quite ambitious indeed, D.E. remarked, his eyes gleaming with interest. It seems the youth of today possess such courage. Mr. D.E., you misunderstand. I seek to comprehend the power, not to challenge you, Yuan Xing hastily clarified. Knowing all too well the extent of D.E.'s strength, he had no desire to face a beating. Very well, but first you must spar with me. Very well then, Mr. D.E., please. Yuan Xing's energy surged instantaneously, unleashing an unparalleled force directed towards D.E. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Xing was sent flying away from D.E. Youngster, why the haste? D.E.'s figure materialized behind Yuan Xing. Chapter 76. My desire to marry into the family on the way back. Yuan Xing's face was marred with wounds. A testament to the elder's penchant for striking directly at the face. The true extent of D.E.'s power remained a mystery to Yuan Xing. Yet he could distinctly sense that D.E. could effortlessly defeat Teng Guang. Nevertheless, the objective of this journey had been accomplished, rendering these concerns insignificant. Congratulations. Tianyun 9 Swords has successfully comprehended the spirit motion level and mastered the Jade Bone Forging technique. The conditions to unlock the Wind Attribute Jade Bone Forging technique are 1. Full Body Jade Bone at Semi-Refined level. 2. Wind Attribute True Energy reaching the Jade Bone's initial refinement level, completed. Upon gazing at the newly unlocked Wind Attribute Jade Bone Forging technique, Yuan Xing was suddenly struck by a profound clarity. Previously, he had believed that there would be no opportunity for advancement after his training. However, it now appeared that the Jade Bone required a solid foundation before determining its ultimate level. The semi-refined state indicated a threshold just shy of the Jade Bone realm, suggesting that Yuan Xing still had room for further progress. Yet, Yuan Xing remained unhurried. With his 9 orifices perfected, he could reap the benefits of the 1,000-spirit pill, significantly accelerating his training speed. Once he reached the semi-refined Jade Bone stage, such advantages would no longer be available. The pills required thereafter would correspond to the Jade Bone realm. Soon, Yuan Xing returned to the princess's residence. Yuan Xing, you have finally returned, said Dongfang Nishang, her heart finally at ease upon seeing him. The past few days in the Shaotian prefecture had been exceptionally tranquil. The Nishang Guard had officially taken charge of the capital, jointly managing the underground black market alongside the Hongwei. The Night Guard had remained unusually compliant until the arrival of Yunlei sect. However, Dongfang Nishang was deeply concerned. The assessment for the position of the Shofu Master had become crystal clear. In the next 3 months, Tian Shi and Tian San would serve as examiners, evaluating the capabilities of the 3 major guards and the three princes. To qualify as the Shofu master, one must possess the strength of the Jade Bone realm, a condition that Dongfang Nishang knew she could not meet. Moreover, the guards under her command must possess the capability to oversee the entire Shoutian prefecture, a task that the previous Hongwei had managed quite well. Lastly, there must be at least 2 powerful figures of the Jade Bone realm stationed among her subordinates. Out of the 3 conditions, 2 were non-negotiable, while the remaining criteria would largely depend on Tianqi and Tiansan's discretion. Of course, the prefect had anticipated such a scenario. Thus, after the selections by Tiansan and Tianqi, the final decision would rest with DE. During this period, the 3 major guards could compete against one another, with any actions permitted under the Tianwei regulations. Yuan Qing found it puzzling why, under these circumstances, Hongwei had previously sought to offer him money in exchange for control over the black market. Dongfang Nishang clarified that the black market did not fall within the authority of the Shofu master, allowing for competition at any time. Now it made sense. With that, he decided to rest. He was still at the Enlightened level, and it would take time before he could reach the Jade Bone realm. After hearing the conditions, Yuan Qing felt disheartened. He had yet to attain the Jade Bone realm, let alone Dongfang Nishang. In truth, hope is not entirely lost. Dongfang Nishang gritted her teeth. She still had a chance. Yuan Qing furrowed his brow. Unable to fathom who could possibly ascend from the Enlightenment realm to the Jade Bone realm in merely 3 months, aside from himself. Did I not mention before that I practice a family inheritance technique? I have been stagnant at the Enlightenment realm for 3 years, Dongfang Nishang said slowly. Is that truly the case? Could it be that your cultivation has undergone a breakthrough, enabling you to reach the Jade Bone realm within 3 months? Yuan Qing was taken aback. Could such a technique exist in this world? He felt compelled to examine it closely. Yuan Qing, you are my turning point. Dongfang Nishang gazed at Yuan Qing, realizing that if she wished to break through, she could only rely on him. Over the past few days, she had been troubled. Yet within the Nishang Guard, Yuan Qing's reputation had soared. Those he had guided were making remarkable progress. Even the newly arrived Zhang, who seemed poised to break through to the 9 Apertures realm. All of this further solidified Dongfang Nishang's resolve to seek out Yuan Qing. I see. Then tell me, what do you require of me? As a diligent employer, Yuan Qing felt it was his duty to comply. I need you to marry me. What? Upon seeing the affectionate gaze of Dongfang Nishang, Yuan Qing could hardly believe his ears. Is this truly the effect I have? Do not misunderstand. Yuan Qing, because I practice a family inheritance technique, it is stipulated that it can only be passed on to family members. However, as you are an outsider, the only way for me to share the specifics of this technique is for you to marry into the Dongfang family. Dongfang Nishang explained, her face flushed with embarrassment. A son-in-law? Indeed. Dongfang Nishang lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, her cheeks tinged with crimson. If it were not for the compelling reasons behind her request, she would hardly dare stand before Yuan Qing. This cannot be. I, Yuan Qing, a dignified man, cannot become a son-in-law. Just wait. 3 months, is it? In 3 months, I shall incapacitate those 2 little brats. By then, even if you are not the deputy lord, you shall still hold that title, Yuan Qing declared, shaking his head. He would gladly accept a wife, but the notion of marrying into her family was another matter entirely. Do you not wish to marry me? Dongfang Nishang looked at Yuan Qing, tears welling in her eyes. His rejection only reminded her of one reason, that he was unwilling to marry her due to the safety decree. No, do not misunderstand. What man would not wish to marry such a beautiful lady? It is simply that a good man does not become a son-in-law, Yuan Qing hastily clarified. Perhaps we could consider an alternative? I could call you sister, and thus I would be regarded as part of the Dongfang family without the complications of marrying in. With tears glistening in her eyes, Dongfang Nishang struggled to find her voice. What if you were to secretly share the details with me? If I learned from others, they would be none the wiser. In the future, when I surpass even your father, I could marry you directly without needing to become a son-in-law. And it would be just the same. Is that truly possible? Oriental Nishang rubbed her large, twinkling eyes, her mind filled solely with the words marry you. Truly, when have I ever deceived you? Moreover, I am only 16. You must wait until I reach the age of 18, for upon maturity, I shall undoubtedly surpass the lord of the estate. Yuan Qing spoke earnestly, acknowledging that Oriental Nishang was indeed quite remarkable. She possessed an admirable figure. beauty that would only blossom with age, and a family background of distinction. Aside from her tendency to be overly involved in various matters, she was without flaw. What is more, monogamy was not a strict requirement. Marrying her would entail no undue pressure. Very well, Yuan Ching, I trust you, Oriental Nishang declared, her gaze unwavering, as she produced a pristine tome of martial arts from her bosom and presented it to Yuan Ching. This is my family's ancestral technique. Once you have perused it, be sure to destroy it. Yuan Ching was taken aback by the technique, realizing that this girl had been thoroughly prepared. Rest assured, I am here, he reassured her. Curiosity piqued, Yuan Ching pondered what sort of technique could enable Oriental Nishang to ascend from the Enlightenment realm to the Jadebone realm within a mere 3 months. Oriental Nishang responded softly, then shyly withdrew from his presence. Yuan Ching, meanwhile, examined the technique in his hands with growing intrigue. Cloud Observation Meditation Method, Special Auxiliary Technique. Training Requirements. None. Effect. The transformation of heaven and earth exists within all things. Clouds are but a reflection of all that exists. Through cloud observation, one may gain insights into the universe, enhancing one's spiritual strength and innate talent. Currently, only the first 2 layers of the meditation method are available. Talent. This technique purportedly enhances innate talent, a matter that had long plagued Yuan Ching in his cultivation endeavors, leaving him at a standstill. To think he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure in Oriental Nishang. She was indeed his fortuitous star. Had he known sooner, none of this would have been an issue. Even marrying into her family would have posed no problem at all. Chapter 77. Yuan Mansion successfully studied the Cloud Observation Meditation Method, currently undergoing evaluation, assessing theoretical knowledge. Shake point successful. This study's proficiency coefficient is 1,133 times. Successfully executed the Cloud Observation Meditation Method once. Currently undergoing evaluation, assessing mental power level, assessing innate talent, assessing comprehension level, evaluation completed. Current cultivation coefficient is 899 times. Congratulations, mental power increased by 10 points. Current total is 198. Congratulations, cultivation talent value increased by 32 points. Current value is 88. First layer comprehension conditions for the Cloud Observation Meditation Method unlocked. 1. Cultivation level reaches the opening aperture stage. 2. Mental power reaches 200. 3. Cultivation talent value reaches 300. After a day and night of cultivation, Yuan Ching has gained a general understanding of the Cloud Observation Meditation Method. This technique differs significantly from the 9 true mysterious arts. It imposes no requirements on innate talent and allows practitioners to continuously enhance their talent and mental power. However, based on the first layer, it appears to demand exceptionally high talent. Individuals endowed with strong mental power and high innate talent can easily meet the criteria to reach the first layer. In contrast, those with inferior gifts, like Dongfang Nishang, may toil for years without progress. What perplexes Yuan Ching is the peculiar rule in their family that prohibits reaching the first layer and opening the acupoints. This seems to have little impact, does it? More critically, this method seemingly cannot assist Dongfang Nishang. He can guide others in their cultivation, helping them select the most suitable techniques and methods. But this particular method requires a step-by-step approach. It is a technique capable of transforming one's innate talent, with no shortcuts available. The only possible shortcut might be to utilize rare treasures to alter one's innate talent and mental power, thereby fulfilling the conditions for the first layer. As it stands, it seems Dongfang Nishang can only rely on such treasures for realization. Contemplating further, the notion of rare treasures is indeed a fanciful dream. Even his inexpensive father remains elusive. After much deliberation, only one solution appears fitting: to defeat Dongfang Hong and Dongfang Yi, making Dongfang Nishang the sole option. So be it. Let this endeavor serve as my mercenary fee. Ultimately, the Cloud Observation Meditation Method is merely a supplementary path. What Yuan Ching truly lacks is a formidable Jadebone realm technique. 5 days later, Yuan Ching departed from Shaotian Mansion, accompanied by 2 companions. This time, he carried little, several high-quality weapons, 2 near-precious weapons, and 1 precious weapon. These items serve as his key to unlocking Yuan Mansion. During these 5 days, Yunlei's sect arrived but did nothing, remaining exceedingly discreet. Yuan Ching made another visit to the Demon Suppression Tower, successfully cultivating the cloud observation meditation technique to its first tier. Following this breakthrough, Yuan Qing finally grasped the rationale behind the Dongfang family's insistence that everyone reach this level. Both his innate talent and mental acuity underwent a remarkable transformation, leaving Yuan Qing feeling that his overall capabilities had been significantly enhanced despite no changes in his cultivation level. This unexpected gain filled him with immense joy. Before departing, Yuan Qing took the time to pay a visit to De. Upon learning of Yuan Qing's intention to travel to Yinyan Mansion, De recommended a certain individual, De-san. The reasoning was straightforward. De-san hailed from Yinyan Mansion. Throughout the journey, De-san remained in a daze, only fully awakening to reality when he caressed the exquisite weapon in his hands. Yuan Qing, did you truly forge this? The thought of the unusual occurrences within the demon suppression tower just days prior made everything seem utterly surreal. The master was right beside him. Such a sensation was indescribably subtle. Naturally, the authenticity of the weapon was unquestionable. This query had been posed to Yuan Qing countless times during their travels. Yet De-san continued to inquire incessantly. My heavens, this is an extraordinary weapon. Yuan Qing, there are only 2 of such quality in the entire Xiaodian mansion. The fact that you could create one is astonishing, especially with the materials I provided. De-san incessantly admired the weapon as if it were a cherished heirloom. This is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. No second can be crafted. How do you intend to handle it? As a friend, may I have the privilege to purchase it first? De-san asked with palpable excitement. Certainly, all I require is a superior-grade Jade-Bone Realm technique, and it shall be yours, Yuan Qing replied nonchalantly. This statement doused De-san's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Well then, I only practice a mid-grade Jade-Bone Realm technique myself. I don't even possess a superior one, De-san lamented, his face clouded with disappointment. However, you have chosen the right place in Yinyan Mansion. It is 10 times larger than Xiaodian Mansion, and notably, the people here are even more martial-minded. I've heard that even superior-grade Jade-Bone Realm techniques occasionally circulate here. The only concern is that if it were a superior-grade technique, it would be manageable, but encountering a top-tier Jade-Bone Realm technique might leave your resources insufficient for purchase. Are top-tier Jade-Bone Realm techniques truly common? Yuan Qing inquired, perplexed. His goal was solely a superior-grade technique, though naturally, acquiring a top-tier one would be even more favorable. Such treasures were unlikely to be found in Xiaodian Mansion, but in Yinyan Mansion, the odds seemed significantly better, as De-san confidently elaborated. The Xiaodian Prefecture is merely a remote small estate within the Tianshuang continent, surrounded by impoverished regions. In stark contrast, the Yinyan Prefecture is a grand estate, one of the few of its kind in the Tianshuang continent, boasting a multitude of cities and situated near the capital of the continent, thus thriving in prosperity. In such a place, one could not only find techniques of the Jade-Bone Realm, but perhaps even more formidable methods from the Ascending Cloud Realm. Of course, exceptional Jade-Bone Realm techniques are exorbitantly priced, often reaching tens of millions of taels of silver, and are perpetually in demand, yet rarely available, when they do surface. They are typically acquired by formidable powers or the mightiest of individuals. In the end, De-san cast a meaningful glance at Yuan Qing's extraordinary weapon and continued, remarking that for an ordinary person to possess such treasures often leads to dire consequences. In other words, without sufficient strength, one should refrain from coveting such artifacts. However, Yuan Qing, you are different. You are a prodigy, a master craftsman of the highest order. Should you choose to do so, many powerful factions would be eager to offer you protection. Thank you for the reminder, third brother, Yuan Qing nodded, carefully stowing away the 3 weapons. If they were to be discovered by some top-tier Jade-Bone Realm experts, it would indeed be troublesome. As they journeyed onward, De-san regaled Yuan Qing and Zhang Bing with tales of the Yinyan Prefecture and the Tianshuang continent. Zhang Bing, having traversed the martial world for many years, found little novelty in the stories. However, for Yuan Qing, who was venturing beyond Xiaodian Prefecture for the first time, this unfamiliar world sparked immense curiosity, particularly regarding the Tianshuang continent, a realm vast enough to dwarf Xiaodian Prefecture by hundreds of times. While a Jade-Bone Realm expert might reign supreme in Xiaodian Prefecture, in the grand scheme of the Tianshuang continent, they were merely at the starting line. By the way, there's another crucial matter. Do not mention that you hail from Xiaodian Prefecture, for the people of Yuan Prefecture will regard you as mere country folk. Third brother. The military leader is quite renowned in Shadian Prefecture. Will he not be recognized by the people of Yuan Prefecture? Yuan Ching inquired. You're overthinking it. The people of Yuan Prefecture have little interest in the affairs of Shadian Prefecture. Unless the prefectural lord himself were to arrive, who would know who you are? Disan replied with a chuckle. Yuan Ching resonated with this sentiment, drawing parallels to his previous life, where citizens of superpowers seldom cared for the leaders of smaller nations. One's demise would hardly elicit concern from others. Lost in thought, the silhouette of a grand city soon emerged before Yuan Ching and his companions. The towering city walls bore a striking resemblance to those of Shadian Prefecture's capital, yet appeared even more majestic and ancient. The city exuded a sense of gravitas, lacking some of the vibrancy, but rich in history. At last, they had arrived at Tianyuan City, the closest stronghold of Yuan Prefecture to Shadian Prefecture. Chapter 78. The Blacksmiths Guild within the bustling city of Tianyuan. The internal atmosphere is lively, more so than its exterior suggests. Strong practitioners above the Qi awakening stage are a common sight in the streets, with the occasional leap of a formidable 9 apertures warrior. Throughout the marketplace, signs of century-old and millennia-old shops hang prominently, while the eager attendants fervently beckon potential customers. This city is brimming with vitality. However, it must be noted that Shodianfu is a city reborn from the ashes of war, with a mere history of several decades. Thus, it cannot be compared to the long-established Yanyanfu. Let us first seek out an inn for lodging, and afterwards we shall deliberate on how to handle your exquisite weapon. Is there not an auction house or something of the sort? Yuan Ching inquired, somewhat puzzled. After all, it is common knowledge that fine items are often auctioned. Indeed, such establishments do exist, yet it depends on fortune. Auction houses are not always in operation. If luck is not on our side, one might have to wait up to half a year. Disan waved his hand dismissively and led Yuan Ching towards an inn within Tianyuan City. Oh, esteemed guests from afar, please come in. The attendant greeted them warmly as they entered. Yuan Ching cast a quick glance at the attendant, surprised to find that he was a high-tier body refinement martial artist. Such individuals would be regarded as formidable in Lianyuan City. Fine wine and 3 servings of large demon meat, Disan ordered with familiarity. Certainly. Please wait a moment, replied the attendant cheerfully. After a short while, the 3 servings of demon meat and fine wine were served promptly. Esteemed guests, you must be here to participate in the young blacksmithing competition? Just as Yuan Ching and his companions were about to indulge, the attendant suddenly spoke again. The young blacksmithing competition? Yuan Ching questioned, puzzled. Is it not so? My apologies. Please enjoy your meal. The attendant quickly retracted, preparing to leave. This misunderstanding was not entirely the attendant's fault. The sight of Yuan Ching and his companions, laden with an abundance of weapons far exceeding their numbers, easily led to the assumption that they were blacksmiths. Wait, what is this young blacksmithing competition all about? Yuan Ching inquired, producing a silver ingot from his pocket and placing it into the attendant's hand. You are too kind. The attendant smiled broadly as he accepted the silver. The young blacksmithing competition is no secret, really. It is an initiative by our Yanyanfu, calling upon all blacksmith masters under the age of 30 to participate in a contest of their skills, aiming to identify the most promising young blacksmiths. Coincidentally, there is a selection event happening in Tianyuan City these days, and those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to advance to the finals in Yuan City. It is said that those who stand out in the finals not only attract the attention of various powerful factions, but may also be accepted as disciples by renowned master blacksmiths, making it a splendid opportunity for aspiring blacksmiths to rise above the rest. The young waiter spoke with fervor, mentioning how the Yuan Prefecture had been perpetually warlike, leading to a flourishing blacksmithing industry. This was precisely why they frequently held youth forging competitions to scout for young prodigies. As the young waiter concluded his remarks, Disan, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter. After all, the esteemed master Yuan Ching was himself a top-tier blacksmith. A youth forging competition? How intriguing. Where does one register? Yuan Ching mused thoughtfully. At the Blacksmithing Association, the waiter replied with utmost reverence. Yuan Ching, your participation in such an event might be perceived as somewhat unfair. Wouldn't it? At the entrance of the Blacksmithing Association, Disan could no longer contain himself. Yuan Ching entering the competition seemed like an act of intimidation. Not at all. I am merely 16 this year. Yuan Ching reminded him of the true purpose of his visit. High-grade jade bone cultivation techniques could be acquired not only with wealth, but also through reputation. Yet with your prowess, it would be akin to bullying, Dee suggested, only to be met with a sudden uproar from behind. Who is this country bumpkin? Step aside, do not obstruct our path. A group of young men and women, dressed uniformly with a star emblazoned on their chests, strode imperiously toward the Blacksmithing Association. Following them were two middle-aged men clad in silver garments adorned with 3 stars. Look, so many high-level blacksmiths. Someone exclaimed. Fool, that's Master Lin and Master Zhang. They've come today to bring their disciples for the selection of the competition. One could sense the envy among the onlookers. These youths, barely in their 20s, had already attained the status of junior blacksmith masters, while many others toiled in obscurity, likely to be overshadowed by such rising talents. Yuan Ching cast a fleeting glance at the group before choosing to disregard them and proceeded toward the Blacksmithing Association. Hold on. Who allowed you to enter? This place is not for someone of your ilk. A young man suddenly stepped forward, blocking Yuan Ching's path. Clad in a blacksmith's attire adorned with a single star, he regarded Yuan Ching and his companions with disdain. He was Zhang Xian, a young junior blacksmith master and a proud disciple of Master Lin. Step aside, Yuan Ching replied coldly, and Dee Sin immediately emanated the imposing aura of a Jade Bone Realm expert. The young man's expression shifted as he staggered back several steps before managing to regain his balance. Behind him, the two middle-aged men with 3 stars slowly approached. Jade Bone Realm? Do you even realize where you are? How dare a mere Jade Bone Realm individual act so brazenly? As he spoke, a figure leaped out from within the Blacksmithing Association, exuding an exceptionally formidable presence. Who dares to cause a disturbance in the Blacksmithing Association? Dee Sin emitted a low grunt, instantly retracting his imposing aura. 5th refinement of Jade Bone. This individual is at least a formidable practitioner of the 5th refinement of Jade Bone. It turned out to be Master Lin and Master Zhang. What transpired here? The newcomer first cast a glance at Yuan Ching, then swiftly disregarded him, shifting his gaze to the other two and inquiring. No matter, merely a few unsophisticated bumpkins. Master Lin waved his hand dismissively and redirected his attention to Yuan Ching and Dee San. Humph, young man, do not let a modicum of strength inflate your arrogance. Remember to bow your head before us blacksmiths. Master Lin sneered derisively, casting a contemptuous look at Dee San, a mere Jade Bone Realm practitioner. He had received numerous requests from such aspirants. A blacksmith? You claim to be a blacksmith? I beg your pardon, but I too am a blacksmith. Yuan Ching stepped forward, locking eyes with Master Lin unflinchingly. You? Master Lin and Master Zhang exchanged glances before erupting into raucous laughter, which was echoed by the surrounding youth. You amuse me to no end. How old are you this year? Did you forge a mere iron sword in your village, and now presume to impersonate a blacksmith? Young man, you must understand that blacksmiths are not mere blacksmiths. Besides, even if you were a blacksmith, you would likely only be an apprentice, wouldn't you? Mr. Ada, please expel this arrogant young man. His presence here is nothing short of an affront to us blacksmiths. The mocking voices flowed in waves, and the 5th refinement of Jade Bone practitioner, Ada, stepped forward, towering over Yuan Ching. In an instant, a formidable pressure descended upon Yuan Ching. Please, sir, do not compel me to take action. Please. I have stated I am a blacksmith and have come to register for the competition. Yuan Ching was at a loss for words. These individuals were clearly over-dramatizing the situation. You? A blacksmith? Do you see what we are wearing? Only genuine blacksmiths can don such attire. Do you possess any? The man who had spoken earlier boasted, showcasing a star on his chest with pride. What does attire matter? Did you spring forth from the womb clothed? Blacksmithing is defined by strength, not by garments. Yuan Ching retorted without hesitation. You truly speak with arrogance. I shall see what level you possess. If you lack the skill of a blacksmith, Mr. Ada, feel free to break his legs. Fool, if I succeed, would breaking your legs be permissible? Chapter 79. Young Master Morong, how outrageous. How utterly intolerable. You dare to challenge me. Mr. Ada, please expel this person at once. Zhang Xian erupted in fury. It was simply unbearable for a mere rustic to contest with him. Yuan Ching, at a loss for words, thought of the pampered elite. Had this been in Shaotian Mansion, he would have surely subdued him with a swift blow. Zhang Xian, enough. He is merely a provincial bumpkin. Do not stoop to his level. A blacksmith must maintain composure. Master Lin smiled serenely, soothing the raging Zhang Xian, and then turned his cheerful gaze toward Mr. Ada. Mr. Ada, why do you hesitate to act? According to the rules, he claims to be here to register, but as he is not a registered blacksmith, he must be here to become one, which does not breach any regulations, Mr. Ada stated with an air of formality regarding Yuan Ching. Huh, Mr. Ada, you cannot seriously believe this fellow is a blacksmith? Look at his appearance. He is but a child. And whether he can produce the registration fee of 10,000 taels is debatable. Master Lin scoffed with an air of confidence. Yet, just as he finished speaking, Yuan Ching placed a stack of silver notes before Mr. Ada. 10,000 taels, count it if you will. I intend to don a fine outfit. And when I emerge in it, should I break that boy's legs, I trust you will not intervene. Yuan Ching declared, gesturing towards Zhang Xian. Arrogant fool. Master, he is insulting us. Zhang Xian could no longer contain his outrage. The association is responsible for the protection of blacksmiths, but we shall not interfere in disputes among them. Ada made his stance clear. As long as Yuan Ching became a blacksmith, he would not take action. Very well, Mr. Ada, please lead the way. I too wish to flaunt my attire today. Yuan Ching gestured graciously, and Ada nodded, guiding him ahead. Mr. Ada, we are here to register for the young blacksmith competition. Let us proceed together. Master Lin and his companions huffed disdainfully at Yuan Ching, yet they too strode boldly into the Blacksmith Association. Inside the Blacksmith Association, the opulence surpassed that of the exterior, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. Numerous bustling staff members moved about, filling the hall with a throng of people. Yuan Ching was taken aback. Could all these individuals be blacksmiths? These are clients of the Blacksmith Association, namely martial artists, who come here to order their desired weapons, which the association arranges to be produced by the blacksmiths. This is a significant source of income for the association. It seemed that Di San, beside him, sensed Yuan Ching's confusion and offered an explanation. As anticipated, Ada led Yuan Ching and the others directly through the hall to the rear of the association. Compared to the bustling front hall, the back area was considerably less populated, yet nearly every individual was accompanied by a staff member from the association. Master Lin, Master Zhang, you are undoubtedly aware of the registration location. You may proceed independently. I shall escort this young friend to register as a forger, Ada stated, suddenly turning to address Master Lin and the others. No, we are in no rush. We are quite eager to witness the capabilities of this audacious individual who believes that merely signing up for the competition equates to bullying, Master Lin scoffed, evidently intent on confronting Yuan Ching. Upon hearing these remarks, Di San let out an awkward chuckle, realizing why this group seemed to emanate an air of fiery determination. It stemmed from the words he had uttered earlier. Yuan Ching, however, remained silent, as his previous statements were merely the truth. Please proceed. Ada ignored Master Lin and continued to guide Yuan Ching deeper into the venue. Before long, an open-air forging platform appeared before Yuan Ching. Atop this platform stood a man, deeply engrossed in the creation of weaponry, capturing the attention of many onlookers. It's young Master Moro. A girl in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Xian and the others' expressions darkened upon seeing the man, while both Master Lin and Master Zhang gazed at him with envy. Who could have anticipated encountering Murong Yuntian here today, participating in the rank assessment? Murong Yuntian was extraordinarily gifted, merely 18 years of age, yet judging by his earlier demeanor, he was likely attempting the assessment for a high-level forger. Both Master Lin and Master Zhang, having surpassed 50 years of age, were merely high-level forgers themselves. In contrast, Murong Yuntian was a prodigy striving for high-level forger status at the tender age of 18. In the presence of such talent, they could only look up in admiration. Mr. Ada, is there something amiss? At that moment, the supervisor responsible for the assessment approached, perplexed by Ada's presence, as he typically did not attend. He wishes to take the forger assessment. The fee has already been paid, so please make the necessary arrangements, Ada replied slowly. Certainly, however, young Master Murong is currently undertaking the advancement assessment for high-level forger, so this friend may need to wait a while, the supervisor said apologetically. Yuan Ching was taken aback. Were there not several positions available nearby? Yet, upon glancing at Murong Yuntian, it was evident that this individual was indeed forging superior quality weapons. However, He appeared overly eager for success, neglecting many details, which resulted in numerous flaws during the forging process. It's fine, it won't be long. After all, who knows if he might fail? Yuan Ching remarked nonchalantly upon observing the scene. What did you say? This young lad dares to speak so boldly. The person in charge was taken aback. After all, it was Murong Yuntian, a figure not to be casually critiqued by someone as inexperienced as Yuan Ching. Humph, Mr. Ada. I have long asserted that this fellow is unworthy of being here and should have been expelled long ago. Master Lin, standing nearby, fanned the flames of discontent. Indeed, how could young Master Murong possibly fail? He is the most formidable genius in our city. What qualifications does someone who isn't even a novice blacksmith have to speak about young Master Murong? Consequently, the crowd around them began to harbor intense dissatisfaction towards Yuan Ching. Are you all blacksmiths? Can't you see the truth? Yuan Ching waved his hand dismissively, thinking these individuals might have rocks in their heads. Young man, if you continue to speak insolently, we shall expel you. The person in charge could no longer tolerate this. Who was this impudent fellow to provoke the ire of the masses? Boom. Just as the person in charge finished speaking, a loud crash resonated from the forging platform. Murong Yuntian had failed. In that instant, those who had been prepared to denounce Yuan Ching were left dumbstruck. What was happening? Had he truly failed? Could it be that he was indeed struck by the words of someone who wasn't even a blacksmith? Impossible. Young Master Murong could not fail. How could that be prophesied by this jinx? It must be this fellow. He was interfering with young Master Murong, leading to his failure. Yes, he must be expelled so that young Master Murong can begin anew. This individual is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. As they witnessed their idol's failure, the crowd immediately directed their fury towards Yuan Ching, as if he had personally delivered a blow to Murong Yuntian. Even the person in charge of the Blacksmith Association cast a peculiar glance at Yuan Ching, hearing the murmurs around him. He couldn't help but wonder if this young man was indeed responsible for the mishap. Hey, has a spot opened up? May I proceed? Yuan Ching directly ignored the cacophony of voices from the women and addressed the person in charge before him. Yes, follow me, the person in charge replied, regaining his composure and leading Yuan Ching to the forging platform while preparing the necessary materials for him. At that moment, Murong Yuntian swiftly accepted the reality of his failure and, with an expressionless demeanor, exited the forging area. Young Master Murong, we believe in you. It was merely the interference of a petty villain. Indeed, had it not been for that rogue creating chaos, you would certainly not have failed. These words caused Murong Yuntian, who had initially intended to leave, to halt abruptly, casting a puzzled glance at the crowd. Petty villain? Yes, that person, the group of young women exclaimed, excitedly recounting the earlier events to Murong Yuntian with embellishments. In their narrative, Yuan Ching emerged as the malevolent figure who had cursed his failure. Did he foresee this? Murong Yuntian cast his gaze upon Yuan Ching, astonished that this individual could discern his predicament. Yet who was he? Why had he never encountered him before? He resolved to remain and observe, eager to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic Yuan Ching. Chapter 80. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, is that all? Yuan Ching stood before the materials on the forging table, momentarily taken aback. What? Is there a problem? These are 3 pieces of low-quality materials. If you fail thrice, please return in half a year, the overseer stated with a serious demeanor. No, what I meant to say was, could you provide me with high-quality materials? These low-grade ones hold little interest for me. Yuan Ching had already mastered the fire forging technique to the 8th level, and his proficiency in the craft had reached an extraordinary level, rendering him disdainful of forging low-grade weapons. Young man, do not be overly ambitious. First, forge a low-grade weapon before contemplating other matters, the overseer replied, shaking his head, increasingly believing Yuan Ching to be somewhat unreliable. Soon, the overseer withdrew, leaving Yuan Ching alone at the forging table. Around him, Master Lin, Zhang Xian, and others were poised to witness the spectacle with a mocking air. A sudden emergence of a rustic youth, especially one so young. How could he possibly be a forger? Even someone like Murong Yuntian, who had been learning the craft since childhood, was merely an apprentice forger at Yuan Ching's age. Clang! In swift succession, Yuan Ching's first strike fell, followed by the second and third, each hammering down with an urgency akin to fire. Witnessing this, Master Lin let out a derisive laugh. The strikes were chaotic and devoid of order. This was no master forger, merely a village blacksmith. Huh. If this were sufficient to forge a low-grade weapon, then all our years of forging knowledge would have been in vain. The two laughed heartily, as seasoned forgers. Their critique of someone undergoing an apprentice assessment was more than ample. The onlookers shook their heads in unison. They had all undergone systematic training in forging. How could they not know what techniques were required to create authentic low-grade weapons? They had yet to witness such wild and untamed methods as Yuan Qing's. Murong Yintian furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Yuan Qing's situation. According to previous remarks, Yuan Qing possessed some skill. Yet his current technique was even below that of a novice. Could it be that the ravenous tongue was indeed correct? Perhaps he was merely a chatterbox with no actual skill. Realizing this, Murong Yintian shook his head, having initially thought he might be a genius. It now seemed he had overestimated the situation. Having pondered this, he chose not to waste any more time there and departed directly. However, shortly after Murong Yintian left, the laughter abruptly ceased. For Yuan Qing's hammering grew increasingly rapid, and beneath his strikes, a weapon gradually began to take shape. Though these forgers did not comprehend Yuan Qing's methods, the moment they beheld the weapon, all became clear to them. This is truly the prototype of a formidable weapon, one that emerges only after achieving success. How could this be? Has this fellow actually succeeded? No. Upon examining his creation, it seems he still lacks many essential elements. It has yet to fully take shape. Master Lin and Master Zhang exchanged glances, having been unable to comprehend Yuan Qing from the very beginning. And now their confusion only deepened. The two high-ranking blacksmiths were baffled, while the onlookers stared in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Ding! With the final strike of the hammer, the weapon Yuan Qing sought to forge was ultimately completed. A brilliant silver light instantly illuminated the entire room, accompanied by the resonant sound of a sword's melody echoing throughout. How could this be? This is not a low-grade weapon. Upon hearing this sound, both Master Lin and Master Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. They were all too familiar with this sound. It was not that of a low-grade weapon, but rather that of a near mid-grade one. Master? Has he failed? Yet to my eyes, it seems he has triumphed. Zhang Xian appeared utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Fool! When I urged you to practice more, you squandered your time on frivolities. This individual has not forged a low-grade weapon, but rather a near mid-grade one. Master Lin smacked Zhang Xian, incredulous at his lack of understanding. A near mid-grade weapon? Wasn't he using low-grade materials? How could this be? Could it be that he cheated? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Yuan Qing had actually forged a near mid-grade weapon. A bunch of fools, unable to comprehend this. Low-grade materials theoretically can only produce low-grade weapons. Yet if one's skill reaches a sufficient level, crafting a near mid-grade weapon from low-grade materials is entirely feasible. Master Lin remarked, casting another glance at Master Zhang. If both he and Master Zhang exerted their utmost effort, they too could accomplish such a feat at that moment. The entire venue fell into stunned silence. Does this mean that Yuan Qing's skill is actually on par with theirs? Both of these individuals are high-ranking blacksmiths, renowned masters within Tianyan City. Who is Yuan Qing? An unknown country lad, seemingly emerging from nowhere, now inexplicably at the same level as the two masters. This was nothing short of astounding. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian trembled in fear. If he was on the same level as his master, did that not imply Yuan Qing could easily shatter his legs? Master, save me. Fool, why are you panicking? Master Lin was tempted to deliver another slap, lamenting how he had taken such an inept disciple. In the meantime, Yuan Qing, holding the near mid-grade weapon in his hands, spoke with a sense of satisfaction. Is this sufficient? May I now register as a blacksmith? Upon hearing Yuan Qing's words, the person in charge, still in a daze, finally regained his composure. No problem. Certainly no problem, sir. Your prowess is undoubtedly impressive. In fact, we can make an exception and directly award you the badge of a mid-tier blacksmith. The person in charge was astute. To forge a quasi-mid-grade weapon using inferior materials was no small feat. Such a skill surpassed that of a mere novice blacksmith, signaling at least the capabilities of a mid-tier, if not a high-tier blacksmith. Moreover, Yuan Qing appeared remarkably youthful. A mid-tier blacksmith of such tender years could be regarded as a genius on par with Murong Yintian, perhaps even surpassing him in extraordinary talent. Very well. Please also enroll me in that youth blacksmithing competition, Yuan Qing stated, unreservedly addressing this individual. Yes, I shall prepare it for you right away. The person in charge, upon hearing this, scampered off, delighted to serve a genius, an honor indeed. At this moment, Yuan Ching returned, fully satisfied, to rejoin Master Lin and the others. Young friend, how have you been? Master Lin awkwardly waved his hand. Who are you calling young friend? Who do you think you are? Yuan Ching retorted without hesitation. Ahem, I am a high-tier blacksmith. Do you not grant even a modicum of respect? Master Lin's expression turned awkward. It was evident to all that Yuan Ching's exceptional talent would likely attract the attention of the Blacksmith Association, making him a far more desirable prospect than the abundance of high-tier blacksmiths like himself. Respect? You think you deserve it? I present you with two choices. Either you break his legs, or I will handle it myself. Yuan Ching scoffed, pointing at Zhang Xian nearby. He adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked, but Zhang Xian had crossed the line. Chapter 81. The Essence of Heaven and Earth Master, save me. Zhang Xian pleaded, kneeling on the ground and grasping Master Lin's legs in desperation. My young friend, is this merely a verbal dispute worth severing ties of kinship over? Are you not concerned about the repercussions? Master Lin squinted, his hands beginning to tremble slightly as he faced an individual of prodigious talent. This is troublesome, Brother San. Yuan Ching waved his hand dismissively, prompting the nearby D San to rush forward, his hands crackling with power. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Why the sudden meekness? Master Lin's expression shifted dramatically. As a mere half-step into the Jade Bone realm, he was no match for D San. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Zhang Xian's leg had been shattered, effortlessly broken by D San's true energy. Disciple. Master Lin looked upon the suffering Zhang Xian, a torrent of resentment flashing in his eyes, yet he found himself powerless against Yuan Ching. Perhaps next time you should consider whether you can bear the weight of your own threats. D San chuckled, completely unfazed, as such acts were not unusual for him. Yuan Ching stroked his chin, feeling somewhat like a villain himself. Master Yuan, our president wishes to meet you. At that moment, the official in charge rushed over, holding a 2-star badge denoting a mid-tier blacksmith. Prior to the assessment, Yuan Ching had already submitted his information, thus the official recognized his name. The president? Very well. Yuan Ching nodded. As he intended to participate in the young blacksmith competition, this encounter was inevitable. Please, this way. The official gestured invitingly, leading Yuan Ching ahead while he disregarded the still wailing Zhang Xian, for in comparison to a talent like Yuan Ching, even a life was less valuable than a mere finger of his. As Yuan Ching departed, Zhang Xian's wails grew more desperate. Who is this arrogant young man? Even if he is a high-level blacksmith, I, Lin, shall ensure this grievance is avenged. Master Lin gritted his teeth, secretly plotting in his heart. As a seasoned high-level blacksmith in Tianyuan City, he possessed his own influence, as long as he did not offend the top-tier blacksmiths. Even those of equal standing would accord him a measure of respect. Meanwhile, Yuan Ching, accompanied by the official, arrived at the core area of the Blacksmith Association. There, a stout middle-aged man with a bushy beard awaited, clutching documents in hand. Are you Yuan Ching? Upon seeing Yuan Ching, the bearded man exhibited an expression of astonishment. After all, he was remarkably young. Although Yuan Ching's profile clearly states that he is merely 16 years old, meeting him in person still left a profound impression. It is essential to recognize that in the profession of forging, both innate talent and the accumulation of experience hold equal importance. Without forging hundreds or even thousands of weapons, one cannot amass the requisite experience, let alone progress further. However, Yuan Ching, at such a tender age, possesses at least the skills of an intermediate forger, which can only be attributed to his extraordinary talent that transcends mere experience. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Yuan Ching responded politely. My friend, there is no need for formalities. Once you join our forging association, we are akin to family, replied Samuel, a soon-to-be pinnacle-level forger and the president of the Tianyuan City branch of the Forging Association, with a broad smile. Placing his hand on Yuan Ching's shoulder as if they were longtime friends, and inquired with genuine concern, I wonder, where did you acquire your skills, Brother Yuan? Why have you only now chosen to register with our association? Skills? My master is a recluse, not widely known, Yuan Ching calculated. The fire forging technique he had learned could only be traced back to the elusive old monster, yet he could not divulge this. merely referring to him as a hidden master. A recluse? Samuel furrowed his brow, and the official beside him whispered a few words, leading Samuel to a sudden realization. The association indeed faced significant issues. It was astonishing that a treasure trove like Shaotian Prefecture had not established a branch. With a sigh, Samuel noted the glances of surprise from those around him. To foster a closer relationship with Yuan Ching, he insincerely remarked on the merits of Shaotian Prefecture. I have heard that Brother Yuan is preparing to participate in the upcoming youth forging competition. May I ask under what capacity you intend to enter? Samuel rubbed his hands together, revealing the true intent behind his inquiry. I am venturing out to hone my skills independently. In that case, I have a proposal that I hope you will consider, Samuel cheerfully continued. What if you were to join our Tianyun City branch of the Forging Association? Samuel laughed heartily before adding, Of course, we would not expect you to join without reciprocation. You may put forth any requests, and our branch will endeavor to fulfill them. Join you? Yuan Ching inquired, puzzled. Isn't this registration synonymous with joining? Do not misunderstand, Brother Yuan. This is not an allegiance, but merely a nominal distinction to signify your affiliation with our Tianyun City Forging Association. Should the association have forging needs in the future, we shall proactively reach out to you, offering generous compensation, and you are free to decline any service at your discretion. Furthermore, our Forging Association imposes no restrictions on our forgers. Even after joining, you may align with other factions, and I am certain they would not object. Samuel once again elucidated, anxious not to miss the opportunity presented by the prodigious Yuan Ching. Is there anything that can be fulfilled? Yuan Ching mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Of course, dear Brother Yuan, feel free to express your desires, Samuel replied, visibly relieved. As long as there was a request, the Blacksmiths Association held no fear, save for those who considered themselves above others. I seek a supreme Jade Bone Realm technique. This single utterance caused Samuel's previously jovial demeanor to stiffen slightly. Oh, dear Brother Yuan, our branch possesses only mid-tier Jade Bone Realm techniques. As for the supreme ones, I fear they are only available at the main association in Tianchuan continent. Currently, I lack the qualifications. Perhaps you might consider an alternative request? And what of the heavenly fire? Yuan Ching continued, for he had reached an impasse with the earth fire forging technique. Possessing the heavenly fire could propel him to new heights, potentially allowing him to forge spiritual artifacts. Young friend, you possess a fine sense of humor. The heavenly fire is the lifelong pursuit of master blacksmiths. In terms of rarity, it may well surpass that of the supreme Jade Bone Realm techniques, Samuel replied, perspiration beginning to bead on his brow. The prodigious requests of this genius were indeed formidable. However, if you were to join our Blacksmiths Association and secure a position within the top 3 at the upcoming youth forging competition, I could advocate on your behalf to the main association. Heavenly fire? No, rather, beast fire. Beast fire? Indeed, beast fire is, in essence, indistinguishable from the fire attribute true energy we cultivate. However, we can seize the essence of beast fire from a beast king and integrate it into your fire attribute true energy. While the effect may not rival that of earth fire, it certainly surpasses your innate true energy fire. Of course, there are also certain divine beasts in this world whose beast fire may be even more potent than heavenly fire. Though such creatures are far rarer than the heavenly fire itself, Samuel explained with care. As for the matter of beast fire, once you join, I shall fight for you. For now, perhaps you might propose a different request. What you have suggested is indeed quite challenging. Then, what of the chi of heaven and earth? Yuan Ching contemplated, realizing that this was perhaps the only thing that piqued his curiosity. The chi of heaven and earth? Well, it seems we actually possess some in storage. Samuel replied, momentarily taken aback. Few sought this resource, but as blacksmiths forge all things, they had fortuitously acquired some not long ago. Chapter 82. The Yellow Earth Fist Technique. Is this the essence of heaven and earth? Yuan Ching gazed at the transparent crystal box before him, within which a swirl of earthy yellow energy danced about like a small fish. Indeed, the essence of heaven and earth is somewhat more commonplace than the fire of heaven and earth, and its value is not as high. It is often utilized to purify a warrior's true energy, cultivate particular techniques, or forge exceptional weapons. Samuel, well versed in this knowledge, had thoroughly researched this essence before acquiring it. Yuan Ching placed his hand upon the crystal box, and an instant notification from the system resonated. Detected absorbable essence of heaven and earth. Would you like to absorb and transform it? Yellow earth essence. Description: born from a location rich in spiritual energy deep beneath the earth. A strand of yellow earth essence can form after thousands of years of accumulation, and absorbing it can significantly strengthen earth attribute true energy. Earth attribute true energy? Sensing the murky power emanating from the yellow earth essence, it seemed that even a formidable warrior at the Jadebone realm could utilize it to enhance their true energy strength. Indeed, Brother Yuan, this strand of yellow earth essence was an unexpected gain for us. If you join our ranks, consider it a token of our acquaintance, Samuel generously declared. Every talented blacksmith is highly sought after by the association, which invests considerable resources to foster a sense of belonging in them. Very well, I shall join the association. Yuan Ching did not hesitate. He had already contemplated this path while preparing to register as a blacksmith. As an experienced figure in the martial world, he understood the advantages of having a well-organized backing. Splendid. Brother Yuan, this yellow earth essence is now yours. Samuel was overjoyed with Yuan Ching's addition. His confidence in the upcoming youth blacksmith competition soared. Furthermore, regarding the exceptional Jadebone realm techniques and the essence of heaven and earth, I will endeavor to make a request to the headquarters on your behalf. Naturally, this will depend on your performance in the competition. The headquarters has always placed great emphasis on talent, and should you achieve first place, they will undoubtedly prepare a rare beast fire for you. The Blacksmith Association is a conglomerate of interests, and Samuel, eager for Yuan Ching to excel in the competition, naturally presented more enticing conditions. By the way, when will the auction take place? My master has several exceptional weapons he wishes to auction. Yuan Ching accepted the yellow earth essence, but did not rush to absorb it. Instead, he inquired, exceptional weapons? I wonder what caliber of weapons your master possesses. Are they near legendary? Samuel asked curiously, eager to ascertain the level of Yuan Ching's master. 2 near legendary weapons and 1 legendary weapon. What? A legendary weapon? Samuel's voice rose in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Although he is regarded as a quasi-master blacksmith, in reality, he has only succeeded in forging a single quasi-rare weapon, and even now, his success rate remains quite low. Another blacksmith in the city, who is more skilled than he, has also only managed to forge a rare weapon once. Nowadays, it has become evident that Yuan Ching's master is at least a top-tier blacksmith. Moreover, unlike the others, the individual who dares to offer a rare weapon for auction on Yuan Ching's behalf must certainly possess the capability to forge more than just one. This person is undoubtedly an established top-tier blacksmith. Upon reflecting on this, Yuan Mu became increasingly cautious. With a venerable top-tier blacksmith as a backing, one could walk with confidence even in the entirety of Yanyan Prefecture. If there is indeed a rare weapon, I believe it is best for Brother Yuan to retain it for the upcoming auction in Yanyan Prefecture. Due to the forging competition, the auction house in Yanyan City is preparing to hold an auction after the finals of the competition, where perhaps Brother Yuan might find the coveted rare Jadebone realm techniques. After a surge of excitement, Yuan Mu quickly calmed himself and proposed the optimal plan to Yuan Ching. All right, when shall we depart? There is no rush, Brother Yuan. You may first rest in the city. In a few days, Yanyan City will hold a selection competition, from which the top 5 young blacksmiths will be chosen to represent the city in the contest. Yuan Ching nodded, understanding the plan unfolding clearly in his mind. Subsequently, after Yuan Mu inquired about a few more matters regarding Yuan Ching, he refrained from further questioning. Yuan Ching then exited the Blacksmith Association, preparing to return to his previous inn. Brother Yuan, do you truly intend to represent the Blacksmith Association in the competition? Decent suddenly spoke up during their journey. Why? Is there an issue? It's not so much a problem, but rather your identity. After all, you are from Shaotian Prefecture, not from Yanyan City, which might inevitably lead to discontent. Decent expressed his concerns. Regardless, they are outsiders, and since there are only 5 slots for the competition, should Yuan Ching take one, it could provoke dissatisfaction among the local factions. Brother San, you worry too much. The association relies on me now, rather than the other way around. Yuan Ching replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. To this day, Yuan Ching firmly believes that as long as one possesses formidable strength, there is no need to fear external threats. Furthermore, Having already offended the local powers, he is not particularly concerned about incurring further ire. Before long, the two returned to the inn, and under the guidance of a server, they rented a small courtyard within the city. It was only upon returning to the courtyard that Yuan Ching took out the earth-yellow qi he had obtained from the association. Absorb the earth-yellow qi. Having successfully absorbed the essence of the earth-yellow, the inherent soil attribute energy within oneself has been reinforced. The conditions for unlocking the legendary realm of the steady qi fist have been met, and it has been successfully activated. Based on the absorbed earth-yellow essence, the steady qi fist has undergone a successful evolution. Earth-yellow fist technique cultivation requirements. Enlightened realm cultivation. Soil attribute energy of the same origin. Effects. The earth-yellow fist, having advanced through the absorption of the earth-yellow essence, boasts formidable power, excelling in defense, and can be cultivated to the Jade-Bone realm. Legendary realm unlocked. Agile realm. Jade-Bone forging chapter. Soil attribute Jade-Bone forging chapter. Earth-yellow 3 fists. Legendary realm. Agile. Comprehension requirements. 1. Training progress 0-200,000. 2. Understanding the power of the Jade-Bone realm at least 3 times. Completed. Jade-Bone forging chapter. Comprehension requirements. 1. Comprehension level reaches Agile realm. 2. Bloodbone strength attains golden bone level. Completed. 3. Energy strength reaches fullness level. Double 9th aperture perfection strength. Earth-yellow 3 fists comprehension requirements. 1. Mastery of the earth-yellow fist technique reaches 9th aperture perfection. Incomplete. 2. Soil attribute energy reaches Jade-Bone 3 refinements level. Completed. Unlock conditions for the soil attribute Jade-Bone forging chapter. 1. Whole body Jade-Bone half refined. 2. Soil attribute energy reaches Jade-Bone first refinement level. Completed. It is strikingly similar to the 9 swords of heavenly clouds. Yuan Ching suddenly felt a sense of significant loss, as this seemed utterly ineffective at the current stage. Could it be due to the inherent weakness of the earth-yellow essence? Previously, while at the association, Yuan Ching sensed that this earth-yellow essence merely represented the power of the Jade-Bone realm. Therefore, the powers of the same tier appear to be lacking in distinction. Should a more potent force be captured in the future, it might give rise to an even stronger technique. Well, since there is little else to do, I shall engage in some training. It also serves as an opportunity to experiment with my new talent. After practicing the cloud observation meditation method, Yuan Ching now felt an overwhelming surge within himself. His current talent for cultivation is tenfold that of what it once was, surely. The cultivation coefficient cannot still be merely over 1,000 times. Successfully operated the earth-yellow fist technique once, currently undergoing evaluation. Evaluation successful. This cultivation session's coefficient is 15,752 times. 15,752 times. Those with high talents are indeed exceptional. Had it been the previous Yuan Ching, he might have faced a cultivation speed of only a little over 1,000 times, crawling like a tortoise. Of course, this is also attributed to Yuan Ching's own attainment at the 9th aperture perfection. With such a high cultivation coefficient, Yuan Ching felt a renewed excitement in his training. In just a few days, he successfully cultivated the earth-yellow fist to the 9th aperture perfection. Although there was no significant change in cultivation level, he had comprehended the earth-yellow 3 fists. This Jade-Bone realm method of attack has finally compensated for Yuan Ching's inherent deficiency in offensive power. Now, should Yuan Ching engage in combat with Tung Guang, he would not even need the demon suppressing tower. He could suppress him by his own might. On this day, Yuan Ching had just completed the refinement of his cultivation techniques when a representative from the Blacksmiths Association arrived. Today marks the commencement of the selection competition. Chapter 83 A Genius Today marks a grand occasion for the entirety of Tianyuan City, as it is the day of the Youth Forging Competition's preliminary round. Almost every blacksmith under the age of 30 from Tianyuan City and its surrounding areas is participating in this prestigious event. It serves as an opportunity for these artisans to attain fame. Securing a spot in the competition signifies a promising future, even if one does not excel. Their reputation will be bolstered by the influential factions of Tianyuan City. This time, I must shine brightly before all, showcasing my innate talent. Once scorned by my family for allegedly squandering resources, I shall compel them to regret their disdain today. Similarly, whispers of ambition resonate throughout the corners of Tianyuan City. as many young prodigies see this as a chance to redeem themselves. Brother Yuan, you have arrived. Upon seeing Yuan Ching approach, Yuan Mu immediately extended a warm welcome. The competition venue was already bustling with numerous talents. However, these individuals were primarily prodigies nurtured by independent blacksmiths and various factions, with little connection to the Blacksmith Association. Yuan Ching, on the other hand, is a bona fide member of the association, one of their own. The question of whether he was cultivated by them is inconsequential. Is it merely necessary to secure a place in the top 5? Yuan Ching surveyed the competition grounds, noticing a crowd of at least 100 participants. Although more than half of them donned the attire of beginner blacksmiths, the sheer number of contenders was impressive, with many appearing to be merely in their teens. Rest assured, Brother Yuan, most of them are merely testing the waters. There are many novice blacksmiths among them, with several still in their early teens, too immature, Yuan Mu remarked, stealing another glance at Yuan Ching, who also seemed to be around 16 years old. Ahem, of course, your 16 years differ greatly, Brother Yuan. You are a genius. Among the crowd, there were only a handful of intermediate blacksmiths, and Yuan Mu was confident Yuan Ching surpassed that level. Notably, there were 4 quasi-advanced blacksmiths present, making a total of 5, including Yuan Ching. Nevertheless, those individuals were all nearing 28 or 29 years of age. They could not be compared to him. Yuan Mu held firm confidence in Yuan Ching's capabilities. Anyone capable of forging quasi-medium-grade weapons from inferior materials must certainly possess the prowess of a quasi-advanced master. Yuan Ching nodded, dismissing the concerns. This was merely a preliminary round. He could hardly be eliminated, could he? Before long, the venue was overflowing with participants. The competing blacksmiths took their positions, and as Yuan Ching gazed across the sea of talent, he noted that the gathering was mightier than even a provincial assembly. Gradually, he made his way to the competition stage, selecting an unoccupied forging platform in preparation for the contest's commencement. Yuan Mu stood atop the platform, gazing at the thrumming venue, unable to suppress his admiration for the wealth of talent present. Silence. Samuel cleared his throat lightly, for as the president of the branch, he was also the host of this competition. I, Samuel, a master blacksmith and president of the Forging Association of Tianyuan City, hereby declare the commencement of the Tianyuan City Selection Tournament. With Samuel's proclamation, the atmosphere of the arena instantly ignited with fervor. Yuan Ching glanced at the materials before him, comprising 3 sets of inferior materials and 2 sets of intermediate materials. This meant that even a mid-tier blacksmith would have only 2 chances to forge intermediate-grade weapons. Should he fail both attempts, he would be left with no choice but to forge inferior-grade weapons. Yuan Ching smirked disdainfully. Intermediate-grade weapons? Zhang Xian was no longer in need of such items. He proceeded with an air of leisurely confidence, as the act of forging posed virtually no challenge for him. On the high platform, Master Lin observed Yuan Ching's movements, a faint smile gracing his lips. Go ahead and forge. You may succeed in the end. But I have my ways to ensure that Samuel will be compelled to abandon you. What does it matter if you are a genius? You remain a mere country bumpkin. Over the past few days, Master Lin had certainly not been idle. After Yuan Ching had broken Zhang Xian's leg and publicly humiliated him, revenge was essential for Zhang Xian to maintain his standing in Tianyuan City. Today, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, presented itself as the perfect opportunity for retribution. As time gradually passed, failures began to emerge in the arena. Most participants were under 20, and their presence here was merely to showcase their talents. At this moment, Zhang Xian, whose leg had been painstakingly preserved by Master Lin's extensive use of medicinal pills, now sought to seize this opportunity. Though he was only a novice blacksmith, he still chose to attempt forging an intermediate-grade weapon. With a thunderous bang, the sound of materials exploding filled the air. He had failed. Without hesitation, he promptly commenced his second attempt. The outcome mirrored the first. It wasn't long before another explosion occurred. Damn it! Why is forging intermediate-grade weapons so difficult? Zhang Xian cursed under his breath, his gaze involuntarily shifting to his side. Beside him stood a 27-year-old mid-tier blacksmith, who was currently navigating the final stage of forging an intermediate-grade weapon with ease. Humph! At such an age, still only a mid-tier blacksmith. By the time I reach his age, I shall undoubtedly be a high-tier blacksmith. Zhang Xian scoffed disdainfully. Youth seemed to hold limitless potential. Just then, a loud cheer suddenly erupted. Zhang Xin turned to see Murong Yuntian. This fellow had actually succeeded. It was an intermediate-grade weapon. Young Master Murong was the first to forge one. Wow, young Master Murong is truly impressive. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, as countless young women turned their gazes toward Murong Yuntian. Samuel also shared a smile at this turn of events. Murong Yuntian's future is boundless. Even if he falters this time, in 3 years, he shall undoubtedly emerge as the foremost among his peers, and at that time, he will merely be 21 years of age. Samuel could not help but marvel, acknowledging the prowess of the foremost blacksmith of Tianyun City as disciple. Ah, one has succeeded. It appears to be a budding high-tier blacksmith. Samuel's gaze soon shifted to another individual. These are indeed the promising contenders from Tianyun City, and naturally, he is keenly attentive to each one of them. Before long, several others successfully forged mid-grade weapons, their numbers surpassing 5 by far. Samuel cast a glance at Yuan Ching, who remained leisurely, still yet to achieve success with his first weapon. Meanwhile, Murong Yuntian commenced his second forging attempt, setting his sights on a quasi-upgraded weapon. Although he was working with mid-grade materials, should he succeed in attaching the appropriate formation, it could elevate to a quasi-upgraded weapon, thus securing his eligibility for advancement. Concurrently, several other budding high-tier blacksmiths adopted a similar strategy, first ensuring a mid-grade weapon as a safety net before daring to challenge the creation of a quasi-upgraded weapon. The sounds of hammering resonated vigorously as the forging progressed. Gradually, some competitors began to be eliminated. They had squandered all their materials without achieving even a single success. How could this happen? I am undoubtedly a genius. I should have succeeded. I am the finest blacksmith in my village. How could I fail to produce even one? Surely there must be an issue with this competition. Following their elimination, some voiced their dissatisfaction with shouts, while others sank to the ground in tears. This failure signifies a 3-year hiatus from opportunity. For those who have diligently toiled for 3 years, the anguish is unbearable. Suddenly, a sound akin to a sword's chant echoed throughout the arena. All present, being masters of forging, recognized the significance of this sound immediately. A quasi-upgraded weapon. Has someone truly forged a quasi-upgraded weapon? Who could it be? Is it Murong Yuntian, or one of the esteemed high-tier blacksmiths? All eyes turned toward the arena, eager to discern the identity of the creator of the quasi-upgraded weapon. First, they looked at Murong Yuntian, who was still engaged in his second forging attempt, having not yet achieved success. Then they turned their attention to the other high-tier blacksmiths. 1, 2, 3, 4. None had succeeded. Is there another? A brand new genius has emerged before everyone's eyes. Chapter 84. Genius or Fool. Yuan Ching presented his near-supreme grade weapon, having crafted it with great care and deliberation, resulting in a successful creation from medium-grade materials. Who is he? I have never encountered this individual before. He seemed to be beside President Zhang Mu earlier. Could he possibly be affiliated with him? He appears remarkably youthful, seemingly in his teens, yet he has managed to forge a near-supreme grade weapon. The Yinyun Prefecture holds great reverence for skilled artisans, and a prodigious talent like Yuan Ching would naturally garner instant recognition from the majority. Excellent, Yuan Ching. Your performance is commendable. You have not disappointed me. President Zhang Mu exclaimed, showering Yuan Ching with unreserved praise. With this accomplishment, Yuan Ching has nearly secured a spot in the next round, leaving only 4 positions remaining. A melodic sword chant resonated through the air, heralding the success of another near-high-level blacksmith. He too exhaled in relief, finally meeting expectations. However, a thunderous explosion followed, for crafting a near-supreme grade weapon is no simple feat. A dejected near-high-level blacksmith slumped in his seat, having exhausted his materials. The arena was soon filled with a cacophony of explosions. Failure after failure echoed, as most were novice blacksmiths attempting to challenge medium-grade weapons, with even some intermediate blacksmiths failing twice. Then, 3 more sword chants sounded as Murong Yuntian and 2 other near-high-level blacksmiths succeeded as well. They were well-versed in the selection process and possessed insights into forging near-supreme grade weapons from medium-grade materials, resulting in a high success rate. Thus, the selection competition was effectively concluded, with all blacksmiths submitting their creations. Zhang Mu surveyed the 5 near-supreme grade weapons, a broad smile gracing his lips. This year, Tianyun City was destined for greatness. If they achieved remarkable results, He might even ascend to the rank of top-tier blacksmith following the accolades. Splendid. This selection has been a resounding success. The 5 of you will represent Tianyun City in the competition, Yuan Mu jubilantly announced. Wait. At that moment, a voice resonated from the high platform, belonging to a high-level blacksmith. President Yuan Mu, I have something to say. Yuan Mu turned to the speaker, Lin Dong, the very master who had clashed with Yuan Ching earlier. Lin Dong, speak quickly, do not delay the selection. Yuan Mu frowned. Although there were several high-level blacksmiths in Tianyun City, he still felt compelled to show courtesy. I wish to address the matter concerning Yuan Ching. I believe he lacks the qualifications to represent Tianyun City, Lin Dong bluntly asserted, pointing at Yuan Ching. Lin Dong, consider your words carefully before speaking. Samuel remarked with a solemn expression. I have contemplated this thoroughly. Today, I, Lin Dong, shall voice the sentiments of the blacksmiths of Tianyun City. Yuan Ching is but a mere representative of Shaodian few, an unrefined individual unworthy of standing for our Tianyun City in battle. Lin Dong proclaimed loudly, immediately inciting a cacophony from the crowd. That young prodigy is actually from Shaodian few? Such talent emerges from that remote place? Ladies and gentlemen, let us not lose sight of the core issue. He hails from Shaodian few. While the selection competition is for our Tianyun City, he is utterly unqualified. The atmosphere in the entire Yinyun prefecture was saturated with disdain for Shaodian few, and Tianyun City was no exception. Upon learning Yuan Qing's origins, many rescinded their previous admiration for him. Lin Dong smirked, as this was precisely the effect he desired. Though Yuan Qing comes from Shaodian few, he has recently joined our Tianyun City Blacksmith Association. A true hero's worth is not defined by their origins, thus Yuan Qing is indeed qualified. Samuel felt a headache coming on. The regional biases in Yinyun Prefecture were far too pronounced, and he had suffered greatly upon his arrival due to this very issue. President Samuel, I hold you in high esteem as our leader, yet he has already claimed a spot for Tianyun City. At that moment, a seasoned blacksmith suddenly spoke up. Samuel recognized him as the master of the individual who had failed to forge a high-quality weapon. Had he managed to create a medium-quality weapon, he could have secured a ranking, but now Yuan Qing occupied his position. Samuel, you must understand that the spots for Tianyun City should not be granted to outsiders. As the president of the Tianyun City Blacksmith Association, you ought not to show favoritism towards external individuals. The mention of Tianyun City instantly ignited a protective fervor among many, leaving Samuel feeling overwhelmed. Lin Dong smirked. These individuals were already in his employ, orchestrated to ensure Samuel ceased his protection of Yuan Qing. The youth blacksmith competition is initiated by the Blacksmith Association, thus our association is undoubtedly qualified, Samuel reiterated. That should be your own quota. Indeed. Why should he claim a position meant for Tianyun City? Exactly. If you have the capability, your association should grant him a separate spot. The clamoring voices rose and fell, as though Yuan Qing had usurped a slot that rightfully belonged to them. He entered through the proper channels. Samuel sighed, wishing he could assign the quota. Yet no such provision existed. Yuan Qing gazed at the individuals atop the platform, surprised by their unexpected unity. Or perhaps, it is your machinations at play, he mused, casting a knowing glance at Lin Dong. Indeed, the winds of spring have brought forth new life. Ahem, esteemed guests, may I offer a word of wisdom? Just as the uproar reached its peak, an aged voice suddenly echoed throughout the square. An elderly man with white whiskers slowly emerged from the high platform, his frail form supported by a bronze cane, taking deliberate steps. It is Master Morong. Master Morong has spoken. Ah, he is the great-grandfather of young Master Morong, the foremost blacksmith of Tianyun City. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to Master Morong. Master Morong, the only top-tier blacksmith in Tianyun City, is the grandfather of Murong Yuntian, and one of the most esteemed individuals in the entire city. At times, his words carry more weight than those of the city lord. We humbly seek your guidance. Master Morong. At this moment, Samuel could only lower his head. In Tianyun City, Master Morong is his superior. Samuel, allow this child to withdraw. Master Morong's voice resonated slowly, authoritative and irrefutable. Yet, but Master Morong, he meets the requirements, does he not? Is it solely because he hails from Shaodian few? Samuel was taken aback with Master Morong's declaration. The tide of the situation was seemingly irreversible. This is irrelevant, Samuel. This is Tianyun City, within the realm of Yinyan Prefecture. Anyone departing from Tianyin City, even if not a resident, should at least be from Yinyan Prefecture. Master Murong's words immediately incited a wave of cheers from the crowd, a sentiment that resonated well with the citizens of Tianyin City. Those from Shaodian Fu should just return whence they came. This is the powerful Yinyan Prefecture, not your insignificant Shaodian Fu. Only those from Yinyan Prefecture are worthy to represent Tianyin City in battle. The stinging remarks pierced Samuel's heart. He was not a resident of Yinyan Prefecture. Indeed, Tianyin City has never welcomed outsiders. He mused self-deprecatingly upon witnessing the crowd's reaction. Samuel, can you truly forsake the genius of all Tianyin City for a mere Yuan Qing? Lin Dong suddenly shouted. Samuel, his head bowed, struggled with his thoughts. When another voice rang out, the genius of all Tianyin City? It was Yuan Qing, who continued to regard the people of Tianyin City with a dismissive air. You all can forge semi-quality weapons because your abilities suffice only for that. I, on the other hand, can craft semi-quality weapons solely because the materials here permit nothing more. With a shake of his head, Yuan Qing concluded, in my eyes, the so-called geniuses of Tianyin City are merely a gathering of fools. Chapter 85, 1 against 13, The Arrogant Fool. Such audacity. Expel this man from Tianyin City. The chorus of curses instantly engulfed the entire arena. Both the citizens of Tianyin City and the hundreds of blacksmiths were deeply insulted by Yuan Qing's proclamation. Arrogant youth, you have incurred the wrath of the masses. Today, you shall meet your demise. Lin Dong laughed heartily, intent on belittling Yuan Qing. Yet he never anticipated that Yuan Qing would be so brazen as to court his own destruction. Youngster, do you comprehend the repercussions of your words? From the high platform, Master Murong's voice resonated once more, his murky eyes fixed upon Yuan Qing, as if he could see through to the very core of him. Repercussions? I am merely speaking the truth, Yuan Qing replied, shaking his head dismissively. You all claim that the Yinyan Prefecture respects blacksmiths and harbors an immense passion for forging. However, in my eyes, you are nothing but a bunch of arrogant frogs in a well, blind to the vastness beyond your little domain, oblivious to the existence of greater beings beyond your limited perspective. As he spoke, Yuan Qing cast a sweeping glance over the assembly of blacksmiths in Tianyin City, ultimately resting his gaze upon Master Murong. Master Murong, you are a venerable elder and a pride of Tianyin City. I dare not show you any disrespect. But as for the rest of the young blacksmiths, I regard not a single one of you. I alone can challenge you all. President Samuel, you may observe for yourself who holds greater significance. I, Yuan Qing, or these useless individuals of Tianyin City. Such arrogance. This fellow has gone too far. The people of Shaodian Fu dare to look down upon us from Tianyin City. Their insolence knows no bounds. Yuan Qing's words reignited the fury of Tianyin City. This time, it was not merely the common folk, but even the blacksmiths who glared at Yuan Qing with seething rage, wishing they could consume him whole. The wrath of Tianyin City had consumed their reason, yet only Samuel's gaze flickered, as if he grasped a deeper understanding. This youth dares not challenge the top-tier blacksmith Master Murong, but instead seeks to confront all the young blacksmiths together? He could not believe that Yuan Qing's decision was born out of respect for Master Murong. It was undoubtedly due to the latter's formidable prowess. Esteemed guests, please be silent. Master Murong's voice echoed once more, restoring calm to Tianyin City. Since this young friend has issued a challenge to us, as an elder of Tianyin City, I, from the Murong family, shall accept this challenge. Yintian, please select some young blacksmiths to represent Tianyin City in this contest. In the arena, Murong Yuntian slowly rose, respectfully clasping his hands in salute towards Master Murong. It is young Master Murong. Young Master Murong is the hope of Tianyin City. It is said that he failed in his attempt to ascend to a high-level blacksmith 3 days prior. Yet even so, to challenge such a status at merely 18 years of age has already etched his name in history. Although Murong Yuntian may not be a high-level forging master, he is certainly a quasi-high-level forging master who has crafted several exquisite weapons of near-supreme quality, placing him at the pinnacle among the younger generation of Tianyin City. The crowd in Tianyin City gasped in astonishment. They were all too familiar with the newcomer, Murong Yuntian, their city's new pride. At this moment, Murong Yuntian had already leapt onto the arena, standing face to face with Yuan Qing. At first glance, he presented a strikingly handsome yet aloof visage. his expression devoid of any emotion, and his gaze towards Yuan Qing was steeped in hostility. Young friend, since this is a duel, shall we raise the stakes a bit? You have no objections, I trust? The voice of Master Murong echoed from the high platform. None, came the reply. Very well. Should Yun Tian and the representatives of Tianyuan City emerge victorious, you shall renounce your powers and crawl to the entrance of Tianyuan City, proclaiming as you go that our strength surpasses yours. Master Murong's voice rang out, eliciting a wave of delight among the people of Tianyuan City. His proposed condition struck a chord with them. Such a scoundrel, who dared to insult Tianyuan City, deserved the punishment that awaited him. Agreed. The loser has no say in the matter, but what if I win? I have no interest in renouncing my powers for your sake, Yuan Qing declared, fully aware that his survival would be at stake if he lost. Arrogant. You stand no chance of victory, even if you were forged from the womb. You could never reach Murong Yuntian's level, the people of Tianyuan City scoffed. You think you can win? That's laughable. Very well, since my Murong family has accepted this challenge, the stakes shall also be borne by us. Thus, should you triumph, I shall bestow upon you the treasured Lake Heartwater and Thunderstrike wood from my family's collection. Lake Heartwater? Thunderstrike wood? Yuan Qing mused privately. These two items were indeed treasures. The Lake Heartwater, a drop formed from the essence of 1,000 miles of lake over millennia, significantly enhances the strength of water attribute true energy, surpassing even that of earth yellow qi in rarity. As for Thunderstrike wood, it is more profound. It requires the force of lightning to strike the same piece of 1,000-year-old spirit wood thrice or more to form, containing formidable natural thunder power along with a rare wood attribute. It not only amplifies a warrior's thunder attribute true energy, but also holds the potential for one to comprehend the enigmatic spirit of wood, an extraordinary power that transcends the 5 truths. For formidable warriors of the Jade Bone realm, either of these treasures could have them risk their lives. Thus, it seemed reasonable for the Murong family to wager both against the life of this talented forger, Yuan Qing. I accept this wager. Splendid. Young man, you are indeed forthright. Yin Tian, engage this newcomer in a thorough exchange, so he may understand that there are realms beyond realms and people beyond people. Master Murong nodded gently and addressed Murong Yin Tian below. My child understands. Upon completing his words, Murong Yin Tian redirected his gaze toward the young blacksmiths from Tianyuan City on the arena. Esteemed colleagues, this battle pertains to the honor of all Tianyuan. Those who deem themselves worthy are encouraged to step forward. As soon as Murong Yin Tian finished speaking, 4 aspiring high-level blacksmiths emerged from the crowd. Following them, several self-proclaimed prodigies among the mid-level blacksmiths also stepped forward, quietly positioning themselves behind Murong Yin Tian. In no time, a dozen individuals had gathered behind him. You two may withdraw, Murong Yin Tian remarked, casting a glance over the group before decisively pointing at 2 of the mid-level blacksmiths. The faces of the 2 mid-level blacksmiths flushed crimson. They had just recently advanced to their rank and were taken aback by Murong Yin Tian's disdain. Once the 2 had stepped down, Murong Yin Tian took a moment to reorganize the assembly of Tianyuan City's blacksmiths, finally feeling at ease. You are Yuan Qing, correct? I observed your chaotic techniques the other day, reminiscent of a rustic villager-esque craftsmanship. I did not anticipate such a significant upheaval today. Murong Yin Tian suddenly turned his attention to Yuan Qing. One should not inquire about a hero's origins, nor should skill be judged by its source. Speak. How do you wish to compete? Yuan Qing surveyed the throng of individuals before him, a veritable elite among the young blacksmiths of Tianyuan City. Yet, what did their numbers signify? Quite simple. Did you not previously assert that the materials here limited your potential? Then let us forge with superior materials, maximizing our respective strengths. Rely on you? No. While I, Murong Yin Tian, may be proud, I am not arrogant. You now face us 13. Upon uttering these words, a formation radiated from Murong Yin Tian, swiftly connecting all 13 blacksmiths present, as if they were a singular entity. The Murong family's secret technique, the United Heart Formation. Chapter 86. Murong Yuntian's victory. The secret technique of the Murong family, the Heart Unity Formation, serves as the cornerstone of their dominance in Tianyuan City. This time, Yuan Qing is in for a bitter experience. Was he not previously dismissive of all the young blacksmiths? Now he finds himself facing them all. As the formation rises, young Master Murong becomes invincible. The citizens of Tianyuan City are filled with excitement as they witness the formation being established. They are, of course, intimately familiar with the Murong family's array. Lin Dong cannot help but chuckle with glee. To offend the Murong family in Tianyuan City is akin to searching for death in a latrine with a lantern. Samuel's brow furrows with concern as he watches Yuan Ching. Can you handle this? On the competition stage, Yuan Ching gazes at the formation surrounding Murong Yuntian, silently marveling at its intricacy. Truly, it is a remarkable formation capable of amplifying the strength of 13 individuals, allowing Murong Yuntian to transcend his own power. Yet, the formation's flaw is glaring. It imposes a heavy burden on the 13 participants and cannot be employed frequently. Nonetheless, it is terrifyingly potent. One must understand that sometimes a blacksmith's success hinges on the slightest edge, a step towards heaven or a step towards the earth. Yuan Ching, prepare for battle. Murong Yuntian calls out, channeling the combined strength of 13, enveloping him in unprecedented confidence. Even the previously attempted high-quality weapon seems trivial in comparison now. Soon, the Murong family presents the materials for this competition, two seemingly identical pieces of high-quality material. Only one piece. Yuan Ching scans the materials, despite being a single flawless high-quality piece. Does the Murong family dare to cheat? On the high platform, beside Master Murong, a young servant leans in to report quietly, "Master, everything is prepared." Indeed, this battle concerns the reputation of both Tianyuan City and the Murong family. It must be conducted fairly, but we cannot afford to lose. Master Murong's aged voice resonates like a copper bell in the servant's ears. Understood, everything is under control. Master Murong nods, his gaze shifting towards Yuan Ching and Murong Yuntian, who are both preparing. Youngster, daring to act recklessly in my Tianyuan City, you shall pay the price. At this moment, as Murong Yuntian prepares, his movements momentarily falter before he quickly regains composure and resumes forging. However, turmoil brews within him. Hidden among his materials are an abundance of exquisite items. It is known that mixing exquisite materials with high-quality ones allows the forging of quasi-exquisite weapons with merely a high-level formation. In contrast, crafting high-quality weapons from ordinary high-quality materials requires the application of at least 9 high-level formations to achieve the strength of quasi-exquisite weapons. Even with the assistance of over a dozen blacksmiths, he cannot guarantee the successful creation of a quasi-exquisite weapon. Evidently, the Murong family had aided him in cheating. However, Murong Yuntian refrained from voicing this truth. Despite his arrogance, it paled in comparison to the honor of Tianyuan City and the Murong family. He was resolute. This battle must be won. Upon the forging platform, Yuan Ching and Murong Yuntian were nearly in synchrony with their movements. Murong Yuntian's actions were executed with remarkable speed, bolstered by the support of 13 forgers, elevating his reflexes and techniques to the pinnacle of excellence. Such velocity and finesse would be difficult for even a true master forger to replicate. Yet, to his astonishment, he found that Yuan Ching's speed and technique were nearly indistinguishable from his own. How could this be? I have amalgamated the experience and advantages of 13 individuals, a level attained through countless forging endeavors. What right does he have? Murong Yuntian was bewildered, yet no one could provide an answer. Unbeknownst to him, if one were to truly assess, Yuan Ching's forging experience could easily be quantified in the hundreds of thousands. The combined forging attempts of the 13 individuals hardly matched Yuan Ching's prowess. The air around the forging platform crackled with energy, the atmosphere within Tianyuan City becoming palpably tense. With every gaze fixed upon the arena, molten iron, forging materials, sword molds taking shape, and true energy being infused, the forging process unfolded meticulously, with neither Murong Yuntian nor Yuan Ching making a single error. Both were wholly absorbed in crafting their formidable weapons. Look, young Master Murong has begun embedding the array. That fellow is embedding the array too. Their techniques mirrored each other, as the surrounding true energy surged continuously into the two exquisite weapons. Suddenly, Murong Yuntian's movement slowed. He realized he was faltering. The combined strength of 13 individuals was formidable, yet the most proficient among them had only recently attained the threshold of a high-level forger. With a mere rudimentary understanding of arrays, Murong Yuntian was somewhat better off, but still only possessed a basic comprehension. He glanced once more at Yuan Ching. Astonishingly, The high-level array embedding appeared as effortless as eating or drinking, with a deftness that saw one array after another seamlessly integrated. How could this be? How could his mastery of arrays be so profound? Could it be that he was merely using beginner-level arrays? Murong Yuntian was utterly astounded. How could he possibly compete? It is well known that the challenges faced by forgers increase exponentially with arrays, where the multitude of formations represents the true difficulty. After countless learning sessions, who could possibly remember the myriad of arrays? How could this young man, seemingly in his teens, wield such proficiency in arrays? Suddenly, a formation erupted before him. This was the previously prepared material? It turned out that his grandfather had designed it long ago. As long as he followed the prescribed forging process, he would undoubtedly end up with a quasi-exquisite weapon. Murong Yuntian's gaze hardened with newfound resolve. The glory of the Murong family and Tianyun City is undeniable. Today, victory is assured. A resounding sound of a sword's chant reverberated throughout the arena, igniting an instant fervor among the spectators of Tianyun City. It is a near-perfect weapon. Young Master Murong has forged a near-perfect weapon, and he shall emerge triumphant. Ha ha, little brat from Shoutian Mansion, cease your struggles. Our young Master Murong has crafted a near-perfect weapon, and you stand no chance against him. Return to your mother's side, you young rascal from Shoutian Mansion. A near-perfect weapon is nearly the pinnacle of forging techniques in Tianyun City. To witness such a masterpiece in the hands of the youthful Murong Yuntian is nothing short of exhilarating for the people of Tianyun City. Congratulations, young Master Murong. Your talent is unparalleled, destined to become a master in the future. Master Murong, it seems your skills have found a worthy successor. Murong Yuntian shall undoubtedly bear the banner of Tianyun City in the days to come. Upon the high platform, numerous blacksmiths began to extol the virtues of Master Murong. A near-perfect weapon. Murong Yuntian has crossed the threshold into the upper echelons of blacksmithing. This child, Yuntian, has not disappointed us. Master Murong's expression remained calm. He was not surprised that Murong Yuntian could forge a near-perfect weapon. After all the covert efforts he had employed, failing to produce such a result would have been a true testament to incompetence. Now, all eyes turned to one individual, Yuan Ching. This lad from Shoutian Mansion had yet to conclude his endeavors. However, it seemed he too was on the verge of success. Once again, a second sound of a sword's chant resonated, even more melodious and powerful than the first, echoing throughout the arena. Yuan Ching had also forged his weapon. It too was a near-perfect weapon. At this moment, the previously fervent Tianyun City fell into stunned silence. No one expected that Yuan Ching could also forge a near-perfect weapon. Yuan Ching, well done. Zemu Lu clapped his hands, knowing he had not misjudged Yuan Ching. Master Murong narrowed his eyes. This lad had indeed succeeded. Relying solely on high-quality materials, he had managed to forge a near-perfect weapon. His potential is boundless, truly boundless. Yet, this is still his Tianyun City. In this battle, victory rightfully belongs to Murong Yuntian. Chapter 87. The treasure in hand. Young Master Murong emerges victorious. The invincible presence of Tianyun City. Long live the Murong family. I always knew young Master Murong would not be defeated. Cheers reverberated like mountains and oceans from all directions, enveloping the entire Tianyun City in a moment of triumphant joy. Murong Yuntian forged a near-perfect weapon in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, thus securing his victory in this contest. Yuan Ching was momentarily taken aback. Is that even possible? Ha ha, Yuan Ching. This contest is utterly meaningless. Your defeat was inevitable. If I were in your position, I would consider taking my own life on that platform to spare myself the humiliation to come. Lin Dong proclaimed loudly from the high platform, announcing his triumph. Could Yuan Ching possibly win? Absolutely not. The organizers are his allies, the judges are his allies, the audience is his allies, and even the assistants delivering materials are his allies. How could you, Yuan Ching, contend with me? Yuan Ching, you are formidable, but when compared to me, you still fall short. I advise you to admit defeat gracefully. Murong Yuntian maintained his lofty tone, looking down upon Yuan Ching. Admit defeat? Not necessarily. If we are to compare quality to speed, I am eager to see just how formidable your sword truly is. Yuan Ching sneered, brandishing the near-perfect weapon in his hand with intent. Murong Yuntian scarcely had time to react, hastily raising the weapon he had just forged to defend himself. However, This played directly into Yuan Qing's hands. Bold, despicable scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Subdue Yuan Qing at once. Do not allow him to harm young Master Murong. Clang. The two near-perfect weapons clashed, creating a momentary standoff akin to a sharp needle against a grain of wheat. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, as Yuan Qing's weapon, like a young and vigorous emperor, pressed forward with an overwhelming aura. In contrast, Murong Yuntian's weapon resembled an aging king, barely able to unleash a fraction of its former might. Against Yuan Qing's formidable strength, it was as defenseless as a soft, feeble goat. Even among near-perfect weapons, disparities exist. Not good. Murong Master's expression shifted. He had casually embedded a formation into the weapon, its strength rather mediocre. However, Yuan Qing's sword had been meticulously enhanced with dozens of formations, possessing a strength of an entirely different caliber. Boom. The sound of formations shattering echoed. Murong Yuntian's face paled. The formation he had embedded was destroyed. In an instant, his weapon lost all its radiance, leaving only the sword itself. Yet, the sword's body remained incredibly robust, managing to withstand all of Yuan Qing's weapons formation attacks. Exceptional materials? At that moment, Yuan Qing comprehended everything and swiftly withdrew. Murong Yuntian knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The people of Tianyun City rushed forward, yet upon witnessing this scene, they halted in their tracks. Those who have surged forth are undoubtedly masters of the Jade Bone realm, well-versed in the art of forging. It is evident that the sword in Murong Yuntian's grasp was shattered by Yuan Qing. What circumstances have led to this? Shall we take action, my friends? Should we apprehend Yuan Qing? What a futile endeavor. We have already lost. A group of Jade Bone realm experts exchanged glances, caught in an awkward silence. Upon the high platform, the esteemed blacksmiths of Tianyun City gathered, their expressions equally filled with embarrassment. Initially, they believed victory was assured, as the weapons were deemed fine quality, and Murong Yuntian was expected to triumph swiftly. However, the fact that Yuan Qing could shatter Murong Yuntian's weapon with a mere touch signified a resounding defeat for the blacksmiths. Moreover, they had resorted to underhanded tactics, secretly employing superior materials. Master Murong, Tianyun City cannot afford to lose. An elder blacksmith suddenly declared with unwavering conviction. At this moment, only Master Murong could salvage the situation. The weapon forged by Murong Yuntian is more resilient, yet Yuan Qing's formation is more formidable. Let us consider this battle a draw. Master Murong finally sighed, conceding. Yuan Qing, do you accept this? Yuan Qing surveyed the dozen or so Jade Bone realm experts around him. Was there any room for choice? Master Murong spoke wisely. With a bow, Yuan Qing acquiesced. Instantaneously, a clamor erupted in Tianyun City. Did we not win? How has it come to a draw in the end? It seemed that at the last moment, Yuan Qing had resorted to underhanded means to achieve parity. I care not. Young Master Murong is the best in the world. What draw? Yuan Qing's methods were indeed despicable. Although Tianyun City held the blacksmiths in high regard, how many ordinary citizens truly understood the nuances? The cries surged almost instantly. Typically, the presence of experts from the Enlightenment and Jade Bone realms would have silenced their voices, but today, the elite of Tianyun City fell silent, aware of their defeat, yet unable to speak. Especially the blacksmiths, who, knowing the truth, felt a profound humiliation but could only choose silence. At least at this moment. To the populace of Tianyun City, it was Yuan Qing's fault for achieving a draw through underhanded tactics. Master Murong leaped down from the platform, bypassing Murong Yuntian to approach Yuan Qing. Young friend Yuan Qing, may I invite you to the Murong residence for a discussion? Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow. A banquet of treachery? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to befriend you, Master Murong said, clearly sensing Yuan Qing's apprehensions, smiling amiably. Had he won, it would have been one matter, but now, with his defeat, Yuan Qing's talent and strength were laid bare, a young and promising master blacksmith. How could the Murong family afford to antagonize such an individual? They would certainly seek to mend any rift. Yuan Qing, allow me to accompany you. At this moment, Samuel leapt down from the high platform, patting Yuan Qing on the shoulder. Yuan Qing's current predicament was intrinsically tied to his own interests, and how could he remain unperturbed? In the face of self-interest, who could maintain composure, save for the sage or the fool? Yuan Qing fell silent. Samuel, as the president of the Forging Guild, was a significant asset, and with him present, matters appeared more manageable. Master Murong, perceptive as ever, discerned Samuel's subtle intentions but chose not to expose them. Instead, he smiled gently and reassured, "Rest assured, the Murong family is not so desperate." Having said this, he took the initiative to lead the way, guiding Yuan Ching and his companions towards the Murong residence. Before long, under Master Murong's guidance, they approached the Murong estate. In the distance, two towering golden Qilin statues loomed, exuding an air of majesty and grandeur. Behind these magnificent beasts stood an equally imposing three-story gilded entrance, flanked by dozens of high-ranking body refinement practitioners, while the estate walls stretched into an infinite horizon, showcasing the profound heritage of this esteemed family. Although Yuan Ching was aware of the Murong family's affluence, he had not anticipated such opulence. The exterior alone must be worth 1,000 taels of gold. Upon entering the Murong estate, they traversed for several more minutes before finally arriving at the reception hall. In the aftermath of the Shatian battle, resources are scarce. "A talent like you should have arrived at our Yanyan estate much earlier," Master Murong said with a warm smile, seemingly hinting at something. Yuan Ching refrained from directly responding, choosing instead to shift the topic. "Might I inquire why Master Murong has summoned me?" "Patience. You shall know soon enough." Master Murong waved his hand, recognizing Yuan Ching's reluctance to discuss the matter further and smoothly transitioning to a different subject. "It is indeed rare for someone of your youth to possess such remarkable forging skills. May I ask from whom you received your tutelage?" As soon as Master Murong posed his question, not only he but also Samuel, who stood nearby, perked up his ears, curious about how Yuan Ching would respond this time after previously deflecting with vague references to a recluse. "It's merely a recluse. My master prefers to remain hidden from the world." Yuan Ching deftly sidestepped the inquiry, jesting, "Would I divulge my secrets to you? To raise such an extraordinary disciple as yourself, your master must indeed be an unparalleled figure, a realm beyond our grasp." Master Murong chuckled softly, his esteem for Yuan Ching growing. In his eyes, Yuan Ching undoubtedly had a formidable master. Fortuitously, he had refrained from taking action earlier. Otherwise, the Murong family might have faced dire consequences. A prodigious forger with a mysterious background was certainly someone worth cultivating. At that moment, several members of the Murong family entered, carrying two large chests. "Young friend, the sincerity of the Murong family has arrived." Chapter 88. Thunderstrike wood and lake heart water. Within the two chests lay the precious treasures promised earlier by Master Murong. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Acquiring even one is a monumental challenge. Yet, the Murong family now possesses two, showcasing their remarkable affluence. "My young friend, it was only due to circumstances that I conceded to a draw in our previous encounter. Your unparalleled talent surpasses even that of Yun Tian, who, despite his secret methods, cannot rival your prowess," Master Murong remarked, subtly pushing the treasures towards Yuan Ching. The Thunderstrike wood and lake heart water, once mere treasures, now were bestowed upon a worthy hero. "Thank you, Master Murong." Yuan Ching graciously accepted the two treasures, feeling they were rightfully his. Observing Yuan Ching's unchanged expression, Master Murong sensed his dissatisfaction and continued, "These treasures are indeed yours by right. Moreover, I have prepared a small token of goodwill, and I hope you will overlook past grievances." With that, Master Murong retrieved a golden name card from his robe and presented it to Yuan Ching. "This is my name card, a gift to you. In critical moments, it may prove to be of assistance." Yuan Ching was taken aback. "A name card? What worth could it hold?" "Ah, Yuan brother, you have struck gold." Zamu Lu interjected eagerly, his envy barely concealed. "Do you know, when Master Murong was young, he traversed the martial world, forging friendships far and wide. With this name card, even the most hardened individuals in the martial realm would show him some respect. Furthermore, the eldest son of the Murong family holds a significant position in the Blacksmiths Association. This card could grant you a favor." Zamu Li's envy stemmed not from the initial compliments, but from the latter advantages. If he had such a name card, presenting it to the Murong family's eldest son could easily facilitate his transfer from Tianyan City to the headquarters, rather than laboring for achievements as he did now. Flattered by Zamu Li's praise, Master Murong smiled contentedly. "I am no longer in my prime. Only my son might be able to assist you, thus forging a bond of friendship between the Murong family and yourself." Then I shall respect your wishes, Yuan Ching replied, accepting the name card. He would soon participate in the youth blacksmithing competition, and this card might indeed prove useful. After exchanging pleasantries and solidifying their friendship, Yuan Ching took his leave. As he departed the Murong estate, he glanced back, pondering when he might steal the golden qilin for a substantial gain. Brother Yuan, with Master Murong's golden card, your path within the Blacksmiths Association will undoubtedly be smooth sailing, Zamu Lu remarked enviously during their journey. Is his son particularly remarkable? Yuan Ching inquired, sensing Zamu Li's admiration seemed directed towards his superior. Brother Yuan, your performance in the upcoming competition will surely shine, and with this card, you may elevate the rank of your beast fire, Zamu Lu encouraged, his excitement palpable. Zamuel did not respond verbally, but instead spoke through his actions. Yuan Ching understood and placed the golden token in a more secure location. The selection process had reached its conclusion, and now preparations were underway for the journey to Yinyun City, the capital of Yinyun Prefecture, to participate in the finals. At that time, all the blacksmiths from the 100 cities of Yinyun Prefecture would gather in Yinyun City to celebrate this grand forging event. Naturally, Yinyun City, being a major city, had one quota, while some smaller cities had to unite to claim a single spot. Even so, the total number of participants from Yinyun Prefecture for the forging competition was expected to be around 300. After a day of rest, Yuan Ching and Zamuel officially set off, accompanied by Murong Yintian and others who joined their group. Thanks to Master Murong's mediation, Yuan Ching managed to maintain cordial relations with the individuals from Tianyin City, who would also be attending the event. The key was that Murong Yintian and his companions had already witnessed Yuan Ching's remarkable prowess. In the realm of blacksmithing, respect is always accorded to the accomplished. Now, upon seeing Yuan Ching, they displayed utmost deference. For them, it was not a source of embarrassment. A young master blacksmith on the cusp of greatness was destined to become a top-tier master, possibly even a legendary spirit weapon master. To curry favor with a future spirit weapon master was indeed a privilege. Thus, Yuan Ching's journey was quite pleasant. Tianyin City was a significant town on the outskirts, situated at a considerable distance from Yinyun City. According to Zamuel's estimation, it would take them 10 days to arrive. This was due to their status as strong practitioners, as ordinary people might take months to reach their destination. During the journey, Yuan Ching remained industrious, taking out the Lake Heart Water and Thunderstrike, what he had obtained from the Murong family to study. The Lake Heart Water was straightforward, akin to the essence of earth. It was effortlessly absorbed by Yuan Ching. Concurrently, his water attribute True Qi was elevated to the same level as his earth attribute True Qi, reaching the third refinement of the Jade Bone stage. Since it was Lake Heart Water, with such potent earth essence, theoretically, if sufficient, could it not elevate my True Qi strength to the pinnacle of the Jade Bone stage? However, while the thought was delightful, reality proved otherwise. Both Lake Heart Water and earth essence were treasures, exceedingly rare. Collectively in Yinyun Prefecture, there were perhaps only 10 strands, scattered among different individuals. A typical warrior might only encounter such treasures once in a lifetime, with few able to amass a significant quantity of earth essence. When considering the changes brought about by earth essence, it paled in comparison to the strength gained from equally valued cultivation resources after enhancing one's abilities. Having dispelled that notion, Yuan Ching turned his attention to the Thunderstrike wood, which was even more precious than Lake Heart Water. This was primarily due to its trace amounts of wood attribute elements. In the realm of heaven and earth, aside from the 5 common attributes, there existed 2 exceedingly rare attributes. One possesses the attribute of metal, while the other embodies the essence of wood. Much like the art of body tempering, both the metal and wood attributes are not primarily focused on combat. Rather, they serve as auxiliary attributes. Among these, the wood attribute's true energy is an essential requisite for an alchemist. Even more astonishing is the fact that these 2 attributes cannot be cultivated through ordinary techniques. A warrior must first comprehend these attributes before being able to practice the corresponding methods. This is a key reason why alchemists are rarer and more precious than blacksmiths. Within the wood struck by lightning, there exists a trace amount of wood attribute's spiritual energy. However, this does not guarantee comprehension. Whether one can grasp it depends on one's innate talent, physique, and understanding. All 3 are indispensable. Yuan Ching continuously caressed the lightning-struck wood in his hand. Sensing the destructive power within, which seemed to harbor a subtle feeling of rebirth. The wood attribute true energy, he pondered. Could I truly comprehend it? Unlike before, he did not employ brute force. Instead, he meticulously attuned himself to the power contained within. Regrettably, the wood attribute spiritual energy was exceedingly weak, dissipating with the slightest exertion. Yuan Ching sighed and shook his head. That brief moment of insight was utterly insufficient to nurture the birth of the entire wood attribute spiritual energy. According to his thoughts, it would likely require hundreds or even thousands of pieces of lightning struck wood to successfully comprehend the wood attribute spiritual energy. Successfully comprehended the lightning struck wood. Currently undergoing assessment. Assessment complete. This comprehension coefficient is 1,800 times. Congratulations, you have successfully comprehended the wood attribute true energy from the lightning struck wood. What? Is this possible? Faced with the sudden notification before him, Yuan Ching was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of ecstatic joy. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had indeed never grasped such things before. Even the previous earth yellow energy had been absorbed rather crudely. It appeared he had overlooked a vast treasure. Such comprehension is the hallmark of a prodigious genius. Yuan Ching opened his left hand, and a sprout-like true energy emerged, delicate yet brimming with infinite vitality. Akin to the essence of spring. Just as he reveled in his excitement, a cacophony of sounds suddenly echoed from outside the carriage. Yuan Ching. It seems that Zemu Lu has encountered trouble, came the voice of Di San, gradually rising from outside the carriage. Chapter 89. Yinyan City. Yuan Ching cautiously peered out, only to discover that their party had seemingly encountered another group ahead. It was the people from Tianmu City. He had not anticipated encountering them here. At that moment, Murong Yuntian also emerged from the carriage, his face darkened upon seeing the banner of the opposing team. Tianmu City? Di San, standing nearby, observed Yuan Ching's perplexed expression and promptly explained, "It is a significant stronghold from another direction of Yinyan Prefecture, which has been in fierce competition with Tianyan City for years, vying for the title of the foremost defensive stronghold in Yinyan Prefecture. This rivalry has resulted in a severely strained relationship between the two cities." Yuan Ching nodded. It seemed that the people of Yinyan Prefecture were particularly concerned with their reputation. The clamor gradually intensified, and then several individuals from Tianmu City began to approach Yuan Ching's side. "Intermediate blacksmiths? Is this the level of your Tianyan City, Zemu? The leader, mounted on a dark steed, sported a bushy beard and appeared even shorter and stockier than Zemu. He shouted incessantly. Zemu rushed up behind, his face flushed with anger as he bellowed, "Zhalong, do not go too far." Zhalong sneered dismissively, casting a casual glance at Murong Yuntian and the others. "Excessive? Let us not put it that way. I am merely here to engage in friendly discourse with the blacksmiths of Tianmu City. What? Are you frightened?" As he spoke, two high-level blacksmiths clad in three-star blacksmith attire stepped forward, their expressions haughty as they surveyed Murong Yuntian and Yuan Ching. The latter could only exchange cold glances. Yet their limited power rendered them ineffective against the provocation. Observing this, Zemu scoffed, if it were not for the desire to conceal Yuan Ching's trump card. Yuan Ching alone could easily handle them. Seeing the infuriated Murong Yuntian, Zhalong's spirits soared. However, when he turned to Yuan Ching, he was momentarily taken aback. Why was this fellow so expressionless? Unfazed, he thought. Regrettably, he was merely an intermediate blacksmith of little consequence. He then erupted into laughter. "Enough, enough. Let us not bully this group of mere intermediate blacksmiths, lest others accuse us of taking advantage of the weak. Let us depart. It appears there are no formidable opponents in this competition." With that, Zhalong took the lead, mounting his horse and leading his entourage away. Once Zhalong and his companions had retreated into the distance, Murong Yuntian reluctantly remarked, "The people from Tianmu City have become increasingly arrogant, openly provoking us this time. There's no way around it. We have suffered consecutive defeats to Tianmu City for several years now," he continued with a sigh. "Alas, the strength of Tianmu City this year is formidable, boasting two high-level blacksmiths." As he spoke, the gazes of the others inevitably turned towards Yuan Ching. This year, Tianyan City had 5 promising high-level blacksmiths, yet all had failed in their attempts, leaving them still as intermediate blacksmiths. As for the so-called quasi-high-level blacksmiths, it is merely a title that people privately bestow upon each other. The path to becoming a high-level blacksmith is exceedingly arduous. Even a prodigious talent like Murong Yuntian finds it difficult to break through. In Tianmu City, it is merely due to the presence of 2 high-level blacksmiths nearing 30 that they have gained recognition. Observing the despondent spirits of the crowd, Murong Yuntian suddenly stepped forward and approached Yuan Ching, bowing respectfully. Brother Yuan, despite our previous disagreements, the contest between Tianyuan City and Tianmu City this year rests upon your shoulders. Once we defeat Tianmu City, the people of Tianyuan City shall be immensely grateful. Yuan Ching smiled softly and generously replied, to take someone's wealth and ward off their misfortunes, I shall accept this task. Thank you, Brother Yuan, thank you. Murong Yuntian rejoiced within, hastily expressing his gratitude, for he had not anticipated Yuan Ching's swift acceptance. Although Yuan Ching was representing Tianyuan City, had he chosen not to, Murong Yuntian would have had no recourse. Now, Yuan Ching's magnanimity made Murong Yuntian feel as though he had misjudged his character. Soon, the caravan set forth once more. This time, they encountered no further troubles on the road, advancing smoothly to the outskirts of Yinyun City. At a glance, the deep azure of Yinyun City stood at the center, its magical patterns undulating occasionally, resembling an ancient beast resting upon the grasslands, serene, mysterious, and powerful. As the capital of Yinyun Prefecture, Yinyun City boasts a history of over 3,000 years. The trials of time have not only failed to erode this ancient city, but have rendered it even more enigmatic. Even among the entirety of Tianchuan continent, Yinyun City ranks as one of the grand cities. At this moment, the entrance of Yinyun City bustled with countless pedestrians, with caravans like Yuan Ching's in overwhelming numbers. The majority being blacksmith teams come to participate in the grand competition. Indeed, Yinyun Prefecture is thriving, judging by the scale of today's event. This blacksmithing contest has likely attracted tens of thousands of artisans. Observing this scene, Yuan Ching could not help but reflect on the vast disparity compared to Shaotian Prefecture. At least here, it could truly be regarded as a flourishing realm. Upon entering the city, Samuel arranged a separate residence for Yuan Ching and his companions. After confirming that the competition was 5 days away, Yuan Ching promptly set forth to his intended destination, the auction house. If there were any supreme jadebone cultivation techniques to be found in Yinyun City, it would undoubtedly be at the auction house. Especially during this period, the auction house had gathered an impressive assortment of treasures from all the blacksmiths in Yinyun Prefecture. Before long, Yuan Ching arrived at the auction house accompanied by Di San. Still clad in his blacksmith attire, as soon as he entered, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful and voluptuous maid. These maids were specially trained for the auction house, both professional and captivating in appearance and voice. Esteemed blacksmith, have you come to consign any valuable items? Upon encountering Yuan Ching, the maid also noticed the 2 stars emblazoned on his chest, signifying his status as a mid-tier blacksmith. This revelation stirred a sense of disappointment within her. It appeared that he was yet another ordinary individual. Despite her inner disillusionment, her visage remained adorned with a welcoming smile, betraying none of her feelings. Yuan Ching nodded, aware that both he and Di San were clutching a total of 7 formidable weapons, their intentions glaringly evident. Ah, I see. The maid quickly elucidated upon noticing Yuan Ching's nod. Esteemed blacksmith, if these are merely mid-grade weapons, there is no need for an auction. You may submit them for appraisal. And once verified, they can be consigned within our auction hall. Should there be any interested buyers, we shall retain a commission of 10% before remitting the remainder to your residence. The auction hall? Yuan Ching inquired, a hint of confusion etched on his features. The maid, eager to clarify, continued, given the elevated standards of this auction, we recommend consigning items valued under 1 million taels of silver to the auction hall. Particularly in recent days, the influx of patrons has been substantial, making it quite feasible for valuable items to be sold swiftly. Very well, then. Please assist me with the appraisal, Yuan Ching replied. The auction house sprawled expansively, with the outer hall alone encompassing thousands of square meters, filled with items deemed not overly valuable as per the maid's description. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of rare treasures, formidable weapons, and even martial arts manuals. Among them were the Wan Shui fruits priced at 20,000 taels of silver and mid-grade weapons at 45,000 taels. Yuan Ching even spotted a martial arts manual reaching the pinnacle of 9 apertures, offered here for over 500,000 taels of silver. Additionally, the outer hall was bustling with buyers, many of whom sought to peruse the wares available. The primary allure, of course, lay in the presence of specialized appraisers, ensuring that any item displayed in the hall was virtually guaranteed to be authentic. After traversing the outer hall, Yuan Ching and his companions soon arrived at the designated appraisal area, which was similarly crowded with individuals clutching their treasures. Some among them appeared uncertain of their item's authenticity, approaching with a mindset of trial and error. The auction house's rules were unambiguous. Genuine items must be auctioned through their venue, while counterfeit goods incurred 1,000 taels silver appraisal fee. Items deemed unworthy of even 10,000 taels were not permitted entry into the auction house. Here we are, my lord. Given the high volume of visitors in recent days, kindly queue here. The maid indicated towards a room ahead, where several blacksmiths in their attire stood, cradling their weapons. Very well, I shall adopt the demeanor of a civilized individual in this foreign realm, Yuan Ching mused silently, having not queued for quite some time. The maid did not depart, but remained by his side. Make way, clear a path for this master. Just as Yuan Ching stood amidst the crowd, a coarse voice resonated from behind. In the next moment, a white figure effortlessly leaped over Yuan Ching, striding purposefully into the room. Taken aback, Yuan Ching pondered. Am I being cut in line? Chapter 90. The rights of the strong stop right there. Who gave you the audacity to cut in line? In both this life and the last, Yuan Ching had always detested those who dared to intrude upon his space. The man ahead had barely taken a few steps when he heard a reprimand from behind, causing him to slowly halt. The surrounding blacksmiths recoiled as if confronted by a malevolent spirit, hastily distancing themselves, fearful of being mistaken for the one issuing the rebuke. Impudent wretch! You dare speak so brazenly. The man surveyed Yuan Ching, noting his 2-star ranking, a mere mid-tier blacksmith. Before Yuan Ching could respond, the maid beside him changed her expression and quickly interjected, My lord, this gentleman is newly arrived and unfamiliar with the auction house's rules. She then whispered urgently to Yuan Ching, My lord, the other party is a high-tier blacksmith and likely possesses a valuable weapon worth over 1 million. It would be wise to concede for now. Upon observing the maid's anxious demeanor, the man understood that Yuan Ching was a newcomer. He smirked derisively, Impudent child. Before entering the auction house, you ought to clear your vision. The superior weapon in my possession is enough to purchase every item you carry. Can you afford to waste my time? A superior weapon? Is that truly your justification for cutting in line? Yuan Ching's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the vicinity. The maid immediately grew flustered upon hearing this. All eyes in the room turned to Yuan Ching at once. Ordinary superior weapon? What an arrogant fool, they thought. This fellow, clearly a mid-tier blacksmith like us, dares to confront a high-tier blacksmith. He's courting disaster. There are far too many reckless newcomers these days, daring to belittle superior weapons. Even the esteemed Yin Yun Mansion regards superior weapons as the primary armament of the Jade Bone Realm's powerhouses. High-tier blacksmiths remain the upper echelon of the Yin Yun Mansion. Yuan Ching's words had undoubtedly offended those present. The man's eyes glinted with a cold light as he scrutinized Yuan Ching, his voice dripping with disdain. Very well, very well. In all my years, I have never encountered such an arrogant young man. When did superior weapons become commonplace? I am eager to see what you possess, and whether it can compare to my superior weapon. With that, Zhang Donghu strode directly toward Yuan Ching, intent on unveiling the carefully wrapped weapon he held. The surrounding spectators were similarly amused, knowing the dire consequences that awaited a mid-tier blacksmith who dared to offend a high-tier blacksmith. Sir, it would be prudent for you to leave this place quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble, the maid urged in a hushed tone near Yuan Ching's ear. The third-tier horseman stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhang Donghu. Wait, have you forgotten a crucial detail? It was this fellow who cut in line first. Yuan Ching proclaimed loudly, as the conflict seemed to shift squarely onto his shoulders. Cut in line. Others are esteemed high-level blacksmiths, and cutting in line is their privilege. The exquisite weapons they hold are worth millions, so isn't it rather normal for them to bypass the queue? If you could present a superior weapon, you too might be entitled to such an indulgence, rather than standing in line like the rest of us. As Yuan Ching concluded his remarks, rather than receiving support, the onlookers overwhelmingly sided with Zhang Donghu. In this world, strength signifies privilege, and wealth serves as a passport. High-level blacksmiths, Wherever they may roam, draw a following. Hey kid, do you see? Superior weapons are my power. You, a mere mid-level blacksmith, think yourself worthy of conversing with me? Where are the auction house personnel? Why do they allow this brat to run rampant? Zhang Donghu was firmly blocked by the third party. His own lack of strength compelled him to place his hopes in the formidable figures within the auction house. Not far away, several managers from the auction house noticed the unusual commotion and began to approach. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing, upon hearing Zhang Donghu's words, merely scoffed. If that is your stance, then my power far surpasses yours. As he spoke, Yuan Qing revealed several of his own weapons. In an instant, a chorus of sword chants erupted from Yuan Qing's garments, and dazzling rays of light emanated from the exquisite formations. Superior weapons. For superior weapons. Good heavens. How could this individual possess so many? Wait, not only superior weapons. It seems there are even exceptional ones among them. The three others are not merely superior weapons, but appear to be of an even higher caliber. Could they all be exceptional weapons? Once the weapons were drawn, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The 7 weapons in Yuan Qing's possession left everyone utterly speechless. How could this be possible? How could a mere mid-level blacksmith possess so much? Zhang Donghu's mouth fell agape, and he sank slightly to the ground. Though he was a high-level blacksmith, superior weapons were not as commonplace as cabbages. He typically produced only 1 or 2 in a year. Yet now, Yuan Qing possessed 4 superior weapons, along with exceptional ones. These were among the finest in the Yanyan prefecture. My lord, are all these yours? The maid beside Yuan Qing trembled slightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. She had always regarded him as just a lowly mid-level blacksmith, yet he wielded exceptional weapons. The thought of having made him wait in line was mortifying. If only she had inquired further, this situation could have been avoided. Of course they are mine. I wish to inquire, what level of authority do these items confer? Yuan Qing casually waved the weapons in his hand, feigning indifference. My lord, I apologize. I will take you inside at once. The maid lowered her head, feeling a mix of excitement and indignation. She was exhilarated to have encountered a distinguished guest like Yuan Qing, yet irate at herself for not recognizing him sooner. Even the surrounding onlookers bowed their heads, their faces adorned with sycophantic expressions directed at Yuan Qing. Who could this individual be? Perhaps he was a scion of a prominent family? No, this young master, strikingly handsome and clad in the attire of a blacksmith, was undoubtedly a prodigious craftsman and likely a disciple of a master blacksmith. The ease with which he wielded exquisite weapons suggested he might even be an apprentice to a spirit weapon master. The mere mention of a spirit weapon master rendered the crowd silent, their expressions a blend of fear and admiration. Zhang Donghu, upon hearing this, prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he clutched his superior weapon. Someone capable of casually producing exceptional weapons undoubtedly belonged to a force powerful enough to obliterate him effortlessly. He could only hope that this individual regarded him as insignificant as a mere insect. In truth, upon observing the attitudes of those around him, Yuan Qing paid little mind to it all. It was merely a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Civilization? That was but a construct predicated on equality. A man adorned in splendid garments approached Yuan Qing, bowing his head with a face full of obsequiousness. Greetings, sir. I am the steward of the auction house, and I shall be at your service throughout your visit. He then swiftly glanced at the 7 weapons in Yuan Qing's possession and inquired, might I ask from which master these 7 exquisite weapons originated? Chapter 91. Duan Donghe. These 4 exquisite weapons are crafted by my own hands, while the 2 near-legendary weapons and 1 legendary weapon are the creations of my master. A sharp intake of breath escaped the auctioneer's lips. These 4 superb weapons were indeed forged by the young man before him. How old could he be? He appeared no more than 16 or 17. Yet he had the skill to forge such exceptional items. Many craftsmen, even those who had lived for over a century, might never reach such heights. Consequently, the gazes of those around Yuan Qing were not merely filled with envy, but also awe. A high-ranking craftsman of such youth was a rare phenomenon in Yanyan Prefecture, which had not witnessed such a prodigious talent in many years. Very well, please follow me. We have professional appraisers ready to evaluate your items. The auctioneer finally regained his composure and respectfully led Yuan Qing away. After Yuan Qing departed, Zhang Donghu, who had been lying on the floor, slowly rose to his feet. He scanned the crowd around him, then nonchalantly re-entered the room. The others dared not voice any discontent in his presence. On the second floor of the auction house, in a serene and elegant small chamber, Yuan Ching was leisurely sipping a cup of refreshing green tea. The sweet flavor invigorated him, enhancing the vitality of his internal energy. Opposite him, an elderly man with a white beard was meticulously examining one of the superb weapons. As he scrutinized the weapon, the old man subtly probed the formations and structures imbued within it using his own energy. After a brief moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a stunning creation! This superb weapon is undoubtedly of the highest quality. I assure you, it is worth at least 200,000 taels of silver." The attendant beside him, taken aback, quickly interjected, "Elder Liu, are all four of these weapons of such caliber?" "Indeed, all four exhibit exceptional craftsmanship. If they indeed originate from this young man, then his skill must have already reached the threshold of a top-tier craftsman." Elder Liu nodded, generously praising Yuan Ching. "Your flattery is too much, Elder Liu. We still have the other three weapons to discuss." Yuan Ching chuckled, gesturing towards the remaining artifacts. "Let me speak candidly. In comparison to these four superb weapons, the level of these three is somewhat inferior. Regrettably, they are made from premium materials for their blades. Thus their values are middling and subpar." Elder Liu remarked with a hint of regret regarding the other three weapons. However, this outcome was within Yuan Ching's expectations, as these three were originally exceptional weapons that had merely surpassed their class through the use of formations. Among weapons of similar caliber, they would not rank highly. Let us set the reserve price for these two near-legendary weapons at 600,000 taels of silver, and the legendary weapon at 800,000 taels of silver. Adding the previous four superb weapons, the total amounts to 2 million taels of silver. If the esteemed friend were to auction at my auction house and fail to meet the desired price, my establishment would gladly cover the difference. May I inquire if you have any objections?" Upon hearing Mr. Su's words, Yuan Ching maintained a semblance of composure, yet the nearby D-San was overwhelmed with excitement. 200 million taels of silver. This sum is astronomical within the realm of Shaotian Mansion. With such wealth, acquiring anything in Shaotian Mansion would pose no challenge. Even persuading the mansion's lord to act as a bodyguard would likely be met with consent. Some of the materials for fine weaponry were procured by him, and a top-grade weapon could be crafted with premium materials costing less than 500,000 taels of silver. The profit from Yuan Ching's dealings was indeed substantial. This blacksmithing profession appears to be exceedingly lucrative. Very well, I have no objections. However, I do have one inquiry. Will there be any extraordinary Jade Bone Realm techniques available at this auction? Yuan Ching succinctly stated the purpose of his visit. Rest assured, as our esteemed client, we shall prepare a catalog of auction items exclusively for you prior to the event, the auction house steward responded, hesitating momentarily before continuing. However, sir, even if there are extraordinary Jade Bone Realm techniques, based on past conventions, they typically fetch prices exceeding 30 million taels of silver. So you may need to prepare additional funds. Yuan Ching furrowed his brow, muttering about the exorbitance of the prices. Is there an option for credit? Sir, we are not yet familiar with your background. Based solely on this transaction, we can extend a maximum credit of 1 million taels of silver, the steward replied. Of course, should you have a powerful patron willing to vouch for you and disclose the name of your esteemed master and your family standing, Tianshuang Auction House could elevate your credit limit to 10 million taels of silver, interest-free. As a dominant force in Tianshuang continent, the auction house naturally seeks to cultivate relationships with strong allies and invest in promising young talents. It was evident that Yuan Ching had the potential to benefit greatly from this arrangement. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Ching suddenly spoke up. What if I were to secure first place in this blacksmithing competition? First place? Are you referring to the young blacksmith competition? The steward was taken aback. But after a moment's reflection, he recognized the possibility. Given such youth and exceptional talent, should the gentleman achieve first place, many factions would undoubtedly be willing to pay the price of an extraordinary Jade Bone Realm technique to recruit him. Moreover, our Tianshuang auction house would be inclined to elevate your credit limit to 20 million taels of silver. Yuan Ching nodded. 20 million. Coupled with his own 20 million or so, would provide a solid foundation. Furthermore, since it was a competition, there would likely be some rewards for achieving first place. By the way, sir, under whose name will these fine weapons be registered? Yuan Ching. A quarter of an hour later, Yuan Ching and Di San exited the auction house. At that moment, Di San's gaze towards Yuan Ching had begun to transform. In the past, I merely acknowledged the remarkable prowess of Yuan Ching in the art of forging. But now it transcends mere brilliance. It has ascended to extraordinary heights. With hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, one could effortlessly transform it into exquisite weapons worth millions. He is truly a master of alchemy. What are you staring at? Did I not bestow upon you a superior weapon? If it does not please you, return it to me, and I shall sell it for a significant profit. Di San, feeling uneasy under Yuan Ching's gaze, spoke with dubious intent. Wait, Brother Yuan, no. Brother Yuan Ching, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. From now on, I, Di San, shall follow you. Di San quickly submitted, realizing that aligning with Yuan Ching was indeed the right choice. Yuan Ching cast a sidelong glance at him, wondering if even a master of the Jadebone realm could be so shameless. Before long, the two returned from the auction house to their residence. However, before they could enter, Murong Yuntian hurriedly approached them, visibly anxious. He presented a letter of invitation to Yuan Ching. What is this? An invitation from Duan Dongha? It invites all the talented forgers of Yinyan Prefecture to convene at the Forgers Association in East City in 3 days? Yuan Ching took the invitation and glanced at it. Brother Yuan, you are now the representative of the young forgers from Tianyan City. This invitation rightfully belongs to you. In truth, the invitation was intended for Murong Yuntian, who deemed himself unworthy and thus transferred it directly to Yuan Ching. The name Duan Dongha rang a bell. Di San, stroking his chin, pondered. He was the most prodigious forging talent in Yinyan Prefecture, having become a forger at the tender age of 12, reaching intermediate status by 15 and advanced status by 18. Now, at 28, he had remained reclusive for a decade. Some claimed he had ascended to the pinnacle of forging, yet he had never publicly confirmed such rumors. It was said he was the most likely candidate to become a spirit tool master. Murong Yuntian recounted his knowledge of Duan Dongha in great detail. Isn't he quite similar to you? Aren't you on the verge of becoming an advanced forger as well? Yuan Ching remarked nonchalantly. Brother Yuan, you jest. Although I am but a step away, that step signifies the chasm between a genius and an extraordinary genius, Murong Yuntian replied with self-deprecating humor, not believing himself to be on par with Duan Dongha. This fellow is inviting all participating forgers merely to gauge their capabilities. I shall not attend, let him guess. Yuan Ching was resolute about his ambitions for the upcoming competition and held no interest in preliminary assessments. Brother Yuan, in fact, Duan Dongha did not participate in the last 2 competitions, yet he has suddenly emerged this time. I suspect it is related to the grand prize of this contest. Murong Yuntian stated, shifting the conversation to another matter. A grand prize? What is it? A treasure map. Chapter 92. The Way of Formation, a treasure map? How absurd. Shouldn't such a grand competition directly present the treasure itself? Why is there even talk of a treasure map? Indeed, it is said to record the location of a geothermal fire. Geothermal fire? Yuan Ching's heart suddenly raced. With the geothermal fire, wouldn't he be able to forge a quasi-spiritual artifact? After all, the demon-suppressing tower is merely a quasi-spiritual artifact itself. Murong Yuntian approached, seemingly intent on delivering this news. The effect was palpable, igniting Yuan Ching's already fervent desire to secure first place. However, the art of forging with geothermal fire had reached a bottleneck. Apart from the heavenly fire and beast fire, further advancement seemed nearly impossible. The issue was that, aside from the Forgers Association's headquarters, beast fire was virtually unavailable elsewhere. While auction houses had it, it was intended for others' auctions and would obviously not be easily given to Yuan Ching. Thus, there remained only one solution: formations. The forging of exquisite weapons fundamentally relies on the application of superior materials and top-tier formations. When the geothermal forging technique reached its 8th level, Yuan Ching had essentially mastered the use of premium materials. Yet, his grasp of formations remained at the level of a high-tier formation master, perpetually one step shy of the top-tier formations required for exquisite weaponry. Where, in Yinyan City, could one learn top-tier formations? After a moment of contemplation, Di San ultimately shook his head. Yuan Ching did not linger and went directly to the Forgers Association to seek out Samuel. Others might be unaware, but as a quasi-top-tier forger, Samuel would undoubtedly be striving to learn top-tier formations. Yuan Ching intended to dedicate the next 5 days to studying these formations. As for Duan Dongha's invitation, it was of no concern to him. 3 days later, within the East City Forgers Association, I sent out so many invitations, yet only half the people showed up. It seems the world has long forgotten who Duan Dongha is. Make a note of their names before the competition. Arrange for someone to visit each of them. The next day, shocking news spread throughout Yinyan City. Several forgers participating in the Young Forgers competition had all perished. Right within Yinyan City, some died suddenly in their homes, others in flower shops, and some inexplicably along the way. Many young forgers, terrified by these horrifying reports, fled the city overnight. The entire Yinyan City descended into a state of panic. It was not until the day before the competition that Yuan Ching emerged from the Forgers Association's formation hall, utterly satisfied. As formations are an essential skill for forgers, how could the Forgers Association lack a place for practice? Samuel had returned specifically because such a treasure existed within the Yinyan City Forgers Association. How is it, Brother Yuan? This is indeed an opportunity one have bestowed upon you for your learning. As Yuan Ching emerged from the array hall, Elder Liu, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, immediately approached him. It must be said that leaning against a mighty tree indeed provides ample shade. Yuan Ching toyed with a small metallic orb in his hand, a modest achievement he had secured within the array hall. Just 2 days prior, he had successfully elevated his array mastery to the pinnacle level of a grand array master. However, Yuan Ching did not rush out. Instead, he seized the opportunity to deeply comprehend the intricacies of arrays, much like a nobleman contemplating the essence of thunderstruck wood. Elder Liu gazed curiously at the small iron sphere in Yuan Ching's hand. Yuan Ching, in turn, gently unveiled the outer shell of the orb, revealing its true nature within. It was the core of an array, a core encircled by dozens of top-tier arrays, currently accumulating power at its center, a formidable force poised to erupt at any moment. Of course, this was not power Yuan Ching had gathered himself, but rather something he had stealthily acquired from the array hall. This is a top-tier array core, Elder Liu exclaimed, nearly voicing his astonishment. As a near top-tier blacksmith, he possessed a keen sensitivity to such elite arrays, able to discern their essence at a glance. The iron sphere in Yuan Ching's possession contained an entire array core. One must understand that an array core cannot simply be produced by mastering a top-tier array. It is the fruit of fully grasping the profound mysteries of elite arrays. In other words, have you ascended to the status of a top-notch array master? Elder Liu's expression was complex. Just days ago, he had been on the same starting line as Yuan Ching, and now, Yuan Ching had surpassed him by a considerable margin. I must also thank President Elder Liu for your generosity, which allowed me to gain some insights and achieve this breakthrough. Yuan Ching nodded, not denying the truth of his words. At this point, Yuan Ching had indeed become a de facto top-tier blacksmith, skilled in forging exquisite materials. With a bit of fine-tuning, he could even craft exceptional weapons. However, without the support of the earth-fire forging technique and its accompanying methods, his success rate would plummet to below 50%. In the Yinyan Prefecture, the vast majority of blacksmiths find themselves in a similar predicament, their success rates languishing below 50%. Yet, Elder Liu's expression momentarily fell into a daze. In the presence of excellence, one often succumbs to feelings of inferiority. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Yuan Ching was indeed a prodigy. He could not compare himself to such an extraordinary individual. He was merely an ordinary person. Elder Liu could only console himself in this manner. Moreover, he shared a good rapport with Yuan Ching, and when this prodigy fully matures, he would have played no small part in that journey. Truly, comparison with others can be disheartening. By the way, Yuan Ching, recent events in Yinyan City have been rather tumultuous. It would be wise for you not to return today. Instead, prepare to participate in the grand competition tomorrow. Very well, I shall delve into my studies for a while longer. Yuan Ching did not decline, but instead turned and re-entered the array hall once more. Wait, all those are my points. Samuel felt a wave of bitterness. Staying inside was quite costly in terms of points. As the vice president, he could only enter for a period of cultivation every 3 years. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When Yuan Ching finally emerged from the array hall, the power within the iron orb in his hand had intensified, becoming more profound and nuanced. Samuel glanced at the iron orb, sensing a force within that made his heart race. a terrifying power. Let us go? The competition is being held in the East City. Despite a shiver running down his spine, Samuel paid no heed to his unease and prepared to accompany Yuan Qing to the grand event. Just as Yuan Qing stepped out of the Blacksmith Association's doors, a figure suddenly sprang to life not far away. Finally emerged, Yuan Qing, quite adept at evasion, but can you truly escape? In an instant, the figure vanished into the shadows. Within the span of a tease brew, the two had left the association and arrived at a sparsely populated street, an essential route to the competition venue. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, appearing as if out of nowhere, lunging towards Yuan Qing. Just as anticipated, Yuan Qing's figure shifted abruptly, as if he had been prepared for this moment all along. It was his first encounter with the shadow attribute True Energy. Observing the assailant, he realized that had he not sensed the opponent's shadow attribute True Energy, he might have indeed fallen prey. Discovered? What of it? I shall kill you, and none shall obstruct me. The shadow scoffed, unleashing a formidable power as it charged directly at Yuan Qing. Jade Bone, 5 refinements. Samuel's expression changed drastically. He had not expected such a master to be lurking in the city. No one can stop me. You are not human. Yuan Qing retaliated with lightning speed, activating the iron orb in his hand and hurling it towards the assailant before him. Chapter 93. On the brink of imprisonment, a brilliant burst of light erupted from the iron sphere, a moment when the combined might of over 100 top-tier formations detonated, instantly enveloping the surrounding area within 100 meters. The assassin, the intended target, found himself directly at the epicenter of the explosion, bearing the brunt of the iron sphere's overwhelming force. Run! Yuan Qing slowly rose from the ruins, calling out to Samuel. Despite being a formidable figure of the Jade Bone 5th refinement, Yuan Qing was uncertain if he could vanquish his opponent. Although the iron sphere contained top-tier formations capable of ensnaring high-level Jade Bone practitioners, its offensive capability fell short. Curse you! I shall slay you. Suddenly, a figure, part skeletal and part grotesquely mangled flesh, leaped from the explosion zone, roaring in anger as it charged towards Yuan Qing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Qing unleashed his full speed, racing towards the arena. This city of Yinyuan was truly cursed. Encountering such chaos in broad daylight was incomprehensible. In Xiaodian manner, the heavenly guards would have rushed to aid him immediately. You cannot escape. I will personally end your life. Yuan Qing sprinted ahead, refraining from using the cloud leaping technique. The half-skeletal figure dashed forward, effortlessly demolishing nearby buildings with mere flicks of power. Unbridled. The Yinyuan guards are here. Cease at once. At that moment, the guards of Yinyuan City, belatedly aware of the commotion, converged from all directions towards the half-skeletal figure and Yuan Qing. Stop! Who are you? A group of Yinyuan guards blocked Yuan Qing's path. Raising an eyebrow, Yuan Qing felt a sense of deja vu, but answered truthfully. I am Yuan Qing from Tianyuan City, preparing to participate in the youth forging competition. That individual attempted to assassinate me. I was merely fleeing. You wish to enter the competition? The guards exchanged glances. Despite Yuan Qing's tattered robes, remnants of a forger's attire were discernible, though the badge on his chest had long been lost, making it impossible to ascertain his rank. They could only judge based on his youth. You shall not participate in the competition. Come with us. Such destruction in Yinyuan City cannot go unpunished. Yuan Qing was taken aback. Being taken away would spell disaster for him. He was determined to win the forging competition, yet the strength of these Yinyuan guards was formidable. All being at the Jade Bone realm. Yuan Qing, do not resist. Wait for me, came Samuel's voice from nearby. At that moment, Samuel, limping, hopped over from the side. Earlier, he had spotted members of the Yinyuan guard approaching. The Yinyuan guard were not to be trifled with, and knowing Yuan Qing's temperament, he feared he might be too late and miss his chance. Lad, do you still wish to resist? Once you fall into our hands, we shall toss you into a cell for a few days. After that, even the most obstinate will learn to comply. The members of the Yinyuan guard encircling Yuan Qing chuckled, their expressions filled with mockery as they gazed at him, showing no signs of fear regarding his potential reactions. At that moment, Zhemu Lu had also hurried over. He first exchanged pleasantries with the Yinyuan guard, and then spoke. Brothers, I am Zhemu Lu, the vice president of the Blacksmith Association. This young man is one of our members. Might you show a bit of leniency? The Yinyuan guard scrutinized Zhemu Lu, but fortunately, his insignia was still visible, confirming his identity. Upon recognizing Zhamu Lu, the leader of the Yun Guard finally displayed a hint of amusement. Given the destruction this man has caused in Yun City, I doubt leniency will be granted. Those above will not allow it. Zhamu Li's expression turned peculiar. It seemed even revealing his identity was of no avail. He cautiously approached the leader of the Yun Guard and whispered, "My lord. The Blacksmith Association has always maintained a good relationship with the Yun Guard." As he spoke, Zhamu Lu discreetly slipped a roll of silver notes into the man's pocket. Upon seeing the substantial sum of silver notes, the Yun Guard leader lowered his voice, saying, "Alas, it is not that I lack the will to be lenient, but there are eyes watching this matter. My brothers find themselves in a difficult position. This individual has already been marked by those above. He must be escorted back and cannot reach the competition site. He can be released later without issue." Zhamu Lu furrowed his brow. Was he being targeted? Yet, considering Yuan Qing's brilliance during his time in Tianyuan City, crafting near-legendary weapons, it was no surprise that he had drawn attention. "Thank you. I beseech you to grant us a moment more for me to speak," Zhamu Lu said. The leader of the Yun Guard waved his hand, creating some distance between Yuan Qing and the group, allowing Zhamu Lu to approach him. Seeing that Yuan Qing was relatively unharmed, Zhamu Lu felt a slight sense of relief, albeit limping. "The situation is rather grave. You have attracted unwanted attention, and it seems you may not make it to the competition." Yuan Qing's brow furrowed deeply. This was disastrous, resulting in a loss of 2 million at once. Duan Dongha. For reasons unknown, the name sprang to Yuan Qing's mind. Indeed, being too brilliant could lead to trouble. Zhamu Lu nodded knowingly. With Duan Dongha's formidable background and the recent significant events in the city, it would be challenging for Yuan Qing to extricate himself from this predicament. Zhamu Lu contemplated his next course of action. "Brother Yuan, may I inquire if you still have the golden token bestowed by Master Morong on your person? Does Master Morong's influence extend that far?" Yuan Qing retrieved the golden token. At this juncture, he found himself with little choice left. The purpose of the golden token was originally to enhance the beast fire. Yet it now appears that participating in the grand tournament holds far greater significance. Zamiel accepted the golden token but shook his head in disapproval. While the token bore no relevance to the Yun Guard, it might compel Murong Changkong to act, presenting a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Yuan Qing was taken away by the Yun Guard, and Zamiel departed with Yuan Qing's golden token in hand. Just as it was on that fateful day at Shaodian Mansion, the dungeon of Yun City was inevitably destined to receive Yuan Qing's presence. Perhaps due to Zamiel's influence, the Yun Guard treated Yuan Qing with exceptional care along the way, imparting numerous words of caution. During the journey, Yuan Qing uncovered a rather profound piece of information. The spirit-trapping great prison of Yun City was, in fact, an artifact of spiritual significance. It surpassed even the demon-subduing tower in its terror, capable of confining all true energy within its vicinity. Even a top-tier Jadebone realm expert would be rendered as powerless as an ordinary person within its confines. However, the guards inside the prison possessed a special spirit talisman, which allowed them to utilize their true energy within the prison walls. This circumstance rendered the prisoners utterly incapable of rebellion, forced to obediently endure the guard suppression. Moments later, Yuan Qing and his companions arrived at the threshold of the spirit-trapping great prison. This place exuded an even more chilling aura than the demon-subduing tower, with surrounding structures all cloaked in ominous black, appearing profoundly deep. At first glance, it resembled a ferocious beast, its gaping maw waiting to devour one prisoner after another. Before Yuan Qing and his group could enter, a cacophony of curses emanated from within the beast's maw. "What does my spirit-trapping great prison mean to you? Is it your personal playground? You think you can just bring anyone in here? Do you believe I am easy to deal with? Lord Spirit Trapper, tread carefully, came the warning. "Get lost. It's my domain. I shall speak as I please." At that moment, Yuan Qing caught sight of a figure emerging from within. It was an extraordinarily burly man, towering over 2 meters, exuding an aura of strength akin to a fortified city wall. The moment this man laid eyes on the escorted Yuan Qing, he inquired, "A forger?" Upon seeing the formidable figure, the captain in charge of escorting Yuan Qing hastily approached, bowing deeply to report, "Lord Spirit Trapper, this individual is the suspect responsible for the destruction of Yun City today. I know who he is. What about the other person?" Before the captain could finish, The burly man interrupted him. With his head bowed, the captain was soon drenched in cold sweat, murmuring, "He has been taken away. A bunch of useless fools." Boom. A tremendous pressure suddenly descended, causing the captain and the dozen guards escorting Yuan Ching to collapse to the ground, the earth splitting beneath them, while blood pooled around the guards. Remarkably, Yuan Ching remained unscathed, though he was utterly astonished, for the captain was a formidable expert of the fifth refinement of the Jade Bone realm. How could he be so thoroughly subdued? Once more, the coarse voice of the burly man echoed ahead. "I see that you are no longer the Yin Guard, but rather a private army." Having said this, he suddenly pointed at Yuan Ching and said, "You, step forward." Chapter 94, The Spirit Confinement Prison. At this moment, Yuan Ching could only obediently walk inside like a timid chick. While he might have contemplated resistance against the Yin guards, the thought of opposing the burly man before him was utterly daunting. Such defiance would likely result in his immediate obliteration. Once Yuan Ching stepped through the threshold, Jinling let out a cold snort. Scram! The guards escorting Yuan Ching felt as if they had received a reprieve, hastily fleeing the scene. Jinling then turned his attention back to Yuan Ching. "You appear to be less than 18. At your age, how proficient could your forging skills possibly be? Why have they gone to such lengths to bring you here?" His words seemed to drift, perhaps meant specifically for Yuan Ching. "I do not know. Perhaps they fear me," came Yuan Ching's reply. At this, Jinling burst into hearty laughter, suddenly intrigued by the young man before him. "Kid, what you exhibit is no longer confidence but arrogance. Yet, I have a penchant for those who are audacious." After speaking, Jinling produced a spirit talisman from his robe and handed it to Yuan Ching. "A gathering spirit talisman, a gift to ensure you are not bullied within." Yuan Ching accepted the talisman, elated yet maintaining an air of dignity. "Thank you for your kindness." Lord Jinling chuckled softly, appearing nonchalant. "Regardless, I have little fondness for those individuals. If you truly are as audacious as you claim, once you leave, make certain to turn their world upside down. That would indeed be entertaining." "I shall. They will regret crossing me," Yuan Ching replied confidently. Once again, Jinling's boisterous laughter echoed within the confines of the spirit confinement prison, as he found himself increasingly fond of this audacious fellow. Before long, Yuan Ching stood before an imposing iron door, 3 zhang in height. The interior beyond was shrouded in mystery, yet the air was punctuated with agonizing screams. However, to Yuan Ching's discerning eyes, the door was adorned with intricate formations. No fewer than 10 high-level formations were etched upon it, including a spirit formation. Truly, it was a spirit artifact, far superior to the demon suppression tower. With a thunderous sound, the massive black iron door slowly creaked open, revealing the stark reality within. Before him lay a vast square, populated by an array of ragged prisoners. Each individual, distinct in their demeanor, now turned their curious gazes toward Yuan Ching. Yet, not a single soul dared to utter a word, especially upon catching sight of Jinling, as they stood in hushed reverence, fearful of incurring his displeasure. "Step inside," Jinling encouraged, patting Yuan Ching's shoulder. Once Yuan Ching entered, the colossal iron door slammed shut behind him. As the gate sealed, the atmosphere of the square erupted into a frenzy. A newcomer from the East District. A fresh-faced lad. "Look at that little fellow, how vibrant he appears. He must surely be a scion of a wealthy family. And judging by his attire, he is a respected forger. This is exciting. It is truly unfortunate. Why was he brought to the East District? Had it been the South District, my brother would have cherished him dearly." Upon seeing Yuan Ching, the inmates' eyes glimmered with an insatiable desire, and in the blink of an eye, they encircled him. In a dim corner, some crouching prisoners, gazing at the delicate Yuan Ching, sighed softly and lowered their heads. This is a prison, a microcosm of another society. Stripped of their true energy, the inhabitants here resort to raw physical confrontation. Their emotions amplified by the guards' indifference and the pervasive atmosphere of violence. Brawls are commonplace, and many have had their personalities and orientations warped. The powerful among them begin to exert their influence. Just like now, the East District's denizens, upon seeing Yuan Ching's fair complexion and delicate features, began to salivate. "Step aside. He is mine." A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd as a muscular man, bare-chested, pushed through the throng towards Yuan Ching. It was the king of the East District. How fortunate this lad was to catch his eye. With such a refined appearance, he would indeed attract admiration. The appearance of the East District King drew sighs of resignation from many, especially those encircling him, their faces etched with disappointment. "Ah, young beauty, you are quite remarkable. If you serve me well, I guarantee you a life of luxury in the East District." The East District King greedily inhaled the air around him, his body trembling with excitement. Yuan Ching frowned, a wave of inexplicable revulsion washing over him. "You are truly repugnant. Begone." The crowd fell silent momentarily before erupting into mocking laughter, their expressions shifting to one of sympathy for Yuan Ching. The East District King, however, grew even more exhilarated. "So fiery. I adore fiery individuals." With that, he lunged forward, his massive hands reaching out to seize Yuan Ching. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from Yuan Ching's body, sending even the prepared East District King hurtling backward, crossing half the square and tumbling over a vast expanse. No one could comprehend what had just transpired. Had the East District King not even touched his adversary before being flung away? A demon. He is a demon. He can wield true energy. He is a spirit guardian. Panic swiftly spread throughout the square, transforming the previously jovial crowd into a state of terror. Those who had mocked Yuan Ching only moments ago now scrambled for safety, some even kneeling on the ground, calling out to him as their new king. One brave man approached Yuan Ching, obsequiously pointing to a throne fashioned from luxurious garments. "Your Majesty, please take your seat." Yuan Ching surveyed the frightened inmates, a scornful smile suddenly gracing his lips. "This place is indeed far more intriguing than the B-grade realm." As he spoke, Yuan Ching confidently took his seat upon the throne. With the suppression of the spirit-subduing prison, the individuals present were merely formidable, ordinary people. Yuan Ching could be considered the true sovereign. Observing Yuan Ching, who was not as brutal as one might have imagined, many approached cautiously, their heads bowed. Unwilling to meet his gaze directly, "Summon the king of the Eastern District and the rulers of the other districts," he commanded. "Yes, my king." Having arrived, Yuan Ching was not one to miss the opportunity for gain. Upon reflection, the spirit-subduing prison had indeed aided him immensely. Without the spirit talismans, the circumstances here would be unfathomable. As for Duan Dongha, he must be eliminated. Before long, the king of the Eastern District and the rulers of the other three regions, visibly anxious, approached. Upon sighting Yuan Ching, they promptly knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the king." Yuan Ching surveyed the group. Noting their shared trait, their physical strength was formidable. In truth, the spirit-subduing prison not only suppressed true energy, but also stifled the essence of jade bones, rendering these individuals relatively weak. Nevertheless, even without relying on true energy, Yuan Ching could contend with them. After all, his physique had long been reinforced. And in terms of strength, it was on par with those half-stepped Jadebone realm warriors endowed with true energy. "What realms do you each occupy?" Reporting to the king. "I am at the 8th refinement of Jadebone. I am at the 7th refinement of Jadebone. I am at the 5th refinement of Jadebone. I am at the 7th refinement of Jadebone." The four rulers hastily reported their realms, anxious to avoid inciting Yuan Ching's displeasure. In their respective territories, they were powerful figures, yet here, they were utterly subservient. Just like the king of the Eastern District, all four were bare-chested. "What of your possessions?" "My king." Those entering the spirit-subduing prison are not permitted to bring anything other than their clothing. The four kings exchanged glances, and upon seeing Yuan Ching's disappointed expression, they quickly comprehended that they had not been searched, unlike the long-term inmates. Just then, the massive black iron gate swung open once more, and a group entered, carrying tools from the outside. Chapter 95. The crux of the matter. Yuan Ching, are you all right? As Zhemu entered, he immediately scanned the room in search of Yuan Ching. Yuan Ching's position was quite conspicuous, nearly impossible to miss with the prominent throne in view. Thanks to the care of Lord Jinling, all was well. Yuan Ching approached, intrigued by the incoming procession. They had brought an entire set of forging equipment, complete with the necessary materials for the task. Seeing that Yuan Ching was unharmed, Zhemu felt a sense of relief. "It's quite troublesome. During the competition, you cannot leave," Zhemu admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed that the esteemed Forgers Association was helpless in this regard. Of course, the most critical aspect was that the Forgers Association was not a monolithic entity, and some individuals stood on the opposing side. Yuan Ching perplexed. observed the arrangement of the forging stations, astonished. What is this? Yuan Mu sighed deeply and replied, Murong Changkong has secured the greatest opportunity for you, which is to compete within the confines of the Jinling prison. A competition in prison? Yuan Qing was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a scenario. Indeed, perhaps those fellows believe that the Jinling prison, under the suppression of the Jinling Great Array, will hinder your performance. Even if you participate in the competition, it would be difficult to showcase your utmost prowess. However, with Murong Changkong's persistent efforts, they reluctantly acquiesced. Yuan Qing nodded, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Here, attempting to inscribe formations onto weapons would be exceedingly challenging. Even with the aid of spiritual talismans, it would be tenfold more difficult than outside. Even a top-tier forger, under the interference of the Jinling Great Array, would likely struggle to create a superior weapon. No, perhaps there is still a chance. Yuan Qing raised his gaze towards the very center of the plaza. Above was a vast expanse of azure sky, which also served as the core of the Jinling Great Array. It was precisely because of the existence of this core that hundreds of martial artists and numerous formidable practitioners of the Jadebone realm were suppressed within the plaza. The core of the Jinling Great Array is the crux. Can you contact Lord Jinling? Yuan Mu nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. It is possible. But will he assist you? I cannot say for sure, but we might as well try. What can we offer that would truly pique Lord Jinling's interest? Yuan Qing looked upward, convinced that Lord Jinling was observing him from somewhere. The only things that would captivate Lord Jinling, he surmised, were a quasi-spiritual weapon and a pathway to break through the Jadebone realm. After much contemplation, Yuan Mu could only come up with these two possibilities. Take me to see Lord Jinling. Yuan Qing's gaze burned with determination. If he could obtain the earth fire, securing a quasi-spiritual weapon would be entirely feasible. Yuan Mu sighed but acquiesced to Yuan Qing's request, instructing someone to report the situation to Lord Jinling. Before long, the individual responsible for the report returned, with Lord Jinling following closely behind. Is it true that you wish to meet me? Upon sighting Yuan Qing, Jinling approached him directly. Just moments ago, the esteemed Murong Changkong of the Forge Master Association had personally sought him out, hoping he might show some leniency. Who is Murong Changkong? If not a renowned quasi-spiritual weapon master, a true paragon of Yin Mansion? The fact that he would advocate on Yuan Qing's behalf piqued Jinling's curiosity even further. As Jinling drew near, Yuan Qing spoke with utmost reverence. Lord Jinling, I have a request I hope you might assist me with. Oh, pray, tell me more. I wish to observe the core of the Jinling Grand Array. Yuan Qing articulated each word distinctly, leaving Jinling momentarily bewildered. In this era, many sought to glimpse the core of the Jinling Grand Array. Some aimed to comprehend spiritual formations, while others aspired to ascend as formation masters. Yet, those who dared to make such a request were typically illustrious figures from Yin Mansion. Yuan Qing, a nameless novice, was the first to express such an ambition in Jinling's presence. However, Jinling did not outright refuse. Rather, he inquired softly, "What makes you believe I would grant you this privilege?" Yuan Qing took a deep breath. It was a moment that called for audacity. After all, he could afford to take a gamble. Because I shall become the foremost master of spiritual weapons in Yin Mansion. Assisting me is an investment. This investment could yield a future creation that will surely satisfy you. Jinling suddenly burst into laughter, a raucous and unrestrained mirth. Nearby, Zemu Lu was drenched in sweat, utterly perplexed by Yuan Qing's audacity in the presence of Jinling. The onlookers, criminals themselves, regarded Yuan Qing with intrigue. Who is this fellow? How dare he utter such audacious words? Abruptly, Jinling lowered his head, a commanding authority etched upon his face, his tone turning frosty. An inexplicable pressure descended, bearing down upon Yuan Qing, instilling a fear that silenced all warriors. Do you comprehend that even Murong Changkong would not dare to speak so boldly in my presence? Because he is not me. Yet Yuan Qing met Jinling's gaze unwaveringly, his clear eyes radiating boundless confidence. It was a conviction that asserted, even if the world faltered, he alone could prevail. Jinling, formidable as he was, felt an inexplicable sensation upon witnessing the depths of Yuan Qing's confidence. It seemed that this young man might indeed evolve into a powerful spiritual weapon master. Such unfathomable confidence persisted even in the face of adversity. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Jinling mused. comprehension dawning upon him as to why others were so intent on opposing Yuan Qing. Such youth, accompanied by such confidence. Surely there must be reason behind it. Zhen Ling's laughter returned, the oppressive aura gradually dissipating, and the chill in his gaze towards Yuan Qing began to soften. Very well. I acquiesce to your request. It is indeed a splendid transaction, not only capable of disrupting the machinations of those outside, but also affording me a future spiritual artifact. In fact, it amounts to two, for the Lord of Spirit Suppression has aided me once before. Is that so? How delightful indeed. Let me calculate. With my future endeavors in spirit suppression, I shall likely possess no fewer than 7 spiritual artifacts. At that time, who in the entirety of Yinyan Prefecture could stand against me? The Lord of Spirit Suppression chuckled heartily, leading Yuan Qing towards the core of the formation. His words were quite clear. Previously, 5 individuals had made equivalent promises, yet none had fulfilled them thus far. Among them, there even existed a prospective spiritual artifact master. Beside them, Zemu Lu felt a surge of trepidation. He was well aware of the Lord of Spirit Suppression's reputation as a formidable force within Yinyan Prefecture, with few capable of securing a victory over him. More critically, this individual preferred to act according to his own inclinations, making it rare for anyone to decipher his thoughts. It was unexpected that Yuan Qing could align so perfectly with his preferences. Throughout their journey, the Lord of Spirit Suppression remained silent, while Yuan Qing began to keenly perceive the shifting dynamics of the formation around him. Those who bore forging tools also transported an entire forging platform, trailing behind Yuan Qing and the others. Before long, after navigating a vast area, the Lord of Spirit Suppression brought Yuan Qing to the uppermost level. Unlike the Demon Suppression Tower, the Spirit Suppression Prison manifested as an expansive plaza, with the core of the formation situated at its pinnacle. Yuan Qing gazed ahead. Where profound formation marks were imbued, the pinnacle-level formations alone numbered in the thousands, not to mention the countless advanced formations. Most critically, however, were the spiritual formations. A mere glance revealed 7 spiritual formations actively operating, and there may well be more concealed within. Here we are, at the very heart of the formation. Many have traversed this place, yet those who have truly gained from it are exceedingly few. The Lord of Spirit Suppression gestured towards the location of the core, exhibiting no concern that any issues might arise, leading to the collapse of the entire Spirit Suppression prison. Thank you, esteemed Lord of Spirit Suppression. I am prepared to commence my forging here. Chapter 96. The conclusion of the competition at the pinnacle of the town spirit prison, a forge was gradually being constructed. Samuel was bustling about, ultimately placing the prepared forging materials down. He seemed indifferent to the presence of the Forging Masters Association, showing no concern for their observation of the town spirit array. In truth, even Samuel, the most proficient among them, could not comprehend the intricacies of the array's core. The disparity in understanding was simply too vast. The sole exception was Yuan Qing, who stood captivated before the core of the array. The forging competition spanned 3 days, with today marking merely the first. Observing Yuan Qing's deep concentration, Samuel offered a reminder. 3 days, is it? That should suffice. Yuan Qing nodded, casting his gaze toward the prepared materials. A set of superior materials and half a set of exceptional materials. This was not the standard for the competition, but rather a concession secured for him by Master Morong. Truly, the son of Master Morong is remarkably filial. The need for over a day to forge with exceptional materials accounted for the extended duration of the competition. It was evident that someone would forge an exceptional weapon during this event. Success was uncertain, yet the use of exceptional materials was assured. Once again, Yuan Qing immersed himself in the core of the town's spirit array, commencing analysis of the array, currently in the process of judgment and interpretation. Unlike the singularly potent spirit array of the demon suppression, the town spirit array comprised 13 distinct spirit arrays, intricately linked to form a delicate connection, which constituted the essence of the town spirit array. Thus, Yuan Qing's comprehension progressed at a considerably slower pace. The first day slipped by in an instant, with Yuan Qing lingering at the edge of the array's core for the entirety of that time. He is quite earnest. Can this fellow truly be a top-tier forger? Town spirit mused, realizing that Yuan Qing's confidence was not unfounded. Master, there was a tremendous explosion in the Yinyan Prefecture, resulting from the detonation of Yuan Qing's top-tier array. Otherwise, How could he possibly withstand an attack from a formidable opponent at the 5th refinement level with his mere 9 apertures? Town Spirit nodded, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Lost in thought. Soon, the second day quietly passed. Watching Yuan Qing's silhouette, Zamiel grew increasingly anxious. According to information relayed from the Forging Masters Association, the competition outside was nearing its conclusion, with only a few contestants still engaged in forging. Among them, Duan Donghe undoubtedly stood out as the most formidable, for he alone was forging an exceptional weapon, while the others were limited to crafting merely near-exceptional weapons. As the third day reached its midpoint, Zamiel could no longer remain seated. Just as he prepared to rise and call out to Yuan Qing, a large hand rested upon his shoulder. No need to summon him. It is merely a competition. If he can truly fathom a single spirit array, it would hold far greater significance than merely securing first place in the contest. Once Yuan Qing comprehended a spiritual formation and ascended to the rank of a quasi-spiritual formation master, he effectively placed one foot into the upper echelons of Yinyan Prefecture, with a future that promised brilliance beyond compare. This was a fate far more luminous than that of a champion in the triennial youth forging competition. At this moment, Zhimu Liu was in a state of desperation, yet he found himself powerless, as the spiritual pressure constrained him, rendering him unable to utter a word. Soon, the third day had nearly elapsed, with only 2 hours remaining. It was then that Yuan Qing finally stirred, rising from the core of the formation. Yuan Qing, how fares your endeavor? Have you achieved anything? Not bad, he replied, but it appears my cultivation is insufficient to fully comprehend the town spirit great formation. Yuan Qing stroked his chin, ultimately sighing, conceding that he would have to return to this pursuit once he reached the Jade Bone realm. The town spirit, upon hearing this, wore an expression of astonishment, his first instinct being to dismiss Yuan Qing's statement as mere bravado. Fully comprehending it, what a jest! That was the realm of a true formation master. The status of such a master, even at the 9th aperture realm, was equivalent to his own, truly a member of the upper echelon of Yinyan Prefecture. However, Zhimu Liu had no time for such musings and urgently implored, Yuan Qing, commence forging quickly. Duan Donghe is already nearing the final stages of his work, and he's crafting an exceptional weapon. Duan Donghe, with me here. He shall not claim the first prize, Yuan Qing replied with a cold smile. With a gentle motion of his left hand, the forging materials before him began to refine themselves upon the forging platform. Subsequently, spiritual energy surged like a swarm into the forging platform, accelerating the previously protracted refining process. Witnessing this, the town spirit's countenance shifted. This is the town spirit great formation assisting Yuan Qing in his forge. No, more accurately, it seemed Yuan Qing had mastered the control method of the town spirit great formation, commanding it to aid him in crafting. This lad truly comprehended the town spirit great formation. Moreover, judging by his apparent ease, it was evident he had grasped more than just one formation. It was astounding. This was the first time the town spirit felt a sense of validation for his investment. In truth, Yuan Qing had only comprehended 5 minor formations, while the other 8 remained elusive and beyond his current grasp. Deep down, he sensed that only upon reaching the Jade Bone realm would he be able to comprehend such levels of mastery. Yet, even with just these 5 minor formations assisting him, Yuan Qing's forging speed had increased tenfold. On the forging platform, superior and exceptional materials intertwined, gradually manifesting the prototype of an extraordinary weapon. Once completed, Yuan Qing began to manipulate the town spirit great formation, continuously layering formations upon it. The essence of an exceptional weapon lay within these formations. The materials merely served to endure the strength of the formations. With the aid of the town spirit great formation, Yuan Qing's forging proceeded remarkably smoothly. Free from the hindrances of his insufficient cultivation, he pondered silently, I wonder if I can inscribe a spiritual formation upon this? A peculiar thought emerged in Yuan Qing's mind. The spiritual formation requires materials of ethereal quality to withstand such formidable power. The ordinary materials he possessed were utterly incapable of enduring such natural forces. Yet, what if I inscribe merely a remnant formation? Yuan Qing's thoughts became remarkably lucid as a bold idea began to take shape in his hands. Consequently, the entire spirit town formation began to resonate with excitement, stirred by Yuan Qing's inspiration. Observing this scene, the spirit guardian narrowed his eyes once more. deeming Yuan Ching a true prodigy, a testament to his latest appraisal. Meanwhile, in the eastern direction of Yinyan City, at the forging competition venue, only half an hour remained until the time limit. At that moment, Duan Donghe was the sole contestant engaged in the final polishing. This young man, committed to perfection, had already surpassed all rivals by crafting exquisite weapons, yet he continued to impose stringent standards upon himself. Upon the high platform, a top-tier forge master clad in a 4-star attire expressed satisfaction despite his words. Congratulations, Elder Duan. After years of silence, Duan Donghe has now ascended to the ranks of top-tier forge masters. Indeed, the Duan family, now boasting 3 top-tier masters, was unparalleled in the world. As those surrounding the elder affirmed, Elder Duan smiled modestly, shaking his head in humility. What does it matter that we have 3 top-tier masters? President Murong alone is sufficient to surpass the 3 of us. Beside him, Murong Changkong wore a stoic expression, remaining silent. Do not worry, Elder Duan. If young Master Duan secures first place, he will obtain the clues to the earth fire, and your family will soon have a prospective spirit weapon master. A bystander promptly flattered. That is indeed thanks to President Murong's support, Elder Duan remarked, his face beaming with gratitude as he glanced at Murong Changkong. Suddenly, a melodious sword chant resonated, clear and penetrating, echoing throughout the city. Such a sound could only emanate from a supreme weapon, seemingly heralding its arrival to the entire populace. It appears to be a success, President Murong. Please announce the results, Elder Duan said, his expression brightening at the thought of the supreme weapon's completion. As the sole exquisite weapon of the competition, Duan Donghe was destined for victory today. Do not be hasty. The time has not yet elapsed, Murong Changkong replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. What significance is there in delaying merely a quarter of an hour? Elder Duan remarked with a hint of disdain. Suddenly, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed from afar, swiftly overpowering the sword chant of Duan Donghe's exquisite weapon. Then, a dazzling light erupted from the city center. Elder Duan, witnessing the sudden brilliance in the distance, sprang to his feet in disbelief, exclaiming, "A prospective spirit weapon. This radiance belongs to a prospective spirit weapon." Chapter 97. I am Yuan Ching. The resplendent light, piercing through the twilight, appeared particularly dazzling. As I gazed into the distance from the arena, a smile unconsciously graced my lips. This scene is all too familiar to me. The brilliance of the spiritual artifact shone forth like the melodious chime heralding the emergence of an exquisite weapon, yet it was even more splendid and captivating. However, that soaring radiance soon faded, akin to the fleeting bloom of a night flower, appearing and then vanishing within the confines of Yinyan City. What remained was merely the sonorous resonance of forging, akin to a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the city. Most of those present were blacksmiths, acutely aware that such ephemeral brilliance signified something profound. Had there been a failure? It was truly a pity, for success had been tantalizingly close. Had it succeeded, Yinyan City would have welcomed yet another aspiring spiritual artifact master. I wonder which esteemed individual chose today to break through to the rank of aspiring spiritual artifact master, overshadowing even the brilliance of young Master Duan. Many cast glances at Duan Donghe, voicing their regrets. This should have been the moment for his resonant chime to reverberate across the city, heralding his fame. Yet, with the emergence of this blacksmith on the verge of ascending to the rank of aspiring spiritual artifact master, all eyes naturally gravitated towards the distant glow. Observing the crowd's attention, Elder Duan maintained a serene smile, exuding an air of magnanimity. Judging by the earlier brilliance, this blacksmith was merely one step away from transcending into the realm of aspiring spiritual artifact masters, and in terms of skill, surpassed even my own forging capabilities. Such a master eclipsing Donghe's prominence was undoubtedly unintentional. Fortunately, Donghe is still young, with a promising future ahead. With a sigh, Elder Duan reflected, expressing a desire to discern the identity of this master. Should the opportunity arise, I, Duan, would surely seek a personal audience. Forging a friendship and engaging in discourse on the art of crafting, perhaps even guiding the skills of a younger talent like Donghe. Elder Duan's words were imbued with subtlety, drawing a comparison between himself and the enigmatic blacksmith, not only praising the latter but also elevating him to a status of comparable age and skill. The rationale behind this was simple. Duan Donghe was still quite young. The crowd began to grasp this sentiment. After all, young Master Duan was a prodigious talent, not yet 30 years of age, a true paragon of excellence. Who could this mysterious blacksmith be? Who knows if he is a venerable master nearing the end of his days or a sprightly figure in his prime? Elder Duan asserted that young Master Duan's future was boundless, destined for greatness. Indeed, in my opinion, any blacksmith seeking to overshadow young Master Duan today would ultimately find themselves in failure. 100 years of experience could not rival the potential of this 30-year-old. Observing the crowd's reaction, Elder Duan merely chuckled softly, for who could dare to eclipse the prestige of the Duan family? Such a notion was preposterous. Suddenly, the austere voice of Murong Changkong resounded once more. Since Elder Duan has spoken, it appears the competition has reached its conclusion. It is time to announce the champion. President Murong, please, do reveal who it is. With a smile, Elder Duan responded, yet he failed to grasp the implications hidden within Murong Changkong's words. Indeed, it is time to declare the results. Young Master Duan is undeniably the foremost contender. Apart from young Master Duan, no one else possesses such remarkable skills. Murong, the president, please announce the results swiftly. Murong Changkong merely chuckled softly, first glancing at Duan Dongha below, then allowing his gaze to drift into the distance. In this youth forging competition, the first place goes to Yuan Ching. The second place is Duan Dongha. Congratulations to Elder Duan. Congratulations. Just as Murong Changkong finished speaking, the crowd on stage erupted in congratulations. However, midway through, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Duan Dongha had secured second place. As for the first place, it was a lad named Yuan Ching. Who is Yuan Ching? Where did he come from? Did he even participate in the competition? Countless questions flooded the minds of the audience, leaving them bewildered by Murong Changkong's announcement. Murong Changkong, what do you mean by this? Are you challenging the authority of the Forging Masters Association? Elder Duan felt a surge of anger. Yet a troubling sensation lingered in his heart. Why did Yuan Ching's name sound so familiar? No, I am not provoking anyone. It is simply that Yuan Ching's weaponry is indeed superior to Duan Dongha's, a fact you, Elder Duan, have acknowledged yourself. Furrowing his brow, Elder Duan carefully contemplated Murong Changkong's words, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Who is this young competitor from outside? Yes, indeed. Was that radiant glow of a quasi-spiritual weapon emanating from him? Elder Duan's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the brilliance from earlier, his heart racing with astonishment. The Duan family holds immense power, ranking among the elite in the entire Yinyan prefecture. Yet, Murong Changkong emerged, single-handedly contending with the Duan family in Yinyan City. This was due to the fact that Murong Changkong is a quasi-spiritual weapon master. The Duan family boasts 3 top-tier craftsmen, which sounds impressive, yet before a quasi-spiritual weapon master, it counts for nothing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That person is merely a young lad. How could he possibly possess such prowess? I refuse to believe it. Elder Duan spoke darkly. He could tolerate Murong Changkong, but another quasi-spiritual weapon master was utterly unacceptable. Rest assured, Elder Duan, I have already dispatched someone to the spirit prison to bring him here. You need only await good news. Murong Changkong smiled, having anticipated Elder Duan's reaction. Silence enveloped the entire high platform. If what Murong Changkong stated is true, it would be a terrifying revelation. A super genius, as young as Duan Dongha, and already half a step into the realm of spiritual weapon masters, has emerged in Yinyan City. Quickly, inform the family head, a future spiritual weapon master has appeared here. It is imperative that I return personally. Even if I cannot recruit this prodigy, I must at least make my presence known. The same sentiment echoed repeatedly around me. A figure of unparalleled genius, surpassing even Duan Dongha in potential and value for alliance, had emerged before them, igniting their excitement. At this moment, old Duan's countenance darkened, yet he remained silent, utterly disbelieving that such a talent could exist. As time gradually passed, within the span of half a fragrant stick of incense, Yuan Ching and his companions swiftly approached from afar. However, upon recognizing the leader, old Duan's expression shifted slightly. Zhenling, what brings him here? Surely, he has come to witness the spectacle, not merely to observe you. Zhenling's resonant voice carried from a kilometer away, leaving everyone astounded. His ability to hear their whispers amidst the bustling city from such a distance indicated that his strength had grown even greater. Naturally, as a master forger, many were captivated by the formidable weapon cradled in Yuan Qing's hands. To the eyes of these advanced and top-tier forgers, the weapon was not merely a tool of combat, but a flawless masterpiece of art. It was adorned with countless advanced formations, at least hundreds. How could he have achieved such a feat? Not only advanced formations, but also top-tier ones. It was the first time I had witnessed someone inscribe nearly 100 top-tier formations onto a weapon. Are you all blind? Can't you see the spiritual formations above? It appeared to be an incomplete spiritual formation. On the high platform, intense discussions ensued. Meanwhile, old Duan, with a somber expression, scrutinized this unfamiliar individual, pondering the extraordinary talent that could forge such a remarkable weapon. At this juncture, Yuan Qing had already arrived at the contest stage. He first noticed a man standing at the center, adorned in elegant attire, distinguished among the crowd, wielding an exceptional weapon. Duan Dongha? Ah, young man, I remember you. Following this, Yuan Qing's gaze shifted to the high platform. I am Yuan Qing, here to showcase my competition piece. With that proclamation, he raised the weapon high, and a resounding dragon-s roar reverberated through the skies, echoing throughout the entirety of Yuan City. Chapter 98. A Clash of Aspirations. The city resonates with the sound of artifacts, the emergence of a spiritual tool. A resounding cry reverberated, leaving all in a state of astonishment. A spiritual tool? Had the city of Yuan once again witnessed the arrival of such an artifact? A gathering of fools. This is neither a spiritual tool nor a quasi-spiritual tool. It is, in fact, a remnant spiritual tool. The voice of the spirit keeper suddenly rang out, awakening the crowd from the dragon-like resonance of the artifact's call. A remnant spiritual tool? Such a thing truly exists in this world? A perplexed blacksmith inquired. A remnant spiritual tool surpasses all weapons, yet falls short of a true spiritual tool. 150 years ago, a spiritual tool master endeavored to forge a spiritual tool using exquisite materials. However, his failure ensued as the premium materials could not withstand the might of the spiritual formation. That weapon, embodying half of the spiritual formation, ultimately transformed into a remnant spiritual tool. An elderly blacksmith suddenly recalled something and elucidated to the gathering. To encounter a remnant spiritual tool once more today was unexpected. This young friend's forging skill, while perhaps not quite at the level of a quasi-spiritual tool master, was certainly close enough. His words ignited a glimmer of envy in the eyes of all present. A young quasi-spiritual tool master, lacking in connections but ripe for growth, was precisely the figure everyone hoped to cultivate. With the emergence of the remnant spiritual tool, all other weapons paled in comparison. President Morong, it is time to announce the results. Morong Changkong smiled faintly, adopting an expression that suggested this was to be expected. He then proclaimed loudly, I, Morong Changkong, representing the Blacksmith Association of the Yuan Prefecture, hereby announce that in this youth forging competition, the first prize is awarded to the remnant spiritual tool forged by Yuan Qing of the Tianyun City Blacksmith Branch, along with a treasure map of the Earth Fire. Morong Changkong's declaration plunged the crowd into a silence filled with astonishment as they exchanged bewildered glances. Who is Yuan Qing? Why had no one heard of him before? Fool! He must be a hidden master. Have you not recognized that he hails from Tianyun City? A remnant spiritual tool. Does that not mean it is also a spiritual tool? We have another spiritual tool master emerging from the Yuan Prefecture. Yuan Qing, Yuan Qing. Although no one knew who Yuan Qing was, it did not hinder the people of Yuan City from celebrating together, rejoicing at the emergence of yet another spiritual tool master. From this day forth, Yuan Qing's name would swiftly spread throughout the Yuan Prefecture, and all would come to know that another quasi-spiritual tool master had arisen. Samuel could hardly contain his elation. He had merely hoped Yuan Qing would place among the top 3, never imagining he would secure first place. This investment was indeed a lucrative one. Turning around, he spotted Zhalong not far away and immediately launched into a merciless taunt. Zhalong, when you next meet your grandfather, remember to walk with your tail between your legs. Tianyun City is not a place you can provoke. Furthermore, those high-tier blacksmiths of yours are unworthy even to raise their heads before a spiritual tool master. You, how ruthless. Just wait and see. Upon hearing this, Zhalong seethed with humiliation, yet in the face of strength, he found himself utterly powerless. Had he known earlier that Yuan Ching was a master of spiritual artifacts, he would have never dared to offend him. He would have long since walked with his tail between his legs. Now, however, he not only endured the humiliation from Samuel, but also faced a devastating defeat. In comparison to Zhalong, Duan Donghe could scarcely believe the events unfolding before him. After lying in wait for a decade, how could he possibly have lost? To a bewildering young man whom he had never even seen before? Why had it come to this? Everything had been meticulously prepared. How could this happen? Half kneeling on the ground, Duan Donghe murmured incessantly to himself. On the high platform, upon seeing Duan Donghe in a half-kneel, Elder Duan shook his head slightly and sighed. Preparing to depart, the Duan family had paid a hefty price, only to find themselves defeated in the end. However, before Elder Duan could take more than a few steps, Murong Chong Kong intercepted him. Wait, Elder Duan, did you not previously express a desire to befriend this future master of spiritual artifacts? What? Now that you see him, you are suddenly hesitant? Elder Duan's face darkened. He had not anticipated that Murong Chong Kong would voice such words before so many onlookers. Today, I am unwell and must return to rest. Perhaps I shall visit another time when the opportunity arises. With that, he disregarded the curious gazes of the crowd and departed the high platform. At this moment, the crowd paid little heed to Elder Duan. Instead, they leaped down from the platform and surrounded Yuan Ching. Compared to that antiquated Elder Duan, Yuan Ching was the one everyone coveted. As they gathered around, their eyes first fell upon the exquisite weapon at Yuan Ching's side, instantly putting them at ease. Indeed, it was undeniably a remnant spiritual artifact, still imbued with a hint of spiritual array. This esteemed friend, allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder from Tiansong Valley, where top-tier Jade Bone Realm cultivators reside, and our resources for cultivation are inexhaustible. I hope you will consider joining us at Tiansong Valley, where we assure you will become a master of spiritual artifacts. Youth, do not go to Tiansong Valley, come to my Yin family. We will grant you the position of a guest elder, equal in status to the family head, with access to abundant cultivation resources. I am from the Tianhong sect, and I dare anyone to compete with me. A throng of individuals encircled Yuan Ching, each introducing their sect and offering exceedingly favorable conditions, all in hopes of persuading him to join their ranks. Primarily, Yuan Ching's background was too pristine. They recognized him as a newcomer from Tianyin City, affiliated with the Forging Master Association. Such a background held no distinction from that of a free agent. At this moment, Yuan Ching squinted, a peculiar thought suddenly blossoming in his heart. Esteemed elders and family heads, as a neophyte just stepping into the world, I have previously been wholly devoted to forging and am not yet well acquainted with the various factions. It may prove difficult for me to make a decision in such a short time. Upon hearing Yuan Ching's words, the crowd immediately adopted expressions of understanding and generosity. No worries, we can grant you time. How does 3 days sound? We shall await your decision in the city for 3 days. Yuan Ching nodded gently and spoke softly. Very well, I happen to be attending an auction, so I shall provide my response to everyone after the event. The auction? The crowd suddenly understood. Their purpose for attending was twofold: to scout for promising blacksmiths from the forging competition and to participate in the auction itself. However, it remained uncertain what treasures Yuan Ching might desire. With Yuan Ching's assurance, the crowd gradually dispersed, no longer surrounding him. This was partly due to the watchful presence of Zhen Ling, and their clamorous behavior resembled that of a bustling market, which would hardly attract Yuan Ching's attention. Their primary intent was to verify the authenticity of the remnants of the spirit weapon while also familiarizing themselves with Yuan Ching. Once the crowd had scattered, Zhen Ling turned his gaze toward Yuan Ching. Yuan Ching, there is little of value in those lesser places. With your talent, it would be a waste to confine yourself there. You should aspire to soar in broader skies. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lord Zhen Ling. I fully understand. Yuan Ching acknowledged with a nod, for he was a mercenary and had never intended to join any faction. At that moment, Murong Chongkong descended from the high platform. Upon approaching, he scrutinized Yuan Ching from head to toe and then nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Ching, you are quite remarkable. Your ability to comprehend the essence of spiritual formations indicates a boundless future ahead. Your praise is an honor, President Murong. I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Yuan Ching replied courteously, knowing he would remember Murong Changkong as kindness. This is merely what you deserve. And here is something for you. As he spoke, Murong Changkong produced a golden key and presented it to Yuan Ching. What is this? Is it not a treasure map? Yuan Ching was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the information. Murong Changkong chuckled softly and explained, "Who says a treasure map must be a drawing? Everything you seek is contained within this key. However, let me caution you, you are not the only one with designs on it." Duan Dongha? The name flashed through Yuan Qing's mind. This individual was determined to claim the top spot, likely motivated by this very key. "Thank you for the warning, President Moro. I will be cautious." Yuan Qing felt a surge of confidence. He was determined not to leave until he had broken through to the Jade Bone realm. Once he achieved that, he would not regard any insignificant opponents. Especially now, with an additional identity, securing resources for cultivation would be straightforward. The only remaining obstacle was the technique for the Jade Bone realm. Now, all that remained was to await the auction. Suddenly, Yuan Qing recalled something and hurriedly inquired, "By the way, there is one more matter." Chapter 99. The reputation of Yuan Qing as a member of the Forging Masters Association. "I have now secured first place in the competition. Is there a beast flame as a reward?" Murong Changkong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yuan Qing to pose such a question. "Don't you have access to Earth Fire soon? Since we do not possess it yet, I have decided to temporarily utilize Beast Flame." Yuan Qing chuckled awkwardly. In truth, this remnant spirit weapon was crafted using the Spirit Suppression Grand Formation. And even the spirit array within is one of the 13 minor spirit arrays of the Grand Formation. Without the Spirit Suppression Grand Prison, Yuan Qing's probability of successfully forging a top-tier weapon would be less than 50%. One could say he is the most inept spirit weapon master in history. It is indeed possible. Upon winning first place, the Forging Masters Association will award you 3,000 points in weapon credits, which is sufficient to exchange for a decent beast flame. However, it may be more prudent for you to acquire something else. 3,000 weapon points? Yuan Qing pondered over these words, reflecting deeply. He vaguely recalled that Zemu Lu had invited him into the array hall, seemingly for the purpose of redeeming points. Yes, precisely. You can visit the Forging Masters Association at any time to review the exchange list, where you will undoubtedly find items more enticing than Beast Flame. Additionally, unless you have a compelling reason to join a particular faction, it is advisable not to affiliate with anyone. We, the Forgers, are strongest when unbound by any background or constraints. I will remain in Yinyan City. You may seek me out for any matters. Thank you, President Moro. Yuan Qing clasped his hands in gratitude for Murong Changkong's considerate guidance. No need for thanks. After uttering these words, Murong Changkong hastily departed. Watching him leave, Yuan Qing let out a sigh of relief. At last, the forger competition had concluded. Yuan Qing had attained the recognition and earth fire he desired. Should there be no satisfactory cultivation method at the upcoming auction, he resolved to leverage his newfound reputation to attract one. Currently, he found himself amidst extraordinarily powerful Jade Bone realm experts. Should his cultivation fail to advance, he would be at a disadvantage. Consequently, Yuan Qing chose not to linger elsewhere and headed directly to the auction house. According to the rules, the auction would commence immediately after the competition concluded. Arriving now would allow him to prepare for the opening of the auction. Within the Tianshuang auction house, the venue was already teeming with people. The host of the outer hall was busily attending to numerous visitors, having received several Jade Bone realm masters and countless scions of prominent families. Just then, another young master entered, prompting the host to sigh. Yet another troublesome individual. Young Master Yin, you have arrived. Enough with the trivialities. Prepare a superior private room for me, and ensure it is situated closest to the viewing platform. Young Master Yun's command drew the attention of many. It is noteworthy that today marked one of the busiest days at the auction house, making the acquisition of a private room quite a challenge. Who is this individual? To speak with such audacity? The private rooms in the auction house are typically reserved for the elite. Can he truly gain entry? Hush, do not utter a word. He is the eldest son of the Yun family, wielding immense power in Yinyan City. He is not someone we can provoke. Listening to the surrounding flattery, young Master Yun felt an increasing sense of pride. He brazenly grasped the soft form of his female companion and proclaimed, I am a distinguished member of the Tianshuang auction house. Regardless of the time, I can always secure a prime position. The beautiful maiden, with a sweet and slightly admiring pout, remarked, young Master Yuan is truly impressive. Few in Yinyun City hold such influence. Indeed, my family, the Yuan clan, is a prominent lineage in Yinyun City. Everyone must accord me some respect. Young Master Yuan laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the maiden's compliments. Cough, cough, young Master Yuan, unfortunately, there are no private rooms available today. You may have to endure attending in the main hall, the manager said awkwardly, realizing the overwhelming number of dignitaries present rendered the private rooms insufficient. What? Do you not recognize who I am? I am the eldest son of the Yuan family. Be wary of provoking me, lest you risk your auction house. Young Master Yuan shouted, grasping the manager by the collar, ready to unleash his fury. I regret to inform you that we truly have no rooms left. The manager held his head high, unperturbed by young Master Yuan's threats. He was not the owner of the auction house and had no means to resolve the situation. Internally, he scoffed at the thought of young Master Yuan, a mere scion of the Yuan family, believing he could secure a coveted position during such an event, especially without the presence of his family's patriarch. No private rooms. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, he mused, as Yuan Ching and his companions made their way over, slightly disheartened by the manager's earlier statement. Would they really have to contend with the crowd in the main hall? The manager glanced at Yuan Ching, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly freeing himself from young Master Yuan's grip and rushing to Yuan Ching, exclaiming, we do have availability. Master Yuan, your presence elevates our auction house. Your private room has been prepared. Please, right this way. That would be most appreciated. Certainly, Master Yuan, please follow me. The manager lowered his head, striving to adopt a humble demeanor while leading Yuan Ching forward. Wait, did you not just say there were no private rooms? Young Master Yuan, filled with indignation, felt slighted that the manager dismissed him while treating a mid-tier blacksmith with such deference. Indeed, there are no private rooms available for you, but when Master Yuan arrives, there is always a room ready. The manager maintained his composure when addressing young Master Yuan, yet adopted a markedly submissive stance when speaking to Yuan Ching. The auction house has always prepared an abundance of private rooms, anticipating the sudden arrival of distinguished figures, and it is evident that Yuan Ching belongs to such an esteemed echelon. Young Master Yuan was on the verge of expressing his anger, but upon hearing the name Yuan Ching, he seemed to recall someone and immediately shuddered. If his father were to discover that he had offended this individual, he would surely face dire consequences. My dear, let us proceed to the main hall for now. There are seats available there as well. Meiji pouted playfully, yet her gaze was drawn to Yuan Ching's silhouette, her heart filled with curiosity. Who is this person? How could someone so young possess such an impressive background that even the heir of the Yuan family holds him in such high regard? Among the crowd, one individual suddenly reacted, exclaiming, is that truly Yuan Ching? He is astonishingly youthful. What? Yuan Ching? The very same youth who just claimed first place in the competition? The one who is a prospective spirit tool master? Indeed, it is said that Master Yuan Ching possesses unparalleled talent, achieving such remarkable feats at a tender age. He is destined to be the spirit tool master of our Yinyun prefecture. Goodness, I am standing so close to Master Yuan Ching. I must return and inscribe this event in our family records. A wave of excitement rippled through the main hall. The people of Yinyun Prefecture are known for their valor and pursuit of honor, especially in their veneration for smiths. A prodigy like Yuan Ching, who has become a prospective spirit tool master at such a young age, inspired fervent admiration among the populace as soon as news of his accomplishments spread. Meanwhile, Yuan Ching was escorted by the host to a luxurious private room. As the door swung open, several elegantly attired maidens had been awaiting his arrival. Welcome, Master Yuan. Upon his entrance, the maidens immediately bent in greeting. Master Yuan, we anticipated your arrival and have reserved this private room exclusively for you, complete with fine wines and delicacies. These maidens are at your service, a complimentary offering from the auction house to honor your esteemed presence. The host, bowing his head, excitedly elaborated. Yuan Ching surveyed the 6 enchanting maidens, each a vision of beauty and possessing advanced physical training, undoubtedly capable of enduring considerable exertion. Yet, regrettably, Yuan Ching remained underage and thus felt unworthy of such indulgences. At this moment, his sole concern was one matter. Has the auction list been released yet? Chapter 100. Profits abound within the confines of the auction house's private chamber. Yuan Ching reclined on the plush central sofa, A beautiful attendant kneaded his shoulders while another massaged his legs, and two more continuously offered him fresh fruits and exquisite demon meat, ensuring his utmost comfort. Nearby, Di San and Zhang Bing sat quietly, each enjoying the service of an attendant. At that moment, Yuan Qing perused the auction list in his hands, meticulously examining each showcased item. Moments ago, the overseer had informed him that the auction house had doubled his credit limit, now amounting to an impressive 40 million. Remarkably, his name alone was now valued at this staggering sum. Oh, what do we have here? Yuan Qing's gaze suddenly halted at a fruit category, his interest piqued by the description. The wind-walking fruit, when consumed by martial artists below the Jade Bone realm, could significantly enhance the strength of their wind attribute, true qi. Such an item was typically valued between several million silver, making it worth pursuing. Yuan Qing felt a spark of curiosity. Amidst the enhancement of 5 types of true qi, would any wondrous transformations occur? As he continued to browse, he stumbled upon several intriguing items, yet they were merely that, interesting, but not captivating. At this stage, Yuan Qing's standards had risen considerably. He dismissed all exceptional weapons without a second thought, deeming only those of quasi-spiritual grade worthy of his attention. As for martial arts techniques, he had no interest in those below the exceptional Jade Bone realm, finding them beneath his disdain. Only rare materials might momentarily spark his interest. What is this? As he flipped to the last item, Yuan Qing's spirits lifted. Typically, the final items in an auction are the star attractions, and this was no exception. However, this particular item was incomplete, a fragment of a Jade Bone realm martial arts technique. Its placement as the grand finale was due to the fact that, despite being a mere fragment, it was comparable to ordinary top-tier Jade Bone techniques. Should it be completed, it could conservatively be estimated as an exceptional Jade Bone technique. What a stroke of fortune. While I might forego the wind-walking fruit, this technique is mine for the taking. An exceptional Jade Bone realm technique is conservatively worth at least 10 million silver. Yet, Yuan Qing had prepared 20 million himself, coupled with his 40 million debt, totaling a robust 60 million, an assured acquisition. As Yuan Qing continued his observations, the auction commenced with an enthusiastic welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the Tianshuang Auction House's Triennial Forging Auction event. This auction is held in conjunction with the Youth Forging Competition, and we extend our gratitude to all the aspiring forging masters present. The host's words uplifted the spirits of the attendees, as forging masters served as an alternative title for top-tier forging artisans. Without further ado, let us adhere to the established protocol. The auction will commence with a few items of modest value yet superior quality, allowing all present to indulge their visual senses. As the host spoke, a servant began to roll in a box draped in black cloth. When the cloth was lifted, it revealed 4 exquisite weapons of fine craftsmanship. Exquisite weapons? Surely, this is a jest. The majority of attendees here are blacksmiths. Is this truly the caliber of the Tianshuang Auction House? Although these 4 fine weapons appear to be of excellent quality, they are, in essence, rather commonplace. A murmur of discontent rippled through the auction hall, as it was evident that, for the many blacksmiths present, such fine weapons lacked allure. Please, remain patient, the host urged. For these 4 weapons are not merely ordinary fine weapons. With a slight smile, he seemed prepared for the audience's reaction. Humph, even if you speak, they remain fine weapons. Do they not? Indeed, with numerous high-ranking blacksmiths present, including several master blacksmiths, a few fine weapons should be child's play. The disdainful murmurs persisted. Fine weapons held little fascination for the blacksmiths. Allow me to elaborate, the host continued. These 4 weapons were all forged by the same individual, a young blacksmith, and can be considered the pinnacle of his youthful endeavors. Could they possibly be the creations of a master blacksmith in his youth? If that were the case, it would indeed be intriguing, but beyond that, there was little excitement. The disappointment in the crowd diminished slightly, yet the thrill remained elusive. However, the host shook his head. To be candid, this young blacksmith is still in his youth and is not yet a master. Why then, are you even speaking? A mere youth as practice pieces? What a trivial matter. Back and forth, curiosity began to brew. What could possibly be remarkable about these 4 ordinary fine weapons? The creator of these 4 weapons is none other than the first-place winner of this forging competition, Master Yuan Qing. As the host's voice resonated through the hall, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. as if Yuan Qing's name held an enchanting power. As you may know, Master Yuan Qing is the youngest spirit weaponsmith in the entire Yanyun prefecture, having emerged without any prior works from his youth. These 4 fine weapons are indeed the only remaining pieces. Furthermore, it is foreseeable that Master Yuan Qing will not forge fine weapons again in the future, meaning these 4 will become his unique masterpieces. Esteemed blacksmiths, should you wish to learn Master Yuan Qing's forging techniques, these 4 fine weapons are undoubtedly the quintessential choice, for within them may lie the secrets of his formidable prowess. Additionally, a friendly reminder, Master Yuan Qing is also participating in this auction, and he is surely observing your bids. A single auction, divided into 4 sessions. The first session begins. I bid 3,200,000. As the host passionately animated the atmosphere, tension began to permeate the venue, with countless blacksmiths eagerly raising their bids. This is unacceptable. I must increase my offer, even if it reaches 5 million. With this, I will finally understand why Master Yuan Qing achieved such remarkable success at a young age. Within one private box, a blacksmith anxiously checked his balance while vociferously shouting his bid. Master, this is an extraordinary opportunity. This is our chance to win over Master Yuan Qing. If we miss this, we may never have another chance to even meet him. Investing a few million now will leave a favorable impression on Master Yuan, and we could procure one of his exquisite young creations. It's a win-win situation. In another box, a clever strategist persistently instilled this mindset in the head of the family. Similar scenes unfolded in several private rooms, and even in the main hall. Whether to uncover Master Yuan Qing's formidable secrets, or simply to curry favor with him, the cost was deemed justifiable. In no time, a single exquisite weapon had been auctioned off for an astonishing 5,500,000, an outrageous markup of 350,000 over its actual worth. Despite such inflation, the winning bidder was elated, as if they had struck gold. Meanwhile, the remaining participants keenly eyed the 3 exquisite weapons yet to be sold. Inside the box, Yuan Qing was left utterly astonished. Such operations are indeed possible. The auction house personnel are truly adept. With just a slight elevation of the atmosphere, the prices soared twofold. Of course, this also significantly relates to Yuan Qing's own status and prowess, especially since he had not yet aligned himself with a major power, making his participation all the more enticing. Soon, all 4 exquisite weapons were auctioned off, and Yuan Qing amassed a total of 23 million silver. The final weapon even fetched a staggering 7 million. With this windfall, Yuan Qing's finances flourished, and it seemed he could finally proceed with acquiring several precious materials he had previously researched. Chapter 101. The exorbitant auction. The next item for bidding is the windwalk fruit. As the black cloth was unveiled, a gentle breeze swept through the entire hall. On the display stand, a vividly green fruit, resembling a dragon fruit, sat majestically. Surrounding the fruit was a rich aura of wind attribute spiritual energy. The windwalk fruit, known for its ability to enhance the wind attribute true energy of martial artists, particularly benefits those below the Jade Bone realm, with a starting price of 5 million. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 100,000 taels. The host's voice resonated. The windwalk fruit was not an uncommon item and required little introduction. I bid 510,000 taels. 520,000 taels. This fruit belongs to Tiansong Valley. How absurd. You from Tiansong Valley cultivate wind attribute true energy, but do you think the Lan family does not? 550,000 taels. The Lan family, undeterred, continued to contend. 560,000 taels. Do you dare to compete with us? The auction hall crackled with tension, as the windwalk fruit was indeed a rare treasure. If all went as expected, this bidding war would unfold into a fierce clash. Some lesser factions opted to withdraw from the fray, recognizing that even if victorious, the risk of being targeted by the larger sects for the windwalk fruit was not worth the peril. 6 million taels. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice broke through, revealing no affiliation. A wave of confusion swept through the hall. Who was bold enough to challenge the major powers for the windwalk fruit? Was this not a blatant act of folly? To everyone's surprise, neither the Lan family nor Tiansong Valley responded immediately. May I inquire if it is Master Yuan Qing? A gentle voice soon emanated from the Tiansong Valley box, a stark contrast to the earlier boisterousness. Ahem, it is for cultivation purposes. Elder, please forgive me. Yuan Ching replied with an awkward smile. Nonsense. Since it is a request from Master Yuan Ching, how could Tiansong Valley snatch away what you cherish? The members of Tiansong Valley expressed reluctance, yet there were murmurs of disdain among the crowd, recalling how fiercely they had contended with the Lan family just moments prior. Since it is Master Yuan's desire, the Lan family shall no longer bid. The voice of the Lan family rang out once more. Both factions willingly withdrew from the competition due to Yuan Qing's presence. The attendees in the hall gazed enviously at the box of Yuan Qing, understanding the rationale behind such deference. As the youngest quasi-spiritual weapon master in Yinyan Prefecture, he truly warranted such treatment. The host at the display stand could only manage a wry smile, having profited handsomely from Yuan Qing's reputation earlier. He now faced a slight loss due to his presence. Truly, one must gain and lose in equal measure. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures must be observed. 6 million for the first time, second time, third time. After the third call, the windwalk fruit belonged to the esteemed guest in box 7. Following this, the windwalk fruit was taken away, and the next item was brought forward for display. Upon witnessing the exhibits, the host suddenly burst into laughter. It is indeed quite remarkable. This particular item is also related to Master Yuan Qing. As the black cloth was lifted, 2 exquisite weapons were revealed. Could these also be crafted by Master Yuan Qing? Might they be associated with the 4 superior grade weapons? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd as they awaited the host's explanation. Ahem, the host began. Prior to the competition, Master Yuan Qing actually entrusted 7 weapons for auction, which included 4 superior grade weapons, 2 exquisite grade weapons, and 1 extraordinary grade weapon. The revelation of an extraordinary grade weapon crafted by Master Yuan Qing sent ripples of excitement throughout the auction house. Their auction list merely indicated the presence of extraordinary grade weapons, without clarifying that they were the work of Yuan Qing. Although the distinction between extraordinary and superior grade weapons is but a single character, the disparity between them is monumental. Superior grade weapons are typically wielded by those at the 6th refinement of the Jade Bone stage, and even for research purposes, only high-tier blacksmiths could reach their potential. Conversely, extraordinary grade weapons can be utilized by even the most formidable practitioners of the Jade Bone stage. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the number of near-peak blacksmiths in Yinyan Prefecture is significant. Should they manage to uncover even a hint of secret techniques from Master Yuan Qing's extraordinary grade weapons, it would greatly enhance their craftsmanship. Regardless of whether they are for study or personal use, acquiring them would prove invaluable. Now, with the knowledge of another extraordinary grade weapon looming in the background, many factions opted to forego the 2 exquisite grade weapons, choosing not to engage in a fierce bidding war. Ultimately, 1 exquisite grade weapon was auctioned for 11 million, while the other fetched 12 million, both acquired by 2 mysterious blacksmiths, a price comparable to that of the 4 superior grade weapons. Even so, this price still represented a significant premium. Under normal circumstances, it could secure a more ordinary extraordinary grade weapon. In the end, the auction house rejoiced, and Master Yuan Qing was even more delighted. As the fervor subsided, the auction resumed. During this interval, Yuan Qing refrained from further bidding, both to conserve his strength for the final technique he sought, and because there was nothing else that truly satisfied him. As dusk fell and the bright moon ascended, hundreds of true qi lamps within the auction house illuminated the space as if it were daylight. This has been a long-standing tradition of the auction house, to hold an auction overnight following the forging competition. Naturally, this practice also relates to the boundless energy of martial artists, who do not require rest like ordinary individuals. Suddenly, the distinct sound of a sword ringing echoed through the hall. The true qi lamps dimmed significantly, yet staff members swiftly attended to restore the lighting. At that moment, the gathered audience comprehended the significance of the sound. An extraordinary grade weapon was about to be unveiled. Master Yuan Qing's extraordinary grade weapon was on the block. At this moment, several powerful factions and aspiring top-tier forgers held their breath, intently examining the exquisite weapon displayed on the platform. Among them were many who had previously encountered Yuan Qing's artifact, akin to a work of art. Now, as they gazed at this weapon, they could naturally discern traces of Yuan Qing's craftsmanship, the master forger's exceptional weapon. As soon as the host began to speak, the audience could hardly contain their excitement, calling out eagerly, "Enough with the introductions, let us get to the bidding." The host smiled knowingly, Nothing thrilled him more than the eagerness to part with money. The starting bid was set at 10 million. 15 million. We, from Tiansong Valley. Must have it. Huh. The notion of must have is a mere jest. Our Yuan family bids 16 million. Incremental increases are pointless. Tianhong sect bids 20 million. The auction, having barely commenced, rapidly escalated to a fever pitch, with the price reaching 20 million by the third round. However, the price fluctuations for exceptional weapons typically range from 800,000 to 20 million. Those that could command a premium of 20 million often possessed unique qualities. Observers could see that Yuan Qing's sword was merely an entry-level exceptional weapon. Yet, this only heightened their excitement. This was enough to indicate that it was indeed a creation from Yuan Qing's youth. From this, they could unearth more profound mysteries, witness Yuan Qing's trajectory of ascendance, and even decipher his forging techniques. In a certain sense, it was even more valuable than a mature and powerful exceptional weapon. As the auction fervently continued, Yuan Qing sat in the private box, beaming with joy. He realized that earning a living honestly offered little opportunity, while profiting from one's reputation was genuinely effortless and gratifying. What a delightful experience this was. After several rounds of bidding, the exceptional weapon was secured by Tiansong Valley for 32 million silver coins, a staggering fourfold premium over the normal price. Only super factions would be willing to spend such a considerable amount for a premium purchase. Yuan Qing's heart swelled with joy. However, he knew that such generosity would not come without obligation in the future. Once the auction of the exceptional weapon concluded, all parties left with their coffers brimming, and the event proceeded. At that moment, as Yuan Qing observed the items being brought onto the platform, his spirits soared. Finally, the highlight of this auction, the Jade Bone Realm cultivation technique that Yuan Qing had longed for, had arrived. Chapter 102. A solo struggle against aristocratic clans. This martial art, acquired by a mysterious warrior from ancient ruins, has been rigorously tested by our auction house. We can confirm that this fragment possesses at least the prowess of a top-tier Jade Bone Realm technique. Should one manage to gather all fragments, it could potentially yield an extraordinary Jade Bone Realm art. The host's voice resonated across the stage, continuously extolling the power and rarity of this technique. Could it be that this fragment is regarded as a top-tier Jade Bone Realm technique? A voice inquired loudly. In the Yinyan Prefecture, although there are numerous blacksmiths, the availability of martial arts techniques is somewhat scarce. A top-tier Jade Bone Realm technique is indeed sufficient to capture everyone's attention. Well, there are some distinctions. This technique harbors significantly greater potential than the average top-tier Jade Bone Realm art, yet it demands a higher level of innate talent for cultivation. Moreover, it has been determined that practitioners with attributes of wind, thunder, water, and earth can indeed cultivate it. After such lengthy discourse, it turns out that whether it can be cultivated remains uncertain. A cacophony ensued, as most attendees displayed a lack of enthusiasm for this kind of technique. In any case, this incomplete technique, comparable to a top-tier Jade Bone Realm art and brimming with potential, is now up for bidding at a starting price of 15 million taels of silver. 15 million taels of silver, slightly more than the usual top-tier Jade Bone Realm techniques. But if one could assemble it into a powerful, extraordinary Jade Bone Realm art, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative investment. Compared to the previous extravagant bid for Yuan Qing's prized weapon, many prominent factions were now willing to test the waters. Our Yuan family bid 1,600 taels of silver, considering it as a standard top-tier Jade Bone Realm technique. Our Tianhong sect also wishes to study this technique. We add 1 million taels. The Duan family bids 20 million taels of silver. Suddenly, the Duan family, which had previously remained silent, made their move. The Duan family, boasting 3 peak-level members, may have been overshadowed by Yuan Qing's emergence, yet their reputation has reached the zenith of Yinyan Prefecture. As soon as the Duan family made their bid, many factions that had intended to raise their offers prudently fell silent. To offend the Duan family over an uncertain mystical technique would be an unwise decision. What of the Duan family? Our Tianhong sect raises the bid by another 1 million taels. Within the Duan family's private box, Elder Duan squinted his eyes, directing his gaze towards the Tianhong sect's box. Then, in his hoarse voice, he declared once more, 22 million taels of silver. Esteemed family heads and elders, my Duan family has already studied this technique for several days. It is now imperative that we acquire it. I kindly ask for your consideration. Before anyone could counter with a higher bid, Elder Duan's voice rang out again, forcefully declaring their determination to obtain the enigmatic technique. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Duan family's audacity to make such statements at an auction was quite brazen, akin to an overt threat. However, given their status as a peak-level clan, no one was eager to provoke them. Who empowered the Duan family with such dominance? This moment, they might save hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Moreover, they had already raised prices significantly before. Even the auction house could hardly contest their actions. The Duan family had indeed enlivened the hall. In a corner, a martial artist clenched his fists. Cursed the Duan family. This individual was the rightful owner of a martial art manual, and for the sake of this precious tome, he had lost most of his friends. Now, due to the Duan family, he faced an unwarranted loss of several million taels of silver. Observing that no one dared to raise the bid, the host sighed in resignation. The Duan family was still formidable. Suddenly, a languid voice echoed, 23 million. The entire hall fell silent. Was there truly someone daring enough to provoke the Duan family? Within a private box, old man Duan furrowed his brow, recognizing the familiar voice, and coldly remarked, Yuan Ching, are you intent on opposing my Duan family? Startled, Yuan Ching chuckled in response, oppose? How absurd, old man Duan. I merely wish to procure a coveted martial art manual. Is the auction house not permitting competitive bidding? As Yuan Ching's words faded, laughter erupted from the crowd. Master Yuan Ching seems to harbor a grudge against the Duan family. I heard that he did not conclude his competition at the arena due to the Duan family suppression. Humph, the Duan family wishes to monopolize everything. Yet they are stifled by both President Murong and Master Yuan Ching, who keep them firmly in check. The Duan family's excessive arrogance, in stark contrast to Yuan Ching's approach, which encourages voluntary relinquishment of bids, makes for an entertaining spectacle for all present. 25 million taels. Old man Duan's voice rang out again, devoid of anger. Merely a calm increase in the bid. Raise it by 1 million. Yuan Ching countered. 30 million. Another million added. In 2 consecutive rounds, the Duan family raised the price, and Yuan Ching matched them by 1 million, with the price of the manual subtly eclipsing its intrinsic worth. Inside the box, a dark and displeased voice from old man Duan pierced through the atmosphere. Yuan Ching, our Duan family has invested considerable effort for this manual. If you are willing to withdraw, we shall let bygones be bygones and remain friends henceforth. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivilized. The foundation of my Duan family is not something you alone can rival. A threat, clear and unambiguous. The Duan family had completely severed any pretense of civility with Yuan Ching. The crucial question lingered in the minds of many. Was the Duan family's fervor truly warranted for a flawed manual of unknown origins? Old man Duan's words ignited Yuan Ching's fury. Huh, you amuse me. What do you mean by letting bygones be bygones? You may forgive, but I still have accounts to settle with you. Today, I shall confront your Duan family head-on. You wish to measure wealth against me? Then come. I am eager to see just how profound the Duan family's wealth truly is. Today, I shall wager 100 million taels of silver and see who can outspend whom. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. 100 million taels of silver. It has been ages since such a staggering sum was mentioned. More crucially, Yuan Ching dares to stand alone against the venerable Duan family, a prestigious lineage of Yinyan City. No one has ever attempted such a feat before. Even Murong Changkong had the backing of the Murong family from Tianyan City. Yet Yuan Ching appears to be nothing more than an ordinary individual devoid of any significant connections. This audacity instantly garnered the respect of countless rogue cultivators. To challenge a powerful family single-handedly is precisely the embodiment of the lone wolf they all aspire to be. Yuan Ching, 100 million taels is not an unattainable figure. My Duan family can certainly match it. Your threat holds no weight. Duan Lao's voice resounded with a grim tone, as they had not encountered such a brash newcomer in quite some time. Who is threatening you? I am merely engaging in a fair bidding process. If you are dissatisfied, simply raise your offer. And who told you that 100 million taels is my limit? Yuan Ching retorted with a cold chuckle, suddenly raising his voice. Esteemed elders of Tiansong Valley, the leader of Tianhong sect, heads of the Yun family, and friends from the auction house, I, Yuan Ching, humbly seek to borrow silver from you. I am willing to offer spiritual remnants as collateral, with no limit on the amount. I sincerely hope for the generosity of all esteemed heads." At that moment, the atmosphere within the auction house grew tense, as Yuan Qing audaciously sought their financial support. To be precise, he was borrowing influence. I, Tianzong Valley, am willing to generously assist with 30 million taels of silver. The Tianhong sect has long held disdain for the Duan family. Master Yuan Qing, if you require support, we are willing to contribute 50 million taels. The Yuan family is prepared to assist Master Yuan Qing with 40 million taels. The auction house can grant Master Yuan Qing a credit line of 40 million taels. As various factions expressed their willingness to contribute, the total amount pledged swiftly surpassed 100 million taels. I too shall lend 300,000 taels to Master Yuan Qing. I am willing to assist with 100,000 taels. I offer 500,000 taels. Even within the hall, many joined in, eager to support Yuan Qing, as doing so had become a mark of honor and status. The cumulative pledges from the attendees astonishingly exceeded 100 million taels. All eyes turned towards Yuan Qing, filled with excitement, fervor, reverence, envy, and respect intermingled in their gazes. In this moment, Yuan Qing epitomized the aspirations of Yinyan Prefecture. "I shall remember your kindness," Yuan Qing declared with a bright smile, expressing his gratitude before turning to Duan Lao with a teasing grin. "So what say you, Duan Lao? Does your family's wealth rival that of the entire Yinyan Prefecture?" Chapter 103. The momentary thrill of pretense inside the private room, Elder Duan remained silent. At this moment, the entire Yinyan mansion was fervently rallying for Yuan Qing. To continue opposing at this juncture would undoubtedly be an act of folly. From the outset, he had already incurred the ire of the masses. Moreover, should he engage in bidding against Yuan Qing, and if Yuan Qing ultimately refrained from raising his bid, the substantial costs incurred in acquiring the incomplete martial arts manuscript would undeniably leave the Duan family severely weakened. Perhaps this was precisely Yuan Qing's intention. Given all these considerations, Elder Duan ultimately chose to remain silent. 33 million taels once, twice, thrice. Congratulations to the guests of Box 7 for acquiring this mysterious manuscript. Yuan Qing smiled faintly and bowed towards the direction of the Duan family. "Elder Duan, I am much obliged." Within the private room, Elder Duan uttered not a single word. Only a cold snort echoed in the air. Thus, the auction concluded amidst that frigid sound. Everyone understood that the Duan family had lost. In the formidable and unparalleled top-tier family of Yinyan Mansion, the Duan family had suffered defeat this time, defeated by a singular individual, an emerging genius. This marked the first occasion where a lone figure triumphed over a top-tier family. Although this individual was backed by greater forces and the people of Yinyan Mansion, it cannot be denied that Yuan Qing possessed formidable strength and a unique charisma that attracted these powerful factions to support him, causing the people of Yinyan Mansion to rally for him. Meanwhile, within the auction house's private room, Yuan Qing observed as the auctioneer presented him with the windwalking fruit, the manuscript, and a golden chi card. "Master Yuan Qing, these are the items you have acquired at this auction, along with this golden card containing 40 million silver coins. For this transaction, our auction house has only charged you a commission of 100,000. The auctioneer spoke with utmost deference. By the rules, they could have drawn over 8 million in commission from Yuan Qing, but this time they had evidently extended a generous concession. As for Yuan Qing, after storing the golden card, he was filled with curiosity, returning to the lifestyle of the privileged cardholders. "Master Yuan Qing, after you leave, please be cautious of the Duan family. They wield immense power within Yinyan Mansion, and this confrontation with you may prompt them to take action against you." "Leave? Who said anything about leaving? I intend to reside within your auction house. By the way, you must have dedicated rooms for cultivation, correct?" Yuan Qing shook his head, jesting. "Leave? The last time I ventured out, I was ambushed in the city by a rogue of the 5th refinement stage, who was most likely affiliated with the Duan family. Now that tensions have escalated with them, it would be sheer folly to venture outside." Master Yuan Qing, I do not quite understand. Are you considering taking refuge with our auction house?" Although the Tianshuang Prefecture auction house was not a local power within Yinyan Mansion, it surpassed all local influences and ranked prominently even in Tianshuang Prefecture. However, the profit-driven nature of the auction house imposed numerous constraints, despite the benefits of joining. It is often those who are intent on seclusion or burdened by great attachments who seek refuge in auction houses. Individuals like Yuan Ching, who embody freedom and lack any encumbrances, rarely choose to join such establishments. Naturally, he merely requested a room conducive to cultivation and expressed willingness to pay, likening it to a stay at an inn. Moreover, he inquired about the assurance of his safety. Yuan Ching had no intention of becoming a member of the auction house. He simply sought a temporary sanctuary for his practice. Rest assured, within our auction house, not even the Duan family or the Lord of Yinyun would dare to act recklessly. The manager proclaimed with pride, emphasizing that their foundation in Tianchuan continent rendered them impervious to retribution, allowing for some ruckus during the auction without fear. At this moment, the manager grasped Yuan Qing's intention, realizing that he indeed sought to hide away. However, he did not refuse. Assisting Yuan Qing would effectively bind him to a significant favor. Sometimes, monetary debts are easier to repay than those of goodwill. Shortly thereafter, guided by the manager, Yuan Qing arrived at a tranquil chamber. The auction house, equipped with facilities for cultivation, effortlessly allocated a room for him. Upon entering, Yuan Qing was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, which was at least double that of the outside. It was evident that a top-tier gathering array was in place. The auction house certainly spared no expense, even in a single room. Without delay, Yuan Qing seated himself in meditation, commencing his practice of the wind-walking fruit. Meanwhile, the third-tier individuals also resided within the auction house. As Yuan Qing delved into his cultivation, confusion reigned outside. Where had Master Yuan Qing gone? After the auction concluded, many lingered outside, hoping for a glimpse of him. Representatives from various factions awaited his pronouncement, yet despite their anticipation, the auction house emptied without sight of Yuan Qing. Could he have vanished? Was he, like a shooting star, appearing and then disappearing abruptly? Had Master Yuan Qing already departed? As time passed, a day slipped by, and most of those waiting had left, but a handful remained, steadfast in their vigil for Yuan Qing's return. At that moment, a message suddenly emanated from within the auction house. It revealed that after the auction, Yuan Qing had experienced a moment of enlightenment and had resolved to enter closed-door meditation, remaining within the auction house. He also instructed the staff to convey to the various factions that he had not yet considered joining any of them, but would certainly pay a visit to express his gratitude for their kindness once he emerged from his retreat. With this news, the representatives of the factions gradually lowered their flags, leaving only essential contacts behind before returning to their respective strongholds. Many began to study Yuan Qing's formidable weapons, hoping to uncover the secrets of his extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, outside the auction house, several enigmatic figures had begun to surveil its premises. The family head, Yuan Qing, was truly a coward, hiding within the auction house and refusing to emerge. Duan Donghe glared at the direction of the auction house, gritting his teeth in frustration. Humph. It was your attempt to assassinate him in the city that not only failed but also alerted him. Duan Lao scoffed disdainfully, deeply dissatisfied with Duan Donghe's previous blunder. Who could have anticipated that he was merely a ninth-tier prospective master blacksmith at the time, yet has now grown into such a formidable figure? Duan Donghe lowered his head. Feeling the weight of the challenge posed by this significant leap in strength, it was unbearable for anyone. Duan Lao sighed, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. Enough of this. The past is behind us. Within the next 12 hours, we shall arrange for individuals to closely monitor Yuan Qing. The moment he steps out, we will strike, ensuring his demise before the spirit guardian can react, seizing everything he possesses, particularly that martial art manual. Should he escape, it would spell endless troubles for us. Duan Donghe nodded, then furrowed his brow. Family head, what if other forces seek to protect him? Duan Lao sneered, expressing his contempt. Let them comprehend who truly reigns as the foremost family in Yinyun City. I understand, family head. Duan Donghe nodded, casting his gaze towards the auction house. The Duan family was uniting its strength to ambush Yuan Qing within the city. Even the spirit guardian's presence would scarcely guarantee his safety. This time, Yuan Qing, your fate is sealed. At this moment, Yuan Qing, ensconced in the cultivation chamber, had successfully absorbed the entirety of the wind fruit. A vigorous gust of wind attribute true energy swirled around his wrist, achieving a potency akin to that of the lake heart water, elevating to the level of the jade bone third refinement. He pouted in disbelief, it seemed rather juvenile. More crucially, all 5 true attributes had now reached the Jade Bone 3rd refinement level, yet there appeared to be no discernible change. Perhaps it would be prudent to delve deeper into the nature of this fragmentary scroll. Chapter 104, Breakthrough. Jade Bone Realm, Training Requirements. The strength of the true Qi in the 5 elemental attributes, wind, thunder, water, earth, and fire, must reach the level of the 3rd refinement of the Jade Bone, possessing at least one method of forging the Jade Bone that corresponds to either wind or earth. Effect. This is a fragment of a powerful technique, faintly inscribed with the cultivation methods of the advanced forms of wind and earth attribute true Qi, revealing a mysterious connection between the 2 forms. Fragment combination, wind and earth. Fragment completion, 1. The 5 true Qi must reach the level of the 5th refinement of the Jade Bone. 2. Possess at least one method of forging the Jade Bone corresponding to the water, fire, or earth attributes. 3. Have analyzed over 100 low-grade Jade Bone realm techniques, or 30 medium-grade techniques, or 10 high-grade techniques, or 3 supreme-grade techniques. Due to the immense difficulty of completing this technique, it is advised that the host seek the missing heart method, an unnamed technique, yet it exudes undeniable strength, particularly the training requirements, which seem tailor-made for oneself. To speak of anything else, Yuan Qing happens to possess a set of forging methods for the Jade Bone realm corresponding to the wind attribute, the heavenly Cloud 9 Swords. This technique has accompanied Yuan Qing thus far. It was assumed he would abandon it upon reaching the Jade Bone realm, but unexpectedly, it has been revitalized. Successful study, once. Currently under assessment. Assessment successful. Current training multiplier is 1,527 times. A mere 1,527 times. It is noteworthy that the previous Earth Yellow Fist had a staggering multiplier of 15,000. This is not a trivial tenfold difference. The curve of disparity is indeed over 100-fold. After thoroughly studying the mysterious method, when Yuan Qing turned his gaze back to the heavenly Cloud 9 Swords, everything began to transform into something extraordinary. What was once regarded as a simple cultivation method now appeared profoundly enigmatic. Suddenly, 2 mysterious forces surged into Yuan Qing's hands, as if they had appeared from nowhere, yet felt entirely natural. The energies of yin and yang began to intertwine seamlessly with the wind attribute true Qi. Everything flowed effortlessly, devoid of any hindrance. Indeed, Yuan Qing had lingered too long at the peak of the 9 orifices, and with such an exaggerated multiplier, his foundation surpassed even that of seasoned masters at the 9 orifices. Gradually, the power of the wind attribute true Qi began to shift, no longer resembling mere wind. It transformed into something akin to lightning, frenzied and violent. Yet, it also bore the essence of wind, becoming more audacious and unrestrained. At this moment, Yuan Qing felt it resembled a tempest. Congratulations, you have completed the comprehension of yin and yang's influence on the 5 true attributes. 3-3. Congratulations. You have attained the 5th realm of the 9 true profound arts, the profound realm. Congratulations. Your wind attribute true Qi has advanced to the high-level form of storm attribute. Congratulations. The Tianyan 9 Swords has unveiled a new method for forging the Jade Bone realm. The storm attribute Jade Bone forging technique has been successfully activated, allowing you to forge superior quality storm Jade Bones. Congratulations. Through a certain means, you have unlocked a new pinnacle direction for the Jade Bone. With a current progress of 1-5, a series of notifications rang out, and the world before Yuan Qing underwent a tremendous transformation. Within his being, the golden bones were continuously being reshaped, automatically forging towards the realm of half-step Jade Bone. In that moment, Yuan Qing seemed to grasp many profound truths. In an ethereal sense, he felt that his storm Jade Bone was unlike ordinary Jade Bones. Only after 9 forges could one truly become a Jade Bone first refinement powerhouse. In contrast, others would achieve the pinnacle of Jade Bone 9th refinement after 9 forges. However, Yuan Qing's 9 forges differed from those of ordinary individuals. He merely compressed the power of the Jade Bone first refinement 9 times, lacking that level of realm and strength. Yet, simply compressing the Jade Bone first refinement 9 times was equivalent to the strength of a Jade Bone second refinement powerhouse. Thus, after Yuan Qing's 9 refinements, the level of power was far beyond mere surface calculations, 81 times. At this level, even a slight increase in strength could form a suppressive force. 81 times signifies the distinction between an ant and an anteater. However, this method also bore a drawback. The cultivation speed was exceedingly slow, requiring a training duration that would exceed that of an ordinary person by 81 times or more. After all, as one progressed, the difficulty of cultivation grew geometrically, and even an extraordinary genius might find it impossible to break through the jade bone realm in their lifetime. Nevertheless, Yuan Ching was undeterred. The more he understood the power and challenges of this technique, the more exhilarated he became. Without delay, Yuan Ching promptly contacted the auction house to procure the Wanling pill. Upon reaching the half-step jade bone realm, the efficacy of the Qianling pill diminished significantly, necessitating the stronger Wanling pill. Fortunately, at the auction house, as long as one possesses wealth, no cultivation resources are lacking, and Yuan Ching had an abundance of wealth. Under Yuan Ching's lavish spending, a plethora of cultivation resources was delivered to his chamber. He then plunged into a frenzied state of cultivation. Successfully cultivated once Tianyun 9 swords, Storm Jade Bone Forging Edition. Currently undergoing assessment. Success and shaking points. This cultivation's coefficient is 8,752 times. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the Jade Bone realm. Current first refinement progress, 19. Success and shaking points. This cultivation's coefficient is 8,852 times. Success and shaking points. This cultivation's coefficient is 9,354 times. Congratulations. You have successfully broken through to the Jade Bone first refinement realm. Your Storm Jade Bone has achieved perfection. Before acquiring the next technique, your realm shall remain at this stage. Time flowed, and 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the span of 15 days, Yuan Ching accomplished what many formidable practitioners of the Jade Bone realm pursue throughout their entire lives, the 9 refinements of Jade Bone. Alas, despite achieving this remarkable feat, Yuan Ching's own cultivation level remained at the first refinement of the Jade Bone realm. A tempestuous force surged forth from his palm, causing the surrounding room to tremble slightly. It seemed that with even the slightest exertion, the entire chamber could be shattered into fragments by this storm. Was the structure so fragile? Yuan Ching was taken aback, uncertain of the true extent of his newfound power. Previously at the 3rd refinement of Jade Bone, he mused that he must now be at least at the 4th or 5th refinement. He felt exponentially stronger than he had been upon entering, perhaps 100-fold or more. Outside the cultivation chamber, the stationed attendant was suddenly roused from his reverie. What is happening? Zhang, is there a situation? The auction house overseer rushed over. This attendant was a powerful practitioner at the 6th refinement of Jade Bone, the backbone of the auction house, and it was unusual for anything to instill such anxiety in him. I sense someone is probing the auction house's cultivation room. But it was merely a fleeting moment, likely just a test, Zhang replied, furrowing his brow. It had been years since anyone dared to disturb the proverbial tiger's lair. Could it be the Duan family? Had they grown impatient after merely half a month? What level of power do they possess? The overseer was taken aback. To act within the auction house was to disregard their claim over Yinyun City entirely. The strength level is uncertain, but anyone capable of shaking the cultivation room must be at least at the 5th refinement of Jade Bone. We should exercise caution in the coming days. If any further anomalies arise, we'll seek assistance from headquarters to deal with the Duan family. With a frown, Zhang swiftly vanished from sight. In his eyes, the Duan family appeared to be a trivial concern, not the indomitable force that others in Yinyun City perceived them to be. The overseer nodded, casting a worried glance toward the cultivation chamber. Master Yuan, when will you emerge? During these days, Yuan Qing's presence had cast an air of tension over Yinyun City. Everyone was acutely aware that the Duan family could not remain idle. They were merely curious about what methods the Duan family would employ and how Yuan Qing would retaliate. However, as half a month passed, Yuan Qing remained withdrawn, leaving many feeling frustrated at the lack of anticipated excitement. Meanwhile, within the cultivation chamber, Yuan Qing began to prepare for the practice of the Earth Yellow Fist technique. This was a technique of the Earth attribute, perfectly suited to his requirements. In that moment, the forces of Yin and Yang gradually began to infuse the true energy of the Earth attribute, which was originally dense and robust, starting to slowly unravel. Chapter 105, Emergence. What is this? Dust? In Yuan Qing's hands, countless particles of earth elemental energy began to refine continuously, eventually transforming into granules that cascaded down like a waterfall. No, it is not dust. It is larger and more resilient, resembling gravel. These minuscule golden granules flowed back and forth on Yuan Qing's wrist like a river of quicksand. Though each particle was exceedingly tiny, they contained boundless power within. They seemed to be independent entities, yet together they formed a cohesive whole. Blood droplet realm? This familiar sensation echoed the feeling Yuan Qing experienced upon breaking through to the blood droplet realm. Perhaps it was indeed due to this realm that Yuan Qing's earth elemental energy advanced to the form of gravel. Congratulations. Your earth elemental energy has advanced to the high-level form of gravel attributes. Congratulations, a new chapter in the Earth Yellow Fist technique has emerged, detailing the Jade Bone Forging method. The gravel attribute Jade Bone Forging method has been successfully unlocked. You can now forge superior Jade Bone gravel. Congratulations. Your progress in the new Supreme Jade Bone direction has reached 2.5. In an instant, the entire training chamber transformed into a desert. Countless granules began to blanket the entire room, and a tempest of ferocious power surged wildly. If the previous storm was grand and imposing, the current gravel was meticulous and all-encompassing. Yuan Qing did not remain idle. He gradually familiarized himself with and mastered this force, commencing control over the energy currently under evaluation. Evaluation successful. This mastery session has achieved a proficiency of 9,875 times, with a proficiency nearing 10,000 times. Yuan Qing effortlessly grasped this terrifying power in a remarkably short period. Within the room, countless granules morphed into a menacing castle, then transformed into an ancient pyramid, and subsequently into a time-worn great wall, exquisitely detailed. Fortunately, this time, Yuan Qing's power did not leak at all. He maintained complete control. Otherwise, the auction house outside might have suspected that something significant was unfolding. Upon mastering the power of gravel, Yuan Qing finally sensed the path of cultivation for the second refinement of the Jade Bone realm. This training would take a total of 18 days. Successfully practiced once Earth Yellow Fist technique, Gravel Jade Bone Forging chapter, currently undergoing evaluation. Success in rolling points. This training coefficient is 7,752 times. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the second refinement of the Jade Bone realm. Current progress in the 9th refinement, 1.9. Success in rolling points. This training coefficient is 8,052 times. Success in rolling points. This training coefficient is 8,354 times. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the second refinement of the Jade Bone realm. The Gravel Jade Bone has now reached a state of perfection. Your progression will halt here until you acquire the next chapter of the technique. This is truly challenging. According to this logic, could it be that I can only cultivate to the realm of the 5 refinements of Jade Bone? Suddenly, a peculiar thought emerged in Yuan Qing's mind. Even if the mysterious technique were fully restored, it would amount to merely 5 methods, corresponding to the progress of the 5 refinements of Jade Bone. Although Yuan Qing's mastery of the 5 refinements undoubtedly surpassed that of many practitioners of the 9 refinements, the crux of the matter lay in the absence of a subsequent path. Without direction, one is adrift. Alas, I find myself in a precarious situation. Yuan Qing sighed inwardly, realizing that to advance further, he would likely need to seek out the next chapter of the mysterious technique. Yet, how could he search for something when he did not even know its name? The Duan family? Perhaps they possess some knowledge. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds began to emanate from within Yuan Qing's body. Following this, a cacophony of noises erupted. 2 types of jade bone were continuously intersecting and merging, seemingly forming a new power. Yuan Qing was startled as the previously concealed information of the mysterious technique unfolded in his mind. Any martial artist could possess only one type of jade bone. If one were to cultivate 2 types, like Yuan Qing, and lacked special means for their integration, the only outcome would be self-detonation. The greatest function of this mysterious technique was not merely to enhance the form of true energy, it served as a catalyst, with only those who accumulated profound mastery achieving explosive success. Of course, Yuan Qing's success was deeply intertwined with the profound realms of the 9 true mysteries. The true strength of the mysterious technique lies in its ability to simultaneously accommodate multiple types of jade bone and combine them in the most ingenious manner. Be it the storm jade bone or the gravel jade bone, both are high-grade types, nearly equal in strength. At this moment, as the two types of jade bone fused, torrents of gravel and small whirlwinds began to gather around Yuan Qing, wildly testing and intertwining within him. The instant the forces of storm and gravel made contact, the gravel seamlessly merged into the storm, exhibiting no anomalies or resistance. They seemed destined to unite. Congratulations, the gravel jade bone and storm jade bone have successfully fused, forming the new jade bone, sandstorm jade bone. Congratulations, a new jade bone realm technique has been unlocked. Sandstorm jade bone forging chapter. New technique content unlocked. Sand of protection unlocked. Sandstorm domain locked. Earth burial locked. Sand of protection. The sharp and formidable gravel, upon merging with the storm, has gained its own sentience. Sandstorm domain. Exhaust all true energy to create a domain formed by a sandstorm. Within this realm, you are the sovereign. Unlock conditions. 1. True energy level reaches 5 refinements of jade bone or above, completed. 2. Comprehend the power of the natural world once, 01. Earth burial. Detonate all sandstorms within the domain. Only death remains. Unlock conditions. 1. Sandstorm domain must be unlocked, incomplete. 2. Use the power of the sandstorm to entomb 10 or more practitioners of the jade bone realm, 010. Experiencing the profound forces of nature 3 times. The content of the 9 sword techniques of the heavenly clouds has undergone a transformation. The 10th sword, unlocked. Storm 10th sword, unlocked. Sandstorm 10th sword, unlocked. The Earth Huang fist techniques have also changed. Earth Huang 3 fists, unlocked. Flowing sand fist, unlocked. And violent sand, unlocked. An unending series of alerts echoed, as golden-hued jade bones within Yuan Qing continuously connected, forming waves of formidable power. The entire training chamber radiated with a dark golden luminescence. Yuan Qing's level of strength was undergoing an unprecedented qualitative transformation. It was akin to what the leader of the myriad demons had once proclaimed in the Wanyao Mountains. The powerhouses of the Jade Bone realm had already transcended the ordinary levels of existence and could no longer be evaluated through the lens of common martial artists. Previously, both the Storm Jade Bone and the Gravel Jade Bone were sufficient to rank among the superior Jade Bones. Now, the two Jade Bones complemented each other, giving rise to a new Sandstorm Jade Bone, whose ferocity ranked among the finest even within the superior Jade Bones. Alas, it had yet to break through that final barrier to become the legendary Supreme Jade Bone. Nevertheless, this was already quite remarkable. Within the Yin Mansion, those who could cultivate to the intermediate Jade Bone level were exceedingly few, while the top-tier characters were limited to a mere handful. Now, as Yuan Qing moved, the powerful energy swirled around his form, a testament to his burgeoning strength. He had officially entered the realm of the second refinement of Jade Bones. However, the exact level of his power remained elusive even to him. Yet, the formidable force unleashed by the top-tier formation of the Iron Ball was now easily within his grasp. He could at least be considered at the level of the fifth refinement of Jade Bones, perhaps? There was also one more thing. Yuan Qing retrieved a key from his bosom, the Earth Fire Treasure Map, an object that the Duan family had long coveted. Upon careful contemplation, it seemed that the key concealed a location. Was it the site of the treasure? It appeared to be nestled within a mountain range, seemingly still within the territory of Yin Mansion. The vast expanse of Yin Mansion, home to over 100 million people and covering several million square kilometers, made it exceedingly simple to hide an earth fire within its mountains. First, he would seek the earth fire. When his earth fire forging technique reached the 10th level, he would show the Duan family what it truly meant to be a spiritual weapon master. Today, he would emerge from seclusion. Chapter 106. The ambush by the Duan family. Has Yuan Qing not yet emerged? A guard shook his head in response within the Duan family courtyard. Duan Donghe felt a rising agitation. A month had passed, and Yuan Qing had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. On the contrary, the auction house had grown increasingly vigilant towards the Duan family. Could it be that this fellow, in a desperate bid, had allied with the auction house? Would all the efforts of the Duan family be rendered futile? Yet, considering the nature of the auction house, if Yuan Qing had indeed joined their ranks, The news would have been declared openly in Yinyan Prefecture by now, rather than remaining concealed. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent calls echoed from outside the courtyard. He is coming out. Yuan Ching is about to emerge. This news resonated not only within the Duan family, but also reached Tiansong Valley, Tianhong sect, the Yun family, and even the myriad factions of the Yinyan Guard. As the youngest and most ambitious spirit weapon craftsman in Yinyan Prefecture, Yuan Qing's movements captured the attention of all. They were all curious as to how Yuan Qing intended to address the formidable threat posed by the Duan family. Outside the auction house, Yuan Qing strolled out with an air of nonchalance, brandishing the familiar broken spirit weapon in his hand. With each step, the guards of the Duan family held their breath, anticipating the moment Yuan Qing would step outside. Old Master Duan had issued a kill order. All members of the Duan family were permitted to act. The consequences would be borne by the Duan family alone. The Yinyan Guard had also received instructions, forbidding any presence at the battlefield. The question lingered. Could Yuan Qing withstand the impending confrontation? Everyone was perplexed by this inquiry. Even Tiansong Valley had dispatched an elder to remain on standby, ready to assist Yuan Qing at a moment's notice. However, until now, Yuan Qing had not sought help from any faction, be it Tiansong Valley, the Spirit Guard, or the Craftsmen's Association. Under such circumstances, no faction was willing to intervene on Yuan Qing's behalf without a price, save for one individual. Dare you obstruct me? A man clad in Yinyan armor stood at the entrance of the Spirit Guard's stronghold, clearly marked as the Grand Commander of the Yinyan Guard. Do you presume to owe me a favor? The Spirit Guard's leader bellowed defiantly, exuding an unwavering aura as he resolutely prepared to engage. Why bother? We've barely met, after all. I am willing to accommodate you. Very well, I suppose I can delay you for an hour. Thus commenced the fierce clash of two formidable warriors of Jadebone realm outside the Spirit Guard's stronghold. Both, however, exercised considerable restraint. Had they unleashed their full powers, Yinyan City would have faced utter devastation. Meanwhile, outside the auction house, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the solitary figure of Yuan Qing, engulfed in solitude. Swish! An arrow shot forth like a bolt from the blue, swiftly reaching Yuan Qing's position from 1,000 meters away. A master archer of the Jadebone realm. Such exceptional warriors are typically nurtured only by powerful factions, excelling in long-range strikes while lacking prowess in close combat. Capable of eliminating opponents of the same realm from extraordinary distances. As the arrow hurtled towards Yuan Qing, he made no attempt to evade, appearing almost oblivious to the imminent threat. It was over. This was the fate of those who offended the Duan family. A mere practitioner of the Nine Apertures realm, even upon breaking through to the Jadebone realm, had no justification to withstand a charged shot from a Jadebone realm archer. Clang! The arrow, now mere inches from Yuan Qing, abruptly halted midair. A delicate swirl of quicksand enveloped the arrowhead, absorbing all its force. Jadebone fourth refinement? Yuan Qing turned his gaze towards the distance, the direction of the archer. How could this be? The archer's expression shifted. His arrow could leave even a Jadebone fifth refinement expert in disarray, let alone eliminate someone of the same realm in an instant. How could Yuan Qing, who had once been left in tatters by a Jadebone fifth refinement assassin, appear unscathed? The archer, disbelieving, prepared to gather strength for a second shot, only to suddenly notice insects? Quicksand. How could there be quicksand in the city? Yet, in the next instant, thousands of grains of quicksand pierced through his body, leaving the formidable Jadebone fourth refinement expert's chest a gruesome mess. Before this onslaught of quicksand, his Jadebone body crumbled like foam. One down. 1,000 meters away, Yuan Qing waved his hand, calmly striding towards the spirit suppression prison. Silence enveloped the street once more. To claim the life of a Jadebone fourth refinement warrior from such a distance was a feat spoken of only among the strongest of the Jadebone realm. Kill! A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. From the shadows, a Jadebone fifth refinement assassin lunged at Yuan Qing. I remember you. Yuan Qing recognized the assailant. Was this not the assassin from a month ago, encountered on the way to the competition? Now, he had returned to the fray. Die? The assassin seemed unwilling to engage in conversation, channeling his Jadebone fifth refinement strength into the dagger, intent on ending Yuan Qing's life. Yet, Yuan Qing merely waved his hand. A torrent of quicksand surged forth, appearing as if conjured from thin air, chaotic yet fiercely powerful, rushing towards the man. Boom! The assassin, now just a few meters from Yuan Ching, was violently hurled backward. He lay on the street, covered in thousands of tiny wounds. The jade bone fifth refinement? Merely trivial. Yuan Ching shook his head, realizing he had underestimated his own strength. In truth, these lower-grade jade bone realm practitioners, forged from inferior materials, were rendered insignificant before Yuan Ching's superior jade bone and advanced form of true energy, as the disparity in their realms had been infinitely diminished. In less than 10 seconds after Yuan Ching emerged, the Duan family dispatched 2 assassins. One was an archer of the 4th refinement of jade bone, and the other, a 5th refinement assassin. Yet, despite their formidable prowess capable of annihilating any minor faction, they failed to even graze the hem of Yuan Ching's garment. Yuan Ching had long since transcended the individual he once was. He commanded, and all his followers surged forth to engage. Not far away, Duan Liu, who oversaw the battlefield, made a swift decision. The loss of those 2 had only solidified his resolve to eliminate Yuan Ching. Concurrently, the members of the Duan family, who had been lying in wait around the auction house, sprang into action. A chorus of voices encircled Yuan Ching. The Duan family was all in, betting everything on this endeavor. Yuan Ching, your demise is at hand. A massive iron hammer, the size of a young calf, plummeted from above, wielded by a corpulent man. Simultaneously, a tall, slender figure brandishing a great sword blocked Yuan Ching's retreat, while a swordsman positioned himself before him. On the rooftops, a dozen vigilant Duan family guards, equipped with various weapons, fixated their predatory gazes upon Yuan Ching. With the formidable fat tiger hammer of the 7th refinement, the slim dragon blade of the 8th refinement, and a host of elite guards of the 5th and 6th refinements, a veritable net of destruction was cast. Yuan Ching, let us see where you shall flee this time. Not far off, Duan Dongha smirked as he observed Yuan Ching's plight. The might of the Duan family was now formidable enough to rival an entire prefecture's strength, all directed at a single individual. Additionally, there lay another motive, to deter any potential threats. The ongoing rivalry between Yuan Ching and the Duan family had gradually diminished their influence, a situation the Duan family could not tolerate. Thus, eliminating Yuan Ching, this stumbling block, was deemed the most prudent course of action. Simultaneously, various factions recognized the Duan family's determination and strength. Indeed, the Duan family was worthy of being called the foremost clan of Yanyan City. Such power likely required direct intervention from the clan leader to alter the tides. Elder of Tian Tsang Valley sighed, contemplating that had Yuan Ching sought their aid, he would have become mere cannon fodder. Yinner, it seems our Yun family must endure a period of consolidation before rising, lamented the head of the Yun family. The Duan family's ascendance to the pinnacle of power was clearly rooted in deep heritage. It appeared the previous master had underestimated them. As for Yuan Ching, he had unwittingly incurred the Duan family's ire, and it seemed he was now ensnared in a fatal predicament. The Tianhong sect was equally alarmed. Yuan Ching, should you survive this trial, you shall be the foremost among all in Yanyan Prefecture. Mu Rongchong Kong observed from a distance. He would not intervene, as he had his own family and interests to consider. His previous actions had adhered to the rules, bolstered by the presence of the gold token, unlike the Duan family, who were notorious for flouting regulations. Boom! The sound of the earth splitting resounded as Yuan Ching and the Duan family engaged in battle. Chapter 107. The Battle of Yanyan City. A colossal iron hammer loomed over the street, nearly occupying half of its expanse. However, at that moment, the hammer descended upon a square ground composed of gravel, beneath which stood Yuan Ching, unmoving. The 7 refinements of jade bone? Yet, it appeared to surpass the ordinary 7 refinements significantly. Were you forging a medium-grade jade bone? Yuan Ching lifted his head, continually assessing his strength while gazing at the immense hammer, which was undoubtedly a near-exquisite weapon. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when the slender dragon beside him struck, unleashing a blade of energy that surged toward Yuan Ching like lightning. This strike was extraordinarily refined. Even the residual blade energy shattered much of the surrounding structures. Suddenly, a wall of sand materialized to intercept the oncoming energy. The slender dragon scoffed. His blade was not something that could be easily blocked, having already wounded even weaker warriors of the 9 refinements of jade bone. Boom! The clash between the blade energy and the flowing sand erupted with a deafening explosion. The slender dragon grinned with satisfaction, believing nothing could obstruct his fierce blade energy. As the gravel dispersed, it quickly reformed into a mass of flowing sand. Yet, the fierce blade energy had vanished without a trace. How could this be? It was effortlessly countered. The slender dragon was taken aback, unable to discern the opponent's realm, which seemed to be the second refinement of jade bone. But how could the second refinement possess such strength? The eighth refinement? You two employ a medium-grade jade bone technique, do you not? Yuan Ching felt a surge of excitement. Encountering jade bone realm warriors was rare, and now he had met two. It was likely that the one wielding the sword was also of medium-grade jade bone. This was the perfect opportunity to thoroughly assess his own strength. Each time Yuan Ching completed his cultivation, he lacked any reference and had to rely on these well-meaning individuals for a human test. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Here comes Fat Tiger. The slender dragon snorted coldly, and the long knife in his hand danced like a flying dragon, unleashing multiple blades of energy from various directions toward Yuan Ching. Simultaneously, comprehending the cue, Fat Tiger raised his massive hammer, aiming a strike at a blind spot of Yuan Ching. In their coordinated assault, Yuan Ching found himself completely surrounded, with no escape unless he invoked an all-encompassing defense. However, Yuan Ching's protective sand was far beyond mere comprehensive defense. Almost instantaneously, flowing sand appeared in every direction of the incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted from all around Yuan Ching, the sheer force leveling the surrounding area for 100 meters. The ground itself had sunk at least half a meter deep. Yet, at the center, Yuan Ching stood as if untouched, appearing entirely unperturbed. How could this be? How could someone achieve such all-encompassing defense? This defies all logic. The expression on the lean dragon's face hardened, his grip on the long knife tightening involuntarily as he felt an immense pressure emanating from Yuan Ching before him. My hammer. Damn it, my hammer is seized by him. On the other side, the stout tiger struggled in the air, desperately attempting to extricate his hammer, only to find it firmly ensnared by Yuan Ching's shifting sands, rendering it utterly immovable. Suddenly, the lean dragon's countenance transformed dramatically as he swiftly shifted his position. Where he had just stood, a surge of quicksand materialized, gathering in place before rapidly dissipating. His eyes widened as he gazed at the swirling sands, sensing that should he be struck by them, he would likely suffer grievous harm, if not death. The most alarming aspect was their unpredictable nature, as if they had simply manifested from thin air. This young man is truly terrifying. Thus far, their attacks had proven ineffective, leaving them ensnared in a web of confusion. The crux of the matter was that he could not discern the depths of his opponent's abilities, nor could he comprehend the mechanism of the quicksand attack. He could only perceive the opponent's inscrutable mystery and overwhelming power. The swordsman, still withholding his strike, was a clear indication that this individual's strength far exceeded their expectations. In that moment, anxiety gripped the lean dragon. He had undertaken many high-stakes assassination missions, yet today, during what should have been a straightforward homeground operation, he felt the looming specter of death. Two useless fools. In the end, it falls upon me to intervene. The swordsman scoffed, confident in his superiority over the other two, looking down on the idea of engaging alongside them unless compelled to seek assistance. A fleeting shadow passed, and the swordsman's figure vanished from view. When he reappeared, he was mere inches away from Yuan Ching. With a cold smirk, he thought it was nothing more than a display. Yuan Ching's seemingly invincible quicksand could not deter his agility. However, as he drew his sword, he was startled to see Yuan Ching smiling at him. Excellent, it is you. Following a gentle voice, Yuan Ching's presence seemed to evaporate before his eyes. Even though he could still perceive Yuan Ching standing before him, he found himself utterly unable to pinpoint his location. Without the ability to lock onto his target, he could only rely on instinct to strike. But in the next instant, the swordsman abruptly realized that the surrounding spiritual energy had been siphoned away. It was a remnant spiritual weapon. Yuan Ching had drawn forth the remnant spiritual weapon he possessed, striking towards the swordsman. The swordsman's expression contorted in realization. How had he forgotten this crucial detail? Yet, it was too late. With the spiritual energy around him depleted, his strength had diminished by 90%, leaving him with only a fraction of his former power. Under such dire circumstances, locked onto by Yuan Ching's Tianyun 9 swords, there was only one outcome: death. in a single stroke. Just one strike was all it took, yet the swordsman's body was pierced through, his heart erupting in a gory bloom. Even the usually formidable jade bone was easily penetrated, crumbling like clay beneath the force of that singular blade. The most formidable swordsman, in an instant, was rendered lifeless. Congratulations, you have fulfilled the conditions to unlock the 10th sword of the heavenly Cloud 9 swords. The conditions for the 11th sword have been met. Slay 3 mid-tier Jadebone Realm warriors with the heavenly Cloud 9 swords. 1-3. A flash of brilliance flickered in Yuan Qing's eyes. 3 mid-tier Jadebone Realm powerhouses were right beside him. Sensing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, Fat Tiger abandoned his iron hammer and hastily fled towards the city, followed closely by Lean Dragon. Even the mightiest swordsmen had been vanquished in an instant. Their presence here had become utterly meaningless. Flee. They could only flee. In that moment, the two shared a telepathic understanding of their plight. But where could they escape? A streak of sword light flashed by, and before Fat Tiger could run far, he was cleaved in two by a single strike. Next came the second sword, aimed at Lean Dragon. As the blade was unleashed, a tempest of dust surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Lean Dragon and Fat Tiger were to be sacrificed, along with the dozen or so Jadebone Realm warriors, who would serve as nourishment. The battlefield transformed abruptly. The dozen or so guards of the Duan family, who had been merely spectators, were caught off guard as 3 leaders fell, 2 fled, and 1 was cut down before he could escape. Before they could react, the swirling dust enveloped them entirely. Confronted with such a vast disparity in strength, they were powerless against this overwhelming force. In less than a second, all of them were annihilated. The might of the sandstorm was terrifying. Not dead. On Lean Dragon's side, Yuan Qing had just executed a killing blow, only to discover that the opponent had evaded, leaving merely a severed arm in its wake. In that moment, Lean Dragon was frantically fleeing, completely disregarding his lost limb. Where could he escape? Yuan Qing was unwilling to let slip the opportunity to slay a mid-tier Jadebone Realm warrior. He drew his sword and charged forward. At that moment, the entire Yinyun city witnessed the shift in the tide of battle. With his singular strength, Yuan Qing had slain a Jadebone 8 refinement warrior, a Jadebone 7 refinement warrior, and obliterated over a dozen Jadebone 5 refinement warriors, turning the tide of the conflict. Quickly, summon the family head. Duan Dongha's spirit had shattered. The foundation of the Duan family had been nearly obliterated by Yuan Qing. Chapter 108. The Supreme Being of Jadebone Realm, what has transpired? Within the grand estate of the Duan family, Old Master Duan sat resolutely, prepared for this moment. No one could save Yuan Qing now. Not good, Master. Yuan Qing Duan Dongha stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. You worthless fool. Did you allow Yuan Qing to escape again? Old Master Duan bellowed, kicking Duan Dongha to the ground, seething with anger. No, Yuan Qing has killed the sword-wielding guest and Fat Tiger, and has taken down over a dozen of our guards. He is currently pursuing Shou Long within Yinyun City. Duan Dongha managed to stutter while kneeling, his gaze cast downward, too fearful to meet Old Master Duan's eyes. After a prolonged silence, there was no roar or reprimand from Old Master Duan as he lifted his head, revealing a contemplative silence. At that moment, he appeared to have aged 20 years. The feigned frailty was stripped away, leaving only genuine weariness. Summon the Yinyun guards, and also request assistance from that esteemed one. Duan Dongha's heart sank. Which esteemed one? The one who owes a debt of gratitude to the Duan family, the supreme being of the Jadebone Realm? But Master, if we call upon him this time, we will have exhausted our favor. You worthless fool. Do you think you can withstand Yuan Qing if he comes knocking at our door? Old Master Duan scoffed, then closed his eyes in deep concentration. Today he was weary. Duan Dongha understood the gravity of the situation and immediately dashed towards another direction in the city. Meanwhile, within Yinyun City, Shou Long sprinted ahead, while Yuan Qing leisurely pursued him from behind. As they had entered the urban area, the crowd remained, unscattered by the Duan family's influence, including many innocent bystanders. Despite Yuan Qing's dark heart, he was not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Moreover, he was curious to see where Shou Long would flee. The outcome of their previous battle had already become common knowledge throughout Yinyun City. What level of mastery does Master Yuan Qing possess? With a remnant spirit weapon in hand, he could easily engage opponents beyond his level and effortlessly deal with the Duan family's guards. indicating at least the strength of a jade bone 7th refinement. But wait. Master Yuan Qing was only at the 9th aperture fulfillment level just a month ago. How could he have experienced such a monumental breakthrough in such a short span? Countless questions swirled in the minds of the onlookers. Just a month ago, Yuan Qing had been forced to hide in the auction house by the Duan family. How could his strength have surged so dramatically in just 30 days? Similar doubts occupied the minds of the leaders of the major forces in Tiansong Valley. His combat prowess must be at least that of the Jade Bone 9th refinement. He may not have reached the level of a supreme being, but that was already terrifying enough. I must inform the Valley Master of this news immediately. The elder of Tiansong Valley resolved within himself, recognizing that Yuan Qing was far more than just a spirit weapon master. This Yuan Qing, a prodigious talent, no, a true monstrosity. Our Tianhong sect had previously underestimated him far too much. Son, remember this. From now on, our Yuan family must never offend Yuan Qing, and we must go to great lengths to curry his favor. Such sentiments echoed continuously among the various factions. Yuan Qing's reputation soared. He transformed from a prodigious spirit artifact master into an unparalleled genius of extraordinary prowess. At this moment, many began to realize that Yuan Qing had already achieved the pinnacle of martial arts at the tender age of 16. This level of cultivation talent was nothing short of monstrous within the realm of Yanyan Prefecture. Previously, his remarkable forging abilities had overshadowed another significant talent he possessed. Now, the Duan family had successfully enlightened the people of Yanyan Prefecture about the true extent of Yuan Qing's extraordinary capabilities. Enough, Yuan Qing. A melancholic sigh resonated through Yanyan City, causing the once frantic Shou Long to suddenly feel at ease. A formidable presence had intervened. Yuan Qing furrowed his brow, gazing at a figure standing at a distance. It was a frail old man, who appeared to pose no threat at all. Yet, Yuan Qing could distinctly sense a terrifying power lurking within him. This sensation was unprecedented. Even when besieged by a dozen individuals moments ago, he had felt no danger, but now, the old man emanated an undeniable sense of threat. Very well, but the head of the Duan family must come to speak with me personally. Yuan Qing ceased his pursuit of Shou Long, recognizing that engaging in conflict in the presence of such a powerful figure would be ill-advised. However, he had no intention of letting the Duan family off the hook, especially with the addition of a mysterious technique complicating matters. Let it be a favor for this old man. The frail elder sighed softly, evidently unwilling to drag the Duan family into this affair. Who do you think you are? Grant me a favor and stay out of this, will you? Yuan Qing felt speechless. Had he not sensed that he might be outmatched, he would have confronted the old man earlier. The little elder was rather arrogant. Hearing Yuan Qing's words, the frail old man shook his head. Youth is indeed characterized by naivety. You lack awareness of your own limits. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collapses echoed around them, as the old man's aura reached a palpable intensity. Just standing there, Yuan Qing felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The last time he experienced such a sensation was when he encountered the spirit guardian in the spirit-subduing prison. This old man was on par with the spirit guardian in terms of strength. Yuan Qing's heart steadied, and he activated his cloud ladder technique, retreating several thousand meters. Only after distancing himself did the feeling of dread diminish significantly. What an astonishing old man. Is this the depth of the Duan family's foundation? Looking ahead, the frail elder had approached to within 100 meters of Yuan Qing, but did not advance any further, standing still instead. What say you? Are you willing to withdraw? The frail old man's voice echoed once more, a seemingly weightless utterance that nonetheless resonated with profound authority. You have disturbed me. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Fortunately, my initial intention was merely to visit the Jinling Great Prison and then flee, so I consider myself not at a loss. Master Yuan Qing, it would be wise for you to depart from Yanyan City. As Yuan Qing turned, the frail old man appeared 100 meters ahead of him. Gazing at the elder, Yuan Qing's complexion shifted to a ghastly hue. The old man, threatening words lingered unspoken. In Yuan Qing's eyes, only the weak resorted to threats. The strong acted directly. Those capable of action do not engage in needless chatter. Very well, old man, you are indeed formidable. A true man knows when to yield. Today's humiliation shall be repaid on another day. Before Yuan Qing could take more than a few steps, the frail old man's voice resonated once again. Leave Yanyan City. With your talents, You will find favorable treatment anywhere. The Duan family is under my protection. I am Tianqingyang. Tianqingyang. What use is a name I do not recognize? Yuan Qing pondered these words repeatedly. Tianqingyang, is it? I shall remember you. In stark contrast to Yuan Qing's nonchalance, a tempest of astonishment surged within Yinyan City. It was indeed Tianqingyang. He had intervened. Remarkably, he was still alive, likely over 200 years of age. 50 years prior, he was already a formidable figure at the 9th refinement of the mid-grade Jade Bone stage. Now, after 5 decades, he must be one of the most powerful in the Jade Bone realm. It is no wonder that with such a powerhouse safeguarding the Duan family, it was only natural for Master Yuan Qing to retreat. However, many considered his actions excessive, forcing Master Yuan Qing out of Yinyan City. Yet, what could be done? A supreme powerhouse commands unparalleled authority. In the absence of equivalent strength, even a quasi-spiritual weapon master would hesitate to provoke them. A chorus of sighs echoed throughout Yinyan City. This is, after all, a world where martial prowess dictates the path. Artisans are but ancillary figures, and before the strong, all prestige and skill become utterly meaningless. At this moment, outside the Junling Great Prison, the figure of the Yenyun Guard's commander fled in the opposite direction, as if in escape. He had thought he could stall Junling for an hour, yet barely a quarter of that time had passed before he faltered. Damn it, I've missed the grand spectacle. Junling roared several times, but the battle within the city had long since concluded. Yuan Qing had already exited the city, clutching a treasure map resembling a key. Old man, I shall return. Chapter 109. New features of the system. Alas, in my haste, I neglected to consult the map, leaving me unaware of whose territory I have ventured into. The expanse of Yinyan Prefecture is vast, populated not only by the Yenyun Guard, but also by numerous sects and forces akin to Tiansong Valley, scattered throughout the region. The key provided merely offered Yuan Qing a direction and a specific location, without clarifying whether other elements exist. It is entirely plausible that I may be approaching the ancestral home of a formidable sect, with the earth fire being their treasured artifact. Nevertheless, it is not uncommon for mercenaries to play the role of highwaymen. I seek only wealth, not bloodshed. Today marks the 3rd day since Yuan Qing departed the city. During the journey, the system finally underwent another upgrade. As he made his way towards his destination, Yuan Qing began to review the skills and new functionalities within the system. Goodness, I realized what I had overlooked. After successfully forging the Jade Bone, I had forgotten to cultivate the 100 Refinements body technique, and now my proficiency has increased. At this moment, Yuan Qing found himself reminiscing about the Demon Suppression Tower and the days spent honing his skills within its confines. In retrospect, the Demon Suppression Tower also appears to be a spiritual artifact. Does that imply it can be carried along? Yet, even if it could be taken, its significance seems diminished. The reason the Demon Suppression Tower could expedite cultivation is due to its suppression of vast amounts of demonic energy. Without a continuous influx of such energy, the tower would lose its legendary allure. Returning to the present, Yuan Qing refocused his attention on the system. In truth, this update contained but a single new feature. He could finally view his innate attributes. Host, Yuan Qing. Cultivation level, Jade Bone's 2nd refinement, source of power. 2nd layer, 9th true profound technique, 5th realm, 100 refinements body technique, 7th realm blood drip stage, heavenly cloud 9, swords spirit movement realm. Earth yellow fist technique, spirit movement realm, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, thunderstruck wood, earth yellow chi, lake water, windwalking fruit, earth fire forging technique, cloud observation meditation method. Search, mental power, 432, talent values, cultivation talent, 435, sword technique talent, 55, forging talent, 162, fist technique talent, 88, alchemy talent, 125, comprehension, 120. The extensive enumeration nearly encapsulated all of Yuan Qing's capabilities. Yet techniques such as tiger roar in the forest and cloud leaping did not appear, likely due to their lack of impact on his overall strength. Furthermore, a search function was added to the source of power, with each attribute or talent now accompanied by a parenthesis. Curiosity piqued. Yuan Qing clicked on the search option next to the source of power. Based on the current conditions of the host, we recommend the following 3 options. 1. Suggest completing all techniques of search. 2. Seek the heart method of the last 5 realms of the 9th true profound technique, search. 3. Cultivate the 100 Refinements Body Technique to the 8th Realm. Search. Search? There's more? Yuan Qing, filled with intrigue, eagerly clicked on it. Regarding the completion of? Information retrieval. 1. Auction houses and various factions can acquire a substantial number of Jadebone Realm techniques. It is advisable to seize them through plunder for the quickest acquisition. 2. With formidable technique aptitude and comprehension, one might attempt to independently restore the contents of the technique. 3. The Duan family may possess some clues. 4. Seek out adventurers to uncover new leads within the ruins where the techniques are located. Alas, is this merely reiterating the information I already possess? What a jest. New feature, please upgrade the system again. Host. Curse it. So the low version can only convey known information. Huh? When is the next upgrade? Unknown. Wait a moment. Could it be that the aptitude values are also a signal for me to consume the 9 mystic spirit mushrooms or cultivate techniques to enhance my abilities? Congratulations. Your mental strength has increased by 4 points. This is not a retrieval. There are no information prompts, merely a direct enhancement of my mental capacity. Splendid. Is the system finally about to bestow significant benefits? However, in the next moment, Yuan Qing's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. His realm has fallen. He plummeted from the 2nd refinement of the Jadebone realm to the 1st, just a step away from the 2nd refinement tier. The Jadebone showed no signs of change, nor did the technique. It was solely the realm that had diminished. Congratulations, your technique aptitude has increased by 4 points. Congratulations, your comprehension has increased by 3 points. After experimenting with 2 avenues, Yuan Qing could finally confirm that the enhancement of aptitude and comprehension indeed relies on the elevation of cultivation. Moreover, the cost is somewhat exorbitant. Ascending the entirety of the Jadebone 2nd refinement merely allows for 9 increments. In other words, one can expect a cultivation improvement every 2 days. Though not particularly astounding, it does present an additional avenue for advancement. Especially this comprehension, Yuan Qing has a lingering feeling it may yield unforeseen delights. Ah, never mind, it is all trivial. It would be wiser to seek the earthly fire first. Once I possess the true prowess of a quasi-spiritual weapon master, resolving these matters will become significantly simpler. Ding ding ding. At last, the treasure map emitted a series of crisp sounds. The destination has been reached. Before him lay an unnamed mountain range. Surrounded by small hills barely 1,000 meters high, the entire expanse lush with greenery, rich in spiritual energy, on par with the Wanyao mountain range. Yet directly ahead of Yuan Qing stood a bare little hill. The hill's height barely reached 1,000 meters, yet flames continuously erupted from its summit. The surrounding area was saturated with fire attribute elements. It resembled a diminutive volcano, intriguing indeed that amidst this verdant mountain range, such a small volcano exists. Typically, volcanic regions are found in arid zones. It is virtually impossible for them to appear in an oasis unless artificially created. In this world, where myriad powers exist capable of conjuring small volcanoes, Yuan Qing found it hardly surprising. According to the information inscribed on the treasure map, the fiery treasure is concealed in an extraordinarily secretive location, reminiscent of a pirate's hoard. Just as Yuan Qing was preparing to delve into the depths of the small volcano for exploration, an urgent voice suddenly pierced the air. Dear brother, I implore you to pause. Not far off, 5 men clad in form-fitting attire were darting between the mountains, one of whom was hastening towards Yuan Qing. Observing the approaching figure, Yuan Qing noted that he appeared to be in his early 20s, yet his garments were remarkably luxurious, adorned with a top-tier formation. As a master of high-level formations, Yuan Qing understood that ordinary fabrics could not withstand the formidable energies of a formation's core, unless they were crafted from the exceptionally rare and delicate materials found in the softest parts of demon kings or other exquisite resources. However, such materials are either exceedingly rare or exorbitantly priced, making their utilization for clothing, merely to house a formation, a tragic waste. Such luxuries are reserved for the exceedingly wealthy. The young man reached Yuan Qing's side, first bowing in respect, then speaking earnestly. I am Su Ji, and I beseech you, dear brother, to aid me in rescuing my sister from the clutches of the Demon King. Chapter 110. The mercenaries. Where is the remuneration? Su Ji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. 100,000 taels of silver. This was the fee for the task at hand, with additional generous rewards promised upon the successful rescue. Very well. It's a deal. Yuan Qing responded almost without hesitation. At this moment, the need for a substantial amount of Jade Bone Realm techniques was pressing, and this individual seemed to possess a commendable background, which could potentially prove advantageous. Of course, no mercenary would ever decline such a lucrative offer. Su Ji led the way, with Yuan Qing following closely behind, while the other 4 individuals approached as well. Each of the 4 was equipped with formidable weapons, adorned with flickering formations, and each wielded a weapon of near exquisite quality. A gleaming metal hung from their chests. Mercenaries? This was Yuan Qing's first encounter with mercenaries, and to find 4 from the Jade Bone realm was indeed a significant undertaking. However, it was evident that the 4 harbored little goodwill towards Yuan Qing. Young Master Su, is our presence not sufficient to assure you? Why seek an outsider? The 4, being mercenaries, were naturally displeased at the prospect of sharing their rewards with an additional person. Su Ji chuckled softly, unfazed. More hands mean more strength. Rest assured, your share from Mr. Long will certainly not diminish. You misunderstand. We trust your character, young master. However, an extra person may sometimes prove to be more of a burden than a boon. Besides, what can a mere first refinement of the Jade Bone realm contribute? Long Wu sneered, his robust form exuding a hint of true energy, revealing him to be a formidable 7th refinement of the Jade Bone realm. The implication was clear. Given the vast gap in their realms, Yuan Qing would be better off retreating. At the Jade Bone realm, if the opponent does not reveal their level, those of lower realms cannot discern the prowess of those above them. Just as Yuan Qing, upon encountering Tian Qingyang, could sense an overwhelming threat without grasping his exact realm. Conversely, those of higher realms can easily perceive the capabilities of lower realm practitioners, as evidenced by the lean dragon who discerned Yuan Qing's 2nd refinement of the Jade Bone realm at a glance, yet remained oblivious to his true strength. Do you wish to compare skills with me? Yuan Qing retorted with a cold smile, suddenly brimming with combat spirit. How dare a mere 7th refinement of the Jade Bone realm act so arrogantly in front of him? Su Ji did not anticipate that Yuan Qing, despite his modest cultivation, possessed such a fiery temperament, unable to endure even the slightest slight. He quickly intervened. Gentlemen, let us prioritize the rescue. Long Wu grunted in response, clearly displeased but managing to maintain a facade of restraint. Yuan Qing, too, exhibited commendable composure. You are moving too slowly, young Master Su. Allow me to assist you. Just indicate the direction. Long Wu suddenly grasped Su Ji and, with the speed of a 7th refinement of the Jade Bone realm, propelled them forward at an astonishing pace. Su Ji was momentarily taken aback but did not refuse. Instead, he pointed the way for Long Wu. He was merely at the threshold of the Jade Bone realm, and indeed, his speed was significantly lacking. In an instant, 2 sonic booms resonated as Long Wu's velocity shattered the sound barrier. Observing the rapid changes in his surroundings, a cold smirk crept upon Long Wu's face. Even a formidable Jade Bone expert would find it challenging to maintain such velocity for an extended period, and that young man, merely at the 1st refinement of the Jade Bone, would soon find himself outpaced. However, as he turned his head, he was abruptly astonished to discover that Yuan Qing was still by his side. For him, the sound barrier seemed to be traversed with effortless ease, having no discernible impact whatsoever. Was this fellow truly a novice at the Jade Bone level? Could he be a martial artist specialized in speed? Mr. Long, just ahead. Before Long Wu could ponder further, Su Ji's voice rang out once more. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding cacophony erupted in the heavens and earth, as the very ground trembled beneath the force. From a distance, onlookers beheld a colossal black bear towering 10 zhang amidst the mountains, its massive form twisting and contorting, having leveled several hills in its wake. Before it, a figure could be seen desperately evading, yet perpetually unable to escape the bear's relentless pursuit. Sister, I have come to rescue you. Upon spotting the figure, Su Ji could no longer contain his shout. Boom. With Su Ji's arrival, the figure visibly faltered, only to be sent sprawling by the bear's mighty paw onto a nearby hillside, creating a massive crater. Almost immediately, an irate voice followed. You idiot. Who told you to come back? Are you seeking death? Su Qingqing was infuriated. Having barely managed to distract the black bear to afford Su Ji a chance to flee, this fool had returned. No, Sister, I brought mercenaries to save you, Su Ji hastily explained, turning to Dragon Wu and the others behind him. Mr. Long, I entrust this brother to you. Dragon Wu and his companions nodded, not hesitating for a moment as they shot forth like arrows. The quartet exhibited remarkable synergy, with Long Wu and another charging towards the Black Bear, while the two slightly weaker members took on the responsibility of protecting Su Qingqing. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing atop a nearby hill. A 7th-tier demon king, yet its aura was rather unremarkable. It was likely just a low-tier demon king. Unlike humans, demons awaken their bloodlines at the demon king level. The upper, middle, and lower bloodlines correspond to the 3 grades of Jade Bone, while the mightier royal bloodlines are linked to the top-tier Jade Bone. This Black Bear was merely the most ordinary of demon kings. Boom, boom. Ahead, Long Wu had engaged in combat with the demon king Black Bear. Although their realms were comparable, Long Wu trained in a mid-grade Jade Bone technique, thereby gaining a solid advantage over the bear. With an ally by his side, they swiftly seized the upper hand in the fierce confrontation. Yuan Qing nodded, occasionally releasing a couple of wind blades. As an experienced mercenary, his ability to bide time was equally exceptional. However, the number of people was simply too few. The mercenaries tasked with protecting Su Qingqing cast resentful glances at Yuan Qing, who appeared to be exerting little effort. One of them, observing Su Ji, who was tirelessly retrieving medicinal pills to assist Su Qingqing, remarked sarcastically, "Young Master Su, it is evident that he is utterly ineffectual, a sheer waste of your funds. It is not that we are greedy, young master. Rather, that the remuneration for him would be better spent on us." Even Su Qingqing herself cast a curious glance at Yuan Qing, and upon discerning his cultivation level, she too shook her head. He is merely at the first level of Jade Bone refinement. Bringing him here has only endangered him. Upon hearing his sister's admonition, Su Ji hurriedly offered an awkward explanation. I only intended to summon more individuals to rescue my sister. I did not think it through. I won't do it again. He then turned to the other two, assuring them, rest assured, upon our return to Tianshuang City, I shall reward you with an additional bounty. The 2 mercenaries, upon hearing this, were filled with great delight. They finally felt their point had been made. Thank you, young Master Su, for your generosity. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing, who had been idly observing, suddenly sensed something amiss. Since entering the mountains, the sandstorm's vital energy had naturally spread for dozens of kilometers, allowing him to absorb the surrounding conditions into his awareness. At this moment, a formidable aura was emanating from over 10 kilometers away. It is worth noting that this area was dotted with small mountains rising 1,000 meters high, making it impossible to see beyond 5 kilometers, let alone 10. The aura resembled that of a black bear. Could it be its father? Regardless of what it was time to retreat. He had previously attempted to diminish his own cultivation level and was not at his peak fighting capacity, so Yuan Qing did not wish to take unnecessary risks. Young Master Su, if your sister is unharmed, let us disengage from battle and depart this place post-haste. This mountain range is peculiar and undoubtedly harbors dangers. Upon hearing this, Su Ji nodded. His intention had always been to rescue his sister, and now that objective had been achieved. No, you coward. If you wish to leave, then go. But my elder brother has already sent word to slay the Demon King, and young Master Su will not depart. The mercenary named Tian Du quickly shook his head. Leave? What nonsense. With the 7th-level Demon King on the verge of being slain, to leave now would be a waste. That is a 7th-level Demon King. The inner core alone could fetch millions of taels of silver, not to mention the valuable materials and flesh, which together could be worth at least 10 million taels of silver. It is known that Demon Kings outside the Wanyao mountain range are rare. Each encounter is akin to a fortuitous event. As mercenaries, they would never let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. This, brother, considering there is no danger in the surroundings, why not wait a little longer? I see that Mr. Long is about to slay the Demon King. With a hint of difficulty, Su Ji turned towards Yuan Qing, acknowledging their dependence on Long Wu. Su Qingqing, injured and vulnerable, shared the same sentiment. Without the protection of a strong ally, she might not even be able to traverse this treacherous mountain range. This fellow is merely timid and evasive, fabricating peculiar excuses. If you wish to leave, do so on your own accord. However, do not expect to receive any compensation, Tianshu remarked with a sarcastic tone. There is no need for such harshness. This brother has indeed contributed his efforts. Should he wish to depart alone, he will receive every penny owed, Su Ji quickly interjected. Alas, my task is to ensure Miss Su's safety, Yuan Ching replied, feeling helpless, recognizing that he could not disregard the employer's demands. I see you are merely coveting that commission, greedy yet fearful. Why feign valor? Tianshu sneered, as if he had seen through Yuan Qing's facade. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. It was the sound of a bear. Chapter 111. The Mid-Level Demon King. Ha! It seems my elder brother and the others have successfully slain the Demon King. Tian Du and his companion shared a hearty laugh and quickly turned to look behind them. However, the colossal bear had yet to fall. It was still struggling under Long Wu's relentless assault. Fool, that is not the voice of that bear at all. Boom. In the blink of an eye, 2 hills ahead were flattened, revealing a towering figure that emerged before everyone's eyes. It was another black bear, even larger in size and more formidable in strength, charging straight towards Long Wu. Both Long Wu and his comrade, Zhang Qian, who were engaged in battle with the black bear, changed their expressions, for they had sensed the impending threat from the new arrival, a mid-level 8th-tier Demon King. In the next moment, Long Wu discerned the strength of the newcomer. Roar! The black bear engaged in combat with Long Wu let out a frustrated roar, as if lamenting its own helplessness. In the distance, the 8th-tier Demon King black bear, 1,000 meters away, struck down with its paw. A powerful shockwave emanated from the impact, causing Long Wu and Zhang Qian to stagger backward. The bear, which had been on the brink of collapse, suddenly regained its vigor. Mr. Long, what is happening? Su Ji asked anxiously, alarmed by the sudden change in the tide of battle, fearing they might fall into a greater crisis. We've been deceived, young Master Su. This black bear was luring us from the very beginning. In that moment, Long Wu felt a surge of regret, understanding their folly. Though they had initially suppressed the black bear, they had delayed in ending the fight, allowing it to feign weakness. Tian Du, meanwhile, was utterly baffled. How could the situation shift so dramatically in the midst of battle? Could it be true, as that young fellow suggested, that this mountain range harbors strange secrets? Boom. The 2 enormous black bears converged, beginning to encircle Long Wu and the others from both sides. Long Wu's expression turned grave. The shockwaves from a single bear could push them back, and they stood no chance against the Demon King. Young Master Su, fate is in the hands of destiny. The winds are fierce. Without waiting for a reaction, Long Wu bolted in the opposite direction, not looking back. The others hesitated not for a moment, swiftly following Long Wu's lead in their escape. With such urgency, even the phrase "the winds are fierce" slipped from Long Wu's lips. He was truly desperate. At that moment, Su Ji was in disbelief. Were mercenaries truly so untrustworthy? They fled at the first sign of danger? Su Ji, run! Su Qingqing shouted in panic. With no time for further contemplation, Su Ji grabbed Su Qingqing and fled frantically. Not far off, Yuan Qing let out a slight sigh, reflecting on the lack of professional ethics within the mercenary world. Yet, how could they easily escape from the presence of a mid-level 8th-tier Demon King? A formidable pressure surged into the air, directly descending towards Long Wu. The mid-level 8th-grade Demon King charged towards Long Wu and his companions, who were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such formidable trouble. Meanwhile, before Su Ji could catch his breath, the 7th-grade Demon King was already pursuing them. At that moment, both Su Ji and Su Qingqing felt as though they had sunk into an abyss of despair. Despite their earlier efforts, they had not escaped danger. Instead, they were grievously wounded and had provoked an even more powerful Demon King. It seemed that death was imminent. Boom. On the other side, a fierce battle erupted as Long Wu and his 3 companions joined forces against the mid-level 8th-grade Demon King. However, the moment they made contact, they were swiftly overwhelmed. They were no match for such a formidable foe. Sensing the shockwaves of the battle, Su Ji could not help but sigh, lamenting how Long Wu and the others' greed had brought them to this dire predicament. Su Qingqing felt equally frustrated, wishing they had heeded the advice of that gentleman and departed earlier to avoid this calamity. Speaking of which, where was that gentleman? Since the emergence of the mid-level 8th-grade Bear King, he had not been seen. Perhaps he had fled long ago, sensing the impending danger. Regret washed over them for not listening sooner. As the Demon King drew closer, Su Ji realized that their speed was insufficient. It seemed they were on the verge of being attacked. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Turning back, they were astonished to find the 7th-grade demon king lying on the ground, with Yuan Qing hovering above him. I told you not to pursue. Why did you keep chasing? Yuan Qing expressed his exasperation. He had no intention of intervening. But having injured the demon king, the mid-level 8th-grade demon king would soon arrive. Had he been at his peak, he would have dealt a crushing blow to the demon. But now, having fallen in rank, he chose to spare it. Su Ji and Su Qingqing watched in disbelief as the 7th-grade demon king, previously engaged in a fierce battle with Long Wu and his companions, was effortlessly subdued by Yuan Qing. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be merely a jade bone cultivator? How could he possess such strength? Su Qingqing's eyes widened. She had trained in high-grade jade bone, and even at the 2nd refinement stage, she was no match for a demon king. Could it be that this young man had cultivated supreme-grade jade bone? Why are you just standing there? Hurry and run. Yuan Qing looked at the dazed Su siblings with a hint of frustration. The two finally snapped out of their stupor and hastily fled. No. A roar of defiance echoed from the other side, followed by the terrifying sound of jade bones shattering. In a brief moment, all 4 of Long Wu had perished in battle. Upon reaching the jade bone realm, each elevation in strength resulted in absolute dominance. It was only natural for Long Wu and his companions to fall at the hands of the mid-level 8th-grade demon king. Yet, in the next instant, the demon king's attention shifted towards Yuan Qing. Upon witnessing Yuan Qing subdue the 7th-level demon king, an enraged roar erupted from him. Do not utter a sound. Should you dare to act, I shall slay it. Yuan Qing boldly threatened, brandishing his sword at the demon king beneath him. A thunderous roar resonated once more. But this time it was directed at Su Ji, who had managed to escape several thousand meters away. Despite the distance, Su Ji was grievously injured by the demon king's bellow, collapsing to the ground. Damn it, it seems I must deal with you. A protective barrier composed of gravel enveloped Su Ji and his companion, shielding them from any further assault by the demon king. Simultaneously, the remnants of the spirit weapon emerged, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy in an instant. Confronting a mid-level 8th-tier demon king, Yuan Qing could afford no negligence. He was compelled to unleash his full strength from the very beginning. The demon king roared in fury, taken aback that this mere human, with only a refined jade bone, dared to challenge it. Today, it would surely shatter this human into pieces. Within Yuan Qing, true energy surged violently, generating a frenzied force that crushed the surrounding environment, rapidly extending 1,000 meters outward. He almost forgot, in this uninhabited zone, he could unleash his full power in battle. Chapter 112. The 10th Sword of the Sandstorm. The sandstorm surged with ferocity, enveloping the surrounding expanse for thousands of meters. Every living entity caught within its tempest, be it a centennial giant tree or a colossal boulder, was ground to dust by the relentless winds. At the very heart of the storm, a tornado formed from grains of sand began to take shape. On the fringes of this chaos, the Bear King roared defiantly and plunged into the fray. In an instant, the raging storm turned its wrath upon him. Yet, true to his stature as a mid-level 8th-tier demon lord, the furious winds could not penetrate the Bear King's formidable exterior, leaving only faint traces upon his hide. Sensing the vacuous nature of the storm's assault, the Bear King let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Yuan Qing. Indeed, his power had diminished significantly, even against a mere slender dragon-level adversary. He found himself compelled to unleash a formidable attack. Yuan Qing shook his head, positioned at the storm's epicenter, as he drew forth the remnant spirit blade, aiming it at the Bear King. In that fleeting moment, the Bear King felt a severance from the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the connection was swiftly restored, though it lacked the previous intensity and comfort. It must have been some human trickery that had sapped his strength. With a furious roar, the Bear King decided to confront his opponent with sheer physicality, eschewing the use of demonic energy. Yuan Qing sighed. After all, the remnant spirit blade was merely a remnant, and against formidable foes, it struggled to suppress their full spiritual essence. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for the purpose of this strike. From the heavens above, a colossal wheel-like sword materialized. Countless storms and grains of sand began to converge frantically towards its position. Gradually, the originally expansive sandstorm's reach shrank to less than 1,000 meters. Upon that immense wheel-like sword, an aura of terror suddenly erupted. Sandstorm, the 10th sword. As the sword descended, It pointed directly at the Bear King. A flicker of disdain crossed the Bear King's eyes. A mere human, forged from jade bones, posed no threat. Even standing still, he could not breach his defenses. With a mix of scorn and confidence, the Bear King resolved to withstand the oncoming strike. However, crucially, the 10th sword had locked onto his essence, rendering evasion impossible. Boom! In an instant, the colossal wheel-like sword collided with the Bear King. It was akin to a comet crashing into the earth, unleashing a tremendous force that erupted violently. The once solid ground quaked as if it were mere sludge, while the sky was illuminated by countless golden rays, stripping the surrounding hills bare. It was only at this moment that the full might of the 10th sword was unleashed. Under the relentless pull of this overwhelming power, the Bear King's form seemed to be pierced by innumerable steel nails, riddled with wounds and torn asunder. The once confident and powerful Bear King ultimately could not withstand Yuan Qing's most potent strike. Ultimately, only a puddle of mangled flesh and bones remained, alongside a radiant inner core shimmering with a pale yellow glow. Not far off, Yuan Qing gasped for breath, the exertion from the 10th sword far exceeding his expectations, nearly draining him of half his stamina. He felt that the legendary realm of the Tianyun 9 swords was even more formidable than the original Jade Bone techniques. Had he unleashed this sword within the confines of Yinyan City, it could very well have posed a threat to Tianqingyang. After a brief recovery of his strength, Yuan Qing swiftly collected 2 Demon King inner cores into his possession. These were genuine treasures, rare and often sought after yet seldom available. The utility of the Demon King inner cores was immense and varied. Even the lowest grade, inferior Demon King inner cores could be absorbed for cultivation or to forge quasi-spiritual weapons. The mid-tier variants, when carried, could calm the heart and mind, while the superior ones could even enhance a martial artist's true energy. As for the rumored top-tier Demon King inner cores, they possessed a trace of the Demon King's bloodline and spirit, rendering their value immeasurable. In contrast, the bones and other flesh held little significance compared to the inner cores. However, after some contemplation, Yuan Qing decided to gather the 2 skeletons, burying them in the very center of the previous battle site. Perhaps once he harnessed the earth fire, he could use these materials for practice. Having completed these tasks, Yuan Qing then approached Su Ji's earlier position. As the flowing sand settled, Su Ji and Su Qingqing emerged from their daze, bewildered by what had just transpired. What had happened? Su Ji felt as if he had just been in a stupor, initially believing he was in a dire situation, only to discover in the end that he was unscathed. The Demon King has been slain by me. You are safe for the time being, Yuan Qing said lightly. What? You killed a mid-level 8th grade Demon King? Both Su Ji and Su Qingqing's mouths fell agape, their hearts tumultuous. This was a mid-level 8th grade Demon King, a being capable of dominating a region, not some trivial beast. Such an imposing existence had been vanquished by this young man before them. Recalling the earlier events, Su Qingqing felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from outside, almost akin to that of a peak expert. Could it be that they had inadvertently crossed paths with a formidable being? Or perhaps this young man had a powerful guardian standing behind him. A guardian, often an invisible protector arranged by hidden families for their talented members, sometimes even unbeknownst to the talents themselves, solely to allow them to hone their skills in the world. This young man, merely a first refinement of Jade Bone, could not possibly possess such strength. Thus, there remained only one possibility. It was the guardian hidden behind this youth who had intervened, reluctant to reveal their presence. Contemplating this, Su Qingqing's gaze toward Yuan Qing shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. People tend to believe only in what lies within the realm of their own understanding. For Su Qingqing, the notion of slaying a middle-level 8th-tier Demon King through the refinement of Jade Bones is utterly inconceivable. Thus, she clings to her own interpretation of events. However, Su Ji, standing nearby, regained his composure and regarded Yuan Qing with admiration and respect, repeatedly bowing in greeting. I did not expect you to possess such formidable strength. I was previously short-sighted. I must apologize for my rudeness. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Yuan Qing, displaying no hesitation, responded straightforwardly, Yuan Qing. However, I must clarify that the situation we just encountered clearly exceeds the scope of our agreement. Additional payment is required. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing cast a peculiar glance, pondering if this was perhaps part of the family's trials. Su Ji, on the other hand, appeared entirely unfazed as he handed Yuan Qing an insignia, adding, "It is only appropriate. As a mercenary, Mr. Yuan, your noble professionalism dictates that you are compensated according to the tasks you undertake. It was inconsiderate of me to not address this matter directly. This insignia is a token of my esteem. Once we return to Tianshuang City, it will serve as a means for you to locate me, and I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory commission." With that, Su Ji suddenly sighed, lamenting, "Alas, it is a pity for Mr. Long and the others. Though greedy, their sins do not warrant such a fate. It is ultimately my indecisiveness that has led to their demise." Yuan Qing was taken aback. What was this young man's train of thought? How could he possibly attribute this to himself? After all, their lives were lost because of my involvement. Su Ji promised to provide their families with compensation, but rest assured, Mr. Yuan, your due reward will be delivered in full as well. Very well, perhaps he is merely a cultured and kind-hearted individual. Yuan Qing mused. In any case, you should depart this place. There may yet be another formidable demon king on the horizon. Just as he finished speaking, Su Qingqing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Wait, Brother Yuan, do you intend to continue into these mountains?" Chapter 113. The Power of Nature. How? Surely, you do not wish to venture inside. Su Qingqing regarded Yuan Qing with hesitation. After some contemplation, she concluded that Yuan Qing's character appeared commendable. Ultimately, she steeled herself and spoke, "Brother Yuan, my sibling and I have arrived here guided by a treasure map." As she spoke, she retrieved a key from her bosom, one that Yuan Qing found strikingly familiar. "Isn't this the treasure map of the Blacksmith Association?" he exclaimed inwardly. "Where did you acquire this?" "My father procured it from a mysterious individual," she replied. "It is said that the destination leads to a type of ground fire. To be candid, Su Ji is also a top-tier blacksmith. If we could obtain this ground fire, he might ascend to the ranks of a spirit tool master." Yuan Qing was taken aback. Who would have thought that this good-hearted individual was also a prodigious blacksmith? He appeared younger than Duan Dongha, and his talent seemed to far surpass that of Duan. "My apologies, Mr. Yuan," Su Ji said with a gentle smile, somewhat awkwardly. "My own cultivation talent is rather dull. I must rely on unconventional methods." Returning to the matter at hand, Su Qingqing pondered that if both her key and Yuan Qing's had led them to this location, did it not imply that the mysterious seller had sold the same item to multiple parties? How cunning. It was possible that the ground fire within was already depleted. "To be frank, I possess a treasure map as well," Yuan Qing declared, producing his own map. To their astonishment, it was an exact replica of Su Qingqing's. "How could this be?" she gasped in disbelief. "This was exchanged for a significant favor from my father. There should not be a duplicate." Su Qingqing was struck by the realization that the perilous pursuit she had undertaken was not for a unique treasure. "We must not delay. It is prudent to investigate the hiding place of the ground fire. Regardless of who claims it, having it is far better than neither of us obtaining it." She nodded vigorously, fearing that their efforts might be in vain. The location indicated on the treasure map was not far from where they stood. With the speed of a formidable practitioner, they reached the site of the small volcano within a mere quarter of an hour. Yuan Qing wasted no time and charged towards the volcano's mouth alone. "Mr. Yuan is truly forthright," Su Ji mused. "Earlier, he assisted us during our journey. Yet now he boldly approaches the site alone, unabashed by his fervent desire for the ground fire." As Su Ji observed Yuan Qing's retreating figure, he felt a sense of admiration rather than anger. Yuan Qing's straightforward nature was commendable. Su Qingqing understood that Yuan Qing also possessed a key, representing his own fortune. And given that he had saved their lives, there was no need for them to concern themselves with his demeanor. At that moment, Yuan Qing had arrived at the volcano's summit. Peering down, he was astonished to find that the crater contained only a pool of flowing lava. It appeared to be anything but a naturally formed volcano. This was undoubtedly a man-made structure. Yuan Qing did not descend aimlessly, but rather spread the quicksand from all directions, enveloping the entire location atop the small mountain. Since the positioning was on this hill, the underground fire should logically reside there. If it did not, he would have to return and theorize with Murong Chongkong. Damn it, rewards should not be mere empty promises. No, it seemed that fellow was also deceived. Selling a treasure multiple times, what a clever tactic. When he eventually discovered his own treasure, he would certainly employ such a strategy. No, He would need to adopt an alias to preserve the esteemed reputation of Master Yuan Ching. After all, fame is quite lucrative. He found it. It was actually beneath the lava. Although Yuan Ching believed himself to be quite formidable, he did not presume to the extent of entering lava to seek treasures, did he? Indestructible? If he could attain the indestructible realm, perhaps it would indeed be possible. Mr. Yuan, how goes it? At that moment, Su Ji also rushed up from the mountain below, not in search of the underground fire, but straight towards Yuan Ching. He had discovered that throughout the entire mountain, only beneath the lava was there a peculiar fluctuation of fire attribute spiritual energy. If there were any underground fire, it could only be found there. Yuan Ching did not conceal this, as the siblings could hardly stir up any trouble. As expected, after Yuan Ching's revelation, Su Qingqing displayed no interest whatsoever. As long as Yuan Ching was present, even if they found the underground fire, it would likely be his to claim or purchase. Strangely, if it truly lay beneath the magma, no one but the most powerful could retrieve the underground fire. Su Ji shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. Damn it. He would return to settle the score, demanding one underground fire for each person. Yuan Ching, filled with rage, realized his revenge plan would need adjustments. He could first go to the demon suppression tower to cultivate the indestructible realm before returning. Mr. Yuan, aren't you going to try? Su Ji believed that with Mr. Yuan's strength, perhaps it was worth a shot. Suddenly, Su Ji's innocent voice rang out once more. Su Qingqing looked at Su Ji as if he were a fool. And even Yuan Ching himself was taken aback. Su Ji, volcanic lava is a formidable force of nature. Until one comprehends the advanced forms of such powers, or becomes a supreme being, it is an absolute forbidden zone for us martial artists. In the end, Su Qingqing could only helplessly explain Su Ji's naive thoughts. Mr. Yuan, aren't you quite close to being a supreme being? Su Ji queried, puzzled. In his mind, Yuan Ching's ability to slay a mid-level 8th-tier demon king was practically on par with that of a supreme being. Wait, perhaps there was a method worth trying. After finishing his words, Yuan Ching leapt down, moving toward the edge of the lava. Su Qingqing's earlier remarks had reminded him that this lava represented the finest force of nature. Brother Yuan, please do not take this seriously. Su Ji is merely speaking nonsense. Su Qingqing felt a sense of urgency. If Su Zi's actions led to their benefactor and safety officer plunging into the molten lava and sustaining injuries, she feared the weight of guilt would be unbearable. However, her perplexities soon turned towards Yuan Ching, who did not leap into the lava but instead sat to the side, closing his eyes in a state of meditation. Was he, perhaps, engaged in cultivation? While they struggled to comprehend Yuan Ching's behavior, it did not hinder their resolve to serve as his guardians. Positioned on either side, they tended to their own wounds while remaining vigilant. A day later, Yuan Ching successfully restored his cultivation to the second refinement of the jade bone level, regaining his strength to its zenith. Simultaneously, he began to enter a state of profound understanding. The location was the volcano's crater, the periphery of the molten lava, a place where an eruption of volcanic fluid could occur at any moment. Yet, it was also the point closest to the volcano's power. The tumultuous energy swirled around Yuan Ching, prompting him to dissect and analyze these forces continuously. As time slipped by, 2 days swiftly passed. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended the power of nature. Congratulations. The sandstorm region has been unlocked. After 2 days of deep meditation, Yuan Ching abruptly opened his eyes. As he gazed into the molten lava, a flicker of intense fervor glimmered in his eyes. The sandstorm region and the molten flow were manifestations of nature's might. Let us see who reigns supreme. Chapter 114. The Earth Fire. What transpired? What was occurring? In the midst of her cultivation, Su Qingqing abruptly snapped to attention, surveying her surroundings, only to discover that the environment had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once solid rocks had disintegrated into gravel, and the ground was in a state of constant collapse. Even the landscape around them began to transition from rocky terrain to an arid desert. Beside her, Su Ji also awakened, observing the altered environment. The small hill they occupied was gradually disintegrating into particles, evolving into a desolate expanse. Was this a celestial phenomenon? Where had Mr. Yuan gone? Su Ji glanced around, ultimately spotting Yuan Ching rising majestically above the molten mass. Standing on air? A celestial being. Su Ji was momentarily taken aback. Fool, he is not a celestial being. It is the environment around him that is shifting. The quicksand supports him, Su Qingqing countered, shaking her head. Celestial beings were not within their sight. We should retreat before we are caught in this upheaval. As the changes in their surroundings became increasingly pronounced, Su Qingqing swiftly pulled Su Ji toward the mountain's edge. However, the further they distanced themselves from the hill, the more their hearts raced. That small hill was merely a core location. The area within a 10-kilometer radius was rapidly transforming into an entirely different realm. The oasis had vanished, replaced by desolate wilderness, and it was steadily evolving towards a complete desertification. At this rate, within half a day's time, it would fully transmute into desert. What formidable skills was Mr. Yuan cultivating to wield such power? Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ji was filled with dread. This was not an ability possessed by an ordinary Jade Bone Realm master. The alteration of the environment was slow and rudimentary, not the effortless might of a supreme master. It must be a special technique or an exceptional Jade Bone Realm method. Su Qingqing's expression grew grave. As a practitioner of a superior Jade Bone Realm technique herself, she understood that one of its moves possessed the same capability to alter the heavens and earth. Yet, her current low realm and limited comprehension meant that mastering that move was a distant prospect. Yuan Qing was undoubtedly from an extraordinarily hidden power. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess such a rare and unparalleled technique. As for youth, after reaching the Jade Bone Realm, one's appearance could be easily modified, making it difficult to ascertain age based solely on looks. Look, it's gathering, Su Ji suddenly shouted. They witnessed all the gravel converging towards Yuan Qing's location, stripping the already barren mountains of their remnants. At that moment, Yuan Qing stood above the molten core, commanding all the amassed power within his grasp. This time, Yuan Qing would exert his utmost effort. In an instant, all the grains cascaded into the molten depths, and an inexhaustible force began to erupt from within the magma. Initially, the grains entering the lava were akin to a cow entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. Yet, even if it were indeed a cow lost in the ocean, once the number reached 10,000, 100,000, or even a billion, the sea itself would tremble. As Yuan Qing poured all his strength into the magma, the once brilliant molten rock began to quiver. Gradually, its hue transformed into a dark crimson, revealing the impurities formed by the grains. Before long, the majority of the grains had submerged, and the lava lost its original color, shifting to a deep red. The astonishing heat that had once daunted the world also dissipated, replaced by a mass of dark, fragmented stones. Unbeknownst to him, the entire expanse of magma had vanished. Excellent. It seemed the first step had succeeded. Now, on to the next. Yuan Qing clasped his hands together, directing them towards the very center of the lava, and then slowly opened them. Simultaneously, his power began to manipulate the magma. Crack! A fissure split open on the surface of the magma. This crack widened and became increasingly distinct, accompanied by a faint aura of fire elemental energy wafting out. Through the gap, Yuan Qing discerned what appeared to be a small flame thriving in the depths of the lava. Is it the earth fire? Yuan Qing was uncertain. He had never encountered it, only heard tales and descriptions. But at this moment, it mattered little. As long as Yuan Qing willed it, he could cleave this great mountain. Even if there were no earth fire here, surely somewhere within a mountain it existed. Give me open. Suddenly, Yuan Qing flung his hands wide, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the entire expanse of lava to fracture. Crack! What was once a gap the size of a palm had now expanded to a width of 1 meter. Through the opening, Yuan Qing could finally discern what lay beneath the lava. It was a flame, a remarkably feeble flicker. It appeared so delicate that a mere breath could extinguish it. Yet, it was astonishingly resilient, giving the impression that even after 10,000 years, it would not easily be snuffed out. In this moment, Yuan Qing experienced a profound realization. The fire of heaven and earth, born of the cosmos, perishes within it. They are the offspring of the spirits of heaven and earth. Yet they can appropriate the essence of these spirits for their own use. They are called the spirits of heaven and earth, yet they are, in truth, thieves of heaven and earth. However, this was precisely what Yuan Qing needed. Without hesitation, he leapt through the molten layer, arriving before the earth fire. Now, it seemed that the earth fire forging technique was indeed a younger sibling. While others utilized the earth fire to ascend to the rank of quasi-spirit artifact masters, The earth fire forging technique employed it to craft top-tier weapons, an absurdity indeed. However, even within the annals of the earth fire forging technique, it is unequivocally recorded how to subdue the earth fire. The principle is rather simple. One must compel the opponent to submit. A surge of sandstorm energy erupted forth, enveloping the earth fire. The earth fire, akin to a child, flared up momentarily upon sensing the threat, beginning to incinerate the encroaching sandstorm energy. The results were strikingly evident. That seemingly frail earth fire could effortlessly consume the sandstorm energy. It is noteworthy that even lava can be dominated by the sandstorm energy. Yet this earth fire managed to retaliate. This little creature is indeed formidable, but the elder is even more so. Yuan Qing bellowed, and countless waves of sandstorm energy surged forth, sweeping towards the earth fire. For every batch consumed, there was another in reserve, an unending onslaught. Although the earth fire is said to endure eternally between heaven and earth, it dimmed momentarily under the relentless assault, its flames wavering. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Qing acted swiftly. A surge of mental energy erupted from within him, binding the earth fire. In an instant, the once proud earth fire softened upon contact with the mental force, as if it had willingly surrendered, leaping into Yuan Qing's mental embrace. This unexpected turn left even Yuan Qing momentarily astonished. He had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet this little entity exhibited such willingness to cooperate. Once enveloped by Yuan Qing's mental energy, the earth fire naturally entered his body. It traversed the 9 major acupoints, exploring nearly each one before departing through the meridians. After this cycle, Yuan Qing felt as though his body had undergone a cleansing, his meridians expanded, and even his acupoints purified. A profound sense of clarity enveloped him. Ultimately, the earth fire settled in Yuan Qing's Dantian acupoint, seemingly finding an appropriate abode, gradually taking root. Congratulations, your physique has been purified by the earth fire, and your innate talent has been enhanced. Yuan Qing was instantly elated, astonished by the extraordinary efficacy of the earth fire. His innate talent, once a significant flaw, had now been significantly bolstered by 200 to 300 points due to the earth fire's purification. Presently, even without a system, Yuan Qing found himself nearly on par with those genuinely gifted prodigies. This truly was a delightful surprise. Just as Yuan Qing reveled in his joy, a sudden tremor resonated from above. The lava above, having lost its core, began to show signs of descending. Chapter 115. Return to Tianyan City. Alas, I must hasten to leave. Yuan Qing's expression stiffened, and he could no longer afford to investigate the issue of the earth fire. Instead, he summoned all the quicksand to forcefully carve out a passage for himself, effortlessly making his way through. In less than 10 seconds, Yuan Qing successfully emerged from the core of the volcano, reaching the summit of the hill. Before he could stabilize himself, the ground beneath him began to collapse. With a nimble leap, he descended from the hill and firmly found his footing. Not far away, the once towering small volcano, standing at over 1,000 meters, began to crumble at an astonishing pace, ultimately transforming into a mere mound of earth less than 100 meters high. Mr. Yuan, what has transpired? Suji glanced at the collapsing hill, utterly astonished. Yuan Qing possessed such tremendous power that he single-handedly obliterated a mountain. Upon the extraction of the earth fire, the mountain itself collapsed. Yuan Qing shook his head, uncertain of the reasons. Perhaps the mountain was merely a vessel for the earth fire, and without it, there was no value left to sustain its existence. Did Brother Yuan obtain the earth fire? Su Qingqing's heart leaped in surprise. Could Yuan Qing truly acquire the earth fire hidden within the magma? But she quickly regained her composure. If he could bring down a mountain, surely the magma posed no threat to him. By chance, might Brother Yuan consider parting with it? Not at all. I am also a master forger. Su Qingqing was taken aback, having assumed Yuan Qing was merely interested in the value of the earth fire for profit. She had not anticipated that he too was a master forger. In light of his formidable martial prowess, it was astonishing that he was also a top-tier craftsman. Was it possible he was merely masquerading as an old monster? Ah, so Mr. Yuan also excels in the art of forging? It is indeed fortuitous that he has obtained the earth fire. Su Ji, equally astonished, offered sincere congratulations. Yuan Qing returned a respectful nod and spoke solemnly. Thank you. If there is nothing else, we must part ways here. Su Ji and Su Qingqing exchanged glances, realizing that individuals like Yuan Ching harbored their own ambitions and plans. They had waited for days, hoping that after acquiring the earth fire, Yuan Ching might consider selling it to them out of their previous rapport. Yet, they never anticipated that he too was a master forger. In the end, Su Ji bowed deeply to Yuan Ching and sincerely remarked, "I wish you a future filled with brilliance, successfully stepping into the realm of spiritual instrument artisans. When you find some leisure time, do feel free to visit Tianshuang City. We can explore the art of forging together." "Certainly." Yuan Ching nodded, recognizing Su Ji as a remarkable individual. "Brother Yuan, your life-saving grace goes without saying. As we part ways, I shall ensure to extend my hospitality to you upon your return to Tianshuang City." Su Qingqing chimed in, carefree as ever. Yuan Ching nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of lamentation. If only these two siblings could exchange their temperaments, it would indeed be a marvelous transformation. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio quickly parted ways. Su Ji and the others were eager to return to Tianshuang continent, while Yuan Ching headed straight towards the burial ground. The bare bones were too large to transport, so they could only be refined on the spot into formidable weapons. The two colossal black bears appeared to possess abundant materials. Yet upon refinement, they yielded only a handful of usable components. Moreover, only the mid-level 8th-tier Bear King possessed a greater quantity of superior materials. The other, apart from its spine, offered only inferior materials. However, before commencing the forging process, the earth fire needed to be completely refined. After locating a tranquil area, Yuan Ching gradually summoned the earth fire from his dantian and began the meticulous refinement. Simultaneously, the earth fire forging technique commenced its parallel cultivation. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed the earth fire, level 1 earth fire. Congratulations! The earth fire forging technique has successfully advanced to the 9th layer. Congratulations! The earth fire forging master has successfully advanced to the 10th layer. A day later, the moment Yuan Ching successfully absorbed the earth fire, the earth fire forging technique leapt to the 10th layer. In truth, Yuan Ching's forging skills had long met the requirements. What he lacked was merely the earth fire. Now that the earth fire was in place, there were no more obstacles in his path. I have finally become a quasi-spiritual weapon master. Previously, Yuan Ching could barely forge remnants of spiritual weapons with the aid of the Spirit Suppression Great Array. Now, he could effortlessly create even more formidable quasi-spiritual weapons without reliance on external aids. However, it wasn't long before Yuan Ching found himself in tears. The earth fire forging technique contained a record of a spirit formation, and it was indeed a minor spirit formation. It is essential to know that spirit formations are the cornerstone of spiritual weapons. Each spiritual weapon is composed of a primary spirit formation along with numerous auxiliary formations. Just like the Spirit Suppression formation of the Demon Suppression Tower and the Spirit Suppression Great Array of the Spirit Suppression Prison. All spiritual weapon masters are also adept at crafting spirit formations. Furthermore, once a practitioner reaches the stage of spiritual weapons, the commonly used foundational spirit formations become exceedingly rare. They can no longer be inscribed with general arrays like ordinary weapons. This is precisely why each spiritual weapon is extraordinarily powerful, endowed with its own formidable capabilities. For instance, the remnant spiritual weapon in Yuan Ching's possession can suppress the spiritual energy surrounding his foes, exhibiting immense strength. Presently, Yuan Ching only knew a bit about the Spirit Suppression formation, the Spirit Suppression Great Array, and the spirit formation associated with the earth fire forging technique. The latter pertained to the fire spirit formation, a relatively ordinary fire attribute spirit formation, quite conventional. Regrettably, Yuan Ching was currently focused on sandstorm attributes, which are derived from both wind and earth. Even if he were to forge a quasi-spiritual weapon, its efficacy might not surpass that of the remnant spiritual weapon he currently possessed, which was imbued with the Spirit Suppression Great Array. Almost forgot. He still lacked the spiritual materials. Thus, even the creation of precise spiritual tools has become an impossibility, leaving only the meager option of forging incomplete spiritual artifacts to barely sustain oneself. Nevertheless, these rudimentary artifacts can still serve a purpose. Beyond that, the legendary realm of the earth fire forging technique is finally accessible for examination. Unlock conditions for the legendary realm of earth fire forging technique. 1. Forge 10 precise spiritual tools, 0-10. 2. Forging proficiency, 0-1. 0000000. 3. Possess level 2 Earth Fire, 1-2. Upon reviewing the conditions, Yuan Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Not only did he need to forge 10 precise spiritual tools, but he also found himself at a loss regarding the level 2 Earth Fire, and achieving 1 million in proficiency would require relentless practice. Nevertheless, as a precise spiritual tool master, he possesses ample experience in forging exceptional weapons. Reflecting on it now, Yuan Qing realizes how formidable the Earth Fire forging technique has proven over time. This forging technique possesses a remarkable characteristic. Once the corresponding realm is attained, the success rate escalates to an astonishing level. Perhaps this explains why reaching the 9th tier of the Earth Fire forging technique necessitates the presence of Earth Fire. In the eyes of its creator, success could only be guaranteed under such conditions. As for Yuan Qing's previous creation of an exceptional weapon, that was solely due to the advantageous assistance of the spiritual formation. Since completing this task in the near future seems implausible, Yuan Qing redirected his focus to the burial grounds. A sword aura descended from the heavens, effortlessly shattering the earth below and revealing 2 skeletal remains of demon kings. Subsequently, several streams of earth fire erupted from Yuan Qing's being, encircling the bones. Under the intense heat of the earth fire, the once massive skeletal structures, measuring over 10 zhang, began to rapidly melt and gradually coalesce into a mere few meters in size. Slowly, the 2 skeletons transformed into weapon shapes. Upon becoming a spiritual tool master, the reliance on the forging platform diminished significantly. The platform's purpose was primarily to enhance flames and shape weapons. Yet these 2 functions were rendered unnecessary with the use of earth fire. After 3 hours, the bones of the 2 bear kings were completely refined into 3 short spears. One of the short spears was crafted entirely from the spine of a mid-level 8th-tier demon king, adorned with a substantial fire spiritual formation. The other short spear was made from the spine of a 7th-tier demon king, while the last was constructed from scrap materials, leaving much to be desired. Yuan Qing reached out and gathered all 3 short spears behind him, unrestrained, fully supported by his true energy. Once this was accomplished, he set off towards his next destination, Tianyuan City. This visit to Tianyuan City had but one purpose: to exchange his 3,000 weapon points. Yuan Qing believed that the sooner one utilizes such points, the greater the benefits. Once he becomes a spiritual tool master, the so-called weapon points would likely lose their significance. Of course, aside from this, there was another matter that required the assistance of the auction house and the Murong family. 2 days later, within the confines of the Blacksmiths Association in Tianyuan City, Yuan Qing once again encountered Zemu Lo. "Brother Yuan, are you all right? The commotion in Yinyuan City nearly frightened me to death. Thank goodness you are unharmed." Upon seeing Yuan Qing, Zemu Lu rushed forward with palpable excitement. His enthusiasm stemmed not only from the fact that Yuan Qing was someone he had recruited, but more importantly, Yuan Qing had now ascended to the status of a prospective spirit tool master and a future powerhouse. The entirety of Yinyuan Prefecture was well aware that Yuan Qing was the strongest among the younger generation. As expected, before Yuan Qing could utter a word, Zemu Li's voice attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. "Is that Master Yuan Qing? He appears so youthful, barely in his mid-teens." Whispers circulated that Master Yuan Qing was not only a spirit tool master, but also a martial artist of the 9th refinement of Jade Bone, making him a legendary figure in Yinyuan Prefecture. "Wow, Master Yuan Qing is so handsome. How I wish I could marry him." "Master Yuan Qing? Where is he? I wish to pay my respects and become the strongest spirit tool master." Initially, the crowd's curiosity swelled, gradually evolving into a fervent throng encircling Yuan Qing, who had become an object of adoration. Fortunately, Yuan Qing had anticipated the unfolding situation. He had instructed Zemu Lu to escort him to the back hall of the Blacksmiths Association, effectively distancing himself from the fervent admirers. Once inside, Zemu Lu still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. How could Yuan Qing attract such an ardent fanbase? Ahem, my apologies. I had no idea such a situation would arise. By the way, what brings you back this time? Are you planning to seek vengeance against Tian Qingyang? No. I have come to exchange for spiritual materials and formations. Chapter 116. The World of Advertisements, Ling Material and Spiritual Formations? Zamiel was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, recalling that Yuan Qing was indeed a spirit tool master. Thus the exchange of such materials was to be expected. He continued, "Unfortunately, I must disappoint you, my friend. Our association does not possess these items." Yuan Ching was astonished. Was this truly the extent of the esteemed Forging Masters Association? Sensing Yuan Ching's bewilderment, Samuel hastily clarified, "Do not misunderstand. It is not that the Forging Masters Association lacks these materials, but rather our branch in Tianyin City does not have them. As you are aware, the strongest here is merely a top-tier forger. How could we possibly possess spirit materials?" This meant that Yuan Ching would need to return to Tianyin City to make the exchange. Furrowing his brows, he pondered. As he currently lacked the confidence to confront Tian Qingyang, Samuel, understanding the situation with Tian Qingyang, offered an alternative suggestion. You could also visit the headquarters in Tianchuang Prefecture. In Tianchuang City, where nearly all your needs can be met. Do not fret too much. Here is a list for you to contemplate. Once you've decided, you may leisurely exchange at the headquarters. Samuel smiled as he handed Yuan Ching a thin sheet of paper. So few. Upon receiving the list, the formation instantly activated, presenting a virtual screen before Yuan Ching, listing countless exchangeable items. A glance revealed a veritable treasure trove. Black Flame Beast King's Fire, 1,000 weapon points. Red Phosphorus Beast King's Fire, 8,000 weapon points. High-grade materials set, 300 weapon points. Supreme-grade materials set, 3,000 weapon points. Low-grade spirit material, 15,000 weapon points. Low-grade Jade Bone Realm Technique, 1,000 weapon points. Medium-grade Jade Bone Realm Technique, 5,000 weapon points. High-grade Jade Bone Realm Technique, 20,000 weapon points. Skybright Beast Egg, 70,000 weapon points. Low-grade Spirit Formation Blueprint, 250,000 weapon points. Truly exorbitant. What can I do with merely 3,000 points? Among the myriad of items, there were indeed many that Yuan Ching wished to exchange for. However, it was futile to ponder. The desired items were certainly absent. He could only take note for future deliberation when he reached Tianchuang Prefecture. Yet, one item piqued his interest, the Jade Bone Realm Technique. If he were to pursue only the low-grade technique, it would cost 100,000 weapon points, but the high-grade technique would require 200,000 points. Naturally, one could not simply calculate in such a manner. The low-grade technique would demand nearly a month of study, whereas the high-grade technique would only require a few days. The pros and cons of both were immediately apparent. How could one swiftly accumulate 100,000 points? Samuel was momentarily taken aback. 100,000 points? He might never earn such a sum in his lifetime. Do you realize how much 100,000 points equate to in silver? 100 million taels of silver. Moreover, while points can be exchanged for money, the reverse is not true, making the prospect of quick profits seem rather improbable. Yet, as Samuel concluded his thoughts, he suddenly felt he had misspoken. Of course, for you, it is not an insurmountable task. If you manage to forge even one or two quasi-spiritual instruments, amassing a fortune of 100 million taels of silver should be effortlessly attainable. Profiting from the price difference? Now that is indeed a clever strategy. A premium set of materials combined with a piece of inferior spiritual material would require merely 17,000 points, yielding a profit margin exceeding fivefold. What Yuan Ching had not considered was that the success rate for spiritual instrument craftsmen in forging such instruments is not guaranteed to be 100%. Typically, a craftsman's success rate for forging instruments of the same tier ranges from 30 to 50%. Only those whose craftsmanship surpasses the norm can boast higher success rates. Moreover, craftsmen of such caliber generally disdain pursuing such trivial profits. So how then can one accumulate 20,000 points for spiritual instruments? The problem at hand has now narrowed down significantly, and Yuan Ching felt a sense of relief. According to the association's regulations, completing a task to create a premium spiritual instrument rewards the craftsman with 2,000 points. However, at present, the entire association seeks fewer than 10 premium instruments. Samuel shook his head. It is not that everyone is unwilling to acquire premium instruments. The scarcity of exceptional materials is a primary factor, coupled with the reality that the affluent are not as numerous as one might presume. What do you intend to do with such a plethora of points? Are you preparing to exchange for some treasures? Yuan Ching replied, I desire 100 volumes of inferior Jade Bone Realm techniques. However, if I accumulate enough points, 10 volumes of superior Jade Bone Realm techniques would suffice. Samuel was utterly astonished. 100 volumes of Jade Bone Realm techniques, and 10 volumes of superior Jade Bone Realm techniques. Yuan Ching certainly had audacious aspirations. It is worth noting that during the last auction, a mere fragment of a technique closely related to the superior Jade Bone Realm fetched an exorbitant price. How much time has passed since then, and now Yuan Ching brazenly demands 10 volumes. What do you need so many techniques for? Surely you do not intend to practice them all. To merely observe? Yes, to simply behold. Samuel stroked his chin, feeling increasingly perplexed by this man's intentions. Spending such a significant sum to acquire numerous techniques could traditionally suffice to establish a formidable power, yet Yuan Ching's sole desire is to gaze upon them. Which is indeed peculiar. Are such unparalleled geniuses often afflicted with such eccentricities? If it is merely for observation, there seems no need for such elaborate endeavors. I do have a suggestion that may alleviate your dilemma. Yuan Ching returned to his senses, realizing he had never contemplated this matter in depth. As a mercenary, he preferred straightforward solutions. It is quite simple. With your esteemed reputation, Master Yuan Ching, all you need to do is spread the word that you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation and require access to the techniques of the Jade Bone Realm for review. In time, a steady stream of individuals will present you with their techniques, and as for compensation, you could forge a spiritual instrument for them once, without needing to provide any materials. It seems to pose a bit of a challenge, does it not? Yuan Ching expressed his bewilderment, stating that if others wished to observe his techniques, he would simply obliterate their heads. While others might falter, Yuan Ching, the foremost genius and spiritual weapon master of the Yinyan Prefecture, faced no such dilemma. Surely, one would not covet their methodologies, would they? Furthermore, one ought not to underestimate the efforts of a forge master crafting superior weapons. Many possess only a single material, and some might indeed be inclined to seek his assistance. Samuel's gaze burned with fervor. Apart from his unparalleled renown, Yuan Ching's greatest asset was his astonishing success rate, especially as a quasi-spiritual weapon master. Forging a mere exquisite weapon was but a trifling task. Very well, disseminate a message on my behalf. I shall only examine once. Should it be an exquisite Jade Bone Realm technique, I will forge a quasi-spiritual weapon for the practitioner. For 2 superior texts or 6 intermediate ones, I shall produce an exquisite weapon. As for inferior techniques, the starting price shall be 20 volumes. Yuan Ching had previously clarified with the system that regardless of quality, inferior, intermediate, or superior, they were interconnected. This meant that he could peruse 50 inferior Jade Bone Realm techniques or 5 superior ones and still achieve his objective. No problem. Such a trivial matter I can certainly assist with. However, do not harbor hopes for exquisite Jade Bone Realm heart techniques. Those who possess such methods would not be in need of a quasi-spiritual weapon. How would one know without attempting? If such techniques do exist, the price is certainly negotiable. Moreover, a warrior does not solely possess their own foundational techniques. They likely have access to various others. Yuan Ching's strategy was astute. By merely reviewing once, he would not impinge upon the intrinsic value of the techniques. If the technique were not even their foundational one, it would result in minimal loss for the warrior. It is worth noting that a single exquisite Jade Bone Realm technique equates to completing 1/3 of the progression, and Yuan Ching was willing to invest heavily for such an opportunity. Additionally, he needed to seek out 3 Jade Bone Realm techniques, thunder, fire, and water, to fill the blank pages of his mysterious technique. If he could pilfer them, that would be splendid. If not, he could always purchase them with his ample fortune of 40 million silver taels. After negotiating certain details with Samuel, Yuan Ching chose to enter seclusion. He aimed to cultivate the 100 refinements body forging technique to the 8th realm before his next breakthrough. Meanwhile, his intention to peruse the techniques of various schools began to circulate gradually within the Yinyan Prefecture. Chapter 117. Why is everyone so eager? Have you heard? Master Yuan Ching is willing to forge exquisite weapons, and the price is merely a glimpse of your martial arts technique. Is that true? My goodness. Where is Master Yuan Ching? I must go at once. Brother, do not speak recklessly. Master Yuan Ching is a figure of great renown. How could he be so easily approached? The news from the Forging Association cannot possibly be false. However, the threshold is exceedingly high. The minimum requirement is 20 low-grade Jade Bone Realm techniques. We mere practitioners at the opening aperture stage will not even catch a glimpse of Master Yuan Ching. Oh heavens, why am I not in the Jade Bone Realm? Upon hearing this, the initially exuberant man's spirits dwindled. Such conversations echoed throughout the various venues in Yinyan Prefecture, as nearly every faction with access to information swiftly discerned the veracity of the news. Within a small tavern, a swordsman clad in a conical hat savored his clear wine, as fresh tidings continually reached his ears. 2 upper-grade techniques for merely a glance in exchange for an exceptional weapon? What a truly lucrative transaction. As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling breeze swept by, and he found himself alone in his previous spot. The clear wine has arrived, esteemed guest. Huh. Where has he gone? How could he vanish with just a turn? Inside a dilapidated temple outside a certain city, a young man knelt before a broken corpse, murmuring softly, "Father, I have found hope. As long as I present the family's martial arts technique to Master Yuan Ching, I shall obtain an exceptional weapon, and my combat prowess will surely soar. I will personally avenge our enemies." Within the Tiansong Valley, the Valley Lord furrowed his brow as he listened to the reports from his subordinates. Is the source of this information reliable? The news disseminated by the Forging Association is undeniably trustworthy, unless Master Yuan Ching has defected. Assemble all available Jade Bone Realm techniques within the valley and extend full support to Master Yuan Ching. It is also time for us to upgrade our equipment. In the end, the Valley Lord revealed a knowing smile. Great powers like theirs often possess a vast collection of Jade Bone Realm techniques, as well as an abundance of forging materials. Thus, for them, this opportunity is akin to profiting from Master Yuan's craftsmanship. The same sentiment resonated with the Tianhong sect and various prominent families, all thinking in unison of the unearned benefits. They could hardly comprehend why Master Yuan Ching would engage in such a laborious and thankless endeavor. Could this be the magnanimity of Yinyan Prefecture's foremost genius? In an instant, Master Yuan Ching's reputation surged among the various factions in Yinyan Prefecture. Whenever his name was mentioned, he was regarded as a paragon of virtue. All except for the Duan family. Master Yuan Ching, what audacity! Is this an attempt to drive my Duan family to ruin? Old Master Duan sneered, deeming it all futile. This world still belongs to the strongest. Without attaining supreme strength, one shall never rise to prominence. At this moment, Yuan Ching gazed upon the multitude of invitations before him, lost in contemplation. How could there be so many? A preliminary tally revealed no fewer than 15 high-grade techniques, nearly 100 mid-grade techniques, and the low-grade ones were hardly worth counting. There were tales of lone wanderers, orphans seeking vengeance for their fathers, and small families risking everything in a gamble. Where did all these extraordinary characters come from to embellish their own narratives? Were it not for his own task requiring 1,000,000 proficiency points, he would scarcely bother with such a crowd. Nevertheless, at least he wouldn't have to toil to gather materials anymore. Ja, quickly inform everyone that the event has concluded. Soon, the Smithing Association disseminated news that due to the overwhelming influx of techniques, Master Yuan Ching needed time to process the abundance and would not be accepting new techniques for the time being. As for whether there would be similar events in the future, that remained uncertain. This announcement sent many factions into a frenzy, with numerous individuals who had already departed feeling a chill in their hearts. Many lamented bitterly, realizing that had they received this news a day earlier, they could have reaped substantial rewards. This year, the tourism industry in Tianjin City flourished remarkably, with the number of visitors doubling. Simultaneously, housing prices around the Smithing Association skyrocketed, yet the market remained scarce. Innkeepers in the vicinity were beaming with joy, and the next day, one of them even purchased a high-grade technique, intending to present it to Master Yuan Ching as a gift. Thus, before Yuan Ching, 2 more high-grade techniques and a dozen mid-grade techniques appeared, all generously offered for his perusal. How absurd! At this juncture, Yuan Ching began to suspect that this might all be part of Zamel's cunning scheme. No, the accolades should belong solely to him. He would demand a 70-30 split of the profits from that rascal. Whether he could secure even 30% would depend on how well that fellow could read his expressions. Of course, those considerations were for another time. Presently, Yuan Ching had but one task at hand: to swiftly study the 10 high-grade techniques of the Jade Bone Realm and enhance his strength. Successfully studied Yuan Mu technique. Currently undergoing evaluation. Evaluation complete. This study's coefficient is 13,258 times, in just 3 days. Yuan Ching successfully completed the study of the 10 high-grade techniques of the Jade Bone Realm. With his enhanced talent, Both his reading speed and comprehension had significantly improved, making the study of techniques feel effortless. Ah, is this the realm of genius? Congratulations, you have met the requirements for the first completion of the fragment. The fragment will be supplemented with one chapter. The supplemented chapter is the Fire Attribute Jade Bone Forging chapter. Next completion requirements for the fragment activated. Fragment completion. 1. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. Each must reach the 8th refinement level of the Jade Bone. Possessing at least one method of Jade Bone forging with attributes of both water and thunder is essential. Furthermore, one must meticulously study 100 mid-tier Jade Bone techniques, or 30 high-tier techniques, or 5 supreme techniques. Ah, is it not a one-time completion? Rather, it appears to be a gradual fulfillment of a chapter. How frustrating this is. Truly, there is nothing more disheartening than this. Gazing at the table laden with techniques, what once seemed superfluous now appears inadequate. Even more infuriating to Yuan Ching is the fact that the low-tier Jade Bone techniques have proven utterly ineffective, perishing without any impact. However, one must honor the promises made, even if it requires swallowing one's pride. Should I simply renege on my commitment? Perhaps I should abandon this facade. Yet, considering the current predicament, I must once again procure a selection of high-tier techniques to unlock the final chapter. For now, I am left with no choice but to labor without reward. With tears in his eyes, Yuan Ching devoted himself to 10 days of relentless training. After this period, he successfully completed the mastery of all high-tier techniques and 85 mid-tier techniques. Congratulations! You have fulfilled the requirements for the second completion of the fragment. 2 chapters will be restored. The chapters restored this time pertain to the Jade Bone forging methods of the Thunder attribute. The next set of requirements for fragment completion is as follows. 1. Achieve the level of half-step soaring cloud with the 5 fundamental attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. 2. Possess a Jade Bone forging method with water attribute Qi. 3. Restudy 100 high-tier Jade Bone techniques, or 10 supreme techniques. Chapter 118. The ultimate power within the confines of the Forge Master Association's training chamber. One side was engulfed in molten magma, while the other crackled with incessant purple lightning. Congratulations! You have attained the advanced form of Fire Attribute True Energy, Inferno True Energy. Congratulations! You have attained the advanced form of Lightning Attribute True Energy, Purple Lightning True Energy. As before, Yuan Ching adeptly elevated both the Fire and Lightning Attribute True Energies to a new pinnacle. Now, only the final step remained, to amalgamate these 2 forms of true energy into the Sandstorm True Energy. Having undergone the transformation through 4 advanced forms of true energy, Yuan Ching could distinctly perceive the stark disparities even among these elevated states. For instance, the intensity of Purple Lightning True Energy was subtly approaching that of Sandstorm True Energy. After all, Sandstorm True Energy is a fusion of 2 advanced forms, Storm and Grit, so it should not be so feeble. In comparison to Inferno True Energy, Yuan Ching noted that although it might not rival Purple Lightning in strength, it certainly surpassed the individual performances of both Storm and Grit. At that moment, Yuan Ching finally comprehended why the combination of 2 advanced forms of true energy still resulted in a superior grade of Jade Bone. This was indeed the essence of 2 formidable advanced forms. After calming his mind, Yuan Ching commenced his cultivation of the 3rd refinement of Jade Bone. The 3rd refinement utilizes Inferno True Energy, and the associated technique is a form of spear artistry. Inferno Dragon Spear Technique, Comprehension State, Lively, Cultivation State, Jade Bone Realm, Legendary State Activation Condition. Technique unlocks, Dragon Breath, unlocked, Inferno Transformation, locked, Dragon Descent, locked. Dragon Breath converts the true energy of fire into a blast akin to a dragon's breath. Inferno Transformation envelopes oneself in Fire Attribute True Energy, momentarily transforming into a fiery dragon form. Unlock conditions. 1. Personal physical strength meets or exceeds current realm, completed. 2. Comprehension of the dragon's might, incomplete. 3. Inferno Dragon Spear Technique reaches the lively state, completed. Dragon Descent. The Inferno Dragon descends, heralding the world's impending destruction. Unlock conditions. 1. Witness the power of the dragon, incomplete. 2. Experience the force of annihilation, incomplete. Before long, The third refinement was achieved, with Inferno true energy enveloping his entire being, gradually intertwining with the power of the sandstorm. Upon contact with the flames, the sandstorm erupted like a volcanic explosion, generating a tempest of volcanic ash. In that moment, Yuan Xing's strength surged dramatically. Should he seek the earth fire today, it would be effortless. With the emergence of Inferno true energy, he could easily suppress the volcanic mouth. Yet, Yuan Xing did not pause. After a brief stabilization, he embarked on the cultivation of the fourth refinement of Jade Bone. The fourth refinement, utilizing purple lightning true energy, involves a unique technique, diverging from conventional methods. Wings. Purple lightning wings. Comprehension state. Lively. Cultivation state. Jade Bone realm. Legendary state activation condition. Technique unlock. Heavenly thunder. Unlocked. Lightning flash. Unlocked. Thunder movement of 9 heavens. Locked. Heavenly thunder. Summons a bolt of celestial lightning to strike the opponent. Lightning flash. At the moment of a lightning strike, you have already shifted your position. Thunder movement of 9 heavens. Harnesses one's own power to summon the mightiest force between heaven and earth, encompassing the area with the power of thunder, creating a realm of lightning. Unlock condition. Comprehend the true essence of thunderous power. Locked. Yuan Xing felt an instinctive sense that these two techniques of the Jade Bone realm were quite formidable. However, at this moment, the power of the purple lightning had completely fused into Yuan Xing's body, beginning to contend with the Flame Fury Jade Bone. The Flame Fury Jade Bone was nearly on the brink of entering the ranks of the Supreme Jade Bones, asserting dominance over all superior Jade Bones. Yet, when faced with the sheer purity of the purple lightning, the Flame Fury did not display its might. Instead, it began to subtly fall into a disadvantage. Is it the ultimate strength of singularity? If one were to speak of the sheer power of singular attributes, the strength of purple lightning could certainly rank among the top 3. The fire attribute, too, is a formidable force in its own right. Unfortunately, at present, the combination of the fire attribute and the sandstorm attribute was unable to withstand the purple lightning attribute. To be precise, it was not that they could not resist, but rather they relinquished their dominant position to the purple lightning. This sensation gave Yuan Xing the impression of a subordinate attempting to curry favor with his superior. Boom. Just as the purple lightning began to gradually meld with Yuan Xing's Jade Bone, the explosive sound of thunder reverberated throughout the entire room. At that moment, the room was suffused with the power of the Thunder Realm. Meanwhile, outside the Blacksmith Association, more than a month had elapsed since Yuan Xing had entered seclusion. However, those waiting outside were growing increasingly anxious. Although Yuan Xing was still present, the lack of any communication over this month had instilled a sense of unease in them. In a tavern, a man, while observing the Blacksmith Association, lamented, "Do you think Master Yuan Xing might abscond? So many Jade Bone techniques amount to billions of silver." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 bolts of thunder struck down, landing precisely beside the man. The crowd, initially listening intently, was now rendered speechless with fear. Heaven forbid. I meant no disrespect to Master Yuan Xing. I was merely jesting. I have a loose tongue. The man exclaimed in shock, hastily closing his mouth while repeatedly slapping his own cheek. The onlookers were equally astonished. To think that uttering a mere hint of ill words would elicit such a divine warning? The first genius of Yinyun Prefecture being favored by the heavens was indeed terrifying. Now, they dared not harbor any doubt, fearing the next bolt of lightning might strike them. It wasn't the heavens. Suddenly, one person spoke up. "What did you say? Brother, please be quiet. Neither Master Yuan Xing nor the heavens are subjects for our discussion," urged those around, filled with trepidation. "It is not the heavens. It is the Supreme One. Someone has broken through to the realm of the Supreme." At that moment, all gazes turned skyward, only to discover that the once clear sky had dramatically altered its hue. Within the entire expanse of Tianyin City, dark clouds gathered ominously, while flashes of lightning illuminated the heavens, with purple bolts striking repeatedly. A radiant beam shone from the sky, casting its light over the entirety of Tianyin City. This was a divine proclamation, signifying the emergence of a supreme being within this realm. The term supreme being does not merely denote a level of cultivation, but rather embodies unparalleled strength and prowess. When one's power reaches a level recognized by the cosmos, such extraordinary phenomena manifest. Is it truly the birth of a supreme being? Has Tianyuan City indeed given rise to such a figure? Huh. Our Yin house has gained another supreme being, elevating our strength to new heights. Within Tianyuan City, the majority gazed at the sky in jubilant exclamation. Whether from Yin house or Tianyuan City, unity prevailed, and the local strong were held in the highest esteem. As for the small faction of outsiders, they could only watch with envy as their own house produced a world-renowned supreme being. Alas, this is not the wilderness. The light's reach was vast, nearly enveloping half of Tianyuan City and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Within this area, it was momentarily impossible to discern who had ascended to the level of supreme being. Some speculated it was the former city lord. Others claimed it was a recluse of Tianyuan City, while still others suggested Master Muro. Despite the multitude of theories, few considered Yuan Ching, for he was still remarkably young and a budding spirit artifact master. Thus, the crowd instinctively refrained from envisioning the most daunting possibility. At this very moment, Yuan Ching was diligently merging the powers within himself, striving to unify them into a new whole. What is this? During the process of absorption, Yuan Ching suddenly sensed the emergence of a new force within his perceptual realm. Chapter 119. The Invitation of the Supreme Being. What is this peculiar phenomenon? It feels strangely intriguing, as if it can be absorbed like spiritual energy. Yuan Ching, eager to reach out and touch it, finds that there is no sensation at all. It passes through him as effortlessly as spiritual energy. Yet, in comparison to spiritual energy, this force is vastly more potent, more pure, and imbued with greater strength, while also being exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a hypothesis emerged in Yuan Ching's mind. Could this possibly be a higher form of spiritual energy? The more he contemplated, the more he was convinced of this possibility. After all, true energy is derived from the transformation of spiritual energy, and if true energy possesses a higher form, it stands to reason that spiritual energy does too. Driven by curiosity, Yuan Ching attempted to capture this force as one might seize spiritual energy. However, he soon abandoned this approach, finding it akin to a clumsy, overweight individual trying to catch a nimble sparrow, yielding no results. He experimented with various methods, yet none bore fruit. The strange force seemed to sense Yuan Ching's peculiarities and began to dance around him, a blatant mockery of his efforts. In an instant, the earth fire within Yuan Ching's dantian also stirred, seemingly resonating with similar emotions. Earth fire? At that moment, a flicker of realization dawned upon Yuan Ching. When he initially captured the earth fire, he used his mental energy. He wondered if this method would work here as well. Just as he had captured the earth fire, Yuan Ching commenced an attempt to seize this force using the techniques outlined in the earth fire forging method. The previously dancing force ceased its movements, sensing the impending threat. Yuan Ching's mental energy enveloped it, gradually drawing it into his being. A surge of joy filled Yuan Ching's heart. This was the higher form of spiritual energy. Should he succeed in absorbing it, it would surely lead to a significant transformation. For 3 consecutive days, he endeavored to fully capture the entity with his mental energy. Yet every time he approached a pivotal moment, his mental energy would falter and the force would slip away. Once more, the entity began to dance before him. A flagrant act of provocation. After an outburst of impotent rage, Yuan Ching swiftly regained his composure. The method employing mental energy was undoubtedly viable, but the issue lay in the inadequacy of his own mental strength. Mental energy resembled a net, while this force was akin to a shark, without an unbreakable alloy net. Capturing the great shark was impossible. Currently, Yuan Ching's mental energy was rated at 600. He estimated that to fully grasp this force, he would need to double his strength. There were only 2 methods to enhance mental energy, through breakthroughs in cultivation or the cloud meditation technique. An unusual thought suddenly blossomed in Yuan Ching's mind. If this force truly represented a higher form of spiritual energy, then his primary focus in cultivation might need to shift from true energy to mental energy. Alternatively, one might assert that once the mental fortitude reaches a considerable level, the vital energy may become increasingly potent under such strength, rendering active cultivation unnecessary. Viewed from this perspective, it seems that Dongfang Nishang's father possesses remarkable foresight, having meticulously arranged such a distant path of cultivation for his offspring, initiating their training in mental strength well in advance. The sole concern, however, is that he may not have accounted for the issue of innate talent, which has left Dongfang Nishang still in the initial enlightenment stage. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the room. "Brother Yuan, have I disturbed you?" Samuel's words interrupted Yuan Qing's reverie, prompting a puzzled response from him. "What is it? Did the housing prices drop nearby?" Master Yuan Qing, you are still concerned about this?" Samuel was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with Yuan Qing's train of thought, before hastily explaining, "It is Tianyin City. A grand event is being held today, reportedly initiated by a newly ascendant supreme being who has invited all the distinguished guests of the city." He specifically expressed a desire for Master Yuan Qing to attend. A supreme being? Yuan Qing furrowed his brow, recalling the circumstances that compelled him to flee from Yinyan City, still vividly remembering the oppressive aura of such formidable individuals. He had not anticipated being summoned by a supreme being upon arriving in Tianyin City. Did he mention what he wanted from me? Well, I am not certain. But as a quasi-spiritual weapon master, it is highly probable that he seeks your expertise in forging a quasi-spiritual weapon, Samuel elucidated. "Brother Yuan, if you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to attend. Supreme beings are among the most elite individuals in the world. Even President Morong must defer to them. Offending a supreme being, even a newly ascendant one, could render your status as a quasi-spiritual weapon master utterly untenable within Yinyan Prefecture." Fearing that Yuan Qing might act petulantly, Samuel quickly added his encouragement. "You should have said that I had no choice." Yuan Qing retorted, exasperated. "It appears that Su Ji's assertion holds true. The path of forging is merely a sideline. Only cultivation and strength constitute the true path." Observing Yuan Qing's acquiescence, Samuel finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing curiously around the room only to discover the absence of a single exquisite weapon, prompting an exclamation of surprise. "Brother Yuan, in over a month's time, you have not forged even one weapon? President Jia, you cannot fathom the hardships of cultivation. Please inform those factions to keep a tab. I shall undoubtedly repay them in due course," Yuan Qing replied with a wry smile. It was a jest. There was no way he could forge for them here. At the very least, he needed to enhance his proficiency within the demon-subduing tower. Samuel, feeling helpless, acknowledged the situation. However, Yuan Qing's strong-willed nature was not a recent development. Surely the various factions would exhibit considerable tolerance towards quasi-spiritual weapon masters. Within Tianyin City, the atmosphere was vibrant and festive, adorned with brilliant decorations. Due to the emergence of a newly ascended supreme power within Tianyin City, the city's strength has reached unprecedented heights. Today marks the third day since this formidable individual's breakthrough, and he has unexpectedly announced a grand banquet to honor the esteemed guests of the city, intending to unveil a momentous announcement. Upon hearing this news, the entire city erupted in excitement. Not only did the affluent families of Tianyin City rush to extend their congratulations, but representatives from various nearby factions also made their way to attend. Had time permitted, even those from distant Yinyan City would have sent envoys to convey their felicitations. At this moment, Yuan Qing walked along the bustling streets, observing the exuberant citizens of Tianyin City, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Seemingly sensing Yuan Qing's confusion, Zamu Lu quietly elucidated, "Brother Yuan, there is no need for bewilderment. A supreme power is the pinnacle of martial prowess, a rarity within the entire Yinyan Prefecture. With the emergence of such an individual in Tianyin City, the city's status has undoubtedly soared, prompting widespread elation." Nodding in understanding, Yuan Qing suddenly grasped the magnitude of the situation. It was akin to a Nobel laureate emerging from his homeland in a previous life, a cause for national celebration. The closer one approached the residence of the supreme power, the denser the throngs of people became, culminating in a veritable sea of humanity. Fortunately, both Yuan Qing and Zamu Lu possessed formidable cultivation, allowing them to navigate through the crowd with ease. From the Morong family of Tianyin City, Master Morong has arrived. He presents a congratulatory gift of 1,000,000 taels of silver and a pair of auspicious golden chelants to honor the ascension of the supreme power. From Huangfeng Valley, Vice Valley Master Tian Shan has arrived. He offers a congratulatory gift of 2,000,000 taels and a century-old spirit ginseng to celebrate the ascension. From Tianhong Sect, Elder Huang Yu has arrived. He presents a congratulatory gift of 3,000,000 taels to honor the supreme power's elevation. Outside the residence of the supreme power, The attendant responsible for receiving gifts continuously announced the offerings from various factions. The least generous contribution began at 500,000 taels of silver. With dozens of factions in attendance, Yuan Ching gazed in awe, realizing that the total value of these gifts rivaled the painstakingly acquired resources he had once sought, though he had merely borrowed them without true ownership. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? When I became a quasi-spirit weapon master, no one bestowed gifts upon me, he pondered. Brother Yuan, this is a matter of public celebration. A banquet of such magnitude requires widespread acknowledgement. If you are willing, you might achieve a third of this level, but first, you must settle your outstanding debts for the exquisite spirit weapons, Zemu Liu awkwardly explained. Chairman Zemu, you have arrived. And this must be Master Yuan Ching, reputed as the foremost prodigy of Yinyan Prefecture. Not far off, the attendant responsible for welcoming guests suddenly called out, capturing the attention of all present, directing their gaze towards Yuan Ching and Zemu Liu. Chapter 120. Zhang Tianluan, is he really Yuan Ching? He appears remarkably youthful. Wasn't he in seclusion? How has he suddenly emerged? Could it be that he has successfully forged several exquisite weapons? Surely not. It must be out of respect for our esteemed powerhouses in Tianyan City. The crowd buzzed with speculation as Yuan Ching flashed a charming smile and strode confidently into the residence of the esteemed. Just as he was about to enter, the doorman promptly blocked his path, respectfully inquiring, Master Yuan Ching, what is your congratulatory gift? We need it for the announcement. The doorman pointed to the side where an elderly scholar was diligently inscribing the list of gifts from various factions onto a red paper. As a prospective spirit weapon master, Yuan Ching stood apart from the Forging Association, a figure of his own. My apologies, I almost forgot. Allow me to present a rather auspicious number, Yuan Ching chuckled. Reaching into his robe, the doorman's face lit up with delight. As the foremost genius of Yinyan Prefecture and a budding spirit weapon master, surely Yuan Ching's offering would be extravagant. Very well, let it be this. A brilliant golden light erupted upon the table, drawing the curious gazes of many onlookers. The doorman, captivated by the gleam, scrutinized it from all angles but remained perplexed, finally awkwardly asking, Master Yuan Ching, what marvelous object is this? It is no marvel. Merely 6 taels of gold. Yuan Ching waved dismissively as he entered the residence. What a jest, a gift. Nonsense. You, an irrelevant person who disturbed my seclusion, expect me to bestow a gift upon you? Dream on. At that moment, the doorman and his companions stood dumbfounded. No one anticipated that the illustrious Master Yuan Ching of Yinyan Prefecture would present a mere 6 taels of gold. Initially, the doorman had assumed it to be an unusual object coated in gold, never daring to think it was genuine gold. After a long pause, the doorman finally regained his composure and proclaimed loudly, the Forging Association, the foremost genius of Yinyan Prefecture, Master Yuan Ching has arrived. He presents a congratulatory gift of 6 taels of gold. Outside the residence, a cacophony ensued, yet Yuan Ching remained unfazed. Regardless of who you were, deceiving me was out of the question. Inside the residence, upon seeing Yuan Ching's entrance, numerous individuals from various factions promptly rose from their seats to greet him respectfully. Master Yuan Ching, I am Huang Yu, the Grand Elder of the Tianhong sect. I have long admired your reputation. Indeed, it is an honor. Yuan Ching replied, bowing politely. Master Yuan Ching, it has been quite some time. I never expected that after just a few months, you would have become a master in your own right. Master Morong remarked with a warm smile, gazing at Yuan Ching. Master Morong, your golden invitation has been immensely helpful to me, Yuan Ching expressed with profound respect. I am the deputy leader of Huangfeng Valley. It is an honor to meet you, came another introduction. Master Yuan, it is a pleasure to meet you. As several individuals approached, greeting Yuan Ching, he responded with the same cordiality. Fortunately, Zemu Liu stood by to alleviate any awkwardness. Otherwise, it would have been a rather uncomfortable situation. Having served as vice president for many years, Zemu Liu was exceptionally adept with his rhetoric, skillfully deflecting inquiries regarding the prized weapons whenever they arose. Of course, the attendees were not in a rush, as the martial arts techniques had been returned. They merely sought to ascertain Yuan Ching's progress. Just as the conversation reached a fervent pitch, a guest within the residence suddenly called out, announcing the arrival of the host of the banquet. Everyone promptly settled into their respective places, directing their attention towards the entrance. An elderly man, stooped and adorned with a white beard, leaned upon an ornate jade cane shaped like a dragon, making his way slowly toward the banquet table. The old man's pace was deliberate, yet none dared to urge him on. Each person curiously scrutinized one another, hoping to glean some insight. This man was Zhang Tianluan, the central figure of the gathering, rumored to be an emerging supreme power. Yuan Qing also regarded the elder, noting the absence of the pressure he had felt from Tian Qingyang. Instead, there lingered a faint aura of oppression. Most present were formidable figures of the Jade Bone realm, and upon sensing this subtle pressure, many nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was a presence known only to those of supreme strength. My apologies, esteemed guests. For my frail condition has delayed me, Zhang Tianluan remarked, his voice trembling like that of a weathered elder. Not at all, Elder Zhang. It is we, the younger generation, who should await your arrival, came the collective response from the banquet. If Elder Zhang's vitality is waning, ours would surely be buried beneath the earth. Elder Zhang, there is no need for haste. We are more than willing to wait, echoed the voices around the table. In that moment, all present were acolytes in the presence of this newly minted supreme being from Tianyan City, a venerable figure of the Jade Bone Ninth Refinement, allegedly having lived for 220 years. The adage old yet unyielding is akin to a thief seemed applicable, though he had ascended to the ranks of the world's supreme powers. After a brief interlude, Zhang Tianluan reached the foremost seat and sat slowly, as this particular position was of great significance. Those seated with him included the Grand Elder of the Tianhong sect, the Deputy Leader of the Huanfeng Valley, Master Moro, Yuan Qing, and other prominent figures. Meanwhile, representatives of lesser factions could only occupy the side tables. As Yuan Qing gazed at the elder before him, an inexplicable feeling welled within him. It seemed that the old man was truly at the end of his strength, barely able to endure much longer. Could it be that breaking through to supreme power did not extend one's lifespan? Why then would those fellows offer such lavish gifts to curry favor? Yuan Qing found himself perplexed, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries, suppressing the doubts that lingered in his heart. Zhang Tianluan settled into the middle of the seating arrangement, separated from Yuan Qing by only the deputy leader of Huangfeng Valley. Once seated, Zhang Tianluan first sipped a glass of clear wine, then softly addressed the assembly. The fact that this old man has ascended to the realm of the formidable should have been a private matter for Zhang. However, I must impose upon you all to prepare lavish gifts for a soon-to-be decayed old tree. I am truly remorseful, and thus, I shall take this cup as a form of self-punishment. The attendees were taken aback, not anticipating that Zhang Tianluan's initial toast bore such significance. The deputy leader of Huangfeng Valley, Tian Shan, exclaimed, "Why should you feel this way, Zhang? Your breakthrough is a fortuitous event for all of Tianyan City and the entire Yanyan Prefecture. As residents of Yanyan Prefecture, it is our duty to come and offer our congratulations." The crowd internally scoffed at Tian Shan's words, yet continued to echo his sentiments aloud. Indeed, what Tian Shan said is true. This is a joyous occasion for our Yanyan Prefecture. Zhang, you need not feel guilty. We willingly partake in this. Upon hearing these affirmations, Zhang Tianluan appeared somewhat relieved, no longer burdened by the guilt that had previously weighed upon him. Since you all speak thus, I feel much reassured. Otherwise, I would have surely been filled with shame. The assembly, along with Yuan Qing, remained baffled, wondering why he should feel such remorse over merely achieving the status of a formidable being and receiving a token of appreciation. At that moment, Tian Shan, the deputy leader, suddenly cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, announced, "Esteemed guests, I trust you have all heard prior to your arrival that Zhang's banquet is not merely for his personal celebration. There is a significant matter he wishes to announce, which necessitated gathering all the various forces together." His words immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Previously, they had considered this gathering a mere pretext. However, it now appeared that the situation was indeed more serious. Perhaps Zhang Tianluan truly had something of great import to disclose. The elder implored, "Please, do not hesitate to speak. Whatever difficulties arise, we stand ready to assist." Huang Yu, the esteemed elder of the Tianhong sect, promptly declared, "Indeed, we shall offer our support. Zhang, you need only voice your concerns." The assembly echoed their agreement, emboldened by their numbers, as they reasoned that Zhang Tianluan could not possibly deny their assistance. With a resigned smile, Zhang Tianluan, looking somewhat troubled, replied, "Ahem, As the saying goes, one cannot refuse sincere hospitality. Since you all are so enthusiastic, I shall not decline. Chapter 121. News from the Frosty Continent. Do you all know the current situation in the Frosty Continent? Zhang Tianluan's words left everyone momentarily stunned. The Frosty Continent comprises 13 prefectures, spanning millions of square kilometers, with a population exceeding several billion. Yunyun Prefecture is merely one of the larger prefectures among these 13. In ordinary times, they regard themselves as citizens of Yunyun Prefecture rather than of the Frosty Continent as a whole. Yuan Ching squinted his eyes, wondering if something significant had transpired in the Frosty Continent. Zhanglao, do you have any news? Huang Yu, the Grand Elder of the Tianhong sect, asked with curiosity. He was aware that the Frosty Continent had plunged into war several years prior, with the prefectural lord of Yunyun being reassigned. Yet it seemed that the conflict had not yet encroached upon Yunyun Prefecture itself. Indeed, the situation has deteriorated. The enemy is far stronger than we had anticipated. The higher-ups are now contemplating whether to relinquish certain territories in pursuit of peace. Zhang Tianluan sighed deeply, his expression heavy with sorrow as he conveyed this news. However, I have not received any such information. Huang Yu exclaimed in shock, and the others quickly nodded in agreement. I only came to learn of this after attaining the status of a supreme being, Zhang Tianluan replied, shaking his head. The assembly was struck with a jolt. If the news was indeed from within the ranks of the supreme beings, did this imply that the Frosty Continent was truly on the brink of defeat? As the saying goes, one flourishes, all flourish. One suffers, all suffer. If the Frosty Continent were to sever several prefectures this time, it would not be long before Yunyun Prefecture found itself in a similar predicament. At that point, even if they survived, their status, resources, sex, and everything they held dear would be stripped away, leaving them with nothing under the rule of their adversaries. Among those present, perhaps only Yuan Qing remained unaffected. Having processed the news without a flicker of emotion, there is no need for despair. We have not yet reached a final decision, and opportunities still abound. Zhang Tianluan's voice resonated once more, pulling everyone from their despondency. At that moment, Zhang Tianluan raised his tone further, declaring, I am but a waning candle, fortunate enough to have broken through to the realm of supreme beings. Now, blessed by the heavens, I shall make one final contribution for the noble sons and daughters of the Frosty Continent and Yunyun Prefecture. I, Zhang Tianluan, am willing to march to the front lines and fight for Yunyun Prefecture. His last words rang out with unwavering strength and conviction, stirring the hearts of all present. The war in the Frosty Continent is exceedingly fierce. Only the most formidable forces among the 13 prefectures are summoned to participate in the battle. This includes the prefectural lord of Yunyun, the Grand Elder of Tiansong Valley, the leader of Tianhong sect, the father of the genius Duan Donghe from the Duan family, and the prefectural lord of the newly established Shaotian Prefecture. Each of these individuals is a paragon of talent and a formidable powerhouse, yet their presence alone offers scant assistance in the ongoing crisis, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Originally, individuals of advanced age such as Zhang Tianluan and Tian Xingyang were not expected to take to the battlefield, a notion rooted in respect for their years. Yet now, after his breakthrough, Zhang Tianluan has audaciously volunteered to join the fray, a selfless act that has immediately garnered the admiration of all present. Even Yuan Qing was moved, acknowledging the elder's dedication to the greater good. Zhang, your noble spirit is commendable. Though my Huangfeng Valley may not be a prominent sect, I am willing to offer a modest contribution for your cause. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Tian Shan, filled with righteous indignation and fervor, seemed ready to offer the entirety of Huangfeng Valley. The rest were equally stirred. Under such circumstances, how could they refuse? At this juncture, Zhang Tianluan sighed and reluctantly spoke. It is truly not a matter of great consequence. However, I am advanced in years, and despite achieving the status of a formidable warrior, my strength is not overwhelming, and my presence on the battlefield may prove futile. Yet, if you would lend me a certain item, I might slightly enhance my combat capabilities. I am willing to pledge the Zhang family's estate as collateral. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing smirked inwardly, realizing the crux of the matter. Elder Huang, I wish to borrow 1 kilogram of your precious gold. Huang Yu was taken aback. Precious gold was the cornerstone material of the Tianhong sect, and a kilogram would suffice for the crafting of a refined spirit weapon. Tian Valley Master, I require 1 zhang of your Millennium Spirit Wood. Tianshan nodded. A zhang of Millennium Spirit Wood was similarly a material for crafting refined spirit weapons. Zhang Tianluan continued to name 7 individuals, each requesting a portion of materials for a refined spirit weapon. Is Elder Zhang attempting to craft a low-grade spirit weapon? Huang Yu inquired tentatively. The power of a low-grade spirit weapon was formidable. Should Zhang Tianluan acquire one, he would immediately rank among the strong in the realm of formidable warriors. However, Zhang Tianluan shook his head. Crafting a spirit weapon is not as simple as it appears. At the very least, 10 materials are required, and one must possess a prime quality material as the main component, all while considering the likelihood of failure. 7 materials are far from adequate. I merely hope to forge 1 or 2 refined spirit weapons to bolster my combat prowess against formidable foes. The assembly fell silent, having already felt the sting of earlier tributes. Now, with low-grade materials at stake, each would cost nearly 20 million. Elder Zhang, 7 portions are simply excessive. Perhaps. Huang Yu found himself unable to resist negotiating, yet Zhang Tianluan spared him no opportunity to speak. Alas, my Yinyan prefecture has yet to face the ravages of war. Should enemies invade, how many promising youths would perish needlessly? What a masterful act of moral persuasion. Yuan Ching internally applauded. This old man, ostensibly seeking to enhance his own power, had managed to frame the situation as though failing to provide him with resources would constitute betrayal. Indeed, upon reflection, Huang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of shame, perceiving himself as a rather selfish individual. The others lowered their heads, while Zhang Tianluan stood resolutely above, embodying righteousness that the forces of Yinyan Prefecture could not possibly reject. I, from Huangfeng Valley, am willing to contribute. Huangfeng Valley was the first to nod in agreement. Our Tianhong sect is also prepared to offer our assistance for the sake of Yinyan Prefecture. Huang Yu ultimately gritted his teeth. For all the formidable individuals of Tianhong sect were absent, and he was reluctant to offend Zhang Tianluan. With one person leading, the others had no choice but to express their consent in succession. Observing this, Zhang Tianluan nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed the outcome he had anticipated. Master Yuanqing, your invitation to come here, could it also be related to the matter of the quasi-spirit artifact? At that moment, Huang Yu suddenly spoke, and the crowd's attention turned towards Yuanqing. Yuanqing, at this juncture, appeared utterly at ease, sipping fine wine and savoring delectable dishes while observing the lively scene around him. It must be said that during his time here, Yuanqing had either been immersed in cultivation, fleeing, or engaging in battle. To enjoy a lavish feast in peace was a rare occurrence for him. Moreover, this banquet was hosted by the most powerful, a gathering of utmost grandeur, with an abundance of exquisite delicacies. Unexpectedly, the spotlight shifted back to him. Zhang Tianluan, noticing this, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Master Yuanqing is a rare young talent from our Tianyun city. It would be splendid to forge the quasi-spirit artifact with his assistance. With that, Zhang Tianluan turned to Yuanqing and said, Master Yuanqing, we shall rely on you when the time comes. Not a problem, as long as the remuneration is sufficient. I can forge as many as you require, Yuanqing replied with a smile, initially thinking they were asking him to donate spiritual materials, only to realize it was about crafting quasi-spirit artifacts, which was a trivial matter for him. However, after Yuanqing finished speaking, Zhang Tianluan's demeanor grew peculiar. Master Yuanqing, Yinyan Prefecture is on the brink of facing the threat of war. It is precisely the time when young talents like you should step forward to lend your aid. How can you demand compensation? Before Zhang Tianluan could continue, Tianshan interjected with an odd remark. No, I must refuse. Either you pay, or seek someone else. Yuanqing decisively shook his head. Without the assistance of a spiritual formation, the crafting of quasi-spirit artifacts would be laborious and time-consuming. Yuanqing was certainly not one to work for free. Furthermore, as long as I remain devoid of moral constraints, you cannot impose moral obligations upon me. Chapter 122. A shocking deception apart from Master Morong. Everyone gazed at Yuanqing with astonishment. It was difficult to fathom that such words had emerged from the lips of the foremost talent of Yinyan Prefecture. Was he not merely a petty, mercenary individual? Only Master Morong regarded Yuanqing with a cheerful demeanor, as if he had anticipated the young man's refusal. Master Yuanqing, are you truly unwilling to lend an old man a hand? Zhang Tianluan once again scrutinized Yuanqing, perplexed by the situation. Even Huang Yu, a seasoned veteran, had bowed his head in the face of righteousness. It was quite peculiar for Yuan Ching, the leading prodigy of Yinyuan Prefecture, to resist such an appeal, especially when one would expect a passionate youth to rise to the occasion. I am willing to assist in matters that are clearly defined, Yuan Ching replied nonchalantly. Instantly, Zhang Tianluan's expression darkened. According to the standards of a quasi-spiritual weapon master, crafting a quasi-spiritual weapon required 5 materials, with 2 designated as remuneration, leaving none for the builder. However, if they could persuade Yuan Ching to work without compensation, they stood to gain 2, or even 3, quasi-spiritual weapons, an unimaginable disparity. Yuan Ching, I shall ask you one final time. Will you assist this old man? Zhang Tianluan's tone was laced with menace. What is the matter? Care to demonstrate? Yuan Ching retorted with a cold smile, eager to test his own mettle. Brother Yuan, do not act impulsively. He is a formidable power. Zemu Lu exclaimed in alarm, hastily pulling Yuan Ching back. Master Yuan, do not be disrespectful towards a supreme being. Zhang Lao interjected, attempting to mediate. Master Yuan, while Zhang Lao remains calm, it would be wise for you to apologize promptly, urged Zemu Lu, while even Huang Yu and others began to grow anxious. They feared that Yuan Ching's affront to the supreme being might lead to the loss of their precious artifacts. At that moment, Zhang Tianluan shed his previous frailty, fixing Yuan Ching with a sharp gaze. Yuan Ching, I grant you one last opportunity. Understand that this world is one governed by power. Though you hold the esteemed title of quasi-spiritual weapon master, I am a supreme being. I can choose to respect you or to trample upon you. But compliance from you is non-negotiable. Do you comprehend? As he spoke, a faint yet tangible pressure emanated from him, creating an oppressive atmosphere that altered the expressions of those present. Such a sensation was one that could only be exuded by a true supreme being. Zhang Tianluan was evidently serious. Supreme beings were not to be denied. Oh, and then what? Yuan Ching replied leisurely, seated comfortably in his chair, sipping the clear wine before him and pouring himself another glass. He appeared utterly unconcerned, as if Zhang Tianluan were of no consequence. Yuan Ching, do you think I lack the courage to kill you? Zhang Tianluan seethed with rage, his previously muted pressure intensifying, palpable to all. Zemu Lu, distressed, rose swiftly, eager to secure an opportunity for Yuan Ching. Master Zhang, please temper your anger. Yuan Ching is still young. Allow me to speak on his behalf. Huang Yu and the others were engulfed in despair. How could Yuan Ching, a prodigy, be so foolish? Such brilliance should not lead to folly. If he truly offends a formidable being, even as a master of quasi-spiritual tools and the foremost genius, his fate would be sealed. In these times, the unrefined talents often meet untimely ends. The atmosphere grew tense, and Tian Shan let out a cold laugh. Yuan Ching, it is not too late for you to bow your head. If Master Zhang decides to act, the pressure of a supreme being could shatter your very bones. Oh, is that how one is crushed? Boom. A tremendous pressure suddenly descended, enveloping Yuan Ching, causing the ground beneath to sink. Zhang Tianluan, who had been seated, was forced to kneel. Tian Shan's legs shattered under the weight, leaving him sprawled in terror on the ground. Huang Yu and the others fared no better, collapsing alongside the table. Only Zemu Lu, standing, and Master Morong, sitting with eyes closed, remained unaffected. The abruptness of the event left everyone momentarily stunned. Huang Yu and the others initially believed it was Master Zhang who had acted, only to realize he too had succumbed to the ground. Huh, a supreme being, how laughable. Yuan Ching swirled the clear wine in his cup, a hint of mockery in his gaze as he surveyed the fallen delicacies with a tinge of regret. At this moment, Tian Shan, his legs broken, finally regained his senses, looking at Yuan Ching with wide, terrified eyes. You are a supreme being. He could scarcely believe it. How old could Yuan Ching be? 16? 17? How could one so young attain such power? What? Master Yuan Ching is a supreme being? Impossible. Just a short while ago, he had only broken through to the second refinement of the Jade Bone realm. Huang Yu and the others turned pale, their inner worlds collapsing entirely, with Yuan Ching now shining as the sun in their new reality. Mere seconds earlier, they had been pleading on his behalf to another supreme being, and in an instant, Yuan Ching had risen to that very status, while another formidable figure was brought low. The roles had indeed reversed. A supreme being? Perhaps, though I am uncertain of my own standing. Yuan Qing toyed with his wine glass, quietly observing Tian Shan and Zhang Tianluan. In that moment, the once imposing Zhang Tianluan let out a deep sigh, his aura diminishing significantly. Master Yuan Qing, you are the one who broke through to become a supreme being 3 days ago, are you not? Indeed, I did achieve that breakthrough 3 days prior. Yuan Qing acknowledged with a nod, not denying it. Hearing this, Zhang Tianluan abandoned any remaining hope, merely sighing in resignation. To gamble the small against the great ultimately led to failure. Huang Yu and the others' expressions shifted, sensing that something was amiss. What does it mean, Zhang Lao? Are you not the ultimate powerhouse? Zhang Tianluan shook his head, then nodded, suddenly reaching into his bosom. Upon witnessing this, Tian Shan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, Zhang Tianluan, do not be deceived by that young lad. However, Zhang Tianluan ignored him and spoke softly. I regret to disappoint you all. I am indeed not the ultimate powerhouse, merely an ordinary practitioner of the 9 refinements of jade bones. As for the semblance of overwhelming power I can exude, it is solely due to this peculiar spiritual material. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Tianluan produced a strange stone, which indeed emanated a faint yet formidable power reminiscent of an ultimate powerhouse. Master Yuan Qing, I, Zhang Tianluan, have lived long enough. I am willing to offer this item, hoping you will spare my family. As he spoke, he extended the stone towards Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing, showing no reluctance, accepted the stone and placed it in his own bosom. Watching this scene, Tian Shan felt utterly despondent. This time, he realized he had truly lost. At this moment, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. This stone belonged to Tian Shan. Previously, he and Zhang Tianluan had conspired that if no one acknowledged their breakthrough to ultimate power, they would fabricate Zhang Tianluan's emergence as an ultimate powerhouse and announce it to the world. After waiting for 3 days, they had deduced that it was likely a wanderer who had achieved a breakthrough and decided to act decisively. Using the great righteousness of Yinyun Mansion as a pretext, they invited various factions lacking ultimate power, aiming to deceive them into providing substantial gifts and spiritual materials. Coincidentally, Yuan Qing was also in Tianyan City, and they invited him to transform the spiritual materials into quasi-spiritual artifacts. Even if only one was made, it would be worth more than 7 pieces of spiritual materials. Moreover, with Zhang Tianluan being an established powerhouse of advanced age, coupled with the recent phenomenon and the mysterious stone as cover, they believed they were foolproof as long as no ultimate powerhouse intervened. After all, no one dared to act recklessly before an ultimate powerhouse. Regrettably, they could never have anticipated that the very ultimate powerhouse they had invited last was indeed Yuan Qing. Had they not greedily invited him, they might have succeeded in their scheme. It would have led to a staggering deception amounting to 200 million taels of silver. Chapter 123. The result. A shocking scheme of 2,200,000,000 silver. Upon contemplating this, Huang Yu and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Yuan Qing's presence, they might have truly fallen victim to Zhang Tianluan's deceit. The financial loss would have been trivial, but the disgrace to their sect would have been monumental. They would have become the laughingstock of the entire martial arts world. Yuan Qing can be said to have saved their lives. Zhang Tianluan, a venerable figure in Tianyan City, how could you stoop to such shameless acts? Tian Shan, your audacity is astonishing. How dare you conspire against us all? Had it not been for Master Yuan Qing's intervention, your nefarious plan might very well have succeeded. In an instant, indignation surged through them, wishing nothing more than to rend their skins asunder. Zhang Tianluan offered a bitter smile, shaking his head. He had grown old. The next generation of the Zhang family boasted only one strong individual of the Jade Bone realm, hardly sufficient to uphold the family's legacy. Had he succeeded this time, the 1,200,000,000 silver he would acquire could surely allow him to rise anew. Suddenly, Zhang Tianluan sighed deeply, extending his arms as he concentrated all his true energy at his heart, proclaiming loudly, in the struggle of kings and bandits, I, Zhang Tianluan, am willing to die in atonement, bequeathing the Zhang family's wealth to Master Yuan Qing. I beseech you, Master Yuan, to honor your promise. Stop him. Quick. The onlookers gasped in horror, yet it was too late. Boom. The true energy at Zhang Tianluan's heart erupted, instantaneously sealing his fate. Yuan Qing narrowed his eyes. This man was surprisingly resolute, evidently prepared for failure. The old fool was still surprisingly swift. Allowing him to die in vain was indeed a pity. His lifespan was already limited. However, it could not end this way. If he perished, Tian Shan remained. Those who had previously shown utmost respect to Zhang Tianluan swiftly shifted their demeanor, hurling insults instead. At that moment, Huang Yu suddenly called out, reminding them of who the true protagonist of the day was. Master Yuan Qing, we implore your judgment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals immediately changed their tune, fawning over Yuan Qing. Indeed, it is thanks to Master Yuan Qing's presence that we are spared. Master Yuan Qing, the unrivaled genius of Yinyan Prefecture, not only a master artifact craftsman, but now also ascended to become an unparalleled powerhouse. After a round of flattery, the first talent of Yinyan Prefecture had transformed into its foremost figure. Yuan Qing, however, paid little heed to their sycophancy, directing his gaze toward Tian Shan. Tian Shan trembled. What was inevitable had finally arrived. With both legs shattered, escape was no longer an option. In this scheme, he initially believed he would encounter no issues, even if it were to be exposed. Yet, his impatience ultimately led to Yuan Qing's discovery of his plot. At this juncture, he had but one recourse left. This incident is unrelated to Huangfeng Valley. It is solely my doing. You may do with me as you wish. Yuan Qing chuckled softly, responding with an air of nonchalance. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the impending operation in Huangfeng Valley 10 days hence, where not a blade of grass shall remain. Instantly, Tian Shan felt a surge of urgency. Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically upon his arrival? The surrounding crowd, momentarily taken aback, soon expressed their unanimous agreement. In the realm of martial arts, without a justifiable reason, the notion of the 7 great sects launching an assault on Guangming Peak would be utterly unfounded. Otherwise, who would not live in constant trepidation? Now, however, a justifiable reason had emerged, spearheaded by none other than a peerless master of the world. Henceforth, they merely needed to contribute manpower and resources to seize wealth, territory, and women. We shall faithfully adhere to Master Yuan Qing's orders. The crowd proclaimed in unison. Compared to the emaciated Zhang family, they favored the resource-rich Huangfeng Valley significantly more. No, Yuan Qing, you cannot do this. It is profoundly unjust. That stone belongs to me, and I should be the one to present it to you. The entirety of the Zhang family's assets combined would scarcely match the value of that singular stone. Do not be so arrogant. Our Huangfeng Valley possesses its own formidable masters, though they have yet to return. Tian Shan bellowed in fury, but his outcry fell on deaf ears as all eyes turned to Yuan Qing, eagerly awaiting his response. Yuan Qing waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to deal with Tian Shan. Uniting to deceive the remaining factions, Tian Shan was now beyond salvation. Huang Yu of the Tianhong sect sighed, then immediately called out to Yuan Qing, "Congratulations, Master Yuan Qing, on successfully breaking through to the realm of the peerless. Our Tianhong sect is willing to offer 6 million taels of silver as a congratulatory gift." Huang Yu's proclamation abruptly pulled the crowd from their anger. Indeed, a false peerless master had been exposed, yet a genuine one stood before them. Yuan Qing's strength had been plainly revealed. Even the dullest among them could sense the overwhelming power he exuded. Our Murong family extends 3 million taels of silver to congratulate Master Yuan Qing on his breakthrough. We at Qinglian Mountain are also willing to offer 4 million taels of silver in honor of Master Yuan Qing. Our Huanglong sect, in a synchronized display, the group once again began to present their tributes to Yuan Qing. Most of them merely reclaimed the gifts originally intended for Zhang Tianluan and repurposed them for Yuan Qing. When all was said and done, the cumulative total was likely approaching 100 million taels of silver. They were not fools. Zhang Tianluan was merely an elderly man. Even if he were a true peerless master, his years were numbered. Yuan Qing, however, was different, youthful and a prospective spiritual weapon master. His future potential and current prowess warranted their substantial investment in his favor. Yet Yuan Qing merely sighed and shook his head slightly, wearing an expression of profound humility. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your kind congratulations, yet I must express my profound regret for the favor you have bestowed upon me, as my cultivation has inadvertently delayed the progress of crafting your exquisite weapons. It appears that I shall not be able to fulfill your requests in the immediate future. The assembly quickly dismissed the notion, exclaiming, "What jest? This is a supreme being, the most powerful in the world. How could we dare to offend him? Not at all. Master Yuanqing, you jest. We are in no haste whatsoever. Indeed, the cultivation of Master Yuanqing is of utmost importance. The matter of the exquisite weapons can wait until you have the time to attend to it. With Master Yuanqing's esteemed reputation, we are certain he would not deceive us. Yuanqing smiled, achieving the desired effect, an opportunity to delay further. After all, the debts shall eventually be settled. Following a round of pleasantries, Yuanqing escorted the still-dazed Zamiel back to the Artisan Association. Once Yuanqing departed, the remaining individuals exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Do you think Master Yuanqing will default on his promise? One voiced. A supreme being defaulting would be quite a notion, a bunch of fools. I would actually welcome it. After all, there is no loss, and it would leave a favor from a supreme being and a quasi-spiritual weapon master. What is not to gain? Many nodded in agreement. Recognizing the value of such a connection, even if it could not be utilized immediately, it would serve as a prestigious token in the future. In comparison, an exquisite weapon seemed insignificant to major powers. A group of individuals, instead, eagerly hoped for Yuanqing to default. Should Yuanqing become aware of this sentiment, he would surely find it both amusing and perplexing. Before long, Huang Yu and others emerged from the residence of Zhang Tianluan. With the death of Tian Shan and the Zhang family now liquidating their assets, it seemed their downfall was complete. Under the guise of Master Yuanqing's esteemed name, they had attempted to deceive others, ultimately leading to their own ruin. After exchanging pleasantries, various factions departed to their respective territories. Upon returning to his chamber, Huang Yu was greeted by a figure who had been waiting patiently. Who goes there? Great Elder Huang. Huang Yu was taken aback to discover it was Yuanqing. Oh, Master Yuanqing, what brings you here to request my assistance? There is indeed a matter for which I seek Great Elder Huang's aid. Prior to our assault on Huangfeng Valley, I wish to borrow an item from your esteemed sect. Please, Master Yuanqing, speak freely. We shall not hesitate to provide anything within our means, even spiritual materials. I wish to borrow a comprehensive look at the upper-grade Jade Bone Realm techniques. In that moment, all factions attending the banquet received Yuanqing's borrowing request. Chapter 124. The arrogant Yunlei sect having borrowed such a substantial number of tomes, yet still only fewer than 50. It is evident that the high-grade Jade Bone Realm techniques are indeed rare. As Yuanqing contemplated while examining the receipt in his hand, he also reflected on his achievements. There is still one place left, Shaodian Mansion. As the commander of the Nishang Guards, Yuanqing had been away for nearly 3 months. Now, the time for the so-called Heavenly Guard assessment was drawing near its climax. However, given the miserly demeanor of Shaodian Mansion, it was unlikely they possessed many high-grade Jade Bone techniques. This return was solely to fulfill a promise made to Dongfang Nishang. 10 days would suffice. The distance from Tianyun City to the capital of Shaodian Mansion was quite short. Yuanqing would be able to make the journey in just a few hours. In the capital of Shaodian Mansion, the atmosphere had reached a heightened tension, as today marked the final day for selecting the new mansion lord. With the current mansion lord absent for an extended period, the fate of the entire Shaodian Mansion would soon rest in the hands of the newly appointed lord. In the training grounds, the Heavenly Guards and members of the 3 major factions had gathered to witness this pivotal moment. Your Highness, I observe that the Nishang Guards are akin to crickets after autumn, unable to leap for long. This contest will ultimately be between you and His Highness Yi, remarked Qi Binbai confidently beside Dongfang Hong. Is there any news of Yuanqing? Not yet. That lad vanished so suddenly that even within the Nishang Guards, no one knows of his whereabouts. Qi Binbai shook his head, revealing that none of his spies had gleaned any information. The only certainty was that Yuanqing had indeed disappeared, leaving Dongfang Nishang and a person named Yuan Hu, of the 9 Apertures realm, to manage affairs. In reality, Shaodian Mansion was situated in a remote area with little interaction with Yinyun Mansion, which looked down upon them, and vice versa. Under such circumstances, delayed news by half a year or even a year was entirely commonplace. On the opposite side of the training grounds, Dongfang Yi wore a somber expression, flanked by several individuals clad in the garments of the Yunlei sect, while few donned the attire of the Shooting Star Night Guards. Rest assured, little Yi, this elder will ensure you become the mansion lord, regardless of the circumstances. Dongfang Hong is all show without substance, and the Nishang Guards lack even a single Jade Bone Realm expert. They pose no threat. With my uncle here, I feel much more at ease. Dongfang Yi replied with a forced smile, aware that he was merely a puppet. The Yunlei sect aimed to manipulate him to seize control of Shaotian Mansion, thereby augmenting their own power. To leverage the influence of the Yunlei sect to claim the position of Mansion Lord was but a desperate measure. Yet he had no choice. Swallowing this bitter pill was preferable to facing certain death. At least by doing so, he retained a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, all those who had remained loyal to him had perished, or else the Yunlei sect would not dominate the scene alone. Meanwhile, the situation for the Nishan guards was equally dire. After receiving guidance from Yuan Ching, Zhang Hu has achieved the consummation of the 9 Apertures realm. Yet that is where his progress halts. Rest assured, Princess, even if the commander does not return, we shall exert our utmost efforts, Zhang Hu consoled, sensing Dongfang Nishang's unease. Thank you, Commander Zhang, she nodded, her heart already gazing far beyond. In the past, it was always Yuan Qing who aided her in overcoming difficulties. Would he return this time? Yuan Qing, you deceiver, leaving but a single word yet vanishing for 3 months. What a fraud, a grand fraud. Dongfang Nishang murmured, her heart brimming with anticipation for that figure to reappear unexpectedly. Suddenly, a figure descended upon the training grounds. It was Tianqi. Your Highnesses, the 3-month period has concluded. Together with Tian San and Mr. D.E., we have gained a comprehensive understanding of the management capabilities of the 3 Highnesses during this period. We have evaluated each of you using 4 grades: excellent, good, pass, and fail. As Tianqi spoke, he produced a scroll from his robes. First, for His Highness Dongfang Hong, management capability rated as good. He is cultured and strategic, yet lacks the necessary ruthlessness. Second, for His Highness Dongfang Yi, management capability rated as fail. He has seldom taken charge, and his abilities are somewhat lacking. Lastly, for Her Highness Dongfang Nishang, management capability rated as good. She is amiable towards others, yet lacks the fierceness characteristic of a leader. Upon hearing this, while Dongfang Yi appeared troubled, the other 2 bore peaceful expressions. Do not worry, Xiao Yi, these ratings are but illusions. True strength is what matters. The elder of the Yunlei sect comforted Dongfang Yi. Tianqi then produced another scroll. This one concerning the evaluation of the guards under the 3 Highnesses, categorized in the same 4 grades. Hong Wei is well organized, widespread, and boasts exceptional capabilities, rated as excellent. Yi Wei is weak, having lost a layer, and currently lacks strong leadership, rated as fail. Nishang Wei comprises mixed personnel, with uneven strength and few formidable warriors, rated as pass. The guards remained silent, as Tianqi's evaluations were notably impartial. He simply did not count the Yunlei sect's members among Dongfang Ye's forces. Afterward, Tianqi drew out yet another scroll. This pertains to the assessment of the 3 Highnesses' strengths. His Highness Dongfang Hong, with his 3rd refinement of Jade Bone, rated as excellent. His Highness Dongfang Yi, with his 1st refinement of Jade Bone, rated as good. Her Highness Dongfang Nishang, at the Aperture Opening Realm, rated as fail. With that, Tianqi rolled up the scroll and announced the final verdict to all present. Thus, according to the evaluations by the Tian Guard and Mr. D.E., both the 2nd and 3rd Highnesses possess deficiencies and will lose their eligibility to become the Young Lord. Consequently, the selection for the Young Lord is ultimately confirmed as His Highness Dongfang Hong. Upon hearing Tianqi's declaration, the Hong Wei faction erupted in jubilant cheers. Dongfang Hong smiled gently as he waved his scholar's fan. In terms of comprehensive strength, he was indeed the most suitable candidate. The members of the Nisha Guard felt a sense of desolation, but it was entirely within expectation. Everything they had was bestowed by Yuan Qing. Without Yuan Qing, they lost all competitive edge. Dongfang Nisha clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Where are you? You great deceiver. Wait. A dismissive voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man beside Dongfang Yi. I disagree with your proposal. Aside from Dongfang Yi, no one else can serve as the young master of Shao Tianfu. Suddenly, the training ground erupted in commotion. Someone dared to counter the opinion of Tian Wei. Dongfang Hong felt an immense displeasure. You appear after my selection. Is this not a slap in my face? Who are you to meddle in the affairs of Shao Tianfu? He directed his words at Dongfang Yi. I suggest you keep your hound in check. However, Dongfang Yi remained silent as the man burst into laughter. Shao Tianfu? Don't be ridiculous. Without Dongfang Qing, It's merely a piece of succulent meat in the mouth of Yun Tianyang. Dongfang Qing was the head of Shao Tianfu. Subsequently, Yun Tianyang struck out with a palm, unleashing a tremendous force that pressed toward Dongfang Hong. Bold, insolent, Your Highness, be careful. In an instant, Tian San, Tian Qi, and the guards under Dongfang Hong sprang into action, shielding him. Yet, Tian Qi knelt on the ground, and Tian San staggered back several steps, spitting blood. The guards of Hongwei were also coughing up blood, while Qi Bin Bai turned pale, blood gushing from his mouth. Several enlightened guards of Hongwei were killed on the spot. At that moment, the entire training ground fell silent. A powerful sense of oppression permeated the air. Everyone seemed to understand what true strength entailed. Even the exalted Tian Wei and the strongest Hongwei combined were no match for the opponent. Yun Tianyang laughed heartily, looking down with pride at Tian Wei and the others. You have reached the realm of 9 refinements of jade bone. Tian Qi wiped the blood from his mouth, gazing at Yun Tianyang in terror, a flicker of despair creeping into his heart. He and Tian San were merely at the 5 refinements of jade bone. The gap was insurmountable. Even if Di made a move, he might not be able to subdue the opponent. Yun Tianyang coldly smiled, his arrogant voice resounding again. I say, only Dongfang Yi can be the young master of Shao Tianfu. Do you have any objections? At these words, the entire training ground fell into a stunned silence. Dongfang Hong slumped in his position. Despite being at the 3 refinements of jade bone, he understood well the might of 9 refinements of jade bone. Members of Yun Lei sect, your recklessness will bring your doom when the master returns. Tian Qi shouted defiantly. Dongfang Qing, we shall see if he returns. By the way, allow me to share a piece of news. The leader of the Yun Lei sect, my elder brother Yun Tianya, has ascended to become the unparalleled champion of the world several months ago. It seems that a change is due for the Shaotian mansion. Yun Tianyang scoffed dismissively, remarking that the eastern Xingtian is merely distant and unreachable. If anyone dares to disagree, then they may simply be eliminated. After all, individuals like you are of no consequence. In that moment, the last flicker of hope was extinguished. Others may be oblivious, yet Tian Qi and his companions are acutely aware of the true might of a champion. Silence enveloped the venue as all, be they Tianwei or Hongwei, chose to remain mute in the face of the formidable Yin Tianyang. It appeared that the only viable option was to appoint Dongfang Yi as the new lord of the mansion. Very well, since there is no opposition. It seems that Dongfang Yi is indeed the people's choice. Yun Tianyang erupted into laughter, realizing that none within the Shaotian mansion could stand against him. Dongfang Nishang wore a mask of despair. Was her father's Shaotian mansion truly destined for ruin? Suddenly, a powerful fist aura descended with a thunderous crash, hurtling directly towards Yun Tianyang. Chapter 125. The Young Lord of the Lesser Palace. In I Chang upon the grandstand, the once unrestrained Yun Tianyang lay utterly defeated. His flesh reduced to a mangled mess, life extinguished. Only remnants of his form remained beside Dongfang Yi. Then, before anyone could fully grasp the unfolding scene, a figure gracefully descended to the very spot where Yun Tianyang had just stood. Who is this fool? It vexes me to see him smile, Yuan Qing remarked, casually shaking his fist. You killed Yun Tianyang? Impossible. He is a formidable warrior of the 8 refined jade bones. Dongfang Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Collapsing to the ground, the unparalleled powerhouse, second only to his father, had been annihilated by Yuan Qing with a single strike? It is Yuan Qing. It is indeed Yuan Qing. The commander of the Ni Chang Guard has returned. A voice rang out, followed by a chorus of jubilant shouts. Dongfang Ni Chang lifted her head, wiping away her tears, and murmured in the direction of Yuan Qing, I knew you would not deceive me. Suddenly, Dongfang Hong, who had been despondently seated, sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at Yuan Qing. It is Yuan Qing. He is one of our lesser palace. Tian San and Tian Qi exchanged glances, filled with emotion, astonished that, at the critical moment, it was the commander of the Ni Chang Guard, Yuan Qing, who vanquished the formidable foe. Commander Wanqing, the Ni Chang Guard triumphs. The soldiers of the Ni Chang Guard erupted into cheers. Their commander, their savior, had arrived. Hearing the thunderous applause, Yuan Qing understood that he had indeed positioned himself perfectly. He raised his fist high and proclaimed, Everyone, please quiet down. I have a question. Who has been elected as the young lord of the Lesser Palace today? This inquiry silenced the entire training ground. Faces turned toward one another, unsure how to respond to the question at hand. Dongfang Hong stood, but upon seeing the scattered remnants of Yin Tianyang, he found himself at a loss for words. Tianxin opened his mouth to speak to Tianqi but could utter nothing, his expression marred by bitterness. Having just escaped the tiger's den, they now faced a dragon's lair. Though Yuan Xing belonged to the Lesser Palace, no one had forgotten that he was also the commander of the Ni Chang Guard. The memory of Yuan Xing's overwhelming defeat of Tengguang just 3 months ago remained vivid in their minds. No one wished to become the next Tengguang or even the next Yin Tianyang. Finally, with clenched teeth, Tianqi slowly replied, "It is the third prince, Dongfang Ni Chang." As soon as the words left his lips, the Ni Chang Guard erupted into a resounding chorus of cheers. They had emerged victorious. The Ni Chang Guard had triumphed. With their commander Yuan Xing back, they would always be the ultimate victors, no matter the time or circumstance. Dongfang Hong slumped back down, despondent. Everything had seemed predetermined. The Tian Guard had already announced the outcome, and no one had anticipated such a conclusion. The sudden appearance of Yin Tianyang, coupled with Yuan Xing's breathtaking strength, had turned the tides. Even a predetermined outcome can be effortlessly altered. The Hongwei remained collectively silent, none daring to voice their thoughts. The bodies of those few at the Enlightenment stage had yet to grow cold. In a situation where Yuan Xing, the very party involved, was oblivious, the result shifted solely due to his appearance. Splendid. I had always believed that Dongfang Nishang was exceptionally capable. She is more than qualified to seize the position of the young master. Upon hearing this, Tian San and Tian Qi exchanged wry smiles, yet they could only acquiesce. At the very least, compared to the puppet Dongfang Yi, Yuan Xing's Dongfang Nishang was indeed a commendable choice. By the way, who was that fool laughing just now? It was the Grand Elder of Yunliaizong. He attempted to forcibly nominate Dongfang Yi as the young master, but you thwarted him, Tianqi explained. Such a thing occurred? Yuan Xing stroked his chin. Yunliaizong, I have long desired to deal with you. Now, with both old grievances and new grudges to settle, it is time to resolve this matter. Nishang Guard, heed my command. Yunliaizong has conspired to assassinate the young master and forcibly altered the contest for the position. Their crimes are treasonous. Gather your forces, let us obliterate Yunliaizong. Understood. With Yuan Xing's command, the Nishang Guard was filled with fervor as long as Yuan Xing led. Victory was assured. Commander Yuan, do not act impulsively, Tianqi exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuan Xing's immediate and bold decision. It should be noted that Yunliaizong has cultivated its power within the Lesser Heaven Manor for many years, even predating the history of the manor itself. It is not as simple as it appears. Commander Yuan may not yet realize that the leader of Yunliaizong ascended to become one of the world's mightiest just a few months prior. A formidable force not to be recklessly attacked. The world's mightiest? Yuan Xing narrowed his eyes. A newly ascended powerhouse presents an ideal opportunity for testing the waters. So what? Those who dare to insult my Lesser Heaven Manor, to dishonor my young master, shall not be spared, even if they are among the world's mightiest. Tianwei, Hongwei, do you dare to join me in battle? Fight! 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 Before Tianwei and Hongwei could respond, the Nishang Guard cried out in unison, their battle spirit soaring. At this moment, if Tianwei and Hongwei hesitated, it would imply they were inferior even to the Nishang Guard, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Tianqi who awkwardly clarified, it is not that we are unwilling, rather, that the world's mightiest are a force to be reckoned with. What difficulty is there? Leave the leader of Yunliaizong to me. You need only assist in eradicating the traitorous disciples of Yunliaizong. Tianqi and the others were momentarily taken aback. For any further evasion would yield no justification. If that is the case, Tianwei is willing to fight. The duty of Tianwei is to protect the Lesser Heaven Manor and safeguard the Dongfang family. Now that Yunliaizong has breached this critical boundary, it is only natural for Tianwei to take action. Then, Yuan Xing turned his gaze toward Hongwei. Hongwei is also willing to fight. Although Dongfang Hong was aware that Yuan Xing was manipulating Hongwei, the situation was more formidable than individual will at this juncture. Refusing Yuan Xing would incur greater losses than acquiescing. It was indeed commendable that the Shengtianfu united, and a day later, they would embark on a mission to eradicate the Yunlei sect. Upon concluding his statement, Yuan Qing's gaze shifted to Dongfang Yi, who was flanked by several individuals clad in Yunlei sect attire. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descended upon them, resulting in the demise of numerous Yunlei sect disciples as their meridians shattered. In that instant, Tianqi and the others truly grasped the magnitude of Yuan Qing's power. With merely a thought, a dozen martial artists at the Qi opening and Jadebone realms met their end. Such prowess elucidated why he harbored confidence in confronting the formidable sect leader of the Yunlei sect. As for Dongfang Yi, who was paralyzed with fear beside them, he had become a mere afterthought. Once the Yunlei sect disciples were dealt with, the affairs of this place reached a conclusion, and Yuan Qing finally approached Dongfang and Aichang. Upon seeing Yuan Qing approach, Dongfang and Aichang clenched her teeth and, with a whisper, remarked, "Yuan Qing, you are nothing but a great deceiver." Chapter 126. The Vault of the Lord of the Mansion. All right, dear, I have returned, Yuan Qing gently remarked, affectionately stroking Dongfang Nishang's silky hair. I found a few treasures along the way, which caused a slight delay, but it was all worth it. As he spoke, Yuan Qing produced a gourd from his waist and presented it to Dongfang Nishang. Curiously, she took the gourd and inhaled its fragrant aroma, instantly feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her. What is this? It smells divine. This is a spiritual liquid, he replied. It can enhance your mental strength and may even improve your innate talent, though acquiring it was no small feat in truth. Yuan Qing had exchanged it with a skilled craftsman. Before his arrival, he had inquired extensively, ultimately discovering that only the crafting guild possessed such a potent elixir. If Dongfang Nishang faced a deficiency in mental prowess, consuming this liquid should suffice to meet the initial requirements of the Guanyun meditation technique. Upon taking a sip, she felt a stirring deep within her, an ancient power that had long remained dormant now beginning to swell. Yuan Qing, you truly did not deceive me. Though he spoke of it lightly, she understood that he must have paid a hefty price to obtain this. He truly cared for her. Thank you, Yuan Qing. No need for thanks. This is merely what I promised you. You need only settle the payment. Payment. Dongfang Nishang paused, her initial gratitude swiftly replaced by irritation. Was he truly motivated by money? Indeed, you aren't planning to renege on our agreement, are you? We had a deal for a technique of the Jadebone realm, Yuan Qing stated earnestly. He had returned with great effort, all for the promise of that very technique, risking much in the process. But you are now the deputy lord of the mansion. Quickly, let us explore the vault of the Shaodian mansion. Yuan Qing gently covered her mouth, speaking soothingly. After toiling for so long, it is time to reap the rewards. It is said that the lord of the Shaodian mansion is a formidable being. A vault belonging to such a powerful entity must surely be abundant. Now that Dongfang Nishang bore the title of deputy lord, the celestial guards no longer obstructed her and readily opened the grand doors of the vault for her. Even if she were not present, the treasures within would ultimately be claimed by the Yunlei sect. In that regard, it was far better to entrust them to Dongfang Nishang. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Yuan Qing followed her into the vault. The Shaodian mansion's vault appeared quite unremarkable, concealed amidst a cluster of storage rooms adjacent to the lord's residence. This place was both secure and perilous. Should enemies breach the fortress, discovery would be swift. Of course, if the lord's residence were overrun, the vault would lose all significance. Beyond the treasury, what caught the eye was a dazzling array of silver ingots. A mere 300 taels of silver, and there were no silver notes. Yuan Qing pursed his lips. While he could comprehend the treasury's stock of silver, he found it utterly incomprehensible that there were only 300,000 taels. The Shaotian prefecture has long operated at a loss, and this 300,000 taels were earned by the prefect himself. Tianqi, standing beside him, elucidated, sensing Yuan Qing's palpable disdain. How wealthy must this fellow be to regard 300,000 with such indifference? Very well, I understand. Let us proceed to the next segment. Yuan Qing waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't even interested in stealing such a trifling sum. Both Dongfang Nishang and Tianqi turned their gazes towards Yuan Qing, mentally labeling him as an extraordinarily affluent local tycoon. Subsequently, the group ventured deeper into the treasury. They first encountered exquisite mundane weapons, followed by inferior-grade tools and a scant few medium-grade weapons. Your Nishang guard possesses a mid-tier blacksmith, so you surely look down upon these, Tianqi remarked, leading Yuan Qing onward. As for the mid-tier blacksmith, It was not Yuan Qing, but rather Chong Quan, who had flourished under Yuan Qing's tutelage and had now ascended to the rank of mid-tier blacksmith. Next came a limited assortment of rare materials and elixirs, Baizue fruit, Qian Shui fruit, Bailing pill, Qianling pill. The variety was plentiful, yet each item was in scant supply. Ahem, these were all matters of concern for the prefect. Since his departure, the inventory here has scarcely increased, Tianqi explained somewhat awkwardly. No wonder the Nishang Guard received such meager rewards upon their victories. It turns out, resources were indeed scarce. Dongfang Nishang nodded thoughtfully, previously believing they had been singled out, but now realizing the truth of their impoverishment. At last, they reached the segment Yuan Qing had eagerly anticipated, the martial arts manuals. On display were hundreds of manuals for the body refinement stage, followed by hundreds for the aperture opening stage. These were all direct conditions. Yuan Qing approached the manuals for the Jadebone stage. 1, 2, 3. Only 7 volumes. Astonished, he mused how the comprehensive collection of the Shaotian Prefecture's manuals paled in comparison to even half of those held by the Tianhong sect. What a pitiful treasury this is. Ahem, Commander Yuan, our prefect's rise was relatively recent, and most of the manuals were provided by him. These 7 volumes are either unwanted or too costly for others to obtain, Tianqi explained. 7 mere volumes, and they might be deemed too pricey? Yuan Qing vaguely recalled that Dongfang Qing was practicing a superior grade Jadebone manual. Thus, among these 7, there likely wasn't a single worthy volume. However, Tianqi wore a mysterious smile. Commander Yuan, do not underestimate the people of the world. When the prefect founded the Shaotian Prefecture, he was indeed a formidable leader, acquiring exceptional martial arts techniques. Had it not been for the troubles in the Tianshuang continent, our Shaotian Prefecture would not find itself in such an awkward predicament today. Though the Shaotian Prefecture holds a prestigious status, its size is merely a tenth of that of the Yinyun Prefecture, and the strength of its martial practitioners pales in comparison, falling short of even 1/10 of their counterparts. Thus, its position in the Tianshuang continent remains rather precarious. Nevertheless, Dongfang Qing is still quite young, and the Shaotian Prefecture is rife with opportunities, prompting many to willingly follow him. Yuan Qing nodded, nearly forgetting that Dongfang Qing is indeed a formidable sovereign of the prefecture. With a hint of curiosity, Yuan Qing hastened towards the 7 tomes of martial arts, glancing back at Dongfang Nishang to say, by the way, after consuming my spiritual elixir, your mental prowess should see an enhancement. Why not seize this moment to choose a technique for awakening? Dongfang Nishang nodded, having lingered too long in the realm of awakening. None desired it more fervently than she. Yuan Qing arrived before the 7 tomes. Low-grade techniques? Low-grade techniques. Yet again, low-grade techniques. After flipping through 5 tomes, all he encountered were low-grade techniques, swiftly extinguishing his illusions. Indeed, given that the prefectural lord only practiced high-grade Jadebone techniques, what exceptional treasures could possibly reside in the prefectural treasury? Moving on to the next tome. A mid-grade technique. This one is somewhat acceptable. The final tome. Wait, this looks somewhat familiar. The thickness of this tome seems more akin to a single technique rather than a complete manual. Yuan Qing felt its surface. It was merely a thin layer, resembling a technique rather than a full-fledged art. Congratulations, you have obtained the fragmented tome of the technique with lightning attributes. As the current host has completely supplemented the lightning attribute chapters, reading this technique will fulfill the remaining fragments, expected to cover 35. A mysterious technique. After the notification sound ceased, Yuan Qing realized he had stumbled upon something remarkable. It was indeed a mysterious technique akin to the one from the auction. This tome was supposedly obtained from a relic. Could it be that Dongfang Qing had also ventured into such a mysterious relic? However, judging by the style of this tome, it appeared to have gathered dust for several years, while that mercenary had clearly acquired it not long ago. They were not products of the same era. How curious indeed. It seems I must seek an opportunity to explore this so-called relic. With the acquisition of this mysterious technique, my journey has not been in vain. 35. This is directly equivalent to 35 high-grade Jadebone techniques. After all, Dongfang Qing indeed lives up to his reputation as a remarkable sovereign. Treasures of such caliber still reside within the prefectural treasury. I have made my choice. Consider this my commission, Yuan Qing declared without hesitation, clutching the fragment. Tianqi regarded Yuan Qing, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes before it quickly faded. Yuan Jun, with his discerning eye for gold, recognized the true worth of the tome upon its acquisition by the prefectural lord years ago, realizing it was comparable to a high-grade technique, albeit with scant content and an uncertain future, thus refraining from allowing his brethren to practice it. However, the prefectural lord has always maintained that the value of this fragment far exceeds that of an ordinary high-grade technique. Does the master of the Eastern Mansion recognize this enigmatic technique? Yuan Qing casually inquired. Certainly, the master could discern it at a glance. Tianqi affirmed with certainty. Chapter 127. The secret of the demon suppression tower, did he mention where he obtained it from? Or perhaps the name? Yuan Qing inquired impatiently. After nearly completing the cultivation technique, it seemed absurd not to even know its name. However, Tianqi merely shook his head in silence. The Lord has never elaborated on that. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It appeared that he would have to seek out Dongfang Qing in person. After securing the cultivation technique, there was nothing left in the treasury that could hold his interest. It was far too barren. Aside from that mysterious technique, nothing else caught his eye. Meanwhile, Dongfang and Ichang quickly discovered a technique suited for her and prepared to cultivate after her breakthrough. Once they left the treasury, Yuan Qing made a beeline for the demon suppression tower. He was determined not to waste a moment of the day. As soon as he arrived at the base of the tower, the figure of Di gracefully descended before him. After scrutinizing Yuan Qing for a moment, Di nodded approvingly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Remarkable. In just 3 months, you have become one of the most formidable beings in the world. You possess even greater talent than that young man from Dongfang back in the day. Your future path will undoubtedly extend far beyond this. Yuan Qing chuckled politely in response. You flatter me, Mr. Di. At the same time, he regarded Di with a sense of profound depth, despite the passage of 3 months. The enigmatic aura surrounding Di remained intact. Yet, unlike the oppressive feeling he had experienced when looking at Tianqi Yang, this was a different kind of unfathomable, mystical. I never misjudge a person, Di remarked, seemingly unfazed by Yuan Qing's curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, You are to launch an assault on the Yunlei sect tomorrow. What brings you to the demon suppression tower today? Yuan Qing quickly organized his thoughts before responding. There are 2 matters at hand. Firstly, I wish to inquire about an individual known as Old Monster Yu. Old Monster Yu? That renowned crafting genius? What is your interest in him? Di asked, perplexed. I received his kindness while in the B tier. If possible, I wish to repay him with his freedom. To no longer let him suffer the torment of the B tier, Yuan Qing replied earnestly. One must repay both debts of enmity and gratitude. This was Yuan Qing's principle in dealing with others. Di gazed at Yuan Qing, his mind slowly recalling memories of the B tier. Eventually remembering the transaction between Yuan Qing and Old Monster Yu, where he exchanged a Wansu fruit for the earth fire forging technique. After a moment of silence, Di reflected on the nature of that exchange. The earth fire forging technique, in the context of the B tier, was not necessarily more valuable than the Wansu fruit. Moreover, such techniques were not something just anyone could master. To him, it seemed merely a fair transaction, yet Yuan Qing, after mastering it, still wished to return the favor, an unreciprocated gesture at that. What a pure-hearted individual this young man is. Once, the enigmatic figure known as Old Guai was merely a scapegoat in the grand narrative. At that time, a formidable master from the Jadebone realm happened to pass by. With Old Guai merely being in proximity, the citizens of Shaotian Prefecture, after all, required an explanation. Yuan Qing was taken aback. This version diverged significantly from what he had previously heard. If that were the case, he was grateful to Mr. Di. There's no need for such formality. And what of the second matter? To the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. On that fateful day in the 9th level, Yuan Qing had already comprehended more than half of the spirit-binding grand formation, yet he was but a step away from complete understanding. Regrettably, his cultivation was then insufficient to grasp that final step. Now, having broken through to the 4th refinement of the Jadebone realm, he was poised to rectify that earlier shortcoming. Upon hearing this, Di's excitement became palpable. You have ascended to the rank of Spirit Formation Master? Indeed. Yuan Qing nodded. In truth, he had already reached that threshold during his time in the spirit-binding prison. What remained was merely the mastery of the formation itself. Excellent. Let us hasten to the 9th level. Recognizing Yuan Qing's newfound status, Di's enthusiasm exceeded that of Yuan Qing himself. Without hesitation, he led Yuan Qing up to the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon arrival, the four formation chains sensed Di's presence and displayed unmistakable signs of trepidation, willingly retreating to reveal the core of the central formation. After several days, when Yuan Qing once again gazed upon the formation core, he sensed something amiss. The once astonishing spirit formation now appeared less than extraordinary. Have you made a discovery? Di's voice echoed. Furrowing his brow, Yuan Qing inquired with uncertainty. Is there an issue with the Demon Suppression Grand Formation? Di nodded solemnly, responding softly. To be precise, it has been damaged. When the master of the Demon Suppression Tower first completed it, he employed it to subdue and refine an unparalleled demon king. Logically, as a spiritual artifact, the tower should have been more than capable of containing such a being. With a sigh, Di continued, regrettably, that demon king was no ordinary foe. He forcefully unleashed his bloodline, opting for mutual destruction with the tower. Consequently, the Demon Suppression Tower dimmed, and the core formation shattered. The master of the tower was grievously injured, compelled to sever his connection with it. Yuan Qing's eyes widened. If what you say is true, then the master of the Demon Suppression Tower is not Dongfang Qing, but rather you, Di. Seemingly perceiving Yuan Qing's confusion, Di chuckled softly and elaborated. I understand your thoughts. I am not the master of the Demon Suppression Tower, but merely his servant. After severing ties with the tower, the master chose to leave me behind to repair it while he returned to the heavenly frost continent to recuperate. In due time, once he has healed or I have restored the tower, we shall meet again on the heavenly frost continent. Yuan Qing fell silent. It appeared that Di had indeed been forsaken. Initially, I held great expectations for the Eastern lad, believing him to possess remarkable talent. Alas, his abilities were confined solely to cultivation and did not render much assistance. Now, my hopes rest upon you, Yuan Qing. You are the most extraordinary genius I have encountered. Seemingly unremarkable, yet consistently capable of producing marvels. Your techniques and cultivation process do not resemble those of a traditional prodigy. Rather, they evoke the essence of a reclusive sage with years of hidden mastery. Yuan Qing offered an awkward smile in response to the critique. Nevertheless, it is true. His cultivation system relies on the accumulation of experiences, manifesting as if he were an ancient being who has undergone countless trials. Mr. Di, I have never attempted to restore a spiritual array, and I am uncertain if I can assist you this time, Yuan Qing admitted. Di chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. It's of no consequence. Decades have passed, and this matter is merely an obsession. Even if the array is restored, the original master has likely long since departed. Do take the opportunity to try your hand at it. Yuan Qing nodded in understanding, offering a respectful gesture to Di before striding purposefully towards the core of the array. Di smiled, watching Yuan Qing's retreating figure, lost in thought. One wonders what fate has befallen that extraordinary master from years past. Perhaps he has long forgotten that a demon suppression tower still stands here, with a loyal servant awaiting his return. Beside the core of the array, Yuan Qing's gaze was fixed upon the very center. At that moment, all the secrets of the demon suppression spirit array were laid bare before him. The primary core of the array was utterly obliterated, while only half of the secondary array remained operational. Detected damaged spiritual array core, initiating assessment. Assessment successful. Current array restoration conditions activated. Restoration conditions for the spirit suppression array. 1. Attain the rank of novice spiritual array master. Achieved. 2. Provide an inner core of at least a 7th-tier demon king. 3. Possess the strength of a supreme being. Achieved. Upon reading the conditions, Yuan Qing instantly comprehended the reason Di had not restored the demon suppression tower for so many years. The prerequisites of being a supreme being and a novice spiritual array master are not easily fulfilled. As for the inner core of a 7th-tier demon king, he fortuitously possessed one. Without hesitation, Yuan Qing retrieved the inner core and prepared to commence the restoration of the array. On the other hand, as the guardian of the demon suppression tower, Di was acutely sensitive to the presence of demonic energy. Almost instantaneously, he detected Yuan Qing's action. A 7th-tier demon king's inner core? Is this young man intending to use it for the array's restoration? Di's expression turned contemplative. The inner core of a 7th-tier demon king is a priceless rarity, Yuan Qing's willingness to use it without a second thought was remarkable. He couldn't help but feel a stir of emotion. Does the Demon Suppression Tower truly require a master once more? Time flowed swiftly within the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Within the capital, the Celestial Guard, the Rainbow Attire Guard, and the Vast Guard had each gathered their forces, poised to annihilate the Yunlei sect under the leadership of Yuan Qing. Yet, even at this critical juncture, Yuan Qing had yet to make his appearance. "Where is the esteemed Lord Yuan?" inquired Tianqi, filled with curiosity as he approached the Rainbow Attire Guard. "He mentioned yesterday that he was cultivating at the Demon Suppression Tower, but as for why he has not returned, I cannot say," replied Dongfang Nishang, her own anxiety palpable. With their departure imminent and the 3 army commanders still unaccounted for, the situation was indeed exasperating. Furrowing his brow, Tianqi cast a glance towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Could it be that Yuan Qing intends to persuade Di? "I shall investigate the Demon Suppression Tower," he declared, vanishing from sight as he made his way towards it. Meanwhile, within the Vast Guard and the Celestial Guard, murmurs of dissent began to arise due to Yuan Qing's prolonged absence. Surely the commander of the Rainbow Attire Guard is not faltering at such a critical moment? One voice echoed. "It is said that the leader of the Yunlei sect is as formidable as the city lord. It would not be surprising if he were to retreat." The frustration grew as time passed, the voices of doubt growing louder, even the various commanders struggling to maintain order. Particularly within the Celestial Guard, which boasted 4 divisions: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. With hundreds gathered, many knew little of Yuan Qing. Having not witnessed his prowess the previous day, they felt no reverence for him. In the distance, Dongfang Yi observed the unfolding scene, muttering to himself, "Yuan Qing, so you too can feel fear." Indeed, few possess the courage to confront the world's most powerful. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Look, what is that?" Chapter 128. The assault on the Yunlei sect. A brilliant beam of light suddenly erupted from the heart of the city, emanating from the direction of the Demon Suppression Tower. The radiance was so intense that it seemed to overshadow even the sun's brilliance. In that moment, every soul within the city felt an inexplicable force of suppression, an overwhelming pressure that rendered them immobile. "What is this? Why can I not move? Such formidable oppressive force. How is it possible that merely the weight of this presence can bind me?" Qi Bin's face turned ashen, immobilized by the sheer might. "Is this light from you, Yuan Qing?" Dongfang Nishang gazed at the luminous spectacle, equally paralyzed but whispering with a glimmer of hope. Dongfang Yi, too, collapsed to the ground, his pallid visage reflecting disbelief as he beheld the distant glow. This is the power of a supreme being, an oppressive sensation akin to that of the Yunlei sect's master. A supreme being. Could it be that a supreme being has emerged from our Shangtian mansion? Tian Sen exclaimed. No, it is not a supreme being. It is the Demon Suppression Tower. The power unleashed by the Demon Suppression Tower resembles that of a supreme being. Tianqi struggled to adjust his stance. Yet, even as a formidable warrior of the 5th refinement, he found himself unable to move under this immense pressure. Amidst the gazes of all, a figure gradually materialized at the epicenter of the radiance. It was Yuan Qing. At this moment, Yuan Qing held a small tower in his hand, advancing steadily towards the location of the 3 great guardians. With every step he took, the oppressive aura intensified. The entire army found themselves immobilized beneath Yuan Qing's overwhelming presence. "Yuan Junju, please retract your divine power," Di called out, his voice ringing out amidst the crowd, for he alone retained the ability to move freely. Yuan Qing chuckled lightly and promptly began to activate the formation to withdraw the Demon Suppression Tower. "My apologies, it is my first time using a spiritual artifact, and I am still getting accustomed to it." In an instant, the light that filled the city vanished completely, and the crushing pressure that had bound everyone dissipated. Many were left bewildered, glancing around in confusion, unsure of what had transpired moments before. "Look, the Demon Suppression Tower has disappeared." Suddenly, a soldier shouted. The crowd turned to follow the sound, and indeed, the spot where the tower had once stood was now eerily vacant, devoid of any trace. Panic began to spread among the populace. The Demon Suppression Tower was the iconic edifice of the capital if it had vanished. What kind of powerful being could accomplish such a feat? Initially, Tian San and Tianqi were equally shaken. However, upon seeing Yuan Qing and Di A moment of clarity dawned upon them. Yuan Ching, have you retracted the demon suppression tower? Tian San inquired directly. Not quite a retraction. I merely repaired the demon suppression tower, and it willingly chose to follow me. Yuan Ching replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying. Tian San's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Yuan Ching. The demon suppression tower is indeed a spiritual artifact, not something that just anyone can manage to acquire. How could Yuan Ching possibly handle it? Mr. Di? Tian San then turned his gaze towards Di, pondering how such a treasure of the Xiaotian mansion could be so easily lost. However, Di merely shook his head, chuckling as he spoke. The demon suppression tower has sustained damage. Previously, it had simply gone without repair. Now that young friend Yuan Ching possesses the capability to restore it, there is no harm in bestowing it upon him. Even the Lord of the Dongfang would likely concur with this sentiment. Upon hearing this, Tian San was momentarily rendered speechless. In terms of ownership over the demon suppression tower, Di holds greater authority than Dongfang Qing. It is even rumored that the tower originally belonged to Di, merely lent to the Lord of the mansion in earlier years. Now that the rightful owner has declared it can be given away, those present had no objections. In contrast to Tian San and others who were privy to the truth, the remaining members of the three armies were utterly astonished. The sole emblem of the Xiaotian mansion, the designated spiritual artifact that even the Lord of the mansion could not contend with, was now in Yuan Qing's possession? While they were aware of Yuan Qing's formidable prowess, this was astonishingly extraordinary. Did this not imply that Yuan Qing surpassed even the Lord of the mansion, making him the most formidable individual in the entire Xiaotian mansion? Long live the commander! Long live the commander! The members of the Ni Chang Guard erupted in cheers. Yuan Qing, as their commander, filled them with immense pride. The Tian Wei and Hong Wei looked on with strange expressions. The memory of that earlier spectacle, where a singular light had rendered everyone motionless, sent shivers down their spines. If Yuan Qing were dissatisfied and chose to suppress them, would they not be utterly vanquished? In that moment, nearly everyone reached a consensus. Do not provoke Yuan Qing. Do not provoke the Ni Chang Guard. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing had secured the demon suppression tower and approached the three armies. Henceforth, all proceeds from this operation shall belong to the three armies. Upon hearing the command, the troops responded with enthusiasm, march forth, and encircle the Yun Lei sect. Commander Yuan is wise. Long life, long life. Yuan Qing's two statements immediately ignited fervor among the crowd. The Hong Wei and Tian Wei, who had previously only harbored fear towards Yuan Qing, now began to fervently rally. After all, they were targeting the foremost sect of the Xiaotian mansion, the Yun Lei sect. Should they succeed in seizing it, would they not all profit immensely? What had initially seemed a coerced conscription now felt akin to banditry. How could they not be exhilarated? After this simple morale boost, the group set off in a grand procession towards their destination, the Yun Lei sect. Within the domain of the Xiaotian mansion lies a majestic mountain surrounded by a range of peaks. This mountain towers 3,000 zhang, reaching toward the clouds, with faint thunder rumbling from above. Here lies the stronghold of the Yun Lei sect, the Thunderfall Mountain. As Yuan Qing and his entourage of thousands approached the foot of Thunderfall Mountain, they were astonished to find the entrance completely deserted. It appears that these individuals have retreated into their shells. Yuan Qing gazed at the mountain peak. It was only natural for the disciples of the Yun Lei sect to discover their plans ahead of time, as they had not concealed their intentions. What shall we do, Yuan Qing? Dongfang Nishang inquired, frowning. With thousands of people, we cannot possibly charge up together, can we? What is our course of action? Naturally, we will surge forward in a reckless wave. Yuan Qing replied with an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly he harbored a cold smirk. The Yun Lei sect had chosen to withdraw to their mountaintop, exactly as he had anticipated. His intent was to ensnare these individuals in one fell swoop. All troops, heed my command. Let us kill and charge up the mountain, plundering at will. With Yuan Qing's command, thousands surged toward the mountain peak simultaneously. Yuan Qing led the charge, his thunderous wings unfurled, one hand grasping a shattered spirit weapon and the other wielding the demon-suppressing tower. With three more shattered spirit-long spears strapped to his back. In mere moments, Yuan Qing was the first to reach the site of the mountain gate. Just as he was about to set foot upon the gate, an unseen force suddenly obstructed his path. An invisible barrier materialized out of thin air, blocking Yuan Qing's advance. Within the barrier, a figure suddenly appeared, laughing heartily. Clad in a white robe, exuding an air of composure reminiscent of the former Yun Tianyang. It was none other than Yun Tianya, the sect master of the Yunlei sect. Yuan Ching, you are truly a fool to brazenly attack our Yunlei sect. Now that my mountain protection formation has been activated, I wonder how you intend to enter. Yuan Ching's gaze remained composed as he surveyed the grand formation before him, which was composed of hundreds of top-tier arrays. Regrettably, the core formation comprised several even more fragmented spirit arrays than the previous spirit suppression array, lacking a certain finesse. At that moment, the three armies had also arrived, only to be similarly thwarted by the formation. Tianqi, observing the situation, swiftly realized the implications. A mountain protection formation? Within the array, Yun Tianya's triumphant voice echoed once more. Indeed, this formation is composed of thousands of top-tier arrays and dozens of spirit arrays. Even a supreme being would require no less than 3 years to breach this grand formation. Tianqi and his companions' expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that the Yunlei sect possessed such a formidable array, one far superior to that of Shao Tianfu's city. Suddenly, Yuan Qing shouted, "All personnel, attack the grand formation." Understood. The three armies responded in unison, launching an assault against the formation. As thousands attacked simultaneously, even the formidable arrays of the Yunlei sect began to tremble. Tianqi seemed to sense an opportunity and charged forward, his dual swords relentlessly striking at the formation. In just a few blinks of an eye, the array dimmed slightly. The frontmost Tianqi suddenly burst into laughter. "There is hope. If we continue this assault, we can break through the formation." However, Yuan Qing's brow furrowed in concern. Moments ago, thousands launched an assault, yet only a few hundred top-tier formations were activated. This implies that a significant portion of their power remains untapped. Within the array, Yun Tianya watched the mountain-protecting formation with an amused expression, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of its destruction. There was something peculiar about this protective formation. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning descended from the peaks, striking the array with tremendous force. In that instant, Yuan Qing's eyes brightened. All the formations were activated. "This is bad, everyone retreat." Upon receiving Yuan Qing's command, the crowd hesitated momentarily, but most promptly withdrew. This time, it was not a defense, but an absorption of energy. The power of the lightning from the sky was entirely absorbed into the grand formation. However, the might of natural thunder was not something that mere top-tier formations could fully contain. While the residual spirit array absorbed a portion, another segment was completely unleashed. The target of this release was none other than the three armies led by Yuan Qing. Chapter 129. The method of breaking the formation, the tempestuous force of thunder, even when manipulated by the formation, began to unleash itself with greater ferocity. At that moment, the foot of the mountain reverberated with the sound of thunder, a continuous roar echoing through the air. Fortunately, the majority of the crowd had retreated. Only a few disobedient guards were instantaneously reduced to charred remains by the lightning. They were indeed quite vigilant. Within the formation, the triumphant voice of Yun Tianya resonated once more. The protective formation of my Yunlei sect was crafted over decades by a master of formations. Not only is it formidable in defense, but it also absorbs the power of natural thunder as a source of energy. You may as well attempt to dismantle it. Yuan Qing, I must say, you truly are a fool. This formation requires a full day to activate, and unfortunate for you, you have unwittingly afforded me that time. With that, Yun Tianya turned his gaze away from the crowd and strode directly toward the mountain summit, his laughter lingering at the foot of the mountain. At this juncture, all eyes from the three armies were fixed upon Yuan Qing. It was his command that had delayed their attack by a day. Had they set off on the same day, the Yunlei sect would likely have been caught unprepared. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Yuan Qing, do not blame yourself. No one could have anticipated such a formation from the Yunlei sect, consoled Dongfang Nishang from the sidelines. Yuan Qing merely raised an eyebrow and called out loudly, "Everyone, continue the assault." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately chose to obey Yuan Qing's command. Thousands surged forward once more against the protective formation. Before long, the formation shimmered anew, prompting Yuan Qing to shout, "Retreat." This time, no one in the three armies hesitated. They promptly withdrew. Indeed, another bolt of thunder crashed down, striking the ground outside the formation and scorching the earth into a charred yellow expanse. Thunder, was it? So that was it. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended the power of natural thunder. Thunder moves across the 9 heavens has been unlocked. Congratulations. You have made progress in comprehending the natural power of earthly burial. 2-3. 2 notifications suddenly echoed, marking a new pinnacle in Yuan Qing's understanding of thunderous power. Simultaneously, he had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of this so-called protective formation. Before a spiritual formation master, the decades of effort poured into a mere peak-tier formation were but a trifling waste of time. Boom. A pair of thunderous wings erupted from Yuan Qing's back, propelling him into the air. In that instant, the demon-suppressing tower materialized in his grasp. His gaze fixed upon the protective formation, Yuan Qing suddenly released the tower, sending it hurtling toward the protective barrier. Bang! A resounding impact reverberated, causing the protective formation to tremble violently before settling into stillness once more. Not far away, Yuan Tianya sensed the commotion, merely offering a disdainful smile. Fool. Is the protective array of our Yunlei sect so easily breached? Even among the 3 armies, they could only helplessly glance at Yuan Qing. It is said that the commander of the Yuan army possesses the strength of a paramount expert. Did not the sect master of Yunlei assert that even a paramount expert would require 3 years to break through? Alas, it seems this endeavor has been in vain. We cannot merely remain encircled forever. Upon their arrival, they were filled with excitement, anticipating a grand heist, only to be thwarted by the protective array. And it is all due to the commander's shortcomings. Tian Shi and Tian San remained equally silent. Without the means to breach the protective array, they found themselves at a loss. Boom. Another resounding impact echoed, yet the protective array remained steadfast. Yuan Tianya did not turn back. The 3 armies ceased their chatter, silently awaiting the order to retreat. Boom. A third strike, followed by a fourth. Yuan Qing struck at 7 different points. However, after the 8th blow, a faint crack suddenly appeared upon the array, subtle yet distinctly visible. Could the protective array be on the verge of rupture? A 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant's nest. With the first fissure, the entire array began to collapse with astonishing ease. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone astonished. How could such a formidable protective array simply vanish? Was it not stated that it would withstand for 3 years? Could it be that Yuan Tianya was merely boasting? Yet, Yuan Tianya was not one to exaggerate, ordinarily. It would indeed take 3 years for a typical paramount expert to breach it. However, Yuan Qing was no ordinary paramount expert. He was a master of spiritual formations. To attempt to restrain a spiritual formation master with an array was utterly ludicrous. Standing aloft in the sky, Yuan Qing suddenly issued a command. The array is breached. Kill them. Charge. Slaughter. Seize. The individuals who had originally prepared to retreat were instantly invigorated, charging up the mountainside. At this moment, Yuan Tianya, who had already advanced halfway, abruptly turned around. The once resplendent protective array had vanished, replaced by a surging tide of humanity. This sight left even the composed Yuan Tianya in utter shock. Where was the protective array? The vast array that was supposed to withstand for 3 years? How could it have disappeared so suddenly? Could it be that they had encountered a charlatan posing as a formation master? Yet, had it not performed admirably just moments ago? Amidst the chaos, he faintly heard the cries of the crowd below. Brothers, kill. The commander Yuan has breached the array. We seize the heights. Plunder the Yunlei sect, leaving no corner untouched. In that instant, Yuan Tianya comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yuan Qing. He actually breached my array. Initially, he had paid little heed to the few strikes earlier. Yet he could not have anticipated that they would indeed be shattered by Yuan Qing. Disciples of the Yunlei sect, prepare for battle. At this moment, Yuan Tianya bellowed. And the disciples of the Yunlei sect, who had retreated to the mountain summit, surged downward like a swarm of bees. Yuan Qing, I shall take your life. Yuan Tianya charged forward, directly aiming for Yuan Qing. He understood that in this confrontation, Yuan Qing was the linchpin. Once he eliminated Yuan Qing, the others would merely be a rabble, easily vanquished in an instant. In his eyes, Yuan Qing was but a trifling figure, a mere 4th refinement of jade bone, who had managed to kill Yuan Tianyang. Yet that was the extent of his prowess. To compare oneself to a paragon of strength like him was utterly preposterous. As for breaching his formation, that was far beyond Yuan Qing's capabilities. It was likely merely a stroke of good fortune. At this moment, as Yuan Qing observed the approaching Yun Tianya, a cold smile crept across his face. Just in time. Chapter 130. Thunder King Yuan Qing leapt forth. Imbued with formidable thunderous power, a slight smile gracing his lips. Boom. The mightiest of both sides collided instantaneously. Two immense forces erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In that fleeting moment, the very heavens and earth trembled, and a vast expanse of the mountain gate was reduced to ruins, shattered into fragments. At that moment, Yin Tianya, engaged in combat with Yuan Qing, felt a surge of trepidation. The Yuan Qing before him surpassed his expectations by a significant margin. Both were supreme beings. However, while Yun Tianya's every strike was deftly evaded, each of Yuan Qing's attacks sent shivers down his spine. Soon, a resolution formed in Yun Tianya's mind. Their strengths were not of the same caliber. You are certainly not merely a practitioner of the Jade Bone Fourth Refinement. What realm do you truly inhabit? Yun Tianya sensed he had been deceived. Yuan Qing's realm was undoubtedly a Fade. Yuan Qing scoffed lightly and replied, guess. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, and in an instant, Yuan Qing vanished from sight. Yun Tianya's expression changed drastically, such speed. Though both were cultivators of the Jade Bone realm, he had no reaction to Yuan Qing's disappearance, a profoundly perilous omen. This further underscored the staggering disparity between them. Try this, the 10th sword. The remnant spirit weapon sliced through the air, locking onto Yun Tianya's essence in an instant. At that moment, Yun Tianya's entire being faltered. What a terrifying sword! Every fiber of his being, every pore, screamed that if this sword struck, his demise was inevitable. Why was there such a vast chasm in their strengths? Yun Tianya could not fathom why, among supreme beings, the disparity was so immense. Now, he had but one final trump card remaining. Revert. At that moment, every part of Yun Tianya, from his hair to his vital blood, ignited with fervor, enveloping him as if he were ablaze. Phoenix Nirvana. The next instant, as Yuan Qing's 10th sword descended, Yun Tianya's figure had already vanished from his original position. The sword light swept past where he had stood, slicing toward the horizon. It had missed. Yuan Qing was taken aback. It was rare for a target locked by the 9 swords of Tianyun to elude capture. This fellow managed to evade. Turning his gaze, he spotted Yun Tianya now 100 meters away. His aura was severely weakened, breath coming in ragged gasps. The recent consumption of his essence had taken a toll, and should he be locked on again, his demise would be all but assured. However, in that moment, Yun Tianya held something new in his hand, a core of an array. Suddenly, he looked at Yuan Qing and smiled. I must admit, Yuan Qing, you are quite formidable. But the true trump card of the Cloud Thunder sect has never been me. As soon as the words left his lips, he crushed the array core in his grasp. An instant later, above the heavens, thunder roars. The entire Thunderfall Mountain has descended into a realm of lightning, resembling a hellish landscape. Yuan Qing's expression remains unchanged as he turns his gaze toward the peak of the mountain. There, a formidable surge of true energy is continuously gathering. Yun Tianya also directs his attention skyward, his smile gradually morphing into one of madness. The Thunder King has appeared. Yuan Qing, this time, your demise is assured. Yuan Qing's eyes narrow slightly. The power at the mountain's summit intensifies, but it is not true energy. Rather, it is the aura of a demonic beast. The hidden card of the Yunlei sect is, astonishingly, a beast of the wild. But what of it? Whether human or demon, all shall be vanquished. For now, let us first deal with Yun Tianya. In a flash of lightning, Yuan Qing's figure swiftly vanishes from sight. The remnants of the spirit weapon emerge, and the aura of the 10th sword once more locks onto Yun Tianya. The latter's countenance turns pale with terror. Should he ignite his essence again, he may very well be consumed entirely. In a moment of desperation, Yun Tianya shouts toward the mountain's peak, Thunder King, save me. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Qing's 10th sword has been unleashed. Yun Tianya's eyes widen in horror, his body recoiling repeatedly, yet he cannot evade the impending strike. At that very instant, a bolt of lightning erupts from the summit, racing toward the brilliance of Yuan Qing's sword. Boom! Just as the sword's radiance nears Yun Tianya by mere meters, the lightning and the sword collide with a thunderous roar. The shockwave flattens the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. At the epicenter of the explosion, Yuan Tianya is hurled through the air like splintered wood. Then, a voice reverberates like thunder. Who has awakened this king? Amidst the tempest of lightning, a figure gradually emerges atop the peak. It possesses a single horn, a lion's head adorned with scales, wings sprouting from its back, and powerful limbs. With each step it takes, the surrounding air crackles with electricity, standing atop the mountain like a deity of thunder. A thunder beast? Yuan Qing squints. The Yunlei sect harbors such a creature. Moreover, it appears to be no ordinary demon, but rather one of superior bloodline. Not far away, Yuan Tianya crawls from the rubble, urgently calling out, "Great Thunder King, it is I. These intruders seek to invade the Yunlei sect. I implore you to save us." The Thunder King turns his gaze back toward the sect's entrance. At this moment, the disciples of the Yunlei sect are fiercely engaged in battle with the three armies, and the entrance is littered with the corpses of its disciples, teetering on the brink of collapse. A snort of disdain escapes the Thunder King's nostrils. A mere band of ants, and you cannot even hold them off? Yuan Tianya, in a fit of panic, points an accusing finger at Yuan Qing in the sky, shouting, "Great Thunder King, it is that individual." The Thunder King slowly lifted his head, casting his gaze towards Yuan Qing in the heavens above. At that moment, Yuan Qing's wings fluttered, surrounded by flickering lightning, as he scrutinized the thunderous beast. How dare a mere human encroach upon the dominion of this king? Such ignorance of mortality. Suddenly, the wings on the Thunder King's back trembled, and with a single stride, he soared directly towards Yuan Qing. In an instant, the sky erupted with lightning, and countless bolts of thunder surged past Yuan Qing. A jolt of alarm surged through Yuan Qing's heart. What formidable power! The strength of this Thunder King surpassed his previous estimations by a considerable margin. Merely the relentless flashes of lightning surrounding him possessed a might comparable to half of his 10th sword's power. Yuan Qing dared not underestimate the threat. A surge of crimson, true energy erupted forth. Fiery thunder sandstorm. In an instant, the very essence of the surroundings shifted as successive sandstorms swept forth, enveloping the entire mountain range. The forces of the tempest and the lightning intertwined, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds, leaving the mountain range riddled with devastation. Chapter 131. The emergence of the Demon Suppression Tower. The fierce battle between the Yunlei sect and the three armies was abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming force, compelling everyone to gaze skyward. What manner of power is this? How extraordinarily peculiar. Such formidable strength. It appears to transcend the 5 elemental energies. Could this truly be the power of a martial artist? Is this the might of the supreme beings? The force seems to rival that of nature itself. Tianqi and others also lifted their gazes in awe. In the presence of such immense power, even a single bolt of lightning could obliterate them. Is this the prowess of Commander Yuan? It seems to be on par with that of the sect leader. Yet, Yuan Qing is merely a youth, if memory serves me right. He has not yet turned 17. A boy of such tender age, possessing strength comparable to that of the sect leader, is nothing short of monstrous. Above, crimson energy and azure lightning intertwined relentlessly, dividing the heavens into 2 distinct realms. However, the blue lightning appeared to hold the upper hand, while Yuan Qing gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Witnessing this, Yuan Tianya exhaled a sigh of relief. There was no denying it. Yuan Qing was indeed too powerful. Had he unleashed this formidable energy earlier, it is likely that he would have met his demise. Lord Thunder King, swiftly eliminate him. Only then can our Yunlei sect continue to honor your service. A bolt of lightning struck Yuan Tianya, leaving him charred and shaken. The Thunder King scoffed, visibly displeased. You worthless fool. After I assist you in resolving this predicament, the thunderous power of the Yunlei sect must be devoted to me for the next decade. Yuan Tianya hastily nodded. Yes, Lord Thunder King, I understand. Observing Yuan Tianya's demeanor, the Thunder King revealed a hint of pride, exhaling a breath of rancid air while his eyes glimmered with a brilliant blue light. In an instant, the surrounding lightning surged, amplifying its power exponentially. Yuan Tianya's expression brightened with excitement. At long last, he might witness the legendary technique capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the pressure from the lightning had intensified significantly. A thunderous voice erupted from the tempest of lightning. Human, behold the overwhelming strength of the true King of Thunder. Perish. Boom. Dozens of massive bolts of lightning descended upon Yuan Ching simultaneously. His countenance grew grave as he activated his lightning evasion skills, his figure darting swiftly. Behind him, everything touched by the lightning was reduced to cinders. Simultaneously, Yuan Ching remained proactive, wielding the remnants of his spirit weapon, unleashing the power of the 10th sword to cleave the surroundings. Yet, the might of the lightning proved overwhelmingly potent. As the power of the 10th sword was unleashed, it was swiftly extinguished by the thunder in the mere moment of contact. Yuan Ching furrowed his brow. If even the 10th sword could not vanquish the foe, then he had no choice but to elevate his blade once more. Not far away, Yun Tianya erupted into laughter upon witnessing this. Huh. Feudal, Yuan Ching. Lord Thunder King is a 9th-tier demon of royal blood. You stand no chance against him. Yuan Ching was taken aback. A royal-class demon king? Such a being was on par with the finest human jade bones. It was no wonder that his vital energy held no advantage against the opponent. Now it made sense. The Thunder King, observing Yuan Ching's discomfiture, wore an increasingly smug expression. Human, you possess some merit. Should you choose to submit to me, I might consider sparing your life. Before Yuan Ching could respond, Yun Tianya interjected, flustered. Lord Thunder King, do not be deceived. Humans are treacherously cunning. Beware of Yuan Ching's feigned surrender. The Thunder King merely scoffed, expelling a breath of disdain. Just a mere human. As he spoke, the surrounding thunderous energy began to swirl ominously, and the sky was illuminated by bolts of lightning, descending upon Yuan Ching like an oppressive force. Both Yun Tianya and all present from Thunderfall Mountain could feel this overwhelming pressure. The disciples of the Yunlei sect erupted into boisterous laughter. Haha. Lord Thunder King is unleashing his full might. Victory is ours. Despicable invaders, today marks your demise. How dare the meager Shadian mansion encroach upon our Thunderfall Mountain? Our Yunlei sect's history far surpasses yours. In that moment, the once grand morale of the three armies was swiftly crushed. Will Commander Yuan face defeat? The overwhelming aura of thunderous demonic energy was indistinguishable from true lightning. As mere martial artists, how could they possibly withstand the wrath of heaven? Tian Qi clenched his fists. Was this how the first campaign of Shadian Mansion was destined to end in failure? Dongfang Nishang, with tears in her eyes, wielded her weapon frantically, yet still could not fend off the onslaught of the Yunlei sect's forces. With morale shattered, the ranks became difficult to command. Among the Hongwei, many turned tail and fled. What a joke. If Yuan Ching has fallen, why should we fight? Your Highness, it's time to flee. Yuan Ching is arrogant and proud. We cannot follow him to our doom. Once we return, you will still be the young mansion lord. Qi Binbai urged in Dongfang Hong's ear, seizing their only opportunity. Dongfang Hong's gaze flickered as he looked up at the sky. There, Yuan Ching was enveloped by a dazzling blue thunder, completely obscured from view. Yuan Ching, has he truly fallen? Inform Hongwei to prepare for retreat. Seeing this, Dongfang Hong declared resolutely. As the forces of Hongwei began their extensive retreat, a palpable sense of defeat permeated the entire army, and the tide of battle became increasingly irreversible. Suddenly, amidst the despair, a resonant chime pierced the air. A brilliant light burst forth from the tempest, illuminating the entire battlefield. The previously relaxed Thunder King tightened its expression, sensing an imminent threat. Apologies. I had momentarily forgotten about a precious artifact, but it is not too late now. Within the radiant glow, a voice emerged, and in the next heartbeat, the light surged forth from the storm, hurtling directly toward the Thunder King. Alas, the demon-suppressing spirit artifact. The Thunder King's expression shifted slightly, as a demon sovereign. It was acutely aware of such artifacts, and, almost instantaneously, chose to evade. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuntianya was far less fortunate, colliding directly with the demon-suppressing tower. In an instant, Yuntianya found himself immobilized by the tower's oppressive force, unable to move. Observing this, the Thunder King erupted into laughter. Such a demon-suppressing artifact. It seems you have yet to master its use. As long as you evade the initial onslaught of the tower, suppressing it thereafter is as challenging as scaling the heavens. Who said I intended to subdue you? My purpose has always been for him. The 10th Sword. Chapter 132. The Thunder King what? Yuan Ching. No. Yun Tianya's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that, at such a critical moment, Yuan Ching would set his sights upon him. He recalled that they bore no deep-seated animosity towards one another. Alas, it was all too late. The radiance of the 10th sword had already been unleashed, and he could not ignite any vital essence. He could only allow the brilliance of that sword to cleave through him. In that moment, regret washed over him. Had he not underestimated Yuan Ching from the outset, such a fate might have been averted. But alas, there were no ifs. Boom. Yun Tianya was sliced in two by the sword, instantly extinguishing his life force. Congratulations. The conditions for the 11th sword have been fulfilled. You have successfully comprehended the 11th sword. The conditions for the 12th sword are unlocked. Slay 3 beings possessing at least the power of a high-grade Jade Bone realm. 1-3. As the notification rang out, a more formidable force began to coalesce within Yuan Ching. Around him, indistinct sword energies began to drift through the air. On the other side, the Thunder King's countenance turned ashen, his lion-like head furrowing into a scowl. Useless human. The being you have slain was merely one of my subordinates. His death is of no consequence. Yuan Ching smiled faintly, wielding the remnant spirit artifact towards the Thunder King, and spoke calmly. Oh, is that so? A subtle aura began to converge around the Thunder King. Are you employing the same trick again? That sword of yours is indeed powerful. Even a 9th-level demon king of superior bloodline would likely fall before you. But I am a king. I am the king of all beasts. A roar akin to a lion's echoed, reverberating across the mountain range, piercing the heavens and suppressing the mountain gates. Within 1,000 miles, all the beasts halted their movements, bowing in reverence towards the Thunder Mountain. Even the combatants on the Thunder Mountain found themselves compelled to kneel beneath this overwhelming force. Only Yuan Ching remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he hurled the demon-suppressing tower into the air. What of the Demon King? I shall suppress the Demon King. Be subdued. The demon-suppressing tower stood tall above the Thunder King, a beam of light radiating down upon him. In that moment, the Thunder King's aura began to wane, his power diminishing steadily. However, the demon-suppressing tower refused to descend, unable to subdue the Demon King. Despicable human. Do you believe you can conquer me through such vile means? A delusion. Even though my strength has diminished somewhat, it is still beyond your meager capabilities. A thunderous roar erupted as a brilliant light flashed from the Thunder King's horns, the power of thunder coalescing anew. Fool. Yuan Ching scoffed, aiming the remnant spirit artifact at the Thunder King. 4 extremes, 11th sword. Yuan Ching's most formidable strike, forged from the convergence of 4 potent energies, culminated in the creation of the 4 extremes, true Qi, which unleashed the formidable 11th sword. In this moment, the aura of the Thunder King was entirely ensnared. Even with his might, escape was not a trivial endeavor. Yet, the Thunder King dismissed the threat with disdain. Do you presume I am as feeble as my minions? You may slay them with a single stroke, but you shall find it nigh impossible to wound me. The Thunder King, a majestic demon lord, held an arrogance befitting his rank, far surpassing that of mere lackeys. Perish, human. Thunderbolt. At this juncture, the power amassed upon his horn erupted forth, a tempest of thunder cascading towards Yuan Ching. Sword light and lightning converged in the heavens, igniting an extraordinary brilliance. Witnessing this, the Thunder King smirked, confident in his signature attack. Unparalleled in might, capable of annihilating all. How could such a mere beam of sword light hope to withstand it? However, in the next heartbeat, as the lightning dissipated, what remained was an even more resplendent sword light, its potency amplified rather than diminished. Impossible. My lightning cannot be thwarted. The Thunder King's countenance paled in horror as he finally grasped the essence of fear, yet it was too late. With a swift motion, the sword light cleaved through the air, slicing cleanly across the Thunder King's horn. In an instant, what had once been a formidable spike was reduced by more than half. No. Cease. My power. The Thunder King's anguished roar echoed as the thunderous force within him began to drain away through his horn, his strength plummeting precipitously. At that moment, the demon suppression tower in the skies erupted with radiant light, descending ominously towards the Thunder King. No, I cannot be contained. I am a demon king. Born of royal blood, this cannot be my fate. A resounding chime reverberated, silencing the Thunder King's cries. Above, the surrounding thunder began to dissipate, revealing a once clear azure sky now unveiled. All gazes turned skyward, as the retreating thunder left no barriers to obstruct their sight. Yet, The once arrogant Thunder King and Yun Tianya had vanished, leaving only Yuan Qing and a dazzling demon suppression tower in their wake. Is it over? Who has triumphed? A chorus of bewildered voices emerged, though the outcome was unequivocal. The victors remained. Has the sect leader fallen? Has even the Thunder King disappeared? Has our Yun Lei sect been defeated? The disciples of Yun Lei sect, who moments prior had been invigorated with fervor, now found themselves despondently collapsed upon the ground. With their leader vanquished and the Thunder King slain, they had lost all reason to continue the fight. The outcome of continuing the battle is but one, utter annihilation. Now, they are left with but a singular path: surrender. We are willing to yield. As the first individual capitulated, the rest followed suit, realizing that their futile resistance held no significance. We have triumphed once more. Victory to our Lord. The Nijiang Guard commenced their celebrations, soon joined by the Tianwei. Just moments ago, they were teetering on the brink of despair, yet now they bask in the ease of victory. This moment is rendered possible by Yuan Qing's triumph. Dongfang Nijiang wept tears of joy, while Tian Qi and Tian Sen erupted in boisterous laughter, thousands reveling in the festivities. Everyone prepared to seize the resources of the Yunlei sect. All disciples of the Yunlei sect were to be detained. A sudden command resounded, igniting a wave of excitement among all. After enduring such a lengthy struggle, the time for reaping the rewards had finally arrived. Hongwei, having fled the battlefield, would cease to proceed. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. Another command swiftly extinguished the fervor of the originally elated Hongwei. Many felt a deep sense of regret, lamenting their decision to heed Dongfang Hong's counsel, casting resentful glances at him and Shi Binbai. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Dongfang Hong felt a profound embarrassment, his insides twisted in remorse. Why had he ordered a retreat when waiting just a moment longer would have sufficed? Now, they found themselves excluded from the spoils of victory. Suddenly, an excited voice emerged from the front lines. "My lord, we have located their storeroom." Chapter 133. Dongfang Qing 9 tomes of superior-grade jade bone cultivation methods, 37 tomes of medium-grade, and over 100 tomes of inferior-grade. Indeed, the Yunlei sect boasts considerable wealth. Yuan Qing held 9 tomes in his possession, just 7 tomes shy of his goal of 100. It was evident that the adage money can buy anything held true in this instance. The rewards came swiftly. Yuan Qing then inquired, "What are the other spoils?" Zhang Hu, brimming with excitement, responded promptly, "Report to the sect master. We have amassed a total of 44 million taels of silver, several tons of rare materials, 2 spirit materials, 1 superior-grade weapon, and 17 medium-grade weapons, with additional items yet to be tallied, likely amounting to another 10 million taels of silver in resources." After relaying this news, he could not help but exclaim, "Commander, we've struck it rich this time." It was no wonder Zhang Hu was elated. The rare materials were measured in tons, and the silver in tens of millions. When had the Nijiang guards ever seen such a fortune? Previously, 100,000 taels of silver was considered remarkable. However, Yuan Qing remained remarkably composed. To him, this was merely a trifling affair. It was important to note that he possessed over 100 million taels of silver alone, not to mention his adeptness in generating wealth. "Remain calm," he advised. "The Nijiang guards have grander ambitions. We cannot be flustered by such a minor windfall." Zhang Hu nodded, his admiration for Yuan Qing intensifying. "I understand, Commander." Yuan Qing continued, "Apart from the 2 spirit materials, distribute the rest among the Tianwei and Nijiang guards." At this, Zhang Hu found it difficult to maintain his composure. "Commander, the remaining items must collectively be worth nearly 100 million taels of silver. Are we truly to distribute everything?" To part with such immense wealth so readily was not merely generous. It was extravagance of the highest order. "Yes, distribute it," Yuan Qing affirmed. "This is what the brothers rightfully deserve." This was Yuan Qing's principle as a mercenary. While he was indeed fond of wealth, he adhered to his own codes. What belonged to his comrades would not diminish by even a fraction. Of course, the crux of the matter remained that Yuan Qing had already secured the bulk of what he required. Yet, Zhang Hu viewed the situation differently. In his previous dealings, such circumstances typically resulted in taking the lion's share for oneself, with the remainder allocated to others. Encountering someone as magnanimous as Yuan Qing was a novel experience for him. This man was truly a sage. Before long, the news of the impending distribution spread far and wide. Tens of millions of taels of silver, coupled with an equivalent value of rare materials, sent the populace into a frenzy. Even under the most conservative estimates, every individual stood to receive at least 10,000 taels of silver and comparable cultivation resources. Particularly for those martial artists of the body refinement realm, this represented an instant elevation from poverty. Meanwhile, the Hongwei faction, upon receiving the news, found themselves in a cacophony of unrest. Such an opportune moment should have included them. Yet it had slipped through their fingers. They had fled in haste. However, it is indeed directed by Dongfang Han. Alas, everything was already too late. From the moment they chose to defy Yuan Qing's orders, the outcome had long since been sealed. On that day, the Nishawai lingered atop the Yunlei sect for half a day before descending the mountain. As they made their descent, both the Nishawai and the Tianwei wore radiant smiles of joy. Those who survived had indeed prospered. In stark contrast, the Hongwei wore somber expressions, their frustration primarily directed at their brethren from the Yunlei sect, leaving them with little outlet for their discontent. A number of individuals had even begun to devise plans to defect from the Hongwei, seeking to join the Nishawai. It was evident that as long as Yuan Qing remained alive, the entire Shaodian prefecture would soon fall under the dominion of the Nishawai. A day later, Yuan Qing and his entourage returned to the capital of the Shaodian prefecture. Even before their arrival, Yuan Qing received explosive news. Dongfang Qing had returned. Just a day after Yuan Qing's assault on the Yunlei sect, this legendary figure of the Shaodian prefecture had made his reappearance. It was somewhat understandable, calculating the days. Dongfang Qing's return coincided perfectly with the appointed time for the selection of the prefectural lord. His presence was intended to announce the results and preside over the proceedings. Yet even Dongfang Qing had not anticipated the shocking developments at home. First, there were the Yunlei sect's intentions to subvert and manipulate the electoral outcome, followed by the emergence of Yuan Qing, a figure who had transformed the entire landscape of the Shaodian prefecture. Now, Dongfang Qing was eager to witness firsthand the remarkable talents of this revered young genius. Upon returning to the capital, Yuan Qing promptly received an invitation from Dongfang Qing. Yuan Qing was equally curious about Dongfang Qing, not only due to his legendary status, but particularly concerning the contents of that mysterious martial art. Thus, as soon as he received the invitation, Yuan Qing made his way directly to the residence of the prefectural lord. In the grand hall, the moment Yuan Qing laid eyes on the man before him, he was struck by a singular impression, an aura of charm and elegance. Clad in casual attire, he resembled not a legendary prefectural lord, but rather a dashing neighborly uncle. As Yuan Qing assessed Dongfang Qing, the latter also scrutinized him in return. "You are even younger than I had imagined. You are more handsome than I had anticipated." With these remarks, the two exchanged knowing smiles, a mutual appreciation unfolding effortlessly. Dongfang Qing continued with a smile, "I must also express my gratitude for the exceptional care you have provided to Nisha." Yuan Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head in response. "It was merely a contract. Now that it has lapsed, it is time for me to depart." Dongfang Qing's brow furrowed in confusion. "What? Is Nisha not satisfactory?" "No. She is quite remarkable, but I have higher aspirations." In Yuan Qing's heart, martial arts reign supreme. He is eternally in pursuit of the highest realm. Women? They merely serve to influence the swiftness with which he draws his sword. Even his initial approach to Dongfang Nishang was merely a means to further his own ambitions. Observing Yuan Qing, Dongfang Qing suddenly found this young man shrouded in an air of mystery. Youth possesses an unparalleled essence, yet, having taken my demon suppression tower, to think he could simply depart so easily is perhaps a naive assumption. Yuan Qing was taken aback, unable to grasp Dongfang Qing's intentions. This man hardly appeared to be miserly. However, once something had passed into Yuan Qing's possession, there was no reason for it to be relinquished. "Lord, you jest. This demon suppression tower does not belong to you. Having taken it, it is now mine," Yuan Qing asserted. Dongfang Qing's expression remained unchanged, yet a formidable aura erupted from within him. A pressure emanating from a supreme being descended upon Yuan Qing with overwhelming force. Unyielding, Yuan Qing likewise unleashed his own aura. In that moment, a palpable tension arose, as if they were two formidable forces standing in equal defiance. Chapter 134. The relic. A resounding roar reverberated throughout the grand hall. The atmosphere crackled like thunder, while waves surged tumultuously. Yuan Qing embodied the might of thunder, whereas Dongfang Qing commanded the essence of water. Both forces clashed within an exceedingly confined space, causing the very air around them to grow dense and heavy. Yet, the courtyard remained utterly unaffected. Before them, the water surged relentlessly, threatening to engulf the thunderous might entirely. Observing this, Dongfang Qing smirked subtly, thinking to himself, "Am I, a dignified lord of the manor, to be so easily subdued by you?" As he pondered, he summoned his strength. However, he soon realized that no matter how fiercely he unleashed his power, the thunderous display before him stood unwavering, akin to a mountain. In that instant, Dongfang Qing came to an understanding. This young man was in a defensive stance. After several rounds of assault, beads of sweat began to trickle down Dongfang Qing's forehead. He had exerted himself too much. In stark contrast, Yuan Qing exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he wore an expression of serene composure. This fellow was indeed unfathomable. At that moment, Dongfang Qing made a decisive resolution. "Ha ha, my young friend, your strength is truly formidable. You are but a hair's breadth away from matching me." Within the chamber, Dongfang Qing retracted his aura, leaving only a small area of Yuan Qing's domain untouched. "This is untenable. This young man is far too powerful. If this continues, I fear I shall not be able to endure." Above all, he could not afford to lose face before a junior. At the very least, he must maintain appearances. The lord of the manor, with his formidable strength, could not be bested by a mere youth. Yuan Qing chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. From their previous exchange, he had discerned that Dongfang Qing's prowess was indeed on par with his own, yet he held a slight advantage. Dongfang Qing shook his head. "Such matters are trivial. However, I have returned this time for a significant reason." "A significant matter?" Yuan Qing inquired, perplexed. "Isn't your return merely to see who has been appointed as the young lord of the manor?" Dongfang Qing seemed to perceive Yuan Qing's thoughts and replied with a knowing smile. "The young manor is but a minor place, compared to the vast world outside. It is hardly worth mentioning. The establishment of the manor was merely a momentary impulse. In retrospect, I realize that it has hindered my path of cultivation considerably." With that, Dongfang Qing's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. "Are you aware of the current situation in the Tianquan continent?" Yuan Qing suddenly recalled Zhang Tianluan's words and tentatively asked, "I have heard whispers of a surrender." Cough, cough. Dongfang Qing choked. "Could you not think of something more optimistic? Such bleak thoughts could extinguish hope." If Yuan Qing perceived the Tianquan continent in such dire straits, his lamentations would only serve to acknowledge his own inadequacies. Fortunately, Dongfang Qing, being seasoned in the ways of discourse, swiftly maneuvered back to a more favorable narrative. "The situation has not yet deteriorated to such an extent. Our Tianquan continent is also home to many prodigies, and the Great Qian Empire has not reaped any significant benefits." "The Great Qian Empire?" Yuan Qing pondered these words, astonished that it was an empire itself that was at war with Tianquan continent. Previously, Yuan Qing had assumed that Tianquan was engaged in conflict with another continent, never realizing it was a vast empire. Indeed, the Great Qian Empire's predecessor was the Great Qian continent, which, like our Tianquan, was of comparable strength. Dongfang Qing nodded, slowly elucidating the matter. "However, 300 years ago, a remarkable prodigy emerged from the Great Qian continent, dominating the land and forcibly unifying the entire continent, thus establishing the Great Qian Empire, becoming its first founding emperor. Over the span of 3 centuries, the imperial family of the Great Qian has diligently governed, its strength now surpassing that of our Tianquan by several folds. The current emperor of the Great Qian Empire is extremely dissatisfied with his territory and harbors ambitions to invade neighboring lands. However, he is rather greedy, launching wars of aggression against 3 surrounding continents simultaneously. Despite this, our Tianquan, facing a third of the Great Qian Empire's strength, finds itself at a disadvantage." Hearing this, Yuan Qing suddenly inquired with some confusion, "If that is the case, it seems quite advantageous to become an empire. Why does Tianquan not establish the Tianquan Empire to stand in equal measure against the Great Qian Empire?" To Yuan Qing, the entirety of Tianquan appeared to be a disjointed city-state system, incapable of consolidating its strength, thus making development exceedingly difficult. It is not so simple. After a millennium of disarray, the hearts of the people have long been divided. Dongfang Qing shook his head, suddenly expressing his sentiments. In fact, a millennium ago, both Tian Shuang and Great Qian were part of the same ancient nation. Subsequently, that mysterious ancient nation collapsed overnight, and all the powerful beings above the Jade Bone realm mysteriously vanished, leading each continent to establish itself as independent city-states. Above the Jade Bone realm, at the mention of martial arts, Yuan Qing's spirit was instantly invigorated. Yes, at our level. You should understand that the 9 refinements of the Jade Bone are not the pinnacle. There exist even more potent realms above, though no one has attained them. It is worth noting that during the existence of the ancient nation, numerous strong individuals were present. Does anyone know the reason for the mysterious disappearance of the ancient nation? Yuan Qing continued to probe. Over the course of a millennium, countless supreme beings have sought this secret, yet only a few have truly found the answer. Dongfang Qing shook his head, his tone taking on a hint of mystery. However, we have discovered where the answer lies. Within a mysterious relic. A relic? Yuan Qing recalled that his own enigmatic cultivation technique had originated from a relic. Could it possibly be the same one? Indeed, every few years or decades, relics suddenly appear in the world. The majority of the powerful and mysterious techniques and spiritual artifacts in existence today have emerged from these relics. As he spoke, Dongfang Qing suddenly fixed his gaze upon Yuan Qing. It also includes the martial arts manual you acquired. Yuan Qing furrowed his brow. It was no surprise to him that Dongfang Qing had taken the manual from the warehouse. Have you returned this time for the ruins? Yes and no. Dongfang Qing nodded and replied. The site of the conflict between the Tian Shuang continent and the Great Qian Empire has revealed the entrance to the ruins, which will fully open in approximately 2 months. At that time, not only will we halt our hostilities, but individuals from various continents will also send representatives to enter. Of course, there are strict requirements for entering the ruins. Only those who are under the age of 30 may enter, as those who exceed this age limit are simply unable to gain access. Thus, my purpose in returning is primarily to seek suitable individuals to enter the ruins. Even if we cannot uncover the secrets of the past, retrieving a powerful martial arts manual or spiritual artifact from within could aid us in securing victory in this war. Chapter 135. So powerful that one might surrender resistance. Governor, what exactly is the situation within the ruins? Dongfang Qing pondered the mysterious martial arts he had acquired from the remnants, which must have been accessed in the past. Moreover, it must be said that Dongfang Qing's enticing vision greatly appealed to Yuan Qing. Concurrently, based on the current information, the second part of this enigmatic technique lies within the ruins, and to transcend the 5th refinement of Jade Bone, one must venture into the site. Furthermore, there are secrets pertaining to realms beyond the Jade Bone level concealed within. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Qing gradually elucidated, in truth, that ruin is likely the former palace of an ancient kingdom, which, after suffering an attack, awakened the spirit of the formation, causing it to sink into the depths. During my time, I accessed merely a separated hall, and after scouring the entire Great Hall, I found nothing but a fragment of a scroll. This time, however, the disturbance caused by the opening of the ruins is unprecedented. It is highly probable that it is the main part of the palace. Upon finishing his explanation, Dongfang Qing could not help but sigh. Regrettably, he had grown old and lost the qualification to enter the ruins. What benefits would I gain from entering? It was once again the moment Yuan Qing relished, the time to negotiate terms. Although he longed to enter, as a mercenary, it was illogical to forego potential earnings. Dongfang Qing smiled, candidly requesting benefits, a far better approach than those who feign sincerity while harboring ulterior motives. I have heard that you are a mercenary? His understanding of Yuan Qing had been derived from letters from Dongfang and I Chang and his own intelligence, leading him to formulate certain judgments about Yuan Qing. Let us negotiate as mercenaries, then. Firstly, access to the ruins is not granted to just anyone. Our Tianshuang continent has limited slots, making the mere name invaluable. Secondly, within our Tianshuang continent, there exists a confidential map of the palace, detailing numerous treasure locations within. Trust me, even within the Great Qian Empire, such a detailed map is rare. With this map, once you enter the ruins, your ability to gather treasures swiftly will be greatly enhanced. The cost? Merely a portion of the treasures you acquire. Dongfang Qing disclosed everything in one breath, without any concealment. The reason for choosing Yuan Qing was simple. The strength demonstrated by Yuan Ching during the battle with Yunlei sect was sufficient to prove that he was the most suitable candidate within the entire Shaotian prefecture. Listening to Dongfang Qing's introduction, Yuan Ching felt a flicker of temptation. After all, he would only need to relinquish a portion of future gains to obtain immediate advantages. All right, it's a deal. Excellent. Dongfang Qing rejoiced, delighted to engage with someone like Yuan Ching, who was straightforward in dealings. Once the interests were aligned, there would be no further obstructions. Now, with approximately 2 months remaining until the unveiling of the relics, it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with the conditions in the Frosty Continent, while also getting acquainted with both your allies and adversaries, the Great Qian Empire. Yuan Ching, however, shook his head decisively and refused. There is no need. I have several pressing matters to attend to within the Yinyan prefecture. Oh, do you require my assistance? Dongfang Qing inquired, perplexed. Yuan Ching shook his head again. Upon concluding his affairs in Huangfeng Valley, he would undoubtedly be ready to prepare for his ascension to the 5th refinement of the Jade Bone. By that time, who within the Yinyan prefecture could possibly rival him? Subsequently, after discussing a few details with Dongfang Qing, Yuan Ching took his leave. The target for the next confrontation was Huangfeng Valley. 3 days later, within Huangfeng Valley, a flurry of activity was underway. Days prior, they had received news that Yuan Ching, the foremost genius of Yinyan Prefecture who had attained the realm of Supreme Adept, intended to join forces with 27 sects to annihilate Huangfeng Valley. This revelation sent them into a frenzy. Truly, one may sit in the valley, yet calamity descends from the heavens. Upon receiving the news, Huangfeng Valley leveraged countless connections and sought numerous individuals, all in hopes of securing a meeting with Yuan Ching to plead their case. Unfortunately, since that day, Yuan Ching had vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to summon experts and prepare for battle. Fortunately, Yuan Ching had granted them ample time. 10 days was sufficient for them to undertake numerous preparations. Within Huangfeng Valley, several inner disciples were diligently setting up a top-tier formation in anticipation of the impending battle. Brothers, be meticulous. This is a premier defensive formation. When combined with hundreds of others, even if Yuan Ching is a supreme adept, he would find it exceedingly challenging to breach it. Senior brother, I heard that Yuan Ching is of our age. Is he truly a supreme adept? A 17 or 18-year-old disciple of Huangfeng Valley suddenly queried, his face still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. How would I know? I have never laid eyes upon him, retorted the Huangfeng Valley disciple with a roll of his eyes. Such a renowned figure from Yinyan Prefecture. What merit do I possess to behold his true form? Oh, the wind is rising. Look at the sky, another purple lightning bolt. Why do I feel a bit warm? It seems as if a volcano has erupted. Suddenly, many disciples of Huangfeng Valley sensed an anomaly, and the vital energy within their bodies began to stir restlessly. The supervising senior brother furrowed his brow, preparing to issue further reprimands, only to realize that the spiritual energy around them was rapidly depleting. Crack! The top-tier formation, once held in high regard, shattered in an instant, becoming a mere ruin. Looking around, the previously tranquil sky was now engulfed in a fiery hue. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated from above. Listen, people of Huangfeng Valley. I am Yuan Ching. Your deputy valley master, Tian Shan, has previously offended me, and now I shall impose retribution upon you. At this moment, the crowd beheld a figure standing in the sky, adorned with thunderous wings, drifting gracefully like the wind. A profound terror gripped the hearts of the Huangfeng Valley inhabitants. Is this truly the renowned Yuan Ching? Such formidable power. With but a single stroke, he shattered all the pinnacle formations within Huangfeng Valley, draining a significant portion of the valley's spiritual energy. This was originally a supreme array devised to counter Yuan Ching, yet it now appears nothing more than a farce. Is this the might of the foremost figure of Yinyan Prefecture? Their previous aspirations to resist now seem utterly ludicrous. Soon, a figure swiftly emerged from Huangfeng Valley, calling out in a tone of urgency, Master Yuan Ching, it is a misunderstanding, all of it. Tian Shan's actions bear no relation to us in Huangfeng Valley. I implore you, do not be angered. We are willing to pay any price. Chapter 136. The 5th Refinement of the Jade Bone Realm. Oh, who might you be? Upon seeing Yuan Ching's inquiry, the figure hastily replied, Forgive me for the jest, esteemed Master Yuan. I am the Lord of Huangfeng Valley. Yuan Qing narrowed his eyes, observing the other party. He held no deep-seated grudge against Huangfeng Valley. As long as the price was agreeable, matters could be discussed amicably. You mentioned earlier that you would compensate for my losses? The Lord of Huangfeng Valley sighed. Recognizing that Yuan Qing possessed the power to obliterate the entire defensive formation of Huangfeng Valley single-handedly. To refuse would spell doom for his entire valley. Huangfeng Valley is willing to spare no effort in compensating Master Yuan for his losses, without a hint of grievance. Yuan Qing smiled, adopting an expression of a patient teacher. Very well, considering your sincerity, I shall grant you my forgiveness. The Lord of Huangfeng Valley was momentarily stunned, then joy surged within him. Was it truly this simple to earn Yuan Qing's pardon? It was utterly unexpected. However, Yuan Qing's subsequent words plunged him into bitterness. Nevertheless, the compensation must not be shortchanged. I require 7 volumes of high-grade Jade Bone Realm techniques and 5 portions of spiritual materials. 7 volumes of high-grade Jade Bone Realm techniques can certainly be provided. The Lord of Huangfeng Valley replied, but as for the spiritual materials, we only possess 3 within Huangfeng Valley. He forced a smile. These are spiritual materials, not cabbages. That is not my concern, Yuan Qing retorted. For every portion of spiritual material owed, the interest will accrue each month. The sooner you repay, the better it will be for Huangfeng Valley. Do not contemplate reneging on your debt. I am quite adept at debt collection. With a mysterious smile, he added, moreover, this begins from today. The Lord of Huangfeng Valley's expression changed drastically, taken aback by Yuan Qing's resolute stance. Quickly, bring forth the high-grade Jade Bone Realm techniques and the spiritual materials. At this moment, he could hardly afford to delay. Should Yuan Qing suddenly change his mind, it would be their misfortune. Moments later, Yuan Qing departed, satisfied, with 3 portions of spiritual materials and 7 volumes of high-grade Jade Bone Realm techniques in hand. As for the matter of the 27 sects uniting to besiege him, Yuan Qing did not cancel it. He merely redirected his focus. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Huangfeng Valley finally breathed a sigh of relief, though they would now need to tighten their belts to make ends meet. They would not return to normalcy until Yuan Qing's debts were settled. As for Yuan Qing, having resolved all matters, it was time for him to prepare for his breakthrough to the 5th refinement of the Jade Bone Realm. Within the confines of a mysterious mountain range in Yinyan Prefecture stood a towering edifice. Surrounding it, numerous demonic beasts cowered beside the tower, trembling with fear, too frightened to approach or flee. This tower was, of course, Yuan Qing's demon suppression tower. Now captured by Yuan Qing, it could be carried and utilized at will. The only issue was that upon leaving the capital of Shaotian Prefecture, the number of subdued demonic beasts had significantly decreased, leading to insufficient demonic energy, which would inevitably diminish the effectiveness of his cultivation. Fortunately, a formidable 9th-level demon king has emerged, and with the presence of the ancient Thunder King, this void can be temporarily filled, allowing for the extraction of abundant demonic energy from him. Ah, humans, despicable insects, I shall feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. At this moment, the Thunder King, confined within the 1st level of the demon suppression tower, feels the ebbing of his power and roars incessantly. How tiresome! On the 9th floor of the tower, Yuan Qing subtly moved his hands, unleashing a tremendous force that cascaded downwards, subduing the Thunder King. In an instant, the area surrounding the Thunder King on the 1st floor transformed into a fiery inferno. The Thunder King was engulfed by this overwhelming power, emitting agonized cries and pleading for mercy. Upon witnessing the Thunder King's submission, Yuan Qing chose to disregard him and instead focused inward. Rather than practicing cultivation, he seized this opportunity to fervently enhance his innate understanding. Congratulations, your understanding has increased to 130 points. Your cultivation has fallen to the 3rd level of Jade Bone Refinement. Congratulations, your understanding has risen to 350 points. Your cultivation has dropped to the 1st level of Jade Bone Refinement. It wasn't until he reached the 1st level of Jade Bone Refinement that his innate understanding could no longer be augmented, seemingly hitting a lower limit. However, achieving the 1st level of Jade Bone Refinement was sufficient. The decline in his cultivation level was not merely for the sake of enhancing his innate understanding. It was fundamentally crucial for the 100 Refinements body forging technique. As one's cultivation level rises, the practice of this technique becomes increasingly arduous. Particularly at the current 8th realm of the indestructible stage, it necessitates a mastery level in the millions. Even at the first level of Jade Bone refinement, 1,000,000 mastery points are required, an impossible feat for an ordinary person to achieve. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Demon Suppression Tower and Yuan Qing's significantly heightened innate talents, he could accrue tens of thousands of mastery points in a single session of practice. Successfully operated the 100 Refinements Body Forging technique once, with a cultivation coefficient of 89, 517 times. Congratulations, the 100 Refinements Body Forging technique has successfully advanced to the 8th realm of indestructibility. 100 Refinements Body Forging technique, Comprehension realm, 8th realm of indestructibility. Progress towards martial body initiation. 1. 52,142 10 000 000. 2. Achieve a top-quality jade bone, completed. 3. Possess 9 types of natural forces, 8-9. Legendary realm opening conditions. After months of cultivation, Yuan Qing successfully reached the 8th realm of the 100 Refinements Body Forging technique, the indestructible stage. The next milestone in his training now looms at a daunting 10 million mastery points. However, one must acknowledge the adage that one gets what one pays for. After experiencing the formidable power of the indestructible stage, Yuan Qing felt that every effort was indeed worthwhile. If the world were to comprehend the true strength of the indestructible stage, they would undoubtedly commit to 1,000,000 practices as well. Once he settled his exhilaration, Yuan Qing turned his attention to the main purpose of this retreat, preparing to break through to the 5th level of Jade Bone refinement. Having attained all the requirements for the 1,000,000 high-grade Jade Bone realm techniques, it is merely a matter of time before further progress is made. 3 days later, Yuan Qing had thoroughly perused all 65 high-grade Jade Bone realm techniques, and the familiar notification sound resonated once more. Congratulations! You have fulfilled all requirements to complete the fragmented scroll, successfully restoring the upper scroll. The chapter restored this time pertains to the water attribute Jade Bone Forging. The content of the 5th technique emerged, officially unveiling the path of the 5 refined Jade Bones. After 30 days, a formidable aura erupted within the Demon Suppression Tower, suppressing all life forms within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The Thunder King on the lowest level, sensing this overwhelming power, curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. He has grown even stronger. On the 9th level above, Yuan Qing slowly opened his eyes. A streak of crimson lightning drifted by, imbued with an intense sense of oppression. Duan family, I am coming. Chapter 137. The Return to Yuanyuan City. In Yuanyuan City, the Duan family. After the last great battle, the Duan family had long since lost its former splendor. Particularly during this time, the events surrounding Huangfeng Valley had spread throughout Yuanyuan Prefecture, causing Yuan Qing's reputation to soar. This made life even more difficult for the Duan family. At this moment, the emaciated Long sat at the entrance, having lost an arm, yet his strength remained largely intact. However, with the Duan family's fortunes in tatters, he found himself contemplating his future. Should he seek refuge with the Yuan family? Or should he leave Yuanyuan Prefecture altogether? Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, blocking the sunlight. A flicker of anger ignited within Long. Though the Duan family had fallen, it did not mean anyone could trample upon them. But as he raised his head, he was taken aback by the sight of a tall, handsome middle-aged man, and his surprise deepened. Master! Master? It was none other than Duan Liu, the father of Duan Dongha, the remaining top-tier blacksmith of the Duan family and the last hope of the clan, Duan Shishan. A group of useless fools. A mere child has brought you to such disgrace. Duan Shishan's expression was stern. When he left, the Duan family was the foremost family in Yuanyuan City, and Duan Dongha was the prodigy of Yuanyuan Prefecture. Yet upon his return, he found the Duan family had become a pariah, and Duan Dongha's genius was overshadowed by the younger Yuan Qing. The once prestigious family had become the subject of ridicule. Master, that Yuan Qing possesses immense strength. Of the 3 of us brothers, only I remain alive. Long's face was filled with grievance as he gestured to his severed arm. Duan Shishan let out a cold laugh. His delayed return was not without purpose. Rest assured, he won't be able to prance around for long. Not just him, but Murong Chong Kong as well. None shall escape. Under the blazing sun, the Duan family was particularly lively that day. The following day, before Duan Shishan could make his move, Yuan Qing arrived. Yuanyuan City, I, Yuan Qing, have returned. Yuan Qing's thunderous roar resonated through the skies, reaching the ears of all in Yinyan City. Is Master Yuan Qing back? Just over 2 months had passed. Could it be that Master Yuan Qing had found reinforcements? With Duan Shishan, the pillar of the Duan family, just back, a spectacle was imminent. In an instant, the streets and alleys of Yinyan City were flooded with people, all eager to witness how Duan Shishan would address the return of Yuan Qing. However, within the Duan residence, an eerie calm prevailed, as if they had surrendered or were utterly indifferent. Yuan Qing stood atop the city wall, surveying the entirety of Yinyan City. Upon becoming the mightiest, Yuan Qing's true energy now radiates over nearly 20 kilometers, allowing him to command the majority of Yinyan City. Suddenly, a powerful presence swiftly approaches. It is Tian Qingyang, the formidable adversary who once forced Yuan Qing to retreat. However, this time will be different. Such a scenario shall never recur. Sensing Yuan Qing from afar, Tian Qingyang halts, standing a kilometer away, locking eyes with him. Yuan Qing, you should not have come at this time, Tian Qingyang remarks, disappointment etched on his face. He harbors no animosity towards Yuan Qing. Rather, he wishes for this young man to achieve greater heights within the Yinyan prefecture, to bring glory to it, rather than returning in a fit of vengeance over fleeting grievances. Gazing at the elderly man before him, Yuan Qing responds with a serene smile. Old man, today is not like the past. Do you truly believe I would still fear you? Tian Qingyang's aura darkens, a torrent of energy surging forth from within him as he slowly approaches Yuan Qing. Yet, everything has changed in the 2 months since their last encounter. His initial probing advance barely extends a few meters before being torn apart by an even more terrifying force, rendering him unable to proceed any further. Before him lies Yuan Qing, a mere kilometer away, clearly visible. Yet, within his perception, taking a few steps forward would lead him straight into a hellish abyss. At that moment, Tian Qingyang's expression shifts dramatically, his heart churning like a tempest. The might of the Celestial Supreme. No one understands this force better than he. It emanates from a Celestial Supreme even more powerful than himself. The rumors indeed hold truth. You single-handedly exert pressure over the entire Huangfeng Valley, compelling them to apologize for their transgressions and compensating you with 5 pieces of spiritual materials. While Huangfeng Valley may be foolish, are you not equally tyrannical, Yuan Qing? Having eliminated the principal offender, why involve the sect of Huangfeng Valley? Listening to Tian Qingyang, Yuan Qing suddenly chuckles heartily. This old man, who had previously ordered him to leave, is now attempting to impart wisdom. Yet, one must concede that there is merit in Tian Qingyang's words. Yuan Qing is indeed domineering. Huangfeng Valley merely sought to exploit my reputation, and thus I claimed their lives. In the past, the Duan family sought my demise, Tian Qingyang. Do you believe I would spare them? Or do you think you can withstand me? Boom. A formidable pressure erupts, surging toward Tian Qingyang. The once unyielding figure of Tian Qingyang is suddenly thrust back several hundred meters, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. He quickly unleashes several waves of true energy, barely managing to steady himself. Gasping for breath, Tian Qingyang stares in terror at the distant Yuan Qing. How could the disparity be so vast? It was merely a pressure that rendered him completely powerless, much like how he had dealt with Yuan Qing on that fateful day. Yet, that had been the encounter of the most formidable against an ordinary warrior. Now, both of them stood as paragons of strength. How little time had elapsed? Not even 3 months. Whether genius or prodigy, such terms seemed insufficient to encapsulate the magnitude and terror of Yuan Qing's might. Suddenly, Tian Qingyang broke into a relieved smile. It appeared that the old man could no longer hold back, nor did he intend to. With this strike, my debt to the Duan family has been settled. Tian Qingyang's words were spoken to himself, yet meant for the ears of the Duan family. He had done his utmost. With resolution, Tian Qingyang stepped aside, clearing the path for Yuan Qing, retreating silently to the periphery. Before Yuan Qing could approach, Tian Qingyang's voice echoed once more. Yuan Qing, you are indeed formidable, yet I still hope you will withdraw. Should you insist on proceeding to the Duan family, you will not face just one adversary, but a multitude, an assembly of individuals whose strength surpasses your wildest imagination. Chapter 138, The Gathering of the Four Directions. Yuan Qing, we have awaited you for quite some time. As Tian Qingyang's words echoed, A melodious voice suddenly resounded within the Duan residence. Yuan Qing furrowed his brow, for he did not recognize the owner of that voice. However, the people of Yinyan City were well aware of its identity. It belonged to Duan Xishan. Who would have thought he had truly returned? Rumor had it that Duan Xishan had also become a paramount power in the Tianquan continent. Indeed, Yinyan City is replete with prodigies. Duan Xishan was a genius of the previous generation, while Yuan Qing stood as the genius of the current one. It was intriguing to ponder the outcome of their impending clash. Outside the spirit suppression prison, the spirit suppressors were equally focused on this monumental battle that concerned the entire Yinyan prefecture. Within the Duan residence, dozens of figures soared into the air, converging towards Yuan Qing from various directions. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all of them were formidable warriors at the Jade Bone realm. Among them was the gaunt dragon, unmistakably present as well. A wave of astonishment swept through Yinyan City. Was this the foundation of the Duan family? After Yuan Qing had eliminated so many Jade Bone realm experts, they could still dispatch dozens of them. Indeed, the reputation of the foremost family in Yinyan City was well-deserved. In truth, these individuals were not all from the Duan family. The vast majority were brought back by Duan Xishan from the Tianquan continent. For this operation, Duan Xishan had made ample preparations. Once he had completely surrounded Yuan Qing, he took several strides forward to stand before him. Yuan Qing, your audacity knows no bounds. I had yet to seek you out, yet here you come, presenting yourself unbidden, Duan Xishan remarked with a faint smile. In the past, my Duan family fell into decline because of you. Today, I shall tread upon your body to reclaim the throne of the foremost family in Yinyan Prefecture. Since you dared to come, I shall ensure you leave with no hope of return. What an audacious claim, Yuan Qing replied with a cold smile. He had never proactively provoked the Duan family. It was always they who sought trouble. Who would have imagined that he would be so fixated upon him in the end? Is this how bandits operate nowadays? However, who said I was alone? A serene smile suddenly graced Yuan Qing's lips. To guarantee the obliteration of the Duan family, he had indeed expended considerable effort. As his words faded, hundreds of figures simultaneously appeared atop the city walls. Huang Yu, the Grand Elder of the Tianhong sect, arrived with the elite members of his sect to lend Yuan Qing a helping hand. The deputy leader of Tiansong Valley, along with martial artists from the valley, came forth to assist Yuan Qing as well. The head of the Yun family, Qinglian Mountain Huanglong sect in a bustling moment. Dozens of forces emerged from beyond Yinyan City, converging unerringly at Yuan Qing's side. Recently, Yuan Qing abandoned his siege on Huangfeng Valley, ultimately setting his sights on the formidable Duan family, even more powerful than Huangfeng Valley. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Yuan Qing, who had previously found himself at a disadvantage, suddenly transformed into a figure of strength. The members of the Duan family were thoroughly encircled by Yuan Qing's forces. This scene left the onlookers of Yinyan City utterly astounded. What was happening? Had the entire power of Yinyan Prefecture converged here? It was astonishing to witness Tianhong sect collaborating with the Yun family after a century of separation. Truly, the foremost figure in Yinyan Prefecture could only possess such audacity to amass a significant portion of its forces. In the distance, Zhenling nodded in approval. Compared to the past, Yuan Qing had matured immensely. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out, not from Yuan Qing, but from Duan Xishan. Duan Xishan's mirth was palpable as he scrutinized Yuan Qing, simultaneously assessing the representatives of the various factions. He then addressed the crowd with a resounding voice. Tianhong sect, Tiansong Valley, Huanglong sect, these are all esteemed, time-honored powers of Yinyan Prefecture. Alas, they have been led astray by a charlatan. What did you say? Duan Xishan, I suggest you clean up your language. Facing imminent doom, you still dare to be obstinate. The members of Tianhong sect turned crimson, akin to cats whose tails had been stepped on, filled with anxious urgency. They covertly glanced at Yuan Qing. Had he said something? That shouldn't be the case. Were they not here to assist? The crowd was engulfed in confusion. Even Duan Xishan was taken aback, wondering why these individuals were so flustered before he had even finished his statement. Humph, you remain oblivious, do you not? Yuan Qing is nothing but a complete fraud. Yuan Qing? The members of Tianhong sect were momentarily stunned, realizing it was not about that matter, and thus calmed down instantly. This scene bewildered Duan Xishan. It was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't they be in a frenzy, demanding answers from him? Nevertheless, Duan Shishan paid it no mind, for the show was just beginning. Yuan Qing regarded Duan Shishan with an air of indifference, eager to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Duan Shishan sneered, drawing everyone's attention to the Duan residence. Today, apart from myself, I have also brought back a few friends from Tianshuang continent, whom I shall now introduce to you all. As he spoke, two figures emerged from within the Duan residence. The first was a man clad in silver craftsman's attire, adorned with an embroidered moon upon his chest. This was Zhu Tianhua, the chief steward of the Forging Association headquarters from Tianshuang continent, a true quasi-spirit weapon master. Following him was another man dressed in similar garb. This individual is Yang Wang, a revered member of the Forging Masters Association headquarters and an aspiring spirit tool master. Two men approached Duan Shishan, their gazes scanning the surroundings with an air of haughty disdain, before one of them spoke in a voice as frigid as ice. Murong Changkong, why do you not emerge? At that moment, not far off, Murong Changkong, who had been observing the commotion, was compelled to step forward. The president of the Yinyun Prefecture Forging Masters Association, Murong Changkong, acknowledged both the Grand Steward and the revered member with utmost respect, bowing graciously. However, the two men disregarded him entirely, their voices sharp and cold. Murong Changkong, are you aware of your transgressions? What wrong have I committed? Murong Changkong replied, perplexed, questioning whether these men had come specifically to hold him accountable. With a scoff, Zhu Tianhua proclaimed loudly, your greatest fault lies in the leniency shown during the Young Forging Masters competition, which allowed an unworthy aspirant to tarnish the reputation of our association. We have conducted an investigation, revealing that Yuan Qing possesses no actual ability to forge a spirit tool, yet he fraudulently attained the title of Spirit Tool Master through deceit. This is utterly laughable. We have come today to revoke Yuan Qing's title and to publicly expose his fraudulent actions. Chapter 139. Today, I strip you of your genius identity nonsense. Such a thing is absolutely unfathomable. Yuan Qing's accolades have been earned solely through his own merit. Murong Changkong bellowed with indignation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the peculiar shift in the atmosphere that enveloped the room following Zhu Tianhua's remarks. Particularly, the disciples accompanying Yuan Qing began to regard him with increasingly peculiar glances. Duan Shishan let out a derisive snicker. Oh, President Murong, has Yuan Qing not, from the very beginning, failed to forge a single genuine quasi-spiritual weapon? Even the remnants of spiritual weapons were crafted through the aid of the Spirit Suppression Grand Array. Are you truly unaware of this, or are you willfully concealing the truth? Duan Shishan's tone morphed into one of pointed inquiry. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Murong Changkong's expression faltered. It was evident to the discerning that the remnant spiritual weapon in Yuan Qing's possession had been inscribed with the Spirit Suppression Grand Array. However, at the time, he refrained from elaborating to suppress Duan Dongha. In his view, regardless of its flaws, even a remnant spiritual weapon produced with the aid of formation surpassed an ordinary weapon by a considerable margin. Simultaneously, Duan Shishan's words served as a wake-up call to the assembly. It appeared that Yuan Qing was indeed not a genuine quasi-spiritual weapon master. From the outset, the collective appraisal of Yuan Qing had merely been one of anticipation and boundless potential. The subsequent exaggerations had arisen solely because Yuan Qing had successfully forged a remnant spiritual weapon, leading many to speculate that he would inevitably ascend to the rank of quasi-spiritual weapon master, prompting a flurry of accolades from those eager to please. Dear friends, do you recall how, not long ago, Yuan Qing borrowed a plethora of advanced Jade Bone Realm techniques under the pretext of forging supreme weapons, yet ultimately produced not a single weapon for us? This revelation sparked a moment of clarity among the assembly. No wonder Master Yuan Qing had consistently evaded discussions regarding the forging of supreme weapons. Might he truly lack the requisite skill to still refer to him as a master? His remnant spiritual weapons were forged with the assistance of formations. What sort of master could he truly be? If that were the case, had Yuan Qing even attained the level of a top-tier forging master? The individuals who had initially stood beside Yuan Qing began to exhibit increasingly strange expressions. If Master Yuan Qing was not truly a master, and merely a formidable practitioner, was there any reason for them to remain in his company? It is crucial to remember that their adversary was the foremost family of Yinyun City, the Duan clan. Tiansong Valley, during the last auction. Did you not sell a supreme weapon forged by Master Yuan Ching? Might you now divulge the true caliber of that weapon? Suddenly, a voice rang out, pressing the deputy leader of Tiansong Valley. Indeed, you invested a considerable sum in it. This matter pertains to the honor of the Forging Master Association and the entirety of Yanyan Prefecture. We hope you will deliberate carefully before responding. Well, that weapon, even among supreme weapons, could only be regarded as subpar. Ultimately, under the relentless questioning of the crowd, the master of Tiansong Valley was compelled to reveal the truth. How could this be? Was it possible that he was truly of mediocre caliber? The exquisite weapon once wielded by Duan Donghe was certainly of above-average quality. So could it be that Yuan Ching was even inferior to him? Witnessing this situation, Duan Shishan erupted into triumphant laughter. He had suspected foul play all along. After all, Yuan Ching was merely around 17 years of age. How could he possibly be on the brink of becoming a spirit weapon master? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Duan Shishan then sauntered toward Yuan Ching. Yuan Ching, do you have anything to say? Yuan Ching's expression remained indifferent as he regarded Duan Shishan, akin to observing a fool. Have you finished speaking? Yuan Ching, what manner of attitude is this? You have committed an egregious error. Do you not recognize the need for repentance? A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within Duan Shishan's heart. This young man was far too dismissive of their authority. Did he truly not comprehend the gravity of his situation? With a cold sneer, he produced a scroll from his robe, prominently displaying the emblem of the Forge Master Association, rendered in the highest grade of gold. Upon sight of this scroll, Murong Chong Kong was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. The president's decree, how could this be? How did you come by such a thing? Duan Shishan merely scoffed, disregarding Murong Chong Kong's words, and continued to fixate on Yuan Ching. Today, I, Duan Shishan, hereby represent the Forge Master Association to formally announce that your status as a prospective spirit weapon master, along with all your honors in the Yanyan Prefecture, will become naught but a fleeting memory. From this day forth, you, Yuan Ching, shall no longer be regarded as a genius or a prospective spirit weapon master of our association, but merely a fraud. At that moment, the entire venue fell into silence. All eyes were fixed upon Duan Shishan, who had once again seized the spotlight in the city of Yanyan. To possess the power to arbitrarily strip others of their genius and status as spirit weapon masters was utterly astounding. Duan Shishan, you have no evidence. This is slander. Murong Chong Kong bellowed, his face contorted with indignation. Once this declaration was made, Yuan Ching would be irrevocably severed from the Forge Master Association, destined to become a mere passerby, or even a potential adversary. Murong Chong Kong shuddered at the thought of the calamity that would ensue should Yuan Ching find himself at odds with the Forge Master Association. Just consider the animosity between Huangfeng Valley and the Duan family. However, Duan Shishan held a different perspective. Slander? You overestimate your own importance. With the president's decree in hand, my words serve as the evidence. There is no need for underhanded tactics. With that, Duan Shishan crushed the decree. A beam of light erupted from the decree, hurtling toward Yuan Ching, ultimately vanishing within him. In that instant, Yuan Ching sensed that an unseen connection had been severed, though he could not pinpoint its nature. No, please no. Murong Chong Kong roared in desperation. At the very moment he laid eyes on the decree, he comprehended that this entire scheme had been meticulously orchestrated by Duan Shishan, and he was utterly powerless to thwart it. Duan Shishan, with a mocking smile, addressed the assembly from Tiansong Valley, stating, Yuan Ching is no longer a prospective spirit weapon master, nor is he affiliated with our Forging Master Association. Do you still intend to assist him? This declaration led to palpable hesitation among the crowd. They had been supporting the most talented forger of Yanyan Prefecture, the one destined to become the foremost figure in Yanyan. Now that Yuan Ching had been exposed as a fraud, they found themselves devoid of any justification to continue their support. Master Yuan Ching, it appears I have pressing matters to attend to within the Qinglian sect, so I must take my leave for today. Master Yuan Ching, I too. With one individual taking the lead, a significant portion of the factions opted to withdraw, no longer trailing behind Yuan Ching. Now, only the Tianhong sect and Tiansong Valley remained, yet they chose to remain silent, seemingly observing the unfolding events. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Witnessing this turn of events, Duan Shishan burst into laughter. So, Yuan Ching, Can you still act with arrogance? Chapter 140. The Siege. Have you finished speaking? If so, I shall take action. Observing Yuan Qing's nonchalant demeanor, Duan Shishan's smile froze. Yuan Qing, you must understand. At present, you are merely a solitary figure, ensnared within our formidable encirclement. Do you truly believe that you alone possess the power to overturn everything? As Duan Shishan's words echoed, an aura befitting a supreme being erupted instantaneously. Following this, Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang also unleashed a formidable force, encircling Yuan Qing from all sides. Supreme beings of the realm. How could it be that these two are also supreme beings? The expressions of the onlookers in Yinyun City shifted dramatically. It had been years since so many supreme beings had emerged simultaneously within the city. Retreat. The Tianhong sect swiftly issued an order to withdraw, opting not to partake in this monumental clash any longer. After much deliberation, the Tianzong Valley followed suit, retreating alongside the Tianhong sect. They had initially believed that only Duan Shishan was a supreme being and thought they might still intervene. Yet now, confronted by three such powers, no faction within Yinyun Prefecture possessed the audacity to remain. At that moment, a robust figure appeared unexpectedly. Yuan Qing, you need not fear those two. They have merely recently crossed the threshold into supremacy. Their strength is rather mediocre. It is only Duan Shishan who possesses the prowess of a mid-tier supreme being. Duan Shishan regarded the newcomer with a cold smile. Zhenling, you have been assigned to guard the prison. I did not expect you to be so unruly. Therefore, today, I shall deal with you as well. No need for concern, Brother Duan. I will handle Zhenling. Another figure emerged, the commander of the Yinyun Guard. A mere defeated foe dares to speak so arrogantly. Zhenling spat disdainfully at the commander of the Yinyun Guard. I do not doubt my ability to remain silent for a quarter of an hour, but I am confident that within that time, Brother Duan will have dealt with Yuan Qing. The commander of the Yinyun Guard chuckled, resolutely positioning himself before Zhenling, seemingly oblivious to the humiliation he had suffered previously. You seek death, Zhenling bellowed, his muscular form trembling as he charged at the commander. Both were on the verge of supreme power, and soon they were embroiled in a fierce battle within Yinyun City. Seeing this, Duan Shishan shifted his focus back to Yuan Qing, declaring, with three sides closing in, Yuan Qing, let us see how you shall escape this time. From three directions, the powers of the three supreme beings converged. Meanwhile, dozens of Jade Bone Realm experts around them continually repositioned themselves. As a top-tier forge master, Duan Shishan was also an exceptional master of formations. Those he had brought along were meticulously chosen members of his formation team. This formation is centered around the formidable powers of three supreme beings, with the strength of dozens of Jade Bone Realm experts serving as its components. Once the grand array is completed, a formidable force will converge at its center, potent enough to effortlessly annihilate even the mightiest among the supreme. This is a truly magnificent array, one capable of instilling deep resentment in the hearts of the supreme. Such a breathtaking spectacle is a sight that the people of Yinyun Prefecture behold for the very first time. Previously, Yinyun Prefecture had never witnessed an array capable of contending with the supreme. In the crowd, many individuals began to shake their heads and lament. It seems that Yuan Qing truly has no escape this time. The grandeur of this formation undoubtedly stems from the teachings of Duan Shishan, learned from the Tianquan continent. Should this grand array come to fruition, it is likely that our most talented individual in a century, Yuan Qing, will meet his demise. At the center of the array, Yuan Qing smiled and gently shook his index finger. I believe you have misunderstood a crucial point. It is not you who have surrounded me, but rather, I have enveloped all of you. At that very moment, as Yuan Qing's voice resonated, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation. The once azure sky suddenly morphed into a fiery crimson hue. Countless flames ignited at the horizon, and a tempestuous wind began to sweep in from all directions, as red dust surged forth to engulf Yinyun City. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, striking a Jade Bone Realm expert with tremendous force. In an instant, a formidable fifth refinement Jade Bone Realm expert crumpled, his body reduced to cinders. This unforeseen onslaught left everyone momentarily stunned. How powerful! Even a fifth refinement Jade Bone Realm expert could not react in time. Hadn't Yuan Qing been restrained by the three supreme beings? How could he still strike? Yuan Qing had not even moved. What was that attack? Few could comprehend it. as if the lightning had descended independently of Yuan Qing, falling naturally from the sky. Duan Shishan's expression darkened, astonished that Yuan Qing could still act while surrounded. It was a blatant disregard for his authority. Zhu Steward, young elder, why do you hesitate to act? The moment the grand array is established is the moment Yuan Qing meets his end. Very well. You too. Unleash your full power to restrain Yuan Qing. Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang responded affirmatively, advancing towards Yuan Qing with overwhelming force from two directions. They harbored the ambition to combine their strengths as supreme beings to suppress Yuan Qing at the center, subsequently relying on the power of the array to eliminate him. As supreme beings, they understood better than anyone the profound might of their kind. To plot the demise of a supreme being required utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to severe injury at Yuan Qing's hands, a cost too great to bear. Yet, Yuan Qing's form remained unchanged, while the movements of his hands continuously evolved. Immediately, the colors of the sky began to deepen, and countless bolts of purple lightning descended relentlessly. 1, 2, 3. Members of the Duan family's Jadebone realm were struck down as if summoned by fate, perishing beneath the onslaught of that purple thunder. The formation, which had already taken shape, was suddenly shattered, losing much of its potency. Yuan Qing, cease this at once. Duan Shishan bellowed in furious embarrassment. In that moment, Duan Shishan became acutely aware of an unsettling truth. Yuan Qing was not constrained by their overwhelming pressure. Under the weight of three formidable forces, he effortlessly pursued and eliminated the surrounding Jadebone realm warriors. More critically, the grand formation he had once taken pride in appeared utterly ineffective, as each of Yuan Qing's strikes targeted crucial figures for annihilation. This formation, capable of vanquishing the strongest, was rendered a mere farce in the presence of Yuan Qing. Chapter 141. It's your turn, esteemed guests. The abilities of this Yuan Qing are extraordinary. We can no longer hold back. We must unleash our full strength. Duan Shishan's expression darkened. If this continued, the formidable experts comprising the grand formation would be annihilated. Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang exchanged glances of discontent towards Duan Shishan. Duan Shishan, if we are to exert our utmost efforts, the price will be markedly different from before. Duan Shishan shot them an irritated glance, incredulous that they would brazenly haggle in front of Yuan Qing. Fortunately, the presence of a supreme power stirred the atmosphere, masking their conversation from outsiders. Faced with the imminent threat, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Rest assured, once Yuan Qing is vanquished, the Duan family shall reclaim its position as the foremost clan in Yinyan Prefecture, and you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang finally felt reassured and redirected their focus towards Yuan Qing. Meanwhile, the demon suppression tower at Yuan Qing's waist suddenly trembled. The thunderous voice of the Thunder King echoed forth. Yuan Qing, release me, and I shall assist you in dispatching these two insignificant insects. As he spoke, the formation of the demon suppression tower fluctuated, and the aura of the Thunder King permeated the air. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang's expressions shifted. It was the aura of a king-level demon. Yuan Qing, you have actually subdued a king-level demon? It is a spirit artifact, the demon suppression tower. Duan Shishan roared suddenly. I recall that the Shaodian mansion possessed a damaged spirit artifact, the demon suppression tower. Which one did you acquire, Yuan Qing? At his words, Yang Guang and Zhu Tianhua grew vigilant. While the demon suppression tower may not be a primary offensive spirit artifact, it is still a spirit artifact. In Yuan Qing's possession, it could elevate his combat prowess significantly. However, Yuan Qing merely smiled and reached for the three long spears behind him. To deal with you, there is no need for the demon suppression tower. The three spears suddenly soared forth, their formidable auras surging outward. They were three remnants of spirit artifacts. Unlike the functional spirit formations, these were offensive formations. In that instant, the three realized something. Yuan Qing could actually forge remnants of spirit artifacts? Did that render their previous investigations futile? Yet now, the arrow was knocked, and it could not be unshot. The three long spears locked onto their energies. Duan Shishan immediately sensed that something was amiss. This feeling was too subtle. Quickly, unleash your full strength, or it will be too late. Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang, awakening from their stupor, charged towards Yuan Qing. However, it was already too late. 3 beams of light erupted forth, hurtling towards the 3 individuals. In the blink of an eye, the 3 long spears had reached their sides. Damn it, break for me. Zhu Tianhua took the initiative to strike. Revealing no trace of concealment at that moment, he drew forth the concealed quasi-spiritual soft sword from his waist and aimed a slash at the spear before him. Likewise, Yang Guang produced his hidden quasi-spiritual weapon. The spear emanated a palpable sense of threat to both of them. Without exerting their utmost strength, they risked being swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, Duan Xishan dealt with the spear with a cold smile, relishing the moment when they were compelled to exert their full power, now filled with regret. With a thunderous roar, 2 brilliant beams of light erupted before Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang. Exhausting all their strength, both spears shattered into fragments. These 3 spears were originally intended by Yuan Qing to confront Tian Qingyang and possessed relatively modest power. However, bolstered by their quasi-spiritual weapons, both men had significantly enhanced their capabilities, surpassing even Tian Qingyang, thus enabling them to withstand the onslaught. On the other hand, Duan Xishan found himself much more at ease. His innate strength surpassed theirs, and with the aid of a quasi-spiritual weapon, he effortlessly obliterated the spear. Yuan Qing is merely SOSO, Duan Xishan remarked coldly, observing the shattering of the 3 remnants of spiritual weapons. Is this truly Yuan Qing's trump card? Gentlemen, with his remnants destroyed, let us seize him together. Suddenly, Zhu Tianhua shouted, "Watch out." No sooner had he spoken than a streak of sword light sliced through the sky, heading directly towards him. Zhu Tianhua instinctively sought to react, but it was far too swift. He had never witnessed such a rapid blade of light, so fast that he could not even draw his quasi-spiritual weapon in time. Swish! The sword light swept by, severing a large portion of Zhu Tianhua's arm, causing his strength to dissipate instantaneously. "No, my hand. Yuan Qing, I will take your life." Zhu Tianhua screamed in disbelief, clutching his wounded hand. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of true energy erupted from all directions, binding Zhu Tianhua in midair. Having already lost a significant amount of power, he was utterly unable to resist this force, left helplessly suspended in the air while still howling in agony. Old Zhu. Yang Guang instantly sensed that something was amiss. However, before he could finish his thought, a pair of violet wings appeared before him. They were thunderous wings. Before the wings, a dazzling beam of sword light surged forth. Yang Guang's expression turned to one of horror as he hastily grasped his quasi-spiritual weapon in an attempt to defend himself. Alas, it was too slow. The speed of the sword light outpaced his movements. Before he could brace himself, the blade had already penetrated his lower body, severing his legs. In that instant, excruciating pain overwhelmed his mind. The agony of his shattered legs drove him into a frenzy. At this moment, Yang Guang began to wail like a wounded beast, a primal scream echoing in the air. Next, a surge of genuine energy lifted Yang Guang into the air, completely binding him. In an instant, both formidable warriors found themselves devoid of combat capability, entirely ensnared by Yuan Qing. The entire sequence unfolded in the mere span of a second. Before Duan Xishan could fully comprehend the situation, he beheld Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang suspended in midair, howling in desperation. At that moment, Duan Xishan was engulfed in bewilderment. How could this be? Just moments ago, the 3 remnants of the spirit weapons, the spears, were supposed to be your source of confidence. Duan Xishan grappled with the enigma. How could Yuan Qing unleash such a terrifying attack after losing his trump card? Oh, you refer to those 3 bones. They were merely a practice endeavor of mine. A jest at your expense, Yuan Qing chuckled, dismissing the spears made of bare bones as trivial. If he wished, he could create countless more. However, their potency remained commendable, sufficient to contend with some of the weaker, formidable warriors. In the next moment, Yuan Qing directed his long sword towards Duan Xishan. Next, it is your turn. Chapter 142, The 5 Truths. Look, there are 2 figures in the sky. In the city of Yinyuan, many had spotted 2 silhouettes soaring above. It is known that while supreme beings possess great strength, they can only rely on their agility to hover momentarily in the air. Yet, Yuan Qing had effortlessly lifted Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang into the heavens, allowing all to behold them clearly. They were the Grand Steward of the Forging Association, Zhu Tianhua, and the esteemed Yang Guang. Both were supreme beings, but one had lost a hand, while the other had lost a leg. My heavens, how formidable is Yuan Ching! In merely a brief skirmish, dozens of supreme beings were repelled, and these two were taken down one after the other by Yuan Ching. The once unattainable Jade Bone Realm experts and the invincible supreme beings appeared as fragile as paper before Yuan Ching. Is this the true might of the foremost individual in Yinyan Prefecture? Boom! A resounding explosion emanated from the center. Yuan Ching had engaged in combat with Duan Shishan. The central area of Yinyan City had turned into a desolate wasteland. Amidst the ruins stood two figures. Yuan Ching stood poised with his sword, curiosity flickering in his gaze as he regarded Duan Shishan. At that moment, Duan Shishan was panting heavily, his garments tattered, revealing the quasi-spiritual armor beneath. In his grasp, a quasi-spiritual long knife shimmered with a fluctuating array, evidently having endured tremendous trials. Yuan Ching, you are indeed strong, Duan Shishan exclaimed, nearly shouting. But I, Duan Shishan, once the most illustrious genius of Yinyan Prefecture, cannot be so easily defeated by you. How could I, a rural lad from Shaodian Fu, possibly succumb to you? With that, Duan Shishan erupted into laughter. Do you not find it curious? As a genius of Yinyan Prefecture, why have I remained merely a top-tier forger all these years? Even trash like Zhu Tianhua can become a quasi-spiritual craftsman. Why am I not? That is because, from the very beginning, I was never a prodigy in forging, but rather in cultivation. Upon uttering these words, a resplendent green light burst forth from Duan Shishan's body. Jade Marrow Realm, Yuan Ching murmured, recalling how long it had been since he witnessed someone cultivate the 100 refinements body technique to such an extent. Following this, a powerful aura erupted from Duan Shishan. 9 Truths Profound Art, 5th Realm, Profound Realm. As these two energies surged forth, Duan Shishan's strength dramatically increased. Until now, he had been concealing his true power, and only at this moment did he fully unleash it. Duan Shishan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his aura grew stronger with each passing moment. Yuan Ching, you should feel honored to witness my full might, which is infinitely close to that of a higher supreme being, far beyond the likes of Zhu Tianhua, whom you deem as trash. Even within the entirety of the Frosty Continent, those capable of surpassing me can be counted on one hand. Now, you may take pride in your impending demise. Duan Shishan unleashed a blade strike, causing the ground to instantaneously fracture, creating a chasm several yards wide. The surroundings began to tremble. Even Yuan Ching's fiery domain experienced a slight distortion. This was a power that transcended Yuan Ching. With a grave expression, Yuan Ching retaliated with his own 11th sword. The two forces entwined, unleashing a powerful shockwave that flattened the surrounding area. Yet, Yuan Ching's sword light dimmed in the aftermath of their clash, swiftly fading away. Yuan Ching was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was formidable. Even his mightiest 11th sword could not contend with the opponent. Duan Shishan, witnessing this, was filled with elation, though it felt rather expected. Just a moment ago, Yuan Ching's sword strikes had effortlessly slain Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guan. Now, however, they bore no effect against him. Yuan Ching, this time, how will you fight back? Boom. That cataclysmic force erupted, engulfing Yuan Ching entirely. In that instant, all that remained of Yuan Ching's location was a cloud of dust, his form utterly shattered within. Observing this, Duan Shishan's expression radiated joy. Having been obliterated by his own attack, surely he couldn't escape this time, right? Haha, Yuan Ching. Opposing my Duan family leads to this outcome. However, scarcely had Duan Shishan's words left his lips when a bloodied figure slowly emerged from the dust. With each step taken, the wounds on his body began to mend, and by the time he reached the end, nearly all signs of injury had vanished. Aside from his tattered clothing, there was no indication of harm. How could this be? Having taken my strike, even a top-tier powerhouse would not dare to claim to be unscathed. Why do you still stand here? Duan Shishan's expression turned perplexed. He felt this situation had exceeded his comprehension. His attack had failed to inflict harm on Yuan Ching. How could he possibly continue to fight? I refuse to believe this. You shall die? Duan Shishan roared, channeling all his strength once more, determined to see Yuan Ching perish. As the formidable force surged toward Yuan Ching, suddenly, the colors of the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. The original crimson glow vanished in an instant. Along with the thunder and sandstorms, replaced by an ordinary realm. Yet, within this seemingly mundane existence lay an enigmatic power. Boom. In a fleeting moment, that force appeared to collide with an invisible barrier of air, astonishingly halted in its tracks. Duan Shishan was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. What is happening? Where has my strength vanished? He could only sense a formidable force coalescing around him, yet he was unable to discern the true nature of the situation. Gradually, Yuan Qing's figure reemerged, enveloped by that powerful energy which continued to swirl incessantly. Duan XSHN, you have showcased your prowess for long enough. Now it is my turn, he declared, as the atmosphere around them began to vibrate with intensity. In that moment, Duan XSHN felt it, the sharpness of the wind, the fury of the thunder, the gentleness of the water, the ferocity of the fire, and the weightiness of the earth. These 5 forces intertwined, complementing each other to forge a new kind of power. This was the mightiest force that Yuan Qing had attained after advancing to the 5th refinement of the Jade Bone, the 5 True Qi. Moreover, it was not merely the ordinary 5 True Qi, but rather a combination of 5 advanced forms. This overwhelming aura weighed so heavily upon Duan XSH in that it rendered him somewhat breathless. The number 1 genius of New York Mansion, is it? So close to becoming a top-tier formidable being. I wonder if you can withstand my strike. The 5th True Qi, 11th Sword. Chapter 143. The spectacle begins in an instant. 5 brilliant beams of light shot skyward. An unusual pressure erupted from Yuan Qing's sword light, bearing down upon Duan Shishan with the weight of a mountain, oppressively stifling him. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. Before him lay a desolate expanse, shrouded in a gray haze. Within his perception, the world around Duan Shishan transformed into a somber shade, devoid of feeling or judgment, plunging into darkness. His realm felt as though it had become isolated, as if it no longer existed. At this juncture, Duan Shishan stood before this overwhelming pressure like an ant crushed beneath a boot, small and helpless. A thick veil of darkness surrounded him. No, I am the hope of the Duan family. I cannot perish. Duan Shishan roared in fury. Yet his voice barely reached a meter beyond him. This was the terrifying aspect of the 11th sword. Not only was its power formidable, but it also locked onto the target's vital energy. Enhanced by the profound essence of the 5th level of true energy, this effect was maximally realized. With a swift motion, a multicolored sword light sliced through the air, severing Duan Shishan's left arm. Following that, another arc of light returned, cleaving through his right arm as well. In an instant, he lost a significant portion of his strength. Duan Shishan howled and screamed in agony, yet he remained unable to escape his fate. In the next moment, the dust surrounding him abruptly settled, and the world became clear once more. It was a wasteland, and there was Yuan Qing. Immediately, Duan Shishan found himself in a predicament similar to that of Zhu Tianhua, lifted high into the sky by the force of true energy. Confused, he could not comprehend Yuan Qing's intentions. Yet, as he had not been slain, he still held hope. Yuan Qing, halt this now. We still have room for negotiation. Despite his severed arms and the grim state of the others, they were supreme beings. With the aid of rare herbs and treasures, such injuries could be mended. Thus, he believed Yuan Qing was merely showcasing his strength, harboring no intent to kill him. Yes, Yuan Qing, we share no enmity. Beside him, Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang nodded in agreement. However, the reconciliation they hoped for did not materialize, for Yuan Qing struck again. This time, his target was the commander of the Yin Guard. The commander, already under the suppression of the spirit, suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura descending upon him. Before he could react, a multicolored sword light erupted. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed. The commander of the Yin Guard, a formidable being, was obliterated by Yuan Qing's single strike. In that moment, Duan Shishan and the others were rendered speechless. With the same technique, it was certain that not only Duan Shishan, but at least Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang would have met a similar fate. This implied that Yuan Qing had indeed spared them. At this moment, Zhenling burst into laughter beside him. Yuan Qing, well done. I have long despised this scoundrel. He is merely a waste who has just stepped into the realm of the strongest. How dare he contend with me? From the moment he made his move months ago, his fate was all but sealed. Yuan Qing nodded, then cupped his hands in gratitude to Zhenling. Twice I have acted. Thank you, Brother Jinling. Jinling responded with a hearty laugh and waved his hand dismissively. You still owe me 2 pieces of quasi-spiritual equipment. If you perish, I would suffer a great loss. Suddenly, Jinling cast a curious glance towards the sky, where Duan Xishan and Zhu Tianhua were still wailing. What do you intend to do about those fellows? Yuan Ching smiled, unfurled his thunderous wings, and soared into the sky. Of course, I am sending them to you, Brother Jinling. He then called out to Murong Changkong, who was not far away. President Murong, may I borrow 3 portions of exquisite forging materials? Sure. Murong Changkong replied, momentarily taken aback, but naturally acquiescing to Yuan Qing's request. Meanwhile, as the dust settled, the people of Yinyuan City, along with the various factions observing from a distance, finally grasped the situation on the battlefield. It's Yuan Qing, he appears unscathed. Duan Xishan and the others seem to have been defeated, trapped in midair. Can anyone explain what has transpired? Has Yuan Qing truly grown strong enough to vanquish 3 formidable foes simultaneously? At that moment, the deputy chief of Tiansong Valley, summoning his courage, approached Yuan Qing. Upon witnessing the tragic state of Duan Xishan and his companions, he confirmed the outcome of the battle. Yuan Qing had triumphed. Congratulations, Master Yuan Qing, effortlessly defeating the 3 strongest and ascending as the supreme champion of Yinyuan Prefecture. With the deputy chief's exclamation, realization dawned upon everyone present. The members of Tianhong sect and others awakened from their stupor and began to offer their congratulations. Tianhong sect congratulates Master Yuan Qing on becoming the foremost figure of Yinyuan Prefecture. The Yun family extends their congratulations to Master Yuan Qing for claiming the title of the world's strongest. In an instant, numerous factions showered him with their blessings. However, they soon found themselves filled with regret. Had they known of Yuan Qing's formidable prowess, they would not have retreated but rather followed him into battle, which would have surely resulted in a collective victory. Yet, this was not the end. Yuan Qing shook his head, standing aloft in the sky. His gaze set upon the distant residence of the Duan family. Suddenly, thousands of bolts of lightning descended, engulfing the Duan estate in a tempest of thunder. A cacophony of wails erupted from within, and aside from the central hall, none were spared. In that moment, Duan Xishan's eyes turned crimson, tears streaming down his face like a bursting dam. Yuan Qing, I will kill you. Regret and fury surged within Duan Xishan's heart. It was precisely due to their initial calculations against Yuan Qing that the Duan family faced utter annihilation. A single, formidable strike obliterated the very foundation of their clan. He loathed his own lack of power, yet felt a deeper regret for provoking a ruthless figure like Yuan Qing, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Duan family. It was not only him. Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang trembled in fear, their eyes wide with terror. They had initially thought they were merely bullying a budding spiritual weapon master, but instead, they encountered a merciless powerhouse. Nearby, the members of the Qinglei sect were quaking in fear, dreading the prospect of Yuan Qing seeking retribution later. They hastily approached, pleading for mercy. Master Yuan Qing, we apologize. The Qinglei sect was blind to your prowess, fleeing from the battlefield. We willingly accept our punishment. We are also prepared to offer spiritual materials in hopes of your forgiveness. Their fear was palpable. After all, centuries of their sect's legacy could not simply vanish. Unlike the Huangfeng Valley, which had merely suffered financial loss, the Duan family had been reduced to nothingness by a cataclysmic storm of thunder. Rest assured, I, Yuan Qing, am not one to slay recklessly, he replied with a smile. At that moment, Murong Changkong approached with exceptional materials, looking equally puzzled at Yuan Qing. Observing these materials, a smile graced Yuan Qing's lips. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 144. The formation of the semi-spiritual weapon. Brother Jinling, what type of semi-spiritual weapon do you desire? Feel free to voice your requirements. Jinling below was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he to forge a semi-spiritual weapon at this very moment? Suppressing his curiosity, Jinling slowly responded, a great axe and a massive shield will suffice. Understood. As he spoke, 3 exquisite materials floated in midair, and a series of strange flames emerged, continuously forging these materials. At that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through Yinyuan City. As a blacksmith, they could instantly recognize the nature of the flames. It was earth fire. Master Yuan Qing possesses earth fire. Earth fire is a hallmark of a spiritual weapon master, Wasn't it said that Yuan Qing was not a semi-spiritual weapon master? Duan Shishan was utterly enraged. He recognized this earth fire as the very one awarded by the Blacksmith Association. This is my earth fire. It rightfully belongs to me. As for the disciples of the Tianhong sect, their regret was profound. With earth fire at his command, who could still claim that Yuan Qing was not a semi-spiritual weapon master? Furthermore, Yuan Qing was not merely a semi-spiritual weapon master. He was also a formidable powerhouse. He possessed both strength and capability, truly a colossal asset. Yet now, even if they regretted it deeply, it was far too late. Next, Yuan Qing shot forth 3 pieces of spiritual material and began the forging process with the earth fire. The brilliance of the spiritual materials was dazzling, illuminating the entirety of Yanyan City. At this moment, the crowd could finally ascertain that Yuan Qing was indeed forging a semi-spiritual weapon. Only at the semi-spiritual weapon level could one utilize spiritual materials. In that instant, a flicker of terror flashed in Duan Shishan's eyes as he seemed to grasp something. Yuan Qing, what are you planning? Yuan Qing, preparing the materials, opened his eyes and glanced slowly at Duan Shishan. I have heard that spiritual weapons possess their own sentience. If, at the moment of successful forging, one drinks the blood of a powerful demon king, it can enhance the weapon's prowess. However, if a demon king is unavailable, the blood of a formidable human can suffice. I, Yuan Qing, wish to verify the truth of this claim. Blood drinking for spiritual weapons. According to legend, any spiritual weapon that consumes the blood of a strong individual during its forging will become even more powerful. However, demon kings are elusive, and formidable humans are even more challenging to slay. Thus, few semi-spiritual weapon masters have ever crafted such weapons. Today, Yuan Qing actually intends to experiment on these individuals. At this point, Zhu Tianhua could no longer remain seated. Yuan Qing, I am a high-ranking official of the Blacksmith Association. If you proceed with this, you will be declaring war against the entire association. Yuan Qing, spare us. There is still room for reconciliation. We can frame this as a personal grudge between you and the Duan family. But once you take action and slay high-ranking officials and elders of the Blacksmith Association, there will be no chance for reconciliation. Yang Guang anxiously interjected. At this moment, both individuals were engulfed in profound regret, pondering why they had chosen to wade into such murky waters. Not only were they facing the prospect of losing limbs, but their very lives were now at stake. Even Murong Changkong, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in concern. Yuan Qing, are you truly considering their demise? The influence of the Forge Master Association is far greater than you can fathom. Killing them would yield no benefit. As the vice president of the association, he was deeply reluctant to see a rift develop between the Forge Master Association and Yuan Qing. In contrast, Zhenling snorted dismissively, expressing his disdain. Humph, Yuan Qing, do you fear them? These fellows will not retreat unless they are thoroughly shattered. At that moment, Duan Shishan suddenly burst into laughter. Yuan Qing, if you possess the courage, go ahead and kill us. Let us see if you can still navigate the tumultuous waters of Tianchuan continent thereafter. Initially, Duan Shishan had felt a twinge of fear, but now, with the Duan family's foundation in ruins, he was unafraid, yearning only for Yuan Qing to pay with his life. What of the Forge Master Association? Those who have dared to strike against me must bear the consequences. With that declaration, Yuan Qing disregarded the others and immersed himself in the forging process. The crafting of a quasi-spiritual weapon differs greatly from that of an exceptional weapon. Even with Yuan Qing's prowess, it would require several days to achieve success. During this time, Duan Shishan began to mock him maniacally, while Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang pleaded incessantly. Meanwhile, the representatives from the other factions, along with Zhenling, were fixated on Yuan Qing. This was the forging of a quasi-spiritual weapon. Even Murong Changkong had only managed to succeed once by sheer luck. Although the Tianhong faction members outwardly offered their congratulations, inwardly they fervently hoped for Yuan Qing's failure. Should he succeed, he would truly be a bona fide quasi-spiritual weapon master, holding dual identities as both a formidable warrior and a master craftsman, his status nearly rivaling that of the president of the Forge Master Association. This would also serve as a testament to the absurdity of their earlier retreat, a choice they would come to regret for a lifetime. Conversely, if Yuan Qing were to fail, it would at least validate Duan Shishan's assertions, proving that Yuan Qing was merely a powerful individual, not an unparalleled genius in forging. This would bring them considerable relief. Such is human nature. When choosing you, they wish for you to be a paragon of excellence, a chosen one of destiny. Yet once distanced, they hope for your downfall, desiring nothing less than your utter humiliation. The members of the Tianhong faction exemplified this mindset. However, reality was clearly not aligning with their desires. As time flowed on, Yuan Qing's 3 quasi-spiritual weapons began to take shape. One intricate formation after another was inscribed into the 3 weapon embryos, transitioning from top-tier formations to the final spiritual array. First, a colossal axe, longer than a person and wider than any man, was engraved with the Great Spirit Suppression formation. Following that, a shield large enough to encompass a whole person was crafted, similarly adorned with the Great Spirit Suppression formation. As he gazed upon the gradually materializing pair of spiritual artifacts, a radiant golden light emanated from the eyes of the Spirit Guardian. Truly, these were exquisite treasures. His formidable strength had long been hindered by the lack of suitable weaponry. Yet should he acquire these 2 nascent spiritual instruments, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. Suddenly, a deep resonance reverberated throughout the entire city, akin to a hidden dragon's low murmur or a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Following this, a magnificent radiance illuminated the entirety of Yinyan City. The nascent spiritual instrument had been forged. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Yuan Qing crafted a colossal axe of nascent spiritual quality. In that instant, Duan Shishan, who had been incessantly berating, fell into a profound silence. Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guang trembled in disbelief. Yuan Qing was undeniably a seasoned artisan of nascent spiritual instruments, far removed from the appearance of a charlatan. Ironically, they had contemplated expelling him from the Forging Masters Association and revoking his title of genius. In retrospect, their actions seemed profoundly foolish. The strength of Yuan Qing was not something that required their approval. Then, another deep resonance echoed, accompanied by yet another dazzling brilliance. The second nascent spiritual instrument had also come to fruition. Chapter 145, Blood of the Spirit Tools. A bounty of rewards with 2 spirit tools in hand, and another quasi-spirit tool still in the forge, Zhu Tianhua felt as if the world was spiraling into madness. As seasoned quasi-spirit tool masters, they understood that crafting a single quasi-spirit tool required meticulous preparation, and the success rate of forging one at a time was dismally low. Yet, Yuan Qing, an astonishing prodigy, managed to forge 3 in one go, successfully completing 2. If such an extraordinary individual could not be deemed a genius, then what were they to be considered? Utterly inept? In that moment, despair engulfed both of them. A younger individual, whose strength surpassed theirs and whose forging skills were leagues ahead, was the very genius they had expelled. An overwhelming sense of regret enveloped the two. If there existed a remedy for remorse, they would likely consume it by the barrel. However, such a remedy was nowhere to be found in this world. Suddenly, Yuan Qing's axe was aimed squarely at Zhu Tianhua. The sound of the weapon's resonance and its radiant glow grew ever more resounding. It was a colossal axe, born for the purpose of destruction. Now, as it prepared to cleave, there could be no better catalyst than the blood of a formidable adversary. No, Yuan Qing, I was wrong. Spare me. I shall grant you anything, even nominate you as the vice president. Zhu Tianhua cried out, fully aware of the implications. Yuan Qing was preparing to unleash his axe upon him. Yet it was too late. The giant axe descended without hesitation. With a single stroke, Zhu Tianhua was cleaved in twain, his blood and power entirely absorbed by the axe. Subsequently, a small flame emerged, which Yuan Qing swiftly captured and drew into his own being. It turned out to be earthly fire, a delightful surprise indeed. Yuan Qing's heart swelled with joy. As for Zhu Tianhua, he was left as nothing but a heap of remnants and a pile of human skin. In that moment, the brilliance of the giant axe had never shone so vividly. Originally, its power had been somewhat diminished due to the engraved spirit-suppressing formation, but now its might surged, surpassing that of ordinary quasi-spirit tools. The ancients did not deceive me. It seems that the notion of forging with blood truly holds merit. Next, Yuan Qing approached Yang Guang, bearing the massive shield. Yang Guang's complexion was ashen. He had witnessed Zhu Tianhua's demise before his very eyes, watching as his formidable essence was drained by the giant axe, reducing him to mere refuse. For beings of their caliber, This was undoubtedly the most terrifying form of punishment. Yuan Qing, please do not kill me. I beg you. I can offer you 300 million taels of silver. I can give you everything, even be your servant, if only you grant me a chance to live. Yang Guang wailed incessantly, hoping against hope to survive. Yet it was all too late. Yuan Qing's great shield came crashing down with inexorable force. Duan Shishan, you have cost me my life. In his final moments, Yang Guang finally uttered a voice laden with reluctance and regret. Had it not been for Duan Shishan's words, he and Zhu Tianhua would not have found themselves in such dire straits. As for Yuan Qing, he was simply too formidable. Yang Guang scarcely dared to entertain even a hint of complaint. Subsequently, Yang Guang endured the same fate as Zhu Tianhua, having his vital essence drained by the Great Shield, reduced to mere refuse. Likewise, his earth fire was effortlessly absorbed by Yuan Qing. Thus, the two supreme masters of the Forging Association, the quasi-spiritual weapon artisans, were extinguished, utterly transformed into two quasi-spiritual weapons in Yuan Qing's possession. The brilliance emanating from the two quasi-spiritual weapons and the resonant clang that echoed through the heavens and the earth left Murong Changkong and the members of the Tianhong sect utterly astounded. Yuan Qing had not only proven himself as a quasi-spiritual weapon artisan, but also as one of unparalleled skill and expertise. This was no longer a matter of mere regret. It was a profound lament for having missed the opportunity to witness the rise of an extraordinary powerhouse and a genius weapon artisan. Had they been even slightly more resolute from the outset, following Yuan Qing to the end, they would have garnered his immense favor without needing to lift a finger. Just as now, after the Spirit Guardian took action, Yuan Qing had personally crafted two quasi-spiritual weapons as a token of gratitude. At that moment, the Spirit Guardian, wielding the colossal axe and massive shield bestowed by Yuan Qing, felt an indescribable delight swell within him. He had received numerous promises, yet thus far, only Yuan Qing had fulfilled his commitment, while the others remained silent and absent. Then, the Spirit Guardian swung the giant axe several times, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Upon sensing the might of the two quasi-spiritual weapons, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yuan Qing, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. I have encountered many quasi-spiritual weapons, but yours undoubtedly ranks among the finest. Had I possessed these two in my hands earlier, I could have cleaved that incompetent leader within 5 seconds. The onlookers were taken aback. Could the enhancement truly be so substantial? Generally, at the level of supreme masters, a quasi-spiritual weapon merely provided a slight boost in strength, offering no qualitative transformation without a true spiritual weapon. Yet, judging by the Spirit Guardian's exuberance, the enhancement was far from trivial. While it may not equate to a spiritual weapon, it was exceedingly close. The members of the Tianhong sect gazed at the Spirit Guardian with envy, reduced to merely salivating over the quasi-spiritual weapons. Murong Changkong, too, was rendered dizzy by the sight. He had dedicated his entire life in pursuit of crafting a single quasi-spiritual weapon, while Yuan Qing had managed to forge two in just a matter of days. It was astonishing to realize that the once promising junior Yuan Qing had now surpassed the accomplishments of his entire life. Elder Tiansong Valley could no longer contain himself. Swiftly making his way to Yuan Qing with a measure of reverence in his demeanor, inquiring respectfully, Master Yuan Qing, may I inquire if you could assist Xiao Gu in forging a quasi-spiritual weapon? Yuan Qing smiled. When business presented itself, he naturally would not turn it away. As a quasi-spiritual weapon craftsman, I am indeed open to commissions, and as for the price, it shall align with the market value. Upon hearing this, the deputy lord of Tiansong Valley was momentarily taken aback. Market value? Does that not equate to 5 portions of quasi-spiritual weapon materials, along with a labor fee amounting to several tens of millions of silver? Such a steep price would require Tiansong Valley to deplete its resources to afford the forging. But regarding the labor fee, you have already compensated for that previously, so let us waive it this time. The deputy lord of Tiansong Valley was stunned, realizing that their earlier efforts had not been in vain. Thank you, Master Yuan Qing. 5 portions of quasi-spiritual weapon materials are indeed considered fair market value. Moreover, other quasi-spiritual weapon craftsmen cannot guarantee the successful forging of such a weapon, unlike Murong Changkong. To have Yuan Qing undertake the task, exchanging 5 portions of materials for a quasi-spiritual weapon can be deemed a profitable transaction for them. It is merely regrettable that had they stood by Yuan Ching until the very end, perhaps those 5 portions could have yielded 5 quasi-spiritual weapons. Yet, there is no room for what-ifs. Chapter 146. The Destruction of the Duan Residence. Master Yuan Ching, our Tianhong sect, is also willing to offer 5 materials. At this, the members of Tianhong sect grew anxious. An enhanced quasi-spiritual instrument could often alter the course of events. Very well, the order is accepted. Tianhong sect will similarly only require 5 materials. Upon hearing this, the members of Tianhong sect breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their previous efforts had not been in vain. Master Yuan Ching, what about us? Yes, indeed, our Yuan family has always supported you, Master Yuan Ching. Yuan Ching cleared his throat, revealing a standard service smile. Gentlemen, there is no need for haste. All are welcome here, and I shall not refuse anyone. As for the price, we can negotiate. I recall that I still owe quite a sum for exquisite weapons, so let us account for that as well. At this, many individuals felt deflated. How much could exquisite weapons possibly be worth? Merely a few tens of millions at most. However, a quasi-spiritual craftsman's service starts at 30 million, and that is for the most inferior quality. For someone of Yuan Ching's caliber, it would be at least 50 million to begin, if not more. Gentlemen, take your time to ponder. I have another matter to attend to. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Ching lifted Duan Shishan and the remaining materials, soaring towards the Duan family's direction, leaving a multitude of factions busily calculating their own fortunes. Meanwhile, within the Duan residence, thunderous chaos continued unabated. The only sanctuary was the central grand hall. Yuan Ching spared this hall from destruction because it housed one who could not yet perish, Old Man Duan. With a thunderous crash, the grand hall's door shattered, and Yuan Ching appeared outside, carrying Duan Shishan. Old Man Duan, seated within the hall, slowly opened his eyes. Those once wise yet murky orbs now reflected only the weariness of age. Duan Donghe leaped up beside him, his gaze towards Yuan Ching filled with dread. Alas, it seems our Duan family has met its defeat. Yet to fall to a prodigy like Master Yuan Ching, one who emerges once in a millennium, is not without its merit. Old Man Duan sighed softly, shaking his head slightly, his demeanor now devoid of the brilliance it once held, revealing only despondency. No, grandfather. We still have a chance. We are not yet finished. Suddenly, Duan Donghe shouted. Yuan Ching, I know you have come to negotiate. Speak. What is it that you desire? Yuan Ching smiled, releasing his hold on Duan Shishan. Clever indeed. I need to know everything regarding the mysterious technique from the auction house. Mysterious technique? Old Man Duan murmured, striving to recall his memories. A few months prior, they had contested with Yuan Ching over the mysterious technique at the auction house, which evidently aroused his suspicion. I can provide that, but what will you offer in return? To survive, Yuan Ching replied, extending his finger towards the 3 members of the Duan family. From among you 3, one may choose to live. Upon hearing this, the elderly Duan squinted his eyes. He was already akin to decaying wood, and thus could not be the one. Duan Donghe suddenly became agitated. Grandfather, I am the hope of the Duan family. As long as I survive, there is hope for the Duan clan. Duan Shishan snorted coldly, expressing disdain. Yuan Ching, do not harbor such thoughts. Father, do not reveal this to him. Let him kill us. Let him depart with regret and remorse. Observing the starkly contrasting reactions of Duan Shishan and Duan Donghe, Yuan Ching merely smiled, directing his gaze towards the elder Duan. Elder Duan, provide me with information that satisfies me, and thereafter, the power of choice shall rest in your hands. Silence enveloped the grand hall, the atmosphere thick with tension. Even the previously vocal Duan Donghe fell silent. After a prolonged moment, Elder Duan slowly opened his eyes. Enough. Perhaps all of this was erroneous from the very beginning. As he spoke, an ancient parchment scroll flew from his embrace, gradually revealing itself before Yuan Ching. Everything you wish to know is inscribed upon this. Yuan Ching accepted the scroll, which bore a somewhat vague map, yet it was discernible as a palace, marked with a significant location, accompanied by ancient text documenting a passage. Within lies a celestial being, practicing the 9 mystic arts, the supreme method of harnessing the true essence of heaven and earth, known as the path of Ascension. It is now divided into 2 scrolls. The upper scroll benefits the world, while the lower scroll is concealed deep within the palace, secured with layers of encryption, fervently guarded. hoping that a successor of great fortune may one day obtain it. Upon reading this, Yuan Ching suddenly realized that the 4 question marks regarding the mysterious technique had vanished, replaced by the 4 characters of 9 mystic arts. It appeared that Elder Duan had not spoken falsehoods. If this were true, then within these brief phrases lay an abundance of secrets. Most striking among them was undoubtedly the phrase path of ascension. The essence of this path is the ability to ride the clouds and mist, to manipulate the elements, with power exceeding that of even the mightiest warriors by 100-fold. Such beings are referred to as celestial beings. This path of ascension represents the ultimate pursuit of all martial artists in the world. Elder Duan's voice resonated calmly. When I acquired this scroll, I initially believed that my Duan family possessed the fortune of the great. Yet now it seems, the one described within is more akin to you, Master Yuan Ching. Elder Duan suddenly chuckled, reflecting on his years of painstaking scheming, allowing Duan Shishan to patiently cultivate his martial arts, all in hopes of shining brightly within the ruins. However, this time, the allure of the earth fire released by the Forge Master Association was too tempting, leading to an entanglement with Yuan Ching. Little did he expect that a single misstep would result in total loss. One must never be overly greedy. Had Duan Shishan continued to remain hidden, eschewing the temptation of the earth fire and the bidding houses, and instead focused on claiming the lower scroll of the 9 mystic arts from the ruins, the Duan family would surely become the most resplendent clan in the world a century hence. Yuan Ching smiled, though he was far less optimistic than old Duan. Judging by the ancient state of this scroll, it might well possess a history of several centuries, perhaps even having been claimed long ago. However, the time had come to fulfill a promise. The item was quite remarkable. It was time to make a choice, old Duan. At this moment, both Duan Donghe and Duan Shishan were taken aback. Grandfather, please, no? Duan Donghe lamented, his face a mask of despair, while Duan Shishan remained silent, his thoughts unspoken. Then let it be. Duan Donghe. A wave of relief washed over Duan Donghe, as he could scarcely believe that old Duan had chosen him. Duan Shishan, on the other hand, was incredulous. How could old Duan not select him? He was a formidable force, a seasoned top-tier blacksmith, and the strongest of the current Duan lineage. As long as he remained, the Duan family could be rebuilt at any time. What good would it do to choose a useless Duan Donghe? Yet, no one provided him with an explanation, and instead, he was met with the flash of a spear. The third quasi-spiritual weapon forged by Yuan Ching was not a sword, but a spear. At that moment, the spear radiated with starlight, eagerly drawing upon Duan Shishan's essence. Meanwhile, after making his selection, old Duan had quietly passed away. Yuan Ching sneered, recognizing that the old man had made a shrewd choice. In the face of family annihilation, it was prudent not to select those who appeared powerful, arrogant, and undaunted by death as the beacon of hope. Such individuals, though seemingly brimming with potential, would ultimately lead the family towards ruin, carrying only the remnants of its legacy. Furthermore, Yuan Ching had no intention of allowing such a formidable adversary to survive. Conversely, individuals like Duan Donghe, who were willing to endure and feared for their lives, held a glimmer of hope for survival until the day of resurgence. Thus, there was truly only one choice to be made. Regrettably, Yuan Ching would not afford him that opportunity. Little Thunder Beast, I have a treasure for you. The demon suppression tower emerged, drawing the still-dazed Duan Dongshi into its depths. Yuan Ching had not gone back on his word. The path to survival would simply differ. Chapter 147, Secondary Earth Fire within the walls of Yinyan City. The sound of thunder reverberated. Amidst the relentless cacophony of lightning, the Duan residence was utterly reduced to ruins. The once mighty Duan family, the foremost clan of Yinyan City, had met its complete demise, now lying in desolation. The members of the Tianhong sect surrounding the scene were filled with a sense of lament. The Duan family had once overshadowed them in power, yet now they had been annihilated. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. The head of the Yun family felt a wave of relief, grateful for the regulations he had established early on to avoid provoking Yuan Ching. It seemed that they might now ascend to the position of the foremost family in Yinyan City. A windfall indeed. Huh, well done. The Duan family had long been an eyesore. Jinling laughed heartily. One might think he held a deep-seated grudge against the Duan family. Only Murong Chong Kong sighed softly, realizing that Yuan Ching had crossed a point of no return. Yet, He found himself with no opportunity to communicate this to Yuan Qing. As a throng of people surrounded him, individuals from various factions eager to have Yuan Qing forge quasi-spiritual weapons for them. Given the prospect of gaining experience in Yinyan City through such endeavors, Yuan Qing readily acquiesced. He had already calculated that, with his current prowess, he could simultaneously forge 3 quasi-spiritual weapons, achieving remarkable efficiency. With more than half a month remaining before the 2-month deadline set with Dongfang Qing, there was no urgency for him. After receiving orders and materials from the various sects, a towering structure emerged outside Yinyan City, the Demon Suppression Tower. From atop the tower, dazzling lights occasionally burst forth, accompanied by the sounds of resonating artifacts, a phenomenon that had persisted for days. The continuous symphony of clinking metal made Yinyan City feel akin to a sacred realm on earth. Such a spectacle was unprecedented throughout the entirety of Tianquan continent, reminiscent only of the legendary sanctuaries of artifact masters chronicled in ancient texts. In a fleeting moment, Yinyan City transformed into a jubilant haven for blacksmiths. Today, an intermediate blacksmith experienced an epiphany, breaking through to the rank of high-level blacksmith. Tomorrow, a high-level blacksmith encountered an anomaly in his crafting, resulting in an ordinary weapon unexpectedly transcending to the realm of quasi-legendary. Such occurrences transpired in succession, with dozens of similar events reported in the vicinity. Furthermore, spurred by the influence of quasi-spiritual weapons, the quality of artifacts forged during this period was notably superior to the norm. Consequently, the reputation of Yinyan City as a sanctuary for blacksmiths grew ever more illustrious, reaching a point where it bordered on the absurd. Quickly, I must visit Master Yuan Qing in Yinyan City. If I can discern the sound of spiritual artifacts, my own realm will undoubtedly ascend. Master, please ride faster. I yearned to listen to Master Yuan Qing's ethereal melodies. Even more absurd was the scene of a husband encouraging his wife. Hold on, my dear. Yinyan City will rise again for our child. Fear not, my love, for our child's sake, I shall endure. Merely 3 days had elapsed since Yuan Qing erected the Demon Suppression Tower, and already a residential area had sprung up around it. Individuals from various factions, eager to secure prime positions, engaged in fierce altercations. Ultimately, even the spirit guardian was compelled to intervene to restore order amidst the chaos. Upon their arrival, these individuals did little more than kneel before the Demon Suppression Tower, awaiting the auspicious sounds of divine instruments. In that moment, Yuan Qing's name seemed to wield more power than even that of the heavens. On this day, another resonant note echoed forth. Instantly, the air was filled with the cries of hundreds of infants and the sounds of thousands of instruments. I have broken through. I have succeeded. I have forged a quasi-spiritual weapon. One exclaimed, my son will call me father the moment he is born. It is truly miraculous. My wife, only 6 months pregnant, has given birth, and my son is even more handsome than I. Joy permeated the entirety of Yinyan City, and at that moment, the phenomenon seemed extraordinarily miraculous. Brother Morong, does the forging of this quasi-spiritual weapon truly have such effects? The spirit guardian inquired, his brow furrowed in skepticism, feeling that these claims were rather preposterous. I am uncertain, Morong Changkong sighed, for he was merely a novice blacksmith who had forged a quasi-spiritual weapon just once. How could he comprehend the situation fully? Nevertheless, one thing was certain. During his days spent beside the Demon Suppression Tower, he had indeed gained a deeper understanding of weapon forging. This experience proved beneficial for his cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to Yuan Qing, all that transpired outside the tower was a flurry of activity. 3 days prior, at the very moment he raised the tower, he did not immediately commence forging. Instead, he unleashed 3 clusters of earth fire. His own cluster blazed vigorously, nearly the size of a fist, while the other 2 were considerably feeble, barely the size of matchsticks. Concurrently, Yuan Qing sensed a potent feeling of devouring emanating from his earth fire, as if it yearned to consume. Fire of heaven and earth, born between heaven and earth, perishes after the passage of time. This adage proved true. Even in the event of the Master's demise, the 2 clusters of earth fire remained intact. Had Yuan Qing not taken them under his wing, it would not be long before Yinyan City was engulfed in flames. As fellow spirits of the earth, when the earth fires encountered one another, a fierce struggle ensued, each seeking to devour the other. Yuan Qing did not intervene, Instead, he relinquished control. In an instant, the earth fire transformed into a vast maw, voraciously consuming its rival. Then came another great gulp. The two clusters of earth fire, already weakened, stood no chance against the well-nurtured fire of Yuan Ching, which readily absorbed them as nourishment. Although the flames of the two defeated clusters flickered weakly, they nonetheless possessed core earth fire. Following the consumption, Yuan Ching's earth fire grew even more robust, swelling to the size of a fist. The temperature of the flames intensified beyond its previous state, and the entire earth fire underwent a profound transformation. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced the earth fire to the second level. Congratulations! You have completed the goal of achieving the legendary realm of earth fire forging at the second level, 2-2. Yuan Ching was overjoyed. It turned out that reaching the second level of earth fire was such a simple feat. This little home truly is a treasure, having delivered countless exceptional items. After advancing to the second level, the earth fire exhibited an even greater intelligence than before. After stabilizing, it surprisingly began assisting Yuan Ching in forging materials on its own. How convenient. If it were the third or fourth level of earth fire, wouldn't it be capable of forging spiritual artifacts for oneself? Indeed, a mature earth fire should learn to forge its own spiritual instruments. Simultaneously, the enhancement in forging capabilities at the second level became markedly apparent, with speed significantly increased. Moreover, those previously difficult to extract spiritual materials now became remarkably easier under the second level of earth fire. With the mastery of second level earth fire, one has reached the threshold of becoming a spiritual instrument craftsman. Next, all that remains is a corresponding technique. Congratulations! You have successfully operated the earth fire forging technique once, achieving a proficiency coefficient of 187,529 times. Congratulations! The progress requirement for forging a quasi-spiritual artifact has been completed for 5. Congratulations! The earth fire forging technique has successfully been elevated to the legendary realm. Chapter 148, Divine Worship. Congratulations! You have successfully elevated the art of earth fire forging to the legendary realm. Legendary realm unlocked. 11th layer achieved. 12th layer, complete compendium of spirit arrays. Grand earth fire spirit array. 11th layer unlocking conditions. 1. Secondary earth fire, completed. 2. Proficiency, 25467 Comprehension of the natural forces of heaven and earth, not completed. 12th layer unlocking conditions. 1. Tertiary earth fire, 232. Proficiency, 25467 Comprehension of two types of natural forces of heaven and earth, 02. Complete compendium of spirit arrays. Unlocked after the art of earth fire forging reaches the 11th layer. Grand earth fire spirit array. Unlocked after the art of earth fire forging reaches the 12th layer. At long last, the legendary realm has been attained. Beyond the progress in cultivation, this achievement serves as the greatest enhancer one could possess. It possesses the extraordinary ability to elevate one's martial arts to an entirely new echelon. As for the intricate conditions, they are not stringent demands of the system, much like how a spirit artisan requires earth fire. Even an ordinary person must meet these prerequisites to advance. The system merely presents these requirements for one's consideration. Now, with Yuan Ching having cultivated the art of earth fire forging to the 11th layer, he can forge genuine spirit artifacts. These artifacts possess formidable power akin to the demon-suppressing tower, endowed with peculiar functionalities, rather than being mere enhanced versions of ordinary tools. Through the conditions outlined by the system, Yuan Ching instantly discerned the true essence of forging spirit artifacts, the natural forces of heaven and earth. Is it that essence of advanced spiritual energy circulating within the cosmos? Upon his ascension to the pinnacle of strength, Yuan Ching had sensed this power, yet at that time, his mental acuity was insufficient to fully grasp it. The reason he had not devoted time to cultivating his mental energy until now was his belief that advancing his cultivation realm would yield swifter improvements in strength. Now that he has reached a bottleneck in his realm, it is time to prepare for the cultivation of mental energy. In retrospect, the cloud-watching meditation practiced by Dongfang Nikhang must also have been acquired by Dongfang Qin from the relics, those legendary palaces of the mysterious ancient kingdom. As time progressed, Yuan Ching consecutively completed the forging of several quasi-spirit artifacts. With the secondary earth fire at his disposal, Not only did his forging speed increase significantly, but the quality of the subsequent quasi-spirit artifacts also improved markedly. 2 days later, upon completion of the forging, the demon-suppressing tower began to undergo dramatic transformations. The once towering structure of 100 meters gradually shrank into a delicate little tower, and Yuan Qing's figure reappeared before the crowd. At that moment, the onlookers, who had been prostrating in reverence, were momentarily stunned before erupting into a frenzy of excitement. Master Yuan Qing has emerged. The manifestation of Master Yuan Qing. Everyone, bow down. Please remain orderly. Do not jostle Master Yuan Qing. What is happening? Yuan Qing was utterly bewildered. He had only practiced for a brief moment. So why had these individuals lost their senses? At that moment, a man dragged a stunningly beautiful young woman and abruptly knelt before Yuan Qing, exclaiming, Master Yuan Qing, I beseech you, I wish for my wife to bear a son. The man fell to his knees, calling out passionately while pulling his wife closer. The young woman gazed at Yuan Qing with deep affection, her eyes brimming with admiration, which was unmistakable. Yuan Qing was taken aback. In this day and age, such bizarre requests still existed. How could one refuse such a plea? I can assist you. The man initially rejoiced, but then his expression turned pale. He sensed that Yuan Qing had perhaps misunderstood his intent and hurriedly clarified, No, Master Yuan Qing, you must bless me. At this, Yuan Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation. What was this nonsense? I am not a deity. I can barely look after myself, let alone grant you any blessings. Everyone, disperse. Do not crowd around Master Yuan Qing. At this point, the disciples of Tianhong sect and Tiantsang Valley arrived, swiftly dispersing the throng. The man was escorted away, still shouting, Master Yuan Qing, you must bless me. This left Yuan Qing utterly perplexed. Just then, Zhenling and Mu Rongchang Kong hurried over. Zhenling sighed. Yuan Qing, you have finally emerged. If you had delayed any longer, I might have lost control. Yuan Qing then realized that they were surrounded by a staggering multitude, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. And a makeshift settlement had sprung up. The speed at which martial artists erected buildings was astonishing, nearly rivaling the development of the nearby Yanyan city. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many people gathered here? Yuan Qing inquired, bewildered. Do you not know? Mu Rongchang Kong replied, surprised. As it seemed he was not the only one in the dark. Am I supposed to know? Yuan Qing retorted, utterly baffled. They have all come for you. Without further ado, Mu Rongchang Kong succinctly recounted the events of the past few days. The sound of the instruments has such remarkable effects. Yuan Qing pondered for a moment, then swiftly grasped the situation. It must be connected to the spiritual materials and the natural energies of the world. The formidable power of the second-level ground fire thoroughly extracted the essence of the spiritual materials, allowing the energies released to naturally emanate through the sound of the instruments. It is worth noting that the intrinsic value of these spiritual materials surpasses even the finest weapons. Utilizing these dispersed energies to enhance a few mid-grade weapons would be a trivial endeavor. However, this auxiliary effect was something Yuan Qing had never anticipated. Remembering that within his demon suppression tower lay dozens of pieces of spiritual materials sent by various factions, Yuan Qing felt an immense sense of relief. Certainly, not all spiritual materials meet the required standards. Some sects opted to use silver and heavenly treasures for transactions, which Yuan Qing accepted as well. Thus, the 9th level of the demon suppression tower was nearly filled with an array of treasures. At this point, Yuan Qing had essentially extracted the bulk of resources from the Yanyan mansion. Meanwhile, members of the Tianhong sect and others gathered around, their eyes gleaming with hope as they looked to Yuan Qing. Master Yuan Qing, what about our quasi-spiritual weapons? Many had exhausted their fortunes for this very item. And if Yuan Qing were to default, it would be catastrophic. Rest assured, I, Yuan Qing, never break my word. Everyone shall receive their share. Yuan Qing reached into the demon suppression tower and retrieved a substantial number of quasi-spiritual weapons, distributing one to each major sect. The representatives of the sects, upon receiving the quasi-spiritual weapons, first examined them, and then their faces lit up with excitement. The quality surpassed their expectations. Indeed, expensive items are invariably superior. Judging by the quality of these quasi-spiritual weapons, they were worth far more than anticipated, a true windfall. Everyone, we are even now. With the distribution of the quasi-spiritual weapons, Yuan Ching had no further ties to the Yin mansion. There remained but one matter to attend to: the ancient national relics. Chapter 149. The arrival of the Forgemaster Association outside the boundaries of Yinyan Prefecture. Three figures swiftly approached the capital of Tianshuang Continent, Tianshuang Prefecture. These individuals were none other than Yuan Ching and his companions, who had departed from Yinyan Prefecture. Their departure was prompted by a summons from the governor, necessitating the support of the Grand Commander. With the Grand Commander deceased, it naturally fell upon him to assume that role. As for Murong Changkong, he had his own compelling reasons to accompany them. Yuan Ching had slain a high-ranking steward of the Forgemaster Association, along with an elder and a devotee, in Yinyan Prefecture. Should Murong Changkong choose not to join, Yuan Ching's arrival in Tianshuang City might incite immediate conflict with the Forgemaster Association. Even now, Murong Changkong lacked absolute confidence in mediating the discord between Yuan Ching and the association, particularly with the substantial interests at stake for both Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guan. A great battle seemed nearly inevitable. Thus, Murong Changkong resolved to first disclose the strength of the Forgemaster Association to Yuan Ching. The association was divided into three principal factions: the Elder Council, the Devotee Council, and the Steward Department. Elders were required to have made significant contributions, while devotees were to be among the most formidable. Stewards were expected to be aspiring spiritual weapon masters. Zhu Tianhua and Yang Guan were among the more exceptional figures within this structure, excluding the president and two vice presidents. The Forgemaster Association boasted no fewer than 10 formidable individuals and an equal number of aspiring spiritual weapon masters. The president was rumored to be a genuine spiritual weapon master, while one of the vice presidents was said to be a superior formidable entity. Yuan Ching nodded, having garnered a general understanding of the association's might. Based on the strength he had demonstrated previously, he estimated that he was nearly on par with a superior formidable being. Such prowess, when confronted with the Forgemaster Association, would only suffice for self-preservation. However, the true power of the Forgemaster Association lay not merely in its individual strength, but rather in the extensive resources it could mobilize. Should they be willing to incur significant costs, many factions would gladly lend their support to the association. This realization momentarily filled Yuan Ching with a sense of introspection. He had indeed offended a formidable organization. No, it was rather this cumbersome entity that dared to provoke him. If they chose to endure, it would be one matter. But should they attempt to act against him, he would ensure they faced the consequences. The distance between Yinyan City and Tianshuang City was considerable. With Yuan Ching's speed, he could reach the outskirts of Tianshuang City in merely 3 days. Along the journey, he took the opportunity to practice the cloud meditation technique. Regrettably, his mental fortitude only saw a modest increase of a few points during this session. In retrospect, this method proved somewhat swifter than merely allocating points directly. Thus, by the time he arrived at Tianshuang City, his mental fortitude had barely surpassed 800. The path to enhancing one's mental prowess was indeed long and arduous. Tianshuang City at last. In the midst of contemplation, a city as captivating as an iceberg emerged in the distance. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sight. Surrounding the city was a verdant plain, yet the city itself was enveloped in a pristine whiteness, its walls constructed from blocks of ice, adorned with frost. Exquisite and enchanting. Isn't it rather strange? Murong Changkong's voice suddenly resonated. When I first arrived, I felt the same way. It was only later that I learned Tianshuang City was a city descended from the heavens, with walls formed by nature, expanding outward each year. Yuan Ching inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Indeed, the city of heavenly frost truly lives up to its name. Just then, the town guardian abruptly raised a massive axe and brandished a colossal shield, becoming alert. Enough with the musings. It seems that visitors have arrived at the city of heavenly frost, and they do not appear to come with good intentions. Yuan Ching extended his perception, sensing dozens of individuals hastily approaching from the direction of Tianshuang City, their demeanor aggressive. Furrowing his brow, Yuan Ching was suddenly interrupted by Murong Changkong. Do not panic. They are likely members of the Forgemaster Association. I have already notified them in advance. Both Yuan Ching and the town guardian were taken aback. Goodness, the fence-sitters indeed. He has managed to curry favor with both sides. Murong Changkong, being a family man, could not exhibit the same carefree attitude as Yuan Ching. However, One could surmise that since he had taken this course of action, he must possess his own confidence. Morong Changkong, you rebellious one, how dare you come here? From afar, a harsh voice suddenly rang out, followed by the arrival of a figure clad in silver robes, landing before the crowd. Morong Changkong quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between Yuan Ching and the individual, bowing his head as he spoke. Elder, everything has a reason. It was Duan Shishan who initiated the provocation, and Yuan Ching was merely compelled to retaliate. Humph! A cold snort echoed, causing Morong Changkong to stagger backward. Were it not for Yuan Ching catching him, he might have been sent flying. A formidable being. Moreover, a mid-tier supreme being. Even so, your assistance to an outsider in ambushing 3 high-ranking members of the Forge Master Association cannot absolve you of suspicion. Morong Changkong took a deep breath and hastily explained. Elder, first of all, at that time, Yuan Ching was not an outsider but a registered Forge Master of our association. Secondly, it was not an ambush. Rather, Duan Shishan and his companions failed to besiege Yuan Ching and were subsequently slain by him. Lastly, I did not intervene at all. How could there be any suspicion? The elder was momentarily speechless, seemingly at a loss for a rebuttal. Damn it. Never mind. I will kill you today. Afterward, I shall deal with that little brat Yuan Ching. Boom. An overwhelming aura surged forth, unleashing the full power of the Supreme Being in that moment. Morong Changkong's expression changed dramatically. He was no Supreme Being. To withstand this blow would surely result in grievous harm, if not death. Just as the force approached, a colossal shield suddenly interposed itself before him. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming impact struck the shield, yet failed to breach its formidable defense. Remarkably, the protective barrier absorbed the entirety of the assault. Huh, old fool, what skill is it to bully a junior? Is every member of your Forge Master Association so feeble? The elder frowned slightly, casting a puzzled glance at the shield's guardian. Who are you? Zhenling from the Yun Manor. Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Zhenling, you are the infamous sinner? Instead of staying in Yun City, you dare to venture to Tianchuan continent? You must be seeking death, akin to searching for a lantern in a toilet. Mind your own business. Today I shall cleave you in two. Zhenling roared, brandishing his colossal axe and charging forth with overwhelming momentum. The sinner of yesteryears now sought to rise again. Let me show you the consequence of your hubris. The elder, too, snorted coldly, engaging in fierce combat with Zhenling. In an instant, the ground cracked, tremors echoing through the air. Zhenling's strength was initially only that of a lower-tier supreme being, yet with the aid of 2 powerful and complementary quasi-spirits, he managed to contend evenly with the elder wielding a quasi-spirit weapon. Meanwhile, the other members of the Forge Master Association surrounded Yuan Ching, who had been embroiled in battle with Zhenling. The elder, who had been engaged in combat, suddenly issued a command. Everyone, seize Morong Changkong and Yuan Ching. Chapter 150. Alas, I am wounded. The Forge Master Association has thrived in the frosty continent for centuries, attracting countless artisans whose prowess has reached an astonishing zenith. Surrounding Yuan Ching are over 30 formidable practitioners of the Jade Bone realm, including 3 supreme masters, one of whom is a mid-ranking supreme. These individuals encircle Yuan Ching, not hastily launching an assault, but rather biding their time to seize the opportune moment. Observing this, Morong Changkong swiftly seizes the moment to interject, esteemed colleagues. A misunderstanding lies among us. Let us await the elder's temper to subside before deliberating further. Seize him, commands the leading figure clad in silver robes, prompting the throng of over 30 individuals to surge forward. Morong Changkong's heart sinks. Perhaps silence would have been wiser. Yuan Ching, I entrust you. Do not exacerbate the enmity. Yuan Ching nods, producing his latest semi-spiritual weapon, the Flame Dragon Spear. He refrains from striking, instead tracing a circle of true energy within a Tenjong radius around himself. Any who cross this boundary shall perish. The surrounding crowd momentarily halts, then accelerates their advance. Whom do you think you're intimidating? We shan't yield. Morong Changkong's expression darkens. Disaster looms. Will no one heed reason? In an instant, a practitioner of the Jade Bone realm, the first to charge, crosses the threshold, brandishing a premier weapon as he rushes toward Yuan Ching. Unmoved, Yuan Ching gently trembles his spear. Suddenly, a breath of dragon fire bursts forth from the heavens. engulfing the warrior in a torrent of ferocious flames, reducing him and his exquisite weapon to mere charred remains. It is dragon fire. He employs the flame dragon spear technique. While the technique is indeed powerful, it can only unleash a single breath at a time, rendering it less daunting. Let us all advance. He won't anticipate our united front. Yet, several more warriors, undeterred, cross the boundary, charging at Yuan Qing. With a deft motion, Yuan Qing spins his spear in place. After a moment of display, multiple breaths of dragon fire surge from all directions, overwhelming the assailants before they can react, leaving them as charred skeletal remains within the circle. This spectacle halts the previously fearless crowd in their tracks. This is terrifying. We cannot even approach him without courting death. It is crucial to note that prior to attaining supreme mastery, practitioners of the Jade Bone realm derive their strength from their very bones, and can only unleash their full potential at close quarters. Any distance beyond 10 zhang renders their might impotent. The lead attendant furrows his brow. You too. Go and test the waters. Understood. The two companions, also attendants but of lower supreme rank, step forward. While Yuan Qing's dragon fire is formidable, it does not instill fear in them. They advance from either side, emanating the fierce aura of supreme masters as they charge toward Yuan Qing. In the blink of an eye, the line drawn by Yuan Qing had been crossed. Excellent. Yuan Qing's expression radiated excitement as he plunged the 1-zhang-long flame dragon spear into the ground. The two individuals were momentarily stunned. Had they truly surrendered? Yet, in the next instant, two brilliant beams of sword light erupted forth, like shooting stars cleaving through the air, severing the two figures in twain, transforming them into the most vivid corpses within the circle. Truly, the swiftness of the sword is unmatched. Progress for the slaughter of three beings possessing the strength of the superior Jade Bone realm altered. 1-3. A delightful surprise, the progress bar surged. Retrieving the remnants of the spiritual weapon, Yuan Qing's gaze slowly swept over the crowd. This glance sent a shiver down the spines of many, causing them to instinctively retreat, unwilling to approach within 3 zhang of the circular boundary. The leading elder furrowed his brow. Even he, were he to encounter that sword light, would likely suffer grievous injury. An unsettling dread coursed through him. Thankfully, as the leader, he need not face death directly. Suddenly, he realized that the surrounding warriors had turned their eyes upon him. As the strongest among them, he felt the weight of expectation to set an example. Truly, what folly is this? Is my life not of value? Frustration welled within the elder, and he commanded with a swift mental gesture, by my decree, surround and besiege Yuan Qing. With the utterance of his command, the warriors understood and promptly encircled Yuan Qing's domain, yet they dared not approach the boundary even a fraction. Not far away, the sounds of battle between the spirit guardian and the grand elder echoed continuously. However, an eerie silence enveloped this vicinity. Standing alone with his spear, Yuan Qing resembled a war deity, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any disrespect. Beside him, Murong Chongkong sighed, lamenting, "Would it not have been better had I explained sooner? Now we find ourselves in such an awkward predicament." Soon, a quarter of an hour elapsed. The distant sounds of conflict gradually diminished, followed by the resounding voice of the spirit guardian. "Ha ha! Old fellow, do not flee. Come, let us engage in a battle of 3,000 rounds." "Humph, spirit guardian, is it not merely your reliance on semi-spiritual weapons that grants you an edge? If you possess true skill, let us forego those weapons and see if you can survive my onslaught." "Fool, you, a grand elder of the Forging Association, are being suppressed by me with a semi-spiritual weapon, and you still have the audacity to shout such words. I feel embarrassed on your behalf." Upon hearing this, the grand elder felt both shame and fury. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the two weapons, one offensive and one defensive, whose strength was insurmountable. This dual set of attack and defense proved impenetrable, ultimately forcing him to retreat swiftly towards Yuan Qing. At that moment, the elder besieging Yuan Qing called out upon seeing the grand elder approach. "Grand elder, we have successfully encircled Yuan Qing, awaiting your judgment." Hearing this, the grand elder was filled with elation. It seemed at last, good news had arrived. The expression of the town spirit behind him grew tense. Even Yuan Qing had been subdued. Could it be that a formidable expert was present? However, as the grand elder approached, he sensed something amiss. Was this not simply a drawn circle? Yuan Qing remained unharmed within, exuding an air of nonchalance. Conversely, his followers appeared terrified, hesitant to draw near. Was this truly a siege? Just as the Grand Elder contemplated stepping closer, he spotted several charred corpses and recalled the sheer terror displayed by those earlier towards Yuan Ching. Something was amiss. This was undoubtedly a ruse. Zhang, go and apprehend Yuan Ching. Upon hearing this command, Zhang was taken aback. What the hell? Grand Elder, Yuan Ching has already been captured, trapped within the circle, too frightened to emerge. Then you should go and extract him. The Grand Elder felt a surge of irritation. How dare this fellow make excuses? Upon hearing this, Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh. Forgive me, Grand Elder. The previous battle has exacerbated my old injuries, and I am now utterly powerless, forced to remain in place to heal. I humbly ask for your understanding. With that, he sat cross-legged, retrieving a pill from his robe, feigning the appearance of recovering from severe injuries. Good heavens, what a cunning trickster. Those around them were left in utter disbelief. You are among the world's mightiest. How could you stoop to such shamelessness? The Grand Elder was equally stunned, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Chapter 151. Alas, I am injured too. Hey, you there, go and capture Yuan Ching and the traitor Murong Changkong. The Grand Elder pointed in a certain direction where several warriors of the Jade Bone realm stood. The warriors exchanged bewildered glances. Are we really going? I just remembered. My wife is giving birth today. I cannot leave her side. Grand Elder, I have an elderly mother who is 180 years old, and 200 or 300 infants still dependent on me. I recall my grandmother's 180 birthday celebration. I must return for that. Another chimed in. Your grandmother and my mother share the same birth year? In an instant, the warriors lamented in unison, yet none dared to approach the boundary even a step closer. The Grand Elder felt a wave of unease wash over him as he turned his gaze to the other warriors. One of them, responding swiftly, suddenly spat blood. I cannot go on. My injuries are too severe. I am done for. The others paused momentarily. Then, in a remarkable display of solidarity, all lay down. Such potent true energy. It's far too tyrannical for us to withstand. Observing their reactions, the Grand Elder understood their fear of Yuan Ching. Even in defiance, they were reluctant to charge forward. Nearby, the spirit guardian laughed heartily, having never witnessed such a comical spectacle. Ha ha. This is what they call surrounding Yuan Ching? Old man, I suggest you join me in continuing the battle. The Grand Elder's expression darkened as he regarded these individuals, who either feigned pity or pretended to be incapacitated, none proving useful. A bunch of useless fools. In critical moments, they still rely on me. With a cold snort, the Grand Elder stepped forward. Yuan Ching squinted, pondering whether the mid-tier powerhouse was of the top Jade Bone grade. Elder Zhang opened his eyes, marveling at the Grand Elder's courage. The warriors felt a wave of shame. They, backed by the Forge Master Association, were shirking their responsibilities, filled with guilt. However, the Grand Elder took but a single step. He then produced a true energy firework from his sleeve and ignited it with his energy. Boom! A splendid true energy firework erupted in the sky, ultimately forming a beautiful silver moon, the emblem of the Forge Master Association. Unfazed, the Grand Elder cast the firework aside. A bunch of useless things. If you cannot win, at least call for help instead of making me take action myself. Hearing this, Elder Zhang lowered his head in silence while quietly retreating. The other warriors suddenly saw the light. Indeed, they were part of the Forge Master Association, and there were greater figures to rely upon. Grand Elder, you are magnificent. Grand Elder, you are wise. They cheered while swiftly moving to the Grand Elder's side. Murong Changkong's expression shifted dramatically. The Grand Elder's call for aid was no trivial matter. Yuan Ching, do not be hasty to act. There remains a chance for redemption. Murong Changkong, while restraining Yuan Ching, stepped into the space between the two factions. Elder, this is all a misunderstanding. It is entirely Duan Shishan's fault, and Yuan Ching rightly deserves assistance. Misunderstanding, my foot. A multitude has perished, and you dare to label it a misunderstanding? The Elder scoffed, suddenly raising his voice. Moreover, the evidence of your betrayal is irrefutable. Aiding outsiders in the slaughter of our Forgers Association members, you shall find no absolution even if you plunge into the Spirit River. Murong Changkong felt utterly exhausted. Why must the Elder be such an obstinate fool? Could there not be a reasonable person within the Forgers Association? If only someone capable of dialogue were present, he could resolve this predicament. This, after all, was a senseless massacre. Yet, when the influential figures arrived, perhaps there might still be a chance for redemption. At that moment, Yuan Qing abruptly stepped forward, casting a glance at the elder. "Are you a superior Jadebone?" The elder, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the implication. "What's the matter? Are you frightened? If so, surrender voluntarily. Otherwise, when the president arrives, you shall regret not heeding my warning." Yuan Qing chuckled coldly as he steadily approached the elder. "Fear? Indeed, I fear you are not a superior Jadebone." The elder was momentarily perplexed. "What I mean is, you may as well perish." The members of the Forgers Association had intended from the outset to confront him directly, offering no opportunity for explanation. Thus, Yuan Qing would not squander the chance to eliminate the threat. In an instant, the surrounding air trembled, and an immense force began to converge in that space. The elder's expression hardened. He sensed that he was being targeted. A formidable energy had locked onto him, one from which escape was impossible. "This is bad." Zhang Gongfang, sensing the peril, abruptly turned and fled towards Tianshuang City, not daring to glance back. The other warriors, initially taken aback, quickly followed Zhang Gongfang's lead without hesitation. "Wait, Zhang Gongfang, didn't you just suffer a relapse of your old ailment? Fortunately, you've just healed. You should be fine now." Were you not also gravely wounded?" "I just used a family heirloom spirit pill to save my life." A throng of individuals surged forward with great fervor, their retreat equally dramatic. Yuan Qing paid them no mind. They were merely a collection of inferior jade bones, of no consequence to him. Only the elder, who had been locked on, was of any significance. At that moment, the elder clutched a precise spirit artifact, trembling as if facing a formidable adversary. It was not that he was unwilling to flee. Rather, he was bound and unable to escape. "Yuan Qing, you must think this through. Should you kill me, the Forgers Association will have no room for maneuver." The elder was not foolish. He was only marginally stronger than Zhang Gongfang. Given Zhang Gongfang's fright, he certainly could not stand against Yuan Qing. "Yuan Qing, do not act impulsively. There remains room for negotiation." Murong Changkong also stepped forward, earnestly striving to mediate the relationship between Yuan Qing and the Forgemaster Association. However, Yuan Qing's expression turned cold, and in an instant, the 9 swords of Tianyuan unleashed a formidable force that surged towards the Grand Elder. "No!" the Grand Elder bellowed, channeling all his strength in a desperate attempt to withstand Yuan Qing's onslaught. Yet, all was in vain. In the face of absolute power, any resistance proved futile. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the horizon. "Stop, scoundrel!" The Grand Elder's heart leaped with joy. It was the Vice President, the strongest among the Forgemaster Association. Alas, it was too late. Before the Vice President could arrive, Yuan Qing's sword light had already engulfed the Grand Elder's form. The obstinate Grand Elder ultimately transformed into a mere notification sound. Progress altered for slaying 3 beings possessing superior Jadebone realm power. 2-3. Chapter 152. The Hammer of Thunder boldly dare you. In the distance, a cacophony of thunderous roars reverberated. It was evident that Yuan Qing had unleashed his fury with that single sword strike. To dare execute one of his subordinates before him was an affront too brazen to tolerate. At that moment, Murong Changkong's expression shifted drastically. He recognized the source of the voice. This was not good. It belonged to Huang Kong, the vice president of the Forging Association. This individual was formidable and quick-tempered. Having incurred his ire would likely yield dire consequences. Yuan Qing also gazed into the distance, feeling a powerful presence drawing closer. It was immensely strong, at least a tier above Duan Shishan. According to Yuan Qing's current understanding, the most formidable warriors were categorized into 4 tiers, the threshold level, followed by lower, middle, and upper tiers. Thus, this vice president was indeed a genuine upper-tier powerhouse. What perfect timing! In that instant, Yuan Qing's battle spirit soared. His sword rose gracefully in his hand, its momentum akin to thunder descending from the heavens. In terms of cultivation, Yuan Qing was merely at the level of a middle-tier powerhouse, yet with a single sword in hand, how difficult could it be to strike down an upper tier? Overconfident. Not far away, a bolt of thunderous energy crashed down towards Yuan Qing. Boom. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, countless thunderclaps resounded. A colossal projection of a hammer flickered in the sky, its appearance simple yet adorned with faint, lightning-like patterns that exuded an overwhelming pressure, compelling those who beheld it to instinctively retreat. With each manifestation of the shadow, the tempestuous might of the thunder grew even more ferocious. It's over. It is the hammer of thunder. Huang Kong has actually brought forth the hammer of thunder. Murong Changkong was struck with dread. As a member of the Forging Association, he was well aware of the immense power possessed by one of the three legendary artifacts, the Hammer of Thunder. Is the Hammer of Thunder truly that powerful? I find Yuan Qing's spirit-suppressing tower seems rather unimpressive. Zhenling furrowed his brow, sensing the might of the thunder from a distance. Yet it did not appear to possess any extraordinary capabilities. However, Murong Changkong shook his head. While the spirit-suppressing tower is indeed a legendary artifact, it is not an offensive one. Rather, it serves a supportive role, primarily designed to suppress monstrous beasts. Moreover, the spirit-suppressing tower possesses its own spatial domain, a feature that most legendary artifacts lack. The Hammer of Thunder, on the other hand, is a quintessential offensive artifact, wielding the essence of thunder to its utmost potential. In terms of power, even the most formidable thunder attribute warrior in the entire Tianquan continent would fall short of 1/3 of its might. Boom. The distant thunderous power grew ever more colossal as bolts of lightning relentlessly struck towards Yuan Qing. In mere seconds, over 100 bolts of lightning bombarded him. In an instant, the earth became scorched, and the verdant fields outside Tianquan City transformed into desolate blackened land. Beneath the projection of the Thor's hammer, a figure slowly emerged. The newcomer was a robust, middle-aged man clad in golden robes, his expression filled with rage, and a flicker of lightning-like patterns danced between his brows. The might of thunder evident. Yuan Qing, you despicable traitor. You have relied on my Forgers Association to reach this day, only to turn around and attempt to slay my comrades. This is utterly contemptible. Today, I shall eradicate you and your ilk of betrayers. Huang Kong's voice roared like the thunder of the heavens, resonating across the land, even deafening those miles away. Within the city of Tianshuang, the appearance of the Thor's hammer and the sound of Huang Kong's voice instantly drew countless gazes. Look over there. It's Master Huang Kong's voice. The Forgers Association has unleashed the Thor's hammer once more. With the emergence of the Thor's hammer, even the most formidable beings dared only to retreat from its brilliance. The audacity of betrayal against the Forgers Association was indeed intriguing. Boom. Before Yuan Qing could respond, hundreds of bolts of lightning intertwined upon the Thor's hammer, hurtling towards him with lethal intent. The sheer force emanating from those bolts was enough to crack the earth for miles. From Huang Kong's leap, a massive pit was formed, plunging several dozen meters deep. Oh no! From 1,000 meters away, Zhang Ling's expression changed dramatically, hastily retreating with Murong Changkong in tow. The overwhelming power of the Thor's hammer instilled a profound sense of pressure, even in Zhang Ling, a fellow supreme being. The disparity in strength was startling. Standing directly before Huang Kong, Yuan Qing gripped his sword in his right hand and wielded a spear in his left, remaining poised beneath the thunder. Thunder, you say? I can wield it too. In an instant, 2 wings of lightning unfurled, crackling with violet energy. Subsequently, a kaleidoscopic radiance coalesced upon the edge of Yuan Qing's sword, a fierce aura erupting from within him. He forcefully carved out his own space amidst the realm of thunder. Witnessing this, Huang Kong's expression shifted, followed by a sneer. An ant attempting to shake a tree, seeking its own demise. Thunderstorm. Boom. Huang Kong descended from a height of 100 meters, accompanied by a colossal bolt of lightning formed from the convergence of hundreds of electric strikes. The terrifying force created a thunderous roar in the air. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, onlookers felt a chill of trepidation at the sight of this bolt of lightning. Many dared not gaze directly upon it, as if an emperor had descended, embodying the most formidable power on this land in that moment. All traitors must perish. Boom. The thunder crashed down. Below, a multicolored radiance pierced through the lightning, surging forth to confront the thunderous assault. Though this power did not rival the sheer strength of the lightning, it bore an unusual sharpness. It cleaved through the lightning and collided with the bolt above. Boom. At this moment, a kaleidoscope of colors intertwined with thunder, transforming the heavens and earth. The entire sky was tinted with a quintuple hue. Suddenly, streaks of lightning cleaved through the vibrant spectrum, enveloping the firmament once more beneath a shroud of thunder. Yuan Qing was momentarily taken aback. Had he failed? Ha ha, Yuan Qing, is this truly your prowess? Huang Kong laughed heartily. The earlier burst of multicolored radiance had even astonished him for a moment. In terms of sheer magnitude, that brilliant display undoubtedly surpassed his thunderous might. Regrettably, Yuan Qing's cultivation was far too inadequate to fully harness such power. Now it was my turn. In the blink of an eye, Huang Kong descended from a height of 100 meters, wielding the formidable Thunder God Hammer, which he struck down with immense force. Boom! Yuan Qing reacted swiftly, thrusting the remnant spirit weapon to meet the oncoming blow of the Thunder God Hammer. Crack! Yet, in the mere instant of contact, a fissure appeared on the remnant spirit weapon. Chapter 153. Immortal. With a resounding crash, the fragmented remnants of the spirit weapon that had accompanied Yuan Qing shattered. The vibrant colors of the sky dimmed instantaneously, and the surrounding thunderous energy began to swell ominously. Huang Kong's expression grew increasingly arrogant, betraying the association. This sword shall be your ultimate demise. As the thunder erupted, the spirit weapon disintegrated, leaving no barrier between Yuan Qing and the Thunder God's hammer. In that moment, the immense power of the Thunder God's hammer was unleashed upon Yuan Qing's body. This force, capable of obliterating any supreme being, detonated with cataclysmic fury upon the grasslands outside Tianshuang City. Its radiant glow and thunderous roar could be perceived hundreds of miles away, suspended hundreds of meters in the air. Huang Kong's figure lingered momentarily, seemingly heralding the victory of the battle. No, Yuan Qing. Thousands of meters away, the spirit town guardian desperately raised his great shield. Even the thunder from a kilometer away was beyond his capacity to withstand. Murong Chong Kong knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering incessantly. How could this be? It was supposed to be resolvable. Fools, they are all fools. Within Tianshuang City, countless individuals were riveted by the unfolding battle. Has it come to an end? The Thunder God's hammer, indeed formidable, ranks among the top 10 in power. Alas, if only the Forge Master Association were willing to confront the great Qian Empire. How could Tianshuang continent find itself in such a passive position? Many within the city expressed their sentiments, yet none were truly surprised. The combination of a supreme being and the Thunder God's hammer was an overwhelmingly potent force. Few could survive an encounter with such a duo. Clearly, that young man seemed not to be among them. Let it be, for the time being, it is best not to provoke the Forge Master Association further. Suddenly, a martial artist with a keen eye shouted from atop the city wall. Look, amidst the chaotic thunder, that figure appears to still be alive. In an instant, curiosity swept through the crowd. Could anyone truly survive beneath the Thunder God's hammer? Even Huang Kong in the sky frowned, sensing something amiss within the storm of lightning. At that moment, he felt a disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy. Someone was stirring the ambient essence. Subsequently, in Huang Kong's gaze, the spiritual energy within 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and even 100,000 meters began to converge rapidly towards this location, with the epicenter being the heart of the thunderstorm. As the thunderous momentum below began to wane, a figure gradually came into focus. It was a form, charred to the point of near skeletal remains. Yet it continued to breathe. As the spiritual energy converged, the charred flesh began to exhibit signs of vitality, with blood returning to the bones, ultimately enveloping them. Huang Kong's expression shifted slightly. Was he not dead? This strike could fell even the most powerful of the upper echelons. Yet, the individual before him, merely a mid-tier powerhouse, had withstood it. At that moment, the charred flesh below suddenly lifted its head, directing a gaze towards Huang Kong, who could see that the adversary had raised a half-charred, half-white middle finger. Though the meaning eluded him, he sensed the sting of insult. Then, a deep yet youthful voice resonated upward. Indeed, the Thunder God hammer is formidable, but I, Yuan Qing, am indomitable. With that declaration, Yuan Qing's figure erupted from the tempest of thunder, soaring skyward. In a blink, the blackened flesh vanished, replaced by a flawless, pale form. Witnessing this swift transformation, Huang Kong felt an irritable rage boiling within him. You are courting death. Boom. The might of the Thunder God hammer surged once more, as Huang Kong charged toward Yuan Qing. You are not the only one wielding a spiritual weapon. Yuan Qing, with one hand commanding a spear and the other summoning the demon-suppressing tower, surged forth. Rumble. The demon-suppressing tower collided with the Thunder God hammer. unleashing a dazzling explosion of light. In an instant, lightning and vibrant colors enveloped the entire sky. Within the tower, the Thunder King and Duan Dongha trembled, fearing that the next moment would see the tower shatter, taking them with it. A fierce battle ensued in the heavens. Huang Kong relentlessly struck, the power of thunder crashing down upon Yuan Qing. Yet, Yuan Qing remained undaunted. Even as his arm was obliterated, it miraculously regenerated. It was as if he were truly unquenchable. Huang Kong, despite being a top-tier powerhouse, found himself hesitant to fully withstand Yuan Qing's onslaught. After several exchanges, he bore visible injuries. Should Yuan Qing genuinely be indestructible while he merely accumulated wounds, defeat was inevitable. In that moment, Huang Kong felt a surge of panic. With the Thunder God Hammer in hand, he found himself struggling against Yuan Qing. Who was this Yuan Qing, emerging so unexpectedly? Boom! Another blast of dragon's breath seared across Huang Kong's arm, adding yet another wound. At this juncture, he swiftly distanced himself from Yuan Qing. Humph! Today I am not at my peak. I shall return another day to eradicate you, traitor. With that, Huang Kong retreated from the battlefield without hesitation. As the vice president of the Forging Masters Association and its strongest member, sustaining severe injuries would invite covetous eyes upon the association, which wielded 3 powerful spiritual weapons. Thus, in the face of insurmountable odds, retreat was his only option. Old fool, if you possess any skill, refrain from retreating to crowded places, Yuan Qing bellowed. Yet he chose not to pursue. Firstly, his current demeanor was indeed unbecoming. Secondly, continuing the fight would likely result in his own detriment. The Undying Realm is undeniably formidable. Under ample conditions of true energy and spiritual essence, it is nearly invincible. However, the recent battle had already depleted the surrounding spiritual energy by more than half, and persisting in combat might render recovery impossible. Thus, he could only allow Huang Kong to escape. In that moment, chaos erupted throughout the entirety of Tianshuang City. Huang Kong had been defeated? Even the wielder of the Thunder God Hammer had succumbed. Who could that individual possibly be? Huang Kong had not been vanquished. He had merely chosen to flee, especially with the absence of the president of the Blacksmiths Association. He could not afford to take risks. Does this mean that in the future, the expression of strength would no longer be conveyed with one hand, but rather require both? Quickly, swiftly, investigate who this person is. Who is Yuan Qing? In an instant, the news of Huang Kong's retreat spread like wildfire throughout Tianshuang City. Likewise, the name Yuan Qing resonated through the very air of the city at that moment. Chapter 154 Farewell to Dongfang Qing. Yuan Qing, are you alright? Outside the city of Frost, the spirit of the town scrutinized Yuan Qing before him. At this moment, Yuan Qing had donned a completely new outfit, his skin radiant and unblemished, bearing no trace of the fierce battle he had just endured. It's nothing serious. Though that Thunder God Hammer is indeed formidable. If my demon suppression tower were to endure much longer, it might well shatter into pieces. Yuan Qing spoke without exaggeration. Indeed, the formations within the tower had already sustained significant damage, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, the expressions of the spirit of the town and Murong Chong Kong towards Yuan Qing had shifted dramatically. Wait, brother, who told you that? The Thunder God Hammer is powerful, but does that not make you even more overwhelmingly strong? Moreover, it was wielded by an upper echelon powerhouse, the pinnacle of the city of Frost. You actually drove him away? Who, then, is the true apex of the city of Frost? Is there a problem? The spirit of the town and Murong Chong Kong exchanged glances, and Murong Chong Kong spoke first. No. It's just that given the current rift with the Blacksmith Association, it seems you may have difficulty entering the city of Frost. With a sigh, he lamented that he had already been branded a traitor, making entry unlikely. Yet, Yuan Qing shook his head, dismissing the concern. They cannot touch me. Both the spirit of the town and Murong Chong Kong were momentarily taken aback. His reasoning was sound. If even Huang Kong, who wielded the Thunder God Hammer, was no match for him, what could the Blacksmith Association possibly do? Murong Chong Kong felt a wave of despair wash over him. What am I to do? If I enter, they might very well kill me. You can come with me, as fellow denizens of the Yin Prefecture. The lord of the prefecture should take you in, the spirit of the town interjected suddenly. Very well, it seems that is the only option. Murong Chong Kong nodded, and then turned his gaze toward Yuan Qing. Brother Yuan, shall we proceed into the city? If the members of the Blacksmith Association cause trouble, we will need your assistance. Yuan Ching nodded. After all, he had a friend still within the City of Frost. Before long, when the three arrived at the gates of the City of Frost, the bustling vibrancy of the city had already returned. However, in contrast to before, the townsfolk were now engrossed in discussions about the recent battle. Remarkably, no one noticed the battle's protagonist, Yuan Ching, quietly walking into the city. It is worth mentioning that the battle had occurred at such a distance that no one could clearly identify the participants. Additionally, the Blacksmith Association, aware of Yuan Ching's appearance, certainly would not publicize an event that would bring them shame. Upon entering the city, Yuan Ching and Murong Chong Kong parted ways. Yuan Ching sought Dongfang Ching, while Murong Chong Kong and his companions belonged to the Yanyan Prefecture, operating in entirely different territories. Although they were all united under the Frost Continent Alliance, factions still existed. Before long, Yuan Ching arrived at the address provided by Dongfang Ching. The ambience of this villa was exceptionally elegant, with dense bamboo groves and lush greenery, presenting a unique charm amidst the icy city. Upon knocking on the door, a doorman soon appeared, peering out with a curious expression. "Whom do you seek?" he inquired. "I am here at the invitation of Dongfang Ching for an appointment," replied Yuan Ching. The doorman scrutinized Yuan Ching, noticing his handsome features yet youthful age, his face betraying a strong sense of skepticism. "Please wait, I need to inquire within." Without waiting for Yuan Ching's response, he promptly shut the door with a resounding thud. Yuan Ching was taken aback, contemplating how tranquil Dongfang Ching's life seemed, akin to that of a recluse. Within minutes, hurried footsteps resonated from inside. "Is it Brother Yuan?" exclaimed Dongfang Ching, bursting forth as he opened the door. "I sense the commotion outside. It must be you." With exuberance, he continued, "Ah, it truly is Brother Yuan. After a few days apart, your prowess has evidently surpassed your previous strength." Earlier, when Huang Kong shouted Yuan Ching's name, he had suspected it was the esteemed Yuan Ching from Shao Tianfu. And now, his assumption had been confirmed. "Sorry for the wait, Dongfang," Yuan Ching said politely. Dongfang Ching laughed heartily. All reunions after a long separation are worthwhile. In the past, Brother Yuan could only contend with the strongest of the Yunlei sect, yet now you stand on par with Huang Kong wielding a spiritual weapon. The disparity in your growth is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. At that moment, Dongfang Ching felt particularly fortunate to have encountered such a talented individual as Yuan Ching. The young doorman, meanwhile, gazed at Yuan Ching with starry eyes, his admiration growing infinitely. Was this indeed the Yuan Ching who had battled Huang Kong outside? He appeared to be of similar age. Yuan Ching, however, remained unperturbed. "It was merely luck," he replied humbly. "Brother Yuan, you are too modest. Luck is indeed the greatest strength," Dongfang Ching remarked, while leading Yuan Ching into the courtyard. "Please, come inside, Brother Yuan." The courtyard, though modest, exuded a serene and elegant atmosphere. Dongfang Ching guided Yuan Ching to a stone bench within the courtyard, then brewed a pot of fine tea before shifting the conversation. "You have arrived at an opportune moment, Brother Yuan. In just 15 days, the relics will officially open. This period is perfect for assessing the strength of the great Qian Empire on the battlefield." After savoring a sip of tea, Yuan Ching was enveloped in its fragrant aroma. Yet he expressed his confusion. "Isn't it said that hostilities ceased during the opening of the relics?" Dongfang Ching shook his head. "Only the major conflicts cease. Minor skirmishes and trials continue unabated. Not just us, but the people of the great Qian Empire are also eager to gauge our strength." At this juncture, Dongfang Ching paused momentarily, then gazed confidently at Yuan Ching and remarked, "Previously, I harbored some concerns, but now that I have a clearer understanding of your true strength, I find myself somewhat anxious for those fellows in the great Qian Empire. Given your prowess, I dare say even the ancient monsters within the great Qian Empire would struggle to contend with you. If you are willing, we could seize this opportunity to launch a significant ambush against them." "Fishing, are we?" Yuan Ching was taken aback. Using himself as bait to lure and eliminate the individuals of the great Qian Empire indeed presented a compelling opportunity. However, Yuan Ching felt no inclination to engage in such a venture. "No need for that. I have other pressing matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ching shook his head slightly, let out a sigh, yet refrained from insisting. After all, he and Yuan Ching shared merely a cooperative relationship. "Very well then. In the days to come, I suggest you rest well, rejuvenate your energy, and prepare to enter the ruins." As he spoke, Ching lowered his voice, adding with an air of mystery, "However, do exercise caution regarding the president of the Forge Masters Association. That individual is quite mad." Chapter 155. The Power of Nature and Heaven. The president of the Forge Master Association? What is his level of strength? Yuan Qing inquired. "He barely stands at the threshold of the supreme realm," Ching replied, shaking his head. "However, the strength of this president does not lie in his cultivation, but rather in the fact that he is a true spirit weapon master. The energy wielded by a spirit weapon master is far more terrifying than that of a high-ranking supreme being." Yuan Qing fell silent, agreeing with this sentiment. The might of spirit weapons is indeed formidable enough to rival that of a high-ranking supreme being. Had it not been for Yuan Qing's own indestructible divine powers, he might have been struck down by the thunder goddess hammer on the spot. There is no need for concern. The president is not currently in Tianchuang City. By the time he returns, you may have already entered the ruins, Qing reassured him. Yuan Qing nodded, silently formulating his plans. With only 15 days left until the ruins open, it would be wise to first elevate his mental power to 1,000. After concluding his conversation with Qing, Yuan Qing did not depart but instead erected the demon suppression tower in the backyard of Qing's residence, preparing to enter the tower for cultivation. Qing's residence was originally a tranquil place, but the sudden appearance of a towering structure drew the attention of many. Inside the tower, Yuan Qing sensed something amiss. As his cultivation level increased, the benefits he derived from the tower began to diminish. The enhancement effect had now decreased from 5-fold to merely double. Upon reflection, this seemed logical. The efficacy of the demon suppression tower depended on the concentration of demon energy. With Yuan Qing's increased cultivation, the effect was naturally not as pronounced as before. It seems that there are not many demons in this world. After 2 days of arduous training, Yuan Qing's mental power finally reached 1,000. Congratulations, your mental power has successfully surpassed 1,000, advancing your mental cultivation to the first level. With a mental power of 1,000, Yuan Qing's perception of the world transformed dramatically. The surroundings had never appeared so bright, and everything seemed extraordinarily clear. His mental awareness was so acute that he could perceive even a speck of dust within a 100-meter radius. Even underground, Yuan Qing could extend his mental power 10 meters deep. This represented his clear range of perception, should it merely be a vague sense. He would be aware of movements within 100 miles. Tianchuang City seems somewhat peculiar. It does not appear to be a mere icy city. It seems to possess a certain sentience. Congratulations, your cloud observation meditation technique has successfully advanced to the second layer. Cloud observation meditation technique, mental skill unlocked. Mental control. Mental slave. You can forcibly control beings with mental power less than 50% of your own. If their power exceeds 50%, you can only exert a slight interference. Before Yuan Qing could ponder further, a notification echoed in his mind. With the breakthrough of his mental strength, the cloud observation meditation technique also ascended to its second tier. Mental control? Quite intriguing. However, he remained uncertain of the level of his current mental strength, which stood at 1,000. According to Yuan Qing's conjecture, the most formidable beings must possess a mental strength of 1,000, right? If that is the case, this skill could only serve as a mere distraction of little significance. Given this, it ceased to be of primary importance. Surveying his surroundings, Yuan Qing perceived an abundance of spiritual energy permeating the space. Even the previously indistinct traces of spiritual energy were now vividly apparent. More crucially, among the many wandering entities, Yuan Qing discerned several clusters of natural forces. Indeed, several clusters. Previously, Yuan Qing had assumed that the natural forces were a singular, cohesive entity of spiritual energy. However, it now appeared that they were composed of numerous accumulations of these natural forces. A cluster, no larger than a fist, contained a power equivalent to the total spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 meters. Even more astonishingly, there were several such clusters nearby. What a pity! If only his mental strength had surpassed 1,000 sooner, wouldn't he have chased after Hong Kong? Of course, this was merely the most fundamental application. The true strength of the natural forces lies in their superior quality, surpassing all other forms of spiritual energy, and they are essential for forging spiritual artifacts. Smaller, stronger. and pure. At this moment, the natural forces danced before Yuan Qing, resembling an obedient child, continually coalescing. As Yuan Qing's mental strength drew nearer, a small flame suddenly flickered to life. What is this? The fire attribute of the natural forces. Although he had suspected it before, only now could Yuan Qing confirm that the natural forces indeed possess distinct attributes. This implies that when he absorbs one type of natural force, he may face rejection when attempting to absorb a second attribute, significantly increasing the difficulty. Unbeknownst to Yuan Qing, for others, the normal capture and perception of a single type of natural force is fraught with challenges. Few possess the ability to perceive several at once, as he does. Soon, Yuan Qing resolved to select the first type of natural force, the earth attribute. The reason was simple. Any other type of natural force might present its own limitations, but the earth attribute is different. As long as one remains on this land, the earth attribute of the natural forces will always be available. Before long, Yuan Qing's mental strength, akin to a warm hand, began to gently caress a cluster of earth attribute natural forces. Within him, the earthy glow nestled within the core of his dantian began to stir with anticipation. This time, the natural forces offered no resistance, or rather, any potential for resistance had already dissipated. With a formidable mental strength reaching 1,000, Yuan Qing effortlessly absorbed this cluster of celestial energy into his being. Subsequently, the earth attribute true energy began to merge with the newly integrated celestial force. The originally coarse, sand-like true energy gradually transformed into a more refined essence, significantly enhancing its quality. Simultaneously, Yuan Qing's cultivation surged dramatically. However, a wave of panic washed over him. I lack the heart method of the 6 refinements of the jade bone. Yuan Qing's expression turned grave. The potency of this force was astonishing. Such a small cluster could not only augment true energy, but also propel his cultivation to new heights. Without the heart method, forcibly breaking through would lead to one of two outcomes. Either he would explode from within, or he would forge an entirely new path of advancement. Naturally, the likelihood of self-destruction stood at a staggering 99%. Could I truly be the first genius to fail in breaking through, ultimately succumbing to a catastrophic end? I cannot allow this to happen. My illustrious name is at stake. But wait, there is another avenue. Congratulations, your comprehension has increased by 5 points, and your cultivation has fallen to the 4 refinements of the jade bone. Chapter 156, A Visit from Su Ji. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended the earthly attributes of the natural forces. Current comprehension value, 500. Gazing at his comprehension value, Yuan Qing sank into profound contemplation. Remarkably, this cluster of natural forces had caused his comprehension to surge by 150, while his cultivation remained unchanged. In other words, if utilized entirely for enhancing his cultivation, it could propel him to the 7th refinement of the jade bone realm. The power of nature is indeed formidable. Just as Yuan Qing intended to resume his training, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from outside. Brother Yuan Qing, there is someone outside claiming to be your friend. Yuan Qing's spirit stirred. His friend? Outside the courtyard stood Su Ji, clad in white robes, gracefully holding a folding fan. As the door opened, Yuan Qing emerged, and Su Ji first offered a bow before extending his greetings. Is this Mr. Yuan? I apologize for the intrusion. A smile of delight spread across Yuan Qing's face. This fair-skinned young man was none other than Su Ji. Indeed, it is you, Su Ji. It has been quite some time. You have also advanced to the jade bone realm. Su Ji responded with a gentle smile, speaking softly. In comparison to your cultivation, Mr. Yuan, I am merely surviving in obscurity. The reason for my visit today, firstly, is to express my gratitude for your previous act of salvation, and secondly, to deliver an invitation to you. Upon finishing, Su Ji produced a gold-edged invitation from his sleeve and handed it to Yuan Qing. Curiously, Yuan Qing accepted the invitation and glanced at it. A gathering of young talents? Su Ji nodded, continuing, precisely. Talents under 30 from various estates will convene to engage in this so-called gathering, facilitating an understanding of each other's strengths and paving the way for our upcoming expedition to the relics. However, as Su Ji scanned the list, he found Yuan Qing's name conspicuously absent. This realization left him restless and sleepless through the night. After much contemplation, he concluded that if someone as extraordinary as Mr. Yuan was not included, How could this gathering be deemed a true assembly of young talents? Thus, he took the liberty of securing this invitation for Mr. Yuan. Su Ji's sincerity resonated deeply with Yuan Ching, moving him profoundly. Yuan Ching then glanced at the date on the invitation. Is it today? Indeed, Su Ji affirmed. In addition to delivering the invitation, I also wish to invite you to attend the gathering together. Su Ji nodded earnestly. Will most of those going to the relics be present? Almost all have received invitations, save for a few who are unable to attend due to prior commitments. They should all be there, Su Ji replied confidently. Interesting. Let us go and see for ourselves, Yuan Ching smiled, eager to witness the caliber of those who would enter the relics. Su Ji's expression brightened, and he promptly led the way, guiding Yuan Ching towards the venue of the gathering. The gathering was predominantly composed of youthful prodigies, who, brimming with ambition, designated a specific area within the Frosty City for the exchange and competition of talents. By the time Yuan Ching and his companions arrived, the atmosphere was already abuzz with excitement. Why have you just arrived? Came the voice of Su Qingqing, who approached with a hint of irritation. As she neared, she noticed Yuan Ching beside her and quickly adjusted her demeanor, her steps becoming more graceful. Apologies, my sister. I specifically invited Mr. Yuan to join us for the exchange. Su Ji explained. Cough, cough. Why didn't you inform me earlier that Brother Yuan would be attending? I waited for you in vain, Su Qingqing remarked, her gaze appraising Yuan Ching, noting how he appeared even more mature and handsome than before. I feared that Mr. Yuan might not be able to attend, and I did not wish to disappoint you, Su Ji clarified. Su Qingqing pouted slightly, exasperated by her companion's tendency to disclose everything. All right, enough of that. Let us hurry inside, she urged, glancing at Yuan Ching before softly adding, Come, Brother Yuan. Today's exchange will be quite lively. Outside the venue, the noise was overwhelming. Yet upon entering, the crowd thinned significantly. This phenomenon stemmed from the wide distribution of invitations, making the event known to all. Yet only a select few could access the inner circle. Consequently, many gathered outside in hopes of catching a glimpse of the renowned talents from various prefectures of the Frosty Continent. The discussions outside were incessant. This exchange has attracted the pinnacle of prodigies. I wonder if any exceptional geniuses will make an appearance. Not to mention, young Master Su Ji from Frosty City is merely 19, yet already a formidable Jadebone Realm warrior. He is undoubtedly a prodigy. Alas, young Master Su is quite young. I've heard of a madwoman from the Yuan Mu Prefecture, nearing 30, who is yet to break through but is already at the 9th refinement of the Jadebone Realm. Now that is impressive. You cannot overlook young Master Mo from the Yunwan Prefecture, who at just 25 is said to be on the cusp of achieving the realm of supreme strength. Oh, and what of Yuan Ching from the Yinyan Prefecture? Hush, have you lost your mind? Upon hearing the name Yuan Ching, those nearby fell silent. Hastily shifting to another topic, Yuan Ching, puzzled, had at least gathered the names of several notable figures, including Su Ji, whose reputation was particularly high. Yet, the mere mention of his name seemed to invoke a palpable fear. Noticing Yuan Ching's confusion, Su Ji gently explained, Do not take it to heart, Mr. Yuan. You are not like these ordinary individuals. There is an unspoken rule that prohibits discussions of supreme warriors among those below the Jadebone realm. Ah, I see. Yuan Ching responded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yuan Ching was suddenly enlightened. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently elevated his standing. Perhaps the reason for not inviting him previously was precisely this. Yuan Ching could no longer be regarded as merely a youthful prodigy. Before long, Yuan Ching and his companions had navigated through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of a secluded courtyard. This was the threshold to both the inner and outer realms of the exchange conference, guarded by no fewer than 2 formidable warriors of the Jadebone realm. An extravagant display indeed. Gentlemen, may I kindly request your invitations? One of the guards inquired, only to be playfully halted by his companion. No need for that. These are young Master Su and his esteemed sister, the prodigies of our Tianshuang city. They may enter without an invitation. Please, young Master Su, step inside, he said, graciously parting the entrance. Thank you both, Su replied with a slight nod, returning the gesture before making his way in. As the trio crossed the threshold into the exchange gathering, several figures swiftly positioned themselves before them.